Sue had always loved games, ever since he was a child. He spent most of his childhood in a hospital, with little else to do. The constant hum of machines and the sterile scent of the place became his world. And so, games became his escape. He lay in his bed, his arms stretched out above him, phone gripped tightly in his palms. His brow furrowed in concentration as he played, his lips pressed together in a tight line. Everything else faded away, and all that mattered was the game in front of him. But then, the inevitable happened. The game notified him that he'd lost, and he cursed under his breath, frustration rising. "Why is this AI so stupid?" he muttered. He couldn't understand why the game needed to heal the player when it was clear he was losing. It was just another mindless mechanic, he thought. But then, a thought crossed his mind. Maybe there was some truth to what people often said. Too much of anything, even games, would eventually wear thin. With a frustrated sigh, Sue tossed the device aside. His grin was faint but cold. He no longer cared. The thrill was gone. Games, once the only joy in his life, had become nothing more than a repetitive cycle. No matter what genre, AOS, RPG, FPS, the games that came out year after year felt the same. The stories, the world building, they all seemed like weak imitations of what had come before. He scrolled through a discussion forum where someone asked if others had noticed how one game felt like it copied another. There were plenty of complaints about the lack of originality in modern games, the endless stream of poorly made titles. Sue's eyes briefly wandered over the suggestions some users had posted, and one comment caught his eye. A user admitted to having nothing worth playing and asked for recommendations. Some responded with jokes, while others shared their own experiences. But to Sue, it was all the same. The games had no soul, no depth. They were hollow, and no amount of flashy graphics could fill the void. As he stared at the screen of his laptop, he wondered if there was anything different out there, anything that could still spark some interest. And then, while reading through reviews, his gaze landed on something strange. A review for a game called Dungeon and Stone. The author had given it a scathing critique, advising against it. But what caught Sue's attention wasn't the negativity, it was the reason. Unlike the other modern games, Dungeon and Stone forced the player to do everything themselves. No hand-holding, no shortcuts. Intrigued, despite the negative review, Sue clicked on the link. He found himself staring at the game's page. It was an indie roguelike, its pixelated 2D graphics a throwback to a style that had long fallen out of favor. It was different. It was old school. And that alone, in a world of shallow, mass-produced titles, made it stand out. As Sue continued exploring Dungeon and Stone, his excitement slowly faded into disappointment. The game was only available in English, a language he rarely played games in. He typically avoided such titles, but with the game being free, he figured there was no harm in trying. He opened it, and right away, the game prompted him to choose a character. There were several options: a human, a dwarf, a fairy, a barbarian, a furry, and an unknown class. Not expecting the game to captivate him, Sue picked one randomly, a barbarian. Once the game started, he looked around and noticed something odd: the top-down camera view. It had been a while since he played a game with that perspective. He wasn't sure what to expect, but after a bit of exploration, he began to get the hang of it. Resting his hand on his cheek, he thought the graphics weren't half bad. Before he knew it, Sue was so engrossed in the game that he didn't even realize time had slipped away. It wasn't until he glanced up at the clock that he froze. The day had turned into evening, and he shuddered, startled at how late it had gotten. He had become obsessed with Dungeon and Stone, staring at the screen intently as a light sweat formed on his brow. Mentally, he admitted that it was actually pretty fun, but there was something about the game that kept him on edge. It had several unique and terrifying features. First, NPCs were crucial to progressing. If one of them died, the entire game would reset. At first, Sue had been casually playing, but soon, he became more and more invested. When he reached a critical point, he couldn't hold back a frustrated scream when the Reaper didn't heal him, even though he was close to winning. Fuming, he grabbed his laptop, his irritation building. Just as he was about to lash out, the nurse entered the room. She shot him a stern look and reminded him not to make any noise. Sue, taken off guard, removed his headphones and apologized, nodding at her before putting them back on. He focused once again on the screen, frowning as he concentrated on the game. He mentally mapped out his next move. 3 squares up, 2 to the left, 1 square down. It was like a puzzle, and he was determined to beat it. The game didn't offer any instructions, neither in Korean nor in English. It was just him in the game. After some time searching online, Sue realized there was no quick guide or cheat sheet. If he was going to win, he'd have to figure it out on his own. Over the next few years, Dungeon and Stone became more than just a game to him. From the time he first played in the hospital to when he landed his job at the information desk, to his university days, and even during interviews for his first job, Su played the game, on the way to work, on his breaks, at home. But despite his best efforts, he kept dying. No matter which character he chose, no matter how many strategies he tried, he couldn't get past certain obstacles. Dungeon and Stone had a way of pulling him in, pushing him to the edge, and then leaving him stranded, over and over again. Su cursed under his breath, frustration boiling over as he died once again. But after 9 long years, he finally smirked. He had made it. He had finally reached the final boss room. His frown deepened, and his cheeks flushed with excitement as he leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the screen. The location of the Abyss Gate flashed in front of him. He raised his hands in joy, his eyes closing as he reveled in the moment. "Did you see that?" he asked aloud, his voice tinged with a mix of triumph and disbelief, addressing no one in particular. His thoughts drifted back to the countless days and nights spent playing, wondering if anyone else had ever made it this far. 9 years. 9 years he had devoted to this game, his best years spent grinding, learning, and dying. As the tears welled in his closed eyes, he clenched his fists in both frustration and pride. This moment, this victory, was the culmination of it all. Just then, a notification popped up on the screen, asking if he wanted to enter the boss room. His heart skipped a beat. "Of course I do," he shouted, eager to face the final challenge. But the system gave him a warning. "You may never return." Su blinked, his enthusiasm momentarily faltering. The warning sounded ominous, but it was just a final boss. It had to be. He grinned widely and stood up, stretching as he prepared himself. "It's too late to back out now." He clicked, "Yes," and the loading screen began. As he waited, he leaned back in his chair, clasping his hands behind his head. The excitement surged through him, but he knew he couldn't just rush in blindly. He needed to prepare. What are the movement patterns? What are the attributes of the boss? Surely, this was going to be an ultimate fight, and he had to gather as much information as possible. With a smirk, he wondered aloud, is it possible to kill the boss on the first try? His hand rested thoughtfully on his chin as he closed his eyes, pondering. But before he could think any more, the game finished loading, and the screen flickered. Su snapped his eyes open and leaned forward, his heart pounding. The system displayed a message that read, "Welcome to the Abyss." The tutorial was complete. "Wait, what?" Su muttered, his brows furrowing. Was that really a tutorial? Confusion clouded his mind. Suddenly, his chair creaked as he shot up, clutching the monitor with both hands. "Stop, stop," he stuttered, his eyes scanning the screen. It was all in Korean now. What? His jaw clenched tightly in annoyance. He had been playing this game for years, and it was supposed to be in English. It took him a moment to process the change. Why is this suddenly in Korean? Before he could make sense of it, another notification appeared. User verification complete. Su froze, staring at the screen. The next moment, a bright beam of light shot out from the computer, passing right through his body, as though it were burning him from the inside out. His mouth went dry, and for a split second, he couldn't move. What was happening? The light grew brighter, and his vision blurred. It felt as if the very fabric of reality was bending around him. "What is this?" he gasped, his voice barely audible over the intense hum of the light. The screen flickered once more, and the game's message rang out clear and loud. "Welcome to the Abyss." Su felt an unpleasant sensation surge through his body. His head throbbed painfully, and he bent forward, screaming in agony as he clutched his temples, trying to block out the intense light that engulfed him. Despite the blinding brightness, he tried to open his eyes, shielding them with one hand, his jaw clenched tight in confusion. "What's going on?" he asked himself, struggling to make sense of the chaos. Gradually, his body began to disintegrate, turning into particles of light that seemed to be drawn back into the screen. The game, once a distant reality, now felt dangerously close. Su's vision blurred as the light enveloped him, and before he could react further, his consciousness slipped away. When he regained awareness, he heard loud, congratulatory voices. His eyes fluttered open, but the confusion only deepened. What is this? He wondered, his vision still blurry. He noticed a man raising his hands high, proclaiming something to a crowd. "Today, the warriors will leave this sacred place," the man shouted, his voice booming across the room. Su blinked again, slowly becoming more aware of his surroundings. The leader continued, his words carrying a sense of ceremony. "These people before you will become real warriors." Su was still trying to process what was happening. The sight in front of him was nothing like what he had ever expected. The room was lit by flickering torches, not light bulbs. Muscular barbarians surrounded him, all looking like they belonged to another world. And there, in front of him, stood the strange man who was delivering some kind of speech, instructing the barbarians to choose the right weapons. The language he spoke was unfamiliar to Sue, but somehow, he understood every word. The oddity of the situation hit him all at once. How did I end up here? He wondered, trying to make sense of it all. He needed to calm down. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his chin and mentally noted, if this is some complex game, I need to understand what's going on before reacting. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed something was wrong. His body felt different. He instinctively glanced at his palms, and his confusion grew. They were rough, calloused, and strong. The muscles in his arms felt more solid, and tattoos adorned his skin. Sue's mind raced. What's happening to me? He wondered. Was this even his body? He didn't know what was real anymore. Before he could dwell on it further, someone shouted, calling those who needed to approach. Sue cursed under his breath as the man announced, Karak Vaughn's third son, come forward. A man stepped out of the crowd. Karak. Sue watched as Karak looked around, then picked up one of the weapons by his side. With a grin, he raised a massive two-handed axe above his head, showing it off to everyone. The leader praised him, stating, excellent choice, Karak. You are now a true warrior. Then, he called out for Einar Finland's daughter. Sue frowned, a feeling of recognition stirring within him. This is the moment when the young warriors choose their weapons, he realized, the familiarity of the scene hitting him hard. But how was he part of it? He had no idea, and it unsettled him even more. While Sue was deep in thought, Einar stepped forward and chose a sword, her movements deliberate and confident. The next warrior, called forward by the chieftain, picked up a spear. The leader observed, this is the most fitting weapon for such an intelligent man. Sue's realization hit him hard. These people were being recognized as true warriors. The chieftain, standing beside another barbarian who had already selected his weapon, began to speak. The blessing of Ronus should be with you all, he declared. Sue's mind raced as the pieces fell into place. He widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking this is dungeon and stone. It was exactly how the game had started for the barbarian. His heart raced as he remembered every detail. The same opening, the same weapons, the same ritual. He bowed his head slightly, still processing the absurdity of it all. But how can this even be real? Before he could finish his thoughts, Orium, standing beside him, spoke in a trembling voice. This can't be, he muttered. Sweat dripped from his face as he shook, his eyes filled with panic. His voice cracked as he said, this is dungeon and stone. Sue's frown deepened as he turned to study Orium more closely. Orium's face was pale, his body trembling in fear. Unlike the other barbarians, who seemed to accept this reality, Orium was visibly shaken. Something wasn't right with him. Sue's mind started to piece it together. Orium wasn't the only one who had ended up in the game. This wasn't just some random glitch. Orium had clearly experienced the same thing as Sue. Suddenly, an angry voice interrupted his thoughts. Who opened his mouth? The chieftain's voice thundered, cutting through the air. Sue jumped, his heart skipping a beat. He turned to look at Orium, who had spoken earlier, now trembling even more. The chieftain was standing next to them, his gaze sharp and intense. Sue's eyes widened in horror. When did he get so close? The chieftain's eyes shifted between Orium and Sue, his gaze settling on them with suspicion. Is it you? He asked, his voice cold and commanding. Sue's stomach churned, and without thinking, he shouted, I didn't do anything. He mentally added, this is all Orium's fault. He's the idiot who opened his mouth. Orium's confusion deepened as he stammered, trying to speak but failing to articulate his thoughts. Sue clenched his jaw, watching him struggle. The chieftain raised his hand, and with one swift, brutal motion, he swung the weapon in his grip. In an instant, Orium's head fell from his shoulders, his body slumping to the ground in a grotesque heap. Sue's eyes went wide, and he froze in horror as the blood sprayed, splattering onto his face. His heart pounded in his chest, and he couldn't stop staring at the decapitated body. What has happened? The chieftain turned his gaze to Sue. Sue straightened up, his mind racing. He forced himself to stay calm, suppressing the panic that clawed at him. The blood dripping from Orium's body onto his skin made him feel sick, but he knew one thing. If he showed any emotion, the chieftain would kill him too. He clenched his fists, trying to ignore the horrifying sight before him. Finally, the chieftain spoke again, his voice filled with authority. Orium, son of Kadwa, has been possessed by an evil spirit, he declared, his words echoing through the room. Sue stood frozen, trying to process the gravity of what had just occurred. The chieftain's words lingered in his mind. Possessed by an evil spirit? Turning his back on Su, the chieftain sheathed his weapon, drawing the attention of the young warriors. With a commanding voice, he ordered them to forget everything Orium had said and offered to continue with the ceremony. Su stood frozen for a moment, processing the chaotic scene that had just unfolded. He quickly divided everything into points to make sense of the situation. First, he realized that the people who were transported into the game, like him, were being labeled as evil spirits. Second, it was clear that if anyone discovered the truth, if they found out that these were not real warriors, those involved would be killed. And third, with the way Orium's head had rolled off his shoulders so effortlessly, Su understood that this could happen to anyone. His mind raced as he considered how to avoid being caught. The problem was, he didn't have many options. While Su mentally noted his conclusions, the chieftain continued to call the next warriors forward. Serum, the fourth son of Kennick, the chieftain announced, and several barbarians stepped forward, some waiting for their turn, others already having picked up weapons. Su's thoughts were still scattered as he realized that the names weren't being displayed like in a game, and he cursed under his breath. Why couldn't the game at least tell me my name? He thought. He needed some kind of indicator, some characteristic window, but nothing was appearing. His life depended on figuring this out, and guessing blindly wouldn't work. As the line of warriors grew shorter, Su's anxiety grew with it. He couldn't afford to miss his chance. What if another evil spirit gets called? He wondered, what if I miss my moment? He knew the risk was high, but he didn't see any other way forward. The chieftain called out, Bjorn Yondel's son, come forward. Su froze for a moment, mentally counting 1, 2. He could feel the seconds slipping away, but the other warriors remained still, awaiting their turn. As the chieftain's voice echoed in the air, Su's instincts kicked in. 2 seconds passed, and no one moved. Su took a cautious step forward. His heart hammered in his chest, as he realized the name being called was his. Chapter 2. Frowning in concentration, he felt a surge of uncertainty. Is it really me? He thought, his confidence shaken. But then, as if on cue, the chieftain repeated, Bjorn Yondel's son, come forward. Su stood tall, forcing himself to step into the center of the group. His gaze met the chieftain's, and the man assessed him with a calculating stare. For a moment, Su stood there, waiting. The chieftain remained silent, his eyes narrowed, as if contemplating something. Finally, he spoke. You are a young warrior, he declared. With a wave of his hand, he added, choose your weapon. Su's heart skipped a beat. This was it. This was the moment that would define his fate here. He mentally repeated his new name, Bjorn Yondel, and exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. It felt strange, but liberating. This is my name now, he thought. He clenched his fist, determination flooding his veins. Now came the second crucial decision. He had no magical talent to rely on, but the barbarians, as the game had shown him, were gifted with tremendous physical strength. It was clear he would begin his development as a melee fighter. His weapon, the one he chose now, would define his path. Without hesitation, he reached for one of the larger weapons of the rack, ready to step forward and claim his place as a true warrior. Bjorn extended his palm forward, his choice of weapon drawing a surprised look from the chieftain. The chieftain narrowed his eyes, clearly taken aback. Bjorn had chosen only a shield. The chieftain frowned deeply, his gaze lingering on the weapon. While it seemed like an odd choice, he couldn't deny that it might be the best decision for Bjorn. Despite the unusual selection, the chieftain declared, you are now a true warrior. At that moment, the system beeped, and a sudden notification appeared. Synchronization complete. A message flashed across the screen in the empty room where Bjorn had once lived. The system had recorded the total item level as 24, and the character's information, including daily logs, had been sent to the administrator. The system displayed the following data. Bjorn, level 1, with 25 points in strength, 35 points in spirit, 1 skill, an item level of 24, and a total combat level of 67. Bjorn stood in the midst of the ceremony, deep in thought. He recalled when he first played as a barbarian, choosing a greatsword because it looked powerful. However, his choice had backfired. He died almost instantly. Frustrated, he asked himself, did I really die again? He had struggled to figure out the right weapon to stay alive longer. He tried a two-handed axe, a large hammer, even a chain, combining various weapons in different ways, but he always ended up dead. How do you survive in this game? He wondered, frustrated. Dying over and over again made it feel impossible to consistently complete the game. But then, an idea struck him. What if I focus on a shield? He realized that as a barbarian, his class had high survivability and strength, even if it couldn't compare to the dwarf's defense. But maybe, just maybe, the foundation for a solid tank was there. Thoughtfully holding his chin, he frowned. He didn't like the idea of playing as a defensive barbarian, but after all the time spent struggling with offense, it seemed like the most sensible choice. Reluctantly, he adapted his fighting style to focus more on defense. One day, while fighting using his new tactic, a powerful explosion rattled the area, and when the dust cleared, he stood in awe. In front of him lay a huge monster, slain by his hand. Shocked, he muttered, "What just happened?" It was a victory, though a hard-earned one. His unbalanced character, built for survivability, had turned out to be exactly what he needed. He realized that this was the most logical decision he could have made. "I won't regret this," he thought, a small smile creeping across his face. A little while later, the chieftain's voice boomed through the air, commanding the warriors to open the gates. The heavy bridge across the moat creaked and lowered, and the barbarians stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the path ahead. The warriors who had passed the ceremony were now heading straight into the labyrinth. Bjorn's stomach churned with unease. The labyrinth, the city of Rapon, he thought, worry creeping into his mind. They were being sent there now, and he wasn't sure what awaited them. The chieftain stood in front of them, his presence commanding as he spoke. "Your fate awaits you in this place. Go now," he ordered. With the chieftain's words hanging in the air, Bjorn, along with the others, knew their journey into the unknown had just begun. The barbarians charged ahead, shouting with excitement, and Bjorn followed their lead, deciding for now that sticking with the group was the best option. But as he ran, doubts crept into his mind. Do they even know where they're going? He wondered, looking at the scattered group of warriors. After some time, one of the barbarians ordered everyone to stop, his voice urgent. "We're lost," he declared, causing the others to stir uneasily. It became apparent that Karak, the third son of Vannon, had been leading them down the wrong path. The group erupted in frustration, shouting that Karak was unworthy of being their leader. He should bear responsibility, they muttered angrily. Bjorn frowned in displeasure. What's the joke here? He thought to himself. How were the others any better if they had blindly followed Karak without questioning his decisions? The barbarian lowered his head in resignation, asking the others to remain silent. "I will give up my place as leader," he promised, stepping aside. Einar, standing in Karak's place, raised her voice confidently, declaring that she would now lead them. With a frown, she pointed to herself with a proud gesture. "I am Finland's second daughter. Many call me wise, and I will show you the way." She smirked, the confidence radiating from her. Karak shot her a look of displeasure, and in his mind, he muttered her name with disdain. However, after some time, Einar, too, frowned desperately. "I think we're lost," she admitted, and Bjorn's eyes widened in shock. The barbarians around her also gasped in disbelief, incredulous that she, the so-called wise one, couldn't find the right path. The others grumbled angrily, clearly frustrated. "We need to get to the labyrinth before it's too late," they argued. And with that, they declared Einar unworthy of being their leader. Einar, with her head lowered in shame, turned her back on them, the weight of failure heavy on her shoulders. The barbarians debated their next course of action. Some proposed that Tan's second son, Jean, should lead them next, though not everyone agreed. As the group argued, Bjorn paused thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Are they all really this clueless? He asked himself. He realized with growing frustration that they would never reach the labyrinth this way, but he didn't want to attract too much attention. Suddenly, he approached Einar, who was still standing with her head down, dejected. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder, causing her to look up in confusion. "What is it?" she asked, her voice full of uncertainty. "Are you here to accuse me too?" Bjorn frowned in concentration. "No, that's not it," he said. "I'll show you how to get to the labyrinth." He held a finger to his lips, signaling for her to remain silent. Einar's eyes widened in shock. "Are you serious?" she asked, disbelief coloring her voice. "How we get there?" Bjorn pointed to the side, his voice calm and assured. "Just follow them," he instructed, indicating the path they should take. At that moment, a team of other warriors nearby looked at the barbarians with disdain. The girl in the team grimaced, clearly annoyed. "This is disgusting," she muttered, unhappy that they had stumbled upon such a disorganized group of barbarians. The knight in her company, shaking his head, called them stupid savages, clearly frustrated by their lack of direction. He couldn't understand why they were wandering around in the middle of the night, armed and aimless. Bjorn, trying to ignore the ridicule from the others, stayed focused on the task at hand. The barbarians might not have known the way, but with his guidance, they could still find their path. and perhaps finally reach the labyrinth. Einar, with newfound confidence, exclaimed that she understood everything now. She eagerly offered to lead the group, and as she approached the other barbarians, she announced, "I've found the labyrinth." The barbarians immediately began to smile, their expressions filled with admiration and excitement. "Is it true?" they asked, clearly impressed. They now recognized her as wise and capable. Bjorn, watching them with growing displeasure, couldn't help but think their heads are definitely empty. Einar, sensing their approval, commanded everyone to follow her, and they moved forward together. After some time, they found themselves standing near a glowing portal, bright, sacred, and pulsating with energy. The realization hit them all at once. This is it, the labyrinth. Bjorn cursed under his breath. His earlier suspicion had been right. It was indeed the labyrinth. He pressed his lips tightly, fighting the unease building in his chest. Was entering it the right decision? He wondered. He assumed no one would notice if he separated from the group, but that only lasted a moment. Even without taking into account his years spent bedridden, he was just a simple man who had never fought anyone before. He didn't know if he could survive the labyrinth, let alone defeat its monsters. A bead of sweat ran down his face from the effort of trying to calm his racing thoughts. Is there another way to pay the tax? He asked himself, cursing quietly. The tax was one of the dumbest aspects of the dungeon and stone game world. All residents over 20 had to pay a tax, or they would face execution. There were ways to earn money, fighting monsters in the labyrinth being the most obvious choice, or getting a job in places like a tavern. But there was a catch. Barbarians weren't allowed to work. Society viewed them as nothing more than savages, thinking they would only break things or get in the way of others. As a barbarian, Bjorn had no choice but to fight. Barbarians couldn't get normal jobs, and while other classes might be given opportunities, barbarians were forced into combat by default. If not for this, Bjorn thought, he wouldn't have to fight the monsters at all. But here he was. He lowered his head and thought. Someone's voice interrupted his brooding. 10 minutes until the portal closes. The words snapped him out of his reverie. Bjorn mentally noted that the labyrinth only opened once a month. If he didn't go now, he wouldn't have another chance for another 30 days. What will I do if I don't enter? He wondered, the pressure mounting. He cursed again, his frustration growing. The reality of his situation was sinking in. Without going into the labyrinth, he would have no way to pay the tax, and if he couldn't find a job, he'd have no way to survive. The rations given to him by the chieftain would run out in a week. What happens when that happens? Even if he survived for a month without entering the labyrinth, his condition would be terrible. His body wasn't made for surviving in this world, and the pressure to act was unbearable. The only way out was through the labyrinth, but as his legs remained frozen in place, his mind screamed in protest. This isn't a game. His life would truly be on the line here. Just as the weight of the decision threatened to overwhelm him, he felt a sharp tap on his shoulder. A voice called his name, pulling him back to the present. His eyes snapped open, and he turned to face whoever had interrupted his spiraling thoughts. It was Einar who had tapped him on the shoulder. She looked at him seriously, her gaze unwavering. Bjorn turned to her, calling out her name, referring to her as the third daughter. Einar corrected him immediately, her voice firm. I'm the second daughter, not the third. She then glanced over at the shrinking portal and warned him. Everyone else has already entered. We're the last ones left. You'd better hurry, or the gate will close. Bjorn noticed the portal was indeed becoming smaller, its edges closing rapidly. Several players had already dashed inside, and he quickly told Einar, Go first. I'll follow you. She nodded, frowning in concentration, but before she left, she turned back to him, her expression softening. She looked at him for a moment before speaking. Thank you, she said, smiling, for your help. Bjorn waved it off, saying it was nothing. But before she could leave, Einar paused, her brow furrowed in thought. I have a question, she admitted, looking at him earnestly. How do I become as wise as you? Bjorn blinked in surprise. She had never met intelligent barbarians before, and now she was asking to be like him. He couldn't help but mentally think, well, you'd have to be born again to be as sharp as me. But he decided to give her a simple answer. Closing his eyes, he raised a finger didactically and said, Think before you act. Einar's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, I understand everything now. She smiled at him, grateful. Thank you for the advice, she said with sincerity. If we make it out of the labyrinth, I'll repay you. She clenched her fist with determination, a spark of confidence in her eyes. Bjorn frowned as she said she would repay him if they made out. It struck him. In the game, barbarians didn't fear death. They were just warriors. But here, they were still afraid, just like the rest of us. He noticed her determination, but also her vulnerability. With a serious look, Bjorn asked, "Are you afraid of death?" Einar froze, her mind working over the question. After a moment of silence, she answered with a slight hesitation, "What's wrong with that? Of course, I'm afraid of death." She smiled softly, but there was a sadness in her voice as she added, "But I was born a warrior. I'd die if I didn't fight. Isn't that the way of things?" Bjorn lowered his head, agreeing with her silently. "I understand. It's the same for all of us." He realized that the other barbarians were like him, fighting not out of choice, but because they had no other option. If they didn't kill the monsters, they wouldn't survive in the city. Before he could ponder it further, Einar began to run toward the labyrinth. "Let's go," she called over her shoulder. "We'll meet again on the other side." Bjorn watched her run and thought, the barbarians, they're learning to overcome their fear. They're stronger than they know. Holding his shield in front of him, he muttered, "I'm a barbarian too." As he heard the countdown echo through the air, 1 minute left until the portal closes, Bjorn took a deep breath and pushed off the ground, running forward. His heart pounded in his chest, a mix of excitement and fear. He smiled despite himself, feeling the rush of adrenaline. He admitted to himself, "I'm scared, but I'm going to run anyway." He had no choice. This was the only way forward, the only way to survive. The man standing near the portal shouted urgently that the labyrinth was almost closed, but Bjorn, determined, thought to himself that he not only had the strength of a barbarian, but also the knowledge he'd gained from playing countless characters in the game. With that confidence, he began running toward the labyrinth. The man shouted again, warning him that it was dangerous and ordering him to step back. But Bjorn didn't listen. He pushed forward, certain that he could survive in this place. His resolve hardened as he sprinted. As soon as he crossed into the labyrinth, the system pinged with a notification. "You have entered the Crystal Cave, first level." Bjorn's mind raced as he heard the soft sound of something falling onto the ground. He frowned, looking around and muttering to himself, "What is this?" He didn't quite understand where he was. Chapter 3. Despite being an expert in the Dungeon and Stone game, Bjorn wasn't prepared for this reality. He quickly assessed the situation. Combining the raw strength of a barbarian with his extensive knowledge of the game should, in theory, give him a solid chance of survival. But as he stood in the eerie stillness, frustration began to settle in. He couldn't see anything clearly, and it was unnerving. He cursed softly, sighing, and frowned deeper. He wondered why everyone else seemed to be armed, as though they had prepared for this exact situation. In the game, the first level had walls with protruding crystals, eliminating the need for torches. He absent-mindedly placed his hand on his chin, thinking. Suddenly, he froze and asked himself, "Wait a minute, is this an area of darkness?" A rare zone, located in the farthest corners of the first level, where no light sources existed. He hadn't encountered it in the game before, but it was possible that the starting position was randomly chosen. Could this be his starting point? He thought about it for a moment, realizing that in this world, anything could be possible. Determined to make progress, Bjorn decided to call up his status window. He wanted to check his character information, skills, inventory, or journal, but nothing responded. He cursed again, his frustration mounting. His shouts yielded no result. His fists clenched in anger. Nothing works, he thought bitterly. This was exactly what he'd expected. Realizing standing still wouldn't get him anywhere, Bjorn decided to move forward. His hand instinctively reached out to touch the wall for support as he ventured deeper into the darkness. "At least I'm moving," he thought. But soon doubts crept in. Am I moving too slowly? He considered crawling, thinking that it would speed things up. But the thought of falling into a trap immediately followed. What if I get caught in one of those traps? The very moment that thought crossed his mind, he froze. A sharp pain cut through his thoughts, and before he could react, he felt a sudden spray of blood into the air. He let out a strangled scream and fell to one knee, his body shuddering in pain. The trap had snapped shut on him, goblin steel teeth sinking deep into his skin. His breaths came in ragged gasps as he collapsed, his vision blurring with the searing pain. The system chimed again, notifying him in cold, clinical tones. "You have fallen into a goblin trap." Bjorn gritted his teeth, struggling to breathe through the pain. His mind was racing. This isn't how I imagined it. I wasn't ready for this. Bjorn clenched his jaw, sweat trickling down his face as he fought to control his breathing. The pain was unbearable, but he knew he had to endure. The last thing he needed right now was to make a sound. Goblins, those monsters, were scattered throughout this level, setting traps at every turn. Every breath was a battle, each one coming in ragged gasps. His mind screamed at him, "Stay silent." He raised a shield, instinctively assuming that whoever laid this trap must be close by. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of movement, but all he could see was the dimly lit expanse of the dungeon. Nothing seemed out of place. Could he be lucky? He wondered. Could there really be no goblin nearby? But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a cold shiver ran through him. These were the dangerous thoughts, the ones that got people killed. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let his guard down. If there was a trap, then there had to be a goblin somewhere, watching, waiting. And if it heard him, if it knew he'd been caught, then he was in trouble. As Bjorn's mind raced, the goblins slowly crept forward, their presence masked by the shadows. They pressed themselves against stone ledges, hidden from view, and watched, grinning in the dark. Bjorn felt a chill settle over him. He realized too late that the goblins had been waiting for him to tire, to stumble, to make a sound. And here he was, close to breaking. He shook his head, forcing his thoughts back into focus. Stop whining, he told himself. The situation was bad enough without self-pity. His palms brushed the trap, noting the faint sheen of paralyzing poison smeared on the edges. He cursed the barbarians who had given him these flimsy sandals instead of proper boots. What good are sandals in a dungeon full of traps? He thought bitterly, but there was no point in complaining now. He had to move fast. He gritted his teeth again, ignoring the sweat that clung to his skin and the way his muscles screamed in protest. It was better to act quickly before the fight began, so he pushed forward, forcing himself to ignore the burning pain as he pulled his leg free. Blood seeped from the gashes caused by the trap's sharp teeth, and, as the poison spread, his right leg began to go numb. His heart raced, but there was no time for panic. His vision blurred, but his body knew what to do. He could feel the poison dulling his senses, but it also made him feel strangely fearless. With a sudden burst of resolve, Bjorn straightened into a fighting stance, his voice steady despite the pounding in his head. "I know you're there, goblin," he called out, his eyes scanning the shadows. "Come out." His words echoed through the dungeon, but there was no response. It was too quiet. He frowned, frustration boiling over. "Come out," he demanded, his voice sharp or louder. He cursed under his breath. Was he just imagining it? Were there no goblins after all? Or had he been foolish enough to challenge an enemy that wasn't even there? His mind raced as he steeled himself for the worst. If there was a goblin, it would come. He would make it come. He cursed the creature's very existence. Its mother, its father, its brothers. All goblins, every last one of them. But even as the words left his mouth, he felt the blood pouring from his leg, warm and sticky. He knew it was bad. The more blood he lost, the harder it was to think clearly. His mind was clouding, and he could feel the world around him start to tilt. This wasn't just a fight for survival anymore. This was a race against time, and the goblin, wherever it was, wasn't going to wait. Bjorn's mind spun with a strange sensation that washed over him, as if something was clouding his thoughts, like he'd been given a drink too strong to handle. Blood trailed behind him as he stumbled forward, each step heavy, each breath sharp with pain. He cursed under his breath, muttering aloud that this monster, this goblin, was following him. It wasn't just some random beast. It was the same kind that had set the trap, the same kind that was hunting him. The sound of footsteps echoed from behind, slow and deliberate. Bjorn's instincts kicked in. He spun around, his hand going his shield, and in a low growl, he demanded, "What's your problem?" He knew this monster didn't like to talk about family. He could sense it. The goblin was lingering, waiting for him to make a move. But despite his instincts, he couldn't see it. It was there, though. He could feel it. His frustration built. If the goblin was waiting for him to act, then so be it. He would push forward. With a deep breath, Bjorn continued, his blood leaving a faint trail as he walked. But he wasn't looking back. He didn't dare look. The goblin, though, was not far behind. Again, he heard it. Footsteps right there. He whirled, shield raised, ready for a strike, but the monster stopped. "It's toying with me," he realized. Every time he moved, it moved. Every time he stopped, it stopped. The goblin was playing a game with him, enjoying the chase, relishing the slow, bloody death it had in mind. Bjorn's teeth clenched. This wasn't just a fight. It was a hunt. The goblin grinned, its sharp teeth flashing in the shadows, its laughter echoing in the silence. It was savoring every moment. Bjorn's mind raced. He needed to do something. Fast. His feet pushed him forward, but suddenly, his leg betrayed him. He stumbled, crashing to his knees, then to the ground, pain shooting up from the impact. He screamed in agony, his body screaming for relief. The goblin watched. It didn't attack, it waited. Bjorn cursed, his teeth grinding. This is what it wanted. The goblin was patient. It was waiting for him to fall, waiting for the moment when it could finally close in for the kill. Then, just as his thoughts began to cloud with the pain, he felt something. A small stone hit his head. He blinked, confused for a moment, then smiled despite himself. The goblin was testing him, throwing stones to see if he was still alive. It was clever. Too clever. Several more stones followed, each one hitting with precision. The goblin wasn't hiding its amusement anymore, and Bjorn could feel the monster's confidence building. The goblin growled again, a melodic sound that chilled him to the core. It was coming closer now. Bjorn could feel it. He could hear its breathing, smell its foul scent. The creature reached out toward him, but Bjorn was ready. He gathered what strength he had left, pushing against the ground as he rose with surprising speed. The goblin's eyes widened. It hadn't expected that. Bjorn's fist swung through the air, smashing into the goblin with a force that sent a cloud of dust and debris into the air. The goblin dodged, leaping to the side with a grin. It was quick, but Bjorn could feel it now, feel every move the monster made. His body was different, stronger. He could fight. He wasn't the same man who spent half his life bedridden. His muscles, his instincts, everything had changed. With a roar, Bjorn surged forward again, delivering another blow that rocked the goblin, sending it skittering back. The goblin growled in frustration, but Bjorn's fist didn't stop. He wasn't going to let this creature toy with him any longer. He was stronger now, and this time, the goblin would feel it. Bjorn's mind was clouded with adrenaline as he roared, his fists smashing into the goblin again and again. This monster was a piece of prey, nothing more. With every strike, his body burned with the strength of a barbarian. Another punch landed, and blood sprayed from the goblin's body, painting the dungeon floor. Bjorn screamed, the sound raw and primal as he intensified his attacks. His fists kept coming, each one more brutal than the last, the goblin's resistance fading with every hit. The goblin, battered and broken, could only sigh quietly in defeat. Bjorn didn't stop. He couldn't. The bloodlust surged through him, urging him to finish what he'd started. The monster's chest rose and fell weakly beneath his blows, but the goblin fought back too. Frowning, it clasped its palms together, and with a deep scowl, raised its hands. The goblin brought them down with force, sending more blood spraying through the air. The impact hit hard, but Bjorn's fury was unstoppable. Finally, the system chimed in, defeated the goblin, gained +1 experience point. Bjorn froze, staring down at the mangled remains of the goblin. Sparks danced in the air around its body, and for a moment, he felt a pang of disbelief. Sweat dripped down his face, and his mind raced as he noticed something that chilled him to the core. The monster's body was gone, just vanished, as though it had never been there. Instead, a stone lay in its place. Bjorn's heart pounded as he kneeled down and picked up the stone. His hands trembled as he brought it to his eye level, inspecting it. A 9th-tier magic crystal. He smirked. All that for a stone worth the price of a loaf of bread. He chuckled bitterly, the horror he'd just endured feeling almost surreal. But then, a memory struck him hard. Labyrinths. Monsters. When killed, the monsters disappear, leaving items behind. His mind clicked. This was the world of the game, wasn't it? But even as the realization set in, a deeper understanding began to settle in. This was more than just a game. It felt like a twisted reflection of the world he knew, but darker, more dangerous. Forcing himself to stand, Bjorn wiped the sweat from his brow. He couldn't afford to get distracted. Never confuse the game with reality, he told himself, each step becoming more of a struggle. Blood dripped from his wounds as he continued deeper into the labyrinth, leaving a trail of red behind him. The system pinged again, warning him that he was still under the effect of bleeding. Bjorn groaned, his breath ragged, the world spinning around him. He was already crawling, dragging himself forward despite the pain. Stop talking, system, he muttered under his breath, irritated by the constant notifications. I know. His leg was useless, so he stopped using it, relying on his good one to pull himself forward, inch by agonizing inch. The temptation to give in to the pain and crawl like a dog was strong, but he resisted. He had no choice but to keep going. Survival came first. Then, his hand brushed against something hard. A trap. He cursed as the edge of his palm scraped against the mechanism. Another one. The pain coursing through his body was unbearable, but he couldn't stop now. His survival depended on it. And so, with the weight of the dungeon bearing down on him, he crawled forward, fighting against the overwhelming urge to just lie there and surrender. Bjorn's body was on the edge of collapse as he continued to crawl forward, each movement becoming more labored. The system kept reminding him of the bleeding effect, its notifications ringing in his mind like an annoying echo. His leg was a mess. He could barely feel it anymore, the blood pouring out with every strained inch he dragged himself forward. It was no longer a joke. The pain was too real, and the fact that the bleeding hadn't stopped filled him with an overwhelming sense of urgency. He knew he needed help. The thought lingered in his mind like a lifeline. His breaths grew shallower, and sweat streamed down his face. But he refused to give up. If I keep moving in one direction, I'll get out of this darkness, he thought, his mind fuzzy from the blood loss. With every crawling motion, his thoughts strayed to the past. He remembered the moment when the chief had cut off his head, and a deep, haunting question followed. Did I die? Did I wake up in a real body? The system's reminder about the bleeding snapped him back to reality, but he began to understand something. He understood why people believed in gods. They needed something to hold on to, something to believe in when it seemed like everything else was slipping away. His body felt weak, each movement more difficult than the last, but he couldn't afford to stop. Then, the system's warning changed. Health points below 5%. If not treated, you will die. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. His desperation flared. I can't die here. Not like this. Not after everything. As if in response to his desperate thoughts, Bjorn noticed a subtle change around him. The darkness seemed to be thinning, light creeping in from somewhere ahead. His instincts told him this was the right direction. The first level can't be this dark all the time, he reasoned. There must be light ahead. There must be people who can help me. With renewed determination, he focused on the growing light, forcing his blurry vision to lock onto it. If I can just make it there, I'll be okay. His mind raced, thinking of all the people who might be waiting. But just as he was nearing the light, something strange happened. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a man, exactly like him, his double. The copy grinned, and Bjorn froze, staring at it in disbelief. You're ridiculous, the figure said, its voice mocking. Why would anyone help a dying barbarian like you? You're not some beauty, and you sure don't have any brains. Just a savage with a bit more muscle than the average guy. Bjorn's heart skipped a beat. Was he losing his mind? Was he hallucinating? Smart ass, he muttered through gritted teeth. This is me, but it's not me, he thought, his thoughts growing increasingly tangled. His double mocked him again, repeating the same taunts. The words cut deep, but Bjorn refused to let them sink in. I need to move forward, he told himself, though a part of him was starting to break down. His personality seemed to split, then mix, and then split again. The line between reality and hallucination began to blur. The blood loss was taking its toll. The double chuckled, a cruel sound. You're gonna run into monsters, not people. There's no one to help you here. Bjorn's resolve hardened. He shook his head, feeling the madness creeping in. No, he thought, clinging to the last sliver of his sanity. I can see better now. I'm not crazy. Not yet. Desperation gnawed at him. His vision was splintering, his mind teetering on the edge. But one thing was clear. He wasn't going to give up. He couldn't. Survival was the only thing that mattered now. With a desperate grin, he pushed forward, ignoring the hallucinations, the pain, and the fear. Survival. That's all that mattered. At all costs. Bjorn's mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts as he crawled forward, each breath growing more ragged than the last. A part of him questioned how he was going to survive. It mocked him, asking if he even knew what was coming. The same voice urged him to give up, to stop fighting, to accept the inevitable death that was closing in. It was easier that way, it said. The weight of despair threatened to crush him, but Bjorn refused to give in. He clenched his teeth and ordered the voice to shut up. I will not give up. Not now. Not ever. He had to survive. He wanted to survive. He would do whatever it took. His eyes, half-lidded with exhaustion, finally caught sight of the light ahead. He felt a small spark of hope ignite within him, but it was quickly doused by the system's warning. Health points below 4%. The cold reality hit him again. His body was dying, but he couldn't stop. He had to keep moving. With every ounce of strength he had left, Bjorn crawled forward, desperate to reach the light. His breathing was shallow, his body screaming for relief, but his mind refused to relent. He silently begged for someone, anyone, to show up. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw them, a group of adventurers. He blinked, his vision blurred from blood loss, but there was no mistaking them. One of them turned, noticing him. Bjorn's heart skipped a beat. He recognized them. Patron, the adventurers. They were real. As Patron pointed him out to the others, Bjorn's heart raced. He couldn't believe it. He was going to make it. But the system's notifications came in again, each one worse than the last. Health points below 3%. Health points below 2%. His breathing was labored, his vision darkening, and yet he could still hear them talking. Patron had drawn DR's attention, explaining that there was a barbarian bleeding out, but they weren't moving fast enough. Bjorn couldn't even speak. His throat was dry, and his body was too weak to make a sound. He mentally cursed, frustration bubbling up inside him. Just help me. He tried again, but his words came out as a barely audible whisper. Doctor turned to him with a raised eyebrow, looking suspicious. How did you get here before us? He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. The rest of the adventurers stood back, watching him seriously. Bjorn gathered what little strength he had left and mentally shouted, "Just help me. Stop staring and help me." For a moment, DR just stared at him, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the situation. Then, unexpectedly, he grinned. "You're a newbie, huh?" He turned toward one of his companions, a priestess, and asked, "Can you help him?" Bjorn's heart skipped. A priestess? That meant she must be high level. She was the one who could save him. But when the priestess, Erzina, spoke, Bjorn's hope crumbled. "I refuse," she said simply, and the words hit Bjorn like a punch to the gut. "Is that really true?" Doctor asked, his grin faltering. Bjorn was stunned. "She won't help me? Why?" Doctor seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and turned to another member of the group. "Patron," he called. "Give him a potion." Bjorn's vision was fading, his body weaker than ever, but his hope flickered one last time. He had to survive. He would survive, even if it meant relying on the kindness of strangers. Patron frowned, clearly reluctant. "It's only for emergencies," he warned, glancing at Doctor. "What happens if we run out of holy power?" He was clearly concerned, knowing how valuable their resources were. But Doctor didn't back down. "Patron, you have plenty of potions. I'll pay you back when we get back. Trust me." Patron hesitated, making a dissatisfied sound. The tension lingered in the air for a moment before he finally relented, handing the potion to DR. Doctor smiled and took the potion, then turned to Bjorn with a warning. "It'll hurt a little." His grin was almost too wide, as if he found the situation amusing. Bjorn didn't care. His body was barely hanging on, and he mentally urged DR to hurry up. Finally, Doctor popped the lid off the potion and poured it over Bjorn's leg. As the liquid hit the wound, steam rose into the air. Bjorn flinched, a sharp cry escaping his lips as pain shot through his body. The system chimed in, confirming that his health points were rapidly being restored by the medium potion. But the pain was unbearable. His bones felt like they were melting, the agony so intense he couldn't even focus on anything else. He screamed, his mind screaming with him, his body racked with convulsions from the excruciating sensation. DR simply stood there, watching, a small smile on his face, his hands emptying the flask once the potion had done its job. For a while, all Bjorn could do was breathe, struggling to catch his breath after the screams subsided. When the pain finally eased, he felt his leg heal, the wounds closing and the flesh knitting back together. Bjorn slowly rose, shaking, still feeling the lingering effects of the potion and the trauma. His body was sore, but at least he was alive. He had almost given up on survival, but now he stood again. He stretched out his hand, and Doctor glanced at him, his expression shifting from a grin to something more serious. "So, tell me," Doctor asked, his voice laced with curiosity. "How did you end up here before us?" His eyes flicked over to Bjorn, wanting answers. "Do you know of any secret passages?" Bjorn clenched his jaw in frustration. He realized why Doctor had helped him now. There was no such thing as a free lunch. But he didn't have the energy to be upset. His mind was foggy, and his thoughts still swam in confusion. "I don't know any passages," he muttered. "I just ended up here, right after entering the labyrinth." DR's brow furrowed, and he placed his hand thoughtfully on his chin. "Is that so?" He seemed to consider the possibility, then nodded slowly. "I've heard of this happening. The dimensional portals are unstable. It's rare, but sometimes people fall into the dark zone. It only happens once every 100 years or so." Bjorn's anger flared, his teeth grinding as he processed the information. "So, I experienced something that hasn't been seen in a century." He felt both frustrated and bitter. He had been through something unimaginable on his first attempt, and it felt as if these seasoned adventurers had never even considered such an occurrence. DR finally stepped away, signaling to his team to move forward. "Interesting story," he said, glancing back at Bjorn. "Thanks for the help." Bjorn stood there for a moment, frozen. His mind raced, but he couldn't bring himself to look at the adventurers. He felt like an outsider, just some helpless, bleeding barbarian. But then Doctor spoke again, his voice calm. "Don't worry about the potion's cost," he said, almost like an afterthought. Bjorn's head snapped up in surprise. What? He didn't know what to say. Time was money in the labyrinth, and for DR to spend it on him, it didn't make sense. But it had been a miracle, hadn't it? They had stopped everything just to help him. The realization hit him, and he blinked in disbelief. DR's voice cut through his thoughts. "We'll be on our way now," he said, turning back toward his team. Bjorn watched them go, feeling a strange mix of gratitude and confusion. How could they have helped me so easily? He shook his head, the weight of the experience settling in. He had survived, but there was no telling what lay ahead. The labyrinth was still a mystery to him, and he knew this wasn't the end. Bjorn watched the retreating adventurers, his gaze lingering as they moved further into the labyrinth. He felt a sense of relief that he had survived, but that relief quickly turned to discomfort. He picked up his sword from the ground, its weight a familiar, comforting presence. Still, as he hung his head, he couldn't shake the feeling of humiliation. He had been so close to death, and yet he had been saved by strangers, by them. He was supposed to be stronger than this, but the reality of his weakness stung. The adventurers, lighting their way with magic, followed the blood trail that Bjorn had left behind earlier. He heard Patron's voice, the grin obvious in his tone. "The main character's pretty lucky, huh?" he remarked, amused by the situation. DR's voice was more serious. "He almost died right at the start," he pointed out, the concern still lingering in his voice despite the teasing. Patron chuckled, brushing it off. "He fell into a goblin's trap. People like that don't last long. He's just lucky to have met us." His tone was dismissive, but there was a touch of pride as if he thought Bjorn had merely gotten lucky. The girl from the group, smiling, added, "He was lucky Doctor helped him. If it had been Patron, he would have never shared the potion." Patron scoffed at the remark. "There are plenty of idiots around," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "Do I really need to waste a potion on every single one of them?" He turned to Erzina, clearly looking for agreement. "Don't you think so?" he asked, his expression challenging. Erzina, however, just looked away, not responding. The girl who had spoken up earlier, her expression now indignant, stepped in. "Patron, do you really think everyone feels the same way you do?" she snapped, frowning deeply. "If it weren't for the temple rule, Urin would have helped him." Patron raised an eyebrow, a sarcastic smile creeping onto his face. "Is that so?" he asked, clearly skeptical. "Not sure I believe you, though. There are plenty of cold-hearted people out there." But the girl wasn't about to back down. She leaned in closer to Patron, her voice sharp. "Maybe you should learn something from DR, she muttered, her eyes locked on his. Patron bristled, his tone suddenly defensive. "Are you talking about how he tried to get a secret route from a dying man?" he asked, his voice dripping with disdain. The girl shot back, her words fierce. "Doctor did the right thing. Barbarians don't accept free help. You should learn that too." DR, who had been silent for a moment, scratched his cheek sheepishly. "Ah, you're flattering me," he said, his voice light as he laughed at the exchange. The tension seemed to fade slightly, though Patron looked less than pleased. After a few moments of walking, Doctor sighed and turned to the others. "How much longer is this bloody trail going to go on?" he asked, his tone a mixture of impatience and concern. "Seems like it's never ending." The girl walking next to him looked over at Bjorn's trail, her gaze thoughtful. Judging by how long Bjorn had to crawl, she mused, he wasn't exactly lucky. Patron frowned, clearly irritated. "Shouldn't be much longer," he muttered, though it was clear he didn't want to waste any more time on the trail. Suddenly, Doctor raised his hand, pointing slightly to the side. "It'd be better if we don't follow this blood trail," he said, his voice firm. "We should turn here. It's a shortcut, and we'll get there faster." AR, walking beside him, smiled at the suggestion. "It's convenient having a guide with us." Another girl in the group, walking near AR, nodded. "Doctor has the first level's map memorized perfectly. Most guides can only show the general direction." Aina, who had been quiet, asked curiously, "Is that really true?" DR's lips curled into a small smile, pleased with the compliment. "Yes," he said simply. "I've spent a lot of time here." With that, the group adjusted their course, and the journey continued, the trail of blood leading them deeper into the labyrinth, while Bjorn's figure grew smaller and smaller behind them. Doctor paused, glancing around thoughtfully as he took in the surroundings. He noted that they had arrived first, realizing that all their haste hadn't been for nothing. The team stopped in front of a large stone slab. Doctor stepped forward and placed his palm on the cold surface. In response, a portal shimmered into existence behind the slab. With a smile, Doctor turned to his team and announced, "The portal to the second level is open. Let's move forward." But just as they were about to enter, the girl in the group paused, turning her gaze toward the side. The light from the portal illuminated something that caught her attention. She motioned for the rest of the team to wait, and they froze, turning toward her in anticipation. She pointed to a pool of blood on the ground, a single sandal lying next to a trap. "Are those Bjorn's shoes?" she asked, her voice laced with confusion. The mage, raising a hand, squinted in the direction she pointed. "It looks like it," he said, his voice distant as he gathered a cloud of magical energy. With a flick of his wrist, the cloud shot forward, following the bloody trail. The entire team stood in stunned silence, their mouths slightly open in shock. They turned to Dr., the mage's actions drawing his attention. The mage spoke again, his voice low with disbelief. "How long until we reach the spot where we found the main character?" Doctor frowned, considering the question. "If you don't count the shortcut we took, it's about 15 kilometers, he answered. The mage laughed softly, shaking his head in amazement. "Bjorn crawled that entire distance in total darkness," he said with a hint of admiration. "He's a monster." Patsarin, after a brief pause, finally spoke up. "The main character is crazy," he said, a tone of disbelief in his voice. The girl turned to him, her brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Patsarin froze, his face clouded with thought. He hadn't fully processed it first, but now, as the memory came back to him, he couldn't help but marvel at what Bjorn had done. He remembered how Bjorn had raised his trembling hand to them, holding something in his palm, a magic crystal. Despite everything, despite the pain and blood loss, Bjorn had clung to it, not throwing it away. It was for trade, for something he could use. Realization hit Patsarin like a wave, and he understood now. Bjorn had nothing else to fall back on, he thought. That's why he kept the crystal. "All right, I take my words back," Patsarin admitted aloud, a shift in his tone. He looked over at Doctor. "What's the name of that barbarian?" Doctor glanced at him curiously. "Bjorn," he replied simply, his voice steady. Patsarin's mind raced as he mentally repeated his earlier thoughts. That Bjorn was just a lucky rookie, nothing more. But now he saw the truth. It wasn't just luck. People like Bjorn didn't just die. His desperate fight for survival, his unwillingness to give in to death, it made Patsarin reconsider everything. Later, the system's notification broke through Bjorn's reverie. "Goblin defeated." The words echoed in his mind. Things had changed after that game with death. He had survived the goblin and learned from it. When he encountered another one, he faced it with renewed resolve. He called on his strength, using a crushing blow and hitting the goblin squarely in the jaw with all the power he could muster. The monster staggered back, and Bjorn's grip tightened on his weapon. This was just the beginning. Bjorn screamed in pain as he continued to push forward, encountering goblins at every turn. His heart pounded in his chest. But as he destroyed one after another, he realized something. These goblins were no longer a serious threat. At first, he had been nervous, unsure of how to handle their relentless attacks. But now, with clearer vision and experience, he could see their movements with ease. The goblins kept coming, but their tactics were predictable. They were like cockroaches, scurrying out of the darkness to attack. The traps, scattered carelessly across the floor, were an even less formidable obstacle. As Bjorn carefully navigated around them, he couldn't help but curse the goblins for their poor planning. They didn't even cover their traps with earth, leaving them exposed and easy to avoid. One of the goblins, attempting to ambush him from behind, leaped out from behind cover, but Bjorn was already prepared. His shield swung out with precise force, knocking the goblin away as blood sprayed from its body. The creature flew back, and Bjorn shouted, calling it names in frustration. "You missed," he grunted, watching it crash into the ground. However, there was a problem that gnawed at him, and he clenched his jaw in irritation. He was starving. The tribal chieftain had given them some provisions, but as Bjorn reached for the small bag tied to his belt, he was dismayed to find the bottom of the bag had been cut open. His rations, intended to last for 7 days, were now reduced by half. Cursing under his breath, he realized that crawling around on the ground had cost him precious supplies. Crawling wasn't a good idea after all. Frustrated, he pulled out a piece of bread and bit into it. It tasted dry and unsatisfying, but it was food. With a grimace, he noted that he'd have to make it last. As he sank to the ground and set his shield aside, he threw the last crumb into his mouth. Why does this dry bread taste so good? He wondered. There was an unexpected sweetness to it, as it dissolved in his mouth. After chewing the rest, his throat went dry, and the reality of his situation hit him. "I need water." Looking around, he realized he was in even more trouble than he thought. He had never carried water with him, only food. In the game dungeon in stone, hunger was something that could be managed, but here, in the real world, it was a disaster. He sighed, acknowledging that this world wasn't a game. It was unforgiving. No one here carries water, he thought. There must be a source somewhere. Determined, he stood up and began to walk, trying to ignore the gnawing hunger and thirst that pulled at him. After a short while, his ears caught a sound he had been hoping for, the unmistakable sound of water. A smile tugged at his lips, and he mentally shouted, "I knew it." Following the sound, Bjorn soon came upon a knight squatting beside a water source. The knight was calmly screwing the cap back onto a bottle he had filled. Bjorn's eyes widened in surprise. A person. Finally, someone else. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure of what to do. He had been so alone for so long, lost in a labyrinth and consumed by his struggle for survival. But now, he had found another human being. This could be his chance for help. Perhaps even a chance to find out more about this strange, game-like world he had ended up in. The knight frowned at Bjorn, but said nothing. Bjorn stood there, feeling the weight of the silence. It wasn't the first time he'd met someone. He'd encountered DR's group, of course, but this felt different. This man wasn't interested in talking, and neither was Bjorn. After the knight finished collecting his water, he stood up and began walking away. Bjorn understood. There was an unspoken rule in the labyrinth. Only interact with others when absolutely necessary. Bjorn took a deep breath and, before continuing on his way, laid out all the stones he had collected in front of him. He counted them, 44 in total. It wasn't a bad haul. He'd gathered quite a lot, and now he realized that surviving his earlier ordeal with the goblins had been nothing short of a miracle. But now, another problem loomed. He was exhausted. He had fought hard and long, and now sleep was a temptation too strong to resist. He yawned so widely that tears welled up in his eyes. In a labyrinth, there were two ways to rest. One could simply sleep, hoping that luck would be on their side. The other was to find a group of people willing to stand guard while you slept. Bjorn decided to try the second option. When he encountered two adventurers, he offered to join them, hoping they would allow him to stay the night. However, his intimidating presence only seemed to frighten them. After a moment of hesitation, they apologized and quickly explained that their group was full before bolting away. Bjorn stood frozen, watching them go, his frustration building. He tried again with other groups, but each one rejected him. One team even mentioned how strongly he smelled of blood. With each refusal, Bjorn's patience wore thin. Who would have thought everyone would refuse me? He thought bitterly. I don't want to join them permanently. I just want a safe place to rest. He clenched his jaw and muttered curses under his breath, angry at the situation. Just as he was about to give up, he heard someone call his name. He flinched slightly in surprise and turned around, only to see a man smiling at him. Hans, someone he hadn't recognized before. Hans grinned affably, extending his palm. "I'm looking for a knight companion," he said, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Bjorn frowned, confused. "Repeat that," he asked, trying to process the unexpected offer. Hans, noticing the confusion, explained, "You look like a reliable barbarian, and I thought we could both get some sleep." Bjorn blinked, realization hitting him. Knight companion. That was a term from the game. He mentally cursed himself for not catching on sooner. "You could have just said that," he muttered, now understanding what Hans meant. It was a relief. He wasn't being invited to join a perma-Ursinat group, just to share a safe place to sleep for the night. "All right," Bjorn said, finally agreeing. "I'm looking for a knight companion, too." Hans smiled warmly. "Great. It's a relief to find someone willing to help. I'm Hans, by the way." Bjorn nodded, a small sense of relief washing over him. He wasn't alone for the night, and he didn't have to keep pushing forward while sleep-deprived and exhausted. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to relax, even just a little. Hans extended his hand, a simple gesture, but Bjorn couldn't help but compare it to the game. In the virtual world, handshakes were just part of the routine, nothing more than a formality. But here in real life, it felt off, somehow, almost perverse. He quickly pushed those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the task at hand. With a slight shrug, he introduced himself and took Hans's hand. The handshake fell firm, and Hans gave him a nod, deciding right there that he'd call him simply Bjorn. Although it was usually better to travel in groups of 3, Hans suggested that they rest for the night, just the two of them. There was no need to waste energy looking for others. Bjorn hesitated, the suggestion feeling strange, but after a moment, he agreed. He couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off. Hans's way of speaking, the subtle pressure in his words, it all felt like something was being unsaid. Breaking the handshake, Hans suggested they settle the matter of watch duty with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Bjorn reluctantly accepted. As the game unfolded, he knew deep down that luck wasn't on his side, and sure enough, Hans won. So, Bjorn would take first watch. As Hans handed over the watch, he explained its function, pointing to the dial with a raised finger. Bjorn, though, didn't really care for the details. He understood the basics well enough. But he couldn't help but feel irritated, especially since Hans seemed to think that barbarians were too dense to grasp such things. He hid his annoyance and nodded. The watch itself was surprisingly expensive. That caught Bjorn's eye. This wasn't just a tool. It was a symbol, something Hans thought would impress him. He silently vowed to turn that prejudice about barbarians to his advantage. As Hans settled onto the ground to sleep, Bjorn couldn't help but study him. He looked so relaxed, so comfortable. Was this how all seasoned adventurers acted? It made Bjorn wonder if, by the end of their journey, he'd be able to lie down just as casually, as if the world was nothing more than a playground. The night dragged on. There were no goblins, no adventurers, just silence. Despite that, Bjorn felt a strange sense of peace, the stillness almost a welcome change from the usual chaos. He glanced at the watch, wishing for time to hurry up. It felt like forever, but eventually, the short hand moved to the mark. Bjorn called out to Hans, waking him with a quiet, "It's your turn." Hans stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He stretched and scratched the back of his head. "Anything strange?" he asked, though Bjorn could tell he wasn't really expecting an answer. "No," Bjorn replied, the boredom in his voice undeniable. Hans smiled. "Thanks," he muttered, settling back down. And just like that, the night passed. Bjorn realized it was finally his turn to sleep, and, with a resigned sigh, he agreed to let Hans wake him in 2 hours. He handed over the watch, feeling a small relief that it hadn't been broken in his hands. Hans smiled, and Bjorn couldn't help but wonder how he could trust someone he had just met. He lay down on the cold ground, deciding that he'd fake sleep, snoring like a barbarian who had lived a hard life, hoping Hans wouldn't catch on. As he closed his eyes, he let out a loud, exaggerated snore. After a moment, he cracked his eyes open just enough to check Hans, then shut them again, continuing the ruse. Hans's voice broke the silence. "Barbarians are a very strange race." Bjorn heard his words and smiled inwardly. So it was working. Hans clearly thought he was just another simpleton, a typical barbarian. Bjorn turned over on his side, mentally muttering to himself, "I'm a stupid barbarian, and I'm sleeping like a log." He opened his eyes just enough to keep up the act, hoping Hans would reveal his true motive soon. But hours dragged on. After what felt like an eternity, Bjorn found himself sitting on a stone, staring at Hans, who was still sound asleep. He fumed, angry that Hans hadn't moved at all in 2 whole hours. Maybe he should have slept too. But no, he couldn't trust Hans just yet. He decided to stay alert, not allowing himself to fall asleep. Fatigue tugged at him, but he pushed it down, keeping his senses sharp. Then, suddenly, someone called his name. His eyes snapped open. He looked ahead to find Hans standing in front of him, smiling. Bjorn blinked and muttered, "I wasn't asleep." Hans, with a chuckle, pointed out, "You might want to wipe your jewel," referring to the sleepiness in Bjorn's eyes. Awkwardly, Bjorn apologized, his face flushing slightly. Hans just smiled and shrugged it off, saying everything was fine. "We were lucky nothing happened." Bjorn frowned wearily, but then nodded his thanks. "You can keep watch a little longer if you want." Hans shook his head and smiled. "It's your turn now. You look exhausted." He gestured toward the ground. "Lie down. I'll keep watch if you need me to." Bjorn, thankful for the gesture, settled back down, his thoughts wandering back to when he first met Hans. Back then, Hans had been kind, offering help when Bjorn was in trouble. He hadn't scolded him for nearly falling asleep on duty. Hans's words echoed in his mind. "We were lucky nothing happened." Bjorn's mind drifted, the warmth of the fire and the quiet night around him giving him a sense of peace, even if trust was still something that would take time to build. The night had been uneventful, and Bjorn had reluctantly accepted that Hans was not going to punish him for his earlier mistake. In the game, things would have been much different. No one was ever that kind. But here, in the real world, it felt strange to him. Kindness like that didn't exist. He lay back down, trying to ignore the unease creeping into his thoughts. Suddenly, the calm was shattered by a loud noise. His eyes snapped open, and he saw Hans standing above him, smiling. "Are you awake?" Hans asked, his voice casual as he raised a bloody hammer high above his head. Bjorn's mind raced, his body tensing in confusion. Before he could react, Hans swung the weapon down with terrifying force. Bjorn's instincts kicked in, and he rolled quickly to the side, narrowly avoiding the brutal strike. Dust and rock fragments flew into the air as the hammer crashed into the ground with a deafening thud. Bjorn sprang to his feet, shield raised, and quickly repositioned himself. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, glaring at Hans. The surprise in Hans's eyes was clear. He hadn't expected Bjorn to dodge. Bjorn, now fully alert and furious, locked eyes with him. "What the hell are you doing?" he growled. Hans, looking more shocked than ever, raised his hands in a defensive gesture. "Wait, listen to me," he pleaded, his voice unsteady. But Bjorn was beyond reasoning. He couldn't understand why Hans had done this, and his frustration boiled over. Mentally cursing, he charged forward, ignoring Hans's attempts to stop him. "How stupid do you think barbarians are?" He spat, his teeth gritted in anger. With a powerful swing, Bjorn used his shield to strike Hans from below, sending him flying slightly into the air. Hans coughed, blood spraying from his mouth as he staggered. Bjorn's eyes narrowed with disgust, and he dug his feet harder into the ground to maintain his balance. Hans hit the ground with a thud, trembling, trying to steady himself by pressing his palm against Bjorn's shield. "Please stop," Hans gasped, his voice weak. "I'll explain everything, I promise." But Bjorn wasn't in the mood for explanations. He had seen enough. He had already shown mercy once, and now, anger clouded his judgment. With a grimace, he tightened his grip on his shield and struck again, this time with all the force he could muster. The blow landed with a sickening crunch, sending Hans flying to the side, his body crashing into the ground. A scream of pain echoed through the air, but still, Hans tried to rise, his body shaking violently, gasping for breath. Bjorn approached him, fury still burning in his chest. Hans's voice came out in a stutter. "I'm sorry. Please, spare me." His face was badly bruised and bleeding, and he reached out a trembling hand, begging for mercy. Bjorn frowned, his gaze hard. "Why did you do it?" he demanded. Hans, tears streaming down his face, explained through ragged breaths. I wanted to knock you out. Take the magic crystals." Bjorn's expression darkened as he processed Hans's words. Was this really about a few crystals? The thought twisted his insides with disgust. Hans wasn't finished. He continued, his words spilling out in a rush. "I also want to take your shield. The equipment of newbie barbarian sells for a lot. It's good quality." Bjorn felt his stomach churn. For a few worthless crystals and a shield, Hans had been willing to kill him. It was too much to process. He looked down at Hans, who lay in the dirt, trembling and broken, and his rage gave way to a cold, calculating silence. The truth was clear now, and it sickened him to the core. Bjorn looked down at Hans, his gaze cold and unyielding. Hans's desperate eyes met his, and with a weak, trembling smile, he shouted, "Yes, it's really true. Please let me go." But Bjorn didn't respond with mercy. He swung his leg, delivering a brutal kick to Hans's side. Watching as blood sprayed into the air, Hans cried out in agony, collapsing further under Bjorn's weight as the protagonist pinned him to the ground with his foot. He wasn't ready to let this go. "Not yet. Tell me the truth," Bjorn ordered, his voice sharp and commanding. Hans gasped for air, his face contorted in pain. He was trying to relieve the pressure on his chest by grabbing at Bjorn's foot, his hands trembling as he struggled to breathe. "It's all because of your heart," Hans shouted in desperation. Bjorn's brow furrowed in confusion. "My heart?" Hans, barely able to keep his composure, explained, "The barbarian's heart. It sells for a lot of money. I heard some people use it as an ingredient in new magic. They say it's worth a fortune." The revelation struck Bjorn hard. He pictured the heart, hovering in the center of magical circles, surrounded by swirling energy. That's when it clicked. Hans didn't see him as a person. He saw him as a prize, just like a goblin. Difficult to catch, yes, but ultimately profitable enough to make the risk worthwhile. Bjorn felt a deep disgust settle in his stomach. He wasn't just a target. He was a commodity. Still keeping his foot pressed firmly on Hans's chest, Bjorn asked, his tone biting, "Why didn't you attack me when I went to bed the first time?" Hans, trembling with fear and exhaustion, responded through ragged breaths. I wanted to sleep. I thought I'd wait." "You were too much to handle." Bjorn sneered. "You're not cautious. You're just practical. You planned to use me, didn't you?" Hans's desperation grew. Blood and sweat ran down his face, but his eyes still held the hope of survival. He looked up at Bjorn and asked, almost pleading, "If I tell you everything, will you forgive me?" Bjorn paused, staring at him silently for a long moment. The silence stretched thin between them, tension mounting. Then, a smirk tugged at Bjorn's lips. "Are you asking me to forgive you? Is that what you think? You really believe I'll forgive you just like that?" Hans's eyes widened with fear as he saw the look on Bjorn's face. The reality of his situation was starting to sink in, but Bjorn wasn't done. He looked down at Hans, his voice dark and menacing. "You think I'll forgive you every time someone begs like this?" Hans trembled under his gaze, terrified of what was to come. Bjorn's words cut through the air like a knife. Of course, I won't forgive people like you. Not every time. And I'm not like the others. Without another word, Bjorn raised his hand, gripping his shield tightly. Hans screamed, his voice full of desperation. I'll give you everything I have. Please. I don't have much on me now, but when we get back to the city, I'll give you more. I promise. Just give me a chance. Bjorn's grip tightened on the handle of his shield as Hans continued to beg. His words were weak, full of fear, but Bjorn had already made up his mind. Hans's pleas fell on deaf ears as Bjorn stared at him, unwavering, ready to bring down the punishment he deserved. Bjorn stood still for a moment, his hand lowered as blood sprayed into the air, a crimson mist that lingered in the air. He stared down at Hans' lifeless body, his hand now fallen to the ground, cold and motionless. The weight of what he had just done hit him. Had he truly killed someone? The seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity, but finally, a sound broke his thoughts. The system's voice echoed in his mind, declaring that the first kill condition had been met. A cold, detached voice, but it was real. Bjorn felt a strange sensation, a shift in his being, as his spirit increased by 1 point, a reward for the death. 2 days had passed since he'd arrived in this world, and already, everything was changing. The system updated his status, informing him of the changes in his equipment. His shoulder pads had been equipped, boosting his item level by 13 points. His backpack was now packed, expanding his inventory, and with the hammer now in his hands, his item level had soared by another 30 points. Bjorn moved through the labyrinth with newfound purpose. No longer the wild barbarian. He was becoming something else. A man who drank from a flask when thirsty, consulted a compass for direction, and checked the time with a simple glance at a clock. He could even tend to wounds with potions and bandages. It was almost ironic. He had become more human only after taking a life. As he trekked deeper into the dungeon, the system continued its updates, adjusting his character's data. A goblin appeared before him, and with a swing of his hammer, it fell instantly. The beast crumbled away, and Bjorn frowned. Should he have chosen a weapon instead of the shield? Was the hammer truly his preferred choice? He didn't know, but the act felt right. His mind wandered as he studied the bloody weapon in his hands. It felt as if his body had acted on its own, moving instinctively, almost as if the barbarian blood in his veins was guiding him. Before he could think any more on it, a pair of goblins appeared, weapons drawn, eager to strike. Bjorn's grip tightened around his axe. He noticed by now that goblins rarely attacked alone, and with his combat level growing, he felt ready. The goblins, too eager in their approach, charged with wicked smiles, but Bjorn was faster. A single, effortless swing sent them tumbling back. With a steady calm, he took advantage of their disorientation, finishing them off with several more strikes. Bjorn dropped to one knee, the blood of his enemies pooling around him. He stayed there for a moment, listening as the bodies of the goblins slowly disintegrated, their forms evaporating into nothingness. He couldn't help but wonder what this world had in store for him next. Sweat streamed down Bjorn's face, his body heavy with exhaustion. His battles had not ceased since the incident with Hans, and he could feel his strength rapidly draining. He knew he couldn't go on much longer. His mind screamed for rest, so he decided to sleep, even if it meant risking the dangers of solitude. Leaning his back against the cold stone wall, he closed his eyes and sighed, hoping for just a few minutes of peace. But the goblin's wounds still throbbed painfully, a constant reminder that he wasn't safe. Sleep didn't come easily. As soon as he closed his eyes, the inevitable happened. Goblins appeared again. He cursed under his breath, anger flaring as he looked at his new foes. It hadn't even been 10 minutes. His frustration boiled over, and with a furious shout, he swung his hammer, watching the goblins cower in fear as dust and debris erupted around him. The battle was quick, and once again, he thought he had finally dealt with the monsters. He leaned back against the wall, eyes closing, silently pleading with the creatures to give him a moment's rest. His mind swirled with exhaustion, but he willed himself to relax. Yet just as sleep threatened to claim him, a sharp system notification pierced the silence. You have been attacked by a goblin while sleeping. Bjorn's eyes snapped open, his body jerking upright. A goblin, grinning in satisfaction, had driven its weapon into his chest. He hadn't even heard it approach. His fury erupted, and with a snarl, he shoved the goblin away, landing a powerful blow to its face. The creature was sent flying, its body slamming into the wall before it crumpled to the ground. The remaining goblin, eyes wide in horror, watched its companion's flight with terror. Bjorn's gaze locked onto the monster, his expression dark and unwavering. He stepped forward, commanding the goblin to face him. Terrified, the goblin turned and fled, its primal instincts telling it to run from the dangerous barbarian. Bjorn let it go. He wasn't in the mood to chase down another enemy, especially one so cowardly. Bjorn's attention shifted to the wound in his chest, and he let out a frustrated growl as the blood continued to flow. If the goblin had been just a little quicker, the blade would have found its mark in his throat. He hadn't even noticed it coming. He cursed under his breath, and then turned his focus to tending to the injury. Taking out a healing potion, he unscrewed the cap and poured the liquid onto his wound. A sharp, burning pain shot through him, and he clenched his jaw in discomfort. Why did healing potions hurt more than a knife wound? The question lingered in his mind as he forced himself to breathe through the pain. It had been 14 hours since the incident with Hans, and now others were starting to search for knight companions. But Bjorn couldn't trust anyone. If his heart was as valuable as the rumors suggested, he knew better than to rely on others. His mind flickered with a thought. Perhaps there was another barbarian brother out there, someone who shared his burden. He narrowed his eyes in displeasure, contemplating his next move as he waited for the pain to subside. Bjorn decided to give the search a try. After a while, he came across a group of adventurers who greeted him with smiles, asking if he was looking for knight companions. His irritation flared up again. They were just people, and he didn't want to deal with them. He frowned, noticing another team nearby, also made up of humans. One of them, a man, noticed how exhausted Bjorn looked and asked if he wanted to join their group. Another adventurer chimed in, suggesting that it would be safer to sleep with a barbarian. Bjorn felt the anger rise in him again. It seemed like everyone he met was offering to join him now. He shook his head, a deep frown settling on his face, and sighed in frustration. "I'll look for other barbarians," he muttered, his voice cold. He was covered in blood, with only one sandal on, and he realized how terrifying he must look. One of the adventurers, who had just offered help, stared at him in surprise. "You're really looking for other barbarians?" he asked. "You might run into trouble doing that." Bjorn raised an eyebrow, confused. "Why?" he asked. The boy explained, "Even the barbarians who just went through the ceremony are quickly rising in level. There are probably less than 100 of them left on the first floor." Bjorn sighed again, pressing his lips tight. With his strong body, it did seem odd that he'd remained on the first floor for so long. The boy, sensing Bjorn's displeasure, smiled and began to walk away, telling him, "Favor Rapia," before leaving him to think. Bjorn watched him go, wondering if he really needed to find other barbarians. Realistically, he only needed a knight companion, not necessarily a barbarian, but it had to be someone who wasn't human. He needed someone less predictable. He thought about elves, who were known to keep their promises, or perhaps dwarves, races closer to barbarians in spirit, but different enough not to be mistaken for humans. His mind made up, Bjorn walked on. But just as he wandered through the cave, his thoughts distracted, he suddenly caught sight of a figure ahead. It was Erwin, a woman with her head down, knees drawn up to her chest, staring off into space with a sadness that struck him. He stopped, focusing on her. She eventually noticed him, raising her head in surprise, her face tightening with a frown. Bjorn felt a surge of hope. Finally, someone. Erwin looked at him with a flicker of fear, but the system notified him that he had encountered a wounded elf. He approached her cautiously, his voice gentle as he asked, "Are you alone?" Erwin's eyes widened in horror, and she pressed her lips tightly together. Without a word, she reached down and grabbed her bow from the ground, a clear sign that she was preparing for something. Bjorn noticed Erwin's wariness, her posture ready to fight if necessary. He could understand the fear. Any wounded loner would be frightened when faced with a hulking barbarian like him. He frowned slightly, bowing his head in a small gesture of acknowledgement. His eyes fell to her wound. She had been struck in the stomach by an arrow, blood staining her clothes where the injury was. Bjorn's mind raced. This couldn't have been the work of goblins alone. With a serious expression, he asked, "Did people do this to you?" Erwin tried to rise but faltered, collapsing to her knees. Her hands folded in a pleading gesture as tears welled up in her eyes. "Please forgive me," she whispered, her voice strained with despair. "I have a little brother at home. He has no one else to care for him." Bjorn watched in confusion, unsure of what to make of her words. She seemed so fragile, and her desperate plea caught him off guard. Most elves in the game were cold and distant, but Erwin seemed different. He frowned at the thought of such a spineless elf. If he had known she had such a soft character, he might have acted differently. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little irritated by her reaction. He lowered himself to her level, hoping to dispel the misunderstanding. When he smiled, Erwin flinched in fear, her eyes wide with horror as she looked at him. "I'm not going to kill you," Bjorn said, his voice steady despite the tension. Erwin recoiled further, her expression turning more terrified. She mentally cursed him as a deceiver, trembling as she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. I understand you're a barbarian, she stammered. But, is it really necessary? Please, just let me go this once. Beads of sweat ran down Bjorn's face from the strain of the moment. His lips pressed together tightly as he fought to understand why she was so frightened of him. What had the barbarians done to others to make them fear him so? He took off his backpack, rummaging through it, and tossed several items onto the ground in front of her. Take care of your wound, he said simply, his tone less threatening. We can talk afterward. Erwin looked at him in surprise, and then her eyes landed on the items he'd given her. Are these rich leaves? She asked, her voice full of astonishment. She looked up at him again, confused. And a bandage? You have this. Bjorn's mind clicked. He hadn't realized he was holding such valuable leaves. He had been hesitant to use them before, afraid they might be poisoned. Looking back at her with a furrowed brow, he simply nodded, saying nothing as she hesitated, still uncertain of his true intentions. Erwin stared at him confused and asked, Why are you giving this to me? Bjorn tilted his head slightly, then shrugged. Is a reason really needed to help someone in need? He replied, his tone casual. Inwardly, however, he admitted there was a reason. He promised aloud that he would keep an eye on her, advising her to take care of the wound. Erwin froze for a moment, silent, and Bjorn mentally noted that she might just be his night companion. He knew it sounded off, but for Erwin, it wasn't such a bad situation. Injured, tired, and yes, beautiful, she was in much worse shape than he was. After a while, she finished, carefully putting aside the remaining leaves and bandage, now stained with blood. Bjorn raised an eyebrow, surprised by how quickly she had finished. Her hands were nimble, and he could tell she'd done this before. Assessing her condition, he noticed she wasn't as careful now, so he decided it was time to break the ice. He introduced himself with a serious look, and Erwin, slightly embarrassed, lowered her head. She hesitated before finally answering, introducing herself as well. Bjorn sat down opposite her and asked, Why were you so afraid of me? Erwin, her voice soft, explained, It's because I'm an elf, and you're a barbarian. Bjorn chuckled to himself. How is that related? He asked, genuinely curious. She explained, her voice tinged with the weight of history. Elves and barbarians are usually hostile to each other. Bjorn nodded, agreeing out loud. That is indeed the case. But in his mind, he noted that this was interesting. This was the first time he'd heard about them being hostile. In the game, the relationship between the two races was neutral, not one of enmity. Erwin suddenly became tense, her eyes widening in realization. She frowned, trying to retract her words, and explained quickly, The war ended 10 years ago. I don't feel anything bad towards barbarians anymore. I don't want to fight you. Bjorn, still processing this, thought to himself, Has it really been 10 years? He didn't know how much time had passed since the game world merged with reality, but he decided not to dwell on it. For now, it was better to focus on something else. He gave her a reassuring smile. I don't feel anything bad toward you either. Erwin's eyes softened, and she smiled back, a bit hopeful. Is that true? She asked, searching his face for sincerity. Bjorn didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he asked, Would you like to become my night companion? Erwin looked at him, confusion crossing her features. What do you mean? He explained, I'm really tired at the moment, and I can see that you are too. How about we join forces for one night? Erwin frowned, her thoughts clearly at war. She had heard that barbarians valued their military honor above all else, and now she was trying to figure out if she could trust him. With her palms pressed together in front of her, she looked at him seriously and asked, Can you swear on your military honor that you won't harm me? Bjorn met her gaze, his expression solemn. He had no intention of hurting her, but this was an unexpected request. Still, he knew he needed to gain her trust if they were going to work together. He nodded slowly, promising, I swear on my honor. Bjorn asked himself if he really needed to swear on his honor, but before he could say anything, Erwin shuddered and waved her arms, promising that she would swear on the name of her tribe. Bjorn, still indifferent about military honor, realized that it could prove useful, so he eventually agreed. However, he suggested they clarify one point first. Erwin, eager and a little curious, asked what that point was. As she spoke, Bjorn noticed she was addressing him politely, calling him Mr., which made him raise an eyebrow. That's not necessary, he replied, telling her to call him by his first name. In his mind, he noted that he was only 20 years old, but that thought quickly faded as the conversation shifted back to the oath. Bjorn pressed his fist to his chest and closed his eyes, saying, "I swear on my military honor." Erwin, mirroring his action, folded her palms together, closed her eyes, and slightly bowed her head. "I swear on the name of my tribe that I will not attack my companion during the night," she declared. Both of them completed their oaths simultaneously, and once it was over, Bjorn couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Finally, he could sleep. He announced that he would sleep first, suggesting that Erwin would be more at ease that way. She hesitated, sheepishly saying it wasn't necessary, but added that if Bjorn preferred, she would take the watch. Bjorn handed her a watch, warning her to be careful with it, since it was expensive. Erwin looked at it in surprise and promised she'd handle it carefully. Bjorn settled on the ground with a deep sigh, his mind still preoccupied. Who would have thought it would be so difficult to get a normal night's sleep? He decided to endure for about 10 minutes, just to be sure. But before he could finish that thought, he fell asleep. A while later, he abruptly woke up at the sound of Erwin calling his name. He sat up quickly, asking what time it was. She replied that 2 hours had passed. Bjorn grumbled to himself, discontented. When had I managed to fall asleep? He realized he hadn't even needed to pretend to snore. Is this really some magical combination of blanket and backpack? He shook his head and thought about Hans. If Hans had lent him this, Bjorn would have probably slept through his own death. Deciding it was best to give the items to Erwin, he handed her the blanket and backpack, telling her to take them. "Cover yourself with the blanket and use the backpack for your head," he instructed. Erwin looked at him in surprise, and for a moment, she seemed ready to object. But she said nothing, instead hugging the blanket to herself, slightly embarrassed. She looked at Bjorn with gratitude before finally laying down, murmuring, "I won't refuse then. Thank you." Erwin quickly closed her eyes and fell asleep, her exhaustion catching up with her so swiftly that she didn't even have time to rest her head on the backpack. Bjorn sighed, noticing how truly drained she was. He figured her day had probably been just as tough as his. Leaning his back against the cold wall, he reflected that despite only having been in this world for 3 days, it felt like 5. His mind, however, was grateful for the distraction. Thoughts of nothingness filled his head for a short while. But then, curiosity crept in. What happened to me in the old world? He wondered. His mind wandered briefly to the idea that he could have been put on the wanted list, but he quickly dismissed it, uncertain of who could have even come after him. In the end, he decided it was better not to think about it. Even if there was a way to return, he couldn't do so now. Dwelling on such things would only weaken his resolve to keep fighting. A few hours passed, and it was time to move on. Bjorn glanced at his watch, noting that only 10 minutes remained before he would have to wake Erwin. He looked at her sleeping form, curiosity stirring. Should I ask her to come with me? He thought. Having an elf in his group wouldn't hurt, but then again, he would have to share the loot. Goblins had started appearing in packs by the 3rd day, and while Bjorn could handle 3 or 4 on his own, he wondered what would be the better choice: peaceful sleep or more magic crystals. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed 2 adventurers nearby. One of them suddenly stopped, leaning toward his companion, frowning. "Is it true that's Erwin?" the first one whispered. The second adventurer squinted, nodding slightly. "It seems so. The bow and arrows belong to her." The 2 adventurers approached Bjorn, greeting him loudly. "What's your relationship with Erwin?" they asked. Bjorn didn't answer right away. His expression hardened, and he reached for his shield, holding it up in front of him. After a short, tense pause, he finally spoke, his voice cold. "We're night companions." The adventurers exchanged uncertain glances. One of them frowned, clearly surprised. A barbarian and an elf cooperating? "That's unexpected," he muttered. He then asked, "How much longer will she sleep?" Bjorn shot him a furious look, his patience worn thin. "I'm not going to answer you," he replied firmly. The adventurers seemed to shrink back, looking at him with horror. But one of them suddenly grinned, understanding something that Bjorn wasn't saying. He turned to his companion and said, "All right, I think we should go." They both quickly backed away, leaving Bjorn to his thoughts, feeling a mixture of irritation and relief. Bjorn watched the adventurers leave, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He had a bad feeling about their intentions. They were clearly looking for trouble. Once they were out of sight, he walked over to Erwin, placing his palm gently on her shoulder to wake her up. She groggily pulled the blanket over herself, mumbling, 5 more minutes. Bjorn froze, his frustration building. Were they really here for her? He thought, his displeasure deepening. She was going to keep sleeping? He tried again, this time shaking her lightly and telling her to get up. But all he got in return was incoherent mumbling. It didn't take long for him to realize what was happening. Erwin wasn't actually asleep. She was pretending. Her face was hidden beneath the blanket, and her body was trembling with nervous sweat. Before she could react, Bjorn grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her up. Erwin gasped in surprise, and he leaned toward her, his voice firm. "Why are you pretending?" Erwin blushed, clearly embarrassed, but eventually, she admitted, "If I stood up, you'd leave me." Her voice cracked slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand in a futile attempt to hide her emotions. Bjorn's surprise deepened. Was she really worried about that? He hadn't thought about it that way. They hadn't formed a deep alliance. They were just cooperating for a single night, a temporary arrangement where they protected each other. When Erwin opened her eyes, the agreement would be over. Without answering her, he let her go and started packing up his things. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and grabbed his shield, still thinking about what had just happened. Sighing, he muttered to himself, "What did those two adventurers want from you?" Erwin slowly sat up, clearly embarrassed. She picked up her weapon from the ground and, with a hesitant tone, replied, "I have no idea what they wanted from me." Bjorn's suspicion didn't fade. "Do you know them?" Erwin hesitated before answering. "I think they might be from the same clan as the people who try to harm me," she said, her eyes narrowing slightly. "They had the same symbols on their clothes. They called themselves the Crystal Union." Bjorn cursed inwardly. So they're not just a couple of adventurers. He realized that the Crystal Union could be a large and dangerous group. Staying away from Erwin might be the safest option. But as he looked at the frightened expression on her face, he felt torn. She was only 20, and the vulnerability she showed made it hard to turn his back on her. With a sigh, he made a decision. "We'll talk more about this while we're walking. For now, we'll move together to avoid wasting any more time." Erwin looked at him in surprise, but quickly composed herself. "Will you really help me?" she asked, hope flickering in her eyes. Bjorn nodded, his voice firm, but not unkind. "I'll listen to your story first, then decide what to do. But for now, we move together." Erwin smiled happily at Bjorn, her expression softening with relief as she agreed to his conditions. She began explaining her situation, telling him that she had first encountered these people on her very first day in the labyrinth. They had initially become her nighttime companions. Recalling the events, she added, "I opened my eyes for just a second, and then I felt something strange. There was a man standing above me, smirking. He asked if I'd woken up, and then he stuck his tongue out, advising me to sleep a little longer." She paused, the memory clearly still vivid in her mind. "I only learned later that he was one of the leaders of the clan that ran the business on the first floor. I managed to escape, but the people from the Alliance kept attacking me after that. That's how I got injured." Bjorn frowned in confusion, struggling to understand. "How'd they find her?" he wondered. Erwin continued, "I think they're using communication stones to coordinate." Bjorn repeated the name of the item in his mind, surprised. Communication stones? He knew nothing about them from the game world. "What are communication stones?" he asked, wanting more details. "They're mystical devices that let people send messages to each other," Erwin explained. "They have a range of about 300 meters. Bjorn's mind clicked as he realized they were essentially a form of mystical radio. So, they're like handheld radios, but magical, he thought. Analyzing the situation further, he realized Erwin had nowhere to run. If her enemies were using these devices to coordinate, she'd have no chance of escaping if he abandoned her. Looking at her seriously, Bjorn asked, "Did you really do something to them? Why are they pursuing you so persistently?" Erwin hesitated, clearly thinking over her words. When she didn't answer immediately, Bjorn assumed the worst, that they just wanted to eliminate a witness. After a long pause, Erwin admitted, "It's not just that." She awkwardly smiled and began waving her hand. "I kind of waved a knife around when I tried to escape the first time, and something happened." She finally admitted, "I hit the man in a certain place." Bjorn's eyes widened in shock. "What place?" Erwin blushed, clearly embarrassed, and without clarifying, she asked, "Did you guess it?" She closed her eyes and smiled sheepishly. "I cut off one of his body parts, and that's something no potion can fix." Bjorn froze, horror sweeping over him. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he mentally cursed. "You cut off what?" Erwin simply smiled awkwardly, as if it were no big deal. "Well, I did," she said, still grinning, though there was an awkward tension in her posture. "I'm sorry about that." Bjorn, his mind racing, stared at her in disbelief. They'll be after her for the rest of her life, he thought. He didn't understand why she was still smiling about it, but he figured it was probably karma. Erwin scratched her head with one hand, her grin not quite matching the situation. She then apologized again, this time more earnestly. Bjorn pressed his lips tightly together, the weight of her words settling in. He wasn't sure how to handle this new information, But it was clear now that she was in far deeper trouble than he had initially realized. Suddenly, Erwin's expression shifted. She frowned, her eyes widening in alarm. "We're being followed," she warned urgently. "Don't look back." Bjorn flinched at her words, his instincts on high alert. Erwin focused, her eyes scanning the surroundings before she spoke again. "They're about 150 meters behind us," she announced with startling certainty. Bjorn was taken aback. At that distance, it was nearly impossible to sense anyone, yet he didn't doubt her for a second. She must have had some natural ability, he realized. They needed to move faster. "Can you keep up?" he asked. "For now, yes," Erwin replied, nodding. And indeed, she picked up her pace. As they moved, Bjorn's gaze fell to her blood-soaked bandages. He knew the wound was getting worse, but Erwin didn't complain. She was clearly determined. He admired her courage. They pushed forward through the labyrinth. After a while, Bjorn glanced back at Erwin and asked, "How far behind are they now?" Erwin, without breaking stride, called out, "No change. Still about 150 meters." Bjorn clenched his jaw in frustration. They were moving fast, but they couldn't break away. Worse, he realized, their pursuers must have already contacted others. This was becoming more dangerous by the minute. If he wanted to protect Erwin, they would have to eliminate these people. He had to decide what to do next, but there was no turning back. He was committed to this now, and he needed to think carefully about his next move. He found himself asking, "What am I risking? What do I stand to gain?" His thoughts were interrupted by Erwin, who, slightly stuttering, called his name. She looked at him in fear, and Bjorn made up his mind. He needed more information. He turned to her, asking bluntly, "What are you good at?" Erwin's response was unexpected. "I'm good at washing and cleaning," she said sheepishly, before admitting. "But I'm not great at cooking." Bjorn's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you even talking about?" he asked, his frustration bubbling over. "I'm in combat skills." Erwin blinked, realizing her mistake, then nervously laughed. "All right, I'm good at archery," she admitted. "I also know a bit of fire spirit magic." Bjorn considered this. An elf archer with rare magic. That's a valuable asset. He narrowed his eyes, now more focused on her combat abilities. "Have you killed anyone before?" he asked bluntly. Erwin shuddered at the question, her grip tightening on her weapon. She hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, "No, I've never killed anyone, but I could." There was a seriousness in her voice that Bjorn didn't miss. He understood her stance. He knew that she was capable of it, even if she hadn't yet crossed that line. He also knew that if she joined him, they would need to work together more closely than ever. "Do you want to join me?" Bjorn asked, his voice steady. Erwin's eyes widened in shock. She was taken aback by the question, but Bjorn continued, "Until we exit the labyrinth, we'll cooperate. The share will be 9-1 in my favor. No objections." Erwin's brow furrowed as she thought for a moment. Then, with a determined expression, she shouted, "I agree." Bjorn, satisfied, asked, "How far behind are they now?" Erwin quickly glanced over her shoulder. "About 100 meters. Bjorn's frustration flared. Even at full speed, their pursuers were closing in. They didn't have much time. "We need to move faster," he muttered under his breath, determination stealing in his eyes. There would be no stopping now. Either they outran their enemies, or they'd face them head-on. Bjorn realized that continuing to run was pointless. He stopped abruptly, turning to Erwin. "We're changing the plan," he said, his voice sharp. "Summon a spirit." Erwin nodded, and immediately began the incantation. The air around her shimmered, and within moments, a spirit appeared, hovering beside her. Bjorn didn't slow his pace, but his thoughts raced. Who would have thought that I'd be back in the darkness? They entered a section of the dungeon where the illuminating crystals faded, leaving only shadows. Erwin, still focused on their situation, noted that their pursuers were closing in. "Cancel the summoning," Bjorn ordered. Erwin complied, and the spirit vanished. The corridor was instantly swallowed by darkness. Then, a silhouette appeared ahead, a person standing motionless in the shadows. Bjorn noted that he should have been unable to see anything in the pitch blackness, but the figure seemed to know exactly where they were. "He must have some way to track us," Bjorn thought, his senses on high alert. Bjorn subtly drew Erwin's attention to the figure, and she frowned, concentrating. After a brief pause, he ordered, "Shoot." Erwin drew her bow, quickly knocking an arrow and pulling the string taut. She took careful aim and released the arrow. It flew straight and true, striking the figure in the head. The man, who had barely time to scream, crumpled to the ground, blood spraying into the air. Erwin pressed her lips tightly together, her face frozen, betraying little emotion. Bjorn placed a hand on her shoulder and praised her, his voice calm but steady. "Good. Hesitation would have been dangerous. Suddenly, a faint noise came from the magic stone the man had been holding. Bjorn moved closer, kneeling down to inspect the device. As he examined it, the signal grew clearer, and Bjorn could hear a man shouting into his second device. "Sidin, answer me," the voice barked. There was no response, and the man cursed, frustrated. "I'm chasing Erwin and Bjorn," he muttered to himself, and then his voice rose again, addressing anyone within range. "General Assembly in the Goblin Zone." After the transmission ended, Bjorn dropped to the ground, crossing his arms over his chest, pondering the situation. He hoped to find something useful, but when they checked Sidin's body, all they found were a large bag of crystals, 2 daggers, and a potion from his belt. Nothing that would help them much in the immediate future. After a moment, Erwin approached him, her movements subtle but noticeable. "I've changed my clothes," she said, her voice laced with uncertainty. "It feels strange." Bjorn looked her over and noted the leather armor she now wore, a top and bottom set that fit her far better than the tattered clothes she had been wearing before. He also noticed the subtle shift in her aura. Much better, he thought, observing the confidence radiating from her. Erwin seemed more grounded, more prepared for what was ahead. Bjorn didn't say anything at first, but he gave her a brief nod of approval. She was more ready for the challenges ahead. Erwin turned slightly away from Bjorn, avoiding his gaze. He, however, gently drew her attention back to him. "How do I use the communication stone?" he asked. Erwin leaned closer, her voice quiet, as she explained. "There should be a button on the device that you can press." Bjorn glanced down at the communication stone, and sure enough, he spotted the button. But before he could press it, the device came to life, crackling with static as a voice came through. "Surden's not responding," the voice said, and Bjorn's grip tightened on the stone. He was last seen in the Goblin Zone, along with a barbarian carrying a hammer and a shield. The voice paused before adding, "A reward of 10,000 gold coins for anyone who finds them." Erwin's eyes widened in horror. Her breath caught as she trembled, covering her mouth with a hand. She had unknowingly attracted their attention, and now there was nowhere to hide. Bjorn stood up, offering a calm but firm reassurance. "Don't worry," he said. "Summon the spirit." His tone made it clear they needed to keep moving, knowing the danger was closer than ever. Erwin, her eyes already welling with tears, nodded but struggled to calm herself. She began the incantation to summon the spirit, her focus shaky but determined. Bjorn, looking ahead, spoke with authority. "We're heading to the second floor." Erwin, in shock, looked at him. "You're serious about this?" she asked, clearly unsettled by the idea of moving to the second floor so soon. Bjorn nodded. "It's true," he said out loud, though in his mind, he was frustrated that Erwin was addressing him so respectfully once again. She had a habit of doing that, and it was starting to irk him. As they walked down the slope, Bjorn focused on keeping his balance to avoid falling. Erwin asked again, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Do you know that the first and second floors are very different?" "I know," Bjorn replied, his tone flat. "But it'll be fine as long as we don't stray too far from the entrance. We're a good pair, melee tank and ranged archer. Great combination." He added, his thoughts racing. "If we stick together, the first floor will feel like child's play." Erwin, still unsure, looked down at the ground. "But this is our first time in the labyrinth," she said. "Are you sure we can go straight to the second floor? It feels like we're jumping into an orc lair to escape goblins." Before Bjorn could answer, a voice crackled through the communication stone once again. "Have you still not found them?" the voice demanded angrily. "The one who finds her first gets gold, and can have fun with her." Erwin, trembling at the cruel words, again attracted Bjorn's attention. He could see her fear, but he quickly reassured her. "Don't be afraid. I won't abandon you." Just then, another voice came through the communication stone, this one cold and calculating. "Sounds good," the man said, his voice eager. "What if we cut off her arm or leg if she resists?" A third voice, more cautious, responded. "Just make sure you don't harm any vital parts of her body." There was a pause, and then the second man's voice came back, irritated. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Bjorn's anger flared as the vile conversation unfolded. He wanted to rip the stone from their hands and crush it, but he couldn't afford to let his emotions take control. Not yet. For now, he focused on Erwin, making sure she felt safe, and tightening his resolve to protect her no matter the cost. Bjorn chuckled, but his laughter only deepened Erwin's fear. She quickly suggested they head to the second floor, and Bjorn mentally agreed, relieved that he wouldn't have to persuade anyone. He'd always help those in need, so long as it didn't harm him, and this was no exception. There were two clear benefits for him in this. the satisfaction of doing a good deed, and the chance to rid himself of someone so vile. With that settled, they continued on their way. Erwin asked if he knew the path to the second floor, but while Bjorn wasn't sure of the exact route, he was confident they'd find it if they kept heading north. The levels were arranged in such a way that walking along the edge of darkness would eventually lead them to a portal. Darkness always had a way of guiding the lost. But before Bjorn could think more on it, Erwin winced and shouted for him to stop. He followed her gaze and saw a goblin trap ahead, its sharp teeth waiting. He cursed under his breath, surprised at how he'd stepped right into it. He'd entered the labyrinth and hadn't noticed it before, but it seemed that monsters used traps less often in the brighter areas. Slapping his forehead, Bjorn muttered a curse. His luck was certainly as bad as it had ever been. Erwin, ever enthusiastic, grinned. "I'll take care of it. You can rest for now." She said it with such confidence, but Bjorn noticed the nervousness in her eyes. He quickly advised her not to use the spirit. They needed to conserve their strength. "I'll do it without problems," she said, though the tremor in her voice suggested otherwise. As she moved toward the trap, Bjorn couldn't help but wonder how he guessed exactly what she would do. Just then, two goblins leaped from their hiding spots, launching themselves at her with vicious screeches and weapons raised high. Erwin, quick on her feet, dodged to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding their strikes. With a swift motion, she knocked an arrow and, kneeling, fired. One of the goblins fell with a thud, defeated by her deadly aim. The second goblin, enraged, rushed forward, ignoring its fallen comrade. It swung a clawed paw at her, but Erwin nimbly avoided it, spinning behind the creature. Taking another steady breath, she drew her bowstring back again, took aim, and released. Another goblin crumpled to the ground, its body fading into nothingness. Erwin paused to catch her breath, a smile spreading across her face. She turned to Bjorn, her eyes shining with pride. "So," she asked, "how was the fight?" Bjorn nodded with a smile. "You did great," he said, his tone full of admiration. "I can tell you're an elf. No one else would have made that shot." Erwin's smile brightened even further, and Bjorn couldn't help but mentally note how much better she was than he had expected. Her agility was impressive. As she gathered the magic crystals, she handed them to him, asking if it was true that they should split the loot 90/10. She grinned confidently as she did, and Bjorn accepted the crystals, musing over how she was already thinking ahead. She then mentioned that her younger brother had asked her to buy some things and wondered aloud if it was true she could get something too if she kept trying. After a brief pause, Bjorn confirmed it, advising her to keep at it. She promised she would, but Bjorn couldn't shake the feeling that she was almost mocking him with her persistence. Before he could dwell on it, a voice crackled from the communication stone, announcing a new message. The reward for Erwin had increased to 20,000 gold, with a chilling reminder that she needed to be brought in alive or dead. Erwin's joyful expression faltered at the news, but Bjorn quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, no one will be looking for us in the darkness. Besides, those people don't seem to work well together." Soon after, one of the team members announced that he was heading out to hunt razor wolves and asked if anyone wanted to join him for a break. Bjorn observed Erwin's reaction, noticing that many of the team members seemed indifferent to catching her. He mentally noted how strange that was. Something felt off. Things were going too smoothly. His bad luck usually struck when things felt this easy. Before he could finish that thought, Erwin let out a startled sigh, drawing Bjorn's attention. She pointed to the distance, her voice rising in alarm. "Ghouls," she shouted. Bjorn's mouth dropped open in shock. Ghouls? Where are they coming from? In the labyrinth, different monsters appeared depending on the zone, and ghouls were supposed to be found in the south. Had they wandered too far while escaping from pursuit? He didn't have time to ponder it when Erwin asked if she should take care of the ghouls. Bjorn frowned. The experience reward system in the dungeon and stone game was strange. Only the first kill of a monster would grant experience, so adventurers needed to fight various types of monsters to level up. He wasn't about to waste this opportunity. "We'll fight them together," he said, his voice firm. "I'll handle the ones closest to us." Erwin nodded, but then suggested they start with the ones farther out. Bjorn stepped forward, observing the ghouls. If they acted like in the game, they wouldn't attack unless someone got too close. Just as he predicted, the ghouls turned at the sound of his movement and charged. Bjorn felt a rush of satisfaction. At least these monsters were behaving as expected. With a powerful swing, he slammed his shield into one of the ghouls, sending it reeling. He was glad to see that for once, his luck seemed to be turning in his favor. Bjorn scowled as the ghoul darted away with surprising speed. "Where did it run off to so fast?" he muttered, his displeasure evident. The ghoul growled back, a deep, guttural sound that only fueled Bjorn's frustration. Without hesitation, He swung his hammer, noting the difference between this monster and the goblins. The ghouls were faster and stronger, but that didn't make them any less predictable. His hammer struck with a powerful blow, sending blood spraying through the air. Still, despite their enhanced strength, the ghouls were only rank 9 monsters, nothing Bjorn couldn't handle. One of the ghouls, growling, tried to attack him from behind, but Bjorn didn't flinch. Just as the monster closed in, Erwin fired an arrow with deadly precision, destroying the ghoul before it could land a blow. Bjorn couldn't help but smile, acknowledging the ease of the battle. Erwin, pleased with her shot, beamed back at him. Nice work, Bjorn said, his voice gruff but approving. Their victory over the ghoul earned them a nice boost in experience points, and they continued on their path, heading north. The journey was uneventful at first, but by the 3rd day, things began to take a strange turn. Bjorn noticed a trail of blood on the ground and stopped. Erwin knelt to inspect it, noting it didn't look like goblin blood. A piece of bread lay nearby, abandoned on the ground. Bjorn frowned at the sight, his instincts on edge. Erwin stood up, assessing their surroundings. This blood trail leads exactly where we're going, she said, her voice quiet with realization. Bjorn's eyes widened as a chill ran through him. It can't be, he muttered to himself. He followed the trail, his unease growing with each step. They walked for a while until they came upon a trap, the kind Bjorn had seen before. Lying beside it was a torn shoe. His stomach twisted as he froze in place, staring at it. This was where it all began. This is my starting place in the labyrinth, he said, his voice low, full of disbelief. It was right next to the portal to the 2nd floor. His eyes moved to the glowing portal, and memories of crawling desperately toward it came flooding back. He remembered the adventurers he had met there, the sense of hopelessness, the terror. Bjorn slammed his hammer into the ground in frustration, unable to contain his emotions. The sudden outburst startled Erwin, who jumped aside, her face full of confusion and concern. Bjorn, she asked, her voice gentle. What's wrong? He barely heard her, lost in his thoughts. How could I have gone the wrong way? He muttered, his jaw clenched tightly. The portal was only 10 meters away from where he had started. How could he have missed it? He cursed under his breath, his anger boiling over. Erwin, watching him closely, asked in a trembling voice, Did I do something wrong? Her eyes were wide with worry. Bjorn's heart softened when he saw her distress. No, he said quickly, his tone softening. You're not at fault. Don't worry. As she processed everything, the blood, the bread, the sandal, and Bjorn's reaction, Erwin's expression changed. She looked down, her gaze understanding. You had to go through something terrible, didn't you? She said quietly, a knowing sadness in her voice. Bjorn blinked in surprise. You figured it out that quickly? Erwin closed her eyes and folded her hands together. A faint, knowing smile touched her lips. Someone important to you died here, didn't they? She said, her words calm and sure. Bjorn stood still for a moment, the weight of her words sinking in. He didn't respond, but the pain in his eyes was all the answer she needed. Erwin smiled softly, adding that she was sure the person Bjorn had lost was now in heaven. Hearing her words, Bjorn couldn't help but think that he never expected her to understand everything so clearly. Yet, even though she grasped what had happened, her conclusion was still off. He couldn't quite explain why, but he wasn't about to dwell on it. Shaking off the moment, he frowned, shifting his focus. Are you ready to go? He asked. Erwin smiled, a hint of nervousness in her expression. I'm a little scared, she admitted. But with you, Bjorn, I'm sure I won't get lost. Bjorn mentally rolled his eyes. She had a bad habit of saying unnecessary things, but he didn't dwell on it for long. Well then, let's get going. They stepped into the portal, and as they entered, Bjorn was confident that things would be simple. However, as they emerged on the 2nd floor of the goblin forest, things didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. The sudden drop caught them both off guard. Erwin managed to coordinate herself in the air and landed gracefully on her feet. But Bjorn wasn't so lucky. He screamed as he plummeted, crashing to the ground on his back. The impact was so jarring that a clot of blood flew from his mouth. Erwin, he groaned, his voice strained. Worriedly, Erwin called out to him. Bjorn, are you okay? Bjorn frowned, wincing as the pain from the fall settled in. He had been wondering what it would feel like to pass through the portal between worlds, and now he knew. It felt like being chewed up and spat out by a giant frog. Not pleasant, but he forced a response, answering through gritted teeth. I'm fine. Erwin gave him a sheepish smile. I guess I was a little surprised, she confessed. I've never fallen out a portal like that before, and none of the other girls mentioned it. Bjorn couldn't help but note, despite her surprise, she had still landed perfectly fine. He envied the agility she had. It was something barbarians like him would never have. They decided to explore the area, and Bjorn, still sitting on the ground, surveyed their surroundings. The northern part of the goblin forest on the second floor stretched out before them. He glanced back at the portal, knowing it would lead them back to the first floor if needed. He didn't sense anyone within a 50-meter radius, but the light from the stars above wasn't very bright, making everything feel dim and distant. Erwin, her voice full of amazement, screamed out in awe as she looked around, her mouth hanging open in surprise. Bjorn, deciding there was no point in waiting for the light to improve, reminded himself that they were inside a labyrinth, not out in the open. Distracted by the view, Erwin turned to him. "Is this really the second floor?" she asked. "I've never heard of anything like this before." Bjorn assumed that Erwin's acquaintances must have told her about another second floor, one she expected to look different. "On the first floor," he began, "there are 4 portals. Each leads to a different zone. The one to the north leads to the goblin forest. To the east was an animal lair. To the west lay the lands of the dead. And to the south stood the dark, jagged Rocky Mountains." As Bjorn explained, he pictured the various monsters that roamed each of these areas. Erwin, her expression thoughtful, suddenly raised her hand, a spark of realization in her eyes. "Any of these areas lead to the 3rd floor, right?" she asked, her voice full of curiosity. Bjorn nodded. "That's correct," he confirmed. Her smile grew more serious now, and she asked, "So what do we do next?" Bjorn, always pragmatic, turned to her. "Do you know how to return from the labyrinth to the city?" he asked, watching her closely. Erwin frowned in concentration, placing her hand on her chin as she thought. "Is it true that the labyrinth just throws you out when it closes?" she asked. Bjorn nodded again. "Yes. On the 1st floor, it happens after 168 hours. On the 2nd floor, it's after 240 hours. He imagined adventurers being thrown out of the portals as time ran out. When the time's up, the labyrinth spits adventurers out. He paused, then added, "I don't think the Crystal Union will come here. They don't know how to work as a team, so we're better off waiting." Erwin nodded, understanding. "So, we stay here for 168 hours on the 2nd floor, and once the 1st floor closes, we can exit." "Exactly," Bjorn said, "but we don't have to just sit by the portal for that long. Let's look around a bit." He started walking, turning to her. "Come on, follow me." With a smile, Erwin agreed, and the two of them ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Erwin paused for a moment, her gaze drifting around the familiar surroundings. "I feel nostalgic," she admitted with a sigh. "Even though I know there are monsters here, it still reminds me of an elven abode." Bjorn raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Erwin closed her eyes for a moment, absorbing the atmosphere. Then, with a sudden shift, she pointed ahead. "Trap," she said, her voice serious. "Stay close." Bjorn frowned, trying to make sense of what she was seeing, but there was nothing visible to him. Erwin, as if reading his mind, picked up a small stone and grinned. "The trap's under the leaves," she explained. With a swift motion, she threw the stone toward the spot, and with a loud crash, the trap slammed shut. Bjorn blinked in surprise. "That's impressive," he muttered, realizing she was right. He had missed it entirely. "Is this some kind of elven detection skill?" Erwin looked at him with a confident smile. "What do you think?" she asked, a playful glint in her eye. Bjorn mentally noted that she was someone he could rely on, but he didn't immediately react. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke aloud. "You throw stones well," he said, a neutral response, though he was careful not to overpraise her. Erwin shivered slightly, but her eyes widened, clearly wanting to hear more. "Really?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "That's all." Erwin's face lit up with delight at Bjorn's words, and for a moment, she seemed taken aback, slightly embarrassed. Her mouth opened in surprise, but then she quickly smiled, covering her mouth with her hand. "I'm an experienced adventurer," she repeated happily, the words almost a chant, as if savoring the affirmation. Bjorn watched her with a touch of distaste, mentally noting just how easily she could be manipulated. Still, he didn't waste time with these thoughts, and they continued on their journey. It wasn't long before Erwin paused, sensing something was off. "There are traps, but no goblins," she said, her voice tinged with confusion. Bjorn mentally agreed with her observation. The traps on the 2nd floor didn't necessarily mean goblins were near. It was a characteristic of the zone, not a direct sign of an ambush. "Stop chatting and focus," he said, his voice firm. "We need to move on." She nodded, agreeing without hesitation, and they pressed forward. Bjorn's mind drifted back to the game, remembering that the area was known as the Goblin Forest. Goblins appeared in groups, usually numbering just over 10. Sometimes, there were mutants, archers, or warriors among them. The further they moved from the portal, the more goblins there were, not to mention the high-level monsters lurking in the area. But for now, this didn't matter. They were staying close to the portal, which would provide a safe retreat if needed. Let's clear the traps around here first, Bjorn suggested. Then we can expand our search area. We don't want to be caught off guard on the way back. Erwin agreed, and together they began knocking down traps, using stones to trigger them safely. Bjorn understood that if they accidentally set off a trap while walking back and forth, it would be a big problem. Once they had cleared the area, Erwin smiled brightly, pleased with their progress. So, she asked with a playful grin, did I do well? Bjorn, once again, called her an experienced adventurer, and Erwin froze, her eyes wide in surprise. She quickly composed herself, but then her expression grew serious. There's a group of goblins nearby, she whispered, her tone shifting. Bjorn's voice dropped to match hers. How many? Erwin crouched, palm pressed to the ground, her concentration evident. After a few moments, she gave her answer. I'm not sure, but there are definitely more than 10. They're about 50 meters away. They haven't noticed us yet. She looked up at him, her eyes sharp. What should we do? Bjorn thought for a moment. We fight. How close can you get without being noticed? Erwin hesitated for a second before replying. I can get within 30 meters. Bjorn nodded, understanding the plan. Then we'll move in as agreed. Erwin moved forward, silently slipping between the trees with the grace of an elf. Bjorn watched in awe, mentally noting how incredible it was that she could walk on grass without making a sound. It had to be some kind of elven skill, he thought, a natural ability that allowed her to remain unseen. Hiding behind a bush, Erwin spotted a group of goblins. She waved her hand to catch Bjorn's attention, and he nodded in return, his focus sharpening. Without a word, she pulled out her bow, nocked an arrow, and fired toward the monsters. The moment the arrow was released, Bjorn dug his feet into the ground, ready to sprint. His mind raced, wondering if Erwin had hit her target, but he hadn't heard anything. The goblins were still too far away. As Bjorn started running toward the group, he caught up to Erwin and advised her to stay back. She was already preparing her next shot, nodding in agreement. Bjorn closed the distance between him and the goblins, who immediately began rushing toward him. Meanwhile, Erwin stayed to the side, ready to support him from a distance. Bjorn clenched his jaw, thinking how different the second floor was from the first. The number of enemies was 3 times greater, and they were far more dangerous. Despite the goblins being relatively weak, the mutants among them made the situation much riskier. The thought of danger should have made him fearful, but Bjorn realized, with some surprise, that he didn't feel any fear at all. In fact, his warrior's heart trembled, eager for battle. With his hammer raised high and his shield in front of him, he shouted the name of the city of Sparta, his voice loud and full of strength. The distance between him and the goblins shrank quickly. Bjorn's first strike sent one of the monsters flying, and he quickly assessed the situation. 2 goblins were approaching from different sides. With a swift move, he pushed one aside with his shield, then swung his hammer at the second, his anger fueling his attack. The first goblin he had thrown to the ground tried to get back up, but Bjorn finished it off with a quick strike. But just as he was about to regain his stance, he felt a sudden movement behind him. His instincts kicked in, and with a sharp lunge, he dodged the dagger aimed at his back. The goblin had taken advantage of his distraction, but Bjorn barely avoided the deadly blow. He cursed under his breath, realizing just how close he had come to being struck down. The goblins didn't give him a moment to rest. They pressed in, and Bjorn steeled himself for another round of battle. He knew these goblins weren't particularly strong, but when there were more than 5 of them, things started to get complicated. Injuries were inevitable, but as he prepared to attack again, he remembered something important. He wasn't alone. Erwin was helping, her arrows finding their marks as she shot down goblins that tried to sneak up on him from behind or got too close. With her support, Bjorn felt a renewed sense of confidence. The fight would be hard, but together, they would overcome it. Erwin sighed, her brow furrowed in concentration as she knocked another arrow. Bjorn noticed the subtle shift in her posture and realized she had taken up a strategic position. It was time to end this battle. He called out to the goblins, taunting them to come closer, preparing for the next phase of the fight. When he finally defeated the goblin warrior, an experience point popped up on his interface, and Bjorn felt a small thrill of progress. Afterward, he mentally calculated the haul. He'd collected 11 magic crystals from this first group of goblins, which, compared to the 44 crystals he gathered on the first floor in an entire day, was an impressive reward. He would have liked to take the goblins' weapons and armor, but as always, they had vanished along with the bodies. He handed the collected crystals to Erwin, telling her that while these were rank 9, those obtained from warriors were more valuable. It was a small gesture, but Bjorn preferred to keep her equipped. Erwin smiled brightly, thanking him with enthusiasm as she took 2 crystals. Bjorn quickly reassured her, suggesting they move on. Erwin agreed, her excitement infectious. Bjorn couldn't help but think ahead. He was eager to see what they would earn after a full day of fighting here. As they moved forward, they crossed the 3-kilometer radius from the portal, and goblins began appearing every 5 minutes. When another group of monsters appeared, Bjorn immediately took stock. This time, there was an archer among them. But as he was about to act, something strange happened. The archer's body started to dissolve into fog. Erwin was taken aback. "What's happening?" she asked, her surprise clear in her voice. Bjorn, recognizing the magic, explained, "It's camouflage magic. Stay sharp." Erwin nodded, pulling back the string of her bow, her face tense with concentration. Bjorn understood that fighting the goblin archer would be a challenge, but before he could dwell on it, the goblins charged. The battle intensified, and Bjorn engaged the goblins head-on, swinging both shield and hammer with deadly precision. But while he was focused on the fight, he didn't notice the goblin archer, still hidden in the bushes, drawing his bow. Bjorn's instincts kicked in just in time. He sensed something and turned sharply, narrowing his eyes as he saw the arrow flying toward him. Clenching his jaw, he dodged, letting the arrow sail past him with a whoosh. "I'm good enough to dodge a goblin's shot," Bjorn muttered under his breath, his pride swelling just a little. The goblin archer flinched in surprise, clearly startled that his target had avoided the shot. Bjorn's anger flared. His grip tightened around his hammer, and with a snarl, he charged forward. Before the goblin could react, Bjorn closed the distance and struck with such force that the monster was sent flying to the side. The blow was decisive, and with it, the goblin archer was down. Bjorn received another experience point for the kill, and, as the dust settled, he couldn't help but feel a small rush of satisfaction. They continued their fight, taking down another group of goblins in the process, but Bjorn's mind was already planning ahead, calculating the next steps in their journey. Bjorn suggested they take a break, and Erwin sighed in relief, collapsing on the ground. She closed her eyes and, exhausted, asked how long they had been fighting. Bjorn thought for a moment before answering. "About 15 hours, he calculated, sinking down beside her. "You can sleep first." Erwin's face brightened with a tired smile, and she asked, "Is that true?" A hint of concern crossed her face. "What about the backpack and blanket?" Bjorn nodded and assured her, "I'll give it to you now." He took the backpack off his shoulders and set it down next to her. They placed their weapons aside, leaning them against a tree. As Bjorn watched Erwin fall asleep, he assumed she was completely exhausted. The sounds she made in her sleep were different from anything he had heard before, a deep sigh mixed with a soft, contented murmur. He also thought that she might simply feel safe now, a feeling she hadn't experienced much in the past. Lost in thought, Bjorn looked up at the sky. They had been hunting for 15 hours, and in that time, they had earned far more than they ever could have dreamed of on the first floor. But as they ventured deeper, the encounters with other adventurers became more frequent. These adventurers didn't travel alone. Their groups were larger, sometimes consisting of more than 3 people. What struck Bjorn even more was the diversity among these adventuring teams. He imagined the mixed races that made up these groups, each one more dangerous than the last. They always passed by in silence, but the mere sight of them made Bjorn restless. Adventurers, especially in groups, were much more dangerous than goblins. Now, with Erwin by his side, he had someone to worry about. As he focused on her, an uncomfortable thought crossed his mind. "The biggest problem," he muttered to himself, "is that she's very beautiful." At his words, Erwin's eyes snapped open, and she turned toward him, clearly startled. "What?" she asked, her voice still heavy with sleep. "Am I really beautiful?" Bjorn's face reddened slightly, and he quickly ordered, "Go back to sleep." Erwin, seemingly unaffected, closed her eyes again and promised, I will. Her carefree attitude left Bjorn momentarily puzzled. What was wrong with her? He wondered. He was certain elves weren't supposed to be like this. On the 4th day, as they prepared for the next fight, Bjorn shouted, "We'll attack from this side first," and Erwin nodded in agreement. By the 5th day, they had fallen into a steady rhythm, taking turns resting and fighting. By the 6th day, they had encountered another group of adventurers, and on the 7th day, Bjorn announced, "It's time to get out of the labyrinth." Erwin, slightly bent with fatigue, stood next to him. Bjorn noted the time. It was 9:13 p.m., Just 2.5 hours until the first floor would close. Erwin closed her eyes for a moment, admitting how tired she was. I just want to go to bed when we get back, she said with a soft sigh. Bjorn agreed. Let's set out. It's better to arrive early than late. Erwin nodded in agreement, and with that, they began the journey back, the weight of the last 7 days pressing on both of them, but relief finally within reach. Suddenly, Erwin's voice broke the silence. Watch out. A trap ahead, she warned, her eyes sharp and alert. Bjorn immediately assumed that another group of goblins had appeared, as it often happened. Erwin scanned the area, her gaze narrowing as she spotted the group. I see them, she said, her voice focused. About 170 meters away. 8 goblins, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. She paused for a moment, considering. We should fight them. Bjorn nodded decisively. Let's go. They moved swiftly toward the group, making sure to stay hidden. The goblins were unaware of their approach, and with a steady hand, Erwin took out one of the goblins with a single shot from her bow. The remaining monsters were startled, noticing the arrow, but before they could react, Bjorn closed the distance, and the goblins froze in fear at the sight of him. Screams filled the air as the goblins began to charge, weapons raised. Bjorn swung his hammer with deadly precision, crushing the first goblin to attack. His thoughts were calm and focused. He knew Erwin would take care of the archers, so he turned his attention to the warriors, launching one blow after another. His strength and experience from countless battles made him a master in these skirmishes. In his mind, he imagined himself standing at the center of a battlefield, eyes closed, as countless hands reached out, striking down his foes. I am the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara, he thought. He also knew that Erwin, just as experienced, would know exactly who to target and when. Sure enough, as Bjorn fought off the warriors, Erwin's arrow flew true, destroying a goblin that had been preparing to attack Bjorn from behind. As Bjorn looked around, he realized there were 2 archers, yet no arrows came his way. He smiled, understanding that Erwin had taken him out. The goblin bodies began to vanish, signaling that the battle was nearly over. Bjorn mentally noted that the time it took to defeat goblins had greatly decreased, a sign of how much they had improved. He turned to Erwin with a rare expression of praise. Excellent work, he said. Erwin laughed softly, her cheeks flushing with modesty as she closed her eyes, still basking in the satisfaction of the battle. Bjorn, still focused on the task, added, Next time, just tell me if you've taken care of the archer. That way, I won't have to worry about them. Erwin sighed, apologizing. I'm not even sure if I got the second archer. Bjorn, ever pragmatic, knew that unverified information could be more dangerous than no information at all, but he didn't let it bother him too much. He smiled, wiping a finger across his nose, a rare show of affection. You've grown a lot in these past few days, he said. Despite himself, he realized he was proud of her. Just then, as the last goblin's body disappeared, Erwin exclaimed, Wait, there's something cool there. She pointed toward the vanishing monster. Bjorn's eyes narrowed in concentration as he realized what it was. He winced. It's the essence of a goblin archer, he muttered, cursing under his breath. The essence was a rare and valuable prize. He frowned, wondering why they had received this particular essence. Essence was part of the skill system in the Dungeon and Stone game. Depending on the type, it could grant passive or active skills. You could only absorb 1 essence per level, but it could give you something that offered an advantage. As a result, essences were valued by adventurers far more than other treasures. Bjorn looked at the glowing essence, contemplating its worth. Despite the danger, he couldn't deny that this was a valuable find. One more step on their journey. However, there was a limit to how much essence one could absorb, and the skills gained from them varied greatly depending on the type of monster. Bjorn frowned in concentration as he recalled how the game had worked. The fate of a character's progression often depended on which essence was absorbed, and the chances of one even dropping were almost non-existent. To find one like this was incredibly rare, something he had never expected to see in reality. Erwin, noticing his attention on the essence, asked, Is that an essence? Her voice was tinged with curiosity, but Bjorn didn't immediately answer her. Instead, he felt a wave of unease. They were too lucky, and his gut told him something wasn't right. Sweat beads began to form on his forehead, but he didn't let it distract him. Erwin, sensing his hesitation, asked, If I absorb this, will I turn into a goblin? Bjorn didn't respond right away. He was thinking through the implications. Could they really be this lucky? But he quickly pushed that thought aside and focused on her question. No, he said finally. You'll just gain one of the goblin's skills. It doesn't change who you are. He then recalled something from earlier, the person who had been following them on the first floor. I'm guessing the person tracking us absorbed the essence of a razor wolf, he muttered. That's how they've been finding us, by scent. Erwin's frown deepened, and she looked at the essence thoughtfully. Do you want it? She asked. Bjorn shook his head, a hint of a smile forming. I don't need it. You can have it if you want. He paused for a moment, then added, but promise me something. Erwin raised an eyebrow. What? Bjorn sighed, realizing the weight of his next words. Remember what I said on the first floor? He asked, referring to a conversation they had earlier. But before he could continue, a voice called out from behind them, interrupting the moment. Bjorn turned around, his eyes narrowing. A group of adventurers had appeared, and one of them was pointing directly at them. Don't move, the adventurer ordered, his jaw clenched. Bjorn chuckled softly to himself, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Erwin frowned at the adventurer's words. What's he talking about? She asked, clearly confused. We're just hunting. Bjorn mentally sighed, realizing that he couldn't be this lucky. He placed his hands on Erwin's shoulders and said firmly, Don't say anything to them. Erwin let out a surprised sigh, but before she could respond, Bjorn acted. He swiftly pushed her toward the essence. Take it, he instructed. Erwin screamed in surprise as she fell toward the essence, where her body made contact with it. A brilliant flash of light exploded into the air. The adventurer nearest them frowned, raising his hands to shield his eyes from the blinding light. What the hell? He cursed, trying to protect his vision. Did she just absorb the essence? Bjorn remained calm, watching as Erwin was bathed in the light. The adventurer who had spoken to them froze, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. As the aura of magical energy surrounded Erwin, Bjorn could feel the tension in the air. The lights slowly began to fade, leaving Erwin standing there, her body surrounded by a faint, shimmering aura. The adventurers stood still, mouths agape, unsure of what had just happened. One of them finally spoke up. What did you do? He demanded, his voice a mixture of confusion and anger. The adventurers exchanged glares, clearly underestimating them, and Bjorn could see their hesitation. A slight smirk tugged at his lips. They weren't taking them seriously, and that was their mistake. He clenched his jaw and gripped his hammer, the weight of it familiar and reassuring in his hands. Ready to fight, he muttered to himself before shouting at the adventurers, Attack, or run away if you're too scared. For a moment, everything was still, and then, without warning, the adventurers rushed forward. Bjorn looked to Erwin. Don't slow down until we hit the portal, he commanded. She nodded in agreement, though her gaze was filled with worry. Do you think they'll follow us to the first floor? She asked, glancing back over her shoulder. Bjorn remembered the adventurer's parting words, the threat that hung heavy in the air. They might not pursue us directly, but there's a chance they'll cross our path again. A group of 4 is a decent size to clear the second floor. He paused, his mind working through the situation. But they're right by the entrance. They're likely planning to return to the city once the first floor closes, just like us. Erwin's eyes widened in realization. You're right, Bjorn. That's clever. Suddenly, her eyes darted to the side, a flicker of panic crossing her face. Bjorn, there's a group of goblins about 50 meters away, she warned, her voice urgent. Bjorn thought quickly. We'll go around them, he decided, but Erwin shook her head, her face pale. We can't. They're charging straight at us. Confused, Bjorn furrowed his brow. Goblins didn't usually spot them this easily, not with Erwin's detection skills. He tried to dismiss it as a coincidence, but something wasn't right. Without another word, he spun on his heel, shouting, Change direction. Erwin hesitated for a moment, but then followed, her steps faltering as she froze in shock. An arrow sailed through the air toward her, its tip glinting in the light. Bjorn acted instinctively, reaching out and swiping it away with a powerful jerk of his arm. Erwin screamed in surprise, her heart racing, but Bjorn didn't even flinch. They're the same ones, he muttered, his eyes narrowing in anger. Erwin's voice trembled as she spoke, nearly choking on her fear. I could have dodged it, Bjorn. I wasn't expecting. He cut her off, his focus intense. They've lured the goblins here and set an ambush. They want to wear us down, make us weaker before they attack. His frown deepened as the reality of their situation set in. Bjorn shouted, rallying them to fight, his voice full of urgency. Use your power, he called, his eyes locking onto Erwin. She looked at him, confused, and he quickly explained. I'm talking about the power of the essence. Each one has its specialization, and you absorb the essence of a goblin archer. That means you've gained more than just increased stats. You've unlocked both passive and active skills. Erwin's eyes widened, her confusion deepening. Bjorn continued. The passive skill is Poisoned Arrow, which adds poison damage to your attacks. The active skill, Thief Step, gives you camouflage, helps you hide in plain sight. Erwin hesitated. I don't know how to use them, she admitted. Bjorn's face softened with a hint of surprise. You're already using it. He pointed to her, and Erwin looked down at herself, stunned. She gasped, watching as the fog around her thickened, her body becoming harder to notice. The skill had activated automatically, just from her own desire. Bjorn was taken aback, wondering if it was really that simple to trigger. Erwin, still in shock, murmured, "It actually worked." She looked up at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. Bjorn handed her the backpack. "Take this. I'm going to handle the goblins. Find a crossbowman. We need that firepower." She cried out in alarm, her voice trembling. "Bjorn, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." He gave her a sharp look. "We don't have time for this. Keep your head down and wait for my signal." He turned away quickly, cutting her protests off with the urgency of his words. He didn't have time to explain further. Erwin watched as he ran forward, the fog still cloaking her movements. She asked, "What will the signal be?" Bjorn didn't answer her, his focus razor-sharp. He dashed to the side, his eyes scanning for the goblins. He could hear their heavy footsteps, and as he stopped to catch his breath, he saw them. The goblins, weapons raised, ready to strike. They hadn't seen him yet, and he took a quick breath, preparing for the attack. The adventurers he had counted on hadn't shown up yet. The realization hit him. They were waiting for him to kill the goblins first, probably hoping to swoop in afterward. He clenched his jaw, already moving to face the monsters head-on. With a roar, he swung his hammer, the heavy weapon cutting through the air and crashing into a goblin, sending blood spraying into the air. He moved swiftly, throwing the goblins aside with ease, his focus unwavering as he fought. His mind raced as he calculated the odds. There were at least 10 goblins, 2 of them warriors. But despite the numbers, Bjorn didn't let his guard down. His hammer struck with precision, each blow landing with deadly accuracy. He wasn't distracted by his thoughts. Every swing was a deadly move. Then he noticed something. There were no arrows flying his way. The archer wasn't present. For a moment, he allowed himself to relax, but that didn't last long. Out of nowhere, an arrow zipped toward him, and Bjorn instinctively raised his shield. He cursed mentally, realizing the archer was still out there, hiding in the shadows. As he adjusted his stance, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. One of the goblins, taking advantage of his distraction, leaped onto him from behind and drove a dagger into his flesh. Bjorn grunted, a burst of pain cutting through him, but he didn't waste time. With a fierce cry, he spun around, throwing the goblin off with raw strength. His rage flared as he prepared to fight on. Bjorn threw the goblin off him, his breath ragged from the exertion. As he continued to defend himself from the remaining monsters, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The crossbowman was still out there, and without Erwin's support, his chances were growing slimmer by the second. He fought on, the wounds accumulating across his body, each one sending sharp waves of pain through him. With every hit, a soft cry of surprise escaped his lips, but he didn't stop. Another strike, and Bjorn froze, trying to catch his breath. He watched as the goblin's body disintegrated into sparks, vanishing into the air. Things were getting dangerous. And then it hit him. 2 arrows. One came from the goblin, and the other from the crossbowman. The realization slammed into him. He couldn't block both. He had to protect himself from the crossbowman. Bjorn raised his shield just in time to intercept the first arrow, the one from the crossbowman, the impact rattling through his arm. The second arrow, the one fired by the goblin, pierced his elbow, sending a sharp pain shooting through him. He cursed under his breath. The arrow was poisoned. His arm went numb, and he could barely move it anymore. Now, Bjorn was forced to make a choice, his shield or his hammer. With a determined grunt, he tossed the hammer aside and pulled the poisoned arrow from his elbow. His wounded arm shook uncontrollably, but he gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain. The real threat wasn't the goblins. It was the adventurers, who were still lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike. He had to focus. With only one arm functioning properly, he pressed forward, using his shield to bash the goblins aside with brutal efficiency. The shield was slower than the hammer, but it was his only chance to defend himself from the crossbowmen. The goblins were relentless, but so was Bjorn. He swung his shield again, his frustration rising. "How many more of these monsters are there?" he muttered under his breath. His body radiated a threatening aura, a wave of raw energy that made the goblins hesitate. In a sudden moment of panic, The monsters turned and fled, running from him in fear. Bjorn watched them go, his breath still heavy, but he decided against chasing them. He needed a break. His body ached, and his wounds burned, but for now, there was no point in pursuing them. He was done with the goblins. The adventurers, watching from the shadows, were stunned. The leader of the group smirked, clearly impressed. "Well, I didn't expect that," he said, admiring Bjorn's strength. "But it's a bit surprising, isn't it?" The leader raised his sword, stepping out from his hiding place. "Of course it's us," he said, his tone smug. "But where's Erwin? Where did she go?" Bjorn didn't answer the question. He wasn't about to give them anything they wanted. Instead, he simply narrowed his eyes and said, "Attack." The adventurer laughed. A barbarian, full of energy after dealing with a group of goblins, he mused, eyeing Bjorn's wounds. "You're impressive, but you've got a lot of wounds. I could let you go, if you just tell me where Erwin is." Bjorn repeated the words, his voice dripping with disdain. "Let me go," he thought to himself, a sharp laugh escaping his lips. "Do they really think I'm that stupid?" He eyed the adventurer carefully, analyzing his movements. The leader was confident, maybe too confident. It was a mistake. The adventurer called him crazy, but Bjorn wasn't afraid. He was ready for whatever came next. Bjorn grinned, sensing an opening. "Let your comrades fight me first," he suggested, his voice low but steady. "Then you can ask questions." His eyes locked onto the leader of the adventurers, his smirk daring them to make the first move. "But remember, don't lower your guard. Think of me like a giant monster." With a sharp command, the leader motioned for his warriors to advance. As they charged, Bjorn lifted his shield, bracing for the impact. His left arm, still heavily injured, barely moved as he stretched it to the side. Each motion was a strain, and the thought of Erwin finding the crossbowman flickered through his mind, but there was no time for distractions. Bjorn's mind raced as he scanned the battlefield. He needed to send a signal. His thoughts turned to the unique gesture from this world, one that would certainly catch Erwin's attention. He knew she was far enough away that she couldn't hear him, but this was his only chance. With great effort, he raised his injured arm high above his head and clenched his hand into a fist, then extended his middle finger upward with a smirk. The adventurers paused, confused, not understanding what Bjorn was doing. Holding his hand above his head, Bjorn silently hoped that Erwin would understand the signal. There was no sound, no way to know for sure, but he had to trust her. With no time to waste, Bjorn ran forward, charging at the adventurers in front of him. The leader's eyes widened in surprise, but he barely managed to raise his sword in time, attempting to block Bjorn's oncoming attack. Bjorn slammed into the man with all his strength, his shield hitting the adventurer's blade with a sharp clash. With a grunt of effort, Bjorn called out to Illis. "Now!" he shouted, pushing himself forward. Illis, the warrior, swung his sword in an arc, pushing Bjorn aside with a powerful strike. Though forced to jump back to avoid the full brunt of the blow, Bjorn could tell that Illis was strong. But retreat wasn't an option. Bjorn steeled himself and rushed forward again, swinging his shield to create an opening. His plan was simple: distract Illis and force him into a position where he could strike. But Illis dodged his blow with ease, and Bjorn's focus shifted, realizing he was vulnerable. That's when he felt it, a presence behind him. Another adventurer had leaped at him from behind, his hands raised, aiming to strike. For a split second, Bjorn was distracted by the new threat, but then something else caught his attention. An arrow. It flew through the air with terrifying speed. The adventurers froze, their eyes narrowing in confusion, watching the arrow's path. Bjorn, too, watched the arrow's trajectory, wondering if it was the crossbowman or Erwin. Then, just as the arrow was about to strike the leader of the adventurers, his comrade managed to block the blow with a shield, just in time. Bjorn's heart skipped a beat as he realized the arrow's source. It was Erwin. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, knowing that she had found the crossbowman. "Focus on the barbarian," the knight leader shouted to his comrades, his voice commanding. "I'll handle this." He raised his shield, preparing for another arrow aimed at Illis. The battle was far from over, but Bjorn could feel the tides shifting. They had underestimated him, and now, with Erwin's help, they were in for a fight they hadn't bargained for. The knight grinned, his eyes narrowing with malicious amusement. "Where do you think you're going, barbarian?" he taunted, a mocking name slipping from his lips. "I'll make sure to protect my comrades from those arrows." His confidence was unshakable, and for a moment, Bjorn couldn't help but notice the brief distraction in the knight's eyes. But that split second was enough to give the adventurers their opening. They struck from all sides, closing in on him with vicious speed. Bjorn's heart skipped as he realized the magnitude of the situation. He couldn't handle all of them at once. His shield was no longer enough to protect him from the constant barrage of strikes. The blows came fast, forcing him to defend with everything he had. One of the adventurers pressed in, hammering at him with relentless force. Bjorn gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He had to act differently, he thought. He couldn't rely on the shield for this fight, not with the damage to his arm. The pain in his left arm intensified with every move, but he steeled himself for what was to come. As if on cue, Illis came up behind him, sword raised high. The strike was swift, and Bjorn took the blow full force on his already injured arm. A sharp cry of pain escaped him, but he quickly suppressed it. He couldn't use his left arm anymore, not in this fight. But he couldn't afford to back down. The decision had been made. With a groan of effort, he bent slightly, sacrificing his left arm as the cut seared across it. But it was the only way. In the heat of the moment, he traded the use of his arm for a chance to take down the adventurer with the red hair. Illis froze in shock, clearly not expecting Bjorn to take the hit so willingly. Without hesitation, Bjorn swung his shield with a mighty roar, throwing the red-haired adventurer aside with such force that blood sprayed from his mouth, and a tooth flew out. The adventurer screamed, calling Bjorn a monster. But Bjorn didn't flinch. His anger flared as he spun around, facing the next attack. He dodged, the sword missing him by mere inches as it sank into the ground. Bjorn leaped back, putting his shield up again in defense. Illis frowned, clearly confused by Bjorn's unexpected resilience. But the next attack came, and this time it was fiery. A ball of flame shot toward him, and the knight stepped in front, barking orders to Illis. "Concentrate. I'll block it," he yelled, trying to protect his comrade. Bjorn mentally praised Erwin, recognizing that she was no ordinary archer. She was a spirit user. While the knight struggled with his flaming shield, Erwin took her chance. Her arrow flew like a bolt of lightning, striking the knight's shoulder. He screamed in pain, clutching his wound as he staggered backward. Illis was quick to react, charging toward Bjorn with his sword raised. Bjorn managed to block the blow with his shield, but he could feel the strain in his arms. He was growing tired, and his body was starting to betray him. Meanwhile, the leader of the group, who had been sitting to the side, suddenly leaped up, realizing the gravity of the situation. His breath was heavy as he took in the chaos around him. He sprinted toward his comrades, warning them, "I'll deal with Erwin." Bjorn cursed inwardly as he realized the leader was making a move, and his actions had just crossed a dangerous line. He couldn't let this go on much longer. The fight was far from over, and the tide was beginning to shift. Another strike hit Bjorn's shield, rattling him to his core. Illis, ever the strategist, seized the moment to taunt him. "Surrender now," he advised, his voice calm but filled with arrogance. The words ignited something within Bjorn. He couldn't back down. Not now. Not when everything was on the line. He planted his feet firmly, the ground beneath him becoming his anchor as he steeled himself. He would have to trust in Erwin. With a surge of energy, Bjorn launched forward, causing Illis to freeze in shock. The warrior's frown deepened as Bjorn shifted the position of his shield at the last possible moment. He delivered a devastating blow with a narrow edge, aiming straight for Illis. But Illis was quick, too quick, and managed to lean back just in time. The shield missed him, but the knight who had been standing behind him wasn't so lucky. The blow struck the knight, sending him flying, blood spraying into the air as he screamed in agony. Illis cursed under his breath, anger flashing in his eyes. "Monster!" he shouted, swinging his sword at Bjorn with fury. But Bjorn, despite the pain coursing through him, managed to dodge the attack. He couldn't help but notice the sweat pouring down Illis's face, the warrior now realizing just how outmatched he was. "You're alone now," Bjorn warned, his voice low and dangerous. Illis, his jaw clenched in frustration, didn't respond. Instead, they locked into combat once more. The two of them exchanged strikes, each trying to outmaneuver the other. But Bjorn felt the weight of every move. Illis was strong, no doubt, but the longer they fought, the more Bjorn realized Illis's biggest mistake was ever joining this group. Bjorn wasn't just fighting to survive. He was fighting to end this. As they circled, Bjorn noticed something. Illis was buying time, hoping his red-haired comrade would return to assist him. But Bjorn wouldn't let that happen. He couldn't. He feigned a powerful blow, swinging his shield at Illis. And just as expected, Illis braced for impact. But Bjorn had other plans. In an unexpected move, Bjorn tossed his shield aside, catching Illis off guard. The shield flew through the air, slamming into Illis with a sickening thud. Illis cried out in pain, stumbling back as he tried to regain his balance. Bjorn didn't wait for him to recover. He grabbed Illis by the collar, lifting him off the ground with a grunt of effort. His breath was labored, but his gaze was cold and unyielding. He stared into Illis's eyes for a long moment before speaking. Do you really think I'm going to die so easily? Before Illis could react, Bjorn swung his hand, lifting him higher. He brought Illis's throat close to his own and, without a moment's hesitation, bit down with a vicious snap. Blood sprayed into the air as he tore into Illis's throat, the taste of it bitter and metallic in his mouth. He heard Illis's scream, but it was cut short as he let go of the lifeless body and threw it aside. Panting heavily, Bjorn wiped the blood from his face, his eyes narrowing as he looked down at the fallen bodies of his opponents with a mix of disdain and finality. A voice broke through the tension. Bjorn. Wywin rushed toward him, her voice thick with concern. Her eyes were wide, and tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. They streaked down her cheeks as she approached, and Bjorn saw the fear written on her face. She had done well, he thought, but his wounds were severe, and she was terrified. You're hurt so badly, she whispered, her voice trembling. You need to drink this. She handed him a flask with a potion, urging him to take it. Bjorn frowned, confused. Do I really need to drink it? He asked, his voice rough from exhaustion. Wywin nodded urgently. The effect will be stronger if you drink it, rather than just applying it to your wounds. She noticed the poison spreading in his system, and her worry deepened. Please, Bjorn. Bjorn didn't argue. He uncorked the flask and drank the potion, feeling the bitter liquid burn its way down his throat. Once finished, he tossed the empty flask aside and sank to the ground. His body was on fire, every nerve aching as if his very insides were boiling. He closed his eyes, breathing heavily, feeling the magical aura swirling around him, hoping the potion would pull him back from the brink. Sweat beaded on Bjorn's forehead as he clenched his jaw to stifle the screams that threatened to escape. His skin burned and itched, the pain almost unbearable. Standing beside him, Erwin noticed his struggle, her frown deepening with concern. Bjorn, his voice strained with the effort to hold it together, asked, "What time is it?" His eyes flicked toward her watch, desperate for some sense of how much time they had left. Erwin glanced at the watch, replying, 10 minutes have passed. Bjorn's frown deepened as he quickly calculated the time. We have 40 minutes until the first floor closes. No time to rest, he muttered, his mind already working through their dwindling options. Without hesitation, he turned to Erwin. Take off your clothes. Her eyes widened in shock, and she let out a surprised cry. What? She blushed, unsure how to react. She was taken aback by the suddenness of his request, and instinctively began to unbutton her shirt, her face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing her actions, Bjorn quickly stood up and explained, his voice gruff with urgency. I didn't mean you. I meant the adventurer's clothes. Erwin blinked in understanding, her embarrassment turning into confusion. Oh, she said quietly. Bjorn checked the time again, realizing they had less than 40 minutes left. Forget it. We don't have time, he sighed. Just grab their equipment, magic crystals, and backpacks. Erwin, now understanding what he meant, nodded. I'll go get the stuff from one of the adventurers and the crossbowmen. Bjorn agreed. Hurry. A short while later, with only 5 minutes remaining, Erwin returned, carrying the necessary equipment. They both continued to move at a frantic pace, knowing they had no time to waste. As the minutes ticked down, the sense of urgency only grew. With less than 27 minutes left, they were still sprinting toward their destination. When the clock hit 13 minutes and 37 seconds, they were still running. At just under 9 minutes, they had yet to reach the portal. Finally, with only 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, they saw the portal ahead. A wave of relief washed over them, but it was short-lived. As they neared the portal, Bjorn urged, We need to go in immediately. With only 50 seconds left before the first floor closed, they reached the portal, rushing inside, just as the timer hit 48 seconds. They were transported to the first floor with 40 seconds remaining. Erwin managed to land gracefully on her feet, but Bjorn stumbled, unable to fully coordinate himself. Erwin, her face lit up with joy, raised her hands in triumph, exclaiming, That was fun. Bjorn frowned in displeasure, noticing the maze had spit them out again. He couldn't understand how Erwin managed to land perfectly every time, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. He was distracted by her beaming smile, her enthusiasm infectious. You did great, she said, her eyes shining. Bjorn agreed, but his mind was elsewhere. You did well too, he murmured, though his frown deepened. He still wondered if they had really only 30 seconds left. They had barely made it. Suddenly, Erwin's expression shifted, and she remembered something. The essence, she exclaimed, snapping her fingers. Bjorn looked at her, in confusion. What about it? She gave him a puzzled look. You wanted to tell me something about it. Before they were attacked, Bjorn was deep in thought, his mind racing. He had realized that Erwin was right, but with time running out, there was no room for further discussion. We'll talk outside, he suggested quickly, already knowing they were running out of time. With just 10 seconds left, Bjorn cursed in his mind, his brow furrowed in concentration. He scratched his head, trying to recall the name of the tavern. It was on the tip of his tongue. Erwin watched him with growing surprise, noticing how desperately he was trying to remember. 8 seconds left. Erwin murmured, her concern growing as she noticed Bjorn's intense focus. Bjorn clenched his jaw, closing his eyes in concentration. The seconds ticked away, but the name wouldn't come. His frustration grew, and Erwin began to worry even more. For seconds, she said softly, unable to hide her concern. Finally, the name clicked in Bjorn's mind. The Black Whale Tavern, he exclaimed, his face lighting up with triumph. We'll meet there. Erwin's smile spread wide with relief and joy. Sounds good, she agreed enthusiastically, glad that they had at least sorted that out. Just as the last second ticked by, the system's announcement echoed in the air. The labyrinth is closing. A bright light enveloped both Bjorn and Erwin as the system added that they would soon be teleported to Ronia. The labyrinth dissolved around them, and as the light faded, Bjorn's expression darkened. He pressed his lips tightly together, feeling the familiar tension that always came with returning to the city. He froze for a moment, taking in the bustling scene around him. The city was as crowded as ever, with adventurers everywhere. It wasn't surprising. They all gathered in one place after returning. But what did surprise him was the sheer number of adventurers that had packed into the area. Bjorn squinted, observing the scene carefully. He remembered that the flow of time in the labyrinth was different from the time in the city. No matter how many days someone spent inside, they always returned to the city at noon the following day. This meant every adventurer had to adjust their clocks to sync with the city's time. Pulling out the watch he had received, Bjorn adjusted it. But before he could finish, he heard someone shout his name, drawing his attention. Karak. The voice came from a distance, a familiar sound. Bjorn turned his gaze toward the speaker, frowning slightly in concentration. He recognized the figure approaching, and as Karak got closer, Bjorn asked, Is your name Karak? Karak smiled and waved, acknowledging him with a friendly gesture. Yes, it's me, he said, his tone warm. But before Bjorn could respond further, another figure appeared. Serum stepped forward, calling out in relief. Karak, I'm glad to see you're safe. He waved enthusiastically, his voice full of excitement. You've returned as well. As more barbarians gathered, the group began to chat, exchanging greetings and stories. Bjorn stepped slightly to the side, observing the interaction. Karak seemed to be very popular, surrounded by his fellow barbarians. One of them laughed, boasting. Those razor-maned wolves were nothing for him. The others nodded in agreement, praising Karak's skill. We never doubted your axe skills, one of them added with a grin. Bjorn couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie, but his mind was already moving on. There was still so much to do, and the labyrinth close calls had left him more exhausted than he'd let on. Bjorn stood there, his brow furrowed in confusion as he observed the chaotic scene unfolding around him. He had expected a more subdued return, but instead, the barbarians seemed to have erupted into a full-on reunion, and he couldn't quite understand where all these people had come from. One of the barbarians suddenly challenged Karak to a duel of courage, jumping up and shouting that it was the perfect idea to show off his warrior pride. The others quickly jumped on board, encouraging him, with someone shouting, You definitely have the most crystals. Bjorn, still standing still, was called out by the group. Are you coming? They asked, eager to join in the excitement. Yeah, I'm coming, Bjorn replied, shaking his head slightly in bemusement. Soon, they all made their way to a special establishment where a girl was busy counting crystals and placing them into bags. She looked up and announced, One of the warriors has 24,476 crystals, and another has 48 crystals. The barbarians, clearly impressed, erupted in excitement when they heard that Karak had over 40,000 crystals. As Karak took his reward with a proud smile, one of the barbarians exclaimed, Amazing! Karak's definitely the best warrior. Bjorn, still a little detached from the frenzy, approached the counter. He placed his bags down, and the girl asked, Are there crystals in all of these bags? Yes, there are, Bjorn confirmed, his expression focused. The girl frowned in concentration, preparing to count the crystals. She quickly began moving her hands, extracting the crystals from the bags, and using special scales for a more accurate count. Bjorn watched in amazement at how fast she worked, barely able to keep up with her quick movements. After a moment, the girl announced, Everything's ready. You've collected a total of 182,183 crystals. She returned the crystals to the bags and placed them on the counter in front of Bjorn. His eyes widened slightly in surprise at the amount he had collected. The barbarians, hearing the number of crystals, surrounded him, their excitement palpable. Did you really collect 180,000? One of them asked incredulously. Karak, leaning a hand on Bjorn's shoulder, repeated the number, a grin spreading across his face. 180,000? That's definitely some kind of record. Before Bjorn could respond, another barbarian paused, noticing something odd. Wait, not only did he collect the crystals, but he also has the hammer, boots, and a backpack, he said, frowning in confusion. The group exchanged puzzled looks, not understanding how that was possible. Bjorn sighed in irritation, pressing his lips tighter. He knew exactly what they were thinking. The barbarians, now more excited than ever, began shouting that Bjorn was definitely the best warrior. Their cheers grew louder as they raised him up on their shoulders, chanting his name repeatedly. Bjorn couldn't help but grin. He understood why they were so thrilled. He was the first barbarian to enter the labyrinth almost empty-handed and return with so much loot. He felt a rush of pride and raised his hand, clutching the hammer, shouting, "I'm the best!" The barbarians cheered even louder, lifting him higher and swinging him around. Bjorn crossed his arms over his chest, mentally chuckling at the spectacle. This isn't bad, he thought, basking in the praise. However, one of the employees of the establishment, sweat beading on her forehead from a noise, stepped forward with a warning. Please, it's not allowed to make so much noise, she said, trying to keep the situation under control. The barbarians eventually began apologizing to him, and when he asked them to lower their voices a little, they actually agreed. Still, their shouting carried straight into the street. Passers-by slowed down, peeking inside and asking why it was so noisy again. Someone sighed in annoyance, immediately realizing it had to be the barbarians, but as usual, no one bothered to intervene. Some time later, the barbarians spilled out onto the street. A few stood off to the side, while the rest settled onto the steps, cleaning their weapons, stretching, or simply staring into space. Bjorn decided it was better to stay with them for now. He didn't know all the local nuances yet, and moving together felt safer, so he waited for the others. Then he suddenly grinned, caught off guard by what he saw. Off to the side, she was standing with the other elves, smiling brightly as she spoke with them. She excitedly mentioned that she had finally figured out how to control the spirit. Someone asked if that was really true, reminding her that fire spirits were known to be the most disobedient. Listening from afar, Bjorn realized these were the people she usually spent time with. Compared to them, those around him felt like nothing but savages, barbarians yawning, falling asleep, or talking far too loudly without a shred of restraint. He even wondered if Erwin was deliberately trying to ignore the chaos surrounding him. Suddenly, Erwin glanced in his direction. Bjorn's mood lifted instantly. In a quiet whisper, he suggested they meet at night. She nodded in agreement. But just then, Terjan noticed her distraction, pulled her attention back, and frowned suspiciously, asking if she knew him. Erwin quickly denied it. At the same moment, Karak noticed Bjorn's wandering gaze and strode over, shoving his shoulder and demanding to know what he was staring at. Shielding his eyes with one hand, Karak asked if Bjorn really knew that elf. Bjorn loudly denied it again. Karak snorted, saying he figured as much. After all, the best warrior wouldn't associate with cowardly, long-eared elves. Terj's expression darkened immediately. Bjorn cursed inwardly. The elves were already on edge, and the barbarians looked ready to jump into a fight at the slightest provocation. Once again, he reminded himself that these people had absolutely no idea how to keep their mouths shut. If this continued, he might actually lose his mind. He even found himself wondering if he and Erwin were turning into some twisted version of Romeo and Juliet. Finally, the last of the barbarians emerged from the building. Bjorn suggested they leave now that everyone had gathered. Kak agreed enthusiastically, grinning wide. Watching them move, Bjorn knew there was no chance for him and Erwin to talk in an atmosphere like this. With a quiet decision, he resolved to wait until night. The barbarians moved through the streets, heading toward their destination, when Bjorn was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts by a child's voice. The boy ran to his father, and the man immediately crouched down, wrapping him in a tight embrace. He shut his eyes and cried openly, laughing through the tears. The child admitted that he had missed him. The man replied that he had missed him too, then asked how his son had managed without him all this time. Bjorn froze for a moment. He remembered scenes like this from the game. Looking around, he saw more reunions unfolding at once. Brothers hugging tightly, one laughing in relief that the other had returned alive. Other family members gathered around them, smiling through tears, crying in pure joy the moment they realized their loved ones were still breathing. But joy wasn't the only thing filling the street. Bjorn noticed a woman rush toward Lemurian, her face pale as she desperately asked where her husband was. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she clutched his clothes with trembling hands. Lemurian closed his eyes, his jaw tightening, before he whispered an apology. Not far away, another mother collapsed to her knees, screaming Felix's name again and again. Her daughter stepped closer, confusion written all over her face, asking where her brother was. Despair spread like a shadow. One adventurer dropped to his knees, screaming that it was all his fault, while a girl from his team tried to calm him, telling him there was nothing they could have done. Bjorn had cleared this dungeon countless times, had watched these scenes through a screen, but hearing real screams, real questions, real grief tearing through the air was different. He didn't understand why it felt so heavy, but his fists clenched on their own as he kept walking, stubbornly matching the barbarian's pace. Seeing faces that had once been nothing more than flat images on a monitor, now twisted with emotion, was unsettling in a way he hadn't expected. Sometime later, all the barbarians gathered inside a bar. They raised their mugs high, filled to the brim with alcohol, shouting for each other to drink it all down. The liquid vanished into their mouths as they laughed loudly. Karak even grabbed 2 mugs at once, draining them without pause. Empty glasses were tossed aside, and the barbarians roared with encouragement, urging each other to drink more. Bjorn sat there, dissatisfied, staring at them as if they had lost their minds. The only reason he had followed them was because he didn't want to miss something important in the process. But as he watched them rage and celebrate, he realized this wasn't important at all. They were just here to get drunk. His jaw tightened in irritation. He was wasting his time. Bjorn stood up and announced that he was leaving. Karak frowned immediately, asking in disbelief if he was really going to abandon them. At his shout, the other barbarians turned to look. One of the girls laughed and asked if the hero of the day was already leaving. Others murmured in confusion, unable to understand why he would go now. Bjorn didn't answer them. Instead, he asked himself quietly what he was even doing here. If they truly thought he was the main character, Bjorn hoped they wouldn't try to stop him. In the end, they didn't. The barbarians simply waved him off, telling him he could do whatever he wanted, wishing him luck and all the best. Without replying, Bjorn left the bar and headed down the street. As he walked, he glanced to the side and noticed children running past him, calling out for one another to wait. The city felt calm, almost deceptively so. There were no monsters lurking, no people looking for trouble. Snippets of conversation drifted through the air. Someone asked what they should have for dinner. Another suggested going out for a drink. A woman casually mentioned that her husband had also been inside the labyrinth. Law and order ruled this place, and realizing that, Bjorn allowed himself to relax a little. He stopped by a clothing shop and bought a shirt. For some reason, the simple act felt grounding. He thought that even if he tripped here, he could calmly get back up, and if he were lucky, someone might even offer him a hand. Clutching the fabric in his palm, he continued walking toward an establishment further down the road, quietly acknowledging that this really was a different world. Wilder than the 21st century, yes, but it still had its comforts. Entering room 35, Bjorn stepped into the shower and turned on the hot water. Steam quickly filled the space, wrapping around him. The city was peaceful, too peaceful. As the dirt washed away, he found himself thinking that living here might actually be nice. When he finished, he stepped out feeling lighter and dropped onto the bed with a long sigh, closing his eyes in relief. Then he opened them again. Almost immediately, he covered his face with his hand, pressing his lips together to stop himself from crying. Who was he trying to fool? He wanted to go home. Saying it out loud in his mind only made it worse. He wanted to go home, desperately, even if no one was waiting for him there. Night crept in quietly. When the clock showed 9:18 p.m., Bjorn sat up and stretched, yawning so hard that tears formed at the corners of his eyes. Looking out the window, he realized he had left the labyrinth around noon and slept for nearly 5 hours. It was time to head out again. He needed to go to the tavern to meet Hearn. When he asked a man on the street about the Black Whale Inn, the man stared at him in surprise, repeating the name as if testing it. He then explained that the place had been gone for nearly 10 years. Bjorn asked again, confused, not understanding what he meant. The man sighed and clarified that the owner's son had fallen into gambling debt, forcing the inn to change both its name and ownership. He sounded genuinely bitter about it, adding that the place had once been wonderful. Bjorn frowned, already knowing the answer. He assumed the events from the game had taken place a long time ago. Still, he asked what the establishment was called now. The man thought for a moment, then suddenly snapped his fingers and blurted out the name, saying it was called Famus. Before long, Bjorn found himself standing in front of the place. He paused near the entrance, reading the sign again, doubt creeping in. Was this really where the black whale had once stood? The atmosphere felt different from what he remembered in the game. At least, he could read the local script, which made him think he should visit a library someday to understand this world better. As soon as he stepped inside, someone greeted him. He couldn't even respond properly before the noise swallowed the words. The customers were already shouting for more drinks, calling the staff over from every direction. The commotion put him in a sour mood, and he wondered where he was supposed to find Erwin in all this chaos. Then a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, he spotted Erwin, smiling brightly and waving her hand in the air to get his attention, urging him to come over. Bjorn finally relaxed when he saw her. She was sitting with the same woman from before. As he approached, Terja frowned immediately, looking at him with clear displeasure and dismissively remarking that he was that same barbarian again. Bjorn calmly gave his name and asked who Terja was. The woman replied that she was Erwin's older sister. Erwin glanced at her sadly, trying to catch her attention. Bjorn sighed, admitting that he hadn't known there was a specific term for an older sister. Terja narrowed her eyes and told him curtly that he could just call her Terja. Bjorn thought about it for a moment, remembering that Erwin had once introduced herself using a longer name. It dawned on him that her sister had chosen to give only her last name. In the end, he didn't argue and instead asked why Terja had come along. That was a mistake. Tia suddenly stood up and slammed her palm on the table. Even Bjorn flinched. Erwin continued to watch her with a worried expression as Terja declared that she had a question for him. She demanded to know why he had invited a little girl to a tavern in the middle of the night. Her eyes burned with indignation as she stared at him down, waiting for an answer. She added that he had summoned Erwin to this terrible place the night before and asked if he really had the nerve to question why she had come with her. She called him a thick-skinned barbarian outright. Erwin clasped her hands together, silently pleading with her sister, but Terja ignored her completely. Bjorn frowned, genuinely confused, and asked what she meant about him doing this last night. Terja's frown deepened as she snapped back, asking if he was really going to play dumb. Bjorn was still trying to understand what was happening as he turned his attention back to Erwin, hoping she could explain. He asked how much time had passed since they were separated. Lost in thought, she calculated it and said that about 30 hours had gone by. Bjorn repeated the number in his head, and his blood ran cold. 30 hours. Hadn't it only been 4? Sweat trickled down his face as understanding finally hit him. Now he knew why Terja had been so furious. Tia sat back down, still frowning, while Erwin did the opposite and smiled brightly. Bjorn realized, with a sinking feeling, that he had slept for more than a full day. Erwin kept smiling at him, and turning to her in his mind, he apologized. Then he opened his eyes and said it out loud, explaining that he hadn't woken up since leaving the labyrinth. Tia's mouth fell open in shock, frozen where she sat. Erwin stared at him as well, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bjorn noticed Terja's stunned expression and wondered if she had never seen a barbarian apologize before. After a short pause, Terja scoffed and said she hadn't expected anything from him in the first place, then demanded to know why he even needed Erwin. Bjorn felt like he could explain everything, but instead he asked why she cared so much. Scratching his ear awkwardly, he bluntly added that if Terja was that interested, she should ask herself why. She froze, then frowned, clearly realizing something she didn't want to admit. Cursing barbarians under her breath, she shot back that it was ridiculous, especially since Bjorn was just a newbie. Bjorn didn't see how that mattered at all. He warned her to stop acting like this if she truly cared about Erwin. That only made her angrier. She hurled insults at him, and the two of them locked into a heated glare. Erwin, completely at a loss, shifted her desperate gaze back and forth between them, trying to catch either one's attention. Finally, Terja placed a bag on the table and told Bjorn to take it. She announced that it contained 350,000 crystals. It was the price for the essence Erwin had received. Bjorn looked at the bag, struck by a strange sense of déjà vu. For a moment, he imagined a dramatic scene where money was thrown at him with an order to take it and stay away from her girl. But before that thought could settle, Terja crossed her arms and demanded to know why he wasn't picking it up. Her frown deepened as she realized he had other intentions. She muttered that she had suspected as much. Bjorn ignored the remark and turned to Erwin instead, quietly asking if she was okay with this. She thought about it, and Bjorn admitted that he had originally planned to form a party with her until she earned enough to pay for the essence. He closed his eyes as he said it. Erwin gasped in surprise, asking if that was really all he wanted from her. Bjorn confirmed it, explaining that they had simply split the loot evenly. Erwin smiled, clearly moved by his words. But then her expression suddenly stiffened. The smile faded, disappointment settling in as she sank back in her seat, closed her eyes, and softly apologized to him. Bjorn didn't understand why she refused. To him, it felt like they worked well together, like a perfectly matched duo. Terja, however, looked at him seriously and explained that Erwin would be entering the labyrinth with her from now on. It wasn't a personal choice, she said. It was tradition. They had only allowed Erwin to go alone on her first sortie, and Terja herself would never agree to something like that again. That was when Bjorn realized it. Erwin already had a group waiting for her, one that would drag her straight toward the upper floors. The thought of blood ties and obligations left a bitter taste in his mouth. Terja pushed the bag of crystals toward him again, telling him to take it if he finally understood. Bjorn told her to wait. He pointed out that 350,000 crystals were only half the value of the essence. Terja nodded, saying that was correct, since it was the total loot divided in half. Bjorn frowned and replied that 280,000 were missing, reminding her that they had agreed on a 9-to-1 split. Tia chuckled softly, muttering that she couldn't believe she had forgotten that detail. She placed the bag back on the table and said there were still 280,000 left. Bjorn's irritation deepened. For a moment, he wondered what kind of game she was playing. It felt like she was deliberately messing with him, and he silently cursed both her and the elf race, finally understanding why barbarians despised them so much. Deciding he was done with Terja, Bjorn asked if she could leave. He explained that he and Erwin needed to talk alone. Terja frowned, asking what there was left to talk about. Before he could answer, she was distracted. Erwin tugged awkwardly at the fabric of her glove, drawing her sister's attention. Looking embarrassed, Erwin said she was truly grateful for her concern, but asked her to go now. She clasped her hands together, pleading, saying she wanted to properly thank Bjorn and say goodbye. Tia studied her for a long moment, then finally agreed, noting that Erwin was no longer a child. But before leaving, she suddenly pointed a finger straight at Bjorn and ordered him to swear an oath. Bjorn froze, confused, asking what oath she meant. Terja shouted that he had to swear he would not sleep with Erwin, promising that if he did, she would leave immediately. Erwin stared at them both in total confusion, asking what Terja was even talking about. Bjorn, still stunned, wondered if this really meant just that. If he didn't sleep with her, then everything else was acceptable? When he hesitated, Terja barked at him again, demanding he swear. Bjorn sighed and raised his hand, swearing by the honor of a warrior as he struck his chest with his palm, while mentally admitting that he didn't care about a warrior's honor at all. Erwin looked at him helplessly, trying to catch his eye. Finally, Terja seemed satisfied. She turned away, declaring that she would leave now. Erwin called out after her, and Terja suddenly stopped. She had almost forgotten something. Slowly, she turned back toward Bjorn. She smiled and thanked him for saving Erwin. Then she let out a long sigh and collapsed forward onto the table. Bjorn stared at her, confused. Slowly lifting her head, she looked at him with pitiful eyes and asked what she was supposed to do now. She admitted that she had never spoken to Terja like that before and asked if it was really true that her sister wasn't angry. Bjorn doubted that very much, especially judging by that smile, but he told her out loud not to worry about it. Hearing that, she said she was relieved. Then she suddenly remembered something else. Growing a little embarrassed, she added that she was grateful for Bjorn's offer, but explained that she and Terja had made a promise to each other a long time ago. Because of that, she apologized to him once more. Bjorn said it was fine and rested his chin in his hand, thinking that he probably wouldn't refuse either if a high-level elf offered to drag him through the labyrinth. Taking out another bag, Erwin explained that there were 63,000 more crystals inside. She had collected them from the adventurer and the crossbowman and had already taken her share, so Bjorn didn't need to worry about it. She added that their backpacks were at her house, and since they contained many different items, it would be better to go through everything in person the next day. Bjorn looked at her and smiled. He didn't even need to say anything. She immediately understood what he was feeling. He regretted having to part with such a good companion. Lowering her head, Erwin suddenly asked how she could thank him. Bjorn asked again, confused about what she meant. She explained that she couldn't just ignore the help he had given her, especially since he had refused her offer earlier. Now he understood why Terja had forced him to swear that oath. She must have thought he would ask for something strange. Bjorn repeated Erwin's words about thanking him and took a moment to think. Nothing came to mind. After a short pause, he asked if she wanted to eat. She said she wasn't hungry. Bjorn decided he would eat on his own then. Erwin hesitated, pressing a finger to her chin, her face turning red. Then she stood up, leaned forward slightly, and said it might be better to order a drink instead. She explained that she hadn't taken a single sip on purpose the day before. Bjorn asked again, bewildered. Erwin suddenly blurted out that she wanted to drink the first return mug with him. Bjorn repeated the phrase quietly, remembering that such a tradition existed in the game. For an elf who had spent her entire life in a monastery, this first time must have been especially meaningful. Awkwardly, he asked if he was supposed to feel happy. Erwin told him to just thank her. He did, and she smiled brightly, saying it was no trouble at all. They had supported each other in the labyrinth, and now it was time to share their first return drink together. She looked away, clearly embarrassed, and muttered that this wasn't Bjorn's first time there anyway. Bjorn frowned, confused, and asked what she was talking about. He told her plainly that this was his first time in the labyrinth too. Her eyes widened, and she almost shouted in shock. Bjorn reminded her that he had already said he was 20 years old. Erwin stared at him, stunned, asking if that had been a joke. Bjorn just grinned and repeated that it really was his first time in the labyrinth as well. Not long after, they ordered food and drinks. Erwin lifted her mug with a bright smile, closed her eyes, and declared that Bjorn had done an amazing job. Bjorn replied that she had tried just as hard. Their mugs clinked together, and they drank. Time slipped by easily. The plates emptied, the drinks disappeared, and at some point Erwin began staring at him with an oddly intense gaze. Only then did Bjorn realize she was looking at his short shirt. He silently agreed it was short, noting just as quietly that she was wearing a skirt, but he kept those thoughts to himself. Enough pointless chatter. It was time to get serious. He closed his eyes and finished the rest of his drink in one go. Watching him, Erwin looked impressed by how easily he drank. Bjorn wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and asked if it was really true that she wanted to thank him. He said there was one way she could do it. Erwin adjusted her hair, curiosity flashing in her eyes as she leaned closer and asked what he meant. Bjorn lowered his voice and whispered that they shouldn't do it here, since people might call security if they caused trouble. Erwin froze, her face turning red as she guessed what he was implying. After a brief hesitation, she suggested going somewhere else. Bjorn thought it over and decided it wasn't a bad idea. Sometime later, they were already inside the room. Bjorn asked her to spread something wider. Erwin sighed and shook her head, saying she couldn't do that no matter how much he asked. Bjorn's breathing grew heavy, sweat rolling down his face, but he still pulled her hand back with effort. Erwin shut her eyes, barely holding back tears, then cried out in pain as her shoulder strained. She said it felt like he was about to tear her arm off. Bjorn cursed inwardly, realizing just how hard it was to control his strength. Tears streamed down Erwin's cheeks as she said she had never bent like that before. Bjorn asked if she was sure. She swore on her mother that it was true. At that, Bjorn finally relented and suggested they take a break. Standing up, Erwin placed her palm on his still trembling hand and asked nervously if she had survived, checking that her hand was still attached. Bjorn watched her carefully, thinking to himself that an increase of 4 points in flexibility really wasn't that noticeable in real life. A little embarrassed, Erwin frowned and asked if Bjorn thought she had come all this way just to check her stats. He explained that using skills inside the city was forbidden. In his mind, though, he added the real reason. He wanted to see the difference between how the essence worked in the game and how it affected the real world. Erwin said with clear displeasure that she understood everything. Bjorn, however, was already lost in thought. The game's Dungeon in Stone had never shown mercy to its players. One glance at the characteristics window was enough to understand that. Strength, spirit, abilities, those were only the main categories. Beneath them were hundreds of other parameters hidden in endless drop-down lists. Endurance, for example, allowed someone to carry heavier loads and deal more damage with physical attacks. Because of that, even two characters with the same main stats could play completely differently. Bjorn imagined two players, both with 50 points in strength, and frowned slightly. He had spent thousands of hours studying these systems, 9 years of playing, and still, there were parameters he didn't fully understand. He silently cursed the developers, remembering vague effects like possession, then shifted his focus back to Erwin. She had gained an increase in that particular stat along with the essence. Noticing his intense stare, Erwin looked at him in surprise, then grew a little embarrassed and suggested they do something else. Bjorn ignored the hint. All he really knew was that the stat was considered low-level in the spirit tree. He asked her out loud if she had felt any changes since returning from the labyrinth, things like obsessive thoughts or a loss of self-control. Erwin pressed a finger to her chin and thought carefully. She admitted she didn't even know if something like that existed. Then, suddenly, her eyes lit up. She remembered something and blurted out that cookies felt different now. She had never really liked them before, but after returning, She had eaten an absurd amount. Bjorn frowned, feeling a strange sense of clarity. So obsession really did amplify desire. Now he understood why it had been so hard to notice in the game. He also realized there might be new stats he knew nothing about. He filed that thought away, telling himself to remember it in case something similar happened again. Before he could think any further, Erwin tugged lightly at his clothes and said she wanted to lie down. Bjorn wanted to check a few more things, but he agreed. They lay down together and blew out the candle, lighting the room. Just as sleep began to pull him under, Bjorn suddenly opened his eyes, sharply reminding himself to stop. He remembered Terja's warning about not sleeping together. He glanced at Erwin, already asleep with her head resting on him, and decided it didn't really matter. Terja probably had a very different scenario in mind. The next morning, Bjorn looked at the weapons, clothes, and various pieces of equipment scattered across the floor. He asked if that was all the loot, surprised by how much they had gathered. Erwin nodded, saying they had gone early for a reason, then asked casually if he wanted to sell it all. Bjorn agreed without hesitation, deciding he would keep only a few items for himself. Erwin's face lit up immediately, and she asked with open excitement if she could take the leather suit. Bjorn allowed it, noting that it would count as her share. She nodded happily, clearly satisfied. Not long after, the two of them moved through several shops, selling the items they had brought back. One merchant examined a piece carefully before offering 350,000 stones. Another gave 180,000 for a bundle of goods Bjorn presented together. In a different establishment, a man offered 250,000 for the backpack they had recovered. While Bjorn negotiated calmly, Erwin wandered around the shops with bright, curious eyes, taking everything in. When they were finally done, Bjorn looked down at the bags in his hands and quickly added everything up in his head. 1,450,000 stones. Standing beside him, Erwin clutched her own bag tightly and asked in disbelief if this was real or if she was dreaming. She couldn't understand how they had earned so much in such a short time. Bjorn barely reacted, already calculating again. After subtracting Erwin's share, he would still have 1,400,000 stones. He had never earned anything close to that on his first run. This was more than just luck. It was a perfect start. With that settled, Bjorn said it was time to apply. Erwin gasped in shock, and Bjorn frowned, not understanding her reaction. As far as he was concerned, they had already done everything necessary. He suggested they walk together to the central square, since they were heading in the same direction anyway. Erwin closed her eyes for a moment, clearly disappointed, but agreed, quietly admitting that she wanted to stay with him a little longer. They hadn't gone far when they suddenly stopped. Ahead of them, a large crowd had gathered, people pressing forward in anticipation. Erwin shuddered, confused, asking why so many people were there. Bjorn's expression darkened. He guessed immediately. An execution. A knight maintaining order shouted for everyone to step back. In the center, a man secured beneath the guillotine struggled desperately. He tried to speak, tears streaming down his face, but his mouth was bound, allowing only muffled, meaningless sounds to escape. Bjorn's gaze shifted to the others nearby, people tied and forced to sit on the ground beside the platform, crying quietly. He clenched his jaw. These people hadn't committed terrible crimes. They hadn't murdered anyone. They hadn't violated anyone. Their only sin was failing to pay their taxes. The knight announced the execution. The rope was released. Bjorn thought about Rafdonia, the last city in a world ruined by the witch's curse. The labyrinth was the only remaining source of resources. To survive, they culled those who couldn't contribute. Fewer mouths meant fewer problems. The blade fell. The man's head was severed in a single motion. Blood sprayed into the air, and the crowd surged forward, people clutching pieces of bread as they rushed toward the platform. Each of them shouted that he would be the first, screaming at the others to get out of the way as they rushed forward. In seconds, the pools of blood spread across the ground, and people crowded around them like madmen. Bread was dipped straight into the blood, shoved into mouths without hesitation. The same chant echoing again and again, as if reason had completely vanished. Erwin froze in horror. She covered her mouth with her hand, her face pale, and asked why they were doing something so disgusting, why people were dipping bread into blood. Bjorn answered calmly, as if this were common sense. There was a belief, he said, that the blood of the executed brought financial luck. Still shaken, she asked about the tax of the first year. He told her it was 700,000 stones for non-humans. It wasn't exactly the same as the game, but it was close enough. Frowning, the protagonist asked about the second year. 800,000 stones, she replied, and on top of that, there was a commission fee for currency exchange. Erwin continued to stare at the scene in silence, clearly disturbed. Bjorn, however, had already put the pieces together. This lined up perfectly with the game's rules. The taxes increased every year. That meant stopping was never an option. If he failed to grow stronger or find a way back home, then one day his own blood would end up soaked into someone else's bread. That thought settled heavily in his chest. He decided then and there that he needed to save as much money as possible, enough that he would never have to worry about survival again. He mentally mapped out locations from the game, reminding himself that he had to reach at least the 6th floor if he wanted to avoid execution and stay alive. Sometime later, he arrived at the library. He paused before entering, struck by its sheer size. In the game, this place had still been under development. Stepping inside, he walked toward the shelves, only to feel an uncomfortable pressure. Why was everyone staring at him? He frowned, wondering if none of them had ever seen a book-loving barbarian before. Then he stopped. At one of the tables, Einar was slumped forward, fast asleep with her face resting on an open book. Recognizing her instantly, he leaned closer, studying her expression in confusion. What was she doing here? He poked her with his finger. She jolted awake, lifting her head in surprise, and stared at him before asking if it was really him. Bjorn admitted that he was relieved to see her safe. She shouted back that she was glad too, her voice echoing through the library. Several patrons turned toward her with obvious irritation. Sweating slightly from excitement and embarrassment, he urged her to lower her voice. She apologized quickly, saying she never expected to meet the barbarian's brother in a place like this. He tried asking her again to quiet down, but quickly realized it was pointless. Letting it go, he asked instead why she was here. Einar reminded him of his own words, that she needed to think before acting. That was why she had come to gain knowledge. Bjorn nodded, genuinely impressed. It was commendable, he said, and as he looked at her sitting there among the books, it was clear to him that Einar was nothing like the other barbarians. She added that while traveling through the labyrinth, she had realized there were far more things to fear than just monsters. Hearing that, the protagonist could only assume how much she must have gone through. The other barbarians he had met only bragged about their victories, never about the dangers or the mistakes. Einar sighed, confirming his assumption, and said that was exactly why she had decided to learn. Still, she admitted that reading itself was very difficult for her, and he wondered if that was truly the only thing holding her back. Standing up, Einar hesitated for a moment before admitting something else. She wanted to go to the temple, where someone could properly teach her how to read and write. He asked if she planned to go right away. She nodded firmly, saying that if she didn't do it immediately, she would probably forget. The more Bjorn learned about the barbarians, the heavier his heart felt. He couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Suddenly, Einar remembered something. She said she had promised to repay Bjorn for his advice if they returned alive. If he ever found himself in trouble, she told him to come to the Angry Bull. She promised she would do everything in her power to help him. He agreed, though part of him quietly hoped she wouldn't forget that promise in a few days. As he watched her leave, he noted to himself that he might need that help sooner than he expected. A little later, he looked around the library and wondered how he was supposed to find the book he needed in a place this massive. The shelves seemed endless. Then he noticed a girl sitting alone at a large table. As he approached, a thought crossed his mind. Was she the librarian? Her head was lowered, and as he got closer, Bjorn realized she had fallen asleep right there at work. He cleared his throat to get her attention. The girl startled awake and looked up at him with heavy, tired eyes, asking what was wrong. He explained that he was looking for a book and asked where he could find something related to history. Before he could even finish his sentence, she raised her hands and cast a spell. Magical energy formed between her palms and drifted toward him, wrapping around his body. He frowned in confusion, watching closely, wondering if she had really just used magic on him. When the glow faded, nothing felt different. He stared at her, still confused. Seeing his expression, the girl yawned lazily and explained that if he wandered around, he would naturally find the book he was looking for. She added a warning. Taking books out of the library was forbidden. He should read them here and return them to their original place. Bjorn asked if he really just needed to read them inside the library, but before she could answer, her head drooped again. She rested her chin on her hand and fell asleep on the spot. He quietly noted that she had passed out once more. He didn't understand what was wrong with her at first, but as he began walking through the library, he quickly realized how her magic actually worked. When he looked around more carefully, he suddenly noticed something strange. One of the books on the shelves was glowing faintly, then another, and another. Only then did he realize what the girl's magic had actually done. It was illuminating the books he needed. Now it made sense why a library this massive could be managed by a single person. He pulled one of the glowing books from the shelf and opened it, deciding to start there. The title read The Book of the Fallen World. As he read, he learned that for 1,000 years these lands had been cursed by a witch, turning them completely uninhabitable. Rafdonia had been the last fortress to escape the disaster, and its ruling family had opened a path to another dimension for those dying from a lack of resources. That place had come to be known as the Labyrinth. The ancient history described inside was almost identical to the game's prologue. After finishing it, Bjorn took another book, Basic Notes on Alchemy, Volume 4. This one explained how the magic crystals taken from monsters could be refined into bread, water, steel, and other necessities. No matter how many times he reread the pages, most of it made no sense to him. Still, he forced himself to remember what he could, just in case it became useful later. The next book was titled Holy War III. It detailed the origins of the deep hatred between barbarians and elves. Bjorn decided to read it as well, but it quickly became clear that the fourth book was far more important. Evil Spirits of the Abyss. According to it, evil spirits were beings from another dimension who took over other people's bodies. Bjorn noted quietly that, technically speaking, this was true. The book didn't explain the reason behind it, but he could tell that the ruling family and the church had gone to great lengths to eradicate this phenomenon. When he finished, he let out a slow breath. Simply put, as long as he didn't expose himself, he would be fine from the perspective of an evil spirit. That alone made the book incredibly valuable. He picked up the fifth book next, which chronicled the death of the king. It spoke of the first ruler, known as the Immortal King, Revision II, who had died 150 years ago. The game itself had begun with that very event. That meant 150 years had already passed since the original plot. Only then did Bjorn finally understand why reality kept diverging from the game. With that thought in mind, he grabbed another book, Notes on the Instability of Dimensions. He rested his hand on his chin, staring at the title. Was this really the book DRA had mentioned? He remembered DRA saying that what had happened to him was an abnormal occurrence. As he read further, the text explained that passing through a portal at the exact moment it was closing could cause dimensional instability. His expression darkened. That meant everything that had happened to him could have been entirely his own fault. Bjorn cursed under his breath, a wave of disgust washing over him, and decided it was better to stop thinking about it altogether. Suddenly, he shuddered, snapping out of his thoughts, and realized just how late it had become. Deciding to leave the rest for another time, he put the books away. 3 days had already passed since returning from the labyrinth. Lying on his bed, the protagonist frowned as he calculated the time. A month here lasted 30 days. The labyrinth opened at midnight on the first day, which meant he had only 27 days left. His expression hardened. Tomorrow, he would start looking for companions. When morning came, his eyes flew open at the sound of a noise. He sat up, then heard hurried knocking on the door, someone calling for him to wake up. For a moment, he wondered if it was her. He rubbed his eyes and opened the door, asking what Erwin was doing here so early. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful gust of wind slammed into him. He frowned deeper and cried out in surprise. Erwin stood there with her eyes shut, clearly the cause of it. She explained excitedly that she had succeeded in making a contract. The wind spirit swirled around proudly as she asked him to take a look. She said she had used the 10 spirit stones Tersa had given her, and it had worked. On top of that, she was happy it was a wind spirit, since it paired well with fire. Bjorn squeezed his eyes shut to keep the wind from hurting them and told her she was lucky. Spirit stones only gave a 10% chance of forming a contract, and they were extremely expensive. Remembering she had spent 10 of them, he couldn't help but wonder if she came from a wealthy family. In the end, he said he understood and told her she could call the spirit back. Erwin immediately shouted in protest, saying she hadn't shown everything yet. Bjorn turned toward his room with clear displeasure and asked how much more chaos she planned to create inside his place. Horrified, Erwin grabbed her cheeks, apologized rapidly, and promised to clean everything up right away. The spirit hovered nearby, watching the scene with fascination. Some time later, Erwin sat down on the bed, exhausted. She closed her eyes, rubbed her forehead, and announced that everything was finished. Bjorn looked around and remembered her saying she cleaned well. She wasn't lying. The room was already back in order. He congratulated her on the successful contract. Erwin closed her eyes and thanked him sincerely. Then Bjorn asked, in a serious tone, why she had gone out of her way to come here. There were more important things to do, like preparing for the labyrinth. Erwin hesitated, then admitted he was right. She lowered her head, closed her eyes, and quietly said she came because she wanted him to be the first to know. He assumed it was because he was her first companion, and that she believed there was something special connecting the two of them. He imagined her excitedly calling him her first friend, telling him she had contracted a wind spirit, and him casually asking how much stronger she had become. Normally, it was better to keep relationships strictly professional. Still, he said out loud that he planned to live here for a long time, and if she ever had problems, she could come to him. He switched into the merchant barbarian mode, smirked slightly, and held out his palm. He decided that he and Erwin would remain friends. More than that, they were comrades. Erwin froze, then almost cried. She stared at him in shock before breaking into a bright smile, closing her eyes happily as she agreed. Bjorn thought it was good to build more connections. There were only 26 days left until they returned to the labyrinth. It could feel long or short depending on how he used it, but he already knew exactly what to do. Soon after, he left the house and headed toward the Angry Bull Tavern where the barbarians were staying. One barbarian flinched when he heard footsteps approaching, and soon the others noticed him as well. Some didn't know who he was, but those who recognized him immediately spoke up, explaining that he was the strongest warrior, Bjorn. The moment his name spread, several voices shouted that they had heard of him. The noise grew so loud his ears almost rang, and he grimaced, annoyed that the barbarians were being loud again. As they led him inside, one of them asked why he had come. He assumed Bjorn was here to have some fun, and, without waiting for an answer, cheerfully added that it was a great idea since the owners only charged 300 stones per night. Bjorn was stunned by how cheap it was and wondered why. The barbarian explained that 10 people slept in a room meant for 5, but promised they would still find him a bed. That explained everything. Bjorn refused the offer and said he was here to see Einar, Finland's third daughter. The barbarian quickly corrected him, saying she was the second daughter. Just then, they ran into Einar in the corridor. She called Bjorn's name in surprise, her mouth slightly open as she stared at him. Seeing her timing, the barbarian laughed and said it was perfect since Bjorn had been looking for her. Einar stepped closer, confused, and asked why he wanted to see her. Bjorn answered simply that he had a request. He wanted to fight her. She assumed he meant training, and he confirmed it. He needed to train his raw, physical strength. In that regard, he was weaker. Einar looked at him thoughtfully and suggested they discuss it once they went outside. She told him all he needed to do was go out to the square. For a moment, the protagonist froze, watching the barbarians already fighting there, and realized there was no point wasting time hesitating. Einar said that if it weren't so early in the morning, she would be ready to fight him any time. He nodded and suggested they start right away. They soon reached an open clearing. Einar drew a massive sword, its weight obvious in her grip, while Bjorn picked up a shield and settled into a fighting stance. The surrounding barbarians quickly turned their attention toward them, realizing a fight was about to begin. Bjorn burst forward, reminding himself that he had come here to learn, but that didn't mean he wanted to lose. Einar raised her sword, her expression sharp with focus, and brought it down in a single, heavy swing. The impact sent a shock through his body. He lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Blood sprayed from his nose, and in that instant, he knew it was a crushing defeat. The barbarians erupted, shouting that Einar was now the stronger warrior. Ignoring them, she stepped closer and asked if he was all right. He said he was fine and admitted to himself that she was incredible. Wiping the blood from his nose with his finger, he frowned in concentration and said he wanted to fight again. They clashed once more. This time, Einar knocked the shield clean out of his hands. Even then, he refused to give up and asked for another round. In the next fight, he managed to block a sword strike with his shield without dropping it. Again and again, he asked her to continue. With each exchange, his movements improved. He learned to adjust his stance, to read her attacks, to dodge just a little better each time. They kept fighting until late into the night. Finally, Bjorn dropped to one knee, frozen in place, breathing heavily as sweat poured down his face. Einar, just as exhausted, asked if he wanted to keep going. She admitted that she needed a rest. Bjorn acknowledged in his mind just how strong she was. He said that was enough for today, and Einar agreed, adding that he had done well. Bjorn also realized something else. She wasn't an ordinary barbarian. Someone like her was unlikely to betray him. He asked if she planned to enter the labyrinth alone. She nodded, saying she had no choice. She didn't have the money to form a group. That confirmed what Bjorn had already been thinking. Smiling, he extended his palm toward her and asked if she wanted to be his teammate. Einar stared at his outstretched hand in surprise and asked him to repeat himself. Bjorn confirmed it, explaining that he would take a percentage of the income, but he would cover the cost of forming the team himself. Before he could continue, Einar suddenly told him to stop and not say another word. The protagonist cursed inwardly, wondering if she disliked the terms. He frowned and tried to explain, adding that he would even pay for the equipment. But she interrupted him again. This time, she simply reached out and shook his hand. Bjorn froze, staring at their clasped palms in surprise. Smiling, Einar explained that she wouldn't understand any of it even if he went on talking, so she had decided to trust him instead. Bjorn laughed softly and said he was glad to work with her. In his mind, he added that this was perfect. He finally had a true comrade. The next day, they went to the Barbarian temple. The chieftain flinched when he saw Bjorn and Einar approaching, then greeted them with a wide grin. Bjorn knew that grin was the reason he didn't want to come back here, but he had no choice. The chieftain remarked that warriors who had already left rarely returned to the temple, and asked if Bjorn was following in Einar's footsteps. He assumed Bjorn had come to learn how to read and write. Bjorn shook his head and said that wasn't the case. Confused, the chieftain asked why he was here then. Bjorn answered that he needed a spirit seal, more precisely, an immortal seal. As he said it, he frowned in concentration, resting his palm against his chest. This was a necessary step if he wanted to clear the labyrinth. He knew that each non-human race had its own unique traits. Elves formed contracts with spirits to borrow their power. Dwarves received blessings from armor that enhanced their equipment. Beastmen contracted with ancient creatures they called spirit beasts. Barbarians, on the other hand, possessed spirit seals. The chieftain leaned closer, eyes wide with shock, and asked how Bjorn even knew about that. Bjorn pressed his lips together and said nothing. The chieftain declared that young warriors usually knew nothing about such matters. Bjorn felt irritated by the suspicion, but it didn't matter. He had already been to the library and had deliberately searched for information on spirit seals. He said calmly that he had read about it in a book, remembering someone had once mentioned how spirit seals played a major role in the war against the elves. The chieftain burst into laughter, slapping Bjorn on the back and asking if he had really learned all that from reading. He seemed genuinely impressed. Bjorn flinched, stunned by the sudden praise. The chieftain then said he was proud of both Bjorn and Einar. If a warrior wanted a spirit seal, there was no reason to refuse. Bjorn offered to begin immediately, but the chieftain cut him off and declared that he first needed to pay 800,000 stones. He clenched his hand into a fist and asked if Bjorn could really handle it. Bjorn answered without hesitation that, of course, he could. Einar turned toward him in disbelief and asked if he was serious. He knew that early in the game, earning that much money was nearly impossible, and at higher ranks, survival required not just wealth but rare materials as well. But this wasn't a game anymore. Right now, he had money. Without another word, he took out one bag containing 500,000 stones and 3 more bags of 100,000 each, placing them where the chieftain could see. As the chieftain accepted the payment, he asked how Bjorn had managed to earn so much. Bjorn had already prepared an excuse, and honestly, it would have been disappointing if he hadn't been asked. Grinning, he said he had been lucky enough to run into a wounded elf. He claimed he used her as a slave, took her crystals, fed her essence, and then forced her sister to pay for everything. In his mind, he pictured himself as a cruel villain, exploiting the poor Erwinandia, and almost laughed at the absurdity. Out loud, he added that elves were truly pathetic. The chieftain burst out laughing, admitting that he hadn't laughed like that in a long time. He found it incredible that Bjorn had pulled off something like this. Nearby barbarians, drawn by the noise, shouted in amazement, saying he had beaten the long-eared ones. They acted as if such a thing had never been done by a barbarian before. Bjorn smiled, briefly wondering just how many barbarians had gathered around him. He was surprised by how much they despised elves, but he had to admit, it felt oddly satisfying. Suddenly, the chieftain placed something into his hand and declared it a gift, adding that Bjorn had great potential. Bjorn looked down in shock. 200,000 stones. He couldn't believe the chieftain had really given him that much. Receiving such a reward for a simple fairy tale felt unbelievable. In his mind, he shouted in delight. Raising his hand, he boldly promised that he would continue mocking those useless elves and become an even cooler warrior. The barbarians erupted into cheers. Bjorn thought that the more he learned about them, the more likable they became. They had their own kind of charm. He smiled widely, unable to hide his excitement. Afterward, he reflected that the spirit seal was essentially a form of enhancement. Its purpose was to fill the body with special elements that granted extraordinary strength. Barbarians tattooed newborn children while their souls were still pure, ensuring the pathways of the soul remained visible as they grew. That was why every barbarian bore tattoos. Sometime later, Bjorn sat in a dark room with his eyes closed. The shaman's voice echoed through the darkness as he warned Bjorn that this was his last chance to turn back. The shaman warned him once more, explaining that if he carved this path, he would never be able to choose another spirit seal again. Surrounded by flickering candles, Bjorn said calmly that he already knew. In his mind, The advanced immortal spirit seal was the bare minimum for a tank-type barbarian. The shaman nodded and suggested they begin. He took out a thin needle and brought it close to Bjorn's body. Bjorn reminded himself that the other seals were also powerful, especially for those who planned far into the future. But for someone walking his path, the immortal seal was the obvious choice. The shaman's hand moved sharply. Pain exploded as the needle pierced his skin again and again. Bjorn shut his eyes, wondering grimly if this was something he would have to endure every time. His jaw clenched. Sweat poured down his body. In his head, he screamed at how unbearable the pain was. Unable to hold it back any longer, he shouted aloud. At that moment, the system notified him that he had unlocked the first level of the immortal seal. His nocturnal regeneration increased dramatically, and his physical attributes rose by 13. Sometime later, Bjorn pushed aside the tent fabric and stepped out, gripping it tightly. He thanked the shaman, who only laughed in response. Bjorn paused, confused, wondering why the man was laughing. The shaman explained that it was the first time he had ever seen a warrior thank him. As Bjorn walked away, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. Had he done something wrong? Deciding it was better not to linger, he left before the shaman grew suspicious. When morning came, Bjorn headed to the shopping district to buy equipment. Thanks to his training with Einar, he had realized that a sword didn't suit him very well. He planned to focus on shield techniques, and once he obtained the proper essence, fiddling with a blade would only waste time. As he entered a store, the shopkeeper greeted him and asked what he needed. Bjorn said he was looking for a one-handed blunt weapon. After a moment of thought, the shopkeeper pointed to a shelf, saying this was what barbarians usually preferred. Bjorn glanced over the weapons and thought that it certainly matched barbarian tastes. Still, he explained that he wanted something more ordinary. The weapons there had overwhelming destructive power, far too much for first-floor monsters. The shopkeeper nodded and presented a mace. Bjorn tested its weight in his palm and immediately said it was perfect. He bought the medium-sized mace for 220,000 stones. Moments later, the system notified him that he had equipped medium armor, increasing his item level by 85 points. He also purchased a custom helmet for 170,000 stones, since standard ones didn't fit him. After equipping it, his item level rose by 47 points. Finally, he bought hard half armor for 360,000 stones. When he put it on, his item level increased by another 57 points. After buying everything he needed, he was left with 50,000 stones in hand. A long time had passed since leaving the labyrinth, and life had slowly settled into a routine. Not long after, he ran into Erwin, who greeted him with a bright smile. At 7 in the morning, Bjorn woke up and had breakfast with her. He asked if it wasn't tiring for her to come all this way every time, but she said the place they ate at was cheap and delicious, so she didn't mind at all. After that, Bjorn stayed in the library until 4 in the afternoon, feeling slightly dissatisfied when he noticed the librarian sleeping yet again. Later, he went to eat at a place he hadn't visited before, hoping to gather information he couldn't find in books. As he ate, he listened to the men at a nearby table talking about monsters that had suddenly crossed over from the other side. It sounded dangerous. Frowning, Bjorn stopped listening and turned his thoughts elsewhere. Everything here was expensive, yet somehow none of it tasted particularly good. After about 5 hours, he headed to where the barbarians trained and fought. There, he sparred relentlessly. After a week of constant training, he wasn't fighting only Einar anymore. Each time he defeated an opponent, he wiped the sweat from his face and called for the next warrior to step forward. Gaining skill mattered, but this kind of training sharpened his instincts as well. Repetition improved his reflexes, flexibility, and field of vision, and as a result, his physical attributes increased by 1 point. With consistent training, Bjorn even began defeating Einar from time to time. Helping her up afterward, he thanked her for the fight. The barbarians watching started calling him the best warrior. Einar admitted that he had grown stronger. Bjorn acknowledged her skill, but pointed out that her movements were becoming predictable. It had become a habit for her, one that wouldn't be easy to change. At 9 o'clock, Bjorn returned home and washed up. Owen was there again and offered him dinner. Drying his hair with a towel, he asked if she wasn't tired of running back and forth like this. Smiling, she said she wasn't tired at all. They ate together and finished around 11. Erwin stood up, waved goodbye, and said it was time for her to leave. She wished him good night, then clenched her fists and wished him luck in the labyrinth. Bjorn watched her go and wondered, was it really happening tomorrow? It felt like everything had passed far too quickly. In his heart, he wished Erwin luck as well. Just like that, an entire month passed. Only 1 day remained until the labyrinth opened. The system recalculated the new parameters of the main entrance, and at 2010, near the Adventurers Guild, several adventurers entered the building. where Bjorn and Einar were already waiting. The protagonist explained that they had come to request a magical link. The girl sitting at the reception desk looked up and asked whether they needed a two-person link. Bjorn confirmed it. She instructed them to place their hands on the crystal, and they did so. After a brief calculation, she realized it was a link for 2 rank-in investigators and calmly stated that the service would cost 15,000 stones. Bjorn frowned inwardly. For a one-time use, the price was outrageous, but it was necessary. Einar, on the other hand, didn't hide her reaction at all. She burst out in outrage, shouting that with that kind of money, you could buy a huge amount of meat. Bjorn understood her frustration, but the starting location inside the labyrinth was random. Without a magical link, the two of them could easily be separated the moment they entered. He asked how the explorer's rank was determined. The receptionist explained that it depended on the total amount of essence within the soul. Bjorn then asked if the price changed with rank. She nodded, confirming that it did. He was about to say something else when she cut him off, stating that everything was ready and reminding them that the connection would only remain active for 24 hours. Bjorn agreed and suggested they eat before heading out. When they arrived at the establishment, Einar froze slightly, visibly embarrassed as she stared at the food laid out before her. She asked what it was. Bjorn explained that he had ordered the most expensive meal in the tavern, a final feast before entering the labyrinth. The total cost was 800 stones. Smiling casually, he added that it was only 800. Einar's jaw nearly dropped. Her chin practically dripped as she asked if she was dreaming. Bjorn told her to try it. The moment she took a bite, she froze, chewing slowly as her eyes widened in pure shock. Then she screamed in amazement. Tears welled up in her eyes from how good it tasted. She exclaimed that it was incredible and asked what it was called. Bjorn watched her in silence, as she seemed completely lost in the experience. Then she suddenly straightened, declaring that she now had to work much harder. She wanted to earn enough money to eat like this all the time. With renewed determination, she began devouring the food at an astonishing speed. Bjorn wished her luck in earning more money, quietly wondering what she usually ate to react like this. Sometime later, with only 10 minutes left before the labyrinth opened, they headed toward the square. Other adventurers had already gathered there. The man in charge of controlling the entrance warned everyone that it was still forbidden to enter. Bjorn realized he hadn't paid attention to this detail the last time, but standing there now, he couldn't deny it. The portal was enormous. Suddenly, his attention shifted. He focused on Parton, who sharply ordered the barbarians following him to stop. It was clear he already knew they were there the moment he laid eyes on the portal. The barbarians burst into joyful shouting, cheering that they had arrived on time thanks to him, and loudly calling Bjorn the greatest warrior ever. Bjorn assumed they had just finished some kind of ceremony and wondered how they always managed to arrive exactly on time. Parton, meanwhile, told the other barbarians that he had already said it was better to trust him. Einar rubbed her nose with her finger, smiling as she said it reminded her of the old days. Bjorn felt slightly displeased. Only a month had passed, but he kept that thought to himself. Finally, the man in charge announced that adventurers were allowed to enter. Everyone began moving toward the portal. Einar stepped forward, offering to go first and telling Bjorn to follow her. He stopped her, his expression turning serious, and said he needed to check something first. He explained that he had read about strange phenomena occurring through fractures during moments of portal instability. Einar cut him off immediately, saying she wouldn't understand any of it anyway, and that she trusted him. But when only 1 minute remained before the portal closed, Einar froze in panic. Sweat soaked her face as she asked if it was time to enter. Bjorn noticed the portal had shrunk dramatically, almost the same size it had been the first time. He decided to wait for the man overseeing the portal to speak. The moment the announcement came that the portal was about to close, Bjorn frowned sharply, shouting that they had to move now. He ordered Einar to run. She didn't hesitate. The two of them sprinted forward. A knight tried to stop them, yelling for them to wait and warning that it was dangerous, but they charged through the portal anyway. When Bjorn opened his eyes, he mentally noted that his instinct had been right. Einar waved her arms wildly, shouting that she couldn't see anything. Bjorn told her to calm down, realizing they were in a dark area this time. Unlike before, he was prepared. He pulled out a small torch and lit it. Einar looked at him in surprise, asking if this was what he had meant earlier. As she looked around, her gaze suddenly landed on a stone. She pointed at it and asked what it was. Bjorn confirmed what he already knew. It was here as well. He explained that it was a monument that allowed them to open a portal to the second floor, and that he planned to go there immediately. In his mind, he grinned. Every player knew how important it was to exploit the game's loopholes. Extending his palm, he touched the stone. Shining energy spread outward, gathering and twisting until it formed a new portal. Einar's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bjorn smiled and gestured for her to go first. Because he had opened the portal, the system notified him that he had received 2 additional experience points. His level increased, and the maximum amount of essence within his body rose by 1. When they arrived on the next floor, Einar stared at him in disbelief and asked how he had done it. The ground beneath their feet squelched darkly, and broken stone structures lay scattered around them like ruins from another age. As they moved forward, Einar recalled the chieftain saying it normally took 3 full days to reach the second floor. Bjorn said simply that he had found this method in a book. She screamed in amazement, calling it incredible, and added that at least there shouldn't be many problems on the second floor. Then they heard it. Quiet, heart-rending screams drifting through the darkness. Bjorn's expression stiffened. He knew immediately where they were. This was the land of the dead. He stopped walking. Einar noticed at once, and asked if he felt it too. Confused, she asked what was wrong. Bjorn placed a hand over his chest, and said something was moving through his veins, spreading throughout his body. Einar gave an approving nod, assuming his soul level had increased, and congratulated him. Bjorn repeated the words soul level in his mind, puzzled. Then realization struck. It wasn't his soul level, it was his character level. He remembered now. In the dungeon and stone game, levels increased inside the labyrinth. As level increased, the mana required to use skills rose, but so did the amount of essence the body could absorb. At level 2, he would be able to use 2 essences. He imagined 2 clumps of energy floating in the air around him. Einar suddenly frowned and said it was strange. His soul level had risen even though he hadn't killed any monsters. Bjorn assumed that opening the portal first counted as an achievement. He already knew this rule. In this world, experience gained from actions was called achievement experience. During hunting, only the first monster granted experience, making it harder and harder to level up over time. One way to break that wall was discovery. Entering new portals granted experience for each discovery, making an easy way to level up. Bjorn smirked quietly. He sighed, knowing he would need to exploit this knowledge to the fullest, especially while others remained unaware. Turning serious, he told Einar that this would remain their secret. If anyone asked, she was to say they reached the second floor in 2 days. She agreed immediately, and Bjorn felt relieved. At least she wouldn't blurt it out carelessly. Still, he knew that sooner or later, experienced explorers would arrive and start asking uncomfortable questions about how newcomers reached the second floor before them. He pressed his lips together and decided it was best to stay out of sight. He suggested they move on. In truth, he feared other people far more than the monsters. As they advanced deeper, he took out a rope, tied a torch to his helmet, and secured it firmly in place. With quiet satisfaction, he decided to call a candle. Bjorn switched into Barbarian mode and realized that other explorers had probably been using this method for a long time, yet he still felt a faint trace of shame creeping up on him. Beside him, Einar suddenly slammed her palm against his helmet and screamed in surprise when she realized it wasn't hot at all. Bjorn calmly explained that it was a magical tool, one that could keep burning for 3 whole days without heating the wearer. This was the land of the dead, a place crawling with far stronger monsters than anything found in the Goblin Forest. Bjorn imagined what kinds of creatures might appear here, but at the same time, he reasoned that there were no traps to worry about. In that sense, it was a little easier. More importantly, it was the perfect hunting ground for 2 barbarians. That train of thought shattered when Einar suddenly frowned, her body stiffening as she spotted movement ahead. Ghouls. Aichi had warned him about them before. Bjorn counted quickly. Only 3. It made sense. It was their first day on this floor. By the 3rd day, that number would easily triple. Einar gripped her sword and stepped forward without hesitation, complaining that she was already tired of wandering around doing nothing. She declared she would handle this herself. Bjorn flinched slightly as he watched her kick off the ground with explosive force. She shot forward so fast she was almost impossible to see, her shout echoing as she delivered a flurry of brutal strikes. The ghouls collapsed in pieces, and Einar turned back with a wide grin, proudly declaring it easy and claiming that the second floor would be a walk in the park. Then she froze. Her face drained of color, sweat breaking out as she suddenly grabbed Bjorn's arm and pressed herself tightly against him, her body trembling. In a shaken voice, she asked about the blood-curdling scream that had just echoed through the darkness. Bjorn blinked, a little surprised that someone her size could be scared by something so small, and calmly explained that it was a banshee. They rarely attacked first, so the best option was to ignore them. Einar slowly relaxed as she understood, but then another worry surfaced. Did they really not need to kill those things? Wasn't it dangerous to leave them alone? Bjorn explained that attacking first was actually worse. Anyone who did would be cursed, and once that happened, the banshees would hunt them relentlessly until they escaped the labyrinth. Hearing the word curse, Einar's fear deepened. She muttered that things would be terrible in that case, and praised Bjorn as a wise warrior, convinced she hadn't chosen to travel with him for nothing. Before she could finish speaking, a sharp sound rang out. Einar shrieked, grabbed Bjorn around the neck, and clung to him in panic, demanding to know what it was. Bjorn screamed as well, and the pressure from her arms was so strong that a clot of blood burst from his mouth as he choked out a plea for her to let go. She told him to look ahead. Skeletons were emerging from the darkness. Only then did Bjorn notice the monsters closing in. Realizing what she was doing, Einar quickly stepped back, giving him space, clearing her throat as she tried to regain her composure. She confidently promised that she would handle the skeletons herself. Standing just behind her, Bjorn advised her to aim between the ribs. But before he could even finish his sentence, Einar struck with a bright smile. The impact sent bones flying in every direction, scattering across the ground. She turned back to him with a puzzled grin and asked what he had just said. Bjorn replied calmly that he hadn't said anything at all, adding that there was nothing to worry about. After all, their experience had gone up by 1 point for defeating the skeletons. They continued heading north, walking for nearly 8 hours straight. Along the way, they encountered a variety of monsters. There were larger ghouls, nearly twice the size of the ones they had seen before, as well as mutants that had transformed into skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Still, none of them posed much of a threat. It was only the first day, so monster numbers were low, and Bjorn could clearly feel his combat ability improving. The mace suited him perfectly. Its weight and length felt just right. He charged forward with a focused frown, swinging it with precision. Skulls shattered far more efficiently than they ever had with a hammer. As he crushed another monster's head, a ghoul suddenly lunged at him from behind. Bjorn immediately realized that his vest-shaped armor reduced the area he needed to cover with his shield, allowing him to fight far more aggressively. In the middle of the clash, his attention shifted. A skeleton peeked out from behind cover and loosed an arrow straight toward him. Bjorn twitched slightly, thinking that a steel helmet would struggle against a crossbow, but against the rotting bows of skeletons, it was more than enough. He tightened his lips. The arrow pierced his helmet, cracked instantly, and shattered apart. Bjorn struck back without hesitation, crushing the skeleton where it stood. He thought to himself that this equipment would only become even more valuable as the enemies grew stronger. He was improving, clearly better at destroying his foes. And beside him stood Einar, no less fearsome. She shouted, "Behela," and unleashed powerful blows that wiped out the enemies around her. Bjorn remembered that Behela was the goddess of the barbarian ancestors. He admitted to himself that Einar was impressive and briefly glanced away from the fight to watch her movements. At first, he hadn't understood why she shouted during every battle, but soon the word began to roll naturally off his own tongue. He shouted as well, smashing another monster apart. It felt refreshing, completely different from his fights back at the inn. Bjorn smiled widely as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Einar, preparing for the next clash. This barbarian duo felt special to him, and thanks to defeating the Elder Ghoul, the Skeleton Warrior, and the Skeleton Archer, he gained 1 additional experience point for each new species. Suddenly, Einar noticed a wound on his hand. Bjorn himself was surprised when he looked down. He said it would heal soon, and as he spoke, the wound was already closing. The cut was visibly regenerating at an universal speed. Einar cried out in amazement when she saw it and asked, almost in disbelief, whether this was truly the power of the spiritual seal. Bjorn confirmed it with a nod, thinking to himself that the immortal seal greatly enhanced nocturnal regeneration. A wound about half a centimeter deep healed in barely a minute, and his stamina also recovered much faster. It hurt like hell when it activated, but the effect was absolutely worth it. Suddenly, he pressed his palm to the ground and frowned. The soil was dry, completely different from before. At the same time, the banshee's cries grew much louder, sharp enough to make his skin crawl. Bjorn immediately warned Einar to prepare herself, explaining that monsters of the 8th rank would soon appear. Moments later, Einar cried out in fear, asking what those terrifying sounds were. Bjorn replied grimly that all it took was mentioning the devil for it to appear. He ordered Einar to take position and warned her clearly. It was a death demon. The next instant, the monster emerged right in front of them, growling with a sound that seemed to shake the air itself. Bjorn's mind raced. He understood that the labyrinth could absorb light, but he couldn't comprehend how they had failed to notice something like this until it was already so close. As the demon growled louder, he he realized it looked far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. He shouted for Einar to aim for the head, just as he had taught her. There was no point attacking anywhere else. Trusting him completely, she screamed and charged forward, and Bjorn followed right behind her. Einar struck first, but the demon blocked her attack effortlessly. Taking advantage of that brief distraction, Bjorn rushed behind the monster, trying to strike from its blind spot. The demon noticed him anyway. Bjorn cursed under his breath and swung, only to realize it felt like smashing solid stone. The demon counterattacked immediately. Bjorn barely dodged, shouting in surprise as he realized that the monster wasn't just durable, it was overwhelmingly strong. Still, he forced himself to draw its attention. That was his role. Einar seized the opening and attacked again, but her expression darkened when her sword failed to pierce the demon's body. The demon spun sharply and struck her, sending her flying. Einar coughed as she was thrown back, but at the last moment she stabbed her sword into the ground, stopping herself from crashing away completely. Gritting her teeth, she declared that the monster was too strong. Bjorn clenched his jaw. He remembered that the death demon in the game had an absurdly high defense, but he hadn't imagined it would be this bad. Einar's blade had barely scratched it, and even that shallow wound healed in just 3 seconds. Bjorn realized this was a passive skill, one that preserved the demon's body. The monster suddenly opened its mouth and screamed. Bjorn's expression twisted as he mentally cursed, his eyes widening in shock. Einar hurried closer to him, her voice trembling as she asked what that was. Bjorn didn't answer out loud. He already knew. This was the demon's active skill. In the next moment, hands began emerging from the ground around them. One after another, ghouls crawled out completely, rising to their feet and charging straight toward them. The protagonist immediately recognized it. This was the summoning of ghouls, Call of Death. A massive number of monsters were already closing in. As Bjorn took a fighting stance, he mentally cursed. This fight had just become far more difficult. Frowning in deep concentration, he drew Einar's attention and told her to deal with the ghouls first. He would handle the death demon himself. Sprinting past the swarm, Bjorn rushed straight at the demon. The monster swung its massive paw, but Bjorn dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow. The demon didn't hesitate. Another attack came almost instantly, but Bjorn was ready and blocked it with his shield. The monster followed up again. Bjorn screamed as he leapt sideways. Where the demon's attack landed, stones shattered and dust exploded into the air. Clenching his jaw, Bjorn skidded across the ground, digging the handle of his mace into the surface to stop himself. Then his eyes widened. Something was moving toward him at terrifying speed. He sprang up and raised his shield just in time as the demon unleashed a barrage of blows from multiple angles. The impacts rained down relentlessly. Suddenly, Einar rushed closer, shouting his name. Bjorn glanced at her as she yelled that she had finished off the ghouls. The monsters she had slain were already dissolving, their bodies fading away. Pushing off the ground with explosive force, Einar declared that she would help now. She flew into the air and swung her sword at the demon from behind. The monster noticed her, but it was too late. Before it could fully turn, Einar landed a powerful strike. The demon twisted toward her anyway, but Bjorn roared at it not to look away. He swung his mace with full force, hurling insults as the weapon crashed into its body. Blood sprayed into the air where he struck. The demon still refused to turn toward him, keeping its focus on Einar instead. Bjorn locked his eyes on the wound, mentally exclaiming that it wasn't a bad hit. If blood came out, then the damage had to be real. He smirked, and then the demon struck. Its flat-ended arm whipped around and slammed into Bjorn, sending him flying. Blood burst from his mouth as he was thrown aside. He couldn't dodge in time, but he managed to land on his feet. Bjorn cursed, internally confused beyond belief. The demon looked completely fine. Watching his own blood drip onto the ground, Bjorn wiped his mouth with his fist and grinned. That attack would have turned a goblin into paste. And yet the death demon's wound was already healing. Bjorn stared closely at the monster. The wound he had just inflicted was already healing. That's when he understood the problem. He was hitting too slowly. His attacks simply couldn't keep up with the demon's regeneration. For a split second, he wondered if he should give up on hunting something like this and go back to fighting 9th-rank monsters instead. Then the demon suddenly shuddered, confused. It let out a low sound as Einar grabbed one of its legs and began lifting with all her strength, trying to throw it off balance. Bjorn froze in shock when he saw what she was doing. Einar screamed, wrapping her arms tighter around the demon's leg. Watching her, Bjorn broke into a smile. She was trying to topple it. Jumping to his feet, he realized it was a brilliant idea. He charged in and smashed his mace into the demon's leg. The monster screamed as its balance broke. Bjorn mentally urged it to fall. Einar threw her weight into it, heaving the leg upward, and the demon finally crashed to the ground. Dust exploded into the air as its massive body hit the earth. Realizing what had happened, the demon began to scream, struggling, but it couldn't get up. Bjorn burst out laughing. He walked closer, grinning down at it, and mocked whether it could stand on its own now. Einar stepped beside him, wearing the same predatory grin. The demon trembled when it saw them looming over it. Taking full advantage of its helpless state, Bjorn began to strike. Mercilessly closing his eyes, he smiled. Suddenly remembering how they used to kick rice cakes during school trips, Einar joined in laughing as she attacked. As well, Bjorn thought almost absurdly that even his old childhood trauma, watching a partner burst into tears back then, felt like it was being healed now. Still smiling, he shouted that he was having a lot of fun. Einar admitted the same. Blood sprayed into the air with every blow, but neither of them stopped. Bjorn exulted inwardly that this was how barbarians were meant to hunt. Sometime later, the system announced the defeat of the death demon, and their experience increased by 2 points. When the demon's body finally vanished, Einar pointed excitedly and told Bjorn to look at the large magic crystal they had obtained. Bjorn explained casually that it was only worth about 100 normal crystals. Einar frowned, asking if that was really true. She was clearly outraged that a death demon was worth so little. Bjorn calculated quickly that with the ghouls they had killed, the total would come to around 300 crystals. The reward was indeed small, but he wasn't in the mood to argue. After all, they had just risked their lives. Einar suddenly bent forward slightly and asked Bjorn how much the bread in the tavern cost. Bjorn blinked in surprise, then guessed she meant the cream pie and replied that it cost around 300 stones. Einar looked his way and smiled, quickly realizing that meant she could eat 1 cream pie for every death demon they killed. Bjorn found it to be a rather strange but interesting way to count money. Einar, grinning enthusiastically, suddenly ran ahead, raised her hand, and shouted that there was no time to relax. She urged him to keep hunting, especially since their share was 8-2. Bjorn watched her back and frowned slightly, then broke into a grin and agreed. Hunting together like this wasn't so bad. Compared to that, Erwin had always been a bit too passive. At the same time, somewhere else in the labyrinth, Erwin walked with her head lowered, quietly admitting to herself that she suddenly felt very sad. From that point on, Bjorn and Einar hunted nothing but death demons. The moment they spotted one, they rushed in, grabbed it by the legs, and knocked it down. With focused expressions, they struck its head like a rice cake, and before long, the monster would die. They exchanged satisfied smirks as they crushed one death demon after another, capturing nearly 70 of them that way. At the beginning of the game, the dungeon in stone had an extremely low drop rate for essence, so most explorers had to make do with whatever they could find. By the time darkness fell, Bjorn and Einar decided they had done enough for the day. Einar lay down to sleep while Bjorn stayed on guard, gazing up at the sky. He thought it was especially beneficial for him to hunt death demons, since they dropped essence with good synergy for his seal and also had a useful passive skill. This time, however, nothing dropped, and Bjorn realized he would need essence soon. The next day, death demons began appearing in pairs. Even so, Bjorn and Einar already knew how to deal with them, making it easier than Bjorn had expected. First they would bring one down, then the other. The monsters would frown in confusion as it happened. Still, if they weren't fast enough, they could end up surrounded by ghouls, which was extremely dangerous. That situation happened once. As ghouls began chasing him, Bjorn shouted to Einar that they needed to run. She immediately followed. The death demons didn't pursue prey outside their territory, so all they had to do was run as fast as possible. By the afternoon, the death demons stopped appearing in pairs. When Bjorn noticed 3 of them together, he realized that facing 3 against 2 was already too much. Einar quietly remarked that a wise warrior knew when to avoid a deadly fight. Bjorn agreed and suggested they move elsewhere. By the end of the second day, they stopped hunting death demons altogether. Not long after, they came across ancient ruins. Einar suggested stopping there, saying the place looked convenient enough. Bjorn agreed, but before they could settle in, a sound reached their ears. They turned at the same time and saw 3 adventurers standing opposite them. For a brief moment, both sides stared at each other in surprise. The adventurers frowned, pressing their lips together, and Bjorn felt a surge of displeasure. Other explorers. He opened his mouth to ask what they were doing there, but before he could finish, Einar snapped angrily, demanding why they were staring. Her eyes hardened as she ordered them to leave if they had no business there. The adventurers stiffened in horror. After clearing their throats, they hurriedly apologized and backed away. Einar glared after them, then frowned and said they would have to leave as well. Those people now knew their location. She suggested finding another place to camp, firmly stating that humans couldn't be trusted. As they moved away, Bjorn recalled that Einar had disliked people before and wondered if something had happened to her during her time in the labyrinth. He decided to ask her another time and simply followed her. After searching for a while, Einar admitted she didn't think they would find a place as good as the last one. Bjorn suggested not aiming for the same kind of spot. Then a scream cut through the air. It was followed by a desperate plea for help. Bjorn froze his brow, furrowing. The man kept begging. Both Bjorn and Einar stared ahead, mouths slightly open. Lowering her voice, Einar said, "Those weren't the sounds made by someone being attacked by monsters." Bjorn clenched his jaw and replied that he knew explorers were killing each other. Einar immediately suggested running away, but before she could finish, a voice rang out, asking who was there. The next moment, a figure stepped forward and raised a hand, releasing a flash of magical light. Bjorn and Einar shielded their eyes from the glare. When the light faded, they saw 4 fresh corpses on the ground. There were no monsters, only traces of a camp and signs of poisoning. The girl standing before them looked at them thoughtfully. Bjorn focused on her and noticed that part of her ear was missing. Her hands and even part of her dagger were stained with blood. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked if they were newcomers. In that instant, Bjorn understood she was a plunderer. Plunderers hunted other explorers. Instead of collecting magic crystals from monsters, they collected equipment from people. In rapid dungeons, that kind of activity was punishable by death. And yet, Bjorn couldn't help thinking that no one had tried him for killing 6 researchers outside the labyrinth. After all, that had been self-defense. No one would ever know anything if there was no one left to tell the story. As if pulling Bjorn out of his thoughts, the girl stepped forward and casually tossed a dagger in the air. She asked if this was their first time seeing a plunderer. Her sharp gaze swept over them, quickly identifying them as barbarians. Bjorn answered vaguely that they had their own problems, while silently noting how professional she looked. She stood around 170 centimeters tall, her build lean and fit. Red hair fell to her shoulders, her right ear was torn, and a tattoo rested beneath one eye. With features like that, she should have been famous. The fact that Bjorn had never heard of her meant only one thing. She was exceptionally good at her job. In other words, she never left witnesses. Einar placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, frowning as she admitted that the woman felt strong. Bjorn pressed his lips together, thinking. There were only 4 corpses here, all equipped with high-level gear. One of them had clearly been a mage. These weren't low-tier explorers. They had at least reached the 5th floor. 3 bodies showed no visible wounds. Poison. The 4th likely had resistance. Drawing the woman's attention, Bjorn asked calmly if this had really been her team. She gave a faint smile at the question, then lost interest almost immediately. She walked over to the bodies, inspecting their equipment, asking casually who else knew about this. It was obvious. She assumed these people had trusted her. Bjorn noticed how easily she turned her back on them, rummaging through the corpses without the slightest fear of 2 barbarian novices. She pulled a sword from one of the knights and, closing her eyes, slid it into her backpack. The massive blade vanished inside with ease. Bjorn's eyes narrowed. A traveler's bag. An expensive one. He couldn't even imagine how much stronger she was than them. Then the girl turned back, drawing their attention. Bjorn and Einar focused on her, and Bjorn's mind raced. There was only one way to leave this place alive. Einar looked at him seriously and asked if they were going to fight. Bjorn answered immediately that they wouldn't. He told her to run, as fast as she could. They turned their backs and ran. Bjorn knew it. Running was their only chance. The girl didn't chase them right away. She simply turned and watched them calmly as they fled. Bjorn and Einar kept running, their breaths heavy. After a while, Bjorn thought they had gained some distance, but he had no idea when, or if, she would start pursuing them. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and suddenly he spotted a mark carved into a tree. His own mark. He had left them just in case. If they followed these signs to the portal leading back to the first stage, they might survive. Then his eyes widened. A group of adventurers appeared ahead. Bjorn and Einar stopped. Bjorn quickly counted them. 4 people. The man standing at the front asked coldly whether they were barbarians. Einar clenched her jaw and wrapped her fingers around the hilt of her sword, ready to fight at any moment. Bjorn knew trusting people here was dangerous, but they had no other choice. He said a plunderer was chasing them and asked for help. The adventurer frowned and asked what guarantee they had that Bjorn and Einar weren't plunderers themselves. Bjorn roared back, swearing on the honor of a warrior that it was the truth. After a short pause, the man nodded and agreed. Bjorn felt a small sense of relief. An oath like that still carried weight. The man warned them that if they defeated the plunderer, all rewards and belongings would belong to his group. Bjorn agreed without hesitation. Staying alive mattered more. Satisfied, the man stretched out his palm and told them to come closer. He explained that he was using a dwarf skill. Kneeling down, he pressed his hand to the ground and said no one would notice them like this. Bjorn immediately recalled the essence of the dwarf skill. Everything within a 3-meter radius blended perfectly into the surroundings. It was an extremely powerful camouflage ability. The drawback was obvious. You couldn't move. Still, it was perfect for avoiding combat. Bjorn even imagined a monster hiding nearby with such a skill, waiting for adventurers to pass. He thought to himself how lucky they were. Then the man said the same thing out loud. He smirked and suddenly declared that they were lucky the barbarians had walked straight into the trap themselves. In the same instant, the skill changed. Bjorn and Einar felt their bodies lock up. A heavy pressure slammed down on them, freezing them in place. The man laughed and asked if they were surprised that they couldn't move. Bjorn cursed inwardly. They had been fooled. These people weren't allies at all. They were plunderers. He recognized the effect immediately. Suppression, an active skill of the stone golem essence. A technique strong enough to completely immobilize opponents of their level. Bjorn remembered that the only way to break it was to take even the slightest damage. One of the plunderers looked them over and commented that they had gathered quite a lot in just 2 days, and now all of it would belong to them. Another man stepped closer to Einar, lifting her chin with his fingers and saying mockingly that it was a shame they had caught a woman, only for it to turn out she was just a barbarian. His companion laughed and said that made it even better, asking if he knew how much a barbarian's heart sold for. Bjorn felt their disgusting intent crawl over his skin. He turned his gaze toward the man rummaging through his belongings. When the man noticed Bjorn staring, he sneered and said he looked very scared. Then he warned Bjorn not to look at him like that, adding casually that a single glare wouldn't be enough to break the suppression. One of the adventurers stepped closer and coldly reminded his companion to kill with a single strike. Otherwise, there could be trouble. The man drew a dagger, waved it casually, and told him not to worry, asking when he had ever been wrong. Bjorn asked himself if this was really how he was going to die. The plunderer muttered a short farewell and swung his arm, aiming the dagger straight at Bjorn's neck. Bjorn refused to accept death. He focused on a single thought. If he took even the slightest damage, the suppression would break. The blade pierced his skin, and in that instant, Bjorn mentally shouted that he could move. He jerked his head back. The plunderer froze in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. Bjorn had moved just enough to keep the dagger from going in too deep. The wound was horrific, pain tearing through him, but he didn't die immediately. Everything was going exactly as planned. The man who attacked him stared in disbelief, asking what he was. What kind of monster could do this? Bjorn didn't answer. He swung his mace. The impact crushed the plunderer. The remaining attackers stared in horror, and one of them shouted for the others to kill Bjorn at once. Gritting his teeth, Bjorn ripped the dagger out of his own throat and flung it toward Einar, screaming her name. The blade sank into her shoulder. She could move. As Bjorn began to collapse, he thought grimly that the rest was up to her now. Einar's eyes burned with rage. She drew a sword from behind her back and delivered a single, devastating strike, slicing one plunderer clean in half. Planting her feet, she lunged toward the next. The man trembled, begging her to wait, but his words never finished. Einar cut him down in one blow. Blood sprayed into the air. The last plunderer turned and ran, screaming in terror. Einar looked at him with cold disdain, then froze when she heard a painful gasp behind her. Bjorn, she screamed. He was lying in a pool of his own blood, coughing weakly. The amount of blood horrified her. She begged him not to die, panic flooding her chest as she realized he was slipping away. Bjorn slowly raised a trembling hand and whispered her name, reminding her of the potion. Tears welled in her eyes as she swore she would take revenge on the murderers. At that moment, Bjorn received an achievement. The condition was reaching 0.1% health. The reward was a permanent increase of 3 spirit points. Some time later, the empty potion flask lay discarded nearby. Einar gently ran her finger along the wound on Bjorn's neck, muttering that it would definitely leave a scar. Bjorn thought to himself that he was lucky, very lucky, that he had bought the immortal seal, while he still had the chance, because without it, he would have definitely died. Einar suddenly smiled and exclaimed that this was actually great. After all, Bjorn was probably the only barbarian walking around with a scar on his neck. Bjorn stared at her, amazed that she considered something like that an achievement. But when he thought about it, she wasn't wrong. Very few barbarians survived a wound to the neck, no matter how shallow it was. He adjusted the helmet on his head and said that if she had finished collecting everything, they should catch up to the guy who ran away. He couldn't have gone far. They found him soon enough. Einar grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. The man immediately began begging for his life. Bjorn told Einar to let the plunderer go. They needed his skill to hide from that girl. Then a dart flew between them at terrifying speed. It pierced straight through the man's neck. Einar dropped the body in shock as it hit the ground with a dull thud. Bjorn and Einar stared in disbelief. A poisoned dart was embedded deep in his throat. A calm voice spoke from behind them. The girl stepped out, admitting that their fight had been quite impressive. Bjorn wondered if she had been watching them the entire time. He caught Einar's attention and waited until she frowned slightly, showing she understood. If they couldn't escape, then they would have to do something else. They charged, weapons ready. They ran straight at the girl. She stood there calmly, watching them approach. They both knew there was no avoiding this fight. When they were close enough, they jumped, raising their weapons to strike. Einar landed beside the girl and attacked first. The plunderer bent sharply at the waist and avoided the strike with ease, her expression still calm. Bjorn took advantage of that moment and swung his mace. The girl thrust her dagger forward and blocked it head-on. Bjorn's eyes widened. That movement alone told him everything. She was strong. How much essence did she even have? He released the handle of his mace. If he couldn't knock her down, then he would do something else. Bjorn wrapped his arms around her and began to push, trying to throw her off balance. Frowning, he called out at Einar, telling her they had to act now. Then his eyes widened. Bjorn dropped to his knees. His body refused to move. Panic exploded through his mind as he realized his entire body was paralyzed. Had the plunderer really pierced through his armor and stabbed his back with nothing more than a dagger? He couldn't understand it. And then the thought hit him. Behila. If she truly knew how to use Behila, then they had never stood a chance from the very beginning. Suddenly, Einar screamed and lunged at the girl from behind, swinging her massive sword with everything she had. The girl reacted instantly, slashing Einar across the body and leaping sideways to avoid the follow-up strike. Blood sprayed into the air, spilling from Einar's mouth and soaking the wound as she cried out in pain. Bjorn clenched his jaw, his heart pounding as he saw the crimson droplets scatter before his eyes. He cursed silently, shouting Einar's name in his mind. The girl hurled her dagger toward him and coldly told him to give up, saying the basilisk's paralyzing poison had already spread through his body. Bjorn struggled to breathe, his chest rising and falling heavily, unable to form a single word. Terror crept into his thoughts as he realized the truth. This girl surpassed them in strength, in speed, in everything. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if this was really where they would die. She stepped closer and raised the dagger, stopping the blade just a hair's breadth from his head. Calmly, she said that if they swore never to speak of what they had seen, she would spare their lives. Bjorn tried to understand what she meant and asked her aloud, still dazed. The plunderer explained that this had been her intention from the start. She never truly wanted to kill barbarians, because she owed them a debt. Only then did Bjorn understand why she had merely watched their earlier fight. If the other plunderers had succeeded, she wouldn't have needed to kill them herself. Einar, trembling, stretched out a blood-stained hand toward him and warned Bjorn not to believe her, convinced the girl was deceiving them. After a brief silence, Bjorn asked what would happen if he refused. The girl replied without hesitation that he would die, reminding him that she had already promised something. Confused, Bjorn asked who she had promised, but she cut him off with a dark frown and told him it was none of his business. In the end, Bjorn agreed. He swore on his honor as a warrior. After a short pause, the girl remarked that he was unusual, then stood up with a quiet sigh and poured a potion over Bjorn's wound. He clenched his jaw as the healing began, enduring the burning sensation until it finally subsided. Then the plunderer turned to Einar and asked for her answer. Einar breathed heavily, her jaw tight, and after a long moment, she shouted that she refused. The girl nodded, as if she had already expected this. She said she had no choice, whispered a brief goodbye, and raised her dagger to strike, calling Einar a barbarian woman. Bjorn's thoughts exploded in panic. This couldn't happen. Einar would die. Desperately, he ordered the girl to swear. She froze in surprise. Einar lifted her head and called Bjorn's name, confusion in her voice, still gasping for breath. She tried to remind him what a barbarian's promise meant, but he cut her off, shouting that the girl herself had said she would follow his orders. All he asked now was for Einar to believe him. She couldn't understand what good pride was if it only led to death. Thinking that, Einar looked away, then slowly closed her eyes and swore. Not long after, just as the plunderer was about to leave, Bjorn called out to her and asked for permission to ask one thing. Without waiting for her reply, he asked what floor she had reached. Einar, sitting beside him, drank a potion to heal herself while the plunderer remained silent, as if weighing whether to answer at all. Finally, already turning away, she said she had reached the 8th floor. Bjorn repeated the words in his mind. The 8th floor. If that was true, then only her promise had saved their lives. Yet even as he watched her disappear, another thought took root, and Bjorn swore silently that next time, everything would be different. Soon after, he and Einar returned to the first floor. Disoriented and exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground. Bjorn looked at Einar, who hadn't gotten up, and asked if she was okay. After a brief pause, she said she was in pain, then added bitterly that she was no longer a warrior anyway, so she had no right to complain. Bjorn realized it was worse than he had thought. He wondered if begging for mercy under a warrior's oath was really that shameful. He told her that only the strongest warriors survived, and that one day, they would have a chance to defeat that girl. Einar didn't seem to understand why he was talking so much, but when she finally stood up, she looked away and admitted that she understood a little. She would endure the shame, and even the urge to end her own life, if it meant becoming a warrior as strong as him. Bjorn pressed his lips together, watching her, and admitted to himself that he would never fully understand her feelings. He wasn't a true barbarian. Still, he promised that the day would come when they would take revenge. Later, after finding a safe place, they settled down for the night. Einar fell asleep quickly, but Bjorn remained awake beside her. They had been moving for nearly 20 hours straight, and despite being mentally shattered by everything that had happened, sleep refused to come. He rested his hand on his chin, frowning as he thought. He didn't feel as broken as Einar, but he still felt far from fine. As he watched her sleeping face, a memory resurfaced. It reminded him of the time he had been saved by a group of dwarves, only for them to refuse to properly heal him and toss him a potion as if he weren't worth the effort, like a wounded dog. He had been grateful to survive, but that feeling had never left him. Staring into the darkness, Bjorn swore that it would never happen again. And yet, even as he made that vow, he couldn't help but wonder what the real problem was. He had made the best choices he could in every situation. To put it bluntly, he had focused only on the present. Still, he kept asking himself what else he could have done. The moment he opened his eyes in this world, the chieftain had beheaded a man right in front of him, and from there, one unreal event followed another. When he thought back on those moments, he realized he had never truly had a choice. Putting his own survival first had been unavoidable. Yet in his heart, he knew it was impossible to keep living like that. So he decided to change his approach. This time, he would stop just reacting and start moving forward with intention. A little later, while examining his damaged armor, he caught Einar's attention. When she turned toward him, still groggy from sleep, he asked what she would say if he showed her a way to become stronger, one that came with great risk. She answered without hesitation. She would accept it. If they didn't become stronger, they would die anyway. Bjorn understood then that this life would always be filled with chaos, no matter which path he chose. So it was better to strike first. He agreed with Einar, saying that in that case, they would enter the rift. His expression hardened as he made up his mind. They would find the chaos and destroy it. Anything that didn't kill him would only make him stronger. Not long after, as they continued onward, they defeated a dwarf and a razor wolf, gaining 1 experience point from each. Einar was stunned. She said she couldn't believe they had encountered 4 different types of monsters in one place, and admitted she didn't even know such an area existed on the first floor. Bjorn explained that this was exactly why the place wasn't popular. The sheer number of monster types made it dangerous, and the constant darkness meant torches were always necessary. They moved forward carefully, scanning their surroundings. Bjorn noted to himself that there was no reason to come here unless someone needed a shortcut. Simply put, it was the perfect place to hide something. Before long, they arrived at a monument. Einar asked what it was, and Bjorn explained that it was a memorial to the man who had first discovered the labyrinth. Reading the inscription, he saw that it was dedicated to the last sage, Deflon Grandel Gabrielas, erected in honor of the great first steps. Bjorn realized the description matched exactly what he remembered from the game. If the hidden conditions were the same, then this was it. He warned Einar that he was about to open a rift, and told her that everything that happened next had to remain a secret. She swore it on her warrior's honor, then smiled and asked what a rift even was. Bjorn explained that it was a labyrinth within a labyrinth. In the game, it had been called an instance dungeon, an area meant to be cleared by a limited number of people, and to open a rift on the first floor. To open it, the magic crystals of 4 different monsters had to be placed on the memorial. Bjorn calmly set down the crystals he had obtained from the goblin, the dwarf, the ghoul, and the razor wolf. Then, at the center, he placed the Death Demon's crystal, the rank 8 monster crystal taken from the second floor. The moment it settled into place, the rift responded. A portal slowly formed before them, twisting the air itself. Bjorn told Einar they had to go now. As he stepped closer, He remembered that the Death Demon's crystal opened a 5-person instance, and that the difficulty scaled with the number of participants. That thought lingered in his mind as he wondered who else would be dragged in with them. The moment they crossed the boundary, the system declared that they had entered the rift of the first floor. A rift was a labyrinth within a labyrinth. In the game, it had been called an instance dungeon, but in truth it was more than that. A passage into another reality, appearing randomly on each floor. Rifts had cooldowns. On the first floor, a new one wouldn't naturally appear for at least 3 months of city time. Waiting was inefficient, which was why explorers had searched for ways to force them open. There were 4 known rifts on the first floor, and the one they had entered was infamous. The sky above them was blood red, as if the world itself were on the verge of collapse. Black crows filled the air, circling endlessly as they moved toward a massive structure looming in the distance. This place was known as the Bloody Citadel. Einar stared ahead and muttered in shock that the castle was enormous. Bjorn said nothing, but inside, he already knew where they were. Using the Death Demon's crystal had decided their destination. In reality, the place was far more terrifying than anything he remembered. At least there was one piece of good news. All first-floor rifts were technically passable, regardless of difficulty. What truly mattered now was who would appear alongside them, since the remaining members were chosen at random. Just then, Einar noticed movement. Someone was coming, and in the next instant, a man stepped out of the portal. Bjorn narrowed his eyes. Who is it? Not long before, Einar had clicked her tongue in irritation, noting that Erwin had summoned a spirit again. Erwin turned toward her, sighing in disbelief. They were on the first floor of the labyrinth, inside a crystal cave, and with her gaze lowered, Erwin admitted that fighting with only a dagger was difficult for her. Terja reminded her that she had already explained this. Erwin needed to be able to protect herself, even without a bow or a spirit. Erwin remembered Bjorn's words. He had told her to focus on what she did best, and that every explorer had a role to fulfill. Trusting your teammates and carrying out your role was part of surviving. Stepping closer, Terja placed a hand on Erwin's shoulder and said that Bjorn was right. But she also warned her quietly that the world wasn't kind, and companions were just companions. Trusting them too much could be dangerous. Erwin finally agreed, though in her heart she admitted that Bjorn wasn't a bad barbarian at all. Brushing Terja's hand off her shoulder, she closed her eyes and casually asked if they could move on to the second floor now. She assumed Bjorn had probably already made a lot of money there. Terja smirked at that and said they couldn't just go up to the higher floors after hunting a bit on the first floor. First, they had to find a rift. Erwin blinked in confusion. She thought rifts were extremely hard to find. Terja admitted that was true and said there were unlucky explorers who had never entered a rift even once. The last one had opened 8 months ago, and since the cycle was exactly 8 months, a new rift should appear on the first floor very soon. Erwin immediately understood. Bjorn hadn't mentioned any of this, but Terja thought that was only not Terjal. He was a newbie too. She assumed he had climbed in the most inefficient way possible and smiled, telling Erwin to trust her. In just 1 year, she would become much stronger. Suddenly, Terja heard something. She frowned, her expression sharpening as she spotted a rift ahead. She pointed without hesitation and shouted for them to run. No one argued. They all sprinted toward it together. But just as Terja stretched out her palm to touch the rift, it slammed shut. Only faint sparks of magic lingered in the air, and moments later, even those vanished. Erwin and Terja clicked their tongues in frustration, wondering if they really hadn't made it in time. At that moment, laughter echoed from the rift. Bjorn narrowed his eyes, focusing, and realized that the first member of their group was Hikarad Murad. Grinning, Hikarad asked if they had really arrived earlier than him, adding that it wasn't so bad to be beaten by 2 barbarians. Bjorn briefly studied Hikarad, then noticed the next person emerging behind him. It was Erwa Raven. She looked around with interest and smiled, saying she had been wondering where she would end up. Then she asked if this really was the Bloody Citadel. Terzine, who had come with her, said nothing and simply observed their surroundings. Raven kept smiling, and Bjorn found himself wondering, was she really a mage? Soon, everyone who had fallen into the rift fell silent. Bjorn wondered if there were any mages left on the first floor at all. It felt like a good combination. He looked again at Hikarad, who admitted he never expected to meet a mage here, then at Raven, who smiled as she adjusted her hat. Bjorn felt a surge of excitement. The lineup was perfect. Einar, watching his reaction in confusion, asked if mages were really that impressive. She remembered that she had once seen a mage in the library and noted that the woman had been a 9th-rank mage. Bjorn explained that mages were an extremely valuable resource to the city, and only those with real power were allowed to enter the labyrinth. In other words, Raven was strong enough to be here. Raven closed her eyes and smiled even more brightly, touching her cheek with her palm as she said Bjorn was very perceptive. She introduced herself properly, explaining that she was a 6th rank mage. Bjorn remarked that she seemed a little arrogant, but then recalled that in the game, all mages were basically crazy idiots. By that standard, she was practically a saint. Raven then gestured toward Terzine, explaining that he was a professional porter she had hired. She gave his name, and Terzine simply bowed in silence. Hikerod stepped forward next, extending his hand with a grin. He said it was a pleasure to meet everyone and introduced himself, adding that he had been exploring the labyrinth for 3 years now. Bjorn immediately understood where Hikerod's good equipment came from. He shook Hikerod's hand and gave his own name, and Einar quickly introduced herself as well. Bjorn narrowed his eyes slightly, studying their new companions. Finally, he said they didn't look like the kind of people who should still be working on the 1st floor, and asked why they were here. Hikerod and Raven exchanged glances and frowned. For a moment, neither of them answered. Then Raven smiled and admitted she couldn't give details, only that she had heard a rift would open soon. Hikerod said his reason was the same. Bjorn noted that they were deliberately avoiding specifics, and the feeling was unpleasant, like being shoved down a flight of stairs. Deciding not to push further, he let the topic drop. Raven then suggested that the spoils be divided among everyone except Terzine and asked if they would listen to her. Hikerod agreed immediately, saying that following a mage's advice in the labyrinth was simply common sense. Raven smiled, clearly pleased, and thanked them. Bjorn thought that once a mage joined the team, people naturally followed her. After all, it was mages who had once convinced the ruling family that evil spirits needed to be destroyed. He closed his eyes and agreed. But before he could finish speaking, Einar suddenly shouted that she disagreed. Bjorn turned toward her in shock, calling her name in his mind. She pointed straight at him and declared that she wanted him to be the one in charge. Startled, Bjorn asked what she was talking about. Einar insisted that he was the wisest warrior she knew, nothing like ordinary barbarians. Bjorn grew flustered and told her to be quiet already, but she added proudly that he read for 6 hours every day. Raven was genuinely stunned. A barbarian who read books was already rare enough, but hearing it spoken so confidently made it feel almost unreal. She said it was truly something unique. Still, it had already been decided that she would take the lead. But Einar ignored her completely and shouted that Bjorn wasn't just unique, he was the best. She frowned with absolute conviction as she said it, declaring that he was a great warrior named Bjorn. Raven froze, her mouth slightly open in shock. Bjorn immediately covered his face with his hand and began begging Einar to stop. Hikerod burst out laughing, closing his eyes as he admitted it must be hard to find a woman who respected him that much, adding that he was honestly a little jealous. Einar instantly turned red and shouted that she was not Bjorn's wife. Hikerod waved it off, saying there was no need to be embarrassed, but Einar snapped back angrily, reminding them once again that she wasn't his wife. Seeing the situation spiral, Raven quickly drew everyone's attention back to the task at hand and suggested they move on. Bjorn silently thanked her for changing the subject and was relieved that she showed no interest in their strange exchange. As they started walking, Raven warned them that there was still a lot left to explore. Bjorn noticed that she didn't pay him any special attention, not even at the end, which was oddly comforting. Hikerod frowned and told her to wait, pointing out that they were already leaving even though they had barely done more than exchange names. He suggested they should at least discuss each other's skills. Raven cut him off, asking if that was really necessary. She explained that the monsters in the Bloody Citadel were all 7th rank or lower, and that she and Terzine, whom she indicated with her palm, would be more than enough. Hikerod clenched his jaw, clearly displeased, and Bjorn and Einar shared the same uncomfortable expression. Raven then added that she would be taking the Guardian's loot for herself, since she needed it for research. Hikerod stiffened and told her to wait, asking if she seriously planned to take everything from the Guardian alone. Bjorn thought calmly that conflicts like this were common in dungeons and stone worlds. Almost every argument eventually came down to money. Hikerod demanded to know if he really looked like an idiot who would accept that kind of deal. Raven frowned and shot him an indignant look. The Guardian's loot consisted of rift flowers, and for mages, successful research mattered more than anything. For ordinary adventurers, however, it was all about money. Einar watched the exchange in horror, while Bjorn covered his eyes and pressed his hand to his forehead. Raven then said she would give them all the magic crystals obtained from the rift. Bjorn immediately realized she had stepped on a gold mine. Hikerod snapped at her to stop treating them like beggars and declared that he didn't agree. Raven frowned again, admitting that she thought the offer was fair, since there was no guarantee the Guardian would drop anything at all. Bjorn noticed the change in Raven's expression. She looked genuinely depressed, as if she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He thought it might simply be naivety on her part. After a while, Raven finally agreed, promising that she would give up some items, but the essences would belong to her. Hikarad accepted this and suggested they roll the dice to decide which of the two of them would take the Rift Stone. That was when Bjorn realized something was wrong. Hikarad was only talking about the two of them. He and Einar hadn't even been included in the discussion. He told them to wait, knowing he couldn't walk away empty-handed. He said he didn't want any essences or items. He wanted the Rift Stone. He believed that was reasonable. Raven's expression hardened instantly. She snapped that he was being greedy and asked why she should even keep two barbarians in the party. Hikarad agreed, saying it was too much. Bjorn felt a surge of irritation. Just moments ago, they had seemed friendly. Now, it was clear he was never meant to get the stone. He let out a quiet breath and said they could have it, but in that case, he would take two essences from normal monsters. Hikarad and Raven exchanged looks. After a moment, they nodded and admitted that it sounded fair. Just like that, the tension vanished. Bjorn understood that this was the best deal he could get. There wouldn't be any essences suitable for Hikarad or Raven's level here anyway. They returned to their earlier mood almost immediately. Raven smiled and asked if they were settled, and Hikarad confirmed it with a grin, calling it a promise. Watching them, Bjorn couldn't help but think they looked almost cute, as if nothing unpleasant had happened at all. They started moving forward, laughing together, and Raven asked if they should go. Hikarad eagerly agreed, saying his body was itching for a fight. Bjorn frowned. To him, they were unsettling. Once again, the feeling settled in his chest. He needed to become stronger. He looked at the smiling pair ahead of him and sighed. It didn't matter how many times the ladder was kicked out from under him. He lifted his gaze and made a quiet vow. He would climb to the top no matter what. The system announced once more that he had entered the bloody citadel. The citadel was divided into 4 sections: a drawbridge guarding the fortress entrance, a battlefield outside the outer walls, an underground prison beneath the inner castle, and a place of demon worship in the Lord's Chamber. As they approached one of these areas, they slowed to a halt. Ahead of them stood a gargoyle. Bjorn remembered it clearly. A rank 8 monster that spent most of its time sitting still, almost indistinguishable from a statue. But the moment a gargoyle recognized an enemy, everything about it changed. One of the monsters suddenly trembled, its wings flapping as it fixed its gaze on the adventurers before it. Bjorn felt his jaw tighten. Gargoyles attacked the moment they noticed an enemy. Before he could even react, his feet began to sink into the stone beneath him. He cried out in shock, realizing instantly what was happening. Petrification. In his mind, the solution appeared just as clearly. The most obvious way to deal with a gargoyle was to let one party member be turned to stone while the others attacked. Einar shouted his name in panic and tried to rush toward him, but Raven extended her hand, blocking her path. Adjusting her hat, she smiled calmly as she looked at the gargoyle. Everything changed the moment a mage stepped in. Raven raised her staff and shouted a spell, Artina B. Brilliant magical light poured from the staff, washing over Bjorn. This was curse removal magic. The stone encasing his body cracked, then crumbled into dust, freeing him completely. Bjorn didn't hesitate. The instant he was free, he braced himself as the gargoyle lunged at him, palm outstretched. Gargoyles that couldn't use petrification were simple enemies. Before it could even touch him, he swung his mace and smashed it into the monster's head. Einar rushed in at the same time, her sword slashing into its torso. There was one gargoyle left. Hikarad charged it with a roar, swinging his hammer with terrifying force. The blow sent the monster flying, barely keeping its balance as one of its legs was crushed. The gargoyle growled, eyes widening as Hikarad stepped closer and brought his hammer down again with a shout. The system announced that Bjorn had gained an additional experience point as the gargoyle fell. Moments later, both gargoyle bodies dissolved into thin air. For a second, everyone just stood there. Then Hikarad laughed loudly, saying they had fought well. Bjorn silently acknowledged his skill. Hikarad's attacks came from below and rose upward, a clever way to deal maximum damage. Suddenly, Einar turned her head, distracted. She stared at a glowing magic stone and exclaimed that it was moving. The stone floated through the air and slipped into the backpack Terzine was carrying. Raven explained that it was a crystal collection spell and promised she would gather everything before they divided it later. Hikarad laughed and said he would be grateful, then suggested they keep moving. Not long after, Hikarad swung his hammer again, smashing through a wall that had appeared in front of them. The stone collapsed, revealing a passage beyond. The group stepped through the opening, scanning their surroundings carefully as they advanced. their expressions tense and focused. Hikerod muttered that it was too dark to see anything and that they needed a light source. Raven heard him and immediately made a decision. She stepped forward, raised her palms slightly, and shouted the riot spell. A cloud of magical light bloomed above her hand, then slowly floated upward until it stopped beneath the ceiling. The moment the light spread, everyone froze. Large figures stood ahead in the darkness. Bjorn narrowed his eyes and quickly realized what they were: the dead. Rankless monsters. Killing them gave no experience, no crystals, and their bodies didn't even vanish unless essence dropped. Raven clicked her tongue and said it wasn't worth wasting mana on them. Hakuro laughed in agreement, saying it would be a shame to burn magic on trash like this. The undead stood there in silence, and then, all at once, they charged. Einar, Bjorn, and Hikerod moved at the same time, rushing forward to end it as fast as possible. Einar let out a battle cry, her expression fierce as she plowed through the front line, smashing several undead in a single charge. Hikerod leapt into the fray right behind her, his hammer crashing down and shattering one of the monsters instantly. Bjorn clenched his jaw, tightened his grip on the mace, and swung. This ends now. The weapon came down again and again, crushing the nearest undead. Then he froze. His eyes widened. One of the bodies had vanished. But instead of essence, something else lay on the ground. A massive horn. Einar rushed over, staring at it in disbelief. "Is this really a horn?" she asked, noting its unusual size and wondering how something like this was even supposed to be used. Hikerod walked over, chuckled, and said she'd find out soon enough. With that, they moved on. Not long after, they stopped in front of massive steel doors. Hikerod admitted that his hammer wouldn't be enough to break through something like this. Raven stepped forward calmly and said she'd handle it. She raised her staff and cast AEG Endure It. A violent stream of flame erupted from the staff, crashing into the doors. Dust and heat exploded outward, forcing Bjorn, Einar, and Hikerod to shield their eyes. When the dust finally settled, Bjorn opened his eyes and frowned. The doors were almost completely destroyed. Raven stood in the gap, smiling casually, waiting for them. She asked if they were going to keep going. Bjorn could only think one thing: mages were terrifying. Soon after, they reached the first section of the fortress, a drawbridge at the entrance. They stopped before the raised bridge, and Raven observed it quietly, noting that it was already lifted as she had expected. Einar was told to blow the horn. She looked at Raven in surprise, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the massive horn and blew into it. The moment she did, a long-dormant magic seal awakened. Einar cried out nervously, asking what was happening as the ground beneath them began to tremble. Then the drawbridge started to descend. That alone shocked her enough to frown in confusion. But the real surprise came next. The dark, blood-colored water filling the moat began to rise. Einar stuttered in excitement, telling everyone to wait. She leaned forward, eyes wide, sensing something moving below the surface. Bjorn stared into the water and thought grimly that this place was called the Bloody Citadel for a reason. The red sky, the crimson moat, it all fit. Then hands emerged from the water. One after another, pale, rotten arms clawed their way up. Raven smiled calmly and told Einar not to worry, explaining that they were just ordinary dead. Einar laughed nervously and claimed she wasn't scared at all, though her voice said otherwise. Bjorn reminded himself of their goal and forced his focus back to the situation. One of the undead began climbing onto the bridge. Then another, and another. Bjorn realized they had no choice but to wait until the bridge fully lowered. As more monsters crawled up, Bjorn, Einar, Hikerod, and Tarzine moved instinctively, surrounding Raven with their weapons raised. They had to endure the rush of countless undead. For an ordinary group, this would have been a nightmare. Raven simply smiled and said the spell was ready. She waved her hand lightly, almost inviting the undead to come closer. With area attack magic on their side, this part wasn't difficult at all. She raised her staff and cast Alterity Rut. Streams of magical energy tore through the air, crashing into the monsters and erasing them one after another. Bjorn's mouth fell open as he watched. In moments, every undead was gone. The lingering magic shimmered in the air before slowly fading away. Hikerod Murad let out a breath and admitted it was incredible. Raven brushed it off, saying they were only ordinary undead. Bjorn clenched his jaw. He had known she was strong, but he hadn't imagined the gap between them was this wide. Raven said they just needed to wait for the bridge to finish lowering. Bjorn looked at her, still stunned. He hadn't expected things to end so quickly. Soon, the bridge settled into place. Raven stepped forward and suggested they move inside. The first section of the bloody citadel was cleared. Bjorn pressed his lips together, walking ahead while thinking how absurdly easy it had been. They crossed the outer drawbridge and entered the inner castle. Under normal circumstances, they would have been swarmed by monsters, but this time was different. Raven continuously unleashed outer DUT spells, sending waves of magical energy ahead of them. Any monster that tried to approach was destroyed before it could even attack. Bjorn noticed this time that Raven couldn't wipe out everything in a single strike. Even so, he had to admit the spell was still terrifyingly powerful. A few monsters remained alive, starting to move together like an organized group, but despite that, Raven had still erased nearly 90% of them in one blow. Then the death demon advanced, closing the distance. Bjorn judged that it wouldn't be a problem. Death demons had terrifying regeneration, but that also made them predictable. Raven shouted that the remaining monsters were on a Hikerod, Bjorn, and Einar. They moved instantly. Bjorn didn't slow down as he yelled Einar's name. She understood at once and answered with a grin. Together, they charged the death demon, grabbed it by the legs, and slammed it to the ground using the Barbarian technique known as the double grab. The monster crashed down heavily, and Bjorn and Einar rained blow after blow onto it without mercy. Hikerod watched with shining eyes and asked excitedly if they always hunted like this. Neither Bjorn nor Einar answered him. From the way they moved, it was obvious. They were enjoying themselves. Raven cast another spell. Streams of magic wrapped around the death demon, and it roared in shock as the shallow wounds on its body suddenly deepened and spread. Bjorn recognized it immediately, a spell that worsened existing injuries. Death demons were famous for their passive regeneration, but once that was suppressed, they were nothing more than tough chunks of meat. Seeing the opening, Hikerod, Einar, and Bjorn went all in, smashing the monsters with overwhelming force. Before long, the bodies vanished, leaving behind loot that was quickly transferred into Tarzin's backpack. Watching this, Einar tugged at Bjorn's attention and said she finally understood why everyone treated mages the way they did. Hikerod laughed beside them, adding that having a mage around opened up endless possibilities. Raven, overhearing them, cleared her throat and turned toward the group. She announced that they studied hard for their power, though she admitted talent was also necessary. Smiling, she casually pointed at herself, then closed her eyes and adjusted her hair. Bjorn finally understood her nature. She pretended to be modest, but she loved showing off and researching even more. Suddenly, Raven said she needed to collect some materials and asked if anyone wanted to help. Hikerod Murad immediately agreed, laughing as he said, they had already saved so much time thanks to her. Bjorn decided to help as well, now understanding exactly how to deal with Raven. It didn't take long. They gathered everything with ease, and Raven admitted it was much faster than she expected. Adjusting her hat, she suggested they move on. She suggested they hurry. Einar followed close behind, quietly calculating how many cream pies she could buy later. Bjorn walked at the very back, lost in thought. Something felt off to him. Raven had thoroughly explored the area, yet she hadn't taken anything. He couldn't figure out why. His gaze drifted to a statue, standing slightly off to the side. It would be easy to destroy, he thought. He remembered how some players had a habit of pressing the interact button whenever they saw a suspicious wall or a unique object. Bjorn was one of those players. Over 9 years of playing Dungeon and Stone, that habit had helped him uncover countless hidden items. Still, he hesitated. If a barbarian like him discovered something Raven had missed, someone who had spent her entire life researching and exploring, it could raise questions. Worse, it might offend her. In the end, Bjorn decided it was better not to touch anything that could draw suspicion. They moved on. After some time, they reached the inner castle and stopped briefly among the ruins. Raven frowned, saying she had heard many stories about this place, but doubted they would find anything useful here. Hikerod Murad scanned the surroundings and noted there were no monsters in sight, so they decided to keep moving. Before long, they discovered a hatch. Bjorn dropped to one knee and cleared the debris off the lid. Raven smiled, openly admitting how excited she was. Soon enough, the hatch opened, and they began descending into the underground prison. First floor. As they went down, Raven took the lead. Hikerod Murad caught up to her and asked what kind of monsters they might encounter. She listed them calmly. Skull rats, banshees, death demons, wolf chimeras, ghoul lords, and corpse golems. Hikerod Murad had fought all of them before, except the corpse golem. Raven explained that corpse golems only appeared in the bloody citadel. Hikerod Murad laughed, saying this would be a new experience. Raven warned him to be careful of the flesh explosion. The monster didn't explode violently, but its fragments were poisonous, and getting caught too close could be fatal. Still, she assured him she would block it if necessary. Hikarad Murad laughed loudly, declaring there was nothing to fear when a mage was around. Raven replied smoothly that it was all thanks to such a brave warrior. Bjorn watched them with a frown. What was going on with these two? He wondered. Had they already forgotten how fiercely they'd argued not long ago? Suddenly, Einar pointed ahead at a small skeleton rat scurrying nearby and asked if that was a monster too. The protagonist was about to answer, but Raven cut in first, saying that was the skull rat she had mentioned earlier. She closed her eyes, raised a finger, and explained that these creatures had no rank, just like ordinary undead. They weren't particularly strong in combat. Raven said it was enough to just step on them. Einar frowned in displeasure and snapped back that she wasn't even the one asking. Raven narrowed her eyes, clearly offended by the comment. A moment later, a piercing scream echoed through the dungeon. It was so sharp and miserable that Einar nearly cried out in terror. She recognized the sound instantly and grabbed Bjorn's hand. A banshee. The monsters appeared in the hallway ahead. Raven smirked and warned everyone to be careful. Running into a banshee could be dangerous. Then, with an unsettling grin, she stepped closer to the already frightened Einar and said that while the monster itself wasn't very strong, the experience would be terrible, indescribable, even. Einar went pale and asked if it would really be that bad. Bjorn watched them with irritation, thinking they looked like children. Einar demanded Raven explain what she meant, but Raven only shrugged, saying she didn't even know herself, as if deliberately building the tension. Bjorn spoke up, saying he'd heard mages had special ways of dealing with banshees. Raven looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting that. She remarked that he knew quite a lot. In the end, she waved it off, saying they were joking enough already, and promised to take care of it. She stepped forward and cast Handshell. A powerful stream of magical energy shot out and slammed into the first banshee. The creature let out a shrill scream before vanishing. The remaining banshees immediately closed in, surrounding Raven. She calmly told everyone to stay still. When the monsters drew close, she unleashed a Hear No Hinder. Streams of fire exploded outward in every direction, burning through the hallway and erasing the banshees completely. As the flames faded, Raven smiled casually and asked if they could keep going. Bjorn, Einar, and Hikarad Murad stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Once again, Bjorn could only think how overwhelmingly strong Raven was. They soon entered the second floor of the underground prison. Almost immediately, a wolf chimera appeared, followed shortly by a ghoul lord. Bjorn felt the place resembled an evil scientist's laboratory, filled with grotesque creatures and unnatural experiments. And this, he realized, was only the beginning. Hikarad Murad looked at Raven with excitement and admitted she was strong, then asked if she was ever scared. Raven replied that she wasn't particularly afraid. She performed autopsies regularly, and there was nothing special about this. She ran her hand along the wall and stopped, saying this spot should be here if she'd filled in the map correctly. There was a secret door. Behind it, they would encounter a corpse golem. Bjorn remembered that most people only found the map in the guard room, but Raven had come prepared. Before opening the secret door, she warned them it would be better to leave their belongings behind. One by one, they took off their backpacks. They left their packs near the wall. Raven turned to the protagonist and asked him to light a torch. He did as told, and she warned them that she was opening the door. The moment it swung open, everyone froze. In front of them lay countless dead bodies submerged in a murky liquid. A suffocating stench slammed into Bjorn's nose, so thick it felt like it coated his lungs. Endless piles of corpses blocked their view completely. As he stepped forward, Bjorn realized that in the past, this sight would have made him pass out on the spot. But the hardened body of a barbarian endured it, barely. The first to give in was Tarzan. He bent over sharply, covering his mouth with his hand, struggling not to vomit. A moment later, even Raven staggered. She doubled over, coughing violently as nausea overtook her. Bjorn noticed it right away. She might be used to autopsies, but that didn't cancel out the smell. Hikarad Murad grimaced and muttered that at least Bjorn and Einar were still standing, suggesting they move on quickly. Bjorn agreed, and they pushed forward. They soon stopped in front of a massive mountain of corpses. Bjorn stared at it in disbelief. Then he heard it. Voices. Weak, broken voices whispered from within the pile, slowly forming words. Saying hello. Saying they were here. Urging others to hurry. Suddenly, the whispers turned into screams. The dead began crying out for their father to save them. Hikarad's eyes widened in horror as he asked what was happening. Bjorn and Einar stare at the mountain in terror as the screaming grew louder, more desperate, begging for help again and again. Then Bjorn noticed it. A single, brightly glowing eye opened at the center of the corpse pile. His blood ran cold. The first boss had appeared. The corpse golem. The mountain began to rise. Bodies twisted and fused together, forming a grotesque shape. The golem screamed that it was in pain. The corpses making up its body began to speak as well, sobbing that they couldn't endure it, that it hurt too much, begging someone, anyone, to kill them. Bjorn cursed under his breath. In the game, these bodies were silent. This wasn't supposed to happen. Hearing their pleas made his stomach twist, but there was no time to hesitate. He ordered everyone to gather together. Then he turned and saw Hikarad Murad, frozen, trembling. Bjorn cursed again, irritation and dread mixing together. Hikarad Murad had completely locked up. The corpses continued screaming from within the golem's body, repeating over and over that they were in pain. Someone screamed about wanting to eat. Another voice howled incoherently. Bjorn's gaze shifted, not only to Hikarad Murad, frozen in terror, but also to Raven. She was shuddering, bent over again, desperately trying to suppress another wave of nausea. Bjorn felt a surge of irritation. They had been acting tough this whole time, yet here they were, useless when it mattered most. He clenched his jaw as the golem lumbered forward, its movement accompanied by the shrill screams of the corpses ordering the living to die. Einar and Bjorn stepped forward together, weapons raised, positioning themselves in front of the monster. There was no choice now. They would have to handle this themselves. Bjorn's mind flashed back to Dungeon and Stone. It was a niche game, but it had details that stuck with people. One of those was its brutally realistic illustrations. Images so detailed they looked like photographs. The corpse golem was one of them. Screenshots of that illustration had circulated online for years. People who had never even played the game recognized it instantly. And yet, reality was different. Completely different. Bjorn clenched his teeth as he stared at the golem. No drawing could capture this. The thing was far more terrifying in person. Every step it took was drowned in pleading voices, corpses crying out for help, screaming that they were in pain. Before charging in, Bjorn glanced at their temporary companions. Raven was shaking, barely suppressing her nausea, tears streaming down her face. The mage who dissected bodies for a living was on the verge of collapse. The dwarf, who had survived 3 years in the labyrinth and seen countless horrors, was frozen in place. The Tarzine, supposedly tough for his role, stood trembling just as badly. They had all looked down on Bjorn and Einar because they were newbies. And now, the only ones still standing were the 2 barbarians. They tightened their grips on their weapons and fixed their eyes on the enemy. Einar suddenly turned back and shouted at the others, demanding to know what they were doing. At that moment, the golem tore one of the corpses from its body and hurled it toward them. Einar reacted instantly, yelling for everyone to move and jump aside. Bjorn moved with her, but Hikarad Murad didn't. The corpse flew straight at him. Einar screamed his name, intercepted it with her sword, and dragged him out of the way. Even so, she couldn't prevent the splash of foul slime from hitting his face. Hikarad Murad screamed in agony, clawing at his eyes as Einar stared at him in horror. Bjorn's heart sank. Hikarad Murad was useless now. His gaze shifted to Raven, the one who had always seemed so dependable. She was still retching, finally collapsing to the ground, head bowed, breathing heavily. Tarzine stood beside her, desperately trying to support her. Bjorn drew a slow breath, steel settling into his limbs as he prepared to act. Einar snapped back to reality and immediately barked orders, telling her to grab Hikarad Murad, retreat, and keep Raven safe. Inside, Bjorn cursed under his breath. He knew what had to be done. If he didn't hold the monster's attention, everyone here would die. He let out a roar and charged forward, teeth clenched tight. As he closed the distance, Bjorn quickly analyzed the corpse golem's pattern. Its attacks were simple, hurling corpse bombs at distant targets. The thought had barely crossed his mind when another corpse came flying straight at him. He raised his shield just in time, the impact rattling his arm. Next came the absorption attack. The golem stretched its arm forward, and the corpses forming its body mimicked the motion, palms opening as if to grab him. Bjorn threw himself to the side, barely escaping. In that instant, he understood the real danger. He couldn't get too close. If he did, the golem would shift to long-range attacks and target Raven, and that was the worst possible outcome. She still hadn't regained consciousness, so he found the balance. Not too close, not too far. He kept moving, dodging corpse bombs and wide-arm swings, blocking flying bodies with his shield. In his mind, he fixed his role clearly. I'll be the decoy. I just need to buy time. Suddenly, Raven stirred. Still breathing heavily, she forced herself up, leaning on her staff. She frowned at the monster ahead and began chanting. Eherno Hindar. A torrent of fiery energy burst forth and slammed into the golem. The monster shrieked as flames engulfed it. Bjorn and Einar both frowned, stunned. Was this really the full power of a mage? The corpses making up the golem began to scream, crying out that they were burning, that they were sick, nothing but pain as the fire consumed them. Watching closely, Bjorn realized something critical. What normally required dozens of torches had been completed by a single spell. The first phase was over. The golem's outer shell collapsed, its strength completely drained. When it reached forward again, everyone noticed the change. The corpses were gone. What remained was a skeletal frame, scraps of muscle and tendon hanging loosely from bone. The second phase had begun, the skeleton golem. As the flames faded and the monster advanced, Bjorn shouted a warning. It wasn't over yet. He ordered Einar forward. Both of them kicked off the ground at once, charging with full force. Bjorn shouted for Einar to aim for the chest. The golem lifted its arm to strike, and Bjorn recalled what he knew. A rank 7 corpse golem was terrifying, but once its outer body was destroyed, even a few barbarians could bring it down. With a battle cry, he and Einar struck almost simultaneously. Their blows collided with overwhelming force, flashes of light bursting through the air. And then, as the monster collapsed, the system's voice echoed clearly. Bjorn had defeated the corpse golem. Thanks to that victory, he gained 1 additional experience point. As the system's notice faded, Bjorn frowned and looked at the swirling essence that had appeared before them. Bjorn, Einar shouted, calling his name in disbelief as realization struck her. She stared at it with wide eyes, then looked back at him, her voice trembling with excitement. He confirmed her guess calmly. This was the essence of a trope golem. Einar gazed at it in pure admiration, her cheeks flushing as excitement took over. Bjorn reflected silently. The rift truly was like a treasure chest. Elite monsters that didn't appear in the normal labyrinth were rarer than rain in a desert, especially now, when experience gains are severely limited. Any item dropped by such monsters was coveted by every explorer. But the true value of rifts lay elsewhere. The dramatically increased chance of essence drops. Staring at the dense clot of energy floating before them, Bjorn even found it strange that this was their first essence encounter so late into the expedition. Einar asked what they should do next. Bjorn already knew the answer. By agreement, this essence belonged to them. They had done almost all the work. He glanced at his comrades, who were still recovering and clearly not in good condition. In his mind, he compared it to the essences he truly wanted. The death demons, which granted powerful regeneration, and the chimera wolves, which focused on raw strength. He pictured those monsters clearly, then shook his head slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter the essence of an elite corpse golem, a creature that normally only appeared in the bloody citadel. He studied it carefully. This essence was clearly designed for a tank. Bjorn rested his hand against his chin, recalling its effects. The corpse golem essence increased pain resistance, poison resistance, weight, bone density, strength, and appetite, but slightly reduced perception. The drop in perception dulled movement somewhat. Yet in his judgment, the trade-off was worth it. Bone density alone granted a massive defensive boost, immediately increasing growth by 55 points. The added weight increased by 21 points, helping knock enemies off balance while reducing damage from enemy weapons. Pain resistance was invaluable in prolonged fights, and the bonuses to strength and poison resistance were a welcome addition. The real issue lay in the skills. The active skill, Flesh Explosion, allowed the user to detonate a selected body part for devastating damage, but the cost of their own health. The passive skill, Caustic Body Fluid, turned the user's blood into acid. Every injury would cause corrosive blood to seep into equipment, rapidly destroying its durability. In short, the essence was powerful, but dangerous. It demanded time, recovery, and specialized equipment just to use safely. Rubbing his forehead, Bjorn made his decision. They would forget about this essence for now. Right now, their priority was healing Hikarad Murad. He let out a long sigh, closed his eyes, and warned them that the rift wouldn't disappear for another half hour. A little later, after setting aside the now-empty potion flask, Hikarad Murad spoke up. He admitted, with visible embarrassment, that it would have ended very badly if not for Bjorn and Einar. He sat down heavily, head lowered, eyes shut in shame. Sitting beside him, Bjorn noted quietly that it was good Hikarad understood this, because Einar had saved his life. Hikarad Murad nodded. He said he knew. The moment he saw that monster, his entire body had turned to stone. He even let out a weak laugh, saying he thought he'd already seen every kind of monster there was. Bjorn pressed his lips together and sighed. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. They had nearly died to an intermediate boss, not because they lacked strength, but because of mental collapse. It was a harsh reminder. This wasn't a game. This was reality. Nearby, Raven sat off to the side, still recovering. Tarzine had placed a hand on her back, and she covered her mouth as she apologized, saying she was truly sorry. Bjorn studied her, wondering if she had finally come back to her senses. If so, then it was time to talk about payment. He stated calmly that they had dealt with the corpse golem. Raven replied that she knew, and said she was glad she'd been able to use her spell. That was when Bjorn felt irritation rise. Researchers really were a pain. She hadn't thanked them, not once, only talked about what she herself had done. He knew that if he didn't push back now, they'd walk away with nothing. So he reminded her bluntly that he and Einar had saved them, and that one spell alone wouldn't have solved anything. Then he asked if she disagreed. Raven paused, then admitted she didn't. She asked what he was getting at. Bjorn stayed silent for a moment. Then he stood and announced that they would take the rift stone. His expression hardened as he said it. Raven froze, clearly thinking it over. Before she could respond, Hikarad Murad cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. With a small smile, he said he agreed to that condition. He wouldn't even be alive if it weren't for Einar. He pointed at her as he spoke. Einar flinched, caught completely off guard by the sudden praise. Raven adjusted her hat and admitted she was against it, but still promised that if they came across the rift stone, Bjorn would have a chance to claim it. Bjorn figured that was the best outcome he could expect. Then he added one last thing. The corpse golem had dropped in essence. Hikarad and Raven both froze. Their eyes widened, mouths parting in shock. Bjorn watched their reactions and thought to himself, well, how about that? Raven asked again, her tone sharper this time. She pointed out that the corpse golem's essence was even rarer than a guardian's. She had only ever heard of a handful of such cases, and even the major guilds didn't know what effects an essence like that might have. She lowered her gaze, biting lightly on her fingernail, clearly imagining what she could uncover if she were allowed to research it. Bjorn caught the quiet hunger in her eyes and smirked inwardly. Just as expected, now the real negotiations began. His expression turned serious as he spoke. He said he had a proposal. Extending his palm toward her, he stated it plainly. He would give her the corpse golem's essence, but if a guardian essence appeared later, that one would belong to him. Arrowa Raven looked at him, thinking. Bjorn pressed her to answer, asking what she thought. She frowned and stayed silent, frozen in place as she studied him. After a moment, Arrowa Raven finally asked if he truly meant exchanging the corpse golem's essence for a guardian's, despite the fact that there was no guarantee a guardian would even drop one. Bjorn met her gaze without hesitation. He said he was willing to take that risk. Raven's face lit up instantly. She clenched her hands in front of her and exclaimed that she agreed. She was far more interested in the corpse golem's essence anyway. Hearing that, Bjorn looked ahead with a grin. The deal was done. Just then, Hikarad Murad, walking behind Raven, tilted his head and asked if she was planning to feed the essence to the guy. He added that, as far as he knew, magicians couldn't absorb essences. Smiling, Raven lifted the test tubes in her hand and shook her head. She explained that the essence wasn't for consumption. It was needed for research. Bjorn's eyes locked onto the test tube she was holding. He knew exactly what it was. An extremely expensive item, one that wasn't even worth using on essences below rank 6. Hikarad Murad stared at it with a wide grin and asked if she really had something that costly. Hikarad Murad muttered that it was amazing. Raven calmly replied that she only had one. Bjorn's thoughts raced. Is she really going to use her only test tube on a rank 7 essence? He questioned it, even as he watched the magical substance flow into the container. As the essence settled inside the tube, Bjorn understood. It wasn't just about power. It was about rarity. That was why Raven was taking the risk. Why she was willing to gamble everything on this single, priceless opportunity. Raven said it was settled. Lifting her staff high above her head, she shouted that they could finally leave this nightmare behind. Hikarad Murad's face lit up instantly. Gripping his massive hammer, he laughed and shouted that he had been waiting to hear those words. Einar followed after him with a confident smile, while Bjorn walked behind them, brows furrowed and eyes closed. In that moment, one thought burned clearly in his mind. I want the Guardian's essence to drop. Sometime later, the group found themselves standing before 2 massive demon statues carved into a chamber wall. The figures had enormous bodies, luminous wings, and swords clasped in their hands. Hikarad Murad squinted at them and muttered that they didn't look like gargoyles, then asked what they were. Raven extended an open palm and frowned slightly. She felt no mana at all. After a moment, she said they were just ordinary statues. Then, gazing ahead with a thoughtful expression, she added that the Lord's room should be nearby and decided to search the area. As she reached out and touched the head of one statue, space above her warped, and a book suddenly fell from thin air. Raven snatched it midair without missing a beat. Hikarad Murad yelped in surprise, then stared at her with wide eyes. Stroking his beard, he asked if she had known this would happen. Raven answered proudly. The book was a treasure, one that granted knowledge. Bjorn felt irritation rise and muttered inwardly that she might as well admit she'd read about the stash somewhere. He recognized the book immediately. It was the Necronomicon, a black magic grimoire that sold for an absurd price. Watching the brilliant magical light radiating from it, Bjorn cursed quietly. He had planned to come back later and claim it himself, but now he understood something else. Raven knew far more than she let on. With that realization, Bjorn accepted the bitter truth. As long as a mage was present, she would end up taking most of the loot. Raven smiled and announced to everyone that she had found it on her own, and therefore, it belonged to her. Hikarad Murad backed her up without hesitation, saying they didn't understand distortion magic anyway, so it wasn't useful to them. Raven laughed awkwardly, raising the book toward her face. Bjorn watched her, displeased. He could tell she knew exactly what was going on, and that her laughter was forced. They went on to discuss how the Necronomicon was considered an ordinary item, which meant it could be taken out of the labyrinth without using distortion magic. As the conversation continued, Bjorn found himself wondering why she hadn't mentioned the hidden stash near the fountain at all. Bjorn turned back, glancing once more at the statue behind him, but Raven raised her staff high and asked sharply if they were going any further. He frowned, watching her walk away with clear displeasure, then followed in silence. They continued wandering through the demon worship chamber, hunting whatever crossed their path. Einar shattered the gargoyle statues one after another, her massive sword reducing stone bodies to rubble. Not long after, they ran into chimera wolves, which Hikarad Murad crushed head-on with his hammer, laughing as bones snapped beneath each blow. Then they encountered the second, intermediate boss. The Bone Rider, Raven exclaimed, her face lighting up. She called it unbelievable luck. First the corpse golem's essence, and now this. Bjorn didn't respond. He stared ahead, jaw tight. Even so, part of him admitted she was right. They really were lucky. Bjorn knew this monster well. A rank 7 Bone Rider appeared in 3 forms: hatred, sadness, and desire. The sadness type flooded the battlefield with madness-inducing fog, a nightmare to deal with. The hatred type wielded soul-killing attacks that reduced levels and was by far the most dangerous. And the one standing before them now was the desire type. This version regenerated by absorbing life force. Bjorn recognized it instantly. Raven smiled widely, bright magic condensing around her staff. She shouted that she could suppress its regeneration by worsening its wounds, and told everyone not to worry. Light surged forward, striking the Bone Rider as Bjorn and Einar rushed in at full speed. Moments later, their blades tore through it. Sharp, overwhelming strikes shattered the Bone Rider's body into countless fragments. Bjorn realized Raven had been right. Among all its variants, this was the easiest one. Then a loud voice rang out. The essence of the Bone Rider. Amid the scattered magical residue on the floor, a single radiant core gleamed brightly. The essence itself. Bjorn stared at it, a grin slowly spreading across his face. First a corpse golem, and now a rider. Has fortune finally turned my way? Hikarad Murad and Einar stood frozen, eyes locked on the glowing essence. After a moment, Hikarad Murad turned to Bjorn and asked if it was really his. Then, breaking into a broad smile, he congratulated him. Bjorn nodded and thanked him. Then he turned to Einar and told her to take it. Einar's eyes went wide. She stared at him in disbelief and asked if he was serious. Bjorn knew that if he claimed he wanted this essence for himself, it would be a lie. From a player's point of view, the choice was already clear to him. It was better to give it to Einar. Bjorn knew that absorbing life force worked best with swords, and he also knew that one day he would have to abandon his own weapon. He had felt it the moment they entered the labyrinth. Now, he understood something else as well. Einar could be relied upon. Einar turned toward him, stunned, her face glowing with joy. She thanked him loudly, promising she would repay him no matter what. Bjorn smiled. He knew her well enough to believe it. She wasn't the type to abandon someone when things went bad. That realization pushed another thought forward. He needed to hurry and find an essence more suited to himself, preferably with the help of a now-enhanced Anner. With a confident smile, Einar squeezed the glowing essence in her hands. Light flared as it flowed into her body. Watching the process, Bjorn realized there was one thing he had forgotten to tell her. Moments later, Einar braced one hand against the floor and asked in confusion if it was already over. She stared at her palms, surprised, saying she didn't feel any major changes. Then it happened. Her body shifted. Her entire appearance changed dramatically. The bulky, protruding muscles that had once defined her frame vanished almost instantly. Her build became slimmer, more petite, unmistakably feminine. Her clothes loosened and began to slip as her proportions changed. Einar's eyes went wide. She looked up at Bjorn and shouted that something was incredibly strange. Bjorn looked bigger than before. She spun toward Raven and Hikarad Murad, pointing at them in shock, saying they had gotten bigger too. Even the dwarf didn't look so small anymore. Confused, she demanded to know what had happened to everyone. Bjorn answered calmly. She hadn't grown, they had. She had shrunk. Still bewildered, Einar asked again. Bjorn studied her carefully. She was now around normal human height, about 170 centimeters. Raven raised a finger and began to explain. This was a standard effect of the Bone Rider's essence. Bone density increased dramatically, but the bones themselves shortened. Seeing Einar's shock, Raven said she'd explain properly. She went on to describe the essence's effects. Bjorn already knew them well. Translated into game-like attributes, the Bone Rider's essence increased cutting force by 12 points, agility by 15, and strength by 15. Bone density rose sharply by 55 points. In exchange, flexibility dropped by 7 points, and growth decreased by 25 units. As Raven spoke, Bjorn watched Einar closely. The essence had taken hold completely, and with it, her role on the battlefield had just changed forever. The Bone Rider also granted a passive skill called Protection. It reduced the effects of injuries and negative conditions, poisoning, bleeding, and similar afflictions. Along with that came an active skill, Life Absorption, which temporarily boosted regeneration whenever the user attacked a living target. Bjorn imagined how it would look if the system displayed it as a table of stats and skills. In his mind, it was already clear. Raven, smiling reassuringly, turned to Einar and told her not to worry. She explained that Einar had only become shorter, not weaker. She didn't get to finish. Einar suddenly screamed. She clutched her head with both hands, horror written across her face, shouting that she was finished. No one would see her as a warrior anymore. Her voice trembled as she complained that people already looked down on her just because she was a woman. Raven leaned in close, studying her face carefully, then calmly remarked that Einar had actually become much more beautiful. Einar froze. Her face flushed red as she turned toward Raven in shock. Raven continued, explaining that her facial features had softened and now even carried an aristocratic elegance. Einar stared ahead, confused. What does that mean? Then she shouted again, asking if she really didn't look like a warrior at all anymore. Bjorn, squatting nearby with his sword resting in his hands, answered honestly, no. Then he added firmly that everyone already knew she was an excellent warrior. Privately, Bjorn admitted that without her tattoos, she really did look like an ordinary girl. But this wasn't the moment to say that. Pushing her deeper into despair would help no one. From behind them, Hikarad Murad suddenly burst out laughing. He shouted that this essence was incredible, because if he absorbed it, people might stop seeing him entirely. He laughed so hard it bordered on uncontrollable. Raven spread her arms and told Einar that everything was fine. Then she asked if she could conduct a detailed examination once they returned to the city. Einar, on the verge of despair, crouched down with her hands on the stone floor, convinced that it was all over for her. Watching his companions, Bjorn cursed inwardly, thinking they were all sociopaths who only cared about themselves. He stepped closer to Einar and told her not to be so depressed. Then he suggested she test her new power instead. Bjorn glanced toward the death demon not far away. Gripping his mace and shield, he turned back to Einar. Exhausted and still shaken, Einar nodded. She said she still had a debt to repay, whether she looked like a warrior or not. Clutching her massive sword, she stepped toward the death demon and began to chant, syllable by syllable. Vela. The moment she spoke, Einar raised her sword high, and with a single sharp, decisive swing, she tore straight through the demon's massive, muscular body. The death demon split apart instantly, blood exploding outward in violent arcs that splashed across the chamber. Hikarad Murad stared in disbelief. Did she just kill the death demon in one blow? Bjorn approached Einar with a wide grin, motioning for her to look at the result. He shouted honestly that she had become much stronger. Einar stood frozen, eyes stretched wide, staring at what she had done. Slowly, she turned to Bjorn and asked if this meant she was still a warrior. Bjorn shook his head. Then, with solemn force, he declared loudly that she was no longer just a warrior. She was a great warrior. Both of them lifted their weapons high into the air and shouted together, their voices echoing through the chamber. Behind them, their companions quietly turned away and began walking off. Hikarad Murad glanced back once and chuckled, remarking that they really did look like a good pair. Raven nodded in agreement and asked if they were moving on. Some time later, the group stood before a set of massive doors. Bjorn knew what lay beyond them, the keeper's room. Hikarad Murad smiled and said it had been fun, but their journey was coming to an end. Raven rested her hand against her cheek and admitted she felt a little sad. She was beginning to understand why some people kept working with the same researchers over and over again. Bjorn stared ahead, his expression serious. One thought dominated his mind. What if the Guardian drops an essence? He tried to reassure himself. Luck had clearly been on their side so far. Frowning, he examined everything that had happened. The essence Einar absorbed, the large share they gained from the corpse golem. It really did feel like fortune was favoring them. And yet, Bjorn hesitated. Were there ever times in his life when things went smoothly from start to finish? Memories from his past life surfaced. Failures, sudden turns, moments where hope collapsed at the last second. What's the worst-case scenario here? Hikarad Murad grabbed the door handles with an eager grin and invited everyone to go in. Bjorn's instinct screamed. A sudden sense of unease washed over him. Why is the handle that color? His eyes locked onto it. The metal glowed a vivid, ominous red. Realization struck. Bjorn lunged forward, arm outstretched, and shouted at the top of his lungs for him to stop. He ordered the doors to be closed immediately. Hikarad Murad turned around in confusion, asking what Bjorn was talking about. He didn't even finish the sentence. The massive doors burst open on their own, and deep within the bloody citadel, its true master stirred, awakening from a long, ancient sleep. Bjorn cursed inwardly. It was already too late. Raven froze, terror washing over her face. She covered her mouth with her hand, muttering in disbelief, repeating that this couldn't be happening. Then her eyes widened even further as fear took hold, and she demanded to know why the Death Rider wasn't here. At that moment, in the very center of the chamber they had been heading toward, something sat upon a massive throne stained the color of dried blood. An anthropomorphic monster with deathly pale skin lounged there casually. A long tongue slipped from its mouth, lined with rows of sharp fangs. It wore elegant, aristocratic clothing, as if it truly belonged on that throne. The creature spoke calmly, saying it had been a long time since it had seen living beings. A system notification flashed. The Guardian has entered a state of horror. Raven screamed, her voice breaking. It was a vampire. Bjorn didn't need the warning. He knew exactly what stood before them. Vampires were monsters that normally appeared only after the 6th floor, and even then, rarely. And this one was worse. It was an advanced, mutated individual with intelligence. A named monster. The vampire's lips curled into a sly smile as it examined them. It asked, almost politely, where they had come from. This was the vampire Duke, Cambormir. Bjorn's mind raced as instinct took over. Monsters were divided into 4 categories. Mutants, those that gained new classes without changing race, like goblin swordsmen or archers. Advanced monsters, those whose rank exceeded the norm of their floor, like the death demons they had already faced. Rare monsters, entities like the corpse golem, found only in special rifts or nearly impossible conditions. And then there were named monsters, advanced beings with individual identities. The worst kind. The party turned and ran at full speed in the opposite direction. Hikarad Murad glanced back, face pale, shouting in panic, asking what that thing was and where it came from. Bjorn didn't slow down. He barked at the dwarf to run and stop talking, his voice tight with urgency. As he sprinted, Bjorn understood the danger clearly. Vampire Duke Cambormir was a 5th-rank boss, one that didn't follow predictable patterns. He excelled in close combat and wielded black magic with terrifying proficiency. Raven, being carried in Tarzin's arms, shouted in disbelief, asking if the Guardian had become an advanced mutant. She screamed that such a thing had never happened before. Bjorn knew that already. Monsters of this caliber were only supposed to appear in rifts starting from the 3rd floor. Meeting one in a 1st-floor rift was completely abnormal, which explained her fear. The group ran with everything they had, the echo of their footsteps swallowed by the bloody citadel behind them, while something far worse than a Guardian had awakened in their wake. Bjorn reasoned quickly. Even after spending thousands of hours in the game, he had never encountered the vampire Duke himself. The only reason he knew of Cambormir at all was because he had once seen him on a stream. A memory surfaced, his past life, staring at a computer monitor in disbelief, replaying a video, and asking aloud whether something like that could really happen. Raven, still running, asked how he had known. She pointed out that he had shouted to close the door before it fully opened. Bjorn felt an irritation spike. Does her curiosity really never turn off, even now? Without looking back, he ordered everyone to run in silence. Raven replied sharply that she wasn't the one running. For a moment, Bjorn couldn't find an answer. Then, after a brief hesitation, he said the only thing he could. He just felt it. The truth was more complicated. He had noticed the strange color of the door handle because, in the game, he had chased rumors of the vampire Duke hundreds of times by following other players' paths, and failed every single time. In the end, he had replayed recordings again and again until he spotted one tiny difference. Later, while watching another player's dungeon walkthrough that finally triggered Cambormir's appearance, he realized the only change was the color of the door handle. Now Bjorn wondered, if he hadn't been so swept up by their streak of good luck, would he have noticed it sooner, before the door ever opened? Hikarad Murad suddenly widened his eyes and blurted out that they wouldn't be able to leave unless they killed that thing. He asked if it would be better to fight. Bjorn answered immediately. They needed to reach a place with sunlight. Then an ominous voice echoed around them, mocking their rudeness as guests. The group skidded to a halt, turning with tense expressions as dense, dark magic flooded the air. Cambormir was approaching. His presence manifested through a spiritual form. Bjorn clenched his teeth. This was exactly why he hated monsters that used magic. They were completely unbalanced. He spun toward Raven. She tightened her grip on her staff and ordered everyone to close their eyes. A spell detonated instantly, unleashing a violent burst of light that swallowed the entire area. Bjorn shut his eyes hard and raised his arm to shield his face. When he looked again, Cambormir was gone. Einar screamed that the vampire had disappeared. Bjorn understood at once. Spiritual form, a black magic technique unique to vampires. It allowed them to move rapidly through space, while their true body remained elsewhere, waiting. Bjorn understood immediately. With the release ability, Cambormir could swap his real body with his spiritual one at will. If that happened, they would be finished. Raven had reacted just in time. Her spell had bought them roughly 3 minutes. By now, the vampire should have awakened back in the throne room. Then a sharp voice called out to Bjorn, telling him Raven was injured. He spun around in shock. Tarzine was holding Raven in his arms, shouting desperately. Blood streamed from her mouth as she struggled to breathe, her face twisted in pain. Bjorn froze, staring at her. Internal bleeding? His thoughts raced. Is this an effect of the vampire's essence? No, something felt wrong. His eyes widened as another possibility struck him. Could this be the power of yet another monster? Bjorn cursed inwardly. The stream he had watched had ended before the player could learn the vampire duke's full abilities. That was why he didn't know. There were too many possibilities, and no time to analyze any of them. First priority, escape. He spread his arms and barked orders of the team to move. Hikarad, panicked, asked how they were supposed to do that. He shouted that only Raven knew the way out, and she was injured. Bjorn snapped back that everyone needed to stay calm. Then he shouted something that made Hikarad freeze. He said he knew the way. Hikarad stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know how. Wasn't this Bjorn's first time in the bloody citadel? Bjorn looked down at him and said simply that he remembered it. Then he ordered everyone to follow him. He knew it sounded suspicious. A barbarian claiming to know the route in a place like this. But survival mattered more than explanations. The group sprinted after him. Bjorn led without hesitation, because he couldn't forget this place even if he tried. He had been here hundreds of times in the game. Every turn, every corridor, it was burned into his memory. When they finally reached a familiar doorway, Hikarad shouted in relief that it was the exit. He remembered it now. Bjorn's relief lasted less than a second. He turned around, face tense, and cursed inwardly. He's caught up. He shouted for everyone to run faster. Panic spread across their faces as they pushed themselves harder. Ahead, brilliant sunlight poured through the doorway. Behind them, black magic surged forward like a living thing, stretching toward their backs. They burst through the exit. The moment they crossed the threshold, the dark substance recoiled. What little followed them outside dissolved instantly into nothingness. They were out. The adventurers staggered forward and began catching their breath, bodies trembling after the non-stop sprint. Bjorn steadied himself and exhaled slowly. Now it was clear. The spiritual form's weakness was light. It was a good thing the sun hadn't set yet. Hikarad bent over with his hands on his knees, gulping in air. Between breaths, he looked up at Bjorn and said that once they started running, he remembered the entire route all at once. Then, Squinting suspiciously, he asked if Bjorn had really gone through the ceremony just a month ago. Bjorn frowned deeply and shot him a sharp look. Before he could respond, Einar stepped in, grinning widely. She thrust her clenched fist forward and declared that Bjorn couldn't possibly be lying, because he was a great warrior. Hikerod blinked. A great warrior. Then he nodded seriously and added that if that was the case, Bjorn would definitely become an even greater warrior in the future. After that, he glanced at the sky and asked what they should do next. The sun was already close to setting. Bjorn didn't hesitate. They were short on time. They had to move. Turning to Tarzine, he ordered him to carry the mage. Tarzine stared at him in confusion, asking why. Bjorn explained sharply that they needed some kind of shelter, then suggested retreating to the outer wall. Tarzine looked down at the unconscious Raven in his arms, worry clear on his face. He said she needed rest. Bjorn's expression darkened instantly. He snapped back, asking if Tarzine wanted them all to die here. His voice rose as he ordered him to prepare, if he wanted to leave this place alive. He made it clear that Tarzine was to protect the mage at all costs, even if it meant risking his own life. Tarzine froze, then lowered his gaze and nodded. He agreed and urged them to move quickly. Not long after, the group reached a massive wall. Bjorn scanned the area, his mind racing. No matter how he thought about it, there was only one option. Turning to the others, he told them he would look around until Raven woke up. As he moved away, Bjorn realized exactly what that option was, the item they had passed earlier. He returned to the stone statue and smashed its head without hesitation. Staring at the broken neck, he shouted softly that he knew it. Hidden inside was an empty cavity, and within it sat a small glass vessel containing the tears of the goddess. Bjorn knew this item well. It was consumable, highly effective for healing, and especially potent against monsters with evil attributes. A system notification appeared. He had obtained the tears of the goddess. Bjorn hurried back to the group and knelt beside Raven, who was sitting on the ground, her face twisted in pain. He looked at her carefully and spoke, his voice low and urgent, asking if she could hear him. By the time he reached her, Raven had already regained consciousness. Bjorn lifted his foot slightly, the small vessel containing the tears of the goddess now secured against the sole of his boot. Raven answered his question weakly, nodding. She said it seemed they had managed to escape the vampire. Bjorn raised his hand slightly and corrected her. The vampire would return once the sun set. Raven didn't argue. She said she already knew that. Bjorn's expression hardened as he asked what had happened to her. Raven hugged her staff tightly to her chest and admitted she couldn't be certain, but it felt like pain sharing. Bjorn stiffened. Pain sharing. Relief flickered through him. At least his own monster essence was only tier 8. If it were higher, the consequences might have been worse. He asked her how long she needed to recover. Raven replied that she would need about 20 minutes. After that, she could cast a tier 7 spell roughly 5 times. Bjorn frowned. If she only had 5 uses, then their situation was far from good. He met her gaze and asked if she had any sun attribute magic. Raven stared back and asked sharply if he understood how rude it was to question a mage about their spell arsenal. Bjorn knew that. He had read the lore. Under normal circumstances, such questions were taboo. But right now, survival mattered more than etiquette. He deliberately leaned into the role, behaving like an uncouth barbarian. After all, a barbarian was supposed to be rude. He was someone who wouldn't hesitate to speak plainly, even to a king. Raven looked at him in stunned disbelief. After a brief silence, she let out a heavy breath and said she could use Sunspot Sphere. Bjorn immediately recognized it. A 6-tier spell similar to Fire Sphere, but imbued with solar attributes. He asked if she could cast an attribute enhancement spell at the same time. Raven stood up slowly, turned her head away, and said it was possible, if she had enough mana. She added that she would need 10 more minutes to prepare. Bjorn tightened his grip around his mace. 30 minutes, he muttered. Then he stated calmly that he would buy them that time. He told her not to interfere and to focus solely on accumulating mana. Raven hesitated, confused, but agreed. Just as she turned away, she stopped and looked back at him. She asked why he was acting like the leader all of a sudden. Bjorn answered her question with one of his own. If not him, then who? And with that, he made his stance clear. He brushed it off, saying he didn't think the issue was that important right now. At that moment, Einar watched everything unfold with a confident grin, arms crossed over her chest. Raven lifted her hand slightly, signaling that she agreed, only for her words to be cut off by loud laughter. Hikerod had remembered what happened earlier. He apologized to Raven, then added that he trusted this guy. With a wide smile, Hikerod shouted that he could always feel the presence of human essence. Bjorn nodded and thanked Hikerod for those words. Not long after, night fell. The space around the adventurers was slowly stained dark red as ominous, magical matter crept closer. With a broad grin revealing sharp fangs, Cambormir stepped forward, his gaze locked on them. He said it was strange. Every time he saw them, he couldn't restrain his thirst for blood. He stretched out his long tongue and casually asked if they knew why that was. Bjorn stared at the approaching vampire duke and felt his stomach tighten. He was already here. There were only 30 minutes left before the spell would be ready. The adventurers' expressions hardened as they raised their melee weapons in front of them. They had no choice. They had to hold out, no matter the cost. Cambormir began making low, disturbing sounds. The claws on his hands rapidly lengthened, growing impossibly sharp, and massive wings burst open behind his back. He lifted both his arms and wings and let out a piercing scream before charging straight at them. Bjorn turned and sharply ordered Tarzine to take Raven and fall back. As Tarzine retreated with Raven, Bjorn remained in front, brows furrowed, staring ahead. Everything was happening exactly like in the game. Even though they could communicate, any exchange ended after just a few words. With a mad smile, Cambormir closed the distance in an instant, wings beating wildly. Seeing this, Bjorn shouted a warning that he was attacking. Cambormir lunged forward, his long claws extended, but Hikerod stepped in first. He took the blow head on, laughing tensely as he shouted that the strike was incredibly heavy. Bjorn watched as Hikerod planted his shield firmly in front of him, enduring blow after blow from Cambormir. Even under the relentless assault, the dwarf didn't budge. It was clear now. This was the effect of the first essence of a rank 7 monster called Yandro, a counterweight skill. As long as his feet were on the ground, he couldn't be thrown back or knocked down. Bjorn also knew there was a bonus tied to that essence skill, cushioning. It was incredibly useful for fighters who acted as tanks. Suddenly, Bjorn surged forward and shouted name. Einar. Einar's face twisted with fury as she raised her sword high above her head and declared she would go from the left. In the next instant, she circled around Cambormir's side, planting her feet and swinging her blade in a sharp, decisive arc. The strike landed with terrifying force, sending Cambormir flying backward. But his body was hurled straight toward Bjorn. Bjorn absorbed the impact head-on, bracing himself as he brought his weapon forward and tried to counterattack. Cambormir reacted instantly, lifting his forearm to shield his head. Bjorn's blow connected, and Cambormir was sent skidding several meters away, his long claws tearing into the ground as he finally stopped himself. Bjorn stared at his own hand, his expression tight. It felt frozen. Is this pain division? He wondered. Looking ahead again, he realized his attack hadn't even fazed Cambormir. Cambormir slowly lifted his gaze, blood-red eyes glaring with murderous focus. From the dark magical substance swirling around him, shapes began to form, furious ravens emerging one after another. Bjorn's heart sank. His body, it's turning into ravens. A moment later, a massive swarm of enraged crows, their eyes glowing a vivid crimson, surged toward the adventurers. Stop them! Bjorn shouted. Hikerod stepped forward, his expression tense. Bjorn watched as Hikerod raised a brightly glowing shield in front of him and immediately recognized it. Hikerod's second essence, living armor, emergency recovery. The swarm crashed into the shield, countless crows smashing into it and tearing themselves apart. Holding his own shield tight, the protagonist felt his nerves stretch to the limit. He had blocked as many as he could, but blood splattered everywhere. It was dangerous. If it touched, he didn't even have time to finish the thought. Einar gasped, her eyes wide as she stared ahead. A bloody seal had opened on her forehead. Bjorn, what is this? She asked. When Einar spoke, the same bloody mark appeared on Hikerod's forehead. Bjorn swore under his breath as he realized the truth. They had already fallen under its effect. He clenched his jaw, and then felt it. The same bloody seal flared to life on his own forehead. In his vision, a system window appeared, cold and merciless. He had been chosen as a victim. The vampire Cambormir's physical abilities would now increase based on the number of victims within a 100-meter radius. Bjorn knew the skill well. The sacrificial seal. There was also eternal life, a skill that boosted regeneration in direct proportion to lost health. On top of that came blood mastery, an ability that allowed the vampire to acquire skills through the blood he absorbed from his targets. Bjorn understood it clearly now. Vampires relied on these 3 terrifying combat skills. Each one was devastating on its own, and together they turned combat into a nightmare. And that wasn't even the worst part. A vampire duke could wield black magic at the same level. He could dissolve into smoke to evade a sword strike. transform into a bat to trigger explosive movement, or summon monsters directly from blood. Bjorn knew this all too well. Vampires were high-ranking monsters with frighteningly overwhelming stats. The moment those thoughts settled, Hikerod was blasted away by a brutal strike. His body flew sideways, crashing hard as a horse. Pain sound escaped his throat. Bjorn, Einar shouted, panic in her voice. Hikerod missed a blow. Bjorn snapped his head toward her and barked for her not to lose focus. But his words were cut short as Cambormir lunged at him. Bjorn barely managed to raise his shield in time, the impact rattling his bones. He cursed inwardly. This was exactly why players quit the game once they reached the 6th floor. He reached out mentally to Raven and demanded to know how much longer. We need 5 more minutes. Raven shouted. 5 minutes. Bjorn's gaze dropped to Hikerod. The dwarf was slumped on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, eyes shut tight as one hand pressed weakly against his chest. The main pillar of their front line was down. Bjorn and Einar were already running on fumes. That was when Bjorn made his decision. He turned sharply to Einar and ordered her to take Hikerod and retreat. Einar, gripping her bloodstained sword, tried to say something, but Bjorn cut her off. His eyes burned with resolve as he shouted that he would hold the vampire back. He ordered her to move now. Einar hesitated only a heartbeat before nodding. She hoisted the dwarf onto her shoulder and ran. Behind her, the vampire struck the air in fury, claws shredding space just meters away. Bjorn remained, standing alone. Facing the vampire duke, Bjorn realized something strange. He didn't need a weapon anymore. This was no longer a battle. It was a clash of will. His lips curled into a wild smile, eyes stretched wide with madness as he stared straight at Cambormir. You're nothing, Bjorn said calmly. He spoke the word Vela. In the next instant, the vampire duke descended on him in a frenzy. Long, razor-sharp claws tore into Bjorn's body again and again, piercing straight through his torso. Flesh gave way. Bone cracked. Blood poured freely as his body was impaled clean through, crimson spilling without restraint. Cambormir stared ahead in confusion, but at that very moment, Bjorn raised a glass vessel to his lips and poured its contents straight into his mouth. Mocking Cambormir as a fool in his mind, he ordered him to keep going. And Cambormir did exactly that, continuing to savage Bjorn's body with his razor-sharp claws. Raven froze in shock. Clutching her brightly glowing staff, she stared at Bjorn in horror and demanded to know what he was doing. Almost immediately, she realized his plan. He was going to keep drinking potions nonstop just to stay alive. Bjorn was already restoring his breath, his gaze wild and unfocused. Watching this, Raven realized she had never heard of anyone fighting like this. Bjorn's chin was stained with blood as he swallowed another warlike potion, his attempts to strike back at the vampire duke utterly futile. Raven could only think that this was pointless. The pain caused by potion overload alone was said to be unbearable. Then her thoughts shattered as Cambormir's claws tore into Bjorn again. Deep wounds ripped open across his chest, blood pouring freely. Raven knew the pain only grew worse as injuries deepened. She watched in disbelief as Cambormir's claws pierced straight through Bjorn's body, shredding armor and flesh alike. Empty glass potion vessels clattered to the ground at Bjorn's feet, one after another. Raven cried out when she saw smoke beginning to curl from his body. Bjorn was gasping heavily now, forcing his body to move, his clothes soaked completely through with his own blood. As the vampire duke lunged once more, Raven felt her heart tighten. In this state, Bjorn could die from shock at any moment. Yet he raised his shield again, barely managing to block the incoming strike. Raven realized then, he was still defending himself. Even moving at all like this was already a miracle. She watched as Bjorn continued to take damage, rushing back into battle again and again. His body was breaking because he couldn't block every blow, but he never failed to guard the strikes aimed at vital points. Seeing him lift his shield above his head to protect himself from Cambormir's relentless assault, Raven finally understood the meaning of a saying she once heard. The true value of a barbarian wasn't his physical strength. It was his unbreakable will. Bjorn bared his teeth, clenching his jaw as sweat streamed down his face, eyes blazing straight ahead. Beside Raven, Tarzan tightened his grip on his sword and said grimly that things were becoming far too dangerous, then turned to her and asked what they should do next. Tarzan asked in a low voice if maybe they should get away from here. Raven, kneeling beside him, snapped back with a question of her own, asking if he had lost his mind. She repeated it sharply. Leave where? She told him plainly that there was nowhere to run. Staring at the battle ahead, Raven understood the truth. The only way out of the rift was to defeat the Guardian. For a brief moment, she wondered what she was even doing. Then she remembered Bjorn, what he had done, how he had decided without hesitation. Even a barbarian, who had only recently completed his coming-of-age ceremony, could think clearly and make the most rational choice. And she was a mage. If Bjorn fell here, it would be the end for all of them. Raven raised her hand, her expression hardening, and turned to Tarzine. She ordered him to go to Hikerod and support him so that Einar could return to the fight. Hearing her name, Einar glanced around in confusion, but Tarzine immediately obeyed and moved. Raven kept her eyes fixed forward, her thoughts racing. A mage wasn't just someone who fired spells from the rear. A mage had to analyze the situation, weigh every option, and choose the path that gave the team the highest chance of survival. She tightened her grip on a magic vessel and made her decision. If she wanted to live, this was the best move she had. Watching Bjorn, drenched in blood as he continued to fight Cambormir head-on, Raven steadied her breathing. She raised her staff, focusing on precision, then adjusted for range projection and automatic guidance. Launching the magic vessel toward him, she shouted Bjorn's name. Bjorn turned in surprise, just as the glass vessel struck his body and shattered. The magical substance inside spread instantly, seeping into his skin. He felt it immediately. What is this? He wondered. As the energy was absorbed, a system window appeared. The character had absorbed the essence of the corpse golem. Another notification followed in rapid succession. Pain resistance increased by 70, strength by 15, speed density by 55. Additional information filled the screen. Poison resistance increased by 12, appetite increased by 8, weight increased by 21 units. Bjorn stared ahead, his expression unchanged. Behind him, the image of a corpse monster flickered on the system status window. Under the name Protagonist, new data appeared. His level now stood at 2. His spirit stood at 95.3, with another 55.3 points added on top of it. Bjorn's strength, which had been only 11.4, surged as 45.4 points were forcefully layered onto it. His skills increased by 133, stacking onto the existing 23 units. His item level reached 218, and his total combat level climbed to 284.8, with an additional 112.7 added afterward. The absorbed essence was confirmed as a 7th-rank corpse golem, an entirely new essence for Bjorn. Bjorn felt his thoughts go blank. His head was empty, his vision blurred, and through barely open eyes he saw Cambormir standing right in front of him. In moments like this, he understood you always stood at a crossroads. And at a crossroads, you had to choose. Cambormir lunged forward with a feral expression, one clawed paw stretched out to tear him apart. Bjorn knew the rule well. You had to decide what to sacrifice and what to protect. He raised his shield to block the first strike, but Cambormir's second arm followed immediately. At that moment, Bjorn felt it clearly. He had already thrown away his weak heart. The next instant, a brutal blow sent him flying backward. He realized then that he couldn't block everything. Arms, legs, those could be ignored. Only the vital points mattered. Cambormir closed the distance again in a flash. A system notification appeared, confirming once more that the corpse golem's essence had been absorbed. Bjorn's gaze twisted strangely as the shattered vessel that once held the essence lay broken beneath his feet. This time, instead of retreating, Bjorn crossed his arms over his chest and took the attack head-on. Sharp claws pierced straight through his forearms, blood spraying freely. Yet Bjorn understood something crucial at that moment. The vampire's claws couldn't cut bone. Cambormir froze, staring in disbelief at his own claws lodged in Bjorn's arms. Bjorn frowned, his expression tense, eyes locked forward as a single thought surfaced. Had he really digested the essence already? Even as blood poured down, his mind continued working. He briefly considered how his training and development plan would have to change because of this. Then he dismissed the thought, judging the situation as it was now. This was an overwhelmingly successful evolution. Bjorn was knocked back again, but this time he didn't collapse. One foot dug in the ground, one hand braced against the earth, and he pushed himself upright, standing once more before Cambormir. He felt like a doll that had been beaten senseless. Except now, that doll could move. As Cambormir charged in again, Bjorn realized that even something this small could multiply his chances of survival. Cambormir's eyes burned a brilliant red, his face twisted with fury, as he launched himself forward for another killing strike. Bjorn was slashed again by long, razor-sharp claws. Through hoarse, broken groans, Bjorn realized he couldn't keep taking damage like this. Suddenly, another glass vessel slammed into his back and shattered into fragments. Bjorn flinched and glanced behind him just as a system notification appeared. announcing that a recovery effect had been applied and his regeneration had increased. When he turned fully, he saw Raven standing there, completely exhausted. She clutched her brightly glowing staff in one hand and several glass vessels in the other. Looking at her, Bjorn thought that she had finally come to her senses. And then another thought followed. What if he could regenerate at the same level? Bjorn dropped to one knee, head hanging low, while Cambormir screamed wildly, tongue lolling from his mouth. Bjorn slowly raised his head. He had a chance. In the next instant, he lunged forward, grabbing Cambormir and slamming him to the ground. Activating Immortal Barbarian mode, Bjorn wrapped his arms around the vampire's body and unleashed a storm of blows into his back. Bright streams of blood sprayed everywhere. Thick clots burst from Bjorn's mouth as he continued, uncaring of how his own muscles were being shredded. Cambormir writhed in furious confusion, his face smeared with blood. Bjorn understood it then. The acidic nature of his blood would harm the vampire. Toxic steam began to rise from the blood, coating Cambormir's face. Another healing potion struck Bjorn's back and shattered. And at the same time, Cambormir screamed in agony as his facial skin was eaten away by the chemical burn. Bjorn realized that any damage he took would be healed immediately by the potion. In essence, this was a brutal exchange Cambormir couldn't afford. The vampire duke staggered back, veins bulging under the strain, before launching into another frenzied assault. Sweeping claw strikes smashed into Bjorn, sending him flying backward. At that moment, Einar rushed in from behind, screaming Bjorn's name at the top of her lungs. With fierce confidence, she shouted that she would help. Closing the distance, she swung her massive sword in a deep, decisive arc toward Cambormir. He barely managed to retreat, narrowly dodging the blow. Fear flashed across Cambormir's face as he screeched loudly. Bjorn charged after him with a furious expression, throwing a punch, but Cambormir twisted aside and countered instantly. His strike slammed straight into the center of Bjorn's chest. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs. Bjorn's mouth flew open as blood spilled out, spraying into the air. Einar rushed in to support him, throwing herself into the fight against Cambormir. But after only a brief exchange, he struck her hard and sent her flying aside. Bjorn cursed inwardly, his thoughts screaming the same question over and over. When will the magic be ready? Almost as if answering him, Raven shouted Bjorn's name at the top of her lungs. The sunspot sphere was ready. Bjorn was on one knee, head lowered. At her words, he lifted his head in shock, eyes snapping forward. In the next instant, he lunged, grabbing Cambormir with both arms and pressing himself tightly against him. His jaw clenched, every muscle in his body screaming as he forced the power out. Behella! The impact tore them apart. Cambormir was hurled away as a violent explosion ripped through the space between them. Bjorn threw his head back and roared. Now, he turned sharply toward Hikerod. Hikerod's eyes blazed with brilliant blue light as he answered without hesitation. A system notification flashed. Hikerod was charging lightning. Dense magical energy gathered in his hands, forming a crackling sphere that spat sparks into the air. Hikerod released it, directing the discharge straight toward Cambormir. Cambormir lifted his head in confusion just as the lightning struck. Another system message appeared. The vampire Duke Cambormir had received the stun status. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He pulled a glass vessel from his soul storage, his thoughts sharp and focused. He had protected it through everything, through all the chaos and pain. This was why. Now was the moment. He charged toward the stunned Cambormir and jammed the glass vessel straight into the vampire's mouth. Tears of the goddess. At the same time, Bjorn drove his fist upward into Cambormir's jaw, forcing him to swallow. The vessel shattered inside his mouth, glass exploding as a blinding magical light burst forth from within the vampire. A system notification appeared. Grace was manifesting at the sight of destruction. Radiant energy flooded the space around Cambormir, washing everything in brilliant white. Another notification followed immediately. Under the influence of Grace, all of Vampire Duke Cambormir's resistances were temporarily sealed. Damage dealt to him was massively increased. Cambormir lay on the ground, staring ahead in disbelief as blood sprayed from his mouth. One final system message appeared. A powerful shock had transformed the stunned status into paralysis. Raven screamed Bjorn's name, shouting at him to get away immediately. Almost at the same moment, a system notification flashed. Raven was casting a 6th rank spell, Sunspot Sphere. A massive sphere of blazing fire formed above her head, lighting up the night sky with overwhelming brilliance. Leaning heavily on her staff, her face drained and breath ragged, Raven warned him that he would be caught in it if he stayed nearby. The sunspot sphere was released. It tore through the air at terrifying speed, racing straight toward Cambormere and Bjorn, who was still on the ground. Seeing the enormous fireball rushing at him, Bjorn cursed inwardly, realizing far too late that he should have run the moment he had chance. A heartbeat later, an explosion of unimaginable scale swallowed everything. A system message appeared. He had been caught in the blast and received the stun status. More notifications followed in rapid succession. The vampire Duke Cambormere had activated pain sharing. Because of it, Hikarad, Inar, and Tarzine were also inflicted with stun. Bjorn let out a hoarse sound, his body completely spent as sweat poured down his face. His body was in ruins. Scars, cuts, burns, bruises. There was barely any uninjured flesh left. Staring ahead, he dragged air into his lungs and wondered in disbelief if they had actually managed it. The night sky above was silent. Too silent. He asked himself whether that worthless monster was finally dead. He rolled onto his side, hands trembling as he pushed against the ground, tried to rise. Out loud, he asked if everyone had really lost consciousness. There was too much he didn't understand. Too many unanswered questions. Then his vision twisted. Bjorn's eyes widened in shock as he stared ahead. Standing right in front of him was Cambormere's burned body, still upright. His skin was gone, arms torn, legs mangled, wings reduced to charred remains. Broken ribs jutted out from the center of his chest. Seeing this, Bjorn could only think one thing. Why is he still alive? A system notification answered him. Eternal life had activated. Regeneration increased in proportion to lost health. Cambormere's bloodshot eyes rolled forward, his tongue hanging loosely from his mouth as skin began to regenerate across his chest almost instantly. He was still alive thanks to his passive skill, Darkness Source, a trait that prevented death until his heart was destroyed. Bjorn watched in horror as tendons and muscles knitted themselves back together on the vampire's body, realizing the nightmare wasn't over yet. The Duke realized his wounds were healing. The moment that truth settled in, Bjorn cursed inwardly, hating the absurdly unbalanced skill with every fiber of his being. Painfully bracing his fingers against the ground, he understood one thing clearly. If nothing was done, Cambormere would recover in an instant. Bjorn forced himself to look around. His comrades lay scattered across the ground, unconscious and unmoving. He didn't fully understand what had happened, but one conclusion was unavoidable. They were all down, which meant this ended with him. Most of his clothes and equipment were gone, burned away by Raven's devastating spell. Dragging his battered body forward, Bjorn limped toward Cambormere, knowing he had to finish it before the vampire fully recovered. He slammed Cambormere back to the ground and stood there gasping, breath coming in ragged, broken pulls, his entire body trembling on the verge of collapse. Looking down at himself, Bjorn realized his body was already ruined, muscle torn, flesh mangled, but his heart was still beating, still intact. He raised his shaking hands, clenched them into fists, and asked himself if he had managed to protect what mattered most. Then he brought his fist down into Cambormere's chest. Die, Bjorn snarled, hurling the insult with a blow. As his thoughts raced, something clicked into place. He knew what to do. Pressing both hands flat against Cambormere's chest, Bjorn spoke the words through clenched teeth. Flesh explosion. In the next instant, Cambormere's chest ruptured. Blood detonated outward in violent sprays, splashing across everything. Bjorn hissed as his palms began to burn violently from the chemical reaction, skin sizzling under the corrosive blood. It hurt. It hurt like madness. But he understood. This pain was the price of survival. With wild eyes fixed forward, Bjorn repeated it again. Flesh explosion. He forced his hands deeper into Cambormere's chest, tearing through flesh and bone. His pupils were bloodshot, his instincts screaming warnings that he was far past his limit. But he didn't stop. Again and again, he triggered the skill, knowing even if only seconds remained before the vampire's death, those seconds had to be bought with everything he had. The space around him filled with thick, crimson liquid, vampire blood pooling, splashing, soaking his body completely. Bjorn continued without mercy, ripping and detonating flesh over and over. A system warning flashed before his eyes. His health had dropped below 1%. He ignored it. Another warning followed. Health points had reached 0. A countdown had begun. Bjorn pressed his hands even deeper into Cambormere's screaming chest and continued. Flesh explosion after flesh explosion, relentlessly tearing apart what remained, refusing to stop even as the vampire's blood drenched everything around him. The Duke's chest continued to erupt in violent sprays of blood. Bjorn understood that he couldn't stop now. At that moment, a system notification appeared. He was losing 3 spirit points per second. 43 out of 46 remained. With a maddened expression, eyes locked forward, blood streaming down his face and body, Bjorn kept repeating it. Flesh explosion. He knew it didn't matter anymore. Stopping wouldn't change his fate. The numbers kept dropping. 37. Then 34. Thick clots of blood flew in every direction. A few moments later, only 16 spirit points remained. Bjorn was sitting atop Cambormir's mangled body now, staring down at the grotesque ruin beneath him. His hands were gone, completely burned away. What remained were nothing but charred stumps. The realization came calmly. He no longer had hands. So he lowered himself further, pressing his chest directly against Cambormir's torn chest. Bjorn understood he would have to use his entire body. And once more, he activated it. Flesh explosion. An unbearably bright light erupted between their bodies. The space seemed to pause for a fraction of a second, and then a system notification appeared. The vampire Duke Cambormir had been killed. Experience increased by 5. Bjorn frowned weakly. So the worthless thing finally died. He hadn't fought for nothing, even at the very end. His spirit points continued to fall. 13. Then 10. More system messages followed. A bonus for killing an advanced mutant. Experience increased by 1. A bonus for killing a keeper. Experience increased by 3. His level increased. Bjorn registered it distantly. He had grown stronger. But there was no healing on level up in this game. The hope had died long ago. Another notification appeared. Soul power increased by 10. Maximum essence capacity increased by 1. Even then, Bjorn's thoughts were scattered. The only thing that crossed his mind was the probability. There had been a 33% chance of obtaining a keeper's essence. His body finally collapsed. Bjorn lay motionless in a pool of blood. Then another system window appeared. The essence of the guardian vampire was penetrating the character's soul. A blinding light radiated from the center of Bjorn's chest. Thanks to the passive skill source of darkness, the character could not die until his heart was destroyed. And under the effect of eternal life, his regeneration accelerated violently. His health points climbed back above 1%. Bjorn still lived. A sharp chime echoed in the silence, and a notification unfolded across the system window, informing him that the countdown had been interrupted. He had survived. Along with that realization came an achievement: survive after the countdown. The reward was immediate and permanent. His spirit surged, increasing by 10 full units, and the system window expanded to display the changes etched into his existence. His level had risen by 1. His strength, once hovering at 199.95, had climbed further. His spirit, which had stood at 105.3, now burned stronger. His skills leapt from 152.4 to 129.4, reshaping the flow of power within him. The level of Bjorn's items dropped from 114 to 104, yet the loss was overshadowed by the greater picture. His overall combat level, once 485.3, exploded upward, rising by 2011.1. 2 absorbed essences now rested within him: a 7th-rank corpse golem and a 5th-rank vampire guardian. The latter was entirely new, a presence that hadn't existed inside him before. Chapter 31. Sometime after all of that, his eyes snapped open. He sucked in air greedily, his chest rising and falling as he fought to reclaim his breath, oxygen flooding his lungs as if he had just surfaced from deep water. A familiar warmth supported his head. Einar smiled down at him, her expression soft, relief clear in her eyes. Bjorn lay with his head resting in her lap, and she asked if he had finally woken up. He stared ahead in shock, a single thought echoing through his mind. Did I survive? Turning his head toward Einar, he asked where the others were. She answered calmly, telling him they had left 3 days ago, but what mattered more was whether he was all right. Her voice tightened as she admitted how worried she had been. He had been unconscious for 4 full days. His eyes widened, his mouth falling open as the realization hit him. He pushed himself upright and immediately began moving, his body responding far too smoothly. For days, he thought. That meant he had already spent 7 days inside the labyrinth. He froze. Raising his hands, he clenched and unclenched his fingers, examining them carefully. There was no pain, no stiffness, no trace of injury. His body felt normal, too normal. He looked down at himself, eyes widening further, and then glanced back at Einar in disbelief, asking where his pants were. Standing behind him, she answered without hesitation. They had been completely ruined, so disheveled that she had no choice but to tear them off. He said nothing. Einar, however, grinned widely, giving him a thumbs up and loudly declaring that he had nothing to be embarrassed about. She knew he was a great warrior. Bjorn stiffened, his face heating up as sweat rolled down his temples. Fighting the urge to scream, he mentally called her name and begged her to stop. After regaining some composure, he asked what had happened while he was unconscious. Einar thought for a moment, then said she believed it was called New Item. The dwarf had taken it, while the sorceress had claimed the Rift Stone. Bjorn's thoughts raced. If he had survived, then the essence must have dropped from the enemy. That meant they had obtained all 3 guardian items. He turned his gaze away, his expression thoughtful as the weight of everything that had happened finally settled in. He held his hand to his chin, lost in thought, when Einar suddenly burst out, shouting that they had already agreed to roll the dice for the Rift Stone. Her voice grew sharper as she continued, clearly irritated, complaining that Raven kept objecting and insisting again and again. In Einar's mind surfaced the image of Raven clutching a bag tightly to her chest, saying it would be more honest to cover her expenses with it. Then there was Hikerod, smiling casually, scratching the back of his head, telling everyone to figure it out themselves since he had barely done anything anyway. Einar went on, explaining that Hikerod said it wasn't very important, yet she still kept arguing. And then the sorceress said something strange. Raven's words, as Einar repeated them, sounded almost calm. She said that since the protagonist had already taken the best thing, she wouldn't complain even if she didn't get the Rift Stone. Einar emphasized that those were her exact words. Bjorn stared ahead, surprise flickering across his face. It suddenly felt to him that Raven might have been the only one who realized he had absorbed the vampire essence. As that thought settled in, he began calculating. If he added the value of the corpse golem essence and the potion Raven had used on him, then it really did balance out. She had suffered constant losses, and yet he couldn't say he regretted such a distribution. Einar crossed her arms tightly over her chest, irritation written all over her face, and said that Raven had gone around collecting items and then simply walked through the portal without even waiting for him. She openly called Raven greedy and wrong. Looking at Einar, Bjorn realized he agreed with her. A wide smile spread across his face as he thanked Einar, telling her he was glad he could always rely on her. Einar grinned back just as widely, bumping him with her elbow and saying it was no problem. They were partners, after all. Then she asked if it was time for them to leave as well. Bjorn shook his head and told her no. There was still one more thing to do. Even if Raven had taken almost everything from this place, something should still remain. He knew that was exactly why he needed to take at least that one thing right now. Clenching his fist, he smiled broadly and looked ahead, then turned to Einar and asked if she had any spare clothes. Not long after, a notification appeared on the system window, announcing that they were moving to the first floor, the Crystal Cave. Another message followed immediately, reporting that the labyrinth was closing and that the character would be transferred to Rafdonia. And so Bjorn, almost completely naked, a backpack slung over him, prepared to move on. With the backpack slung over his back, Bjorn stared straight ahead with a serious expression, surrounded on all sides by other adventurers. Their gazes kept drifting toward him, filled with open bewilderment, as they took in the sight of a practically naked man standing among them. Bjorn, meanwhile, was already thinking ahead, about how he had returned to the city, and how this time there were far too many problems waiting for him. He could only hope that the prophet would somehow balance out this overwhelming mess. Not long after, the girl working at the Adventurers Guild stepped forward and handed a filled bag toward him, informing him that the reward amounted to 23,522 out of the promised 31,000. Bjorn stared at the bag of stones in silence. For a journey that brutal, it felt insufficient. Still, he accepted it. This time, he had obtained 2 essences, and that alone made everything worthwhile. He reached out and took the bag, but the girl abruptly pulled it back. Bjorn looked at her in confusion and asked what was going on. The girl's expression turned sharp as she clutched the bag tightly and declared that this was far too much for a 9th-rank explorer. Then her gaze dropped to the backpack on his back, and she demanded to know what was inside it. Bjorn met her eyes calmly and replied with a question of his own, asking why he was required to answer that. At that moment, he realized he had never been questioned like this before. A sudden shout rang out from behind him, ordering him not to move. Bjorn turned around in surprise and saw several guards standing there, spear blades pointed directly at him. Staring at them in disbelief, he wondered what in the world was happening. A cold voice informed him that they would be continuing this conversation in the interrogation room. Elsewhere in the square, Erwin stood among the massive crowd of adventurers, her expression worn with exhaustion. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and muttered that she hadn't expected the 3rd floor to be so difficult. The strength of the 7th-rank monsters had been incredible. Thinking back, even the rank 6 monsters had been terrifying, but her sister had fought those before. This time, however, it had felt more like an adventure than a struggle for survival. Bjorn would probably be very surprised when he found out. As she approached the entrance of one of the establishments, Erwin thought that he wouldn't be able to see her here. For a moment, she even assumed he might have gotten lost, a happy smile forming on her face as she looked ahead, her cheeks turning red. She wanted to show him her new essence. She wondered if he would test it again. A memory surfaced in her mind, Bjorn stretching her shoulder on the bed while she screamed in pain, yet smiled brightly all the same. The thought made her hesitate. She was a little worried, but she still really wanted to see him. With that, Erwin stepped toward the man working at the Adventurers Guild. He told her that she had earned 184,185 as a proven explorer and that she was free to go. Erwin looked at him with a friendly smile, relief flickering across her face. Not long after, back in her room, she soaked herself in a large barrel, enjoying the warmth of the water as she softly hummed a melody. Later, dressed in her walking outfit and passing through the town square, a thought crossed her mind. Had Bjorn returned yet? The idea made her smile. She felt lighthearted, already imagining how she would treat him to a delicious dinner using the stone she had earned. With a wide grin, she walked down the street, her steps full of anticipation. She couldn't wait. She was genuinely curious about what kind of adventures he must have gone through this time. When she entered the tavern where Bjorn usually rested, the man working there looked at her and repeated the familiar words, "Room 302. Then his expression shifted slightly as he added that the owner of the room hadn't returned yet. Erwin blinked, confusion spreading across her face, and asked again, "Up to now?" As the meaning sank in, her expression darkened. Unwanted thoughts crept in her mind, and she immediately rejected them, telling herself that Bjorn would definitely return soon. A week passed. Inside the tavern building, Erwin suddenly saw a man taking things out of Bjorn's room. She sharply called out to him, demanding to know who had allowed him to touch Bjorn's belongings. The man answered calmly, saying he had been waiting for Bjorn for a long time. Longer than expected, in fact. Then he added that the labyrinth had closed long ago, and if Bjorn hadn't returned by now, the truth was obvious. Erwin's hands began to shake violently. To hide it, she clenched her fists tightly. A cold voice echoed in her mind, whispering that he had died during the exploration. Sometime later, Erwin sat outside in the rain, her head resting on her knees as water soaked through her clothes. Footsteps approached, and Terja stopped beside her, calling her by name. Erwin lifted her tear-stained eyes to look at her sister. Terja extended her hand and told her that everything had already been explained. Then she asked Erwin to stand up, questioning how much longer she planned to sit there like this. With her brows furrowed and a serious, cold expression fixed on her face, Terja stared ahead. Erwin turned to her and spoke quietly but firmly, saying that she had to become stronger to protect everyone dear to her. Meanwhile, Bjorn sat behind iron bars, an angry expression etched into his face. His brows were tightly drawn as he stared at the prison bars in front of him, realizing he had already been locked up for an entire week. During the first interrogation, he had been accused of looting. The man sitting across from him wrote notes into a notebook, then looked up and asked where Bjorn had obtained the crossbow. With a faintly mocking tone, the man suggested that barbarians had really started using such weapons lately, and the interrogation continued, centered entirely around the crossbow. The crossbow Bjorn had obtained during one of his travels lay right in front of him. The interrogation was taking place inside a dark concrete room, massive metal bars sealing the door. In one corner stood a guard clad in full plate armor, a spear resting firmly in his hands, unmoving like a statue. Bjorn calmly answered the man conducting the interrogation, stating that he had taken the weapon from the person who tried to kill him. Taking equipment from attackers had never been considered a problem. The interrogator's lips curled into a sly smile as he suggested they start from the very beginning. He decided to find out who had attacked whom first. Bjorn glared at him and asked angrily if they truly intended to lock him up over something so ridiculous. Something felt wrong. There was an unwritten rule. Researchers were not to be questioned unless there was solid evidence of a violation, regardless of what they brought back. Bjorn sat shackled across from a man who casually informed him that the rules had changed a few days ago. They had decided to investigate ninth-rank researchers in order to reduce the number of attacks on others. Bjorn thought bitterly that life had always been harsh for those without strength or power. It was obvious. They decided to target people with no backing, but plenty of loot. People like him. The interrogator turned back to him and demanded once more know where he had obtained the weapon. Bjorn repeated his answer without wavering. As he had already said, it belonged to the man who attacked him first. His thoughts drifted back to the incident with the marauders, but he deliberately avoided mentioning the girl. If he broke his barbarian promise, she might realize he was possessed by an evil spirit. Adjusting his glasses with one finger, the interrogator smiled again and suddenly asked if Bjorn had survived the wound to his neck. Then he asked where the scar was. Bjorn stared at him in disbelief, instinctively grabbing his neck and asking if he couldn't see it himself. He explained that the scar had been straight, and then he froze. There was nothing there. His fingers searched his skin again as realization hit him. The scar was gone. His eyes widened as he asked himself in shock whether the vampire essence had healed even that. Understanding dawned, and with it came a sense of misfortune. He didn't want to, but he had no choice now. He would have to talk about the rift. The interrogator suddenly burst into laughter, loud and unrestrained. He leaned forward and asked again about the rift, then questioned how a vampire could possibly appear on that floor. His voice rang with mock cheer as he declared that vampires were terrible liars. Bjorn stared at the man in front of him, rage burning in his eyes, and ordered him to call a magician. If that was what it took, then so be it. He angrily declared that everything could be verified using memory magic. Rising from his chair, he demanded it outright. The interrogator looked at him with faint amusement and asked again if he was seriously requesting a magician for a 9th-rank barbarian. He reminded Bjorn that only researchers of the 7th rank and above were allowed to make such a demand. Bjorn leaned forward, his gaze sharp, and asked whether that rule would still apply if he paid for it himself. The man turned away, already heading for the door, waving his hand dismissively as he told Bjorn that they would still take his money even after his death. Then he mocked him, asking why he would waste money on something so useless. As he left the interrogation room, the man added that he understood and would think about calling a magician from the guild. Bjorn understood one thing clearly. The very first day had gone as badly as it possibly could. 2 days later, notifications appeared on the system window. His spirit indicator was above 90 units. He was resisting mental magic. The mage standing behind him, projecting magical energy onto Bjorn's head, frowned in confusion and admitted that Bjorn's mental barrier was too strong. A mage from the tower would be needed for this. Hearing that, Bjorn cursed inwardly. A 9th-rank mage's spell hadn't worked on him at all. The interrogator crossed his arms, clearly displeased, and said he couldn't summon such important people for something so trivial. Bjorn recalled how the man had refused to listen even when he mentioned Raven and Hikerod. Soon after, the interrogator stretched his hand out toward him, addressing him coldly as a barbarian and suggesting that he simply give up and confess. Bjorn realized that the man was deliberately pressuring him, trying to force a confession no matter what. Then came the morning of the 7th interrogation. The interrogator entered with a wide smile, holding something up proudly as he cheerfully announced that they had obtained decisive evidence. Bjorn looked ahead in shock and immediately recognized it. It was the communication stone he had taken from the Crystal Union. The man examined it with obvious satisfaction and remarked that it seemed the crossbowman hadn't been his first victim. He went on to explain how they had checked the unique number on the communication stone, traced its affiliation, and received confirmation from the Crystal Union itself. With solemn finality, the man announced that Bjorn would be executed in 3 hours. Anger and irritation surged through Bjorn as he strained his body, staring straight ahead. Later, alone in his cell behind the cold metal bars, he understood that the point of no return had already been crossed. This situation could no longer be resolved with words. At the same time, he realized that even if he broke through the bars, he would be branded forever as an escaped bandit. At that moment, the guard was sitting beyond the bars. Bjorn was dozing on a stool, his weight leaning forward as his hand rested against the metal spear he held. His eyes were half open, fixed on nothing, yet his mind was clearer than it had ever been. With a thoughtful, heavy expression, he understood the truth. There was only one path left to him now. He had to prove his innocence. Nothing else would save him. He rose slowly and wrapped his palm around the cold metal bars. I will survive, he told himself. A notification flickered open on the system window, announcing the activation of Flesh Explosion. In that instant, Bjorn's palm began to glow, brilliant magical light pouring from his clenched hand. A heartbeat later, a violent, bloody blast erupted outward. The dense metal bars were torn apart, shattered into fragments that flew across the room. Bjorn stepped out of the ruined cell, his pants burned and torn. The guard, who had been sitting on the concrete floor, stared up at him in sheer terror. The spear slipped from the guard's hands as he stammered in horror, trying to understand what he was seeing. Bjorn stood over him in silence, eyes locked onto his face. The guard opened his mouth to scream that the prisoner had escaped, but he never finished. Bjorn's kick struck cleanly, knocking the guard unconscious. Rolling his shoulders, he kneaded his knuckles, noting calmly that the skin on his palms had been burned again. Exhaling slowly, he decided it was time to leave. He bent down, took the bundle of keys from the fallen guard, and headed toward the exit. As he passed the neighboring cells, voices erupted around him. Prisoners pressed against the bars, staring at him in disbelief, calling out to him as a barbarian, asking if he had really escaped. One of them burst in a loud laughter, calling him completely insane. Others shouted, begging him to free them. Bjorn stopped. He looked at them and understood that some of these people were probably true criminals. But an innocent barbarian had no reason to care about that. Using the keys he had taken, he unlocked the cells. The moment the locks clicked open, the prisoners rushed out, shouting joyfully as they tasted freedom. Their voices echoed through the corridors as they fled, chanting loudly and happily, "Barbarian! Barbarian!" When they finally burst out of the prison, they gave him a name, the Barbarian of Freedom. At the same time, inside the researchers' guild hall on the first floor, a sudden, thunderous knock shook the doors guarded by armed personnel. The guards turned in confusion, just as a powerful impact blew the gates wide open. Prisoners poured through the entrance, shouting freedom, with wild excitement on their faces, wielding whatever makeshift melee weapons they could find. A terrified guild employee screamed and tried to run, shouting that the prisoners had escaped. Nearby, a young woman working at the Explorers Guild froze in fear, her face drained of color as chaos flooded the hall. She pointed sharply to the side and turned toward the explorers, ordering them to help capture all the prisoners. Right after that, she loudly announced that there would be a reward. The moment those words left her mouth, many adventurers, unlike the prisoners, fully armed with proper equipment, rushed forward, shouting furiously as they attacked. The prisoners hurled insults back at the explorers, provoking them and calling them over in defiance. Bjorn avoided the chaos and sprinted up the stairs, already realizing that the prisoners would be caught sooner or later. Most of them didn't even have real weapons, aside from a few stolen sticks. With a tense expression, he pushed himself forward, asking himself whether they could hold out for at least 5 minutes. But he quickly realized he didn't even have that much time. As he climbed, a thought surfaced. He didn't want to escape alone. Reaching the upper floor, Bjorn spotted a door leading into a room. 4 guards stood beside it. One of them tightened his grip on his sword and barked orders at the others, telling them not to let this prisoner pass through to the branch head. Bjorn frowned, his expression hardening as he focused the magical energy in his hand, an activated flesh explosion. His hand detonated into countless small, bloody fragments. The prisoners on the first floor stared upward in horror. Some clutched their heads in confusion, shouting and asking what kind of magic this was. Others screamed, grabbing themselves as panic spread, crying out that it burned, that it was hot. Bjorn understood immediately. Now, he activated the sacrificial seal. Magical energy surged outward, and his physical abilities increased in proportion to the number of victims within a 100-meter radius. Power flooded his body. Bjorn lifted his head with a confident grin, feeling the additional strength coursing through him. Then he charged. Shouting fiercely, he rushed the guards. The one holding the sword swung at him, but in the next instant he was crushed. Bjorn slammed him into the ground with a single blow, stones shattering beneath the impact as fragments flew in every direction. Teeth scattered from the guard's mouth, along with clots of blood. Another guard screamed insults, calling Bjorn a non-entity, and slashed at his forearm. Bjorn didn't even flinch. He raised his arm, eyes wild, as the wound closed instantly before their eyes. Flesh knit itself back together, as if nothing had happened. The guards froze, staring in disbelief. What is this? Then panic took over as they shouted in shock, realizing that his injury had healed immediately, without using a potion. The guard didn't even have time to finish his words. Bjorn cut him off abruptly, his clenched fist crashing into the man's jaw. The moment his punch landed, Bjorn felt it, the overwhelming power surging through his body. The guard was hurled backward from the impact, and the others stared in terror as their comrade flew through the air. Bjorn watched how easily he crushed them and thought that the effect of this enhancement was simply incredible. The guards trembled, exchanging panicked glances as they whispered to each other, asking how this could be a 9th-rank barbarian. None of them could understand how someone so overwhelmingly strong was walking toward them now, wearing a wild, almost feral smile. Bjorn realized that only low-ranking researchers were usually detained in this branch. These guards had never expected someone like him to be here. Before the thought even finished forming, Bjorn struck again. One guard fell instantly. The next followed just as quickly, blood splashing from Bjorn's hands as both bodies collapsed to the floor. With the guards defeated, Bjorn turned his gaze to the door they had been protecting. He immediately understood. It led to the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor. Bjorn pushed the door open. A man was hiding right behind it, a melee weapon raised, waiting for an ambush. Bjorn saw it the instant it happened. The man slashed downward, cutting into Bjorn's leg and spraying blood across the floor. Bjorn stepped back as the attacker shouted triumphantly, "Enough!" Then the man froze. His expression twisted in horror as Bjorn's blood splattered across his face began to burn. His skin sizzled, and he screamed in agony, clawing at his face as the pain intensified. Bjorn watched him suffer with a faint smile and offered a quiet apology in his mind, realizing again that his blood was acidic. Suddenly, a terrified female scream echoed through the room. Bjorn turned sharply and saw a young woman cowering at the far end, staring at the man's suffering with sheer terror. She was dressed in an aristocratic robe, her hands shaking violently as she covered her face. Bjorn looked at her and calmly asked who she was. The man with the chemically burned face clenched his damaged skin and shouted desperately, ordering Bjorn not to touch her. He screamed that she was the daughter of the regional leader. Bjorn repeated the words in his mind, the daughter of the regional leader. That was surprisingly good news. But before he could say anything, another man stepped forward, the head of the Explorers Guild branch. His expression was twisted with irritation as he warned Bjorn that if he dared lay a hand on her, he would never leave this place alive. The warning ended with a sharp blow aimed straight at Bjorn's face. The head of the Explorers Guild branch collapsed, unconscious. Looking down at him, Bjorn immediately decided to change his plan. He realized that he would never be given an opportunity like this again. The presence of the regional leader's daughter changed everything. At that moment, The regional leader's daughter turned toward Bjorn and shouted at him, demanding to know how he could dare do something like this. Bjorn looked at her calmly, thinking that the situation could now become either far simpler or far more troublesome. She continued, asking if he had known from the beginning that she would come here, her voice trembling as she nervously assumed that he had planned everything long in advance. She didn't get a finish. Bjorn grabbed her face with one hand and squeezed, irritation flashing through his eyes as he ordered her to shut up, right now. As he held her there, he wondered where such blind confidence even came from. Still gripping her mouth, Bjorn turned his head toward the guards who had rushed into the room. In a cold, commanding voice, he ordered them to bring the investigator, the leader of the Crystal Union, and not to forget the mage from the tower. Then he added one final sentence. If those conditions were not met, the girl would die. The guards froze, eyes wide and mouths hanging open in shock. Then panic took over. Without another word, they turned and ran. Left alone near the balcony with the girl, Bjorn inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with air. He knew this was the moment. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted with terrifying force, ordering everyone to listen. Bjorn stepped onto the balcony of the Adventurers Guild building. Below him, countless adventurers looked up, stunned by the sight unfolding above them. Bjorn stood there, gripping the regional leader's daughter firmly, and in that instant he understood. It was time for a counterattack. Raising his voice so all could hear, he declared his name. Bjorn Yandel. The crowd erupted in confusion. Adventurers stared at him in shock, whispering among themselves, trying to understand what was happening. Some assumed he was an escaped prisoner. Others demanded to know what he was doing there. Bjorn answered them all at once. He shouted that the guild was trying to frame him, a ninth-rank researcher. He swore by God that he was innocent, that every accusation against him was false, and that he had committed no crime. He knew that after this, such an abuse of power would not fade away quietly. There would be consequences. Far away, inside the magic tower, an urgent voice echoed through a communication channel. Another emergency call from the Researchers Guild. A man named Altimian responded, acknowledging it calmly as he explained that the head of the branch was requesting immediate assistance. It seemed to him that someone had appeared. Raven looked at Altimian in surprise and asked again, "A man?" Altimian, standing inside a room that resembled a laboratory, began explaining that this man had freed all the prisoners, taken the regional leader's daughter hostage, and was now demanding that a magician be called. After listening, Raven tilted her head and remarked that it sounded like this man had no brains at all. Then a realization struck her. She knew one psycho just like that. With a snap of her fingers, she changed into a wizard's outfit, a smile spreading across her face as she agreed to check the situation herself. She thought it might be interesting to see this man's face. Not long after, Raven found herself hovering in the air near the Adventurers Guild. What she saw made her freeze. The man squeezing the regional leader's daughter. She stared at him in disbelief. Levitation magic held her steady as she blurted out that she had been sent from the magic tower. Then, still stunned, she said his name out loud. Bjorn. Yandel. Raven stared at him and demanded to know what he was even thinking. Pointing straight at him, she asked if he had decided that he had 9 lives. Her voice rose as she shouted that she had expected to meet some idiot, and instead, it was this barbarian again. Bjorn cut her off sharply, telling her to stop. He explained that if she understood the situation, then she should deal with it quickly. Then he asked her directly to use memory testing magic. Raven pointed at him, clearly irritated, but Bjorn met her gaze seriously. There wasn't much time left. She frowned, then finally agreed, warning him that he would owe her one wish. Bjorn accepted, setting the condition that it had to stay within reasonable limits. Raven nodded, making him promise it properly. Raising her hand, she opened her palm, magical energy gathering as it surged toward Bjorn's head. She cast the spell. His head immediately began to glow with bright magical light. Raven's eyes widened in surprise. "It's not working." She frowned and asked if he was using some kind of mental barrier artifact. Nearby, the regional leader's daughter looked around in confusion. Bjorn replied calmly that Raven could see his condition for herself and asked where he would even get such an item. Realizing there was no other option, he told her to use memory visualization magic instead. Before she could respond, a sudden loud scream tore through the air. "Leader!" It was a man's voice, filled with urgency, cutting straight through the moment. The man who had been interrogating Bjorn now stood there with a worried look on his face. He helped the branch manager of the Researchers Guild, the same man who had been defeated by the main character, back to his feet and hurriedly asked if he was all right. Then, turning serious, he demanded to know what had happened here. He noted that the escapees on the first floor had almost been completely suppressed, and yet someone had still managed to reach this place. Lifting his gaze, he saw Bjorn staring at him in bewilderment and asked sharply how he was even standing again. Pointing straight at Bjorn, the interrogator raised his voice and told the branch manager that this was the same man who had let everyone out. The branch manager dropped heavily onto the sofa, clutching his head, and said that he already knew. The interrogator stared at him in shock, blurting out that he should have said so from the start. Lowering his head into his palm, the head of the Explorers Guild branch muttered that the Barbarian was claiming he had been framed. Assuming control of the investigation, the branch head looked at Bjorn and asked if that claim was true. Then, with a stern expression, he turned back to the man conducting the interrogation and questioned him about the basis for labeling Bjorn a marauder. The interrogator froze, repeating in disbelief whether they were seriously saying he had been framed. He shouted that it was nonsense and began listing how Bjorn had brought back a number of stones that even a 9th-rank explorer couldn't normally obtain. He continued, reporting that when they checked Bjorn's backpack, they found an enormous amount of equipment along with someone else's communication stone. He added that witnesses from the Crystal Union had testified that the main character killed innocent people and took their belongings. Bjorn calmly asked if those testimonies came from clan members, and immediately noticed that none of the mages had confirmed them, making the words carry no real weight. The head of the Explorers Guild asked again in confusion what that meant, then turned sharply toward the interrogator and demanded to know why Bjorn hadn't been checked with magic. The interrogator snapped, pointing straight at Bjorn and shouting that it was because he kept lying, claiming he survived after his neck was pierced with no scars left behind. And as if that weren't enough, he declared that Bjorn had even said he absorbed the essence of a vampire. The head of the Explorers Guild branch asked again, clearly stunned. The essence of a vampire? The interrogator hurriedly nodded and started rambling, questioning who would ever believe such a thing and how a vampire could even appear in a first-floor rift. Growing more animated by the second, he insisted that the Barbarian was lying calmly because he must possess some special trait that blocked magic. Then he scoffed, asking whether it was really worth disturbing the precious mages of the tower over something so ridiculous. As he adjusted his glasses with confidence, he thought this would surely be the end of the Barbarian. But then Raven appeared behind Bjorn, her expression calm and unshaken. She stated plainly that Bjorn had indeed absorbed vampire essence in the first-floor rift. Both the branch head and the interrogator froze, staring at her in confusion. The interrogator quickly asked her to wait and demanded to know what she was talking about. Raven replied that she had been there with him, then casually asked what they planned to do about it now. She added that she herself couldn't use magic on him. The interrogator pressed her again, asking if the Barbarian had truly absorbed vampire essence, and whether she was certain this information was correct. He began to suspect that she might simply resemble someone she knew, or that she was lying to protect him. At that moment, Raven's voice turned cold. Looking down at him, she asked if he was really accusing her words of being lies. Panic flashed across the interrogator's face as he hurried to deny it, insisting that he hadn't meant anything like that. Raven continued to stare at him, raised her index finger, and questioned him again. Had he received a tiny fragment of power, and now decided he could look down on the mages? The interrogator instantly collapsed to his knees, pressing himself to the floor as he begged for forgiveness, breaking into pitiful sobs, and insisting he never meant any disrespect. Watching the scene unfold, Bjorn understood that the Tower of Mages stood nearly equal to the nobles in power. Though divided into factions, they formed a single, formidable force that protected its own. The investigator, merely a low-ranking guild employee, had questioned her words, and in doing so, had dug his own grave. From the couch, the branch manager of the Explorers Guild finally spoke, asking if they could put an end to this already. With a serious expression, he said that even for them, if they hadn't witnessed the situation personally, it would all sound absurd. Raven crossed her arms, thoughtful, and quietly agreed. She then added that there had never been any precedent of a vampire appearing in a first-floor rift. The branch manager of the Explorers Guild thanked Raven for admitting that much, but Raven immediately raised her voice. Pointing straight at the startled branch manager, she demanded whether those were really the words he should be saying. The head of the Explorers Guild stiffened, unable to answer her, and Raven pressed a hand to her chest as she spoke again. Since the opening of the labyrinth, she said, it had been filled with mysteries and unexpected events. Almost anything could happen there. So how could they insist on calling this absurd? Raising her index finger, she questioned him further, asking how they could be so sure, or whether they had simply grown too self-confident. The branch had stared at her in confusion as she spoke. Watching her, Bjorn realized that Raven was in no way inferior even to the head of the branch, and that mages truly existed on an entirely different level. Just then, a man entered the room. Turning toward Bjorn, he asked if he was the Barbarian. Bjorn looked at the newcomer and asked who he was. The man, dressed in a business suit, introduced himself as Neelabens. 2 guards stood behind him, and Neelabens surveyed the room with a confident expression, clearly displeased by the mess they had made. Suddenly, the girl whom Bjorn had previously taken hostage cried out loudly, calling Neelabens her father. Bjorn looked at Neelabens in shock, asking himself who this man really was. The girl shouted again, calling him father, and realization slowly dawned on him. This meant the man standing before him was a regional leader. Bjorn knew that the Explorers Guild managed the clans, issued command spells, and sold information, all for the convenience of explorers. Its management structure was simple, Hundreds of branches, each with its own manager, all reporting to 13 regional leaders, and above them all stood the guildmaster. In terms of authority, those 13 regional leaders were second only to the guildmaster himself. Even so, Bjorn understood that there were things not even they could simply ignore. At that moment, a man who hadn't been in the room before was suddenly thrown to the floor with a painful thud. Trembling, he looked up at Nielabens and asked if something was wrong. Nielabens turned his gaze toward Bjorn, remarking that he had heard Bjorn was looking for him. The investigator stared ahead in shock, trying to grasp what exactly was unfolding before his eyes. Bjorn looked at the man kneeling in front of him and recognized him at once. The head of the Crystal Union clan. The man stared back with a cold, lifeless gaze. Bjorn raised his index finger toward him and pointed out that this was the very man who had falsely accused him over the communication stone. The head of the Crystal Union immediately began to deny it, insisting he would never do such a thing, but he didn't even get the chance to finish his sentence. Raven directed her magic at him and calmly declared that he was lying. The room fell silent. Everyone turned to Raven in shock. Bjorn understood immediately. Now there was no escaping it. A mage from the magic tower had confirmed the truth, and no one could deny that. The head of the Crystal Union turned pale, fear washing over his face as he desperately tried to explain himself. Before he could say more, Nielabens let out a heavy breath and turned his attention to Bjorn, confirming his name as Bjorn Yandel. He asked him if everything was true, then quickly added that Bjorn was innocent. With that statement, Bjorn immediately released the hostage. His expression hardened as he stared ahead and asked what would happen next. Nielabens replied that if false testimony had been given, a full investigation would be conducted and punishment decided accordingly. The head of the Crystal Union sat on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Bjorn remarked that it would be best to investigate the entire clan. Nielabens nodded, saying that the Crystal Union had caused them many problems before and that they would do exactly that. Nielabens then announced that the investigator would be fired. The investigator panicked, spreading his arms wide as he swore that he had followed all the rules. Nielabens shot him a cold, menacing look and asked whether he was trying to shift responsibility for his own incompetence onto the guild. He then stated firmly that every case the investigator had handled would be reviewed, and if any irregularities were found, punishment would follow. Sweat poured down the investigator's face as fear overtook him. Soon after, guards dragged both the head of the Crystal Union and the investigator out of the room. Nielabens exhaled slowly, then extended his hand and said it was time to discuss compensation. He declared that Bjorn would be promoted to a rank 7 explorer, and that all his equipment would be replaced with new gear. Bjorn's backpack and belongings were tossed back to him, and as he caught them, anger flashed in his eyes. He looked up sharply and demanded to know where the compensation actually was. Bjorn suddenly burst out shouting, saying that with a rank 5 essence he would have become a rank 7 explorer anyway. Rage boiled inside him as he thought they were trying to deceive him, treating him like a fool. Nielabens tried to respond, pointing out that Bjorn had only 2 months of experience, but the protagonist didn't let him finish. He stepped forward, bringing his face dangerously close to Nielabens's, and shouted that they should bring any 7th rank researcher so he could prove who was truly stronger. His body tensed as he spread his arms wide, roaring for his opponent to come at him one by one. Nielabens stared at him in fear and confusion, asking him to calm down, admitting that he had never seen anything like this before. Raven, standing nearby with a serious expression, crossed her arms and calmly confirmed that this was true. Bjorn turned to her in surprise, not understanding what she meant. Raven raised her index finger and said that she was certain there had never been a case where a researcher defeated a 5th-rank vampire guardian, returned alive, and even absorbed that guardian's essence. She added with a hint of amusement that it was ridiculous they were calling this compensation for something they should have done regardless. Nielabens clenched his jaw, anger flashing in his eyes, then finally agreed and asked Bjorn what he wanted. A wide smile spread across Bjorn's face as he repeated the question to himself. Of course, he wanted money. He shouted that he would demand no less than 5 million stones. Even as he said it, Bjorn knew the amount was slightly excessive, but then again, he was just a stupid barbarian, so such a demand suited him perfectly. The head of the Researchers Guild branch gasped in shock at the number and tried to speak, but Nielabens interrupted him. Closing his eyes and crossing his arms, he calmly agreed to the figure. Bjorn stared ahead in disbelief, wondering if he had really agreed that easily. Raven immediately added that she deserved a separate million for her services. Bjorn glanced at her and realized that Nielabens' quick agreement was largely thanks to her presence. Nielabens accepted Raven's demand as well and asked her to convey his gratitude to her mentor for her continued assistance. Watching all of this unfold, Bjorn couldn't help but wonder if this was truly the power of the magic tower. Sometime later, Bjorn and Raven enter a room inside the magic tower itself, the laboratory of Altimian School's student named Arua Raven. As Bjorn looked around, one thought crossed his mind immediately. The laboratory was an absolute mess. Raven poured the liquid into a glass test tube, a sly smile playing on her lips and handed it to the protagonist, telling him he could drink it. Bjorn stared at the blue liquid inside the vessel in surprise, silently wondering what it even was. He looked up at her and asked if it was water. Raven answered with mock seriousness, saying yes, explaining that she didn't have cups, only basilisk concentrate, if he preferred something other than plain water. Bjorn studied the liquid more closely, then shook his head and said this would be enough. At that moment, he couldn't help thinking that the container had probably held strange liquids or monster organs before. He set the vessel down on the table and took a seat beside it, then asked Raven why she had brought him here. With a wide smile, Raven reminded him that he had promised her a wish. Bjorn recalled that moment clearly now. He had agreed because there hadn't been time to argue. The memory of giving that promise surfaced, and he reasoned that forming a connection with a mage wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Still, he raised his index finger and warned her not to ask for anything impossible. Raven assured him everything would be fine, then explained that she wanted to research the essences he had swallowed. Lifting her finger as she spoke, her eyes focused sharply ahead, she added that this would benefit him as well. Since no one had ever obtained such essences before, there was a chance they could discover something entirely new. Watching her, Bjorn noticed a change in her eyes. They were burning with pure passion for knowledge. He thought about how rare the corpse golem's essence was, and how unheard of it was for a vampire to ever become a Rift Guardian. That alone explained Raven's excitement. A strange thought crossed his mind. Do all mages in this world behave like overly enthusiastic graduate students? Raven extended her hand toward him and said it was a mutually beneficial offer. Bjorn asked her to wait, then remarked that this explained the strange conditions she had mentioned earlier. He asked when they would be signing the papers. His mind flashed back to the moment after the clash at the Researchers Guild, when he and Raven sat across from Neelabin's with documents in hand. Raven had asked whether she should tell anyone what had happened there, then agreed not to. She had looked at Bjorn and said that if they didn't record that he possessed vampire essence, she would accept those terms. Bjorn had been surprised then, and even now, thinking back on it, he felt genuine gratitude for her excessive attentiveness. Raven turned away from Bjorn and answered his question with hesitation, saying that it could be put that way. Bjorn raised an eyebrow at her reaction and calmly confirmed his guess, making it clear that he had figured it out. Raven's cheeks flushed as she turned back to him and asked him to visit her once a week for just 3 hours, suggesting that this arrangement should last about 6 months. Bjorn rejected it immediately, saying that 6 months was far too long. He countered with 3 months instead and added that she would have to show him all the research results. Raven pressed a hand to her face and reminded him that he survived thanks to her and had also received 5 million stones. Placing her hand over her chest, she asked him to be at least a little grateful. Bjorn looked at her and understood that he was grateful, but that wasn't the point of this conversation. He reasoned that if their relationship was going to last for a long time, he needed to show her exactly what kind of person he was. Rising from his chair, he calmly stated that she owed him something. Raven looked up at him in confusion and asked why she suddenly owed him anything. Bjorn stared down at her, thinking that anyone who couldn't stand up for themselves was a fool. Raven, still confused, asked what he meant. Bjorn leaned closer, his expression turning threatening, and stated clearly that she had fed him the essence of the corpse golem without his permission. Sweat formed on Raven's face as she shouted in shock, asking what he was talking about. She tried to push him away, protesting that she gave it to him for free. Bjorn glared at her, jaw clenched, and replied that she only did it to survive herself. That was the real problem. Raven pointed at him insistently, arguing that she had saved him. Bjorn responded coldly that he didn't care and hadn't asked her to do it. Then he demanded 10 million stones from her, noting that this was exactly how much it cost to erase an essence of the temple. Raven cut him off, asking why he would want to get rid of something so valuable. Irritated, she called him a crazy barbarian. Bjorn replied that he had other plans, and she had ruined them for him. Raven argued that the essence was extremely rare and priceless to researchers, and that he should be the one paying her. Bjorn shot back that this was just the biased opinion of a mage who couldn't absorb essences herself, then told her to ask any researcher. Raven grinned, walked over to the work table, and asked him calmly if he really thought she had no acquaintances among them. She told him to wait, then pressed her finger against a brightly glowing blue sphere. The light pulsed, and moments later a connection formed. A voice echoed from within the sphere, asking who was calling. Raven greeted him and called him Patron, introducing herself as Alua Raven from the Altemian school. She casually mentioned that he had recently met her mentor. Patron reacted with surprise, then said he remembered. He asked why she was contacting him. Raven said she had a question. After a brief pause, she asked what he would think if someone was fed an essence they never planned to absorb. Patron went silent for a moment, clearly confused by such a strange question, then said the answer was obvious. Patron, thinking out loud, said the first thing he would feel was anger. Bjorn watched the exchange with a faint smile, while Raven's expression grew increasingly tense. She asked again, almost desperately, whether he would really be angry. Then she hurriedly added that it was a rank 7 essence and extremely rare. Would that change anything? Patron replied that it changed nothing at all. An essence taken against one's plans only interferes. Bjorn listened with clear enjoyment from his chair, while Raven's face turned red and her body trembled. Patron continued, explaining that mages might struggle to understand this, but researchers couldn't absorb everything recklessly and expect to progress to higher floors. Raven was shaking with anger now. Her face flushed as she clenched her teeth. She forced herself to ask Patron what kind of compensation he would demand in such a situation. Patron answered without hesitation that he would take money. After thinking briefly, he added that 15 million would be sufficient. How long had this behavior become natural to him? The thought surfaced quietly, but once it did, it refused to leave. From the moment he arrived in this world, something had been off. Even when people tried to kill him, his mind stayed calm. When he was killed for the first time, there was no panic, no hesitation, only a simple conclusion. It had to be done. The act itself felt mechanical, necessary. Even during the prison escape, doubt never touched him. He remembered arguing with the old man from the tower, realizing how absurd it would sound if a 29-year-old office worker named Hansu Lee had done the same things. Back then, he had brushed it off, convincing himself these were changes caused by the environment, by constant danger and survival. But the discomfort never stopped growing. Now he understood. After every battle, something sealed deep within his body burst free. His thoughts became blunt, rough, and aggressive, exactly how a barbarian's mind should be. No hesitation, no moral weight, only action. Is my consciousness merging with this body? The answer came easily. For survival, this was better. With that settled, he turned to the man working in the establishment and coldly demanded 30,000 stones. In exchange, he would forget everything. The man slammed his palm on the table, eyes wide in disbelief. 30,000. He shouted that the items weren't even worth half that amount. Bjorn leaned forward, voice low and threatening, asking if that meant the items had already been sold. When he brought his furious face close, he noticed the man freeze. Earlier, the man had claimed he threw everything away. Now, fear took over. The man raised his hands, covering his face, stumbling backward. Not long after, Bjorn lay stretched out on a massive bed in a luxurious room, hands folded beneath his head. For the first time in a while, life felt human. This room alone cost twice as much as the previous one. It had a proper window, a private bath made of wooden boards, filled to the brim with steaming hot water. Staring at the ceiling, Bjorn thought the room was much closer to the square with the portal. His thoughts drifted naturally to Einar. How was she doing? He decided he would meet her tomorrow and split the spoils. The next day, near the building called the Angry Bull, Einar suddenly spread her arms wide and shouted his name. Bjorn. She ran straight at him and wrapped her arms around his now massive body, demanding to know where he had disappeared. Laughing loudly, she shouted that even hell couldn't keep a warrior like him. The surrounding barbarians stopped to watch, amused. Bjorn simply said he had some problems to deal with. Einar hugged him again, then pulled back and asked if he had heard the news. Confused, Bjorn asked what she meant. Before she could answer, other barbarians rushed over, shouting excitedly. It was news about freedom. A barbarian suddenly shouted with excitement, saying the entire city was talking about freedom. Bjorn froze for a moment, his expression stiffening as he looked around. Are they talking about me? The thought made him avert his gaze in awkward confusion. He shook his head and replied that this was the first time he was hearing about it. Then he asked the barbarians if they knew the name of the person behind it all. One of them laughed and answered that they had no idea who he was. Hearing this, another barbarian scratched his head and said it was strange. No one seemed to be talking about his name at all. That was when Bjorn realized the guild had managed to keep his identity hidden. Before he could think further, a barbarian raised his clenched fist high into the air and shouted solemnly that he was proud someone like that had appeared among their tribe. Another joined in, yelling that this warrior had fought alone against 100 enemies and crushed false accusations. Soon, the barbarians were shouting joyfully, declaring that the Barbarian of Freedom had released everyone from prison and earned freedom for all. Their voices merged into a chant. The Barbarian of Freedom is the greatest warrior. Surrounded by cheering barbarians, Bjorn felt a strange discomfort. He had never imagined this would turn into such massive news. As the noise washed over him, a quiet thought surfaced. Nothing serious will happen because of this, right? Sometime later, Bjorn arrived with Einar at a place called Kammelby. Einar's eyes lit up as she looked around, shouting happily that this was Kammelby and that she was seeing it in person for the first time. Bjorn already knew this district well. Kammelby was the #1 district, and together with the 2nd through 5th districts, it formed the belt surrounding Karen, the Golden Road. This was where the middle class of Rapopia lived. Artisan workshops and merchant shops lined the streets, and the district was often called the Free Market. Bjorn pulled a heavy bag toward Einar and told her it was her share. With the equipment taken from the bandits and the scrap metal from his own gear, the total had reached around 800,000 stones. By the time they left the rift, they still had items worth about 500,000. He pushed the bag closer and told her this was 300,000 stones. Einar stared at the bag in shock. That much. He told her not to worry and to take it. She had earned it. Her cheeks reddened as she thanked him, clearly embarrassed. Then her eyes suddenly widened. She looked past Bjorn, sharply pointing to the side and telling him to look. They put clouds on a stick, she shouted in disbelief, and now they're eating them. Bjorn followed her finger and stared at the sight. Is that cotton candy? The thought made him pause. Interesting. Einar stood there, completely mesmerized, the bag holding 300,000 stones clutched tightly in her hands as she stared without blinking. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Not long after, she and Bjorn were sitting inside an establishment. Einar suddenly shouted that she still couldn't believe it. With genuine admiration, she asked how people even came up with food like this, concluding with absolute seriousness that humans must be omnipotent beings. As she spoke, she greedily devoured the cotton candy Bjorn had bought for her. At some point, Einar began wondering how much cotton candy she could buy with her share. Watching her, Bjorn couldn't help thinking that they had discovered yet another edible unit for measuring money. He glanced at the table, which was now filled with various dishes, and told her to eat proper food first before finishing the cotton candy. Einar thanked Bjorn, saying he treated her the same way as before. Bjorn looked at her in surprise. With a sad expression, Einar explained that while she herself hadn't changed much, the other barbarians no longer saw her as a warrior. They avoided her. Lately, wherever she went, people kept pestering her. Memories surfaced in her mind. Young men approaching her with admiration, complimenting her name, telling her how beautiful it was. One man, blushing deeply, handed her a letter and said he wanted to become her footstool. Another offered her a bouquet, swearing that not a single drop of blood would ever fall on her again. Clutching her head, Einar screamed in horror. This had never happened to her before. She leaned forward, slamming her hands onto the table, and stared straight at Bjorn. Her voice sharpened as she asked if she had really become that ugly. Bjorn froze, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. He tried to say her name, confused, but Einar cut him off, shouting that she had changed her mind. Her face was flushed, her expression tense, as she announced that she would no longer be able to go into the labyrinth with him. Bjorn stared at her in shock, unable to understand where such thoughts had suddenly come from. Sometime later, Bjorn sat alone at the bar, thinking about Einar leaving the group. He reasoned that it wasn't surprising. Her appearance had changed a lot, but that wasn't the real reason. The true reason was the elder of the sacred land, a renowned sword master, who had noticed Einar's talent. Because of that, she decided to study the art of the sword under his guidance. When they were still talking at the table earlier, Bjorn had asked whether the elder could take a short break and join them in the labyrinth. Einar had said that would have been wonderful, but then explained that he was preparing some special training method. Because of that, he wouldn't be able to leave the sacred land for 6 months. Bjorn stared ahead in surprise, asking himself if she was really talking about that method. Once the realization settled in, everything made sense. If it was that training, then the situation was understandable. And more than that, it was an incredible opportunity for her. Einar folded her hands neatly on her legs, guilt written clearly on her face as she turned toward Bjorn. She told him quietly that she couldn't ask him to wait for her. At the same time, she wasn't asking him to take her back when the time came either. Then her expression hardened, her eyes steady. She said she would work harder than ever and return strong enough that she wouldn't hold him back. Bjorn tilted his head back and downed the drink in a large wooden mug, gulping it greedily before letting out a heavy breath. He knew he couldn't stop her. When he thought back, it became clear. During the second exploration, she had been defeated by a marauder and forced to rely on an oath. In the rift, all she could do was watch as others took the initiative. Piling those memories together, Bjorn realized this had probably been the final push that led to her decision, which meant he would need to look for companions again. He set the wooden mug down hard on the table, accepting the reality. Going alone was always an option. After all, he had grown significantly over the past 2 months. He had absorbed not just 2 essences, but one of them was the essence of the Keeper. His basic attributes had increased dramatically, and when regeneration was taken into account, he was practically unmatched on the 2nd floor. But from the 3rd floor onward, solo travel would be impossible. He understood that the dungeon and the stone were built around group-based gameplay. No matter how strong he became, clearing everything alone simply wasn't feasible. As he climbed the Tower of Mages, he reflected that with each higher floor, the absence of certain roles would become fatal. Balanced groups with different abilities weren't optional. They were mandatory. To hunt monsters and climb further, he needed companions of a similar level. With that thought in mind, he entered the laboratory where Raven was waiting. She greeted him with a wide smile, immediately noticing his arrival. The moment their eyes met, Bjorn realized something important. If he could recruit a 6th-rank mage like Raven, his goal would come significantly closer. He returned her smile and greeted her, already feeling that the path ahead was taking shape. Raven cheerfully pointed toward a rough, blood-stained wooden chair fitted with special metal shackles, and, with the same friendly smile, asked him if he was ready. Staring at what looked far more like a torture device than a chair, Bjorn understood one thing clearly. Before anything else, he had to survive her research. Soon after, Raven crossed her arms over her chest and suddenly shouted that she absolutely did not want this. Then she suddenly pointed her finger at Bjorn, almost jabbing the air between them, and snapped, asking if he seriously thought there was a sane mage in the world who would join a group made up of just two barbarians. Watching her reaction, Bjorn realized she hadn't listened to a single word he said. Raven kept going, her voice rising as she declared that if he wanted to invite her, then every single member of the group had to be at least rank 6. She warned him not to even think about it, until he found a priest. Bjorn let out a heavy sigh, the air leaving his lungs slowly, and admitted she was right. As he turned to leave, Raven smiled sweetly and casually remarked that it would take him at least 3 years. No chance. Bjorn answered himself silently and realized he had asked in vain. As Raven noticed they had wasted enough time on nonsense, she told him to take a document and handed it over. She explained that it contained the data she had gathered while researching the vampire essence. As Bjorn read through it, he saw that most of it was general information without precise conclusions. It didn't bother him. He already knew the numbers. Thanks to the vampire essence, his natural regeneration had increased by 45 points, agility by 15, and physical resistance by 12. His mana sensitivity had risen by 30 units, while resistance to sunlight dropped by 12. Strength had gone up by 15, magical resistance by 30, soul power by 21, and resistance to darkness by 12. He nodded slightly. None of this was new to him, but it was still satisfying to see it written down. The largest gains, natural regeneration, magical resistance, and soul power, were exactly what mattered most. His thoughts then shifted to the Guardian Essence. Its bonus came in the form of a passive skill called Source of Darkness, which ensured he could not die unless his heart was destroyed. Such an absurdly powerful passive didn't even need further explanation. Beyond that was the Sacrificial Seal, a skill that enhanced his physical abilities based on the number of victims, and Bloodmaster, an active skill that temporarily allowed him to absorb one ability from the victim whose blood he consumed. There was also Eternal Life, another active skill that boosted regeneration in proportion to lost health. Thinking it through, Bjorn realized that even the active skills were monstrous. A wide smile spread across his face as he crushed the document in his palm. He had obtained the seal of the Immortal and the essence of the Guardian. In every sense, his regeneration build was now complete. He reflected that in over 10 years of playing this game, he had never grown this fast. With that thought, Bjorn turned around and walked away. Bjorn told Raven that it was time for him to leave, but she suddenly raised her open palm in front of him and told him to wait 1 minute. Her eyes narrowed as she said there was something she wanted to ask. Bjorn turned back, and Raven immediately questioned him about what had happened during the fight with the vampire. Then she lifted her index finger and clarified she was talking about the thing he had put into his mouth. She said it felt like holy power. Bjorn frowned. For a brief moment, a thought crossed his mind. Was she talking about the tears of the goddess? Realizing she had clearly mixed something up and that the situation was spiraling in a very dangerous direction, he did his best to act like a true barbarian. He casually picked his nose, pretending nothing was wrong, and said that everything was already in the past. At that moment, he decided he wasn't going to tell her anything. Raven slammed a hand against her chest and started denying his answer, shouting that she had seen everything with her own eyes. Bjorn didn't let her finish. He suddenly raised his voice and declared that he was hungry and needed to go. In his mind, this was the perfect moment to activate Barbarian mode. Escape. He turned and ran off at full speed, leaving behind Raven's furious shout ordering him to stop. Left alone in her laboratory, Raven trembled with anger, her entire body tense. She was certain now he was hiding something from her. Crossing her arms, she muttered defiantly, wondering if he really thought she wouldn't be able to figure it out on her own. Not long after, inside a massive library hall, Raven used her magic to pull a book down from an incredibly high shelf. The title read, The Comprehensive Record of Rifts, Part 3. She began reading greedily, realizing this was an ancient manual on rifts, something that couldn't even be found in the academy. The author was unknown, and the book itself was dirty and worn. She remembered how she had stumbled upon it by accident when she was younger. Flipping through the stained pages, Raven muttered to herself, asking where the bloody citadel was. When she finally found the page with the illustration, she stabbed her finger toward it and shouted, "Here." She nodded, saying she knew it. This part couldn't even be read properly, and she didn't want to know where the stains on the page had come from. Her eyes scanned several phrases, piecing them together in her mind. A golden mask, and then, the tears of the goddess. Closing the book with a sharp motion, Raven immediately reached for another one. She grabbed it, flipped through the pages, and suddenly cried out in excitement. This book contained information about the tears of the goddess. According to the text, it was a consumable relic of unknown origin. When destroyed, a powerful holy blessing spreads across the surrounding area. The book also recorded that 150 years ago, during the collapse of dimensions, Cardinal Ender had used 3 such items to save the Holy Pope. After that incident, it was never mentioned publicly again. Raven stared at the page with widened eyes and muttered in disbelief, "A relic?" As she reread the description, the effect felt disturbingly familiar. Memories surfaced, the moment during Bjorn's battle with the vampire Duke, when the tears of the goddess had erupted. Raven's fingers tightened on the page as she asked herself whether this was really just a coincidence. Her thoughts spiraled. How could a barbarian, who had only recently passed the ceremony, know the location where the tears of the goddess were hidden? And how could he instantly understand their effect? None of it made sense. Meanwhile, Bjorn descended the stairs outside her laboratory, his expression dark and troubled. A question echoed in his mind as he walked away. Was he really Bjorn Yandel? Sometime later, Bjorn sat staring at the golden mask lying before him. He knew this item well. In the game, it only dropped after defeating the boss of the Bloody Citadel, and only when countless conditions were fulfilled. Sitting cross-legged on the bed with the mask beside him, he recalled its effect clearly. It allowed the wearer to change their face for 30 days, with a maximum of 5 uses. Back then, it had been nothing more than a novelty. There was no point in changing the face of a 2-dimensional pixel character, so he had sold it for 500,000 stones without a second thought. Now, things were different. This wasn't a game anymore. This was reality, and he had already crossed paths with the forces of law and even tasted prison. If the entire city ever turned against him, this mask could become a lifeline. Elsewhere, Terja was sitting inside a bar, eating his meal, while several men nearby talked loudly among themselves. One of them leaned forward and asked if the others had heard the news. With a lowered voice full of excitement, he said that the Crystal Union had been disbanded. Another man scoffed and asked if that was really unexpected, pointing out that the entire clan had vanished overnight. When Terja heard this, she turned around, her eyes lighting up with interest. The Crystal Union gone? She knew exactly what that meant. They had built a massive information network using communication stones and provided countless services for beginners on the lower floors. It was a research-focused clan that had been expanding at an alarming rate. One of the men slammed his mug down and shouted, asking what disbanded even meant, claiming those people had never been real explorers to begin with. Another voice quickly joined in, agreeing loudly and calling them nothing but worthless pretenders. Terja clenched the glass in her hand and thought that in the beginning, everything there had seemed fine. Some decent people had even found salvation within the clan when they couldn't afford to pay their taxes. But once the Crystal Union grew even a little, it became mired in filth. They began avoiding outsiders, openly mocking them, and doing terrible things to newcomers. Setting the glass down, Terja stood up from her chair and told the man working at the bar that she was full. At that moment, she decided that it was enough to know they had once tried to make her their sister. Reluctantly, she admitted to herself that without that barbarian, things could have ended very badly. She had thought she would eventually need to deal with them, but now there was no need for that anymore. As she left the establishment, she overheard one of the men asking why the clan had fallen apart so suddenly. Another answered by asking if he hadn't heard yet, then casually said it all happened because of the Barbarian of Freedom. Terja almost laughed at the irony. Again, it was the Barbarian. One of the men added that it was the same Barbarian who had broken out of prison to clear his name and taken the regional leader's daughter hostage. Another chimed in, saying there were rumors that the rules for enhanced searches on looters, previously limited to 9th rank cases, might be revised because the problem had grown so severe. But what truly shocked them, the man said, was that the Barbarian himself was a 9th rank researcher who had barely passed his maturation ceremony. Terja stopped walking. A 9th rank Barbarian? She turned her head slightly, her interest clearly piqued. She didn't believe in coincidences. As she stepped outside, a question surfaced in her mind. Did he really die? If the Barbarian of Freedom was the same Barbarian, then the situation surrounding the disappearance suddenly made perfect sense. Soon after, she entered a gloomy room. Erwin was sitting on the bed in the center, her head lowered. Terja called her sister's name. Erwin slowly lifted her face. She looked exhausted, with deep bruises beneath her eyes from sleepless nights. Several magical substances floated around her as she sat there, staring ahead with an emotionless expression. Watching her like that, Terja hesitated, wondering whether she should tell her sister what she had just learned. Elsewhere, Bjorn stood inside the Adventurers Guild. Someone turned toward him and asked what had brought him there. He explained calmly that he was looking for companions of a suitable level. The man at the counter asked if he had any preferences. Bjorn replied that the team should consist of 4 people and that the activity needed to be above the 3rd floor. After that, the man working at the Adventurers Guild asked Bjorn to show his ID and badge. Bjorn handed over a paper and a wooden badge, and the clerk immediately began studying them with intense focus. He read the details out loud. Bjorn Yandel, rank 7. Then he suddenly froze, staring ahead with his eyes wide open and his mouth hanging open as he blurted out, 5 stars. Bjorn frowned and asked what stars he was talking about. The guild worker began rambling in confusion, clearly flustered by whatever he had just realized. After a moment, he abruptly shoved a sheet of paper into Bjorn's hand, saying that these were commissions suitable for him. Letting out a deep sigh, Bjorn realized the man was deliberately changing the subject. It seemed like some kind of internal guild code. Maybe he was being treated as a VIP client or something similar. In any case, Bjorn decided he was satisfied with the unusually warm welcome from the staff. When he glanced down at the sheet, his eyes narrowed slightly. One of the names listed there caught his attention. Before he could think further, a loud voice rang out behind him. Hikarad shouted his name with a huge grin, declaring that he knew it was him. Walking over with an openly friendly smile, Hikarad admitted that he had started doubting things when he was told a 7th-rank barbarian would be joining. Bjorn soon found himself sitting at the same table as Hikarad. Turning toward him, he remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. Hikarad laughed and said he was glad to see him again, but suggested they wait a bit longer before talking properly, as there was one more person yet to arrive. Bjorn asked if Hikarad had already chosen someone. Hikarad shook his head and said, "Not exactly," adding that the remaining members were magicians, each selected in their own unique way. He then burst out laughing loudly. Bjorn stared at him in disbelief and asked again, "A magician?" He realized just how rare that was for a team like theirs. Hikarad nodded and casually added that the person was already here. He gestured in a certain direction and told Bjorn to look. Bjorn turned around, surprised, and asked himself who it could be. Bjorn thought that a mage on their team? He was about to ask more when his thoughts were interrupted. A young man entered the room with a bright, friendly smile. Without hesitation, he casually pushed past a barbarian and a dwarf as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Stopping in front of them, he introduced himself cheerfully, saying his name was Ryal Warmdwaki and that he had come to join their team. Hikarad shook his hand enthusiastically and laughed, saying it was nice to meet him. Then Hikarad asked directly if he was the mage they had been waiting for. Still smiling, Ryal Warmdwaki replied that it would be incredible luck to accidentally meet a mage in a place like this, and at such a time. Hikarad looked at him, visibly surprised, as the meaning of those words slowly sank in. Not knowing what else to say, Bjorn nodded and replied that everything was correct. Hikarad immediately brightened and happily shook Ryal Warmdwaki's hand again, properly greeting him this time. With a grin, Hikarad introduced himself, saying his name was Hikarad Murad, and that he was a 6th-rank researcher. Ryal Warmdwaki responded just as easily, stating that he was an 8th-rank mage from the ruling family of Rapadia. Hikarad froze, staring straight ahead in disbelief. "The ruling family?" he asked again. Bjorn, already irritated, cut in and explained that Dwaki was simply saying he didn't work for the guild. From that alone, Bjorn understood that Dwaki also didn't work for the magic tower. He couldn't help but wonder why this dwarf seemed unaware of such obvious things. Dwaki suddenly burst out laughing, staring at Bjorn with wide eyes and shouting in amazement that he was a surprisingly knowledgeable barbarian. Then, turning directly to Bjorn, he asked if he could find out his name. Bjorn felt his irritation rise. This guy was starting to get on his nerves. With a flat tone, he replied that his name was Bjorn, son of Yandel. Without waiting for a response, Bjorn sharply ordered Dwaki to sit down. He turned toward him and said they would speak directly. Then he asked the real question. Why did he want to become a researcher? Bjorn knew this was highly unusual. For an 8th-rank mage, research work was a poor choice. Such mages lacked the ability to survive the middle and upper floors, while the lower floors barely brought in any profit. Dwaki chuckled and said it was simple, but the more Bjorn listened, the more he felt there was something off. In reality, it was far more profitable and stable to stay in the city. Adjusting his glasses, Dwaki explained that he wanted to become a famous researcher and bring glory to the family of Baron Maruin. Hikarad's eyes went wide again, his mouth hanging open as he repeated, "Baron?" He asked in disbelief if Dwaki was really a noble. Dwaki laughed and casually clarified that his mother's sister's husband was the 3rd brother of the Baron's wife. Bjorn blinked in surprise. That meant he wasn't connected to the ruling family at all, and he wasn't a noble either. Sensing the tension, Dwaki raised his open palms with a friendly smile and told them not to be nervous. He added that he had no intention of acting arrogantly. Bjorn stared at him, irritation deepening as he wondered if this man had completely lost his mind. The more Dwaki spoke, the more he felt like a swindler. Objectively, Dwaki looked presentable enough. He had a handsome face, blonde hair, stood around 160 centimeters tall, and had a thin build. He was capable of using everyday and administrative magic, knew several curse spells, and was well-versed in cold magic. Even so, Bjorn could see through him clearly. This was an 8th-rank wizard with no real experience, wrapped in lies and inflated arrogance. Bjorn understood that there were certain nuances, but having a mage in the team would serve as bait for strong fighters. So in the end, they decided to accept Dwaki. They slapped their palms together, sealing the alliance. Just as Bjorn had expected, applications soon began pouring in from top-tier researchers. After that, they met several times a week, sorting through documents and discussing candidates. Bjorn and Hikarad sat at a table buried under stacks of papers. Holding one sheet up, Bjorn said that this applicant seemed suitable, though it felt like he was the only one doing any real work. Hikerod smiled faintly, glanced at the paper, and asked if they were really going with this lineup. Then he shook his head and said he planned to reject that application. In the end, the team was finalized. Bjorn even bought himself new equipment. Standing there with a satisfied expression, he faced the girl working in the library. She stared straight ahead with an emotionless face and asked him what exactly he was wearing. Bjorn grinned and asked if she really didn't see it. He added that if she was that interested, he could explain it to her. He began enthusiastically talking about his armor and shield, both made of lithium. A system window appeared, announcing that a lithium chest plate had been equipped and that the overall item level had increased by 270 points. Another window followed, stating that a large lithium shield had been equipped, increasing the item level by another 315 points. Then yet another message appeared, announcing that an extended backpack had been equipped, significantly expanding the inventory capacity. Bjorn's face flushed as he proudly showed off the gear, loudly declaring that he now had an extended backpack. He added that it hadn't even cost that much, so he decided to buy it without hesitation. The librarian didn't change her expression at all. She calmly raised her open palm and told him that other visitors would complain if he kept behaving like this. She asked him not to come into the library wearing armor anymore. Bjorn blinked in surprise, then nodded and agreed. He quickly realized that it was better not to joke around with her. When Bjorn left the library and walked down the street, he suddenly heard strange noises coming from the side. Turning toward the sound, he saw a barbarian sitting there, completely naked, his head hunched between his shoulders. Bjorn froze for a moment. A barbarian? Looking at the pitiful figure sitting in the gateway, Bjorn noticed something even stranger. The man didn't have a weapon. That alone was unnatural. Bjorn knew that barbarians treated their weapons like their own lives. No matter how hungry, weak, or poor they were, they never let them go. With that thought in mind, Bjorn turned toward the sitting barbarian. The barbarian looked up at Bjorn in sheer bewilderment and let out a frightened sound. Bjorn studied him closely, then spoke in a calm, serious voice, telling him not to be afraid. He explained that he had no intention of harming him. After that, Bjorn asked where his weapon was and why he was sitting here like this. The barbarian immediately apologized and admitted that he had no money, so he sold it. Bjorn squatted down beside him, listening carefully. The way the man spoke was formal, almost respectful, and yet he had sold his own weapon. That contradiction made Bjorn pause. Then his face suddenly broke into a wide smile. This man wasn't dangerous. He was just a nobody. Bjorn introduced himself, saying he was Bjorn, son of Yandel. The barbarian blinked in confusion and replied that his name was Terrican, son of Ryan. At that moment, Bjorn realized that the barbarian sitting in front of him was an evil spirit. Not long after, Terrican was greedily devouring the food laid out on the table. He raised a wooden goblet high and shouted that he would never forget Bjorn's kindness. Bjorn watched him silently, recalling how Terrican had said he arrived for the ceremony a month earlier, but got lost and couldn't find the labyrinth. Bjorn didn't believe that excuse. It was far more likely that Terrican had simply been afraid to fight monsters. As Terrican continued stuffing himself, Bjorn thought about how easy it would be to escape from a heated group of barbarians. The real problem wasn't escape. It was the consequences afterward. Terrican had probably tried to find work in the city, but no one needed barbarians. That was the greatest weakness of their class. With a thoughtful expression, Bjorn stared ahead and wondered whether players really appeared here after opening the boss room, known as the Gate of the Abyss. Shouldn't someone that experienced know how to deal with barbarians who refused to enter the labyrinth? Turning back to Terrican, Bjorn asked what he had been doing for the past month. Terrican answered hesitantly that he hadn't gone to the labyrinth again. Bjorn stared at him, stunned, and asked what he had done instead. When Terrican failed to give a proper answer, Bjorn's voice sharpened as he demanded whether he had completely lost his mind. Terrican protested, asking how he was supposed to fight monsters without a weapon. Bjorn finally understood. This was exactly why a barbarian must never lose his weapon. Shaking his head inwardly, Bjorn asked himself if Terrican could really only think one step ahead, and whether he had even played this game properly. Terrican then admitted that he had been kicked out after running out of money, and began explaining what he had been hoping for all along. Anyway, Terrican went on to explain that he had endured hunger, cold, and illness. He said he tried approaching other barbarians, but for reasons he didn't understand, they drove him away. Bjorn stared straight ahead, wondering how someone like this had even managed to survive for 3 months with such behavior. Slowly, a realization settled in. If he himself had run away out of fear that day, he would have ended up exactly the same. Terrican pressed a hand to his chest and asked Bjorn what he thought of his story. Then he leaned forward, asking if Bjorn felt sorry for him and whether he wanted to help. With sudden confidence, Terrican loudly declared that Bjorn might not believe him, but he knew the labyrinth very well and was certain he could. Bjorn cut him off immediately. His voice turned cold as he said he would not enter the labyrinth with him. Terrican froze, confused, and asked what he meant. Bjorn calmly replied that he would help him in another way. He stretched out his hand, revealing 3 silver coins, and told Terrakin to take them. He explained that the amount was 50,000 stones and ordered him to buy a weapon and go on his own. Terrakin's hand trembled as he reached for the money. He asked in disbelief if Bjorn was really giving it to him. Then he began thanking him loudly, swearing again and again that he would repay the debt. Bjorn cut him off and coldly told him to leave. He added that he was tired of talking. Terrakin smiled and said that when he came back next time. No, Bjorn interrupted him again, sharply. Then, with a serious expression, he addressed Terrakin by name. He told him that he would either lose this money, waste it on something stupid, get rich in the labyrinth, or even repay the debt using the same money. Bjorn stared straight ahead as he ordered Terrakin to never try to find him again. Looking up, he demanded an answer, asking if Terrakin understood everything. Terrakin nodded in confusion and quietly agreed. Sometime later, Bjorn sat alone on his bed under gloomy lighting, thinking about how unpleasant his own behavior had been. He asked himself if he remembered the past correctly. A logical person would say he was foolish. An emotional one would be angry that he helped that barbarian so little. Bjorn realized that both viewpoints were valid. He could be hypocritical, but this was the best choice he could make. With a serious expression, Bjorn looked ahead and silently addressed Terrakin in his mind, wishing that he would survive the day he entered the labyrinth. At that moment, a notification appeared on the system window. They had entered the first floor of the labyrinth, known as the Crystal Cave. Dwaki stood there with his staff in hand, a wide smile stretched across his face as he looked around in excitement. He asked out loud if this was really the labyrinth, then immediately wondered where they were supposed to go. Watching his exaggerated movements, Bjorn noted to himself that Dwaki was a human mage of the 8th rank, 25 years old. At that moment, Dwaki rushed forward, shouting excitedly that these were the crystals he had heard about, and began asking how they were supposed to explore the place. Seeing this, Bjorn calmly concluded that he was a textbook fool. The guide walking behind Dwaki told him to wait and said they needed to take a proper look around first. This man was Brown Rot Miller, a 7th rank researcher, 34 years old, with 8 years of experience exploring the labyrinth. After a brief assessment, Rot Miller pointed ahead and said this direction was correct. If they followed the pre-selected route, everything should be fine. Watching him work, Bjorn decided that Rot Miller was probably the most normal researcher in their group. Nearby, Hikerod was laughing loudly. Bjorn already knew what he was: a dwarf, 6th rank researcher, a tank, and the leader of the group. Bjorn himself filled the role of tank as well, a 7th rank barbarian. The last member was a woman who suddenly shouted that she couldn't wait to jump in a battle because she hadn't fought in far too long. Her name was Misha Karlstein, a 7th rank helicarrier, 25 years old, with 5 years of labyrinth experience. Misha grinned widely and suggested ripping the head clean off some monster as soon as possible. Right after that, she let out a strange shout unique to her. Bjorn noticed it immediately and realized she had a habit of adding Nia to the end of her lines. She claimed it was an innate trait, but Bjorn had never encountered anything like it before. Hikerod burst out laughing and said he heard all the time, then casually called her a highness. Misha froze, stared at him, and yelled that she had told him not to call her that. Bjorn vaguely remembered someone mentioning that she was the 13th princess of some tribe, though he couldn't recall the details. Misha immediately chased after Hikerod, shouting that she would kill him. Rob Miller turned back to the rest of the group and suggested they move forward, asking everyone to stay close together. The team followed him, and so their first exploration of a labyrinth officially began under Rob Miller's guidance. 10 hours later, they reached the portal leading to the 2nd floor. Rob Miller stared at the brightly glowing gate for a moment, then informed the group that someone had arrived there before them. Rob Miller let out a heavy breath and noted that this had happened even though they had been moving at maximum speed. Bjorn watched his reaction and immediately understood that, objectively, their timing was good, but Rob Miller himself was still dissatisfied. Bjorn reasoned that the guide had used his skill to determine the direction of the portal, yet he wasn't a true guide by class. Even so, the result was impressive. Rob Miller stepped aside and gestured for the rest of the group to enter the portal first. Bjorn also exhaled slowly, a hint of regret crossing his mind. He was disappointed that he couldn't claim the experience for opening the portal himself. For a moment, he thought about an R and the bug he could have used if they were together, but he quickly dismissed the idea. That was a method better saved for people he truly trusted. Soon after, a system notification appeared, informing them that they had entered the 2nd floor, the Beast Lair. The group moved forward along a deep gorge, sheer cliffs rising high on both sides. One of the adventurers cursed loudly, saying that no matter how many times he came here, he could never get used to the smell. Walking behind the group, Bjorn recalled that the portal to this zone was located in the eastern part of the 1st floor. As the name suggested, this area was filled with beast-type monsters. Hikerod turned toward Dwaki and asked if he was all right. Dwaki clutched his mouth with his palm, his face pale and twisted in discomfort, and asked him not to question him right now. Hikerod laughed and gave Dwaki an encouraging pat on the shoulder, though it was obvious he didn't look fine at all. Misha turned around with a look of open disgust and shouted that he looked absolutely revolting. Bjorn understood immediately. A floor dominated by beast-type monsters naturally came with a terrible stench. He approached Rot Miller, who was kneeling and carefully examining the ground, and asked how he was holding up. Bjorn noticed something subtle. Rot Miller likely possessed an essence related to an enhanced sense of smell. Rot Miller replied calmly that he was fine and that he had gotten used to the odor after a few visits. Then he warned them that there were many cesspits on this floor and suggested everyone stay close unless they wanted to fall into one. Watching Rot Miller's composed reaction, Bjorn felt a quiet sense of trust settle in. Just a single glance at the man inspired confidence. He began to wonder whether those 8 years of experience were really making such a difference. The group continued forward, trudging through sticky mud. Bjorn knew that the beast lair was essentially a massive canyon, meaning they would have to navigate through a naturally formed labyrinth. There were no artificial traps here, but paradoxically, a guide was even more essential than in the Goblin Forest. Bjorn quickly realized that the local monsters wouldn't pose much of a problem for their team. Not long after, a nearby group of adventurers brought down a bald-headed wolf and earned a single unit of experience. Soon after, they took out a werewolf, gaining 2 units, then a saber-toothed tiger for another 2, and finally a wall mole, which gave them 1 more. The flow of battle made it clear. This floor wasn't going to slow anyone down. When night fell, the group settled around a campfire. Bjorn understood then that thanks to Dwaki's signal magic, people could sleep at the same time. For him, that meant a full 6 hours of rest. Dwaki turned toward Hikarad, who sat across from him, and asked if he planned to sleep. Dwaki suddenly noticed something and pointed it out. Hikarad was using signal magic. Hikarad laughed, shaking his head, and said it wasn't about trusting his abilities. He explained calmly that the magic only worked on monsters. Dwaki stared at him, eyes wide in surprise, and asked what the issue was. Hikarad replied without hesitation that other researchers were more dangerous than monsters. Dwaki froze, staring ahead with his mouth slightly open, then asked in disbelief if that was really true. Hikarad nodded and explained that was exactly why he could rest. He would take over the watch instead. Letting out a heavy sigh, Dwaki finally agreed. Bjorn opened his eyes and frowned, gazing into the darkness, thinking that this might be his last expedition alongside this magician. By the afternoon of the second day, the group moved out again. Rod Miller, walking at the front, raised his hand and pointed forward, telling them the portal to the 3rd floor was closed. Beyond it, they would be hunting 7th or 8th rank monsters. Bjorn already knew about the 3rd floor, a massive area known as the Pilgrim's Path. On the 2nd floor, everyone ended up in different locations depending on which portal they chose, but the 3rd floor was different. No matter the portal, everyone arrived at the same place. Walking at the rear of the group, Bjorn understood that the starting point still depended on the portal they used, and he quietly hoped they would land somewhere ordinary. Suddenly, Ms. Shah turned toward him and mentioned that last time, he had almost reached the 3rd floor. Bjorn confirmed it casually. Ms. Shah reacted in shock, saying that was amazing and admitting it had taken her an entire year. Bjorn blinked and asked again, surprise, a whole year? Then he asked how long it took her to reach the 4th floor. Ms. Shah tilted her head, eyes drifting toward the sky, and guessed it took around 2 years. Hikarad, grinning broadly, chimed in that it had taken him 2 years as well. Ms. Shah immediately shouted that she didn't like that and began complaining loudly, accusing him of having it easier. She shot back that the difference was experience. He was 6th rank, while she was already 7th. Hikarad looked at her and laughed, casually pointing out that at least she'd been born into a good family. Before the argument could go any further, Rod Miller suddenly spoke up. His expression was serious as he ordered them to be silent. Ms. Shah froze, then hurriedly apologized, clearly confused. Hikarad shrugged and said he already was quiet. Bjorn frowned and looked ahead, asking what was wrong. He could tell that Rod Miller's tone carried more irritation than before. Watching Rod Miller's back as he walked to the front, Bjorn guessed that the man was probably used to working alone, which explained why noise behind him bothered him so much. Not long after, a system notification appeared, informing them that they had entered the 3rd floor, Pilgrim's Path. The group emerged at a location known as the Hill of Steel Rocks. The moment Bjorn stepped out of the portal, his eyes widened and his body tensed. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, raised his shield, and sharply ordered Rod Miller to fall back. At that exact moment, 2 massive boars with enormous fangs charged straight at him at terrifying speed. Bjorn braced himself and barely managed to block one of them, the impact slamming into his shield with crushing force. His arms screamed under the pressure as he wondered where these monsters had come from. Right at the portal entrance, holding the boar at bay, Bjorn realized just how powerful it was. If not for his lithium shield, he would have been blown away instantly. He glanced to the side and saw Hikarad in even worse shape. The dwarf's shield was inferior, and though he stood his ground with a strained expression, cracks began spreading across it. A system notification flashed. Hikarad had activated emergency recovery. The shield in his hands flared with brilliant magical light, as it began to stabilize. Hikerod shouted to Bjorn that the monster was rank 7, then warned him not to try forcing them back, but also not to let them slip through. Bjorn snapped back that he already knew. He noticed how quickly Hikerod had recovered, but felt no envy. He understood that Hikerod's active skill, counterweight, granted resistance against knockback, and combined with his essence, it had proven invaluable during their battle in the bloody citadel. Hikerod dug his heels into the ground as the boar's pressure drove him backward, the hard rock beneath his feet cracking under the strain. Another system notification appeared. Hikerod had activated counterweight. With clenched teeth and shaking arms, he continued to hold the monster back, refusing to give it even a single step forward. The boar Hikerod was holding back continued to force him down, its weight splitting the rock beneath his feet. Another system notification flashed. Dwaki had activated a rank 8 curse, corrosion. Thick, purple magical energy surged outward and wrapped around the boar's massive fangs, making them bubble and melt as if they were being eaten away from the inside. Dwaki stood ahead with a sharp, focused expression, gripping his staff as raw mana poured from it. Seeing this, Hikerod's face lit up as he prepared to strike. He shouted that this was perfect, then roared that he would finish it. Raising his weapon high, Hikerod leapt forward and smashed it down onto the boar's head. A burst of brilliant energy exploded outward on impact. Dwaki stared at the blast in disbelief, instinctively raising a hand to shield his face, then muttering that they could actually do this. At the same time, Misha planted her foot against Bjorn's back and used him like a springboard, shouting that there was still one left. Bjorn stiffened in shock, barely registering what was happening as she launched herself over him. Clutching a dagger, Misha aimed straight for the boar Bjorn was holding back with her shield. A wide grin spread across her face as she commanded her essence to come out. In the next instant, she slashed hard across the monster's back. Blood sprayed violently as deep gashes opened, crimson streams pouring down its body. The wounded boar squealed in agony, rearing its head as it thrashed. A system message appeared, announcing that the boar called Iron Tusks had been defeated and that they had gained 3 experience points. Bjorn stared at the fallen bodies, unease creeping in. Something about this felt wrong. These monsters didn't normally appear here. He turned to Rod Miller and asked if there were other people nearby. Immediately, another notification appeared. Rod Miller had activated Heat Search. One of his eyes glowed brightly as the skill took effect. It was an active ability of the guide lizard essence, allowing the user to detect living beings through the heat they emitted. After scanning the area, Rod Miller shook his head and said he didn't see anyone. Still, from the lingering smell, it was obvious someone had been here recently, no more than 2 minutes ago. Bjorn narrowed his eyes, realizing they had likely been watching the fight, then chose to move on. Hikerod, however, stopped them, his expression tense, and asked if this had been a planned attack. Bjorn thought it through and said he didn't believe they were targeted specifically. He explained that dragging monsters toward portals was a common tactic used by marauders, taking advantage of the moment when those exiting were at their least vigilant. Ms. Shah, licking blood from her blade with a dangerous smile, looked far from satisfied. Her expression turned sharp as she suggested tracking down the marauders and beating them senseless, adding that there could even be a reward for dealing with them. Rod Miller acknowledged her point, but calmly said it wouldn't be easy to catch up. On top of that, they had no solid evidence, and, in the end, the blame could just as easily fall on them instead. At that, Misha snapped back that the dead didn't speak anyway. Throughout the exchange, Dwaki listened in silence, his face tight with tension. Hikerod eventually suggested leaving a warning about the marauders near the second-floor portal before moving on. Hearing that, Dwaki stiffened and stared ahead in surprise, clearly shaken by the idea. Some time later, after darkness had fully settled in, Misha remarked that Rod Miller was smart. She admitted she had never even heard of such a method of attack. Rod Miller replied that it was his first time seeing it as well. Misha nodded and said there weren't many chances to encounter marauders in the first place. Hearing this, Bjorn felt a strange sense of disbelief creep in. What did she mean by that? He turned to Misha and asked how many times she had run into them. She blinked at him, confused, and asked him to repeat the question. Then she answered that over the past 5 years, she'd encountered marauders about 8 times. Bjorn froze. That was far fewer than he'd expected. He blurted out that he thought explorers ran into marauders all the time. Then he added that in just the last 3 months, he'd encountered them 5 times. This one not even included. Misha stared at him in shock and asked him again if he was serious. Then she broke into a smile and commented that he had absolutely terrible luck. Hikerod laughed openly and said that was impressive. He mentioned that he'd heard things were far worse about 150 years ago, but recently the number of marauders had dropped significantly. Hikerod laughed loudly and joked that maybe they'd run into marauders today because of him. Bjorn's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open as he wondered what kind of sins he'd committed to deserve this. Rod Miller cut in with a serious expression, telling Hikerod not to laugh at Bjorn. He added that if anything, Misha was the lucky one. Bjorn smiled faintly, then silently wondered if that was really true, or if he was the only one cursed like this. Rod Miller told him not to worry too much and casually mentioned that he personally encountered marauders about once every 3 months. Hearing that only made Bjorn feel worse. Even that was still far less than his own experience. Seeing Bjorn's gloomy expression, Rod Miller asked if something was wrong. Bjorn didn't respond. Instead, he suggested they move on. Soon after, the group of adventurers defeated another cluster of monsters as they continued forward. They brought down a stone worm next, earning 2 experience points, then an iron falcon for another 2. After that, they defeated a guardian of the Steel Hill, once again gaining 2 experience points. Rod Miller, standing near a large rock, suggested they may camp there and move on to another area tomorrow. Bjorn understood immediately. They had reached the edge of the location. There were fewer monsters here, and while the terrain wasn't ideal, it was still a reasonable place to rest. Hikarad turned toward Dwaki, who was sitting on the ground, and asked if he was all right. Even as he spoke, Hikarad could tell something was off. Dwaki didn't look well at all. Dwaki lifted his head in surprise and asked Hikarad if that was really true. Bjorn, watching the exchange, confirmed Hikarad's concern. He noticed that earlier Dwaki hadn't closed his mouth much, but now it looked like he had bitten into something truly disgusting. Dwaki sat there with a gloomy expression, staring at his feet, before quietly admitting that his fantasy of adventure had been completely shattered. By then, everyone was gathered around the fire. Dwaki lowered his head further and said he knew how it sounded. He guessed they probably thought he was just young and naive. Then he spoke openly about how researchers killed other researchers, how some even believed they could profit from it, and how something like that could never be called a fairy tale. He went on to say that if things continued like this, one day he might be forced to kill someone himself. Then, hesitantly, he asked if that was really true. Ms. Shaw listened with a confused look, scratching the back of her head, while Rod Miller listened silently, his face serious. Dwaki continued, saying that was why he had been trying to prepare himself all this time. Bjorn looked straight into his eyes and asked him if he was ready now. Dwaki's expression hardened for a moment. He frowned, nodded, and said yes. But then he lowered his head again and admitted that he wasn't sure he could actually do it when the moment came. Watching him, Bjorn understood immediately. It was determination without confidence. Dwaki was drowning in confusion and fear. Hikarad looked at him with concern as Dwaki curled in on himself, burying his head between his knees. Bjorn frowned, thinking that this was still far better than people who pretended to be confident, only to break down and complain when death finally stood in front of them. He didn't get to finish the thought. Rod Miller let out a quiet breath and smiled faintly as he said that the most important thing was not to overestimate one's own strength. He added that it was far more reliable to think that way than to boldly claim you would definitely succeed. With that, Rod Miller smiled, crossed his arms over his chest, and asked if they could spare him a minute. The others looked at him in surprise, and he explained that he wanted to show them something. Not long after, the group followed him. When they finally stopped, all of them froze with stunned expressions, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, as they stared ahead in awe. Rod Miller wore a satisfied smile. Bjorn, still processing the sight, muttered in disbelief what exactly they were looking at. They were standing at the edge of a cliff. The vast space before them was filled with countless bright, shining substances floating through the air like drifting stars. In the distance, tall, massive mountains rose into the sky. Below the cliff, mountain rivers cut through the land, and deeper within the forest stood a towering Gothic structure, silent and imposing. The adventurers stared, utterly captivated. Rod Miller asked them quietly if it wasn't beautiful, explaining that this sight could only be seen at this time of day. Ms. Shaw clenched her fists and burst out in excitement, shouting in pure joy. Smiling, Rod Miller added that no one really knew why this phenomenon occurred on the 3rd floor. Hikarad shouted that it was incredible. Rod Miller replied that the reason didn't really matter when you could witness something like this, then asked if they agreed. Dwaki said nothing. He simply watched the scene, his pupils shimmering as his cheeks flushed with awe. Turning to him, Rod Miller asked what he thought, and whether he still felt a desire to continue researching. Dwaki didn't answer. He remained silent, completely absorbed in the view before him. Soon, the light faded, and the labyrinth returned to its usual darkness. Everyone went asleep. Bjorn stayed on watch, sitting opposite the fire, as the others lay around it. As he glanced at Dwaki, who stared ahead with a thoughtful expression, Bjorn realized he couldn't hear Dwaki's breathing for a long time. As the night stretched on, Bjorn added up their gains so far, around 50 experience points in total. The next morning, they set out again, following Rod Miller as he led the way with a serious look on his face. Bjorn knew he needed 150 experience points to reach level 4, and that it would take time. Still, now he could absorb 3 essences, and that thought lingered in his mind as they moved forward. Bjorn thought back to the monsters he had defeated earlier and realized that 2 essences had already been collected. That meant there was still 1 free slot, so he didn't need to rush his level progression. He could afford to take his time. As that thought settled, he found himself hoping to acquire a truly useful essence soon. His thoughts were cut short by Rod Miller's voice, saying they had arrived. Rod Miller lifted his torch and looked ahead. Just a few meters in front of them, an orc settlement began to take shape. A wooden post hung with flags, scattered barrels and crates, and a rough palisade enclosing the area. Bjorn knew this place well. The orc settlement was the densest monster zone on the 3rd floor. Only rank 8 monsters and above appeared here. In terms of difficulty, it was second only to the most dangerous area on the floor, but if they weren't heading straight to the 4th floor, this was the best hunting ground available. As the group of adventurers and seekers advanced, Hikarad raised a finger and suggested they use this chance to get used to each other before deciding on their next move. Before the words fully settled, Rod Miller approached Hikarad and warned him that a group of orcs was approaching. He pointed ahead. Several massive, muscular orcs were closing in, heavy melee weapons gripped in their hands. The orc at the front let out a low, menacing growl. Hikarad's face lit up as he shouted that this was perfect, then ordered everyone to move exactly as they had trained. The moment he spoke, the group spread out smoothly, weapons drawn, bodies tensing for combat. The orcs charged with fury. Behind a front line stood a shaman, a large staff clutched in his hands, and beside him another orc wielded a bow. A system notification flashed. Dwaki had activated a rank 8 spell, Ice Spear. Instantly, multiple spears of ice formed in the air. One shot forward and pierced straight through the head of an orc charging with a melee weapon. Bjorn immediately understood their formation. Dwaki and Rod Miller would provide ranged support, while he and Hikarad formed the front line. Shields raised, Bjorn and Hikarad absorbed the orcs' attacks head-on, muscles straining under the impact. Meanwhile, Misha moved like a shadow between them. She leapt forward and delivered 2 precise slashes, shredding the tendons of the charging orcs. Rod Miller, calm and focused, aimed his crossbow toward the side. A moment later, another system message appeared. The orc shaman had activated a rage spell. Rod Miller's expression tightened as he looked ahead, already preparing for what was coming next. The shout came without warning. Someone ahead cried out in shock, warning that the shaman was already casting a spell. At that very moment, the orc shaman raised his staff high above his head, and thick, blazing red magical energy gathered around it. A system notification flashed into view, announcing that the physical resistance of the orc warrior had been tripled for 10 seconds. The massive orc warrior roared, his face twisted with fury as he strained his body to its limits. Magic wrapped around him like burning armor, his skin glowing as his eyes flared a violent red. With a thunderous step, he charged forward, smashing through the defensive line and scattering Hikarad and Bjorn in opposite directions before redirecting his momentum straight toward Bjorn. Glancing back, Bjorn's expression tightened. If the monsters broke through the front line and reached the rear, everything would collapse. He turned sharply toward Rod Miller and shouted that an ogre had slipped through. The ogre warrior came charging in with a feral growl, massive sword raised high. Rod Miller immediately braced himself, lifting his shield while extending his free hand toward Dwaki and ordering him to stay behind him. Confused and terrified, Dwaki did exactly as he was told. Bjorn clenched his jaw. They had to protect the weakest member of the team, Dwaki. The ogre's sword came crashing down with overwhelming force, slamming into Rod Miller's shield. The impact rang out, but he held firm. The ogre froze for a split second, staring in disbelief. That was all the opening they needed. Misha appeared behind the orc like a shadow, blade already in hand. Calmly, almost mockingly, she remarked that the 10 seconds were already over. Her strike followed instantly, slicing cleanly across the orc's neck. Thick blood sprayed out, painting the ground a deep burgundy as the massive body collapsed. System notifications followed one after another. The orc archer had been defeated, 2 experience points gained. The orc warrior had fallen as well, 2 more points added. Another orc dropped nearby with a pained, hoarse cry, and Misha landed lightly beside the fallen corpse. The shaman snarled in rage, gripping his staff and glaring forward. But before he could react, Bjorn closed the distance in an instant. A single, powerful strike separated the shaman's head from his body. Moments later, another notification appeared, confirming the defeat of the orc shaman and awarding 2 experience points. With the battle over, the adventurers regrouped, voices overlapping as they excitedly replayed what had just happened. Dwaki shouted that his heart was still pounding, while Misha remarked that they had handled the fight well. Bjorn, however, remained silent. His expression stayed serious as he stared ahead, fingers resting against his chin. Roughly 8 minutes had passed, and one fact was becoming clear. They lacked damage. With 2 tanks and a scout, the team was slow but stable. As he looked over his companions, he understood exactly what kind of formation they had become and what that meant for the battles still waiting ahead. He realized it was a solid combination, and more than that, he liked it. At that moment, a clearly excited Dwaki spoke up, asking if everyone had seen how he had taken down an orc. Misha immediately lifted her thumb and shouted that he had done a great job. Rod Miller watched the scene with a faint smile on his face. After that, they continued deeper into the orc settlement, fighting as they advanced. The closer they moved toward the center, the larger each group of monsters became. At one point, they even encountered a great orc warrior of the 7th rank, but surprisingly, the fight ended without any real trouble. When a massive body hit the ground, a system notification appeared, awarding them 3 experience points for defeating the great orc warrior. Even so, Bjorn knew better. A hunt this calm and smooth never lasted long. His thoughts were interrupted when a male voice suddenly cast a spell. A violent explosion of fire erupted ahead, sending heat and shockwaves through the air. Bjorn's eyes widened as he stared at the blast, instinctively cursing under his breath and asking himself what the hell was going on. His mind immediately jumped to a terrifying thought. What if something like that came crashing down on their heads? Moments later, their group came to a halt. Hikarad was sitting on the ground when they found themselves facing another group of people. A man holding an ornate, luxurious staff stepped forward and raised an open palm. With a stern expression, he declared that the orc settlement belonged to the clan Zarwi and ordered them to leave immediately. Bjorn frowned. The dungeon and the stone were supposed to be a single-player experience, yet this game was filled with strange content restrictions. At first, players weren't even allowed to move freely until progressing through the main storyline. Later on, however, forming a clan made it possible to seize hunting grounds and control territories. Naturally, that required a large number of people, so such actions were usually reserved for rare mobs or valuable monsters. Hikarad looked at the people standing along the stairs near the massive fortifications and repeated the name aloud, questioning them. Clan Zarwi. Bjorn wondered why they would bother capturing territory on the 3rd floor. As Hikarad continued speaking, he realized that this clan seemed to be active on the 6th floor. That only deepened the confusion, and he asked why they would need an orc settlement like this. The man leading the group replied coldly that he had no intention of explaining anything. Hikarad frowned. He had heard rumors that some clans were granted territories for their achievements, but he had never heard that this place belonged to the clan Zarwi. Hikarad stepped forward with a serious expression and asked how they were supposed to know that these people were truly members of the clan. The old man standing on the stairs narrowed his eyes and replied that Hikarad was saying some very interesting things. The tension thickened instantly as a conflict began to form between Hikarad and the old man. Hikarad didn't back down, his voice firm as he continued speaking, making it clear that this situation was far from over. He had heard Hikarad speak like this many times before. Watching the exchange, Bjorn assumed Hikarad was acting out of responsibility as the team leader. Still, that led him to a bitter conclusion. They were clearly taking the hard path. Misha suddenly began trembling and pressed herself tightly against Bjorn, hiding behind him. Bjorn turned toward her, puzzled. Why was she clinging to his back like that? It felt as though she was trying to hide from something, or someone. Then a male voice cut through the tension, cold and sharp, asking if she was completely stupid. Misha's eyes widened in pure terror. She immediately turned toward the beast man, standing beside the old man, and, without thinking, called him Big Brother. The beast man snapped instantly, shouting furiously that he had told her never to call him that in public. Misha shrank back and apologized repeatedly, her voice shaking. Misha's brother frowned, crossing his arms over his chest, irritation written clearly across his face. He said that she wasn't that stupid, at least not if she realized her mistake right away. The old man turned to Misha's brother and casually remarked that he would ask, just to be sure. Then he asked if the girl was his sister. Misha's brother, still looking ahead with an annoyed expression, answered that she was, for now. The old man chuckled softly and said that since he owed Lord Karlstein a debt, an exception could be made for his sister. Misha's brother cut him off immediately, his tone firm, saying there was no need for that. He added that he couldn't explain the details, that it was a family matter, but that his father wouldn't mind. The old man stared at him in surprise. If that was the case, he said, then surely they could at least explain why they were driving her away. Turning toward the group of explorers, the old man finally gave an explanation. Their clan urgently needed the essence of a great orc warrior for internal reasons, and if everything went smoothly, the zone would be free again next time. Until then, he politely but firmly asked them to leave and hunt elsewhere. Bjorn's thoughts raced. A 6th-floor clan was after the essence of a great orc warrior? That essence wasn't even that rare. The realization made him frown in disbelief. Really? The old man tightened his grip on his staff, a sly smile creeping onto his face. He added that there wouldn't be any monsters left anyway, since his people were already here, so it would be best if they left quickly. The message was clear. If they refused, the clan would use force to make them comply. Bjorn understood immediately. In the labyrinth, the rules were written by the strong, and forgetting that was how people got killed. Hikarad cursed under his breath, his expression dark. Bjorn knew the dwarf meant well and wanted to protect the team, but this wasn't the place to push back. Clenching his jaw, Bjorn finally spoke, forcing himself to stay calm as he said that he understood. However, just as he was about to speak, Dwaki suddenly shouted that he would handle it himself. Bjorn turned toward him in surprise, wondering what Dwaki was doing. Dwaki stepped forward, spread his arms wide, and laughed loudly, saying how pleased he was to meet them. At that moment, Dwaki addressed the old man with the staff as a fellow senior and introduced himself. He declared that his name was Ryal War Dwaki, an 8th-rank mage from the ruling family of Rafdonia, a man who had devoted his entire life to magic. The old man cut him off instantly. He coldly remarked that Dwaki looked like a complete non-entity. Dwaki froze, staring ahead in confusion as the old man continued without hesitation. He ordered him not to dare call him an elder and insulted him again, saying that learning a few basic spells and pretending to be a great magician didn't make him one. He sneered that such useless tricks were better suited for street performances. Then he mocked the idea of devoting one's life to magic, pointing his staff at Dwaki and telling him to find at least a shred of shame and never call himself a magician again. Dwaki stood there in shock, horror filling his eyes as a bead of sweat rolled down his face. He tried to explain himself, to say something in his defense, but no words came out. Watching the scene, Bjorn understood that Dwaki had completely failed. Hearing such blunt, merciless words was painful, even to listen to, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Hikarad suddenly exploded in anger. Turning toward the old man, he demanded to know if that wasn't going too far. Bjorn cursed inwardly. Of course, it was Hikarad again, and this was the worst possible moment. This wasn't the time to argue. They needed to leave immediately. The old man looked at Hikarad with a stern gaze and calmly said that he had only spoken the truth. Then he asked what exactly the problem was. Hikarad shot back furiously, demanding that they test that so-called truth. Almost instantly, a system notification appeared, announcing that Hikarad was activating discharge. Hikarad raised his hammer high above his head as crackling lightning gathered around it. The air buzzed violently as electricity poured into the weapon. Bjorn stared in disbelief. Was he seriously about to fight a 6th-floor clan? Hikarad roared and charged forward, preparing to unleash the attack on the members of the clan Zarwi, standing before him. The old man watched him closely, completely unfazed. Then Bjorn shouted Hikarad Murad's name at the top of his lungs. In the same motion, he grabbed the back of Hikarad's head and slammed his face into the ground. Clutching both the shield and the dwarf's head, Bjorn stepped forward and positioned himself squarely in front of the clan Zarwi members, body tense and ready. Dwaki and Mishra stared at the scene with wide eyes and open mouths, completely stunned, while Rod Miller could only watch in silence. He let out a heavy breath, lungs burning as he tightened his grip on Hikarad and ordered him to stop. Only then did the weight of what had almost happened sink in. As he lifted his head, the old man met them with a sly smile and casually remarked that Hikarad had assembled a very good team. He even suggested that Hikarad make sure to thank the Barbarian properly. Bjorn didn't respond. His thoughts were still stuck on one thing. They had come terrifyingly close to being wiped out. Not long after, Hikarad turned to the group and apologized, his expression dark and ashamed. He admitted that he had lost control. Rod Miller crossed his arms and looked at him with clear irritation, pointing out that Hikarad's actions could have gotten them all killed. Hikarad apologized again without protest. Bjorn watched the exchange quietly and thought that this was actually fine. It was better if Hikarad carried the blame. Maybe then he'd remember it next time. But to his surprise, Rod Miller suddenly sighed and said that nothing had actually happened, so there was no need to drag it out any further. Bjorn blinked in confusion. Was he forgiving him already? Rod Miller continued, reasoning out loud that although Hikarad had rushed things, standing up for allies wasn't necessarily wrong. Bjorn stared at him, baffled. Was he seriously praising him? Exhaling sharply, Bjorn looked away, realizing that Rod Miller was far too soft to ever lead a group. If it were him, he would have cursed Hikarad out without hesitation. Mishra scratched the back of her head and apologized as well, saying that things would have gone much more smoothly if she hadn't been involved. Dwaki immediately waved his hands in front of himself and denied it loudly, insisting that without her, they would have simply been driven away. He told her not to say something like that. Mishra smiled faintly and turned toward Dwaki, while Hikarad laughed and commented that it was an awkward but sincere attempt at consolation. Watching them, Bjorn realized how drastically the atmosphere had shifted. It felt lighter, almost warm. That, somehow, made him uncomfortable. Goosebumps crawled up his arms, and he wondered if he was the strange one here. Mishra then spoke quietly, admitting that she didn't like talking about her family. She explained that she was the only one who couldn't form a contract with a spiritual beast. Bjorn already knew how important that was to beastmen. They formed contracts with the spirits of ancient animals, spiritual beasts, and those contracts came in many forms. Some summoned beasts to fight alongside them. Others allowed possession, greatly enhancing physical abilities. Some received blessings that granted unique powers. Of course, not everyone could form a contract, but Mish's case was different. She was the direct heir of the Karlstein family, yet she couldn't call upon a spirit at all. In the eyes of her people, that alone was enough to be considered a disgrace. Mishra spoke with a faint smile lingering on her lips, her voice calm as she talked about her family. She said she had once been close to her brothers and sisters, and as she spoke, fragments of her childhood drifted back into her mind. But her tone shifted when she reached adulthood. When she wasn't chosen by a spirit beast, everything changed. People began to ignore her, as if she no longer existed. She remembered relatives speaking to her sharply, their faces twisted with disgust, ordering her not to touch them. She told the group how everyone started calling her a half-breed, saying her blood was dirty, how the nickname, illegitimate child, followed her everywhere. She went on to explain that her mother had died almost immediately after giving birth, leaving no chance for the truth to come out. Unable to endure that kind of treatment any longer, she left home. She learned how to fight, survived on her own, and in the end, that path led her to become a researcher. That was how her story ended. Hikarad listened in silence, then gently took Mish's hands in his and addressed her with reverence. He said she had been through a lot, that it must have been hard to talk about something like that, and thanked her sincerely for sharing it. Misha immediately tried to deny it, raising her voice as she insisted that he had only reacted so strongly because he considered them true partners. Hikarad laughed, saying he was glad she understood that much. Bjorn watched the exchange, completely puzzled, wondering how she had come to that conclusion in the first place. A moment later, he sighed inwardly and asked himself if this conversation could finally come to an end. With a broad smile, Hikarad turned to Misha and asked for permission to share his own story. Bjorn blinked in surprise, but Hikarad didn't hesitate. He began by saying that he had once dreamed of becoming a blacksmith, but he lacked talent. For 10 years, he never managed to finish his preparatory training, and that failure was one of the reasons he became a researcher instead. After 30, he explained, he needed money to survive, so he had no choice but to run away. Dwaki suddenly spoke up, tears welling in his eyes as he pressed a hand to his chest and shouted that he was certain he was the least talented among them all. He loudly explained that he had only become a magician because of his family's status, yet he didn't have the talent to enter the magic tower. If he were a real magician, he said bitterly, that man would have shown him at least a little respect. Hikarad turned to Dwaki with the same reverent air, placing a hand on his shoulder and shaking his head. He said firmly that the old man was the real problem, not Dwaki. Then he raised his voice and declared that Dwaki was a great magician. Dwaki thanked him quietly for those words. Bjorn continued to watch this painfully honest exchange with his mouth hanging open, wondering what in the world was happening. Rot Miller stared ahead with his usual calm expression and finally spoke, saying that he had been in many teams before, but had never experienced anything like this. Bjorn nodded in agreement, but before he could ask why, Rot Miller didn't give him the chance to finish his thought. With a confident look on his face, Rot Miller suddenly shouted that he also needed to apologize. Bjorn stared at him, in complete confusion. Him too? Rot Miller began to explain that when Hikarad and Misha had talked about age and experience earlier, it had stirred something ugly inside him. He admitted openly that it was all because of his disgusting envy. Then, with a faint smile, he confessed that he had thought they had no right to complain at all, because they weren't even born human and had no idea what humans had to endure. Hikarad looked at Rot Miller in surprise and asked if that was really how he felt. Then he tilted his head and asked whether researchers and ordinary people didn't have their own advantages. Misha clenched her fist and nodded with a smile, loudly agreeing. She pointed out that humans could use aura and become elementalists, simple magicians, or even priests. Bjorn understood immediately that only a minority actually possessed such talent, but he decided it was better to keep quiet. Hikarad burst out laughing, a wide grin on his face, and joked that this meant they were a whole team of losers. Hikarad responded cheerfully, shouting that this was great. He said they would cover each other's weaknesses. Dwaki shouted happily that he would do everything he could to be useful. Misha also promised to try her best, and Hikarad expressed his hope that this team would last for a long time. Bjorn watched all of this in confusion. They had laid out their problems, supported one another, and somehow grown closer. Meanwhile, he felt completely left behind. Suddenly, every member of the adventurer group turned their gaze toward Bjorn, looking at him expectantly. A cold chill ran down his spine. Why are they staring at me like that? He wondered in horror, as if they were waiting for something. A dreadful thought crossed his mind, that if he didn't say anything, they might drive him away. His thoughts raced. What am I supposed to say? He realized then just how unfamiliar he was with this kind of group. Tensing his entire body, Bjorn raised his head high and suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs that he had been left without a mother. The shout echoed again and again in everyone's minds. Dwaki and Hikarad stared at him. Bjorn, already irritated, looked back at them and thought bitterly, is that not enough? He shouted again, saying that his mother had died when he was born, and that his father had entered the labyrinth and never returned when he was still young. Then, clutching his chest, Bjorn continued, his voice strained, saying that now he was an adult, but even if he wanted to, he could no longer see them. After Bjorn's confession, a heavy silence fell over the group. Everyone stared at him in shock, and for a long time, no one said a single word. Rot Miller addressed the group and asked how everyone was holding up. Bjorn thought to himself that he hadn't actually lied. Einar had told him about it before. With a sympathetic expression, Rob Miller turned to Bjorn and said that it must have been incredibly hard for him at such a young age. Ms. Shaw, tears filling her eyes, looked at Bjorn with pity and apologized. She said she shouldn't have complained about her own family when she hadn't even known what he had been through. Dwaki pressed a hand to his eyes and asked how Bjorn had managed to pretend that everything was fine. Hikerod approached him with trembling hands, took Bjorn's large hand in both of his, and said softly that if Bjorn wanted, he could replace his parents for him. Bjorn abruptly yanked his hand free and shouted that everything was fine. In his mind, he screamed at them to leave him alone. At that moment, the researchers, overwhelmed with emotion, tearfully remarked that Bjorn was the youngest member of their team. Hikerod lowered his helmet over his eyes and told Bjorn not to hold back in front of them. Watching their reactions, Bjorn thought bitterly that he had somehow become the most pitiful person in the group. In the end, he decided that he didn't care. The truth was, he didn't even have a mother. More than that, he was a Munchkin barbarian who had reached the 7th rank in just 3 months. Then a sudden thought struck him. This wasn't just a game. This barbarian existed in reality, constantly balancing on the brink of death. Misha noticed his expression change and turned to him in concern, asking what was wrong. Bjorn stared straight ahead, completely lost, his mind flooded with disturbing thoughts. Misha hesitated, then suggested that maybe he was being tormented by thoughts of his mother. Bjorn continued to stare ahead, his gaze empty, cursing inwardly and asking himself why his life was so pathetic. Dwaki and Misha both tried to comfort him, telling him that it was okay to miss his family. Misha even said that if he wanted, she could be his sister. Rob Miller turned to Hikerod and asked what they planned to do next. Hikerod replied that he was thinking about heading to the witch's forest. The moment Bjorn heard those words, he snapped back to reality. Misha repeated it in surprise. The witch's forest? Then she asked why they wouldn't go to the Greentail Swamp instead. Rob Miller explained that it would take 6 days just to reach that place. Dwaki then asked about the 4th floor, mentioning that he had heard the witch's forest wasn't very suitable for warriors. Hikerod crossed his arms over his chest and said firmly that it was still too early for them to go to the 4th floor. Watching his expression, Bjorn understood that this was a decision he wouldn't budge on. Hikerod added that he had seen many teams underestimate the difficulty of the 4th floor, only to die because of it. It wouldn't be too late to go there later. As they worked on their teamwork, Bjorn stared ahead with a thoughtful expression. The witch's forest was a place people only went to when they had no other choice. It was a terrible hunting ground. Slowly, he began to understand why Hikerod was insisting so much. The 4th floor wasn't any better. He knew the 4th floor well. Monsters of rank 7 and 8 roamed there, just like on the 3rd floor, and sometimes a rank 6 would appear. But that happened rarely. You could walk around for 4 days and only find one. Still, the real issue wasn't the frequency. It was the fact that adventurers would inevitably run into those monsters sooner or later. His thoughts drifted back to his time playing the game. He remembered dying there over and over, unprepared and overconfident. He could almost see himself grabbing his head, screaming that this time it would definitely work out, only for the screen to flash and announce his character's death. Hikerod's fear made sense. It really did. But even so, Bjorn turned toward him with a serious expression and said that he thought they should go to the 4th floor. The group stared at him in shock, clearly not expecting those words from Bjorn. He began to explain his reasoning. Hikerod and he were both solid tanks. Even if they ran into a 6th rank monster, they would be able to create an opening to escape. At the same time, Bjorn thought honestly that with the vampire essence, running away wouldn't even be necessary. Of course, their damage output wasn't great, but they had a mage and 2 experienced researchers. The hunt would be slow, but steady, and more importantly, they needed to get used to the 4th floor. Misha listened carefully, then turned to Dwaki and said that Bjorn wasn't wrong, but she was worried because he was a barbarian. Dwaki, wearing a thoughtful expression, nodded in agreement. Then Misha added that even a broken clock was right twice a day, and suggested that maybe they should listen to him this time. Dwaki chimed in as well, saying that he didn't think anything bad would come from it. Bjorn heard them whispering and felt irritation rise in his chest. He mentally scolded them. He could hear exactly what they were saying. Hikerod hesitated and said that he still thought it was dangerous. But after a moment, he suggested putting it to a vote. When the decision was made, it was settled. They would go to the 4th floor. 3 days after entering the labyrinth, Bjorn's small and, in his own opinion, rather pathetic team finally headed toward it. When night fell, Rob Miller looked at the object in his hand and suggested that they rest there for the night. Hikerod turned to him and pointed out that they still had enough strength left. Maybe they could push forward a little more. Rob Miller listened to him calmly, then answered. Rob Miller replied that it would take them another 3 hours to find a place just as suitable. Hikerod asked again, then nodded and said that in that case, they would stay here. Misha turned to Dwaki and asked if he wanted some dried meat. Dwaki thanked her and accepted it. Nearby, Bjorn glanced at the watch in his hand and noted that it was 9 in the evening, the same time they had set up camp on the 1st and 2nd days. As he thought about it, He realized that Rot Miller must have chosen their resting spot by calculating their remaining distance and speed. The idea itself wasn't complicated, but it was still impressive, especially in a labyrinth where the concepts of day and night didn't even exist. Bjorn turned to Rot Miller and asked what the plan was for tomorrow. Rot Miller studied the piece of paper in his hand and said that, at this pace, they should reach the witch's forest before lunch. Hearing that, the main character noticed that Rot Miller hadn't even hesitated before answering. He couldn't help but compare him to a walking GPS navigator. Then he thought that he shouldn't have expected anything less from a veteran explorer. Rot Miller turned to Bjorn and said that moving through the forest would require a lot of effort, so it would be best for everyone to get a proper rest. Then he asked whether Bjorn would take the first watch. The group settled down near the burning fire and gradually went to sleep. Ms. Shaw wished everyone good night. Sometime later, Rot Miller suddenly addressed Bjorn by name. Bjorn stared ahead with wide eyes and asked in surprise if it was already his turn. Rot Miller, still looking forward with a serious expression, said that it wasn't his turn yet. Bjorn jumped to his feet and asked sharply if there were monsters. Rot Miller answered in a short, firm tone that everything was here. Bjorn turned that word over in his mind, wondering if he meant monsters or explorers. Suddenly, loud screams echoed through the forest, cries for help tearing through the night. Sitting by the fire, Bjorn asked quietly whether they looked like the people being chased. Rot Miller answered yes, then added that it didn't matter. Rot Miller then asked if Bjorn remembered the attack when they had exited the portal. Bjorn looked at him in surprise as Rot Miller continued, saying that everything about it felt like a trap meant for those who escaped. With a grave expression, Rot Miller stared in the direction the screams were coming from and confirmed his suspicion. He said that now, he could smell that same scent again. Hikarad, staring ahead tensely, asked loudly if he was talking about marauders. Rot Miller answered yes, and then began to move. Rot Miller reasoned out loud that he didn't know the exact reason, but he had a strong feeling they were being targeted. Whoever it was had decided to lure them out by pretending to be people in trouble. Ms. Shaw clenched her dagger, her expression tense, and asked what they were supposed to do next. Before anyone could answer, she suddenly shouted that they were almost here. Moments later, the approaching figures spotted the fire. Their voices rang out loudly as they shouted about the flames. Bjorn calmly pulled his helmet over his head and said that he would take advantage of the situation. Tightening his grip around his mace, he turned to his comrades and warned them that if they weren't confident, they shouldn't interfere. 3 researchers rushed toward Bjorn, begging for help. He immediately ordered them to stop. The researchers froze in place, staring ahead with bewildered, frightened expressions. Bjorn raised a shield in front of him and ordered them not to come any closer. He warned them coldly that if they took even one more step, he would crush their skulls. The girl standing at the front trembled as she asked for help. She explained that the other members of their group had already died. Her voice shook as she said they would be forever grateful if they were saved. At that moment, several dozen meters behind the terrified researchers, orcs emerged from the darkness. Bjorn gave his next order without emotion, telling the researchers to throw their weapons on the ground. The girl screamed that there were monsters behind them, while one of the men asked desperately if this was really necessary. Bjorn didn't look back at them. His eyes were fixed on the orcs, who stood gripping their melee weapons, carefully observing the situation. He understood immediately. They were watching, trying to figure out whether these people had merged into a single group. Realizing this, Bjorn saw that the situation was even simpler than he had thought. He addressed the researchers threateningly and said the choice was theirs: drop their weapons or run away. Horror filled their faces. After a brief hesitation, they agreed. One by one, they threw their weapons onto the ground and begged for help, insisting they had done everything they were told. Seeing this, Bjorn turned to Rot Miller and asked him to collect the weapons. Rot Miller did so, without question. The orcs let out heavy breaths of disappointment, then turned away and disappeared into the dark forest. Watching them retreat, Bjorn assumed they had backed off because they didn't want to attack a large group. At the same time, he couldn't help but note how cunning those monsters were. Suddenly, a soft female voice thanked him for his help. Bjorn turned toward the sound and saw a girl wearing a torn religious robe, her cheeks flushed red. She introduced herself as Elisa and said they had saved her life. At that moment, Hikarad cleared his throat loudly, having noticed just how vulgarly torn her skirt was. Hikarad stared at the torn skirt Elisa was wearing, his cheeks turning red. He quickly introduced himself, saying he didn't know what had happened to them, but it must have been something complicated. Watching Hikarad's behavior, Bjorn couldn't help but think that the dwarf was an idiot. He was already completely distracted by her appearance. The researcher girl then introduced herself, pressing her palms to her chest and saying that her name was Irita Tyson. The man standing beside her added that his name was Hans Argo. Bjorn's eyes widened in surprise. The image of the Hans he had met on his very first journey surfaced in his mind. The first marauder he had ever encountered had also been named Hans. The coincidence was almost absurd. Hans Argo noticed his reaction and said that it was actually a fairly common name. He then turned to Bjorn and asked if he knew another Hans. Bjorn replied that it seemed so, while thinking silently that the other Hans was already dead. Elisa, her cheeks still flushed, dramatically wiped a tear from her face and said she didn't even want to imagine what would have happened to them if they hadn't run into this group. Then she exclaimed that it must have been the goddess Riatlas who had protected them. Miller stared at her with wide eyes and an open mouth, repeating the name in disbelief. Riatlas. He then asked if she was a priestess. Elisa nodded and struck a solemn prayer pose, interlacing her fingers as she said that she served the goddess of light, the one who protected researchers and bonds between people. She spoke of the star that rises at dusk and guides them onward. Watching her performance, Bjorn smirked inwardly and wondered if she seriously expected him to believe that nonsense. He reminded himself that they already knew the truth. These people were marauders pretending to be victims, and she was just playing the role of a priestess. Hans Argo stepped closer to Elisa and asked if she could look at his wound. Elisa agreed immediately and said she would take care of it. Bjorn watched with wide eyes as Elisa released a gentle, radiant light and used holy magic to treat Hans Argo's injury. Staring at the scene, he asked himself in disbelief whether she had just used a divine spell. Hikarad also stared in confusion and muttered that this meant she was a real priestess. Ms. Shaw turned to Miller with a stunned expression and asked if he was sure he hadn't been mistaken. Miller could only stare ahead, eyes wide and mouth slightly open, and said that this couldn't be happening. Bjorn understood his reaction. In the world of dungeons and stones, priests were sacred and pure beings, deeply revered by the faithful. Elisa stepped forward, pressed a hand to her chest, and asked if that was proof enough. Then she turned to the adventurers and politely asked if they could return their weapons now. Bjorn answered her sharply, refusing outright. Elisa froze and looked at him in confusion, then asked again in surprise. Bjorn met her gaze coldly and said that he understood she was a priestess, and then asked, so what? He knew very well that a priestess's authority only held power over humans. Barbarians were a different race, with a different faith altogether. Staring straight at them, he ordered them to first provide a reward for being saved. At that moment, he briefly wondered whether she could really use holy attributes or not. But in the end, he didn't care in the slightest. Elisa lowered her head, her expression turning sad as she let out a heavy sigh. Remembering the reward, she began reasoning aloud, saying she had heard that such services existed. Then she asked how much they wanted. Bjorn answered without hesitation, 2 million stones. He added that, in his opinion, their lives were worth that much. Elisa looked at him helplessly and said that they didn't have that kind of money with them. She suggested paying the amount once they made it out of the labyrinth. Bjorn rejected the idea immediately. He said coldly that he didn't trust people who didn't belong to his tribe. If there was no money, then they would have to pay with things instead. Turning his gaze to the adventurers standing behind Elisa, Bjorn said that their armor would do just fine. Irita Tyson and Hans Argo stared ahead in disbelief. A moment later, Hans Argo began removing the metal parts of his armor with a grin, saying that their lives were definitely worth more than equipment. He agreed to Bjorn's terms without hesitation. Bjorn's plan was simple: take as many items from them as possible. Afterward, the group of researchers asked if they could rest now. Bjorn's group agreed and invited them to sit near the fire. As he stood there, Bjorn tightened his grip around the handle of his mace. In any game, you always need a next plan. Elisa smiled gently and said that if anyone was injured, she could heal them. As she spoke, she turned her back to Bjorn. In that instant, rage surged through him. Bjorn raised his massive mace high, a single thought burning clearly in his mind. In any game, the healer dies first. Elisa turned back just in time to see his eyes filled with killing intent. The mace came down with terrifying force. The impact was brutal. Elisa's head snapped aside as her body was hurled through the air, thrown far away by the sheer power of the blow. Bjorn stood there, holding a blood-stained fist and mace in front of him. Hikarad screamed in shock. Dwaki cried out in disbelief. Misha screamed as well. From the forest, the adventurers who had just arrived shouted, asking what he was doing. Bjorn exhaled heavily, a wild smile spreading across his face. He hurriedly apologized to the others, explaining his sudden action by saying that his hand had twitched on its own. Then, as if trying to justify himself further, he added that for a moment it had seemed like they might be marauders. He clenched his jaw and admitted that he couldn't control himself. Irita Tyson grabbed her head with both hands. Her whole body shook as she screamed in pure terror that they were all going to die now. Hans Argo wasn't much better. He trembled violently, shouting that all of this was happening because of this man. Then, all of a sudden, both Irita Tyson and Hans Argo froze and stared straight ahead in shock. Watching their reactions, Bjorn frowned, wondering what they were even looking at. In the next instant, blood sprayed violently from his mouth, scattering in every direction. Hans Argo stared at him in complete bewilderment, while Irita Tyson collapsed to her knees. Thick, dark magical energy coiled around her head as she desperately tried to scream, but no sound came out. Hikarad turned pale and, shaking with fear, spun toward Dwaki, asking if he had done this. Dwaki shouted back just as frantically that he hadn't done anything. Then a body slowly rose into the air. In an ominous, distorted voice, it spoke, saying how very strange this all was. Bjorn turned sharply, his eyes widening. The voice calmly asked how he had managed to guess that she was an enemy. It was Elisa. Her face was completely disfigured, her skull crushed, half of her face practically gone from the force of Bjorn's mace. Her eyes were bloodshot, her pupils glowing with a blinding, unnatural light. A crazed smile stretched across what remained of her face as she stared directly at Bjorn. Elisa burst into uncontrollable, sinister laughter. Her body twisted grotesquely in midair, no longer resembling anything human. Her legs bent at impossible angles, as if there were no bones left inside them. Her spine warped, her arms deformed, and still that insane smile never faded. With eyes stretched wide, she screamed that it was already too late. Bjorn stared at her tensely, a familiar thought crossing his mind. Why was his life never normal? Rottmiller stood frozen in horror, unable to understand what he was seeing. Misha shook violently as well, gripping her blade with white knuckles, staring ahead in pure confusion. Seeing his allies' reactions, Bjorn realized they looked exactly like people who had just come face to face with a corpse golem. He stepped forward abruptly and ordered everyone to calm down. He told them he would handle it himself. The next moment, he swung his mace with full force, smashing it into Elisa's skull. Her body crashed to the ground, and thick steam poured from the back of her head. Hikarad stared at the scene with his eyes and mouth wide open. In disbelief, he asked Bjorn what he was doing and why he was hitting a corpse. Then, even more confused, he demanded to know what was wrong with him. Bjorn calmly wiped the blood from his face and replied that she had scared him. The best defense, as always, was an attack. Cursing inwardly, Bjorn realized that if this worthless thing had come back to life, then there was only one possible explanation. A grim thought settled in his mind. She was a priestess of Karui. He knew that priests of Karui were a hidden class, one that could only be obtained after reaching the 5th floor. It grants access to an overwhelming number of combat spells and curses, allowing the user to wield both dark and light magic at the same time. Of course, the class had its weaknesses. Karui was an evil god, and if a Kari priest was ever exposed, execution was inevitable. Their head would be cut off without hesitation. Worse still, fully utilizing the class required regular sacrifices of living beings. That was probably why Elisa had become a marauder. The labyrinth was the easiest place to find prey. Suddenly, Hans Argo clutched his throat. Thick streams of blood burst from his mouth as dark magical energy crushed his neck. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. Standing opposite him was Elisa, directing dense black magic straight at him. Half of her face had turned into an ominous black skull, while the other half remained barely human, her chest heaving as she exhaled ragged breaths. Elisa coldly said that they had cost her 2 useful servants. Bjorn asked if she was really blaming them for everything. Then, with a sharp edge to his voice, he added that it seemed her parents hadn't raised her properly at all. Elisa frowned in confusion and asked him to repeat himself. That was when Bjorn finally exploded. He shouted that Hans Argo and Irita Taisun had died because of her, and that she should have stayed dead the moment he crushed her skull. Elisa swore in confusion and asked again what he was talking about, but Bjorn only roared louder. He screamed that he couldn't take it anymore, ordered her to come closer, and vowed to avenge their fallen comrades. His allies stared at him in shock and confusion, startled by the sudden outburst. But in truth, Bjorn's thoughts were far less noble. Deep down, he was already thinking about looting their belongings, and how soon he could get his hands on them. Then a system notification appeared. It warned that Elisa Behennik was activating a death call spell. Moments later, the bodies of Hans Argo and Irita Taisun began to rise. Thick, dark magical energy wrapped around them, and their eyes ignited with a bright crimson glow. Hikarad stared in disbelief, frantically telling the others to look, shouting that the dead were standing up. Bjorn immediately understood. This was a standard ability of a Kari priest, Death Call. Normally, the spell summoned ordinary undead, but when used on subordinates' bodies, it produced far stronger creations. As Hans Argo and Irita Taisun opened their mouths wide and began shambling toward the adventurers, Elisa calmly issued her command, ordering her servants to deal with the enemies. Irita Taisun was the first to rush forward, screaming at the top of her lungs. At the same time, Hikarad planted his foot firmly into the ground and raised his shield, taking Hans Argo's assault head-on. Bjorn mirrored him, blocking Irita Taisun's attack with his own shield. Misha reached behind her back, fingers tightening around her blade. Bjorn lunged forward alongside her, weapon flashing as they closed the distance. A system inscription appeared, announcing that Misha had activated the poison attribute. She swung in a wide, cutting arc, her blade slick with blood as it sliced into Irita Taisun. Another inscription followed almost immediately. Dwaki was casting Death Spear. Several icy spears formed behind his back before shooting forward, piercing straight through Hans Argo's body. Watching this, Bjorn felt a brief sense of relief. They didn't need words. Their teamwork was solid. Then someone shouted that ice magic wasn't working. Hans Argo didn't even flinch. The spears embedded in his body, but he showed no sign of pain and continued pressing forward. Bjorn grimly realized the truth. The dead had resistance to ice and poison. Normal attacks barely affected them. Raising his voice, the protagonist called out to Rottmiller. Rottmiller, kneeling on the ground and hurriedly assembling something, answered that it was almost ready. He ordered Bjorn to step back for a moment. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He hurled a flask filled with flammable liquid straight at Irita Taisun. It shattered against her head, coating her entire body in fuel. Instantly, flames erupted, engulfing her in a blazing inferno. Irita Taisun screamed as fire wrapped around her. Shield raised. Bjorn watched her burn and thought grimly that fire truly was the best way to deal with the dead. Then Elisa raised her hand high. She cast Flame of the Dead and screamed that it was useless. The fire peeled away from Irita Taisun's body, separating from her like it was being torn free. Rot Miller shouted in shock, "Fire!" Bjorn immediately understood. She was absorbing all the fire in the surrounding area. Sweat poured down his face as his expression tightened. The only effective method against the dead had just been rendered useless, and using holy power wasn't an option. While struggling against Aita's relentless attacks, the protagonist shouted orders. The others were to attack the priestess. He and Hikarad would hold back the dead. He trusted that taking the armor and weapons in advance would buy them enough time. Raising his shield once more, he braced himself and blocked another heavy blow from Aita. Meanwhile, Rot Miller, Dwaki, and Misha sprinted in the opposite direction. As they passed, Rot Miller turned his head and shouted to Hikarad and Bjorn that in that case, they'd handle the dead themselves. Elisa, seeing the enemies rushing toward her, opened her mouth and screamed. Then a new notification flashed across the system window, announcing that she had activated Shadow Guard. The moment the condensed magical energy gathered in front of them, the adventurers shouted warnings. Something was forming. Everyone was told to stay alert. Elisa's lips curled into a sly smile as a thick, pitch-black magical substance twisted and solidified before her. Calmly, almost casually, she ordered it to bring her the heads of her enemies. Misha leapt forward without hesitation and slashed at the condensing magic. At the same time, Rot Miller fired his crossbow, and Dwaki hurled ice spears straight into the forming mass. But Elisa only laughed. Wild, unrestrained, her smile bordering on madness. She raised her open palm toward them, as if mocking their efforts. Suddenly, Misha stiffened. Her expression tightened as she glanced down at her own body. Dark magical energy had begun to coil around her as well. Shock flashed across her face as she shouted out that she'd been cursed. When she looked up, her breath caught. Two creatures made entirely of condensed magical substance were charging straight toward her at terrifying speed. Before they could reach her, Hikarad appeared in front of her and raised his shield, intercepting the attack. Misha stared at him in surprise and called his name. Hikarad shouted back tensely that Bjorn had told him to protect her. As Misha cut into the magical creatures, she realized something unsettling. Bjorn was alone. At that very moment, Bjorn was fighting both undead at once. His face was taut with strain as he forced them back. Elisa clicked her tongue in irritation and turned sharply toward Aita and Hans Argo, screaming hysterically and scolding them for not protecting her as ordered. Bjorn answered her with a sarcastic apology and a wide grin, pointing out that her servants were a little busy right now. He had Hans Argo pinned to the ground with one powerful arm while his other hand crushed down on Irita Taisun's head, holding her in place. Elisa stared at the scene, her expression twisting with rage. With a shrill scream, she rose into the air, surrounding herself with thick magical energy, and swore that she would never forget this humiliation. Another system notification appeared. Elisa had activated spirit form. Bjorn froze, staring at the message in disbelief. Then the realization hit him like a blow. His mind screamed a single word, no. Was she running away? Elisa looked down at him with a dark, hateful glare. She extended her palm toward him and promised that he would never leave this place alive. Then she dissolved. Her body scattered into the air, dispersing as dark magical particles until nothing remained. Bjorn stared ahead in stunned silence, cursing inwardly. They had been so close. One more moment, and it would have ended. But she had escaped at the very last second, furious and humiliated. Then his eyes widened. A flood of system notifications erupted across his vision, one after another, informing him that he had received multiple effects. Reduced strength, low-level decomposition, tracking, and the mark of a vengeful spirit. More warnings flooded the system window, movement impairment, stamina reduction, and a long list of other curses stacked one after another. Then the system delivered the final blow, informing him that more than 15 curses had been cast on his body. Bjorn mentally hurled every insult he could think of at the deranged priestess who had dumped her entire arsenal on him before fleeing. His gaze dropped to his trembling palm, and a bitter thought crossed his mind. It was a good thing Dwaki at least understood curses. He turned sharply toward Dwaki and demanded that he remove them. Dwaki blinked in surprise and asked him to repeat that. Bjorn reminded him that he had said before that he understood curse magic. With an awkward, confused look, Dwaki confirmed it. Then he scratched the back of his head, forcing a nervous smile, and admitted that while he could use a few curse-related spells, he couldn't actually remove curses like these. Bjorn stared at him. His expression hardened instantly. His brows furrowed, his jaw clenched, and fury flashed through his eyes. At that moment, Bjorn decided Dwaki was completely useless. Another system message appeared, cold and merciless, stating that if the curses were not removed through magic or holy power, his physical attributes could be permanently reduced. Bjorn cursed under his breath. His face was tight with strain, sweat pouring down his cheeks as he ran at full speed, dragging air into his lungs. Hikerod, sprinting beside him, shouted to ask if he was all right. Bjorn answered that he would manage and told him not to worry. But inside, it was a different story. He felt so awful it was like he was dying. Running under the weight of so many curses was torture. His limbs felt heavy, his breathing ragged, his movements sluggish. He ran with exhaustion written all over his face, arms swinging wildly as dark magical substances, living curses, clung to him and chased him relentlessly. Bjorn realized that if not for the vampire essence granting him resistance to magic and darkness, he would have collapsed long ago. He also noticed that the others weren't spared. His allies were surrounded by curses as well, but far fewer. Rob Miller, who was running ahead, shouted that they were almost there. Hikerod, still keeping pace with Bjorn, asked if he'd heard that and told him to hold on just a little longer. Bjorn knew the truth. The others had only 2 or 3 negative effects at most. He alone was carrying over 15 curses. That so-called crazy nobody, Elisa, had made sure of it. Her words echoed in his mind. Her furious face, her voice promising that he would never get out alive. Bjorn forced himself forward, teeth clenched, thinking bitterly that out of all the possible curses, she had hit him with stamina reduction. Every single movement drained him further. Stamina vanished with each step. Not his life force, but something just as cruel. And that was what made it truly dangerous. Natural regeneration did nothing for him. Clenching his lip hard enough to draw blood, Bjorn forced himself to think clearly. In the game, a character stopped moving entirely once stamina dropped below 10%. The fact that he could still run meant only one thing. He had to be hovering around 30% at most. Then a new message appeared. A system notification informed him that he had earned an achievement for pushing his energy level down to 5% or lower. The reward was 1 permanent spirit point. Bjorn almost laughed bitterly. Rob Miller shouted from ahead, telling him that there was very little left and that they were almost there. Bjorn lifted his gaze and froze. The scenery ahead triggered a sudden sense of recognition. A black raven with brightly glowing eyes perched in the distance, watching them. Beyond it stretched a twisted, demonic forest space, its presence oppressive, its gaze almost alive, wearing a sly, mocking smile. Bjorn immediately understood where they were. The Witch's Forest. 5 hours earlier, Hikerod had stared ahead thoughtfully, one hand resting against his chin, muttering that he still couldn't believe they had ended up in the sights of a priestess of Corral. Bjorn had replied calmly, glancing at Aita's corpse and saying that her abilities were easily on the level of the 5th floor. None of them would have survived a one-on-one fight. Then he raised his open palm and pointed out a simple truth. If they hadn't taken their weapons first and attacked immediately, several members of their group would have died on the spot. Misha had clasped her hands beneath her chin, eyes shining with admiration, and shouted that reliable barbarians were the best. She waved her fists excitedly, admitting that she had thought Rob Miller was mistaken when he mentioned holy power. Laughing, she enthusiastically retold what had happened, inevitably circling back to the moment Bjorn crushed Elisa's skull. Bjorn listened with a wide grin, enjoying it far more than he should have. Later, he had turned to Rob Miller and asked whether it was possible to track Elisa down. Rob Miller waved his hand dismissively, exhaling heavily, and admitted that it was impossible. There were no traces left behind. Bjorn had spoken aloud then, saying that now that they had exposed her identity, she would definitely come back to kill them before they exited the labyrinth. Dwaki laughed confidently and asked why they couldn't just do the same thing again. With an arrogant smile, he added that he thought he'd done a pretty good job. Bjorn's expression had darkened instantly. He looked down at Dwaki with a menacing glare and asked him what they would do if monsters attacked them from behind in the middle of a fight like that. Dwaki stiffened, fear flashing across his face as he tried to respond. Bjorn cut him off. That was exactly why. They needed to move to the Witch's Forest. His allies looked at him with encouraging smiles as they headed in that direction. The moment they crossed into the Witch's Forest, Bjorn knew exactly where they were. This was the zone surrounding the portal to the 4th floor. Monsters of the 7th and 8th ranks roamed here, and many of them possessed spiritual bodies that completely ignored physical attacks. For a group with 2 warriors, it was far from ideal. But right now, it was the most profitable choice they had. As they entered the forest, a system notification appeared, informing them that they had entered a special zone. All status effects, except those imposed by the zone itself, were nullified. Misha's eyes widened in surprise. She raised her hands and laughed, shouting that she suddenly felt much better. Rob Miller flexed his fingers and quickly realized she was right. He concluded that the curses had lost their effect and turned to Bjorn, sharing his thoughts. He admitted that he didn't think he fully understood the local geographical features of the labyrinth. Then, with a thoughtful tone, he added that it seemed this was Bjorn's first time on the 3rd floor. Bjorn turned away with a faint smirk and said that he had studied in the library. Inside, however, he felt a flicker of concern. Rob Miller was sharp, too sharp. Misha smiled and told him to stop lying. A barbarian who reads books? Dwaki burst out laughing, shouting that he'd never heard of such a thing. Bjorn ignored the ridicule entirely. A moment later, he realized that while the priestess's curses had disappeared, the zone's own effects had taken their place. Another system message appeared, warning of an abnormal status effect. Ms. Shaw froze, staring ahead with wide, horrified eyes. Thick, ominous magical substances seemed to twist through the air, whispering orders for her to die. The same voices turned toward Bjorn, repeatedly commanding him to die as well, hurling crude insults, calling him worthless, motherless, mocking the idea that his mother had vanished. Bjorn listened calmly. He understood immediately. These were auditory hallucinations. Turning inward, he questioned the effect, testing it. The conclusion came quickly. He did have a mother, and the influence wasn't strong enough to be classified as a true mental attack. Then he looked at Ms. Shaw. She had collapsed to her knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she clutched her head and sobbed. Watching her reaction, Bjorn realized that not everyone could brush it off the way he could. Through her tears, Ms. Shaw looked up at him and asked how he could listen to that garbage and stay calm. Bjorn answered simply that everything was bearable. As he glanced around at the rest of the group, Bjorn began to realize something important. He quickly realized something. The three of them who had already been to this place before were relatively fine. They remained in a normal state. The only one suffering badly was Dwaki, who looked absolutely miserable. Watching that, Bjorn couldn't help but find it a little interesting. He wondered if the effects of hallucination and disorientation were being applied differently. Looking around, the world felt warped, as if he were seeing everything through a crooked mirror. Bjorn turned to Dwaki and asked whether he could still use magic in this condition. Dwaki lifted his head with effort and told him not to worry, insisting that he could. A moment later, he bent over again and vomited everything he had eaten. Bjorn sighed inwardly and wondered why mages always had such weak stomachs. Hikarad suggested that the group take a short rest. Turning to Bjorn, he pointed out that Bjorn had barely slept the previous night and asked if that was true. Then he added that he would keep watch and told Bjorn to lie down for a bit. Bjorn didn't argue. He dropped to the ground at once, exhaling heavily, thinking that one day he really wouldn't be able to endure things like this anymore. Hikarad approached him and hesitantly brought up Elisa. Bjorn frowned and asked him to repeat that. Elisa? Was he talking about that worthless person? Hikarad nodded and, after some hesitation, began to explain. He said that when he had gone to the guild to recruit a team, a certain girl had kept pestering him with questions, and he had assumed it was her. Bjorn looked at him in confusion, prompting Hikarad to continue. Hikarad explained that during their expedition to the Bloody Citadel, he had obtained a numbered item called the Guardian's Bracers. Thanks to that, his research rank had increased. He suggested that maybe Elisa had heard about it somewhere. Bjorn knew that the Guardian's Bracers were item number 3112. They usually appeared in rifts above the 4th level. It was an item from the 3000 series. There should have been a special effect attached to it. A tight expression formed on Bjorn's face. He thought he really couldn't take it anymore. He had worked himself to the bone just to obtain an essence, while someone who barely lifted a finger had casually acquired a numbered item worth 50 million. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. It felt like a humiliating failure. Turning back to Hikarad, Bjorn asked why he hadn't recognized her immediately. Hikarad, flustered, began making excuses. He said she had been dressed completely differently back then. He added that her priestess robe had been filthy, torn in several places. Watching Hikarad's awkward smile, Bjorn immediately understood. Hikarad hadn't been paying attention to her face at all. Bjorn then realized something else as well. Their group meetings often happen in a bar. If that was the case, she could have easily overheard everything they said. With a forced smile, Hikarad remarked that people always said treasures brought trouble. Bjorn told him not to shift the blame. If anyone had been careless, it was him. Hikarad replied that there was no way he could have known things would turn out like this, then urged Bjorn to get some rest. Left alone, Bjorn stared ahead in confusion as Hikarad walked away. A troubling thought surfaced. Was everything really okay with this group? Not long after, someone called out loudly for him to wake up. Bjorn's eyes snapped open. Rot Miller was standing over him, surprised, commenting that Bjorn had been sleeping unusually deeply. He joked that even barbarians couldn't hold up on their first campaign. Ms. Shaw brushed Bjorn's hair aside and asked how he could sleep through so much noise. Bjorn pulled his helmet back on and asked Rot Miller where the monsters were. Rot Miller pointed ahead. Bjorn focused his gaze and spotted several fairies drifting through the air. 9th-rank fairies. He immediately recognized them as one of the few non-combat mobs in the game. Their only ability was to release poisonous pollen mixed with stimulants. There were a lot of them. Bjorn muttered that if there were this many fairies, that thing had to be nearby too. He asked whether they were going to fight. Hikarad answered seriously that it wouldn't be easy to deal with that creature. But then he noticed that Dwaki had recovered somewhat, and said he would act as bait. Hikarad raised his hand and unleashed lightning. Sparks crackled through the air, striking the fairies. Under the electric current, they shrieked in pain, and the group of researchers received a single unit of experience. As the fairies suffered, something massive began moving through the thick fog. Tree trunks shook as enormous paws pushed aside branches. The creature stepped into view, a 7th-rank monster, a half-troll, gripping a massive wooden club. Bjorn immediately recognized it. A monster unique to the witch's forest, known for hunting large swarms of fairies. The half-troll leapt high, raising its clawed paw and swinging its huge club down in a devastating strike. Hikerod stepped forward, planted a shield, and took the blow head-on. His face twisted in agony as his body shook violently. Watching him, Bjorn realized the difference between them. Hikerod didn't have the same pain resistance, and that was exactly why this place was terrible for warriors. Here, they had to take all the damage as usual, but with the zone amplifying pain and most monsters immune to physical attacks, it was a nightmare. They struck again, layering their assault with a mental attack specifically designed to shake warriors to their core. Hikerod's face tightened as he glanced sideways and asked if the magic was ready. Dwaki shouted back that it was almost complete. A moment later, a system notification flashed. Dwaki was activating an 8th-rank attack enhancement, improved freezing. His expression sharpened as he stared ahead, fingers clenching tightly around his staff. Magical energy surged through it, and another inscription appeared, announcing that the power of his next ice spell had been greatly amplified. Without hesitation, Dwaki thrust the staff forward and released the gathered mana. An 8th-rank attack spell, Ice Spear, shot through the air in a blazing streak of frost. The half-troll let out a horrifying scream as its chest was pierced clean through by the overwhelming magic. Its body convulsed once, then collapsed. The monster was defeated, and the group received 3 experience points. Hikerod stared at the fallen creature and muttered that no essence had dropped. He added that the monster clearly hadn't been ordinary. Miller checked his watch and urged everyone to move on, warning them that the witch's forest was no place to rest. They needed to reach the 4th floor quickly. Suddenly, Miller stiffened. His eyes locked onto shapes moving beyond a curtain of dense, magical energy ahead. Raising his voice, he called out, asking who was there. A familiar voice answered with a smile. Elisa stepped forward among a group of researchers and loudly announced that it was them. Then she pointed straight at Bjorn, her expression twisting as she accused them of killing her dear companions. One of the men beside her gripped a massive axe and told Elisa to stand behind him. The group was sizable, and among them were 3 warriors clad in solid steel armor. Bjorn cursed inwardly. This insignificant trouble had already grown once, and now it had multiplied. He understood immediately that this fight could not be won. There was only one option left. With tension etched across his face, Bjorn turned to Hikerod and called him by name, ordering him to use his item. Hikerod glanced down at his bracers. A system notification appeared, announcing the activation of the Guardian bracers. Bright, crackling electric mana wrapped around them as they began to glow. Hikerod steadied himself, aimed forward, and unleashed a powerful wave of energy. System messages flooded in, reporting that the item was repelling enemies and temporarily granting protection against all negative effects. Another notification followed. Abnormal conditions had been removed. Hikerod activated the item fully, and Bjorn didn't waste a second. He shouted that this was their chance, and immediately gave the order to run. Ms. moved first. Ms., who was running ahead of Bjorn, shouted back while sprinting, asking what was going on and how that woman had managed to find them. A moment later, she asked again, her voice strained, whether the witch's forest wasn't supposed to be safe. Bjorn kept his eyes forward as he ran. If he had to guess, he would say that the moment they entered the forest, that thing lurking in the nothingness had lost track of them. So it went looking for substitutes, researchers it could use instead. In his mind, the picture formed clearly. She had probably pretended to be a helpless priestess who lost her companions to marauders, luring group after group together, so she could devour them all at once. Suddenly, Bjorn turned his head and barked at Ms. to stop talking and keep running. As he did, a thought crossed his mind. The item's effect would only last 5 minutes. It was bound to end soon. Not long after, a system message appeared, cold and merciless, notifying them that the item's effect had ended and that negative effects were active once again. The group continued to run at full speed. Miller was in front, leading the way without hesitation. Hikerod followed close behind, Dwaki slung over his shoulders, while Ms. and Bjorn brought up the rear. Bjorn knew exactly why Miller was at the front. A scout was always the first to notice enemy movement, the one who chose the safest and fastest route. Scouts gathered information in advance and relied on years of experience to guide their teams through the labyrinth. But that advantage only truly held up to the 3rd floor. Beyond that, especially near the gate to the 4th floor in the witch's forest, a professional scout's true abilities were revealed. Bjorn understood Miller's strength clearly now. His key power lay in scent. Using specific essences, he had enhanced his sense of smell to an extreme degree. Miller ran with sharp focus and unwavering confidence, shouting for everyone to follow him closely. Bjorn realized that in a forest this twisted, where even the trees tried to mislead travelers. Rottmiller was finding the path to the fourth floor with frightening accuracy. At a certain level of essence, magic itself had a scent, and it could be traced to map a route. While running, Rottmiller glanced back and warned them that their opponent's scout wasn't simple either. He pointed out that the distance between them was shrinking whenever there was an opening. Then he accelerated, shouting that they needed to move faster. Bjorn clenched his teeth. In the end, it would come down to who reached the portal first. He turned his attention back to Ms. Shah and immediately saw the problem. They were exhausted. Mish's breathing had turned ragged. Each breath dragged painfully into her lungs as she hovered on the edge of collapse. Then happened. Her foot caught on something unseen. Her leg twisted awkwardly, and she fell hard to the ground with a sharp cry of pain. Bjorn spun around at once and rushed to her side, asking if she was okay. Ms. Shah looked up at him, her face tight with pain and tension. She stared at her leg with a pained expression and insisted she was fine. It was just a cramp, she said, telling Bjorn not to worry and to keep running. A cramp? Bjorn knew that was nonsense. One look was enough to tell. She had clearly sprained her ankle. Without another word, he lifted Ms. Shah and swung her over his shoulder. She immediately protested, calling out his name in a flustered voice, asking him again and again what he was doing. Bjorn cut her off and told her not to move. After a moment, Ms. Shah finally calmed down. Her cheeks flushed red as she reluctantly agreed. Carrying her on his shoulder, Bjorn glanced around and asked if Hikarot had been right in front of them just a moment ago. Ms. Shah looked even more anxious and asked him not to tell her that they had been separated. Bjorn didn't answer. He could only curse inwardly, realizing how badly timed this was. Suddenly, Ms. Shah started pounding her fists against his back, shouting at him for not running ahead without her. Bjorn stared straight ahead and sternly told her to keep her voice down. He then lit a torch on his forehead and said they should stay where they were. Rottmiller would notice their absence and come back for them soon. Even as he said it, Bjorn felt the danger closing in. Passing through the witch's forest without a scout was nearly impossible. Then Bjorn froze. His eyes widened, his mouth falling open in shock. Ms. Shah called his name and asked how long they were supposed to wait. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. Bjorn snapped his head toward the sound, his heart skipping a beat. Was that Hikarot's voice? Ms. Shah turned to him in panic and asked what they were going to do. Shouldn't they help? Bjorn shook his head and answered coldly that following sounds in this forest would only lead them somewhere filthy and dangerous. Besides, they were already under attack. There was no way they could go searching for anyone. In that case, he said sharply, we get out of here first. Bjorn forced himself to think. In an emergency, what mattered most? Water? Food? Stamina? Tools? All of those were important. But if he had to choose just one, it was fortitude. With the torch blazing on his forehead, Bjorn started running again. Ms. Shah, tears streaming down her face as she lay on his shoulder, screamed that she didn't want to die like this. She cried that she had tried so hard, that it was too unfair. Bjorn's expression hardened. He told her in a low, menacing voice to calm down, even as his thoughts raced, knowing that once you fall into a situation this disgusting, hesitation could be fatal. Reality doesn't care whether you deny it or not. You have to accept it. Ms. Shah clenched her jaw, tears dripping from her eyes, and said that if she hadn't fallen back there, Bjorn cut her off immediately. He ordered her to listen to him, if she didn't want to keep spiraling like this. In that moment, he understood clearly that dwelling on what had already happened would only slow them down. They had to focus on the present. He reached into his backpack and told her to take out a potion and drink it. After that, he said, she would walk on her own 2 feet. Ms. Shah hesitated, then reluctantly agreed. Some time later, Bjorn suggested they take a short rest. Ms. Shah stood behind him, bent over with her hands on her knees, breathing heavily. She muttered that she still couldn't believe she had swallowed a potion while riding on the shoulder of a barbarian who was running at full speed. Then she suddenly shouted that she had time to think about what was on his shoulders and almost died from it. Bjorn ignored the outburst and calmly asked if her leg was okay and whether she could still fight. Ms. Shah replied that she thought she was capable. After they made a fire, Bjorn stared into the flames and reflected on their situation. They had already spent 4 days in the labyrinth, and it was only going to get worse. Now the tank and the melee fighter had to last 11 days. The worst part was that most of the monsters ahead were spirits, enemies they couldn't even strike properly without attribute power. His expression darkened as he made a decision. He raised his head and suddenly asked Ms. Shah if she was married. Ms. Shah blinked in shock and asked him to repeat the question, pointing out how sudden it was. She then answered no. Bjorn didn't stop there. He asked if she had a firm conviction that, under no circumstances, she should ever show her naked body to unfamiliar men. Mish's face flushed red, embarrassed and confused. She said that circumstances could be different. As she looked at Bjorn, she realized his questions were becoming stranger by the second. Bjorn took off his helmet and placed it on a nearby stone, saying that this was great. Great, Ms. Shah repeated in disbelief. Her expression shifted to fear as she asked what exactly was great about this. With a smirk, Bjorn stepped closer. Ms. Shaw panicked, telling him to wait and not come any closer. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest and demanded to know what he was doing. Then she shouted that she wasn't ready for this and told him to move away. Bjorn stopped and opened his palm in front of her face, telling her to take it. A ring rested in his hand. As he slid the ring on her finger, Bjorn told her that he had kept it for the person he would one day give it to. Ms. Shaw stared at him, stunned, her breath catching as she looked down at the ring. Ms. Shaw froze, staring at his hand in disbelief. A ring? She asked, her voice trembling. Then she looked up at him and asked why he was giving something like that to her. Bjorn held her hand firmly and met her eyes with a serious gaze. He told her to swear by her guardian god that, in exchange, he would always stand by her side. Mish's eyes went wide, her mouth falling open in pure shock. She asked him if he had completely lost his mind. Still holding her palm, Bjorn spoke slowly and clearly. From the moment she accepted that ring, he swore on his warrior's honor that he would always be by her side and support her. All he hoped for was that she could promise him the same. Miss Shaw stared at him for a long moment, searching his face. Then she asked if he was serious. She explained awkwardly that this was all very unexpected, that she had never received an offer like this before, and because of that, she wasn't exactly happy. Bjorn nodded and said he was glad to hear it. Ms. Shaw quickly apologized, lowering her gaze in confusion. She admitted that she hadn't thought of him in that way. Then she hurried to explain herself, adding that it wasn't that she didn't like him, just that. Bjorn watched her with a stern expression, wondering what she was even trying to say. Finally, Ms. Shaw blurted out that she preferred thin men. Bjorn blinked at her in complete bewilderment and asked what that had to do with anything. Ms. Shaw launched into an animated explanation, declaring that she was saying he had no male charm at all, and finished by calling him a stupid barbarian. Bjorn stared at her, utterly perplexed. Then he raised both palms calmly and said it seemed there had been a misunderstanding. He explained that he hadn't meant anything like that at all. He was asking her to become his comrade. That was the reason he was giving her the ring. Mish's eyes widened as she stared at him in shock. A second later, she burst out laughing, saying in a joking tone that he had almost fooled her. Bjorn frowned and looked at her seriously. He told her that she could refuse at any time, but if she did, she would have to return the ring or pay him 15 million stones. Then he asked if she understood now. Ms. Shaw shook her head emphatically and said no, not at all. Then she stared at the ring again and asked in disbelief what kind of ring could possibly be worth 15 million. Bjorn took her hand once more and told her to believe him. It was actually very cheap. He explained that the ring had the power to fulfill her most cherished wish. As he said that, Bjorn thought to himself that if he hadn't spent nearly 10 years grinding through dungeons and hoarding stones, he never would have been able to do something like this. Done something like this. Ms. Shaw looked at Bjorn with a questioning gaze while he gently squeezed her hand, already certain of what needed to happen next. His plan had been clear from the beginning. To awaken Ms. Shaw. Item number 9425. The Frost Spirit Ring. It was a numbered item he had obtained from the master of the Altemian school. At first glance, it was practically useless. Even after destruction, the effect seemed trivial, almost laughable. It caused no real damage, no visible benefit. Most people would have thrown it away without a second thought. But Bjorn wasn't like most people. After several attempts and careful observation, he had figured it out. The essence of the ring only revealed itself under very specific conditions. If it was worn by a beastman who had not yet formed a contract with a spiritual beast, a hidden event would be triggered. A system notification appeared. The ring of the Frost Spirit had been destroyed. Special conditions were met. Another message followed immediately. The seal of Scandia, the ice spiritual beast, had been released. The air temperature plummeted. A massive spiritual beast formed entirely of ice manifested before them, its cold gaze falling directly on the naked Ms. Shaw. A new system message appeared. Scandia offered to form a contract with Ms. Shaw Karlstein. Ms. Shaw smiled without hesitation and answered calmly, "Of course." She raised the hand that had worn the ring, pressed her palm gently to Scandia's icy snout, and declared that she accepted the contract. Brilliant magical energy erupted around them. Frost blue light wrapped around Mish's body as she absorbed the power directly into herself. The system confirmed it moments later. The contract had been successfully concluded. Ms. Shaw slowly descended from the air and landed on the ground, blinking in disbelief. She said she couldn't believe it had been that easy. Then she looked up at Bjorn and asked where he had gotten a ring like that. She stared at her palm again, about to ask how it worked, but stopped herself. Her expression dimmed as realization set in. If something like this existed, then why hadn't her father ever told her? Bjorn scratched the back of his head and said quietly that he thought her father probably didn't know either. Didn't know? Ms. Shaw repeated in shock. Bjorn nodded. He explained that magicians had been trying to understand that ring's effect for a long time, and that the true condition behind it had only been discovered very recently. Ms. Shaw narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked how he knew all of this, and how he had managed to get such a ring in the first place. Bjorn calmly told her to get dressed first. Ms. Shaw looked down at herself in confusion, then froze. Her face instantly turned red as embarrassment hit her all at once. She asked when exactly this had happened. Bjorn pointed off to the side and explained that her clothes were neatly folded over there, along with some useful marauder equipment they could take. He told her to put them on. As Miss Shaw changed, she glanced toward Bjorn and noticed that he had deliberately turned his back to her, standing still without even a sideways glance. That he was also wearing new equipment. At that moment, a system message appeared, announcing that the overall item level had increased by 83 points. Still flustered, Miss Shaw asked Bjorn why she had been naked. He answered plainly that it was because he had undressed her. During the ritual, all equipment was destroyed. Miss Shaw immediately pointed at him with a displeased expression and demanded to know why. Then, he had asked whether she had a husband. Bjorn replied honestly that if she had one, doing something like this would have enraged him beyond measure. Miss Shaw stared at him indignantly and asked if he seriously thought about things like that, yet never thought to warn her in advance. Bjorn explained that he had been in a hurry. Then he paused, told her to stop, and asked if she had anything she wanted to say. Miss Shaw pointed at him again, clearly confused. Bjorn repeated the question. Her face slowly turned red. Avoiding his gaze, she lowered her head and quietly said thank you. Bjorn looked at her closely and asked if that was all. Miss Shaw turned away and muttered, "Thank you very much." Bjorn, still serious, told her not to try to brush it off. Miss Shaw shot back, asking whether he really needed her to say it out loud. Then her expression softened, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She called Bjorn by name and began to speak. She told him that once, she had tried to take her own life. She had died, but her father found her in time and saved her. Bjorn commented that, in that case, she should be grateful to him. Miss Shaw turned away and asked quietly if he really thought so. Then she said there was nothing good about that story at all. She asked him what he thought her father said when she woke up. Her memories surfaced vividly. She had gone to her father, who was sitting on the floor. Without warmth, without concern, he spoke coldly and irritably. If she wanted to die so badly, he told her, she should do it in the labyrinth. He demanded to know how many more times she planned to disgrace their family. Bjorn stared ahead with a hardened expression. Her relatives were far more twisted than he had expected. Standing beside a tree trunk, Ms. Shaw explained that this was why she had gone to the labyrinth. Not because she wanted to die, as her father claimed. She had only wanted to escape the house where she was constantly insulted. She believed that if she became a famous explorer, even without a spirit, her father would finally acknowledge her. She raised her palm, and magical energy began to gather thickly around her hand. In a quiet voice, she admitted that she didn't know whether her father would accept her now, even with something like this. But even so, the event itself is a good one. Ms. Shaw took a step back and bowed deeply toward Bjorn, thanking him properly. Then she straightened up, clasped her hands behind her back, and said that she would never forget what he had done for her. She would seal in her heart for the rest of her life and would definitely repay him one day. Bjorn smiled faintly and asked if she swore by her patron god. With a bright, happy smile, Ms. Shaw pressed her hand to her chest and said that she swore. Bjorn immediately understood what had happened. A beastman who formed a contract with a spiritual beast received one of 3 types of enhancement. In Mish's case, her body had been permanently infused with the power of the ice spiritual beast, Skara. Ms. Shaw suddenly jumped forward, clenching her fist tightly, and let out a fierce, warlike shout as she prepared to strike. Bjorn recognized it at once. This was a strengthening type system. Her fist slammed forward, and along with the physical blow, the power of Skara surged into the attack. A moment later, a system notification appeared, announcing that the ghost had been defeated and that Ms. Shaw had received 1 unit of experience. Bjorn smiled as he looked at Ms. Shaw. She was staring at her icy fist in amazement, humming a small melody under her breath. At last, they had the attribute attacks they needed. Now they could finally deal with monsters in spirit form. Bjorn reasoned that spirits of this rank were relatively weak, so they shouldn't pose too much trouble. A short while later, Ms. Shaw frowned and looked at her hand in confusion, saying that something felt strange when she struck, almost as if it hadn't been her own hand. Bjorn watched as she continued fighting the spirits. At this stage, she could handle them alone. Still, he knew it was similar to the Barbarian spirit seal. A beastman first had to strengthen the spiritual beast itself. For now, Ms. Shaw could only add an attribute attack to her strikes. He kept this in mind as he watched her smash another spirit apart with an icy uppercut. Ms. Shaw had once been a martial arts master. She could fight even like this. But the witch's forest was far too dangerous for just one person. Suddenly, Ms. Shaw turned toward him and shouted that there were more and more spirits appearing. Bjorn spun around and immediately ordered them to run. Ms. Shaw nodded and ran beside him without hesitation. Bjorn's expression hardened as he stared ahead. The hardest part of survival was only beginning. They had already spent 11 hours inside the Dark Witch's forest, carefully avoiding large groups of monsters and only engaging smaller ones when necessary. They kept moving, fighting whenever they had no other choice, and one by one the monsters fell. They defeated a witch lamp and gained 1 unit of experience. Then came an owl bear, worth 2 units. Ms. Shaw and Bjorn took down a dare for another 2. followed by a low-level mutated spirit that granted 2 more. They even brought down a woodcutter along with a homunculus, earning additional experience. From every fallen enemy, they gathered magic stones, scraping them off the ground with numb fingers. By then, Ms. Shaw could barely stand. Her body trembled from exhaustion as she bent over, gasping for air, saying she had no strength left. Bjorn, who was still crouched and collecting magic stones, told her sharply to hurry up and gather them too. Clutching a handful of stones, Bjorn thought it was a blessing that they hadn't run into any rank 7 monsters, and that the nothingness called Elisa hadn't shown herself again. But there was another problem. He had destroyed the ring to awaken Ms. Shaw, which meant the corpse golem's passive skill was active once more. He could already see the consequences. The acidic blood had begun to corrode his equipment. Even his lithium breastplate and shield, both made from Tier 2 materials, had lost their shine. Looking down at his armor, now rusted and eaten away, Bjorn realized repairs would cost a fortune. As they pushed deeper into the witch's forest, another issue weighed heavily on his mind. They hadn't found a single attribute essence, and Ms. Shaw was rapidly losing strength. She stood there, drenched in sweat, struggling to catch her breath, her face pale and drained. Bjorn frowned and stared ahead grimly. If he had to estimate, their chances of making it back to the city alive were only about 30%. Not long after, a system notification appeared, informing them that they had been in the witch's forest for over 12 hours, and that the zone's effects were intensifying. Walking ahead of Ms. Shaw, Bjorn thought about how long they had been wandering through this cursed place. The longer they stayed, the worse the negative effects became. He turned back and held up a rope, telling Ms. Shaw to tie it around her waist. If they got separated, this would let them find each other again. Then he asked her if she knew what it meant when a zone's effects grew stronger. As she tied the rope around herself, Ms. Shaw nodded and said she did. Right then, another system message appeared. They had gained an abnormal status effect, the witch's eye. Bjorn glanced back with a tense expression. If they wanted to survive, they couldn't stop, not even for a second. Bjorn finally understood why the negative effect of the zone known as the witch's eye made the witch's forced a passage zone, one where lingering was a mistake. Everything here followed a simple, cruel rule. Stay in one place for too long, and a Cannavaro would appear, a 7th-rank monster drawn out by the zone itself. Worse, with every increase in the effects level, the time before its appearance grew shorter. New system notifications flashed before his eyes, warning that they had already been in the witch's forest for more than 70 hours. The zone's influence intensified, and the witch's eye rose to level 5. By noon of the 3rd day, Bjorn walked forward with a tense expression, brows deeply furrowed. More than 60 hours had passed since their group had split up, yet they still hadn't found a way out. Behind him, Ms. Shaw trembled from the strain, dragging in heavy breaths. Bjorn, leading the way, knew they could no longer afford a rest once the witch's eye reached this stage. At level 5, a Cannavaro would appear in just 10 minutes, and it would take at least 15 minutes to kill one. Stopping now would only trap them in an endless battle. With a grim expression, he kept moving, thinking that the only thing they could do was tie a rope between them. That way, if someone fell behind or collapsed, they wouldn't lose each other. Ms. Shaw, her face pale and exhausted, finally turned to him and asked him to wait for a moment. He agreed. Watching her struggle to walk behind him, he realized her condition had worsened since morning. Not because of wounds or illness, but sheer exhaustion. Suddenly, the rope tied around Mish's waist pulled tight. She let a painful sound, clenching her jaw. He realized he had slowed down, yet the rope kept tightening. Can she not even keep up at this speed anymore? He wondered if the hallucinations caused by the zone were taking more of a toll on her than he thought. Turning back, he told Ms. Shaw to climb onto him. She stared at him in disbelief. He calmly explained that she would feel better if she closed her eyes and rested for a while. Embarrassment flickered across her face as she noticed he looked even more tired than she was. Before she could argue, he grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up. Ms. Shaw screamed in surprise, and he quickly hoisted her onto his shoulder, ordering her to just listen to him. After a brief pause, she responded with quiet, wordless consent. Bjorn realized that under normal circumstances she would have resisted, but now, she didn't even have the strength for that. Not long after, Ms. Shaw quietly whispered a thank you. A new system window appeared, informing him that they had been in the witch's forest for more than 87 hours. The effect of the zone strengthened once again, and the witch's eye rose to the 6th level. He calculated silently that he had been carrying Ms. Shaw for 17 hours straight, excluding the moments spent in battle. Then the forest turned hostile in a different way. Ominous voices seeped from the surrounding space, ordering him to die. They laughed loudly, calling him a disgusting insect, hurling insults, wishing for his death over and over again. Sweat rolled down Bjorn's cheeks as his expression tightened. He knew he was reaching his own limit. If they didn't find that thing soon, it would be too late. He didn't even have time to finish the thought. A female voice suddenly spoke from ahead, softly suggesting that maybe it would be better if he let her go. Bjorn froze. He stared forward, eyes widening in disbelief. The girl standing there seemed to notice immediately. He had already solved the greatest problem of her life. Crossing her arms with a confident smile, she asked mockingly whether he wouldn't even try to seduce her. Horror crept into his chest as he looked at her. It was his ex-girlfriend, and she didn't look like an illusion of the forest at all. She tilted her head and asked if he was afraid of being abandoned again. Bjorn felt an unsettling sensation, as though warmth would spread if he reached out and touched her. She called him depraved, then questioned what kinds of things he was imagining while staring at her like that. It was exactly how she had acted back then. His memories were being used as a foundation. He was sure of it. As she stepped closer, she pointed out that this had always been his problem. He always thought he needed to know everything. Then, placing a finger against her lips and looking straight at him, she asked if that was fair. She added that he never talked about himself. Bjorn couldn't help but think that, in that sense, they really were alike. With an indignant expression, she demanded to know what he actually knew about her. She spoke as if recalling every detail, claiming he knew every corner of her body. Then, gazing at him seductively, she asked whether that woman was really better than her. Bjorn stared ahead in confusion as she reached out and touched his cheek. Her hands trailed down her own legs as she commented on the tights, remarking that his taste hadn't changed at all. His mind spiraled. He cursed internally, wondering what was wrong with him. How could he react to his ex-girlfriend in a situation like this? Pressing her chest against him, she whispered for him to leave the beast woman behind and go with her. She told him to choose her. Bjorn let his backpack fall to the ground, and his ex-girlfriend wrapped her arms around him, whispering that other girls would never understand him the way she did. Bjorn stared at her in surprise and asked if that was really true. She gently brushed his lips with her fingers and answered that of course it was, promising to make him happy. The next instant, her face snapped to the side. A powerful uppercut slammed into her jaw, sending her flying several meters away. Ms. Shah stood there, fists clenched, shouting at Bjorn to wake up. He remained frozen, staring ahead in confusion as the figure that looked like his ex-girlfriend crashed through the air. Was it an illusion? Before he could process the thought, Ms. Shah lunged forward and unleashed a furious flurry of kicks, screaming for it to die. When she finally stopped, she turned back to Bjorn with a wide smile and asked if he was all right. Casually, she told him that she had gotten rid of the dryad and told him to get ready. Bjorn blinked. Dryad? Sweat poured down his face as a system notification appeared, informing him that the negative effect charm had been removed. His vision cleared, and he could finally see the true essence hiding behind the familiar face. The creature wasn't his ex-girlfriend at all. It was an extremely rare rank 8 monster native to the Witch's Forest, one that specialized in charm-type spells. Another notification followed, announcing that they had defeated the dryad and gained 2 experience points. Looking at the monster's corpse, still leaking green magical energy, Bjorn finally understood why the illusion had felt so real. It hadn't been the zone's effect at all. It was a skill. He thanked Ms. Shah honestly, admitting that without her, he would have been in serious trouble. With a satisfied chuckle, she agreed. Then her expression suddenly changed. Staring ahead in disbelief, she loudly called Bjorn's name and said there were researchers in front of them. Bjorn followed her gaze and saw several figures standing nearby. For the first time since their group had split up, they had run into someone else. A young man glanced between Ms. Shah and Bjorn, while an older woman stepped forward and asked if they were lost. Bjorn replied seriously that the Witch's Forest was massive, and since no one used it as a hunting ground, it was extremely rare to encounter others there. As he spoke, he thought about how they had already spent 8 days on the 3rd floor. By now, the main group should have already moved on. The man then asked if they had lost their team. Bjorn answered him calmly. Understanding at once that these people couldn't be trusted, Bjorn kept his expression neutral. Beside him, Ms. Shah forced a smile and turned toward him, quietly asking if they were finally safe. Bjorn cut her off immediately and told her to calm down. The woman waved her hand in a friendly manner, as if trying to ease the tension, and said there was no need to be so afraid. She explained that they weren't bad people, and that they even had children around the same age back in the city. After glancing over their weary faces, she added that they must be tired and warmly invited them to come with her. Bjorn thanked her and declined. If they truly had children, that only made things worse. More mouths to feed meant stronger motives. The woman kept smiling widely at him, but Bjorn could already see through it. They were desperate to make money, no matter the cost. Ms. Shah turned to him with concern and whispered that something felt wrong. She added that these people might actually help them. Bjorn shut her down sharply, ordering her to stay quiet. His gaze shifted forward, tense and calculating. What would happen if they ran into other adventurers like these? He'd been in trouble countless times before and had often relied on help, but this time was different. If he promised a reward and asked to be guided out of the forest, it might work, but only if the deal stayed clean. The group in front of them watched Bjorn and Ms. Shah with sly smiles, as if they were already weighing their worth. Bjorn knew better than to rush. First, he needed to understand exactly what kind of people stood before him. Raising his shield slightly, he introduced himself. Bjorn, son of Yandel. One of the men smiled and pointed at himself, saying his name was Hans Stobe and that he served as the scout of the team. He quickly noticed Bjorn's guarded stance and laughed lightly. When Bjorn repeated the name to make sure he'd heard it right, Hans Stobe chuckled and said it was a common one. Bjorn frowned. Why were there so many Hans in this world? That alone lowered his trust even further. Scanning the group, he quickly counted their strength. 2 warriors, 2 archers, and a scout. His jaw clenched. This was dangerous. Quietly, he asked Miss Shaw if she trusted him. She answered without hesitation that she did. Bjorn stared ahead, still unconvinced. Maybe he was worrying too much, but to him, everyone standing across from them looked suspicious. Tightening his grip on the shield, he said they would continue forward. Hans Stobe tilted his head and asked where exactly they were going, then offered help again. Bjorn understood immediately. They clearly needed help, but at the same time, Bjorn's instincts were screaming at him. Every glance at these people set off alarms in his head. In the end, he refused them outright, saying they would figure things out on their own and didn't need any help. Then he turned to Miss Shaw and told her they were leaving. Miss Shaw agreed without hesitation. The moment they turned their backs, an arrow flew toward them. It slammed into Bjorn's shield and ricocheted off to the side. Bjorn spun around instantly, his expression darkening. He knew it. These weren't simple researchers. A young man, clearly not an archer, stared at an older woman in shock and called out to her, asking why she did that. The woman, Bates, snapped back and called him a fool. Her eyes were wild as she stared at Bjorn's gear, greed and madness flashing across her face. She shouted that this was lithium equipment and demanded to know if he had any idea how much it could sell for. The young man protested weakly, saying they were researchers too. Hans Stobe stepped in with a confident grin and told him to step aside if he didn't want to get involved. Then Hans Stobe's gaze locked onto the backpack on Bjorn's back. He pointed it out, explaining that it was an extended backpack, so expensive that even a full year of work wouldn't be enough to afford it. The young man continued mumbling in confusion, insisting he couldn't do it. Bates cut him off, gripping her bow and arrow tightly and telling him to get out of the way. A man in thick metal armor stepped forward, a massive axe resting in his grip. He said calmly that he was in, adding that this wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. Only rich people could afford to be kind, he said. Ms. Shaw turned to Bjorn, uncertainty filling her eyes, and asked if they should try to run. Bjorn stared ahead grimly. 5 against 2. They were exhausted, low on strength, and the enemy had a scout. If they ran, they'd be hunted down immediately. There was only one option. He turned to Ms. Shaw and told her they had to drag this out. Ms. Shaw nodded in agreement. Bjorn faced the group again and asked them to wait, offering to talk. He said he could hand over the backpack and shields if they would spare their lives. Suddenly, Ms. Shaw rushed forward and dropped to her knees, begging the researchers to kill the barbarian instead. She shouted that she was the princess of the Beastmen and promised a huge reward if they let her go. Bjorn stared at her in disbelief. Is this a trick? Hans Stobe asked uncertainly. The princess of the Beastmen. Hans Stobe froze for a split second, then turned toward Bates and asked what they should do. Bates stared at him like he'd asked something absurd, then snapped back in disbelief. She shouted that there was nothing to think about. They would kill both of them. If they came out alive, they could always hand the bodies over later. One of the warriors gripping a sword suddenly yelled that the so-called princess might be carrying something valuable. His eyes lit up as he charged forward, shouting that the prey would belong to whoever reached it first. Bjorn watched them rush in and knew there was no more time to hesitate. That was enough. A chilling voice echoed out of nowhere. Kill. A massive presence emerged, radiating pressure. Bjorn's eyes widened as he recognized it instantly. A 7th-rank Carnivaro. Hans Stobe stared at the monster in shock and muttered in disbelief, asking how long these idiots had been wandering around here. 5 days later, Bjorn answered flatly in his mind, already calling him a fool. He grabbed Ms. Shaw and told her to hold on. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, and they burst forward at full speed, charging straight toward the Carnivaro. Bjorn understood better than anyone. Once this monster locked onto its prey, it would chase them all the way to the underworld. Escaping it was impossible. That was exactly why this would work. As they ran past the monster, the warriors stared in confusion. One of them shouted, asking why they were running toward it instead of away. Hans Stobe shouted for them to wait, but it was too late. Bjorn's massive mace came crashing down on Hans Stobe's head with terrifying speed. Teeth scattered in all directions as his body crumpled. Bjorn's plan was simple. The researchers weren't enemies anymore. They were bait. One of the researchers screamed in shock, asking what was wrong with these people. Bjorn didn't slow down. This was perfect. Carnivaro would go berserk now, and it would be their problem. A system notification flashed. Carnivaro was activating a magic mind spell. The monster slammed something into the ground. Thick, dark magical energy spread rapidly across the terrain. Hans Stobe, clutching his blood-soaked forehead, screamed for his team not to move, warning them that the entire area had been mined. Bates stared ahead in confusion and asked what they were supposed to do about those insignificant people. Hans Stobe gritted his teeth and said they'd kill Carnivaro first. They wouldn't get far anyway. Bjorn kept running. He glanced down at the dark substance spreading beneath his feet and felt his stomach sink. A mine. He wouldn't be able to dodge it now. His expression hardened as he realized the truth. That was why he had to run straight through the mines. Misha looked down with worry written all over her face as the ground beneath them pulsed ominously. She turned toward Bjorn and suddenly screamed. By then, his leg was completely wrapped in dark magical energy. At the same time, Carnivaro let out a furious roar, raising its hands high into the air. A system message flashed. Carnivaro was calling the hounds. In the next instant, several enraged hounds burst forward, charging straight at the researchers with jaws stretched wide. Hans Stobe shouted for everyone to run, but there was no time. All he could do was curse as one of the hounds lunged toward him. A warrior screamed as the beast sank its fangs into Hans Stobe's neck, crying over and over that he couldn't run because of the mines. Then dark magic beams pierced through the researchers' bodies. Their final sounds were nothing but distorted, agonizing screams. Bates collapsed to the ground, clutching her head with both hands. She shook violently, crying that she didn't want to die, begging for everything to stop. Bjorn moved forward on blood-soaked feet. Suddenly, one of the hounds lunged at him, barking wildly as it clamped down on his ankle. A moment later, flesh exploded outward. The hound was blown away, splattered with toxic blood. Bjorn staggered. Exhaustion weighed down his body as he realized he couldn't feel anything below his ankle. A warning message appeared. Severe injury to a body part. Risk of irreversible damage if untreated. Looking down, Bjorn saw stumps where his leg should have been. He moved unsteadily, asking himself if this meant his leg was truly gone. If so, running was no longer an option. His plan had to change. He turned to Ms. Shah and told her he was leaving everything to her. Ms. Shah nodded and calmly asked him to throw her at Carnivaro. With tremendous effort, Bjorn hurled her forward. As he shouted that he chose her, Mish's eyes sharpened with determination. Midair, she drew a dagger, closing in on Carnivaro. She twisted her body and unleashed a wide, sweeping slash, ordering the monster to die. Landing, she quickly glanced around. Of all the researchers, only Bates remained alive. She lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she begged for help. She desperately mentioned a potion, promising money, her voice breaking. Ms. Shah approached her without a trace of emotion. Bates didn't even finish her sentence. The ground was suddenly painted with thick, dark blood. Moments later, Ms. Shah returned to Bjorn and asked quietly if he was really okay. She poured the potion onto his missing foot, then frowned in confusion, realizing it shouldn't have been able to heal something like that. Bjorn told her not to worry. He understood that much better than anyone. The wounds were already at that level when thick magical energy began to spread around his severed leg. A system notification appeared, stating that regeneration was increasing due to the effect of the Eternal Life skill. Bjorn understood immediately. This kind of injury would heal almost instantly. And it did. Before Mish's eyes, flesh regenerated, bone reformed, and his leg grew back as if nothing had happened. Ms. Shah stared in shock, eyes wide, mouth hanging open, and blurted out whether his leg had really just reappeared. Then she noticed something else. The potion she had poured wasn't even high grade. Bjorn understood the reason clearly. This wasn't a potion. It was the regeneration from the vampire essence, the immortal seal, and eternal life stacked together. With his regeneration sitting around 150 points, as long as there was time, even regrowing a limb was possible without any potion at all. Ms. Shah looked at him, as if she were seeing him for the first time, and asked who he really was. She pointed out that he hadn't even reacted to the pain when he drank the potion. Bjorn answered calmly that it was just the mental fortitude of barbarians. He knew Einar had drunk the potion calmly as well. High pain resistance or not, the result was the same. He pulled on his boot over the restored leg, tightened a rope around his belt, and told Ms. Shah they should leave before another Carnivaro appeared. Ms. Shah asked how he had known those researchers were dangerous. Bjorn answered without hesitation that one of them was named Hans, and he didn't like that name. Ms. Shah stared at him in disbelief and asked again, but Bjorn didn't even look at her as he replied that they had escaped, and that was what mattered. Ms. Shah lowered her gaze, her expression dark. She admitted she never would have thought that woman could change so abruptly. She said that maybe Bates could have been a good person. Then she began thinking out loud. What if they hadn't been so weak? What if they hadn't been wearing expensive equipment? What if they hadn't met inside the labyrinth? Bjorn finished her thought for her. In that case, she might have been remembered as a kind person. But the fact was simple. She attacked first. Ms. Shah looked ahead sadly and said she still didn't understand. Bjorn turned to her and asked why she had entered the labyrinth in the first place. She answered quietly that she needed money. Bjorn told her they were the same. In this world, money was the best form of protection, especially when you could be executed over something as simple as unpaid taxes. Remembering Bates's words about her children, Bjorn thought that she hadn't just been protecting herself. As they moved on, Ms. Shah realized she would have a lot to rethink after this journey. Sometime after those events, a total of 109 hours had passed since they'd gotten lost in the forest. Misha suddenly stopped, her eyes widening as she looked ahead. She called Bjorn's name loudly, then broke into a joyful shout, saying they had found it. She ran forward, her face lit up, and stopped in front of a softly glowing tree, already convinced she was right. Turning back, she asked Bjorn if this was really it. Bjorn stared at the glowing tree, and a grin spread across his face. Finally, he shouted. He knew at once. This was the only place in the forest where they could truly rest. The witch's hut. He raised his open palm and pressed it against the bark, silently hoping that this time there would be no surprises. The moment his hand touched the tree, a bright magical light burst outward. A system message appeared, informing him that he was entering the witch's hut. Bjorn knew what this place was. The witch's hut was a shelter that appeared at random locations throughout the forest at fixed intervals and remained for 8 hours. While inside, all zone effects were temporarily nullified. It was a safe zone. Monsters could not enter. And in the forest, there was no other way to rest. The problem was that it was incredibly hard to find. They had searched for their first shelter for a very long time, but Mish's sharp eyes had quickly led them to the next one. There were still 53 hours left before the labyrinth closed. As they stepped inside, another system message appeared, stating that the current number of visitors was 5 and that the entrance was now blocked. Misha smiled happily as she looked at the lush, bright green grass. She said this was already the 3rd time she'd seen this place, yet she never got tired of it. She turned toward Bjorn with a wide smile, about to ask him something, but he cut her off immediately. His expression turned serious as he told her to stay quiet. There was someone else here. Misha blinked and asked how he knew. Bjorn explained calmly that only 5 people could enter the hut, and the portal had closed behind them. Holding a chamomile flower in her hand, Misha asked in confusion if that meant someone had arrived before them. Bjorn nodded and told her to look around. After a short search, they found a set of warriors' equipment lying among the grass, a helmet and a massive axe. Bjorn frowned deeply as he stared ahead. He recognized it. This belonged to the man who had once helped that insignificant priestess, Elisa. Nearby, a man lay among the flowers, eyes closed, a strangely content expression on his face. At a glance, he looked like a homeless drifter peacefully asleep. Bjorn frowned, wondering what had happened. Misha looked at the man and quietly spoke. Bjorn pointed out quietly that there was someone else inside the hut. Misha glanced around uneasily and asked if he thought these might be the same people. Bjorn didn't answer her directly. Instead, he raised his mace over the man's face and casually suggested that they knock him out first. The heavy metal mace came down with force. Misha watched in silence. Only after it happened did she realize that Bjorn had said he would simply knock him out. Sometime later, several researchers were sitting on the floor, tied up tightly. Their faces were swollen, bruised, and barely recognizable. Bjorn looked them over and remarked that it was surprising one of them was still alive. Misha glanced at the injured man and quietly said that he probably wouldn't last long anyway. She added that tying them up hadn't really been necessary. Bjorn ignored that. He uncorked a bottle and calmly poured a healing potion over the researchers' heads. The effect was immediate. They snapped awake, screaming in agony as the potion forcibly healed their battered bodies. Bjorn crouched in front of the man sitting opposite him and asked if he was awake. The man stared at him in terror and asked if he was that barbarian. His voice broke as he screamed that there had been a misunderstanding, that it wasn't their fault, that some worthless thing had used them. He hurriedly explained what had happened. They had caught up to another group, but there were only 3 people left. They were tired of chasing through the forest, so they wounded someone who looked like a scout. He insisted it hadn't been serious, just a scratch on the shoulder. Then, out of nowhere, a flash of light had thrown them back. When they came to their senses, their own scout had an ice spear lodged straight through his head. Bjorn listened quietly, his expression unreadable. From the story, it seemed Hikarod's group had managed to escape, and the scream they'd heard earlier must have been from Rottmiller's injury. The man continued rambling, saying they'd lost their scout and could no longer pursue anyone. They'd wandered aimlessly after that, and things had started going wrong on the 2nd day after his death. Then the man suddenly froze. He slowly turned his head and saw Elisa pressing her face gently against his cheek. Before he could react, dark magical energy wrapped around his body. He was lifted into the air, screaming in unbearable pain. The ground cracked open, and dead bodies crawled out from beneath it. The other researchers stumbled back in horror, raising their weapons as they shouted the man's name, Hans. Hans screamed toward Bjorn, saying they only understood everything after she absorbed his life energy. Elisa smiled, a sly, satisfied smile. She mocked them, calling them fools. The tied-up man screamed desperately, saying that this insignificant girl was a priestess of Corral. He shouted that she had deceived them, that none of this was their fault, but it was already far too late. He swore by the goddess, crying that they would never kill anyone without reason. Bjorn cut him off sharply and ordered him to shut up. The beaten man froze, then suddenly realized something and broke down even further. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted that he'd forgotten to apologize. He begged for forgiveness, screaming that they had been idiots to fall for her deception. He promised that all damages would be compensated and begged for mercy again and again. From behind, Ms. Shaw spoke quietly, telling Bjorn that she would support whatever decision he made. Bjorn stared ahead, unmoving. Inside his mind, thoughts began to clash. He remembered the people he had killed since coming to this world, the ones who had deceived him, the ones who had tried to kill him. In those cases, their lives had been directly at stake. They were enemies who deserved no mercy. But this was different. He looked at the trembling men, beaten and terrified, begging for their lives. They had caused trouble, but no one had died by their hands. Once again, he confirmed it to himself. This situation wasn't the same. Crossing his arms, he asked himself whether killing them would really be right. In his mind, two versions of himself stood before him. The barbarian asked bluntly whether it was right or wrong, and then questioned whether that even mattered. The barbarian side said killing them would be easier. Leaving them alive would only invite trouble later. The human side, the office worker he once was, asked why he was hesitating at all. Because you don't kill people over a single mistake. Bjorn frowned. Did that rule only apply to the world he came from? He fell silent, then turned to Ms. Shaw and asked what she thought. Ms. Shaw answered honestly that she couldn't trust them. Her voice was heavy as she said that mistake or not, they had tried to kill them, and that was something she couldn't forgive. Bjorn nodded. Her stance was clear. In that moment, it felt as if a fog had lifted from his mind. His thoughts settled. In Rome, one obeys Roman law. If he didn't, then sooner or later, he himself would be the one lying in a grave. His grip tightened around the mace. The frightened man screamed desperately, shouting again that it had all been a mistake. Bjorn raised the mace high. Rage flashed across his face. Not blind fury, but cold certainty. Mistake or not, he knew one thing for sure. Given the chance, they would do it again. The mace came down. As the man's head was crushed beneath the blow, a system notification appeared, announcing that an achievement had been obtained. The condition was simple, 10 kills. As a reward, 1 additional point of mental fortitude was granted. Standing over the blood-soaked floor, Bjorn felt something settle inside him. He realized that he had understood this truth from the very first day he opened his eyes in this new body. His name was Bjorn Yandel, and that was the name he had to live with. It wasn't just a name. Everything about him had to align with it, with the way barbarians lived. This was his only way to survive. Ms. Shaw turned toward him with worry etched across her face and asked if he was okay. Only then did she notice that his hand was trembling. Bjorn stared ahead for a moment, then told her not to worry. Everything was fine, he said calmly. After that, he asked her to gather her equipment. Sometime later, Ms. Shaw suddenly called his name again, confusion in her voice, asking what he was doing. Bjorn had already grabbed one of the researchers' corpses and was dragging it toward the fireplace. Without looking back, he answered that he was doing what had to be done. The moment he threw the body into the fire, another system message appeared. A new victim had been offered. The witch's hut would remain open for an additional 8 hours. The corpse was instantly swallowed by flames. Watching it burn, Bjorn realized it was exactly like the game. He then thought calmly that he still had 2 logs left, 2 more bodies. Ms. Shaw watched him with increasing unease and asked again if he was really all right, but Bjorn didn't hear her. He was already calculating. 2 more corpses meant 24 more hours of rest. He removed his helmet and turned to Ms. Shaw, asking why she was still standing there. Then he assumed she wasn't planning to rest. He said that in that case, he would take the bed first, and collapsed face first into the pillow. Lying there, he realized how comfortable it was. Sleeping on a bed really was the best. Staring at the pillow in front of him, Bjorn understood that the phrase he used to joke about was no longer ironic. The more he abandoned his old humanity and accepted the life of a barbarian, the more life itself began to resemble that of a human. Moments from his past life surfaced in his mind. Working in an office, talking with coworkers, eating dinner with his ex-girlfriend, playing this very game while she lay behind him reading a book. His final memory was of falling asleep beside her in bed. A faint smile rested on his face. Bjorn jolted awake, his eyes snapping open as sweat drenched his face. He stared ahead in terror, dragging air into his lungs as if he had just surfaced from deep water. Only then did he notice Ms. Shaw, asleep on his hip, her expression peaceful and satisfied. Slowly, he pushed himself upright on the bed and scanned his surroundings, his heartbeat still racing, until he realized it had all been a dream. He lowered his gaze to his massive palm, flexing his fingers as the truth settled in. This life, this monstrous body, and battles against real monsters were no longer illusions. They were his reality now. His eyes drifted to the fireplace, where burned human bones still smoldered faintly, and he guessed he had slept for nearly 7 hours. Then he looked down at Ms. Shaw again, confusion flickering across his face as he wondered when she had even climbed over to him. Half asleep, Ms. Shaw smacked her lips and muttered that she wanted another piece, her face still wearing that blissful expression. Bjorn assumed the chair had been uncomfortable and called her name, telling her to get up. She laughed softly, asking for 5 more minutes. but the anger in his stare made her freeze. A moment later, piercing screams echoed from the witch's hut as Ms. Shaw shrieked that she was getting up already. She cursed him as a stupid barbarian and told him to stop, her voice trembling with panic. After things finally settled, Bjorn realized there were only 24 hours left before the labyrinth closed, and just 1 hour before the hut itself vanished. When the next day arrived, he and Ms. Shaw sat on the bed, chewing dried meat in silence. He thought that if they endured just a little longer, they could escape this cursed forest and return to the city. Ms. Shaw grinned brightly and said the test had been incredibly hard, then loudly declared that the first thing she would do after getting back was take a long bath. Turning to Bjorn, she asked what he planned to do. He chewed slowly and answered honestly that he didn't know. Not long after, a system message appeared, announcing that the witch's hut was closing. Their location shifted to the witch's forest, and the Bjorn zone's effect disappeared. When Bjorn and Ms. Shaw found themselves outside, the forest had completely changed. The space felt warped, and everything around them was dyed in a deep, ominous red. They stared ahead, eyes wide and mouths slightly open, then looked up in disbelief. Ms. Shaw turned to him and asked what was happening. Bjorn frowned, his jaw tightening as he cursed inwardly, already understanding the situation. A notification flashed on the system screen. 5 offerings had been made in the witch's hut. Another followed, 6 offerings. Then a third, 7 sacrifices. Finally, a message appeared stating that a special condition had been met. 7 sacrifices. And with that, the presence of a huge, terrifying monster began to descend upon the forest. The witch's forest. It was the domain of the Lord of Chaos, Rikes, the one wandering freely across the floor. The moment Bjorn realized this, his chest tightened. This wasn't just another monster. This was the master of the floor itself. He knew what that meant. A creature that ruled the zone like an absolute boss. Back in the game, they were called floor masters, and every single floor had one. Ms. Shaw asked again, her voice trembling, why such a monster would appear now of all times. Bjorn hesitated, then quietly suggested that it might be because of them. He asked her if she remembered burning the bodies inside the hut. When he explained that it was one of the summoning conditions, her eyes widened in horror. Bjorn himself hadn't expected it. 10 years had passed since the last summoning, and he never thought 3 bodies would be enough to matter. But he had seen it clearly. Someone had burned 4 bodies right in front of him. Mish's fists clenched as her hands began to shake. She turned toward Bjorn and demanded to know what he had done. Then she screamed, accusing him, saying they were going to die because of him. Bjorn cut her off sharply and told her not to tell anyone about this. If people found out they were responsible for summoning the boss, it would end far worse than death. Ms. Shaw grabbed her head and screamed hysterically, crying that she was going to die because of the stupid barbarian. Watching her, Bjorn felt a strange bitterness. Just recently, she had looked at him like a savior, and now she had turned on him without hesitation. Still, he forced himself to stay calm and told her that the zone's effects were no longer active. At the very least, they could leave the forest now. He urged her to go. Ms. Shaw stood there trembling, fear consuming her whole body as the crimson forest closed in around them. She didn't answer him. Seeing her frozen like that, Bjorn suggested she head toward the orc settlement they had visited before. According to what the dwarf had said, the Dzwari clan was enormous, a force that conducted business starting from the 6th floor, with hundreds of members under its banner. Bjorn understood one thing very clearly. Meeting Rikes head-on would mean certain death for them. If Hans Stobe wanted even a sliver of a chance to survive, they had to attach themselves to that clan. He scanned the surroundings with a serious expression. It was unlikely that the entire clan was stationed on the 3rd floor, but to control an area like this, they would need at least 10 full teams. Ms. Shaw also glanced around nervously and then turned to Bjorn, noticing just how many people were gathered here. Suddenly, a man standing on a raised platform shouted for attention, ordering the mass of researchers to calm down and listen. Panic erupted instead. People screamed that they had heard the clan possessed powerful mages and begged them to use portal spells. They promised to pay anything. Others started shouting accusations, claiming that the Dzwari clan had summoned the floor boss themselves. Voices overlapped as people demanded to know what would happen to them now. Some reasoned out loud that since the clan was so large, surely they wouldn't abandon everyone here. They pressed the question again and again, desperate for reassurance. Bjorn rubbed the back of his head and let out a heavy breath. Complete chaos. That was the only way to describe it. Ms. Shaw watched the screaming crowd with a worried look, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Then a girl dressed as a priestess stepped forward. She brought her palms together, and a soft glow gathered between them. Moments later, a luminous dome spread out, enveloping the entire area. The noise dulled slightly. A man stepped forward, the vice-captain of the Dzwari clan, Iraj Magrain. He raised an open palm and calmly asked everyone to settle down. His voice carried authority. He explained that the area was already secure. Their priestess had activated a spell to announce the destruction of evil, and their members were standing guard. All they needed to do was endure for one more day, until the floor closed. During that time, the Dzwari clan would honor its agreement with the royal family and do everything possible to ensure that as many people as possible returned alive. The crowd reacted unevenly. Some listened in stunned silence. Others showed clear dissatisfaction, even indignation. Iraj McGrain's gaze hardened as he issued a warning. Anyone who disagreed or tried to stir up trouble would be expelled immediately. He ordered them to remember that clearly. Bjorn and Miss Shaw watched him with narrowed eyes. Bjorn thought that the man had probably said a bit too much, but there was no denying it. The speech had worked. The panic had eased, at least for now. Bjorn thought that thanks to the spell of destruction of evil, they would finally be able to rest, if only a little. He knew the skill well. The declaration of destruction of evil was one of the core abilities of priests, a technique that created a safe zone for researchers and prevented monsters from entering. For now, at least, they were protected. He and Miss Shaw sat near the thick trunk of a tree. Bjorn kept glancing around suspiciously. It didn't look like they were about to be driven away, but that didn't mean everything was fine. Trouble could surface at any moment, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. After a while, he turned to Miss Shaw and asked how confident she was in her ears. She blinked, then pointed at them and said she wasn't sure, but people sometimes told her they liked her ears. Bjorn stared ahead, completely baffled, wondering what she was even talking about. Then he clarified that he meant her hearing. Miss Shaw laughed awkwardly, cheeks warming, and assured him that her hearing was excellent. Bjorn asked her to listen in on the nearby conversations and tell him if she picked up anything useful. Not long after, he overheard a researcher saying that the Overlord hadn't been summoned in 10 years, wondering how insane and depraved someone would have to be to do something like that. His companion replied that they were lucky to have a sixth-floor clan with them. The first researcher agreed and added that he had never personally seen the spell of destruction of evil before. A younger researcher shouted excitedly that it was amazing to have such a large clan present. Bjorn stared toward the cathedral-like structure ahead and thought that if the Dzwari clan had truly come for that thing, then their chances of getting out alive were actually quite high. Sometime later, Miss Shaw had fallen asleep on Bjorn's arm, her expression calm and satisfied. Without warning, Bjorn pulled his arm away. Miss Shaw tumbled to the ground and cried out in pain, then looked up at him in shock and asked what was wrong. Bjorn simply told her that it was time. Confused, she repeated the word and asked what he meant. He told her to look around. Only then did she notice just how crowded the area had become. There were far too many people, at least 500. When she asked what that meant, Bjorn explained that around 50 of them belonged to the Dzwari clan. He added that with that number, they could realistically manage and control a crowd this large. At that moment, Eherno Tuntine shouted loudly, his voice cutting through the noise as he ordered the researchers to quiet down. He announced that thanks to the spell of destruction of evil, the only safe zone on the floor had been established right here. Then he added that the priestess requested they show proper respect to the god. With a broad smile, Iraj McGrain stepped forward, raising his hand as he prepared to continue speaking. Iraj McGrain asked for 1,000,000 stones per person. He ordered the researchers to pay immediately, and the priestess calmly added that crystals or any equivalent valuables would also be accepted. Watching this, Bjorn understood it was a clever move. Not everyone would be carrying that much currency. More importantly, the Dzwari clan wasn't just collecting payment. They were stripping people of excess equipment, making them easier to control. Iraj McGrain continued, explaining that this wasn't merely an act of respect toward the god, but the price of protection itself. He said they might lose some equipment or potions, but as long as they stayed within the safe zone, there was nothing to worry about. When someone questioned him, Iraj McGrain spread his arms wide, as if to say the answer was obvious. Bjorn stared ahead, thoughtful. There were plenty of reasons to worry. The destruction of evil was indeed a powerful skill, but it was nowhere near enough to contend with the Floor Lord. The Dzwari clan probably couldn't kill Ryakis at all. Still, as long as everyone followed the rules, survival was at least possible. With that in mind, Bjorn turned to Miss Shaw, who was sitting opposite him with her backpack, and told her to take only the things they needed the least. Miss Shaw grabbed a few pieces of armor and some spare weapons, smiling as she said she'd be back soon. Bjorn handed her the helmet taken from the man he had killed and later burned in the fireplace, asking her to include that as well. He thought they were fortunate to have gathered so much equipment. Giving up their own gear would be foolish, especially now. He didn't even finish the thought before a loud, angry shouting erupted. Someone demanded to know if they were being asked to starve to death. Several researchers lashed out at the Dzwari clan, scoffing at the demand for 1,000,000 in a single day and calling it ridiculous. Watching the scene unfold, Bjorn felt the situation turning ugly. Soon enough, people began leaving the protective barrier. Just as he had expected, some refused to pay. When Miss Shaw returned, she told him she was done. Bjorn praised her quietly and began to calculate. Roughly 300 people had stayed. That meant the Dzwari clan had just earned 300 million. It was practically money printing. With a hint of envy, Bjorn thought that they had reduced the number of people to protect while filling their coffers at the same time. Two problems solved at once. In the end, he concluded that everyone here would be better off praying to the heavens. Because if the Floor Lord appeared, nothing else would matter. They were doomed. That thought crossed Bjorn's mind as he lifted his gaze to the sky, his expression grim and heavy. Beside him, Misha chewed on dried meat with a carefree nod, a content smile still on her face, completely unaware of what was coming. Bjorn thought about how vast the third floor really was. Everyone hoped they wouldn't encounter the floor lord. Both those who had left and those who stayed clung to that same fragile optimism. Still, he was preparing for the worst. Fear didn't always turn into reality, but predicting anything here was nearly impossible. 19 hours and 7 minutes had passed. 5 hours remained before the labyrinth closed. That was when it began. Bjorn understood immediately. This was Reign of Despair, the passive aura of the Chaos Lord. From the sky, raindrops of dark, viscous liquid began to fall in sheets. A system notification appeared, warning that he was continuously taking damage from the Chaos attribute, and that his magic resistance had been severely reduced. Bjorn clenched his jaw. This skill didn't just deal damage. It transformed the entire area into an erosion zone, stripping away effects and protections. He glanced at the ground. It looked scorched, as if burned alive by the rain itself. Another warning appeared, stating that prolonged exposure to the Chaos attribute could inflict a status effect known as confusion. Misha turned toward him, fear written across her face. She placed her palm on his hand, staring ahead in terror. At that moment, the Chaos Lord Ryakis began to approach. Its massive jaws were stretched wide, revealing impossibly long fangs. A deafening, ominous roar shook the area. Panic exploded instantly. Researchers screamed that this was the Lord of the Floor. Voices begged for it to be stopped. One woman cried out in confusion, asking if they were really going to be abandoned. She bit her lip hard, sobbing that she didn't want to die. Another researcher shouted furiously, accusing the clan of taking their equipment and promising protection, demanding they keep their word. Ryakis was still several hundred meters away. Watching the monster, Irage McGrain muttered that they had finally come to this, adding that the expedition's losses would be severe. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted a warning that the Chaos Lord's Wari had already arrived and ordered everyone to proceed with preparations immediately. System notifications began to cascade. An advanced endurance scroll was activated. Then an energy regeneration scroll. A numbered item, the Banner of the Sun Lord, was deployed. The weapon in Ira's hands erupted with the radiant light of Varun. Bjorn watched closely, his eyes narrowing. Auxiliary scrolls. Number consumables. Items designed to enhance equipment beyond normal limits. Less than a minute had passed, yet items worth tens of millions of stones had already been consumed and erased from existence. Holding the blazing weapon firmly in front of him, Irage McGrain shouted his command. Do not spare the supplies. After that, Irage McGrain roared that they had to return alive. Bjorn watched the scene with a faint smile tugging at his lips. What, he wondered. Then the thought struck him, almost amusing in its absurdity. Are they really going to fight Ryakis? The smile stayed. For the first time since the summoning, he felt something close to relief. He wasn't the only one preparing for the worst. The people gathered here weren't amateurs who had stumbled forward on luck alone. They were veterans, individuals who had survived countless near-death situations to make it this far. The Zwari clan stood at the front, led by Irage McGrain, all of them wearing calm, confident expressions. When Irage McGrain ordered everyone to take their positions and stop the Chaos Lord, Bjorn couldn't help but reflect. How different were real raids from the ones he remembered from the game? Ryakis advanced, its massive paws shaking the ground beneath it. Panic spread through the researchers, some muttering that they were going to die, others insisting this had to be a nightmare. Irage McGrain shouted sharply, ordering his soldiers not to block the attacks but to dodge instead. A beam of distorted magic erupted from Ryakis' mouth. At the same time, its enormous paws lashed out at the melee fighters. One short warrior was sent flying like a broken doll. Bjorn's thoughts snapped back to reality. The answer to his question was simple. This was nothing like a game. Someone yelled for a potion. Another warrior, retreating while bleeding heavily, cursed loudly and warned everyone not to get close to the monster. Bjorn understood what was happening. The melee fighters and tanks were avoiding direct contact, barely managing to deflect even the lightest blows. Then a body was crushed beneath Ryakis' paw. Moments later, 3 ranged attackers were wiped out by its breath. Shouts echoed everywhere. Someone counted the deaths aloud, 4 at once. Others screamed in anger, cursing the clan for taking millions in equipment and still letting people die. Bjorn stared ahead grimly. They didn't understand. The clan was doing everything they could. The warriors were holding the front line, and the magicians were relentlessly suppressing Ryakis. A system notification appeared, warning that the Chaos Lord Ryakis was drawing power from a source. At that moment, Ryakis opened its mouth wide and inhaled streams of bright, red magical matter. Irage McGrain shouted immediately, ordering all attacks to stop. They couldn't keep damaging it like this. The spheres had to be destroyed first. Bjorn clenched his fists, unease settling deep in his chest. This fight wasn't about brute force, and if they failed to deal with the source in time, the outcome was already written. The Dzwari clan knew about the dark spheres. While the ranged warriors adjusted their aim, Iraj Migraine repeated his command, shouting that they were not to attack Ryaki's itself, but the spheres. Bjorn understood immediately. That meant they knew about the second phase as well. They were trying to prevent it before it even began. Meanwhile, the researchers, who had no idea what was happening, were completely baffled, screaming and asking why those fools weren't attacking the monster directly. Bjorn grinned faintly. They understood the strategy for survival. If this worked, they could hold out until the labyrinth closed. When the time reached 22 hours and 37 minutes, Bjorn glanced at his watch and realized there was a little over an hour left. By then, 11 people had died, nearly 20% of their fighting force. He didn't think it was catastrophic yet. The worst could still be avoided. But the real problem wasn't the casualties. It was the researchers. They were screaming in terror and confusion, shouting that the clan was finished, demanding to know how many had already died. Watching them, Bjorn realized the truth. The researchers were the real danger. Panic was spreading. Every time Ryakis grew furious, someone who had paid for protection ended up dead. And the researchers, standing right next to a life-or-death battle, weren't observing anything. They were only fueling the chaos. Misha turned to Bjorn, her face pale. She could tell things weren't going well, and asked him if they were going to do something. Bjorn told her to wait. Then he quietly explained what he was thinking. Nearby, the researchers' arguments grew louder. One of them stepped forward, arms spread wide, shouting that they couldn't just stand there and should help to increase their chances of survival. Another screamed that too many people had already died and insisted they should focus on protecting themselves instead. Then someone pointed out that the Dzwari clan had taken all their equipment. The question spread instantly. How were they supposed to fight now? Those desperate, panicked faces slowly turned toward a massive pile of resources. A mountain of weapons, armor, and items taken as payment. Bjorn had been watching closely. The moment he saw their expressions change, he grabbed Miss Shah by the hand and told her they were leaving. Right now. Miss Shah stared at him in shock and asked if he was serious. Before she could say anything else, two Dzwari clan guards stepped forward, spears in hand, demanding to know what the researchers thought they were doing. They ordered them to calm down. The researchers exploded, shouting that the clan had taken their payment, but failed to keep their promise. One of the guards warned that everyone would be in danger if they didn't back away. The researchers didn't listen. They shouted that they wanted to leave, and suddenly lunged forward. One of them grabbed at a guard, screaming for their equipment to be returned. The guard tried desperately to reason with them, but he was shoved aside. They screamed that it belonged to them and hurled him to the ground. Bjorn's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, dragging Miss Shah with him as chaos finally erupted behind them. He ordered Miss Shah not to fall behind. Bjorn already knew this was how it would end. The researchers never understood the strategy for dealing with Ryakis. Like frightened animals, they lunged greedily toward the towering pile of equipment, screaming madly as they fought over it. The moment control collapsed, everything became inevitable. With a grim expression, Bjorn raised his shield in front of him and pushed through the flames, charging forward. Miss Shah sprinted after him. Then she shouted a warning. Chaos spirits were ahead. Several twisted masses of dark energy, each with gaping mouths and long fangs, were closing in. Bjorn reacted instantly. He veered sharply to the side and ordered her to run right. There was no time to fight. Miss Shah didn't argue and followed without hesitation as the chaos spirits surged after them. Bjorn knew they had to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the center of the forest. They kept running. There wasn't much left to go. Bjorn looked ahead and judged that they were finally far enough from the core. Relief almost surfaced. Then his expression twisted in shock. System notifications flooded his vision. The Chaos Lord had successfully absorbed the power of the source. A new effect had been activated. Evil Rift. Effective radius. 5 kilometers. Bjorn stared ahead, stunned. Is this darkness? Ryaki's ultimate skill? Another thought hit him like a hammer. Did that thing really manage to devour all the spheres? Miss Shah grabbed his arm, her voice shaking as she called his name and demanded to know what was happening. Bjorn cursed under his breath. There was no doubt anymore. This was the Evil Rift. He knew the skill well. Ryaki's ultimate ability, triggered after absorbing 10 spheres, lasting 45 minutes of game time. The rule was absolute. Fail to escape the affected zone, and everyone inside would die, no matter how strong they were. And there was one more cruel detail. The rift dragged everything within its range toward the center. A system message appeared, confirming it. All characters will be forcibly relocated to the center of the zone. Bjorn looked around in disbelief. Miss Shah stared too. They were no longer alone. Researchers were appearing around them, dragged in mid-run. One of them shouted in confusion, asking what was happening, insisting he had been running away just a moment ago. Others spun in panic, demanding to know where they were. Bjorn counted quickly. Roughly 200 researchers remained. About 20 members of the Dzwari clan were still alive. He remembered clearly. There had been 50 at the start. In just a few hours, 11 elite warriors had already been wiped out. And now, they had all been pulled back, straight into hell. Most of the rest had died in the last few minutes. To Bjorn, it was obvious what had happened the moment they escaped. The researchers turned toward the Dwari clan, demanding an explanation, but before they could say much, one of the clan's warriors stepped forward. His face was twisted with fury as he rudely insulted them and ordered them to shut up. In a rage, the warrior shouted, asking if they even understood how many people had died because of them. He warned that if they tried to come any closer, they would be attacked immediately. The researchers, tears streaming down their faces, asked if it was really their fault. One of them tried to speak, saying that if they hadn't taken the equipment, before he could finish, another frightened man pushed forward, crying and begging to be let through. He shouted that he had done nothing wrong and that he was willing to pay. The Dwari clan warrior answered with a cold, threatening roar, telling them they should be grateful they weren't all killed on the spot. He warned them not to rely on whatever protection had existed before, because killing everyone here would not be difficult at all. The devastated researchers began to curse and shout in despair, asking what they were supposed to do now. Suddenly, a thin, trembling hand rose into the air. The man said he knew a little about this place. He begged them not to ask for details, but insisted they had to get out immediately, or they would all die. He explained that he had read about this zone in ancient texts. Another researcher turned to him and urgently asked if there was a time limit. The man nodded and said the text mentioned a 5-kilometer zone they had to escape from. There would be monsters along the way, but survival was possible only if they worked together. Watching this, Bjorn felt surprised, yet he understood the man was right. At the same time, Bjorn realized the real problem. Ryaki's clones and chaos spirits would attack relentlessly the farther they moved from the center. The researchers confirmed it themselves, shouting that death was inevitable anyway, so it was better to try breaking through. Another researcher agreed, saying they should take the risk. Misha turned toward Bjorn and quietly told him that the people were preparing to leave. She asked what they were going to do. Bjorn quickly realized that more than half of them had already decided, but he wasn't willing to gamble on such a weak chain. He called Misha over and told her to follow him. Soon, they approached Karlstein. Bjorn's plan was simple, to bet on what seemed more reliable. Karlstein raised an open palm, ordering the barbarian to stop, and began warning him not to come any closer. Then, mid-sentence, Karlstein froze. He stared ahead in shock and asked what she was doing here. Bjorn's lips curled into a wide smile as he calmly addressed Karlstein. He told him it had been a long time since they last met. Karlstein blinked in surprise and repeated it. A long, long time. Then his tone hardened as he warned him not to act like they were old friends. Bjorn ignored the coldness and casually asked whether they had found the essence of the hero Zork. Karlstein's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he answered yes, immediately starting to boast about how lucky they had been. Then his expression twisted. Karlstein's eyes widened as he stared ahead. In one sharp motion, he drew his sword from its sheath and pointed it threateningly at Bjorn, demanding to know how he could possibly know that. Bjorn met his reaction with a calm, confident smile. Inside, he knew his first gamble had paid off. Elsewhere, Irige Migraine stood before blood-stained flags, listening to the report. 23 people had survived. 3 priests, 6 magicians, 12 ranged attackers, and only 2 melee fighters. Irige Migraine snapped irritably, repeating the number under his breath. Only 2. Vice-captain of the Dwari clan, Irige Migraine clenched his jaw as reality sank in. Too many warriors had died in the chaos. Without proper support, they had tried to buy time, only to allow Ryakis to absorb the spheres. A man holding a staff stepped forward and asked Irige Migraine what they were supposed to do now, reminding him that everyone already knew they didn't have much time left. Irige Migraine pressed his fingers to his forehead, his expression tense. The lack of warriors would be fatal. 2 melee fighters wouldn't be enough to clear a path, especially when one was a spearman and the other a swordsman. They didn't even have anyone capable of holding a defensive line. In the back of his mind, a single thought surfaced. He needed one more person. Just one real warrior could change everything. Voices suddenly shouted to Irige Migraine that the researchers were leaving. Others yelled that time was running out, urging him to give an order. They insisted they had to move now, while the monster's attention was elsewhere. Then a loud scream cut through the noise. Bjorn's voice rang out, steady and fearless, repeating his words for all to hear. He said he would pave the way. Irige Migraine froze, eyes wide and mouth slightly open, as he turned toward the voice. As Bjorn approached, Irige Migraine demanded to know who he was. Karlstein immediately shoved Bjorn back and shouted, asking how he dared. Bjorn answered by coldly ordering Karlstein to retreat, calling him a fool without hesitation. Irige Migraine raised a hand, explaining that, by assumption, this man was a barbarian from the Karlstein sisters' team and wasn't worth paying attention to. Then he paused and corrected himself, saying that he would decide that personally. Turning to Bjorn, Irige Migraine asked what the barbarian wanted. The warrior answered calmly. He said he didn't know how Bjorn had obtained that information, but if he was given the essence of the hero orc, he could clear the path ahead. At that exact moment, Irige Migraine's survival instinct skill activated, a skill that highlighted targets capable of increasing the chances of survival. When Irige Migraine looked at Bjorn through it, He stiffened. This was the first time he had ever seen such a blinding light. That skill had pulled him through countless life-and-death situations before, and now it was clearly telling him the same thing. This barbarian was the key to their salvation. Irige Magraine stepped closer to Bjorn, while Karlstein stared in open bewilderment. Irige Magraine asked the barbarian his name. Bjorn answered with a confident smile, already knowing his second gamble had worked. Irige Magraine then introduced himself, stating that he was Irige Magraine, vice-captain of the Zwari clan. After that, he asked who had told Bjorn that they were here for the hero work. Bjorn calmly replied that it was only an assumption. Irige Magraine pressed him, asking what that assumption was based on. Bjorn countered with a question of his own. Why else would such a large clan occupy an entire orc settlement on the third floor? He pointed out that the amount of consumables and numbered items they had prepared was far beyond what was needed to deal with ordinary orcs. That meant their objective was something far greater. Bjorn knew the truth well. The orc hero was a rank 5 monster, a hit-in boss that could be summoned using an altar within the settlement along with 777 orc crystals. He also understood why they had prepared so many supplies. The summoning could fail, resulting in the appearance of the orc lord instead. Irige Magraine studied Bjorn with a thoughtful expression. Bjorn, seizing the moment, asked whether there were any supplies left from when the orc lord failed to appear. Irige Magraine grinned faintly and asked if Bjorn really understood what that meant. Then he told him to explain why they should bet on him. Bjorn answered with unwavering confidence. He said he was a barbarian who bore the seal of the immortal, had absorbed the essence of the vampire guardian from the rift, and also the essence of a corpse golem, which granted resistance to pain. Irige Magraine smiled and said he wouldn't go into details, but he had already noticed something important, that Bjorn could fight and drink potions at the same time. Then he asked if that was all. Bjorn nodded. Irige Magraine let out a low laugh and said that was already very good for an explorer on the third floor. Then he corrected himself. Compared to the warriors they had left, this wasn't just good, it was excellent. Irige Magraine finally nodded and declared that he was betting on Bjorn. From behind, Karlstein hurriedly spoke up, reminding Irige Magraine that the essence had been requested by the nobles. Irige Magraine cut him off without hesitation, saying they could simply report that it never dropped from the monster. He added that if giving it away saved even one additional clan member, then it was worth it. With that, Irige Magraine turned toward Karlstein. Irige Magraine gave the order for Karlstein to bring the essence immediately. Bjorn stared ahead with furrowed brows, calm on the surface, while inside he knew things were going exactly as planned. The first obstacle had been cleared. Bjorn understood better than anyone what this essence meant. By offering enough crystals, 3 orc heroes could be summoned. Each of them was a named monster, high-level opponents with extremely troublesome essences. That was why a special group was required. Even though they were only ranked 5, their danger lay elsewhere. Each orc dropped an essence of a different color. Danish left behind a red essence, burning with passion. Belta dropped a blue essence, tied to endless struggle. And then there was Taruga's, an orc whose essence carried a unique skill that could become the perfect foundation for Bjorn's build. So when the vessel was placed in his hands, Bjorn asked himself what kind of essence this one would be. The moment he saw the color inside, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Green. He immediately understood what that meant. Incredible luck like this never came without a price. Something terrible was bound to happen soon. Still, he didn't hesitate. Bjorn opened the lid and drank the contents in one motion. System messages flooded his vision. Strength increased by 70 points. Agility rose by 35. Fighting spirit surged by 40. Physical defense climbed by 20. Bone strength increased by 30. One notification after another stacked endlessly. Bjorn stared at his palm as power boiled through his body. His muscles trembled, his bones creaked, and his entire frame shook under the sudden strain. He realized the violent reaction likely came from the spike in fighting spirit, and he knew he needed to master it as quickly as possible. Seeing his condition, Irige Magraine advised him to remove his equipment first. Bjorn pulled off his helmet just as Irige Magraine gestured toward a man carrying an absurd number of scrolls and potions. Watching that supply pile, Bjorn couldn't help but think that a large clan truly operated on a different level. He handed his gear to Ms. Shah and asked her to watch over it. Then, tearing a scroll open, Bjorn activated physical protection. More system notifications appeared. An advanced endurance scroll was used. An energy regeneration scroll followed. He downed a strength-boosting potion, temporarily raising his strength by another 10 points. Without slowing down, Bjorn popped several potion vials open with his teeth and drank them all at once. Tears of the Spirit took effect, increasing elemental resistance by 10 points. A basilisk flask followed, boosting pain resistance by another 10. He swallowed potion after potion, greedily stacking effects as his body endured the transformation. Then a final system window appeared. Aaron Deflane had activated Spirit Defense. Bjorn felt his mental resilience surge sharply upward, locking his mind into place as the storm of power inside him finally began to stabilize. Then Aaron Devilsign cast Flame of Regeneration, and Bjorn felt heat spread through his body as his physical recovery rate skyrocketed. Almost immediately after, Torpien activated Coffin of Sacrifice, causing Bjorn's aggro level to surge violently. One enhancement stacked on top of another, pushing his body closer to its limits. When it was over, Irige McGrain turned toward Karlstein and said it was time. Karlstein understood immediately. It was time to use his Bloodmaster skill. He tightened his grip around his sword, but Irige McGrain barely spared him a glance. It didn't matter what exact skill manifested. Anything tied to the Karlstein bloodline would be useful here. Without hesitation, Karlstein pulled out a knife and sliced open his wrist. Blood poured down his arm. Bjorn stepped forward and began drinking straight from a wound. A system message appeared, informing him that Bloodmaster was being used. A moment later, another notification followed. He had temporarily acquired a Karlstein passive skill. Unholy. Bjorn's eyes ignited, glowing a vivid, terrifying red. Irige McGrain stared at him and muttered that it seemed to be an unholy skill. The effect was immediately clear. It was a passive ability that reduced the maximum number of essences he could hold by 1. But in exchange, it amplified the effectiveness of all active skills by 1.5 times. Irige McGrain told him to test it slowly. Bjorn nodded. Turning inward, he began focusing on the skill he had obtained from the hero Orc's essence. He closed his eyes and concentrated with everything he had. Then he opened them. They burned red. Inside his mind, Bjorn shouted a single word. Gigantification. The system responded instantly, announcing that the skill had been activated. Irige McGrain froze in disbelief as Bjorn's body began to expand. His muscles swelled, his bones stretched, and his size increased rapidly. Karlstein stared in shock as Bjorn's clothes tore apart under the sudden growth. Another system message appeared, stating that body size, aggro level, and physical attributes were all increasing simultaneously. Completely naked, a massive Bjorn stood towering over the stunned researchers, their mouths hanging open as they watched him enter the hero's barbarian mode. Mish's cheeks burned red with embarrassment. She screamed, trying desperately to cover her eyes while still peeking through her fingers. One of the researchers beside her whispered that he had become a real monster. Irige McGrain quickly lowered his gaze, pulled off his cloak, and told Bjorn to cover himself. He ordered several more cloaks to be brought over immediately. Karlstein stood frozen, eyes and mouth wide open, while another clan member muttered in disbelief, asking how someone could become that large. Bjorn wrapped a cloak around his waist. The shield that once fully covered his body now looked barely large enough to fit on his arm. The preparations for departure were complete. Irige McGrain checked the situation and said they had about 30 minutes left. He turned to Bjorn and asked if they would make it in time. Bjorn answered him without hesitation. Bjorn answered with a smile, nodding without hesitation. Drawing in a deep breath, he knew there was no more time to wait. This had to be done now. He roared at the top of his lungs, shouting Vela, and with that cry he charged forward, convinced that nothing in this place was impossible for him. Irige McGrain stretched out his hand after the fleeing figure and shouted for everyone to run after him. A moment later, the crowd surged forward, chasing after the massive barbarian. Bjorn was keenly aware of what followed behind him. 23 clan members, Ms. Shah, and 40 researchers who had chosen to stay. They had been allowed to join in exchange for all their equipment, though Irige McGrain had coldly stated that, if needed, they would pay with their lives. By now, bloody seals had formed on the researchers' foreheads. A system window appeared, stating that a sacrificial seal had been activated, granting increased physical abilities based on the number of victims within a 100-meter radius. Bjorn's grin turned feral. His instinct of destruction and raw strength were overflowing, and for once, he didn't need to hold any of it back. In a frenzy of excitement, Bjorn rushed straight into the monsters. The enemies ahead were Ryaki's clones. Enraged, they charged toward him at the same time. Bjorn glanced at them and almost laughed. They were called small, but small still meant nearly 2 meters tall. For him, though, they truly were small now. With a sharp swing of his fist, Bjorn smashed one of the Ryaki's clones aside, crushing its skull in a single blow. A system message appeared, announcing that Ryaki's hatred had been activated. Bjorn continued his rampage, tearing into the monsters with his bare hands. Flesh, fur, and blood scattered in every direction as he crushed them into pieces. Another system alert warned that he was taking heavy damage from the Chaos attribute. Bjorn immediately understood why a tank was absolutely necessary in an evil rift. Glancing at his shoulder, now burned black, he realized the clones were dealing backlash damage to whoever destroyed them. Even with his barbarian body and heightened pain resistance, the numbness spreading through him was impossible to ignore. Still, Bjorn knew his true lifeline. Thanks to the vampire essence, all he had to do was protect his heart. As long as his heart remained intact, the darkness source skill would not allow him to die. In a place like this, a famous swordsman, archer, or priest would have been useless. Irige McGrain shouted a warning, saying it was dangerous. Raising his sword high, he told Bjorn not to kill too many at once. Bjorn glanced back briefly and thought how easy that was to say. Gigantification increased aggro in proportion to body size, and barbarians were already massive to begin with. The level he was generating now was almost impossible to imagine. Moving forward, Bjorn understood one thing clearly. He was in a constant state of aggro, and the researchers behind him remained safe. Karl Stein, on the other hand, wasn't as lucky. With a furious scream, he drove his sword straight into the skull of a Ryaki's clone. The moment the blade struck, his face twisted in agony. Beads of sweat poured down his cheeks as the pain slammed back into him. He immediately understood. This was reflected in the damage. The same harm he dealt was being returned to him in full. Gritting his teeth, Karl Stein staggered back and turned toward the priests, demanding to know what they were doing. He shouted for them to treat him at once. From the front line, Bjorn roared back at him, ordering him to stop getting hurt for no reason and to get out of the way. Karl Stein snapped back, calling Bjorn a loser. His expression twisted with irritation as a priest hurried to heal his wounds. Bjorn understood it clearly now. He had to be the only warrior holding the front. As he continued smashing through Raki clones, system notifications flashed before his eyes. His health had dropped below 50%. In response, all resistances and defenses surged upward, activated by the passive skill of the hero's path. This was exactly why he needed to stand alone. The orc hero's passive skill increased all defenses when health fell below half, reaching its maximum effect at 20%. To use it properly, no one else could interfere. Bjorn looked ahead and shouted that no one was to approach the front line. He would handle everything on his own. With that, he charged forward again, sweeping his massive arms through the enemies, crushing and scattering the clones with brutal efficiency. Behind him, the man holding the staff glanced at Talon as he approached and asked if he had decided to stay here. Talon answered yes, calling him Ernan. Ernan nodded and said the vice captain had made a wise decision. You never knew when monsters might attack from behind. He told Talon to remain here. Talon hesitated for a moment, then nodded, realizing it was true. Cursing inwardly, his expression darkened. A single attack had nearly crippled him with pain, forcing him to retreat like a fool. He hadn't been here long, but he already knew this kind of damage wasn't something a normal person could endure. His gaze drifted back to Bjorn. Who was he, really? At first, Talon had taken them for ordinary third-floor explorers lingering near his sister. He remembered how Bjorn had ignored the order to leave the orc settlement, how he had seemed like nothing more than a simple barbarian warrior. But now Talon understood. Even with his own resistance, even as a tank, he had hesitated. Bjorn hadn't. Watching Bjorn charge forward without fear, the researchers behind him shouted in awe that they had been right. Barbarians truly had no equal when it came to bravery. Another voice rang out, saying that with someone like him in the clan, it would feel like standing behind an unbreakable stone wall. Then another researcher suddenly noticed. The vice captain had a sharp, discerning eye, and even he hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. One of the researchers shouted while running, asking if anyone even knew that barbarian's name. They reasoned out loud that someone like him had to be famous for something. After all, this was a man who didn't seem to understand what death was. Just thinking about what would have happened without him made their blood run cold. Their gazes shifted to Miss Shah, and they asked her if she could tell them who he was. Miss Shah hesitated, then answered honestly, saying she didn't know either. Iraj McGrain watched the scene with a wide smile. If the legendary Valkan barbarian hero were here, he was certain this is exactly what he would look like. At that point, he realized there was no point in trying to learn the man's name. Suddenly, Talon froze. His eyes and mouth fell open as he stared ahead. People began shouting that they could see it. The exit. The inn was right there. The group burst into motion, pushing themselves harder as they sprinted toward a massive portal glowing with a deep, ominous red light. Iraj McGrain knew that after this, everyone would be talking about him. A system message appeared, announcing that the effects of the evil rift zone were beginning to fade. On the display showing Bjorn's status, numbers flickered rapidly. His level was 3. His strength stood at 3301, with another 131 points added. His spirit measured 168.3, boosted by an additional 62. His skills reached 152.4. Item levels totaled 782, plus another 83. His total combat level read 8463, ticking up by one more point. The list of absorbed essences followed. Rank 7 Corpse Golem, Rank 5 Vampire Guardian, and Rank 5 Oro. That last essence was unfamiliar to him. With a tense expression, Bjorn continued running. They were almost there. Just a little more. As he stepped forward, a system message suddenly appeared, warning that there was insufficient soul power. Bjorn immediately understood. It was over. They had made it out. Another message followed, announcing that gigantification had been cancelled. His massive body rapidly shrank, returning to its original size. He stumbled slightly, staring ahead in confusion as he clutched the fabric slipping from his belt. A final notification appeared, stating that the effects of the evil rift zone were disappearing. Behind him, the researchers erupted into cheers. Tears streamed down their faces as they shouted that they had survived, that they were alive. Their voices trembled with overwhelming relief. Then a horrific scream echoed from above. Those were the people who hadn't made it through the portal. Their screams were filled with agony. Bjorn looked back and understood immediately. Not everyone had been saved. A massive torrent of magic slammed into the ground with devastating force, carving out a vast, scorched crater. In an instant, the orc settlement was erased as if it had never existed. Bjorn stared at the destruction and thought that, in the end, they almost vanished, and the effect of gigantification ended the instant he crossed the exit. Only then did Bjorn realize just how narrowly they had escaped. A smile formed on his face. They had made it, by a miracle, and just in time. Irage McGrain noticed it too. He exhaled, then quickly warned that it was far too early to relax. Bjorn understood exactly why. He knew the rule well. After escaping instant death from the crevice of evil, one survivor would be chosen as prey. The odds were brutal. It could be him. It could be Ms. Shah. 1 in 2. Will we be lucky? Before the thought even settled, Ms. Shah called out to him in confusion. Her entire body was trembling as she stared ahead, panic filling her voice as she said she couldn't move. A system window appeared immediately. Ms. Shah had been chosen as prey. She was paralyzed. Bjorn froze in shock, staring blankly ahead. Is this a joke? Out of everyone here, why her? Ms. Shah forced a nervous smile and asked Bjorn what was going on. She started to speak again, trying to piece things together, but her words died when she noticed the looks around her. The researchers and the members of the Dwari clan were staring at her with thinly veiled fear and unease. She also caught sight of her brother's expression, confused, pained, and then he turned away in shame. Bjorn understood the meaning all too well. A prey was afflicted with paralysis and became the sole target of Ryakis. In other words, the Ryakis would pursue her relentlessly until she was dead. Irage McGrain spoke heavily, saying it was terrible. He never imagined it would be Bjorn's companion. Then he extended his hand and said they would help protect her if Bjorn was willing to join their clan. Kneeling in front of Ms. Shah, Bjorn lowered his head and refused. He said that for now, he couldn't work with others. Irage McGrain tried again, warning him that if he became the prey instead, there would be no choice. Then he sighed and said it seemed their deal was over. He hoped they would meet again in the city. Bjorn secured Ms. Shah tightly to his back with a rope and agreed, saying that if he managed to get out alive, he would see him again. Irage McGrain smiled and said he was certain of it. He explained that he had a premonition. Then Irage McGrain added that this would help, at least a little, and ordered the priests to begin immediately. The clan priests surrounded Bjorn and began casting spells. He was blessed by the wind, sharply increasing his movement speed. Another blessing followed, restoring his soul power at an accelerated rate. Wrapped in layers of shimmering magic, Bjorn felt the energy surge through him. And as the power settled around his body, Bjorn thought that they were useful blessings, and Bjorn knew there were no other resources left to rely on. After that, he thanked Irage McGrain. Irage McGrain answered with a smile, saying it was nothing, then told him to survive no matter what. He explained calmly that if they died, the Ryakis would simply chase after someone else. Bjorn grinned at that, realizing Irage McGrain was thinking about efficiency right up until the end. Bjorn replied that in that case, they would leave in 23 hours and 45 minutes, 15 minutes before the labyrinth closed. At that moment, a massive paw slammed into the ground. Bright red eyes flared as Ryakis lifted its head and scanned the surroundings. A system window appeared, announcing that the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, had awakened. Bjorn ran with everything he had. Ms. Shah, tied tightly to his back, could feel the heat pouring off his skin as he sprinted. She couldn't look back, but the roar behind them grew louder and louder. She knew what that meant. If this continued, they would both die. With a trembling voice, Ms. Shah asked him to stop. She wasn't stupid. She understood the truth now. The monster was hunting her, not him. That was why the researchers had looked at her that way. Why even her family had turned away. In her mind, her existence had become a burden to everyone around her. Bjorn demanded to know what she was talking about. Ms. Shah said quietly that he had already done enough. She added that he could be killed too. With a nervous smile, she said they weren't even that close and asked him if that wasn't true. She told him that without him, she would have died long ago anyway, and that her wish had already been fulfilled. Bjorn scoffed and told her not to make him laugh. Ms. Shah stared ahead, her cheeks burning red in confusion. Bjorn continued, telling her plainly that she didn't want to die at all, and if that was the case, then why was she saying such nonsense? As he ran, pursued by an overwhelming number of creatures, Bjorn turned his head slightly and spoke to her again. He said he understood. She was afraid of being abandoned. Mish's eyes widened, her mouth falling open. She shouted that he didn't understand anything, that she just didn't want to become a problem for others. Bjorn asked her a single question in response. Was that feeling more important than her life? He continued without waiting for an answer. He said she couldn't answer that question, and that if she truly wanted help, all she had to do was ask. If she did, then she would have a chance to live. Misha stared ahead in shock as his words sank in. They were simple, rough words, just like barbarians themselves. But even so, she understood. Misha finally understood what he was trying to say. Ever since they entered the forest, he had done everything he could to keep her alive. From his perspective, she must have looked weak, pathetic, constantly complaining. That realization stung more than she expected. She told herself that giving up now, saying something pointless and pitiful, was not what someone who had fought so hard for her needed to hear. She turned toward him with a small but sincere smile and said that if he saved her, she would stay by his side for the rest of her life and help him however she could. Bjorn glanced at her and felt an odd sense of déjà vu, as if she had said those exact words before. Still smiling, Misha suddenly broke down, tears welling in her eyes, and hurriedly added that she would also give him all the money from this research. Bjorn's lips curved upward. That, he thought, already sounded much better. At that moment, a system notification appeared, informing him that the blessing of the wind had expired. Bjorn immediately understood that the buffs granted by the Dwari clan had run out. He frowned and lifted his gaze forward. Rain had begun to fall, the empty nothingness was already behind them, and more chaos spirits were forming ahead, blocking their path. His expression tightened. He had planned to save it for later, but there was no more time. Without hesitation, Bjorn activated gigantification. His body began to swell instantly, muscles expanding, bones creaking as his size skyrocketed. Another system message appeared, stating that his body size, aggro level, and physical attributes were increasing. Now, towering over the trees, Bjorn surged forward. The boost to his stats was useful, but what mattered most was that his stride had become massive. Each step carried him far ahead. He calculated quickly. Using the remaining soul power, the skill would last only 2 to 3 minutes. He turned his head and told Misha that he needed precise timing. Misha glanced at the clock hovering near her field of vision and shouted that there were 196 seconds left. Bjorn nodded and replied that it was good. Seeing her tense expression, he told her to count down for him. After taking a deep breath, Misha agreed and began counting aloud. 190, 189. Bjorn lowered his brows, his face hard and focused, and charged forward. He gripped his mace tightly, though in his enlarged body it looked no bigger than a toothpick. His eyes locked onto the chaos spirits ahead. He knew he would have to carve through them. A system message flashed. One chaos spirit destroyed, the surrounding area beginning to erode. Bjorn crushed through them with overwhelming force, his massive hands tearing the spirits apart as if they were mist. Behind him, Misha continued counting. 170, 169. Bjorn prepared for another swing, muscles coiling. 165, Misha called out. The main character slammed his knee into another chaos spirit, crushing it mid-charge. 120, Misha shouted, her voice tight with panic. Sweat streamed down Bjorn's face as he glared furiously ahead, teeth clenched. 103, a violent beam of condensed magical energy detonated behind him. The explosion swallowed his vision, and Bjorn was hurled aside like a rag doll. 90, he stared ahead in shock, eyes wide. They were already inside the breath kill zone. The ground was stained a glaring red, and the area they had just crossed was littered with the dissolving remains of chaos spirits. Bjorn realized the breath attack had wiped out a large portion of them. Escaping just became easier, but the thought barely settled before another realization struck. That breath meant one thing. They were well within Ryakis's attack radius. A massive shadow descended. Ryakis's enormous paw crashed down, sharp claws ripping into the ground where Bjorn had stood a heartbeat earlier. He barely managed to leap aside. 77. Misha screamed. Bjorn exhaled heavily, his chest burning as he stared ahead, rage and tension mixing in his eyes. The screaming monster advancing toward them was no longer just a threat. It was clear now. This was the Chaos Lord Ryakis. Bjorn surged forward again. Stop! Misha cried out desperately. He snapped back at her to stop whining and kept running. Without looking back, he told her flatly that he wouldn't abandon her, because she would die. Her voice cracked as she shouted that it wasn't worth it, begging him to save himself instead. Bjorn veered slightly to the side and replied that he had already promised. For a brief, absurd moment, he even wondered who would refund the money for the ring if he didn't make it out. Misha shouted in disbelief, asking if he had really made a promise. Was he seriously going to die over something so simple? Bjorn shot back with a question of his own. Who said they were going to die? A grin spread across his blood-smeared face as he declared that they were getting out of here alive. Then it happened. A violent, incinerating strike slammed into him from side. Bjorn staggered, turning in shock as his vision was flooded with thick, dark burgundy blood. Misha screamed in horror as she stared at his severed arm. Ignoring the pain, Bjorn calmly asked her for the time. She sobbed, begging him to leave her behind, screaming that he would die too if he stayed. Bjorn snapped. He turned on her in pure rage, shouting her full name and ordering her to tell him the time. Through tears, Misha screamed it over and over. 60 seconds. Ryakis loomed above them, its jaws stretched wide, ready to devour everything beneath it. Bjorn understood immediately. He had to survive 1 full minute. 1 minute with only one arm, and there would be no escape now. He exhaled sharply and thought that things were probably about to get a little more difficult. Then Bjorn turned around and ran. Misha shouted in shock, asking him what he was doing. Only then did she realize they were charging straight toward Ryaki's. Bjorn was already closing in on one of Ryaki's massive paws. Without slowing down, he barked at her to tell him the time and stop complaining. 53. Misha screamed. A moment later, 52. A blinding flash of magical energy detonated behind Bjorn. He immediately understood that Ryaki's had unleashed his breath attack at their previous position. Ryaki's wouldn't fire beneath his own feet. That was the gamble. Staying close to one of the monster's paws, Bjorn prayed it wouldn't move. He leapt aside, Misha narrowly dodging another strike, and Misha shouted, 50. The next instant, a gigantic paw swept toward him. The sharp claws passed just centimeters from his body as he twisted away. 44. By now, Bjorn realized something crucial. He had learned Ryaki's attack patterns. Standing directly before the towering monster, he bent low and slipped past another strike. He remembered watching Ryaki's fight the Zwari clan. The movements were the same. The rhythm hadn't changed. 30. A crushing blow sent Bjorn flying backward. He dropped to one knee, gasping, dragging air desperately into his lungs. His vision swam as he stared ahead, utterly exhausted. 25. Misha screamed. Bjorn looked up just in time to see a massive section of Ryaki's body descending from above. His mind cursed wildly. It was too late. The rope bound around his torso suddenly tightened with brutal force. Pain exploded through him, and he spat thick clots of blood from his mouth. Ryaki's watched with clear excitement as Bjorn was flung aside and smashed into the ground. Lying there, Bjorn saw Ryaki's claws closing in on his face. There was no way to dodge this. So this is how we die. His eyes burned with fury as a system message appeared, informing him that his soul power had been depleted and gigantification was cancelled. Instantly, his body shrank. Ryaki's claws slammed down, not into his body, but into the ground right beside him. Bjorn stared ahead in disbelief. The timing was absurdly perfect. A heartbeat later, he cursed, realizing his skull had nearly been crushed anyway. He truly thought this was the end. Then he moved. Bjorn leapt onto Ryaki's paw, which was still buried in the ground. 10 seconds. He grabbed one of Ryaki's thick fingers as the count dropped to 9, then 8. Bjorn sank his teeth into the monster's flesh, refusing to fall. Ryaki's roared and tried to shake him off, but Bjorn clung desperately, teeth and one arm locked in place. 7 seconds. The seconds bled away as he hung there, blood dripping, his body screaming. When the count reached 4 seconds, Bjorn held on with everything he had left. Ryaki's dragged Bjorn closer to its massive muzzle. Bjorn tried to leap over it, but Ryaki's caught him midair. The crushing grip forced blood out of Bjorn's mouth as the countdown echoed in his ears. 2 seconds. Ryaki's opened its jaws wide, trying to swallow both Bjorn and Misha whole. 1 second. Bjorn, his face drenched in blood, smiled with absolute confidence. Staring straight ahead, he said calmly that it was already too late. He hurled an insult at Ryaki's without hesitation. The next moment, a system message appeared, announcing that the labyrinth was closing and the character was being transferred to Rafdonia. A magic portal opened in the city square. People quickly gathered around, curiosity sparking in their eyes as they wondered how much Doug would earn this time. A small girl tugged on her mother's sleeve and asked when her father would come back. Then bodies began to fall from the portal. Wounded, broken, and blood-soaked human figures spilled onto the stone ground. The square erupted in horrified screams. Some cried out in pain, others in pure terror at the sight before them. Townspeople stared in disbelief at the battered researchers, asking what had happened. Panicked voices shouted to call the guild, to drag the wounded away, to set up a temporary shelter immediately. A pale-faced man clasped his hands and looked up toward the gods, staring at Bjorn as he asked whether the barbarian was dead. Misha opened her eyes as she hit the ground. For a moment, she lay there in shock, then asked herself in disbelief whether she had survived. She hurriedly called out Bjorn's name. By then, a large crowd had gathered around him. Some people stared in awe, others in fear. Some looked at him with horror, while others examined his body in silence, asking how anyone could return in such a state and what had happened inside the labyrinth. With tears in their eyes, a few whispered that even for a barbarian, this was far too much. Misha pushed through the crowd, begging them to let her pass. When she finally reached him and saw his condition, she screamed his name. Bjorn lay motionless in a pool of thick, black liquid. His body was covered in burns, abrasions, and deep bruises. One arm was gone. His face looked utterly exhausted. Someone shouted an order to contact the temple immediately. Misha dropped to her knees beside him. Her hands trembled as she pressed one against his chest, tears pouring down her face as she screamed over and over that he couldn't die. She begged him, called his name again and again, then pressed her ear to his chest. She heard it. His heart was still beating. Misha froze, then slowly stood up, staring at him with a wide, trembling smile. Tears streamed down her cheeks as relief crashed over her. Smiling nervously, she asked herself if he was just unconscious. Looking down at him, she whispered that he had scared her badly. Sometime later, several people sat talking inside a tavern. One of them leaned closer to his companion and asked him quietly what he thought had really happened inside the labyrinth. He asked again if the other man had heard the news. The interlocutor nodded and asked in return whether he meant the news about the lord of the third floor. The first man confirmed it, lowering his voice as he said that even the Dzwari clan had suffered losses. More than 30 dead. Only 30, the other man muttered in disbelief. Then he added that he'd heard the guild plan to make the announcement tomorrow, because the total number of casualties was counted in the hundreds. At the bar counter, one of the men suddenly chimed in, saying that a survivor had claimed they escaped because of a single person. The listener raised an eyebrow and asked if he meant Vice Captain Irge McGrain, the one known as the Iron Lion. The man shook his head and replied that it wasn't him. From what he'd heard, it was some researcher from the third floor who helped them. The question came again, sharper this time. Was there really someone that strong down there? And who were they talking about? The man answered without hesitation. The researcher's name was Bjorn, son of Yandel, a barbarian who had reached the third floor in just his third month of research. Elsewhere in the building, two men spoke in hushed tones. One of them said a magician had told him about that barbarian. He added that although Bjorn was young and hadn't yet achieved any legendary feats, it was obvious he was walking the same path as a hero, one braver and more majestic than anyone before him. Because of that, people had already given him a nickname, Little Valkan. System notifications began appearing one after another, informing that the character's fame was increasing. Shortly after, a warning followed, stating that the probability of special events had risen. In a luxurious room, a man repeated the nickname quietly to himself. Little Valkan. He found it interesting. Holding a document in his hand, he wondered how many researchers had ever reached the third floor in such a short time. No matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't recall a single similar case throughout his entire career. More than that, the essences this man possessed went far beyond what ordinary research could explain. His growth was too fast, far too fast to be attributed to luck alone. The man recalled that history did contain such examples. People born under a star of special destiny. Figures who were remembered forever as heroes. But as he stared at Bjorn's image, a different thought crossed his mind. Was this man a hero or an evil spirit? Bjorn's consciousness drifted through memories. He saw the moment the Chaos Lord Ryakis awakened, the beginning of the slaughter, the desperate chase. Then Misha's face surfaced in his mind, pale with fear as she cried that she couldn't move, that she had been chosen as prey. He remembered running, fighting Ryakis while time slipped away and injuries piled up. Every second, the struggle for survival grew more desperate, until they were finally torn away and sent to Rafdonia. As the memories faded, Bjorn slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed down, warm and blinding, filling his vision as a new day greeted him. Sunlight filtered through the raised flap of the tent. The moment it touched his eyes, Bjorn almost instantly shut them again, covering his face with his hand. He lay there in confusion for a few seconds, then slowly looked around. As he pushed himself up, understanding finally settled in. He looked down at his hand and froze. It had grown back. Bjorn turned it over slowly, examining it with clear surprise. His fingers moved naturally, without pain or stiffness. Only then did he notice Ms. Shah sleeping beside him, her head resting on his leg. The realization hit him quietly. They had returned, and she was here with him. He gently stroked her hair. Ms. Shah didn't wake up, but a small, content smile formed on her lips, as if she sensed his touch even in her sleep. 2 days later, the tavern was once again filled with voices. A man leaned toward his companion and asked if he'd heard the news. The other immediately assumed he meant the appearance of the floor lords on the third floor and replied that there was no way anyone hadn't heard. Too many people had died. One of them cursed under his breath, then added that his friend already knew about that famous barbarian. Of course I know, the man laughed. You mean Little Valkan? They clinked their mugs together, drinking and laughing loudly. Someone else muttered that no one would have ever expected a person like that to emerge from among the researchers on the third floor. As Bjorn's name spread further, several new lines appeared on a computer screen in the human world, announcing an increase in the character's fame. The conversation shifted. Someone suddenly asked who the real culprit was, the one who had summoned Ryakis. A few people wondered aloud whether the summoner had been caught yet. It didn't seem like it. Before long, the tavern patrons drifted into other topics. In that same tavern, Hikerod, Dwaki, and Rot Miller entered together. They walked over to the table where Bjorn and Ms. Shah were already seated. Hikerod waved enthusiastically and laughed, saying it felt like it had been ages since they last met. Dwaki simply smiled, clearly relieved. Rot Miller commented sincerely that he was glad Bjorn and Ms. Shah were safe and sound. Ms. Shah straightened up, resting her palms on the table, and said she was relieved Rot Miller was all right too. She had heard he'd been injured in the witch's forest. Rottmiller let out a strained smile and admitted that he didn't even know where to hide from the shame. If he hadn't been injured, Bjorn and Misha wouldn't have had to endure everything they went through. Before he could continue, Bjorn frowned deeply, crossed his arms, and ordered him to stop. He told him to order food first. Rottmiller blinked, realizing they hadn't done that yet, then chuckled and said Bjorn must be hungry like a wolf. Not long after, the food arrived. Bjorn abruptly set his mug down on the table, drawing Hikarod's attention, and asked what had really happened inside the labyrinth. Hikarod paused mid-bite, briefly distracted from his meal, and replied that if Bjorn already knew about Rottmiller's injury, Hikarod said the rest of the story wouldn't take long. Right after that incident, he had used the Guardian's bracers again to forcibly create an opening. Misha interrupted him immediately, her eyes widening in surprise as she asked whether it could really be used that many times. She speared a piece of broccoli with her fork and lifted it, but instead of eating it herself, she pressed her lips together, clearly thinking. In her mind, she confirmed what she had already suspected. Hikarod had used that combination again. Hikarod nodded and explained that with the help of emergency recovery, it was possible to restore the number of uses tied to an item's ability. He added casually that this kind of trick was simply the wisdom passed down through generations. As he spoke, Misha brought the fork closer to Bjorn's mouth, telling him to eat. Dwaki watched the scene with open amazement. Misha admitted that she had no idea it was even possible to link an ability to the number of times an item could be used like that. Hikarod replied that regardless, it was only after they had run a considerable distance that they managed to treat Rottmiller properly. After that, they tried to locate Bjorn and Misha. Rottmiller continued the story himself, saying that they had been separated by too great a distance. Because of that, his search skill couldn't locate them. Still, they didn't give up and entered the forest to look for them anyway. On the third day, however, they encountered Elisa. The moment her name was mentioned, Misha frowned sharply and jumped up from her seat, demanding to know what happened next. She was clearly eager to hear how everything had ended. Hikarod smiled at her reaction and asked what exactly she meant. Then he answered anyway, explaining that they had no choice but to retreat. They used the portal and moved up to the 4th floor. Rottmiller closed his eyes briefly and said he was relieved that they were the only ones who had successfully entered. Bjorn immediately understood what that meant. They had taken advantage of the entry restrictions. He recalled the structure of the 4th floor, the Sky Tower. Its portals changed color periodically, and those who entered before the change were transported into a tower with 100 floors. More importantly, once a test floor was cleared, it was never restored. It was completely safe afterward. Hikarod admitted with clear disappointment that it was unbearable to spend more than 10 days, even on the 1st floor. Bjorn clenched his jaw, irritation flaring up inside him. Unbearable. He and Misha had practically walked 1,000,000 kilometers just to survive. Then Hikarod suddenly added something else, almost as an afterthought. As surprising as it sounded, they had obtained an essence during the very first test. Bjorn froze and asked again, his brows knitting even tighter. Hikarod explained that it was the essence of a rank 7 A-grade mimic monster. Rottmiller calmly added that he had absorbed it himself. Something inside Bjorn snapped. His grip tightened uncontrollably around the mug in his hand until fine cracks began to spread across its surface. Cursing inwardly, Bjorn asked himself whether they really thought this was some kind of game. His mind immediately jumped to the rank 7 mimic monster. It was a rare existence, one that only revealed its essence after receiving an extremely powerful blow. It wasn't a combat-type monster, but its active skill, treasure storage, was infamous. It created a personal subspace, and the crucial part was that the very first time someone opened that storage, random items were generated inside. With barely restrained excitement, his words came out slightly uneven as he asked what happened next. There had to be a catch. Rottmiller, Dwaki, and Hikarod answered calmly, listing the results as if it were nothing special. 2 million stones, magic crystals, 3 top-quality potions, and several numbered items from the 8,000 and 9,000 series. With every word, Bjorn's irritation grew stronger. He couldn't understand why things like this kept happening. Hikarod noticed his expression and asked in confusion why Bjorn was cursing under his breath. Bjorn clenched his jaw so tightly that his whole body trembled, then forced himself to apologize, saying he was simply too shocked. Inside, though, he couldn't help asking why Hikarod was so ridiculously lucky. They continued, explaining that although the items were numbered, they decided to sell them since they had no use for them. Rottmiller deducted the price of the mimic essence for himself from the total. Bjorn ran the numbers in his head and realized that even then, the amount exceeded 10 million stones. He wondered how much each of the 3 had walked away with. Out loud, he congratulated them. Inside, he struggled to restrain both his strength and his emotions. Without realizing it, he squeezed the cutlery in his hand until it bent cleanly in half. His companions stared at him in shock, asking how he had managed to do that. Bjorn replied calmly that because of the hero's Zork essence, he still couldn't fully control his strength. Misha blinked in surprise, admitting that she had never noticed anything like that about him before. Bjorn told her that she couldn't see everything related to him. Ms. Shah looked away, slightly embarrassed, then replied that if he put it that way, she could probably see everything. Hikerod watched the exchange in complete confusion, clearly not understanding what was going on. He finally asked what had happened between the two of them, saying that although he'd heard plenty of rumors, he wanted to hear the truth directly. Ms. Shah was just about to speak when Bjorn raised his palm, stopping her. He said he would explain everything himself, silently noting that some things simply couldn't be shared. He briefly recounted what had happened, deliberately leaving out certain details, like giving Ms. Shah the ring, asking the clan for an essence, and using his new abilities to carve a path for the surviving adventurers. When he finished, Dwaki, Rop Miller, and Hikerod finally understood how everything had really unfolded. Rop Miller sincerely congratulated Ms. Shah on forming a contract with a spirit beast, remembering how anxious she had been about it. Still, one thing puzzled him. He couldn't understand how Bjorn had ended up deserving the credit for that. She closed her eyes, smiled softly, and said that without him, she never would have made it back alive and well. Hikerod burst out laughing in surprise, pointing out that Bjorn had somehow obtained the essence of the orc hero from the Jarvi clan. He asked jokingly whether Bjorn was really planning to accept only 2 million stones as payment for protection. Then he added more seriously that the three of them bore some responsibility for what had happened as well, so they were willing to add another 1 million stones on top of it. Bjorn felt a little embarrassed and wondered to himself whether the man sitting in front of him was actually a dwarf, or some kind of holy benefactor in disguise. Dwaki suddenly spoke up, saying that this was without a doubt the greatest and most incredible story he had ever heard, and that he genuinely regretted not being there to witness it. He clenched his fist firmly and let out a long sigh. Hikerod closed his eyes and agreed, saying that no one in their right mind could disagree with such an achievement. In his opinion, Bjorn was more than worthy of the title Little Valkan. Bjorn blinked in confusion, not understanding what Hikerod meant by that name. Hikerod smiled and assumed Bjorn hadn't heard about it yet. Then he explained that it was his new middle name, a nickname comparing him to Valkan, a legendary barbarian hero from the previous era. From now on, Bjorn would be known as Little Valkan. Bjorn wondered if he had earned a middle name a bit too quickly. Gaining fame inside the game was one thing, but this place was reality. With increased fame came an increased chance of special events. If his name spread too fast, it would draw far more attention than he wanted. Before his thoughts could spiral further, his comrades pulled him back, congratulating him warmly. He had earned a middle name, absorbed a 5th rank essence, and survived something no ordinary person could. They were confident that he would reach even greater heights in the future. Bjorn thanked them sincerely. Ms. Shah winked and asked if there was anything more important to talk about. Everyone agreed and shifted the conversation to the distribution of the spoils. That was when someone suddenly remembered there was also a reward for reporting Priestess Elisa. Ms. Shah asked in surprise if that was really true. They began calculating together, noting that the reward for reporting Elisa alone amounted to 3 million stones. Soon, after adding everything up and deducting the cost of repairing their equipment and treating Bjorn's arm, the total amount Bjorn and Ms. Shah received came to 7.65 million stones. Bjorn suddenly grinned and asked Ms. Shah if she remembered that they were originally supposed to split the money evenly. Then he reminded her, very casually, that she had sworn to give all of it to him. While Dwaki and Hikerod watched in stunned confusion, Ms. Shah frowned, tears welling up, but she still agreed. She told Bjorn to take everything, calling him names as she did. A few days later, Ms. Shah asked if he was finally done. She muttered that going through the labyrinth had been exhausting beyond words. Even without that, Bjorn still had plenty to take care of. He stepped closer to Ms. Shah and calmly explained that everything necessary had already been handled. He had picked up the repaired equipment, restocked their supplies, and even made a stop at the auction house. Hearing this, Ms. Shah closed her eyes and smiled with obvious relief, her expression softening as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Bjorn watched her quietly, a strange feeling stirring in his chest. He couldn't quite understand it. He wondered why she continued to stay by his side like this, and whether she truly had no regrets about the profit she had lost. After all, he had taken every single stone without hesitation. Still, when he thought about it calmly, it made sense. 7.65 million stones wasn't that much in the end. Once he finished preparing essences, weapons, and equipment, his focus would naturally shift to Mish's growth. She was his main comrade now, and strengthening her mattered more than anything else. Noticing his lingering gaze, Ms. Shah grew flustered and asked why he was staring at her like that. Bjorn didn't answer, and soon they arrived at the stop where adventurers were boarding the transport. One of the knights glanced at him and muttered something about whether this was the same Little Valkan, while a girl walking behind them whispered that Bjorn looked no different from an ordinary barbarian. Bjorn ignored their chatter. Turning to Ms. Shah, he told her that he planned to head home and asked what she intended to do. After hesitating for a moment, she admitted awkwardly that she had been thinking about visiting her family. Bjorn asked again, puzzled, and with her head lowered, she confirmed it, explaining that she would likely stay until tomorrow or the day after. Bjorn understood. Still, the way she behaved made him wonder why she seemed almost afraid to tell him. There were things that bothered him slightly, but this was clearly a family matter, and he had no intention of interfering. He simply wished her good luck. Ms. Shaw thanked him, but Bjorn noticed that her mood still hadn't fully recovered. He suddenly reached out and lightly smacked her on the back, telling her not to look so gloomy. Crying out in pain and surprise, Ms. Shaw snapped at him, calling him an ignorant barbarian. Watching her expression change so quickly, Bjorn decided this was much better than before. Ms. Shaw glared at him and told him firmly to make sure he came back in 2 days. She ordered him to eat properly until then and demanded to know if he understood. Bjorn replied that he understood everything. Before leaving, she added one more warning. He shouldn't eat only meat and needed to eat vegetables too. In the end, Ms. Shaw decided to leave first, running ahead without looking back. Bjorn smirked faintly, thinking that just as she claimed, she really did care for him as her benefactor. As he climbed into the carriage, he reflected on it again, briefly thinking that she was acting like a mother, only to immediately reject the idea and replace it with another comparison. She was more like an ex-girlfriend. As the carriage began moving toward its destination, Bjorn leaned back and thought about what came next. His first priority was clear. He needed to level up Ms. Shaw. After some time, they finally arrived at Area 8. Bjorn immediately judged the situation calmly. With his current stats, he could easily move up to a higher team, but taking Ms. Shaw along would be difficult. For now, he would have to remain where he was. The very first thought that crossed his mind was clear. Ms. Shaw needed to level up her contract with the spirit beast. Her essence needed adjustment, and on top of that, her weapon had to be replaced. There was too much holding her back. Before he could think any further, a loud announcement suddenly echoed through the area, declaring the start of an execution. Bjorn clicked his tongue and cursed silently as his gaze shifted toward the square where the guillotine stood. It irritated him. Things had been quiet for several days, yet today the streets felt strangely empty. There were fewer people than usual, and not a single beggar was in sight. When the execution was carried out and blood sprayed into the air, the gathered citizens began whispering among themselves. Some claimed the condemned was an evil spirit, but most seemed unimpressed. There was nothing special about it, they said. Many agreed, pointing out that the blood was an ordinary red color. Bjorn moved closer, intrigued by the mention of an evil spirit, while the people continued talking, asking whether it wasn't disgusting how such creatures imitated humans. Then Bjorn saw him. Tied near the guillotine sat Terrican. Bjorn's stomach dropped, and he cursed internally. He had been worried about him, but only now did he understand the truth. Terrican hadn't bought a weapon with the money Bjorn gave him. He hadn't entered the labyrinth either. Terrican's eyes were wide, staring straight ahead in desperation, until they suddenly locked onto Bjorn. Bjorn frowned, wondering if he had been recognized. As the guillotine blade began to fall, Terrican started crying and screaming despite the cloth stuffed into his mouth. Through sheer desperation, he managed to shout Bjorn's name. Bjorn shut his eyes tightly, turned his face away, and clenched his jaw. It could have been him. That thought stabbed deeply. He remembered handing over the money, remembering believing it would be enough, and, in that moment, he decided he needed to stop trying to help everyone. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a quiet voice, asking if it was really him. Bjorn turned around sharply, irritation flashing across his face, and told the man to disappear into the fog. Instead, the stranger raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to stay quiet, and calmly said there was no need to be rude. After all, they were in the same boat. Bjorn froze. The man crossed his arms and smiled casually, asking where Bjorn was from. Then he began listing places: America, Thailand, Europe. Bjorn's face darkened as he cursed inwardly, wondering what kind of sick coincidence this was. He had always assumed something like this would happen someday. He just hadn't expected it to be so soon. As Bjorn remained silent, the man added with a smile that he himself was from the States. At that moment, Bjorn clenched his jaw and forced himself to breathe. His pulse surged as he screamed inwardly. He only had one answer to deal with this situation. It was called the Anar strategy. Bjorn ordered the man to speak plainly, without dressing his words up in nonsense. Leaning to the side, the man stared at him in confusion, asked again, just to be sure, then suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head in amazement. He admitted that he had almost believed it. He said he thought Bjorn had only been here for 3 months, and went on to praise his excellent acting skills. Bjorn slowly repeated the word skill, his gaze sharpening, reminding the man that he had already warned him not to use complicated words when speaking to him. The man raised his hands, trying to calm the situation, saying that Bjorn didn't need to be so tense with him. With a grin, he exclaimed that Bjorn was here for the same reason as him. Because of the damn Gwaim. The word came out wrong, twisted slightly. Bjorn asked again, cursing him silently in his mind. Still smiling, the man continued, saying that no matter what, he admired Bjorn. Making a name for himself in just 3 months was impressive. He himself had spent over 3 years just to establish his footing here. He rambled on about what he'd been doing, briefly mentioning someone similar to him. but Bjorn barely listened. One thought kept repeating in his head. What does this man actually want? Then he heard the man say that there was no need to talk about where they came from. After all, everyone here was a stranger. Bjorn stayed silent, frowning. Seeing his confusion, the man decided to explain, saying that they had something like a gaming alliance that Bjorn could also join. Once again, he distorted the word game. Bjorn cut him off. He leaned closer, eyes locked onto the man's face, and said he had only one question. Quietly, dangerously, he asked if the man was an evil spirit. The man leaned back at once, sweat breaking out across his face. With a nervous smile, he asked what Bjorn meant. He laughed awkwardly and said it was hard to trust someone who spoke in riddles anyway. Then, after a brief pause, he admitted Bjorn was right. And just like that, he announced that he was indeed an evil spirit. In the very next moment, Bjorn clenched his fists and threw his head back, letting out a thunderous roar. The square fell silent as every eye turned toward him. Bjorn's voice echoed as he declared that the chief of his tribe had said one thing clearly. If an evil spirit is seen, it must be killed. Fear flashed across the man's face as he stammered, asking what Bjorn was talking about. Around them, curious villagers began whispering among themselves. Some focused on the word evil spirit. Others stared at the barbarian, standing in the middle of the square. Bjorn felt it click into place. This was exactly how it should be. A barbarian would never tolerate immorality. He swung. Sometime later, within the garrison, someone remarked that Bjorn truly was a small Balkan. A knight approached him and said the first thing he wanted to do was thank him. Thanks to Bjorn, his younger brother had made it out of the labyrinth alive. Bjorn assumed the brother was from the Dwari clan, but the knight shook his head and explained otherwise. His brother had been one of those who paid the clan for protection. Bjorn let out a quiet laugh in his mind, genuinely amazed as he took it all in. There weren't even 10 survivors among those people. At some point, Bjorn suddenly realized he was hungry. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked how much longer he was supposed to sit there. He admitted bluntly that he was already irritated, angry that he hadn't been allowed to finish off that evil spirit. Only then did the man fully understand what Bjorn meant. He recalled the chaos from earlier, how people had started shouting in shock when Bjorn attacked, how they ordered him to stop. Several knights had rushed in, grabbing Bjorn and dragging him away from the man on the ground. Bjorn had cursed at them, yelling for them to let go, insisting that he was certain the man was an evil spirit and that leaving him alive would only cause harm. The knights exchanged stunned looks as they heard Bjorn repeat the words evil spirit again and again. They glanced down at the badly beaten man lying helplessly on the floor. One of them forced a smile and explained that an investigation was already underway, asking Bjorn to wait a little. He added that if Bjorn turned out to be right, they would deal with it properly. Before he could continue, another knight burst into the room, calling out to the captain. He reported that the suspect possessed an identification card, one belonging to a hunter of evil spirits. The captain froze, repeating the words in disbelief. Bjorn caught the phrase hunter of evil spirits and narrowed his eyes. Not long after, they moved to another room. The beaten man was now lying on a bed, barely conscious. An employee standing nearby explained that the man was one of theirs. Bjorn frowned deeply and shouted that the man himself had admitted to being an evil spirit. He demanded to know whether that was suddenly no longer true. For a moment, he assumed they were trying to deceive him. The man hurriedly explained that anyone who became famous too quickly or displayed extraordinary abilities was subjected to checks as a precautionary measure. Bjorn cut him off at once, ordering him to stop. He admitted openly that he didn't understand such complicated words. With a tired sigh, the captain rephrased it simply. In other words, their organization had suspected Bjorn himself of being an evil spirit. Bjorn froze, then shouted in shock. He waved his arms furiously, demanding to know who dared to take him for an evil spirit. He swore he would crush the man's skull right there, forcing the knights to rush in and restrain him again. Wiping sweat from his face with a handkerchief, the man hastily clarified that no one currently suspected him. It was only a precaution. Bjorn snapped back, ordering him to speak plainly, asking if he was mocking him on purpose. Panicking, the man finally blurted out that he only meant this would never happen again. At that moment, the wounded hunter of evil spirits suddenly shuddered and began coughing violently. Later, Bjorn left the garrison and walked down the street, cursing to himself. He hadn't even considered that these people might know such details. His thoughts drifted back to the hunter of evil spirits, to how the man had casually named several countries while trying to figure out where Bjorn came from. And the more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Bjorn asked himself whether it was really true that not everyone here was an idiot. Fortunately, he had noticed a flaw in time. The moment the man stumbled over the pronunciation of the word game, he had brushed it off as a strange syllable, like something an old grandfather would say, and the oddly twisted way he pronounced the word computer only reinforced the suspicion. If hunters like that had already reached this level, then it was no surprise that Terrican had ended up on the guillotine. Bjorn clearly understood one thing now. This was an unfamiliar city, and there was no one he could rely on. And yet, somehow, a man who knew far too much had still managed to approach him. He cursed again in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more this world felt completely messed up. When he returned to his room, at least he could admit one small relief. He had managed to get away with it for now. Still, his brows remained tightly furrowed. Then his thoughts were interrupted. He felt something under his foot. Bjorn looked down and realized he had stepped on an envelope. Frowning, he picked it up in surprise and shook its contents into his palm. A small pill rolled out. He stared at it, confused. Was this really a pill? There was also a letter. Sitting down on the bed, Bjorn unfolded it and began to read carefully. The letter claimed it was sent to a random researcher, someone presumed to be a player. If the reader could understand this text, then the assumption was correct. The writer warned him never to reveal his status as a player to anyone. If he were ever caught by hunters of evil spirits, the letter begged him not to show this message under any circumstances. In short, the writer explained that there existed a community that guaranteed complete anonymity, and if Bjorn swallowed the pill included in the envelope, he would be able to enter it. Bjorn frowned in disbelief as he continued reading. The author added that if he did not wish to join, he should destroy the pill immediately. Toward the end, the tone shifted, almost desperate, sincerely urging him to stay alive. The signature at the bottom made his eyes narrow. It claimed to be from the bastard king of Rafdonia. Around the same time, deep within the secret Ministry of Public Order, an organization that answered directly to the royal family, a man knelt on the floor. The person who had just received his report asked coldly whether he truly meant that the situation had turned into a complete bloodbath. He reminded him that the order had only been to observe a single individual. Closing his eyes, the kneeling man explained that they had believed a barbarian with only 3 months of experience would be easy to expose. His superior asked calmly what the result was. The man answered that it would be better to see it personally. A button was pressed. An image formed on the surface of a crystal sphere, replaying the exact moment when the hunter of evil spirits approached Bjorn. The observer rested his chin on his hand, studying the scene in silence. When the recording finally ended, he turned away slowly and spoke. In such situations, evil spirits usually chose to run. The barbarian attacked the employee without a moment of hesitation. The knight immediately understood what his superior was trying to say and confirmed it himself. Bjorn was innocent. The warrior accepted this conclusion, then walked over to the window and looked down at the street below. He asked quietly whether Bjorn had really become famous in just 3 months, without even being an evil spirit. In his eyes, it felt as if fate itself had decided to mold this man into a hero. A smile formed on his face as he muttered that it was perfect. This city had always suffered from a lack of true talent. Bjorn's fame continued to spread. The next morning, standing near the magic tower, Bjorn lifted his gaze to the massive structure and felt a strange certainty settle in. Yesterday's letter wasn't fake. And if that was the case, then he needed to get to the bottom of the truth himself. He went to the laboratory, where Raven noticed him immediately. She remarked that if he had received something like that, it meant his reputation had risen significantly. Bjorn asked again, clearly confused, and Raven explained that anyone who became famous usually received such things. She warned him not to dwell on it. With a hint of regret, she added that if she had received it herself, she would have checked the letter right away. But now, everything written inside has already disappeared. Bjorn stared at the blank sheet in his hand, frowning. Was this some kind of magic? Raven tilted her head and asked if he hadn't wondered what exactly the evil spirits had written in the letter. Bjorn repeated the words, evil spirits, in surprise. Raven blinked and asked if she hadn't already told him. They were the ones sending those letters. Bjorn admitted that he hadn't even known it was a letter in the first place, then muttered that she really was a genius. Raven smiled smugly, accepting the praise without hesitation. She warned him that this was something ordinary people wouldn't understand anyway. Then she casually mentioned that there had been a pill inside. Bjorn nodded, and Raven's eyes widened slightly. She asked if that was true, wondering whether he knew what it was. Bjorn said he didn't. Raven explained that the pill was created by an extremely talented mage, someone proficient in mind control magic, other dimensional magic, and advanced alchemy. By swallowing it, a person could enter a special spirit world. As she spoke, she seemed almost fascinated by the idea. Bjorn, on the other hand, asked again what a spirit world even was. Raven explained that he could think of it as another dimension, one where only the mind traveled while the body remained behind. She added that if he swallowed the pill, he would be summoned at midnight on the 15th day of every month to that spirit world. Most likely, evil spirits used it to exchange information. She then mentioned, almost casually, that many people had swallowed similar pills to enter that world. And then, the next day, others had found them dead, collapsed in pools of bloody vomit. Bjorn immediately told her to stop. His expression darkened as he thought about how close he had come to making a fatal mistake. He had almost swallowed that pill. Raven nodded seriously and confirmed it. Many dead researchers had already been found. She advised him firmly not to take the pill out of mere curiosity. Bjorn immediately assumed it was just poison and wondered what kind of idiot would even send him something like that. Raven looked at him strangely and asked if that was really what he thought mages were capable of. She explained that the pill contained none of the known poisonous ingredients or alchemical formulas. Bjorn frowned and asked why those people had died then. Raven's expression grew serious. She said there were many theories, but the most plausible one was this. Evil spirits had a method of identifying those who did not belong to them. Once identified, they could forcibly separate the soul of an intruder from the body. Bjorn clicked his tongue and concluded that it was still a dangerous pill. In his mind, he translated it simply. Some unknown player could gain control over his life. Raven nodded and added another strange detail. In that spirit world, only the appearance of the soul was used, meaning no one could tell what those people actually looked like back in the city. Bjorn asked in shock whether magic couldn't be used to track who swallowed the pill, especially if it was created by a mage. Raven shook her head and said it was impossible. No such method existed. If it did, all the evil spirits would have been captured long ago. Bjorn admitted that made sense. Raven then suggested they begin today's research and casually asked whether they would move on to collecting blood. As Bjorn stood up, a realization settled in. This community really did guarantee complete anonymity. That was the biggest advantage. He might gain information there, maybe even find a way to return. His thoughts were interrupted when Raven pointed at a chair, stained with dried blood, and told him to sit down. She assured him cheerfully that everything was under control and that he wouldn't die. Bjorn didn't respond. He simply sat down. Raven smiled with clear enthusiasm and placed the device above his head. Meanwhile, Bjorn stared ahead, frowning deeply as he continued to think. Should he really take that risk? Sometime later, back in his room, the question still hadn't left his mind. He had thought about it long and hard, and in the end, the best option seemed clear. Swallowing the pill was the right choice. He carefully weighed every risk against every possible benefit. If the pill were truly that lethal, the community wouldn't exist in the first place. Still, he couldn't take it yet. Yes, there was anonymity, but the one who sent the invitation likely had a way to identify who joined. Bjorn lay down on the bed, hands folded behind his head, staring at the ceiling as he imagined different scenarios. What if, during a certain period, he was the only one who received an invitation? The moment he joined, he would stand out immediately. The thought made him frown. If he was going to take the pill, it would be better to wait. 3 months, maybe even half a year. He didn't need the information urgently enough to gamble his life right now. 15 days after returning from the labyrinth, in the mage. In one of the laboratories on the upper floors of the mage tower, a mage brushed his palms over a magic sphere and activated it. A voice immediately echoed from within, addressing him respectfully and calling him Lord. The man asked the Soul Queen what had happened to the newcomer. She replied calmly that he had not appeared. The mage frowned slightly and asked if that was truly the case. He assumed, then, that the man really wasn't a player after all. The Soul Queen agreed, saying there was a fairly high probability of that being true. After a brief pause, she asked what should be done with the other letters that had been deliberately delayed. Rubbing his face with his hand, the mage said they could no longer delay things just because of personal whims. He ordered the Soul Queen to send the remaining letters in sequence. She accepted the order at once. As the connection faded, the mage thought to himself that he had placed his hopes on that person. He had heard that the man had chosen a shield during his coming-of-age ceremony, but it turned out he wasn't the one he was looking for. A little later, at a branch of the Explorers Guild, the man sitting at the reception desk informed Bjorn that he had been promoted to a 6th-rank explorer. Bjorn thanked him, accepted the necessary documents, and left. Thinking back on it, he realized that between daily requests and assignments that felt like endless homework, he hadn't even noticed how quickly time had passed. Still, there was something more important. When he returned home, Bjorn washed his face, frowned, and pressed his lips together tightly. His stones had flowed away like water. Even so, he didn't regret it. Everything had been spent on things he truly needed. Some time later, he went to a store with Miss Shah. She stared at the weapon he had chosen, eyes wide with shock, and asked whether it wasn't too big. Bjorn closed one eye and carefully appraised the gigantic mace in front of him. Its size and mass were overwhelming, and its price was 400,000 stones. An acid resistance enchantment had already been cast on it, along with additional spells for armor and shield compatibility that pushed the cost even higher. After examining it thoroughly, Bjorn finally asked what exactly Ms. Shah was talking about. He explained calmly that there were even bigger weapons out there. In his mind, he added that this one was necessary to properly protect himself. Next, he picked up a pair of pants designed to protect his most vital areas. The price tag read 900,000 stones. They were imbued with automatic recovery, shape-shifting properties, and acid immunity. Holding them up, he explained to Ms. Shah that he couldn't exactly show off his naked body every time he grew. Ms. Shah flushed slightly and asked if those pants were also enchanted with magic. She added that it must be hard to find something that actually fits him. Distracted by her reaction, Bjorn casually asked how the shopping trip had been for her. He wanted to know whether everything suited her needs. The items she had chosen, while smaller than standard equipment, were still noticeably larger than the weapons she used before. Ms. Shah grew even more embarrassed. exclaiming that she didn't even know anymore, her voice trailing off as she struggled to find the right words. She was a little unusual. Before long, they arrived at the training area, where a pole made of tightly bound tied hay stood as a target. Miss Shaw ran up to it and swung her new weapon several times. The blade sliced cleanly through the hay, splitting it into multiple pieces. She straightened up and announced proudly that she was already getting used to the new equipment. Now she wielded the twin lich blades, about 70% of a standard rapier's length, but far denser and sharper. They cost 550,000 stones. On top of that, they had also purchased the blood of a wild beast for internal use, meant to strengthen spirit beasts. That alone had cost 2 million stones. Watching her, Bjorn frowned slightly in disbelief. Was it really because of the wild beast blood that she could now infuse her weapon with an ice element? Ms. Shaw closed her eyes, lifted her chin, and smiled with clear pride. She asked if Bjorn had seen it, obviously curious about his reaction. Bjorn nodded, then calmly pointed out that her movements were still clumsy. He told her she needed more training. Her expression immediately darkened. Bjorn, meanwhile, shifted his thoughts elsewhere. He only had the third stage of spiritual sorrow left. As he prepared to visit the shaman, he pressed a palm against his back, his face twisting in displeasure. Yesterday's second stage was horrible. He had paid 1 million stones for the second stage of the spiritual will seal, and the procedure itself had lasted only 10 minutes. Yet compared to that, the 12 hours of torment during the first stage now felt almost like a fairy tale. He still remembered that day in the tent. The shaman had smiled calmly and told him not to hold back, saying he was free to scream. Bjorn had never imagined that even pain resistance would be useless. His screams had been so loud that even passing barbarians had shuddered in fear. But the result was worth it. With the activation of the second stage immortality imprint, his stamina and magic resistance had increased significantly. His spirit had risen by 30 points, and his special ability had jumped by 60. After the procedure, the shaman admitted that Bjorn was the first person he remembered who had remained conscious after the seal was completed. The shaman then took out a small glass container filled with long sticks and handed it to Bjorn, saying that they still had some time and suggesting he take a look at his fate. Bjorn clenched his jaw, baffled. Were they really about to tell fortunes? In the end, he still pulled out one of the sticks. The shaman studied it silently, deep in thought. Bjorn frowned, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the shaman asked him to tell the day and hour of his birth. Bjorn froze. He had no answer. Did barbarians even know when or at what time they were born? The shaman burst out laughing and admitted he was joking. How could Bjorn possibly know something like that? Finally losing his patience, Bjorn demanded to know what the shaman had seen. The shaman's expression turned serious as he answered that Bjorn was destined to experience countless events, things that normally happened only once in a lifetime. According to the shaman, those events would be both good and bad. Bjorn was fated to walk the same path as those people the world so easily labeled heroes. Remembering those words now, Bjorn thought briefly about fate, then dismissed it just as quickly. Fate didn't change anything. He would do what he had to do regardless. What mattered was preparing himself to endure whatever adversity came his way. He was pulled out of his thoughts when someone suddenly stepped closer. He flinched slightly as Miss Shaw winked at him, holding out a basket filled with food. She asked if he was finally awake and suggested he eat something. Bjorn nodded, silently resolving that he would prepare for everything he could. Soon after, he returned to the shaman's tent. The shaman raised an eyebrow and remarked that Bjorn was the first person to come back so quickly for the third seal. As Bjorn sat down among the flickering candles, the shaman spoke solemnly. Before him lay a fork, 3 possible paths: the spirit of flame, the spirit of iron, and the spirit of the wild. As the shaman began chanting softly, Bjorn felt as if he were standing inside a game. Without hesitation, he chose the spirit of the wild. The shaman took a thin needle, nodded in approval, and told him it was an excellent choice. He warned Bjorn to prepare himself for the third stage of the spiritual seal. Bjorn handed over 2 million stones. Then he screamed. The sound was so loud that birds burst into the air in alarm. When it finally ended, the third stage of the immortality imprint activated. His physical resistance and fire resistance surged. His constitution rose by 56 points, and his special ability increased by 80. On top of that, his body was infused with the spirit of the wild. Bjorn's basic threat level rose sharply. He gained the ability known as Surge of Wildness. When the procedure was over, Bjorn could only think of one thing. It had been painful, and it had been expensive. But the effect of the spirit of the wild was undeniable. His threat level was now naturally ingrained into his body. In simple terms, he could attract monsters just by breathing. And when Surge of Wildness was activated, his threat level tripled for a short time. In exchange, it granted a powerful bonus to the constitution. Breathing heavily, Bjorn realized how perfectly this suited a tank. Drawing the attention of entire groups of monsters while boosting his endurance at the same time was exactly what he needed. And if he stacked that with Giganti, which further multiplied the threat level, his effectiveness would skyrocket. A smirk tugged at his lips. He hadn't even imagined he could reach this point in just 3 months. The shaman leaned closer and said he was tired, suggesting Bjorn should go. Bjorn agreed and started to leave, But before he stepped out, the shaman stopped him. He said that yesterday, he hadn't told Bjorn everything about his fate. Bjorn paused, curiosity stirring. He should learn. The shaman warned him to always be cautious, everywhere and at all times, of those filled with resentment. There would be many such people in his life. Bjorn cut him off at once, telling him to speak more simply. After a brief pause, the shaman explained another way. If Bjorn could dispel the resentment within such people, he would gain good fortune. If he failed, that resentment would eventually bring disaster upon him. Bjorn clenched his jaw, irritation flashing across his face. He honestly wondered whether the shaman even understood what simpler meant. In the end, he decided not to push it further and turned to leave. The shaman remained silent, watching his back as he walked away. Bjorn stepped out of the tent, thinking that he had finally overcome the third stage of the seal. He was just about to consider what awaited him next when someone suddenly jumped out from behind the bushes. He flinched slightly as Anna appeared, quietly drawing his attention. He whispered her name in surprise, completely confused about what she was doing there. Anna immediately told him to be quiet, insisting that no one must see her. She motioned for him to come closer. Bjorn lowered his voice and asked her to wait, wanting to know why she had called him over, but she interrupted him at once. She said she had heard from the elder that he had received the name Little Valkan and exclaimed that he was incredible. Bjorn brushed it off, saying it was nothing. Anna leaned in eagerly and asked what had happened, unable to hide her curiosity. Bjorn hesitated for a moment, wondering how much to tell her, while Anna watched him with bright, expectant eyes. When he finally finished explaining, Bjorn said that was all. Anna immediately asked if it was true that he was on the same team as Hakuro. She said it was a relief, admitting she had been worried he might end up alone. Hakuro, she said, could be trusted. Bjorn suddenly asked why she had lost so much weight, half-jokingly wondering if the elder had been starving her. Anna shook her head and explained that wasn't the case at all. She said she had compressed her muscles, and that was the reason. Bjorn repeated the word compression in confusion. Anna nodded and said such a thing existed, though she admitted she didn't really understand it herself. Bjorn replied that he understood perfectly. Just then, an angry voice called out, demanding to know if she had really run away again. Anna glanced to the side and realized it was time for her to go. Bjorn decided that meant he should leave too. She thanked him for keeping her company and asked him to come again. Bjorn asked if she was really okay. Anna smiled and said she was perfectly fine. Her training had doubled, she explained, and the most important thing was not to sleep. Bjorn thought bitterly that this was exactly what troubled him the most. He turned to leave. Then she called out to him. Bjorn froze and turned back. Anna hesitated for a moment, then admitted that there was something she hadn't been able to say earlier. She said she was glad Bjorn had become handsome. Bjorn blinked and asked again, clearly bewildered. Anna hesitated, searching for the right words, then explained that before, his face had been filled with malice. She quickly added that she didn't think that was a bad thing. But now, she said, he looked calmer, more relaxed. In her opinion, it was because he could finally trust his new comrades. Before she could say more, a loud voice called out, ordering her to come immediately. Anna flinched, then smiled at Bjorn and exclaimed that they would see each other again. She promised she would return once she became a reliable warrior. Bjorn stood there, frozen, watching her disappear. Only then did he mutter to himself, asking whether she meant that his anger had faded a little. Some time later, when he arrived at the library, Ragna activated her Perius spell and casually remarked that Bjorn had become famous. She turned as if to leave, and Bjorn wondered why she had even spoken to him in the first place. He briefly assumed she had something she wanted to say, but instead he replied aloud that it seemed he really had become famous. Without waiting, he turned away to look for books. There was no reason to continue the conversation. He wished her well, genuinely, and let out a quiet sigh as he walked off. In the past, he had tried to get close to her because he thought she might be useful as a mage. Now it was pointless. He had already reached 6th rank, and even received a title. Besides, there was already a mage in his current team. Even if that mage wasn't from the Magic Tower, Ragna, judging by her work as a librarian, was more like Vaki than anything else. Then Bjorn froze. He felt the cold clarity of rationalization settle in. Survival was the priority. He wasn't in a position to peer into other people's souls. His moral principles rejected idle curiosity. He evaluated others carefully, weighed every action, calculated their value and his own benefit. He killed when someone posed a threat. He was prepared for betrayal. He constantly thought about how to extract more value from others. He told himself he needed to keep a cool head in any situation and act for himself alone. And then Misha's words surfaced in his mind. How she had warned him that if he continued like this, he would die, and had asked him not to leave her behind. Realizing his mistake, Bjorn cursed inwardly and pressed his lips together tightly. No wonder Anna had noticed it. Lately, he kept catching himself wanting to do things that served no purpose at all. His body had grown tougher, stronger, but another problem had emerged. Is there a way to fix this? He didn't know. But right now, he was a barbarian. Bjorn turned back, walked up to the table where Ragna was sitting, and placed his palm flat on its surface. Leaning forward slightly, he ordered her to stop avoiding his gaze and look at him. Then he spoke plainly. If she had something to say, she should say it. She shuddered in surprise and asked how he knew she wanted to talk. Bjorn reminded himself to act like a barbarian and calmly replied that he could see it in Ragna's eyes, silently adding that now wasn't the time to restrain his instincts. At that moment, the familiar screen flickered to life in his mind, showing his character traits with new points quietly added. The next day at lunch, Bjorn headed to a cafe called the Promise of Flowing Water. The entrance was absurdly narrow and low, forcing him to duck and squeeze inside. His jaw tightened in irritation as he frowned. When he first heard the name, he'd expected something refined or grand, but now it was obvious. It was just an ordinary cafe. The moment he stepped inside, the customers stared in shock. Someone whispered if it was even possible for a barbarian to be here, while others muttered that the owner must be drowning in debt. That was when Bjorn spotted a woman sitting at one of the tables. She waved cheerfully and smiled as she asked if he was Bjorn. She announced his arrival without hesitation. Bjorn asked bluntly if she was his client. She confirmed it immediately, telling him what name he could call her. Her name was Emmer, a 7th-class officer from the Regional Administrative Department, and also a friend of Ragnar's. Bjorn gave her a brief look, wondering if she was over 30. He had expected someone younger, if she truly called herself Ragnar's friend. As he approached, Emmer admitted she hadn't ordered anything yet because she didn't know what he liked. She asked what she should get for him. Bjorn closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and said beer and meat. When she stared at him in confusion, he added that it was fine if they couldn't find any. He simply didn't like sweets. In his mind, he decided that this was enough revenge for her calling a barbarian into that explosion at the unicorn factory. When tea and snacks were finally placed on the table, Bjorn asked what Emmer wanted from him. She looked surprised and asked if Ragnar hadn't told him already. Only then did he realize she meant the librarian, and hearing her name caught him off guard. Emmer seemed equally surprised that he didn't even know it, and, after a brief pause, gave her full name, Ragnar Laniel Pepero. Bjorn reacted in surprise and asked if she was a noble. Emmer said she wasn't, then hesitated. That hesitation told Bjorn everything. There was clearly history behind that name. He waved it off aloud, saying he didn't care, and told Emmer to get to the point. With a quiet sigh, she finally explained that she needed a sewer patrol. Normally, the guard handled those jobs themselves, dragging out tax evaders or petty criminals. But something unexpected had happened. She stopped again, hesitating mid-sentence. Bjorn frowned, clearly displeased, and urged her to finish. After a moment, Emmer finally spoke, explaining that based on what had occurred, the situation was no longer ordinary. The previous squad had died during an incident on the 3rd floor, and Bjorn immediately understood what that meant. They needed a replacement. Emmer confirmed it with a nod, explaining that Ragnar herself had recommended him. Bjorn said he understood, but still asked why Emmer wanted him specifically. In his mind, there had to be someone more suitable for this kind of job. For a brief moment, he even wondered if this had something to do with hunting evil spirits. Emmer hesitated before answering. Then, a little awkwardly, she admitted the truth. It was because Bjorn was extremely popular right now. That realization caught him off guard. Only then did he remember the ridiculous title attached to his name. The so-called Little Balhan Man, celebrity. Emmer, slightly embarrassed, admitted honestly that even she had been curious and wanted to see him in person. As if suddenly remembering something unrelated, she decided to order a few extra cookies to take back later. She asked, almost shyly, whether she could tell her colleagues that Bjorn had given them to her. She looked at him with pleading eyes. He agreed, and she let out a small cry of joy. Then she finally asked what he thought of her offer. The reward was 200,000 stones. In her opinion, it wasn't a small amount. Right after saying it, she awkwardly added that she felt uncomfortable even using that word. Bjorn raised an eyebrow, confused, while inwardly feeling annoyed. She was doing it again. Why couldn't she just say everything at once? Stuffing another cookie in her mouth, Emmer explained that their department was rather picky when choosing who they hired. If Bjorn worked well with them, he would prove himself as a qualified and reliable person in the eyes of other guilds and administrative offices. Bjorn understood immediately. This wasn't just about the money. It was about reputation. Emmer brightened and exclaimed that this was exactly what she meant. With his current fame, she said, Bjorn was probably already drowning in offers from all kinds of employers. He admitted quietly that this wasn't entirely true. Closing his eyes, he smiled faintly. In reality, this was the first proper assignment he had been offered. His title sounded impressive, but no one truly believed a barbarian would be a dependable worker. In the end, he agreed. A deal was made. After they finished talking, Bjorn stood and said he would be going. Emmer waved him off with a smile. Once he left the cafe, she sat there for a moment in silence, then admitted to herself that she hadn't met someone this interesting in a long time. She found herself curious. Ragnar had never mentioned anyone like him before. Bjorn felt strangely innocent, and speaking with him had calmed her restless thoughts. As far as she could tell, he knew nothing about Ragnar's past, and that alone made her feel he wasn't a bad person. Then she abruptly stopped herself, realizing she was getting ahead of her thoughts. Quietly addressing Ragnar in her mind, she decided that maybe now was the time to find new friends. 2 days later, near the sewer entrance, someone from the team grimaced in open displeasure, loudly drawing attention to the unbearable stench. He complained that his comrade hadn't mentioned it would smell so sweet down here. The second man shot back irritably, asking if he'd honestly expected anything else from a place like this. Dwaki hesitated, admitting, somewhat awkwardly, that he hadn't expected it to be this bad. He tried to object, then fell silent. Hikarad chimed in with a dry laugh, confessing that even he hadn't imagined it would stink this much. Misha nodded in agreement, saying it was truly awful. By now, the entire Outcast team was gathered. Ignoring their complaints, Bjorn warned them that he was about to open the door. He reminded everyone not to lose the sewer map and to keep their helmets on. He explained that the helmets were equipped with lanterns and recording devices as well, so no one was to take them off. Everything had to be returned afterward. Everyone agreed. As Bjorn prepared himself, he briefly wondered why they had all decided to come along. Then he remembered yesterday's general meeting, where he'd mentioned the mission. Hikarad had immediately declared that he wouldn't miss a sewer expedition, especially if there were ghosts involved. He claimed he didn't care about the money. Inspired by that enthusiasm, Dwaki, who badly needed a change of scenery, had asked to join too, admitting that burying himself in books lately had started giving him headaches. Roth Miller, stroking his chin, had remarked that it was incredibly easy to get lost in the sewers. For him, this was the perfect chance to test a new skill. He wanted to train his sixth sense. Ms. Shah, still getting used to dual blades, reminded everyone that Bjorn had warned them criminals were hiding down there. It wasn't a safe place. Bjorn decided not to refuse free help. He didn't know what to expect from the others yet, but Roth Miller, at least, would definitely be useful. Stepping inside, Bjorn glanced around and admitted that the space was far more open than he'd expected. Hikarad explained that this was exactly why people hid here. It was spacious, completely dark, and easy to disappear in. Someone asked he to create light. He activated his spell, and glowing clumps of energy drifted into the air, illuminating the surroundings. He said it should be better now. Hikarad suddenly mentioned that he'd heard rumors about a terrifying monster living in the sewers. He began telling the story, and Misha turned to Dwaki, asking if he thought the monster really existed. Dwaki hesitated, unsure how to respond. In the end, he said he'd heard that all the waste from the magic tower was dumped here. If discarded potions or chemical reagents reacted with a monster's corpse, then it wouldn't be strange for something unnatural to be born from it, something they had never seen before. Misha asked in surprise if that could really be true. No one answered immediately, but everyone understood that it was possible. Bjorn agreed silently, recalling that the people in charge had claimed there had been no problems down here for the past 2 years. With a quiet sigh, he thought that they were talking as if something like that couldn't possibly exist here. Suddenly, Roth Miller, who was walking ahead, shuddered and came to an abrupt stop. Bjorn asked why he halted. Roth Miller replied that, despite barely being able to feel anything through the overpowering stench, he had a strange sensation. It felt as if someone else was here with them. The rest of the team immediately tensed, asking where these enemies might be. Everyone knew about Roth Miller's mimic essence. It had boosted his sixth sense by 50 points and his luck by 20. If he sensed something, it was unlikely to be a mistake. Bjorn tightened his grip around his new mace, ready for a fight. That was when Misha suddenly noticed part of a human body wedged into an expansion in the wall. Bjorn frowned in disbelief. How did someone even get in there? He grabbed the man's clothes, ordered him to come out, and yanked him free, throwing him onto the ground. The man, Hans Markham, screamed as he was dragged out. He shut his eyes, scrambled to his feet, and cursed wildly as he pulled out a dagger and swung it toward Bjorn, screaming for his death. Bjorn stopped the strike midair. He calmly praised Markham for a good attempt, and remarked that, in his opinion, a person had to try everything if they wanted to survive. A sharp crack echoed through the sewer. Markham felt the bones in his hand break and let out a shrill scream, collapsing in pain. Bjorn released him and demanded to know why he was hiding. Markham fell to his knees, trembling, saying nothing. Bjorn tilted his head and asked if he truly didn't want to answer. He added coldly that maybe the pain was so unbearable it would be better for him to die right away. Crying, Markham begged him not to kill him. He swore he hadn't even harmed a fly, and said he simply had nowhere to live. Bjorn immediately understood what that meant. He was hiding here because he couldn't pay his taxes. Even so, Bjorn wondered who would actually believe that story. Then Roth Miller pointed something out. There was a brand on Markham's forehead. He explained that this mark was only given to those who had committed serious crimes. Running from the tax office clearly wasn't the only thing on this man's record. Hakuro chuckled, saying it reminded him of the old days. Plenty of people with marks like that had passed through the forge where he used to work. Misha drew Bjorn's attention back to the matter and asked if the administration had told him what to do in situations like this. Bjorn rubbed his chin and explained that they would add 5,000 stones if they brought the man alive. But they had also said that it wasn't that killing him was frightening. The only thing that mattered was making sure it didn't end up on the record. Vaki suddenly shuddered and asked what if the man really was an ordinary citizen. Bjorn recalled the words of the administrative officers. Normal citizens never came down here. Markham trembled even harder as he listened. Hikarad snorted, saying he hadn't expected anything different from the administration anyway. Then Misha suddenly asked the question Markham was clearly terrified of. Was it true that he would still be executed, even if they brought him in alive? Markham looked at Bjorn with desperate eyes and hurriedly offered to negotiate. He promised to tell them everything, begging only for his life in return. Bjorn asked coldly if he truly intended to talk and warned him not to try deceiving them. Markham shook his head violently, swearing he hadn't even thought about lying. He claimed Bjorn and his team could earn far more money by catching a certain crazy girl. Bjorn frowned and asked him to explain. Markham said that a few days ago, a mad woman had chased him out of his hiding place. He was absolutely certain she used some kind of dark, evil magic. Even worse, several corpses were walking beside her, but they didn't look like the undead from the labyrinth at all. He described her hiding her face beneath a hood, surrounded by those corpses, and insisted that if they handed her over to the temple, the reward would be enormous. Nothing like the insignificant amount they'd get for him. Bjorn froze, cursing silently. A single name surfaced in his mind. Elisa. He remembered their encounter in the forest. The thought unsettled him. Before he could think further, Misha asked what they should do now. Bjorn realized that if it really was Elisa, letting her roam the sewers freely wasn't an option, especially when she already had a deep grudge against them. He said he wanted to be sure and asked the others for their opinions. The decision came quickly. They would catch her and make her pay. Hikarad laughed as he said it, and Misha added that earning money along the way wouldn't hurt either. Roth Miller objected, saying they shouldn't rush into danger, but he also made it clear that if the majority decided to go, he would follow. That settled it. Bjorn suggested they finish their original task first. Half an hour later, Bjorn held the rope tied around Markham and ordered him to lead the way. Markham warned them that this route wasn't marked on the map and told them not to go too far. As they moved deeper inside, one of the team members muttered irritably that the place was incredibly confusing, and on top of that, there were countless perfect hiding spots here, so the team couldn't understand why Markham had chosen such an exposed place. Trembling, he explained that he'd been searching for a new corner to live in because of Elise, but when he sensed people nearby, he'd panicked and hidden wherever he could. Bjorn quickly realized that Markham wasn't clever, just unlucky. They finally stopped near a steep descent. Markham said quietly that this was the place. Instinctively, everyone lowered their voices, feeling their nerves tighten. Bjorn asked if there were any other exits from the shelter. Markham shook his head, insisting this was the only way in or out. Bjorn smirked. If that was true, then this time, Elisa wouldn't escape. This time, they would show her what real justice looked like. He ordered Markham to go first, adding that if Elisa truly was here, they'd let him go afterward. A moment later, everyone froze. Ahead of them lay the withered corpses of the night team. The sight drained all color from Markham's face. He began sweating profusely and whispered in terror, asking what that was. Bjorn ordered him to stay quiet and keep moving. Markham took one more step. A magic circle flared beneath his foot. A spell echoed through the air, and Bjorn cursed inwardly. Traps! He shouted for everyone to step back as dark magical energy surged forward, shaping itself into ghostly silhouettes that rushed straight toward Markham. Markham screamed in pure terror. Bjorn recognized the spell immediately. Call of the Evil God. A trap-type spell that sent countless restless souls charging in a chosen direction. Each hit reduced the victim's maximum HP, and once it reached 0, death came slowly and painfully. At the same moment, Elisa abruptly turned around. Her brow furrowed as she sensed the activation of the spell. The call of the Evil God? She guessed it might be people from the temple. Annoyance flickered through her mind. She still hadn't found the streamer leading to the underground labyrinth. Her hand closed around the pendant hanging from her neck. A voice whispered to her, demanding a sacrifice. Again and again, it repeated the same words. Elisa's eyes widened. A sacrifice. I need a sacrifice. She broke into a run as the voice promised that an offering would open the way for her. Back in the sewers, Bjorn found himself facing 120 undead. His resistance to darkness began exceeding the acceptable threshold. Warnings rang in his mind as his effectiveness dropped by 30%. His maximum health was temporarily reduced by 29%. He barely managed to step aside in time. The next instant, Bjorn snapped his rope tight, yanking Markham's now lifeless body toward him. Misha rushed closer, eyes wide with excitement, and asked how he was feeling. Bjorn answered that he was still alive, but inside, his thoughts were filled with curses and a creeping sense of dread. He realized just how close he had come to dying. Turning to the others, Bjorn asked if everyone was all right. Roth Miller replied that they were, thanks to him. Bjorn nodded, then glanced at Markham. His maximum health had dropped to 0. Bjorn stared for a moment, then asked quietly if he was really dead. After that, he kicked the body aside. At least he'd had the sense to send him ahead. Misha muttered that it could have ended badly, and Bjorn agreed. If Markham hadn't gone first, he would have been the one to die. They were about to move on when someone told him to stop. Hakuro had crouched beside the corpse. After a quick search, he smiled and said he'd known it would be here. Markham had a personal plate. He offered to check the name. Bjorn leaned in, suddenly interested. Hakuro read aloud. Hans. The word hit Bjorn like a blunt strike. Misha shuddered in shock, and Vaki stared at him in confusion. In the end, they decided to hand the plate over to the administrative department as evidence. Bjorn, however, quietly admitted to himself that he had a very bad feeling about all of this. They soon reached Markham's hiding place. It was surprisingly tidy, as if he'd settled in comfortably. For someone so filthy, he'd been strangely thrifty. Candles were still burning, but Roth Miller quickly noted that the girl they were looking for wasn't there. Bjorn warned everyone not to lower their guard. Elisa could still be hiding. Suddenly, Dwaki paused and looked to the side with interest. He raised his staff and pointed, explaining that he sensed a faint trace of mana. Something was hidden beneath the floor. Everyone understood immediately. Bjorn removed his armor and tossed it aside. His comrades stared at him in shock and asked what he was doing. He answered calmly that he was going to break through the floor and tightened his grip on his mace. Hakuro exclaimed in disbelief, and Dwaki hurriedly told him to wait, insisting it wouldn't work with magic. Bjorn wondered silently if that was really true. Out loud, he said he didn't think so. He activated his skill, Gigani. His body expanded, his threat level surged, and his physical stats spiked sharply. Bjorn decided that if brute force wasn't enough, then it only meant he hadn't used enough of it yet. He swung his mace with full power at the spot Dwaki had indicated. The floor cracked. Dust and chunks of stone exploded into the air. The rest of the team froze, eyes wide, as the impact echoed through the chamber. Bjorn continued smashing the floor, widening the hole with raw strength, while mentally noting one thing. This rule didn't apply to ghosts. And some time later, a hole wide enough had finally been carved into the floor. Bjorn put his armor back on, while Ms. Shaw stared at the opening in disbelief and muttered that it had actually worked. Peering down, they could clearly see a ladder leading below. Hikarad shot Dwaki a look and reminded him that he'd been the one insisting this wouldn't work. Dwaki scratched his head and awkwardly admitted that now he wasn't so sure himself. Roth Miller suddenly spoke up, saying that he could sense Elisa, but nothing else. No additional presence, no strange reactions. He suggested that they could proceed without unnecessary fear. Bjorn was surprised. If Roth Miller's sixth sense wasn't picking up anything abnormal, that meant a lot. He asked if he was certain, and when Roth Miller confirmed it, Bjorn nodded and suggested they move in. At the same time, far away, someone was running through the streets of the underground city of Nork, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. He finally burst into the correct building and threw open the door, calling out to the vice captain and urgently reporting that the entrance had been destroyed. The vice captain flinched, staring at him in shock, and demanded to know what he meant. He initially assumed the royal family was responsible, but the messenger quickly denied it. According to reports from the surface, the royal family had nothing to do with this. The entrance had been forgotten ever since the incident with the Carey cult. Before the man could speculate further, the vice captain cut him off and asked a single question. Was it really that priestess? Deciding this required immediate confirmation, he called for Amelia, believing she could handle it quietly. Amelia closed her eyes for a moment, then agreed, promising to return soon. The vice captain smiled, clearly pleased, and told her he was counting on her. Meanwhile, Bjorn and his team continued deeper into the sewers. When they reached another fork in the path, they exchanged uneasy glances. None of them had expected to find something resembling a labyrinth this deep underground. Misha tugged at Hakuro's sleeve and asked if he knew what kind of place this was. Hakuro shrugged and replied that not all dwarves were experts in architecture. He then glanced at Dwaki and asked him instead. Dwaki frowned and said he was a mage, not a historian. Someone scoffed and asked if they seriously believed mages knew everything. Dwaki waved his hand dismissively, admitting he had no idea why humans would have built something like this underground in the first place. Ms. Shah sighed and said she'd been waiting for him to say something useful, reminding him that he'd been reading nonstop lately. Dwaki replied that he was studying to learn new magic. Before the conversation could continue, Roth Miller raised his hand sharply, signaling everyone to stop. His expression hardened as he warned them that Elisa's scent had suddenly intensified. It was no longer just a faint trace. He was certain now she was nearby. Ahead of them, an ominous aura lingered in the corridor, thick and unsettling. At the same time, Elisa moved forward, frowning as she tried to understand where she was. The path twisted unnaturally, and she couldn't figure out why it was so winding. Then she heard it, a faint sound that made her expression darken. She asked herself if the evil god was laughing. Every time she heard that eerie giggle, something terrible followed. A sense of unease crept in as she wondered if the people from the temple were already here. She decided not to wait. Elisa broke into a run. Behind her, Roth Miller suddenly said that her scent was weakening again. That was enough. The team immediately gave chase, agreeing they had to catch her before she got too far. Someone warned Bjorn to stay alert. Elisa might have set traps ahead. They were already close enough that Elisa heard their voices. She frowned, confused. What is this? Then she realized who it was. Bjorn and his companions. Her lips curled into a cruel smile. If that was the case, then this was even better. They had come to meet their deaths themselves. Dark magic erupted from her body. Her features twisted as fury surged through her veins. She swore that this time, she wouldn't let them escape. With a sharp motion, she opened a gate to the demon realm. Shadowy figures poured out of the darkness. Shadow guardians formed from condensed black energy and charged forward. Miss Shah let out a cry and swung her blades, slicing cleanly through the darkness. She smiled brightly, fully focused on the fight, and shouted that she should have been the one to say that. Bjorn smiled as well, noting that her elemental damage had clearly grown stronger. He agreed. This time really would be different. He activated Savage Burst. His threat level tripled as his physical stats surged. Raising his shield, Bjorn charged straight at the Guardians, laughing as he did. He remarked that they'd gotten a lot stronger since their last meeting. His mace came down in a crushing arc, and several guards were sent flying instantly. At this level, he thought calmly, these things are no different from spit. Hikarad shouted that he was joining in and activated Discharge, chaining lightning into a devastating combo. Roth Miller dropped to one knee and fired his crossbow, bolts whistling through the corridor. Seeing the storm of attacks racing toward her, Elisa snarled and hurled insults at them. Her jaw clenched in rage. She declared that they would suffer and cast a series of debuffs: low-level decomposition, stamina reduction, pain amplification, and agility reduction. Dwaki clicked his tongue and told her she'd choke on it. He raised his staff and unleashed a 7th-tier Radiant support spell. All evil attribute effects were instantly purged from the party. He calmly asked how everyone was holding up. Bjorn shouted that it was incredible and swung his club again. He remembered asking Dwaki to learn a spell capable of dealing with curses, and Dwaki had gone and mastered a mass purification spell instead. Bjorn could only imagine how expensive it must have been. When Bjorn crushed the final Shadow Guardian standing between them and Elisa, she screamed in fear. He barked an order for Daki to act, and Daki hesitated for a split second, asking in disbelief whether this really had to be done right now. There was no answer. Bjorn rushed forward instead, jaw clenched tight as he swung his club, fully prepared to finish Elise on the spot. She screamed in raw panic and instantly activated her spiritual form. Her body turned lighter, resistant to physical damage, and she shot into the air, barely dodging the blow. As she retreated, she spat out a promise that she would never forget this. But that escape lasted only a heartbeat. Daki triggered materialization and layered it with accuracy enhancement. The spell took hold cleanly. Elise's physical damage resistance shattered, as if it had never existed. She froze midair, confusion flashing across her face, her grin twisting into a frown. That was when Bjorn lunged. He seized her by the collar and roared that she was caught, then slammed her straight into the ground. The impact cracked the floor itself. Elise coughed violently, pain ripping through her body as Roth Miller, Daki, and Hakuro stared in stunned silence at how brutally fast it had ended. As Bjorn straightened, Daki finally spoke, asking whether it was true that they needed her alive if they wanted the reward. Bjorn blinked, surprised by the realization, and after a brief pause decided to stop there. He tied up the badly beaten Elisa with rope, gripping one end firmly in his hand, in order that they were heading back. Elisa was in a miserable state. Between Bjorn's relentless blows and Daki's paralyzing poison magic, she was barely conscious, her body trembling and unresponsive. Drawing his teammates' attention, Bjorn said they had all done a good job and told Rothmiller to lead them to the exit. But as he turned around, his blood ran cold. His comrades were lying motionless on the ground. His eyes flew open in horror as realization hit him. Basilisk poison. His body stiffened, numbness crawling through his limbs. His constitution stat was over 300, so the poison's effect was heavily weakened, but it was still there. He cursed quietly under his breath. Then he noticed her. Amelia stood in front of him. Bjorn felt a chill run down his spine. Of course. It had been too easy. Amelia looked genuinely surprised when she saw that he could still move, and remarked that he had become much stronger. Bjorn shuddered as he recognized her, mentally screaming that this was the crazy woman from the lands of the dead. She glanced over the fallen team members, eyes thoughtful, then smiled faintly and asked whether his friends were keeping him here. Bjorn didn't even understand the question. The way she spoke made his skin crawl. He dropped into a fighting stance, ready at any moment. In his mind, the situation was clear. She was here to tie up loose ends, to make sure he never talked. She had spared him once, because he was a nobody. Now he was famous. And if she had personally come down into this place, it meant she had decided it was worth the risk. He shouted that he had kept his promise and demanded to know why she was following him, already convinced she had come to kill him. Amelia only stared at him, astonishment flickering across her face as she took him in. He had assumed she was following him, but Amelia suddenly announced that he was the one who had opened the passage and barged in, demanding to know how he even knew about it. Her expression darkened as she stared at him with open hostility, her gaze sharp and menacing. Bjorn repeated her words out loud, muttering about intruding into some passage, completely puzzled. He honestly didn't understand what she was talking about and asked her to explain it more simply, starting with where exactly they even were. Amelia frowned, clearly confused herself, and asked if he had really broken in without knowing anything at all. She wondered aloud how he had opened the passage in the first place. Bjorn scratched his head and replied that if she meant some strange magical thing on the floor above, then he had just smashed it with his mace. Amelia pressed her palm to her forehead and let out a quiet sigh. Bjorn asked if something was wrong, but she brushed it off and suddenly questioned him about why he had punched the floor in the first place. Bjorn pointed toward Elisa, who was lying where he had thrown her down earlier, and said that she had escaped there. Realization flickered across Amelia's face as she recognized Elisa as the wanted priestess of the Kentucky. Seeing that Amelia already knew who Elisa was, Bjorn felt oddly relieved and asked if it was true that they had finally figured it out. Amelia confirmed it without hesitation. Bjorn smiled faintly and said that in that case, they should leave. He added that Amelia probably wouldn't give him the antidote anyway, but he would manage on his own from now on. Her expression hardened instantly. She told him to stop right there, warning him that if he truly understood what this place was, she couldn't just let them walk away. Sweat broke out across Bjorn's face, not from fear, but from excitement. He asked if she really wouldn't let them go even if he swore on his mother's life that he wouldn't tell anyone. Amelia answered calmly that this time was different, and looked at him with a seriousness that left no room for doubt. Bjorn cursed inwardly. He already knew the answer. She wasn't going to let them go. Slowly, deliberately, he began removing his armor, piece by piece, letting it clatter onto the stone floor. At the very end, he lowered his helmet and let it drop as well. Amelia stared at him in confusion and asked what he thought he was doing. Bjorn looked at her and asked if she knew 2 ways to truly piss off an opponent. She tilted her head, even more confused, and asked him what he meant. Bjorn said the first way was to never finish a sentence, then paused as if he were about to explain the second. Before he could, Amelia fell silent, narrowed her eyes, and asked him what the second way was. That was his answer. Bjorn swung his arm and hurled his mace straight at her. Amelia's eyes widened in surprise as she twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Without stopping, Bjorn followed through, snapping his shield loose and flinging it after her. He briefly thought of it as a perfect Captain America throw. Amelia leaned back just enough for the shield to whistle past her face. Bjorn clicked his tongue. She was too flexible. He launched himself forward, leaping high and aiming to crush her from above. Amelia darted aside again, and Bjorn's strike smashed into the ground instead. Stone cracked violently, shards exploding into the air. Without even pausing to recover, Bjorn lunged forward, arm shooting out as he tried to grab Amelia, his mind already racing as he realized this fight had truly begun. He expected her to retreat again, slipping away like before, but this time he knew better. If he followed the rhythm she expected, he would lose. So he did the opposite. Activating Gigante, he took advantage of the sudden increase in his arm size and reached out without hesitation, grabbing Amelia firmly by the shoulder. She clenched her jaw and screamed in shock. Bjorn growled that he had finally caught her, raising his enlarged hand and clenching it into a fist before smashing it straight into her. He lifted his hand again, ready to strike a second time, but suddenly paused. His brow furrowed as he noticed an ominous aura gathering around Amelia's hand. A knife glinted within it. He instantly understood. She was aiming to sever his arm entirely. Without hesitation, he activated Flesh Explosion. The blast wave erupted between them, throwing Amelia backward slightly. Acidic blood splashed onto her skin, burning as it made contact. She cried out in pain, eyes squeezed shut, jaw clenched tight. Even so, she didn't stop. She swung the dagger toward him anyway. Bjorn clicked his tongue and called her stubborn, as she kept advancing, no matter what he threw at her. If that was how she wanted it, then fine. He told her she should dodge the next one. Raising his leg, he swung it hard, slamming it into Amelia's side. She was sent flying a short distance, and a thick clot of blood burst from her mouth. Bjorn stared, stunned, and blurted out that it actually worked. In that moment, he realized it. He could handle her. Then a voice called out to him from behind. Bjorn froze, confusion flashing through his mind. Why was the voice behind him? He turned around, and his eyes widened. Amelia was there, activating self-replication and layering it with an aura strike. She rushed him in an instant, kicked off the ground, shot upward, and swung her leg down toward him. She remarked casually that she had heard he absorbed a vampire essence, so he should be able to endure this as well. Bjorn frowned, his thoughts spiraling. What was happening? When he realized she had used self-replication, disbelief hit him hard. He demanded to know if she was serious. The next moment, a brutal blow crashed into his head. Bjorn cursed aloud as his vision shattered. Sometime later, the system announced that he had logged out. Thanks to the passive skill darkness source, his regeneration surged dramatically, further amplified by eternal life. Much later, Amelia observed that Bjorn's regeneration was completely abnormal. A single bottle had been enough. Even his head, once torn apart, had recovered. Bjorn opened his eyes again, groaning as he sat up. After steadying himself, he asked her why she had done that. Amelia assumed he meant why she hadn't killed him, and replied that he hadn't changed at all. She pointed out that his reaction was exactly the same as before. Then she asked him why he had suddenly attacked her in the first place. Letting out a sigh, she crossed her arms over her chest and stared at him sternly, asking if most people didn't try to solve problems by talking first. Bjorn frowned and shot back, asking what else he was supposed to do if she was trying to kill him. Amelia blinked, clearly not understanding what he meant at all. He asked why she thought he assumed she wanted him dead, reminding her that she had let him live last time as well. Amelia tilted her head, listening, and Bjorn continued, repeating her own words back to her, that she had said she couldn't let them go if he knew about this place. Crossing her arms over her chest, Amelia corrected him, saying she had said she couldn't let them go just like that. Bjorn frowned, unable to grasp the difference, and bluntly asked what that was supposed to mean now. Amelia sighed and ordered him to calm down, explaining that she wasn't going to kill him. Bjorn instinctively stretched his hand toward the mace lying nearby. Amelia immediately noticed and reminded him that she had just told him to calm down. Bjorn paused and explained that she had misunderstood. He hadn't been trying to attack her or anything like that. He started to explain himself, but Amelia cut in, already anticipating his words, and asked if it was true that he had only been preparing in case she suddenly changed her mind. She closed her eyes as she asked it. Bjorn hesitated, confused for a moment, but then admitted she was right. He said plainly that the best defense was an attack. Amelia looked away, exhaustion clearly written across her face. Bjorn suddenly asked if she hadn't drunk a potion. Amelia glanced at the bloodstains still clinging to her hand and explained that she couldn't drink it. Bjorn immediately understood. There were essences that reacted badly with potions. Everything clicked into place. Amelia then extended her palm toward him and told him to take something. Bjorn asked what it was. She opened her hand and revealed the blessing of Lethe, a drug prepared by the alchemists of the underground city of Nork. When consumed, it erased the last hour of a person's memories. Bjorn asked if it really wiped memories completely and wondered why she hadn't given it to him last time. Amelia replied that it was rare. That was when Bjorn finally understood everything. He remarked that if she killed the 5 of them, she could earn tens of millions of stones and asked why, in that case, she was going through all this trouble. Amelia's expression twisted in indignation. She leaned closer and demanded to know who he thought she was. Bjorn hesitated, unsure what to say, wondering if he could honestly admit that he saw her as some kind of loser. In the end, Amelia decided she didn't care. She ordered him to eat the drug if he wanted to live. She placed it into his mouth herself, and Bjorn swallowed it, thinking that it was still better than dying. He asked if it was really true that it only caused memory loss. Amelia smirked and said she hadn't heard of any side effects, telling him not to worry. She told Bjorn to go to sleep and asked if he really thought there were any other options. Bjorn answered that there weren't. Then, suddenly, she asked him what other way he thought there was. Bjorn stared at her in confusion and asked her to repeat herself. She suddenly reminded him about the 2 ways to piss off an opponent. Bjorn was already drifting towards sleep, his eyelids heavy, but he still tried to explain something to her. His words slurred midway, and before he could finish the sentence, his consciousness slipped away completely. The blessing of Lethe sank deep into him, reaching toward his very soul. After some time, Bjorn's eyes snapped open. He frowned in shock. His soul could not be blessed. The moment the drug tried to penetrate it, the effect was forcibly erased. Bjorn lay there for a moment, staring blankly, wondering if something had happened to his memory after all. The next morning, inside the administrative office, someone announced that the identity on the identification plate had been confirmed. It belonged to Hans Markham, a criminal wanted for robbery and murder. Holding out a bag, Emmer declared that it was the quest reward, explaining that with a bonus included, it totaled 10,000 stones. Bjorn glanced around the guild hall and then came straight there, asking whether compensation was required for the damaged equipment. Emmer told him to sign the document and explained that she had already cleared the matter with the authorities. Their case had been classified as special. Resting his chin on his hand, Bjorn asked what she meant by a special case. In his mind, he noted that they had nearly died. His memories jumped to waking up in the sewers. Fortunately, all his gear was still there, but his headlamp, flashlight, and recording device had been destroyed. The others remembered nothing. That alone made Bjorn believe Amelia's words. From what he gathered, the last thing his comrades recalled was descending into shelter number 5. He couldn't understand why his own memories remained intact. He remembered clearly the moment he woke up, staring at his hands. Misha had frowned when she noticed Elisa lying nearby, and Vaki had shouted that she was dead. Bjorn still didn't understand how they could have lost every memory of what happened or how that woman had died. Misha guessed that the monster they had talked about must have done it. Roth Miller stroked his chin and suggested that Elisa herself was probably involved. Hakuro looked confused and asked what he meant. Roth Miller reasoned that they must have caught up to Elisa and won the fight, tried to tie her up and take her back to the city, but then she woke up and did something to them. The injuries on her body were proof, at least according to his logic. He asked if it wasn't obvious that Elisa had been struck by Bjorn's mace. Misha called him a genius, and Vaki leaned in closer, suddenly noticing traces of his own mana as well. Bjorn didn't interrupt. He just listened quietly, mentally admitting that whatever the truth was, Roth Miller's theory sounded disturbingly plausible. Roth Miller nodded to himself and added that it was logical, then suggested that the evil god might possess some kind of ability to erase memories. Hikarad closed his eyes and smiled, saying that if they were alive and Elisa was dead, then they must have somehow figured it out in the end. When they finally emerged from the sewers, EMR was already waiting for them. Ragna noticed them first and deliberately stepped into Bjorn's line of sight. EMR's face lit up the moment she saw that they were all safe. Bjorn asked in confusion why she was here, and she explained that they had been too late, so they decided to follow after them instead. Bjorn rested his chin on his hand and asked whether it really made sense that an ordinary administrative office worker and a library employee had come all this way just to check on them. Ragna narrowed her eyes, clearly displeased by his tone. EMR frowned as well and demanded to know why he was looking at them like that. She raised her voice, declaring that Ragna was an extremely capable mage. Ragna added flatly that Bjorn should be thanking EMR, since she herself had basically been dragged along. Bjorn didn't know how capable Ragna truly was, but one thing was obvious. She had more than enough money. All he had to do was look at her equipment to know that. EMR glanced sideways at Ragna and asked if she was really saying that someone had dragged her here, implying that she hadn't been worried at all. Ragna bristled and indignantly asked if EMR was seriously suggesting she had been worried. Flustered, she asked when that had ever happened. EMR pressed her again, asking if that really wasn't the case. In the end, unable to take it anymore, Ragna snapped and loudly shouted her own name in protest. Miss Shaw, who had been watching the exchange, placed her hand on Bjorn's arm and quietly asked who they were. Bjorn explained. Miss Shaw immediately frowned, realizing that Ragna worked in the library Bjorn often visited. Her expression hardened as she said she understood everything now and bluntly called Ragna a bookworm. Bjorn looked at Ragna in surprise, wondering if she really hadn't liked Miss Shaw from the start simply because Miss Shaw was obviously rich. Before he could dwell on it, a paladin carrying a massive two-handed sword on his back approached them. With a warm smile, he said that the blessing of the Twilight Star was with them. He confirmed that the target had indeed been Elisa and promised that the Order would not forget what Bjorn and the others had done. Bjorn asked him to be more specific, and the paladin began to explain, formally confirming the mission. As Bjorn listened, his thoughts drifted, only to be interrupted by hushed whispers nearby. He heard a group of girls quietly talking among themselves, asking if he was really a small Bjorn. One of them claimed she had heard he once had to cover himself with a cloak. Another added, sounding embarrassed, that she'd heard he got really big when he used his skill. A third girl, completely confused, asked what in the world they were talking about, while someone else muttered a prayer to the holy saints. Then another voice shouted that Bjorn could hear them. Bjorn clenched his jaw, irritation flashing across his face. He wondered if he was some kind of animal in a zoo to them. EMR noticed his reaction and clearly heard the girl's chatter as well. She slammed her palm down on the table, snapping everyone's attention toward her, and sharply asked if they really wanted to be punished for harassment. She frowned fiercely at them and snapped that she would file a harassment complaint immediately. The girls screamed, covered their faces with their hands, apologized repeatedly, and scattered in every direction. Bjorn watched them run and smiled to himself, thinking that this wasn't so bad after all. He decided that EMR deserved forgiveness for dragging him to that cafe back then. Since his partners were waiting, he said he would leave. EMR agreed, but then suddenly shouted for him to stop, remembering something important. She told Bjorn to visit the library as soon as he had free time, saying she had seen Ragna preparing something for him. She even asked, sounding a little curious, whether Ragna was actually nice. Bjorn blinked in surprise and asked if Ragna had really cooked something for him. In the end, he promised that he would stop by the library when he had time. EMR nodded firmly and warned him not to forget. Later, in the tavern, Hikarad laughed loudly, insisting that he was being completely serious. Miss Shaw frowned and told him not to lie, saying she didn't understand how anyone could possibly be called Lena the Big Head. Kuro burst into laughter again, saying it was absolutely true. Daki, already very drunk, collapsed forward with his head on the table and declared himself the greatest magician in existence. Bjorn stepped closer, surveying his comrades and thinking that the place had turned into complete chaos. Noticing him, Hikarad raised his mug and proclaimed that it was all thanks to their bag of luck, claiming that the goddess herself was watching over Bjorn. Then he quickly corrected himself, loudly announcing that he himself was the goddess of luck. Bjorn clenched his teeth in irritation. Seeing this, Roth Miller shuddered nervously and told Hikarad to speak more carefully. Bjorn knew exactly why everyone was so happy. The reward for defeating Elisa was 10 million stones. When the amount was mentioned, everyone stared at the bags filled with their reward in awe. It was an astronomical sum. Even split evenly, each of them would receive 2 million stones. Bjorn felt a flicker of displeasure. His arm had been torn apart, his head had gone flying, and yet his comrades remembered none of it. To them, it was nothing more than winning the lottery. Misha suddenly called his name, drawing his attention. She said she wanted to talk about something. Bjorn closed his eyes and told her to speak. She leaned closer and whispered softly into his ear that her father wanted to meet him. Before she could finish, a loud voice suddenly interrupted, shouting and asking if it was really Bjorn. Bjorn turned toward the man approaching them, confused, not recognizing him at first. The man smiled and asked if Bjorn had already forgotten him. He reminded him of his name, Hans Hodge. Bjorn's eyes widened slightly as he remembered. He realized he hadn't forgotten the name itself, only which Hans it was. Hans Hodge II. And then, everything clicked back into place. He was the one who had advised him to go to the guild after AA left the team. Hodge asked if he could sit beside him, but Bjorn refused without hesitation. He had nothing to say to him. In his mind, he couldn't help wondering how Hodge even dared to act so familiar. Maybe it was because every Hans he had met so far had been a terrible person. Still, Hodge gave him an especially bad feeling. Bjorn warned him seriously that they would be wrapping things up soon, and that Hodge should do the same. Hodge quickly said he understood and explained that he was just glad to meet him again. He lowered his head sadly and stepped aside. Watching him retreat, Bjorn felt a strange sense of pride, thinking that Hans's removal had been a success. Then the tavern door swung open. The noise inside shifted instantly as customers began whispering, noticing that the muslins had arrived. People looked around in confusion, wondering what such figures were doing in a tavern like this. The muslins were one of the most powerful organizations around, accepting only knights of noble birth into their ranks. Someone muttered that anyone captured by a muslin could expect nothing but a bloody death. Another hurriedly told him to shut up. One of the muslins corrected his comrade's direction and led the group straight toward Bjorn's table. Bjorn's stomach tightened. He had no idea what was happening or what he'd done wrong this time. Then he forced himself to calm down, remembering the shaman's warning, to beware of people who carried grudges in their hearts. The shaman had said Bjorn had a strange habit of drawing such people to him. His thoughts immediately went to Hans. Nothing good had ever happened after encountering either of them. He wondered if this was because Hadge had spoken to them earlier. The knights stopped beside their table. One of them spoke coldly, announcing that Vaki was being arrested for insulting the dignity of a nobleman. Vaki was far too drunk to react, still sprawled over the table as if nothing mattered. Horror flashed through Bjorn's mind. Had the muslins come for him instead, and not for Vaki? A knight grabbed Vaki by the collar and began dragging him away. Feeling himself lifted, Vaki cracked one eye open and slurred, asking who dared to do this to him. 3 hours later, outside the muslin office, someone ordered them to wait until the investigation was complete. Bjorn leaned back against the gate, staring at his comrades. Their moods were heavy. Roth Miller stood quietly with his head lowered, far calmer than the others. Hakuro pressed his palms against the fence. Ms. Shah sank to the ground, hugging her knees and resting her forehead against them as she cried, calling Vaki's name. Hikarad looked around anxiously and asked if it was true that Vaki would survive. Ms. Shah snapped at him to stop saying such frightening things, her voice shaking as she spoke. Bjorn said that UR had also mentioned she would look into the situation later. Before anyone could respond, Vaki began walking toward them. Mish's face lit up as she rushed forward, asking if it was really him. Roth Miller smiled as well, commenting that the man walking toward them truly did look like Vaki. Hakuro shuddered, ran up, and grabbed Vaki by the hands, bombarding him with questions about how he felt and what had happened. One by one, the rest of the team gathered around. Vaki hesitated, clearly unsure of what to say. Half an hour later, back in the tavern, Vaki closed his eyes and spoke with a heavy voice, saying that he would have to leave the team. Hikarad frowned deeply, not understanding what he meant, and demanded that he explain properly. Vaki hesitated, then finally said that his older brother was Baron Muruin. Bjorn blinked in disbelief and asked him to repeat that. Hikarad froze in shock and asked if Vaki was actually an aristocrat. Vaki explained that he was only half an aristocrat. He was the son of the previous Baron Muruin and a maid. Because of that, he had been considered a disgrace to the family. Officially, he had been adopted by the third brother of Baroness Turva immediately after birth, though that was only on paper. In reality, he had been raised entirely by his mother. As Vaki spoke about his childhood, Bjorn realized that despite everything, he had still grown up surrounded by wealth while studying magic. Hikarad still didn't understand and leaned forward, asking what any of this had to do with the team. Vaki explained that his father had died a year ago and that his second brother had taken the title. Roth Miller tilted his head and asked calmly whether it really hadn't been the eldest brother who inherited the position. Vaki sighed, saying that this was exactly the problem. Ms. Shah admitted she didn't understand either and asked what was wrong. Vaki then revealed that after the former baron's death, the eldest son had died, along with everyone in the indirect line of succession. He believed that his brother had sent the muslins after him as a warning, to remind him to stay quiet, keep a low profile, and live in the shadows like before. Vaki lowered his head and admitted that his brother was likely provoked by the fact that he had settled into a team as a successful explorer, especially with a rising celebrity mixed in. Bjorn frowned, wondering if Vaki was shifting all the blame onto him. He questioned whether he had jumped to conclusions too quickly. Out loud, He asked if Vaki no longer wanted to be an explorer because he was afraid of his brother. Vaki nodded and admitted that Bjorn wasn't wrong, but explained that it didn't matter anymore. In exchange for dropping the charge of insulting the dignity of a noble, he had been forbidden from entering the labyrinth. Bjorn felt a knot form in his chest. There were only 9 days left until the next labyrinth opened, and suddenly, he realized just how bad the timing truly was. Nothing ever seemed to go right for him. In the end, they agreed to continue the discussion the next day and said their goodbyes. At the crossroads, Bjorn and Ms. Shaw stopped together while Roth Miller headed off in one direction, calmly remarking that they would see each other again. Hakuro and Daki went the other way, with Hikerod already offering Daki another glass of alcohol as they left. After the others were gone, Bjorn told Ms. Shaw that he needed to stop by the library. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he really planned to go there at this hour. He confirmed it, explaining that he had some business with Ragna. Ms. Shaw smiled and asked if he wanted her to come along. Bjorn told her not to worry about it and suggested she rest instead. She replied that she had nothing to do anyway, even if she went back. Bjorn frowned, asking what that was supposed to mean. He bluntly told her to go train if she had that much free time and pointed out that she hadn't trained all that day. Ms. Shaw lowered her head, looking genuinely hurt, her lips pressed together as if she were holding back tears. Bjorn sighed inwardly. He had planned to rest properly today and train tomorrow, but once again, his plans had been completely derailed. Not long after, he arrived at the library and stopped in front of the desk where Ragna was sitting. Only then did he realize that, despite everything, they had never actually introduced themselves properly. He gave his name. Ragna replied that it was obvious and said she already knew who he was. She then announced that the library was closing and asked if he planned on staying the night. Bjorn said he wasn't, explaining that he hadn't come for books today. Ragna asked why he had come. Then he said her name, only for her to immediately correct him, pointing out that he'd said it wrong. In the end, she decided it didn't matter. Bjorn agreed and admitted his mistake. After a brief pause, he finally got to the point and asked if she wanted to take a break from being a librarian and go into the labyrinth with him. Ragna closed her eyes and calmly said she refused. Bjorn understood immediately and accepted it without argument. When she opened her eyes again, she found him smiling. Bjorn remarked casually that if she was such a terrible mage that she couldn't even enter the labyrinth, then there was nothing to be done. Ragna frowned sharply and asked when she had ever said that. Bjorn smirked and asked if that meant she was capable enough after all. Ragna only looked more annoyed and asked if that was really the reason he had come. Bjorn yawned and said the conversation was over, already convinced he wouldn't be able to persuade her. Then, as if remembering something, he added that EMR had told him Ragna had something for him. Ragna stared at him, puzzled, clearly surprised that EMR had said that at all. Bjorn frowned in confusion and asked what she was talking about. Ragna took a breath and began to explain. EMR wanted to give Bjorn a gift. Thanks to his recent merits, his standing inside the department had risen sharply, and she felt it was appropriate. Still, instead of presenting it herself, she asked Ragna to handle it, claiming she owed him something anyway. That way, the gift wouldn't come directly from her, but from Emmy instead. Ragna closed her eyes for a moment and asked if Bjorn understood everything. He said he did, though privately he wondered whether all these explanations were really necessary. In the end, he simply asked what she had prepared. She replied that it was books, then calmly activated a spell. Bjorn froze in surprise. He recognized it immediately. A spell used to locate high-security books, the kind that didn't respond to ordinary book detection magic. It was a spell restricted to nobles and a handful of specially authorized individuals. He couldn't help but wonder if this was really allowed. Ragna answered casually that it was possible, as long as he didn't go talking about it on every street corner. She added that she had only used the spell a few times anyway, and besides, no one here really cared about what happened in this place. Duer, who had been nearby, grew curious about what Ragna was doing. Not long after, Bjorn sat down at the table with one of the books in his hands. The moment he opened it, he could tell high-security books were on an entirely different level from normal ones. The contents were unbelievably useful. He immediately wanted to read every essay he had gathered, nearly forgetting that he had arrived just as the library was closing. He recalled how, after casting the spell, Ragna sighed, closed her eyes, and asked why he was so late. Bjorn answered honestly, asking how he was supposed to know that all these books had been waiting for him. After a brief pause, Ragna relented. She told him she would allow it, but only for today, and only while she finished putting everything back in order. With Ragna's help, Bjorn managed to read a large amount of valuable material. Among it was a detailed organizational system of Rapdonia, a comprehensive catalog of the city's infrastructure. It even included information on organizations the average citizen had never heard of, such as the Hunters of Evil Spirits. Bjorn wasn't surprised. Power structures, he realized, were the same no matter where you went. He then picked up another book titled The World of Evil Spirits. It was a masterpiece written by an agent of the Hunters themselves, describing a journey into the spirit world from which the author had barely returned alive. If the security surrounding this knowledge was so strict, Bjorn knew he would have plenty to worry about in the future. He reached for the next book, wondering what could possibly top this. When he read the title, his breath caught. The Complete Book of Rifts. As he flipped through it, he realized it contained a full analysis of everything known about rifts, though it only described 4 of them in detail. Even so, Bjorn immediately understood what this was. It wasn't just a book. It was an instruction manual, laying out secrets that most people would never even realize existed. What he held in his hands was something he had searched for at the cost of countless sleepless nights over 9 long years. Even then, he had nothing to complain about. For the locals, this alone would have been an immeasurable treasure. Then his brow furrowed. Who wrote this? The question hit him all at once. Bjorn suddenly shouted in shock, cursing as he slammed the book shut and dropped it onto the table. His eyes locked onto the name printed inside. Oral Jvais. His mind raced. He remembered it clearly. On the game's main loading screen, the name Jvais was listed as the creator. Dungeon and Stone. This wasn't just a coincidence. Bjorn realized there were only 2 possibilities. Either some player had written this book, or the developer himself had done it. And if it was the second option, then everything became far more complicated, because that would mean his arrival in this world was somehow connected to the developer. In other words, someone had thrown him here on purpose. From Bjorn's experience, that was the worst possible scenario. It meant the developer wasn't just a person, but some kind of divine existence. Whatever the truth was, it was good that he had noticed. This world constantly reminded him of how little he truly understood. He didn't even know whether opening the gate to the abyss would actually lead him home. But if he could trace that name, maybe, just maybe, he could find a way back someday. He pressed a palm to his forehead. Asking everyone he met about it was clearly a terrible idea. He would have to be careful. Deciding he might have missed something important, Bjorn picked the book up again and reread it, slowly scanning every line. At some point, he lost track of time. When he finally looked up, sunlight was spilling in. Morning. His eyes widened in disbelief. He stood and walked over to the table where Ragna was sitting, fast asleep. He called out to her, asking why she hadn't said anything. He explained that he would have left immediately if he had known. Ragna stirred, slowly waking up, and told him not to misunderstand. She said she had only decided to rest because tidying up had taken longer than expected. Bjorn blinked. Longer than expected? He wondered if it was really fine that the library was already supposed to be open. Noticing his silence, Ragna spoke again, firmly saying she was serious and warning him not to imagine anything strange. He agreed, then paused, studying her expression. She asked what was wrong, assuming he was about to leave. Bjorn found himself wondering, was she really this kind? A few hours later, at the magic tower, he called out for Raven, asking if she was home. The door opened immediately. Raven stared at him in amazement, clearly confused about why he was there so early. She looked half asleep, clutching a pill in one hand, still dressed in her sleepwear. The protagonist explained that he had some business to take care of. Raven immediately told him to get to the point, complaining that she wanted to sleep. Bjorn said they needed a mage for the team, but before he could even finish the sentence, she slammed the door shut in his face. He already knew what that meant, but he quickly called out, asking her to wait, saying he still had one more request. Raven opened the door again with a deep frown and asked what he wanted this time. Bjorn pulled out a piece of paper he had torn from the Complete Book of Rifts and told her he wanted to know when the paper itself had been made. Raven opened the door wider, warning him that she didn't work for free. She gestured for him to come in. Bjorn stepped inside, and she sat down on the table, crossing her arms as she told him to explain the relic he had used to kill the vampire. Her gaze sharpened as she asked how he even knew how to obtain the goddess's tears. Bjorn reminded her that he had already said he didn't know what it was at all, that he had simply pulled it out of the statue near the fountain. Raven exclaimed that she knew that already, insisting that she assumed he understood what it was. Bjorn replied flatly that he had broken the statue because he was bored. She frowned harder and asked if he was sure he hadn't read about it somewhere. Bjorn asked what book she was talking about, genuinely confused. Raven stated that she meant the Complete Book of Rifts. Bjorn questioned it again in his mind, and suddenly Raven told him to wait. Something about this bothered her. It was strange. He had used the tears at exactly the right moment, despite not knowing what they were. Bjorn explained calmly that he had just guessed it might be useful since the bottle had a goddess's symbol on it. Raven stared at him and asked if he was serious. Bjorn swore on his warrior's honor. After a brief silence, she admitted that she had only been hoping to finally get her hands on a proper copy of the Complete Book of Rifts. Bjorn wondered if he really didn't need to tell anyone that the book was stored in the library. An image of Ragna flashed through his mind, silently warning him that it was a secret. He pushed the thought aside and reminded Raven about his request. She agreed to help, but only if he assisted her supervisors with their research in return. She closed her eyes, frowned, and crossed her arms again. Bjorn asked if she meant just once. She confirmed it, promising that he would receive the results of the paper analysis the following week. Then she suddenly remembered something else and warned him not to come this early without notice again. Bjorn agreed. A little later, during the meeting of the Outcast team, Misha suddenly shouted Bjorn's name in excitement and asked why he wasn't at home. Her face flushed red with indignation, and tears began to gather at the corners of her eyes. He explained that he had simply been stuck in the library. Misha immediately asked if he had really been there all night. Her tone shifted as she hinted at what he could have been doing instead. Bjorn frowned and asked what was wrong with her. He said plainly that he had just been reading books. Misha asked if that was really true. She studied him closely, her brows knitting together. Bjorn asked why he would lie to her. He genuinely didn't understand why she was looking at him like that, and the longer her gaze lingered, the more uneasy he felt. Then it hit him. Yesterday, she had wanted to tell him something. Misha seemed to calm down immediately, lowering her head. But before she could say anything, someone suddenly greeted them, pointing out that they had arrived. Misha quickly turned toward the rest of the team and said excitedly that everyone was waiting. Bjorn looked at her in confusion, not understanding what was happening to her at all. Soon, they were seated around the table. Hikarad cleared his throat and asked everyone to share their thoughts. When no one spoke, he suggested starting with Bjorn. Bjorn crossed his arms and admitted that he thought it would be easier to just find someone new. He added that he had already approached 2 mages, but both had refused. Hikarad frowned deeply, indignation flashing across his face as he asked whether Bjorn had already met with other mages on his own. Dwaki quickly placed a hand on Hikarad's shoulder, telling him to calm down and saying that Bjorn wasn't wrong. Bjorn looked at Hikarad and asked if he had any better ideas. Hikarad hesitated, then said that he and Vaki had thought about this for a long time the night before. He said it all came down to the reason Dwaki had been banned. Bjorn cut him off, telling him to get to the point. In the end, Hikarad said it. They believed no one could stop them from talking to Baron Martian directly. Bjorn stared at him, puzzled, and asked how they were even supposed to meet him. The Baron lived in the capital. They wouldn't even be able to get close. Hikarad laughed nervously and said that Baron Martian often visited this very tea house, usually around this time. Bjorn clenched his jaw, frowning as he asked if they were really going to run into him right now. Hikarad and Vaki clung to each other, looking at him with pleading eyes as tears welled up. Hakuro added that if they didn't meet Martian today, they would have to wait an entire month. Besides, it was the Baron himself. He asked Bjorn if it wouldn't be less frightening if they approached him together. Then he made a promise. No matter what happened, he would give each of them 300,000 stones. He begged them not to abandon him and Vaki. Bjorn closed his eyes and pressed a hand to his forehead. He thought grimly that he never would have set foot here in the first place if not for the money. Sometime later, the door of the establishment opened. The Baron entered, accompanied by several servants and knights, sweat visible on their faces as they stepped inside. The strained dog said it was his brother, and the rest of the team immediately told him to go to him, saying he could handle it. As he moved closer, Maruin noticed Dwaki and called out his name. The moment Dwaki heard it, he dropped to his knees, begging him to listen just once, saying he was asking for nothing more as he repeated his last name again and again. Maruin frowned, feeling that he had heard that name somewhere before, and his assistant quietly reminded him that Vi's last name belonged to the family of the third wife of the previous Baron, Caroline Marchand. Remembering this, Maruin asked what business Vaki had with him. Vaki tried to answer, but his words caught in his throat. He hesitated, unable to form a proper sentence, and finally let out a sigh. Watching the scene, Bjorn thought it was painful to look at. Vaki suddenly froze, staring at his brother with pure horror in his eyes. At that moment, the protagonist stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Vaki's head. He said it was nice to meet him and introduced himself. Maruin noted that he hadn't interacted with barbarians in a long time and was oddly glad that at least something new had appeared. He then asked Bjorn what business he had with him. Bjorn explained that Dwaki had been tied up on Mo's Lin and banned from entering the labyrinth, and he asked Maruin to lift the ban. Maruin said it was very sad, but calmly asked what that had to do with him. Bjorn frowned, suddenly realizing that Marchand seemed to know nothing about what was going on. Maruin's assistant leaned closer and, upon hearing about the bastard, remembered that such a person did exist. He added that he had considered him completely unimportant and therefore hadn't included him in the last report. Maruin agreed, saying it was true, because discussing something like that with him would have been a waste of time. Dwaki stared at him in even greater horror and asked again, while Bjorn, still resting his hand on the trembling Vaki's head, asked once more if Marchand could lift the ban. Maruin asked why he should do that. Bjorn felt anger rising inside him, realizing that what irritated him most was not malice, but indifference. He cursed these people inwardly. The assistant leaned toward Marchand again, asking to speak for a moment, and whispered something to him. Suddenly, Maruin asked if that man was really little Valkan. The assistant confirmed it. Bjorn pressed his lips together, watching Maruin closely. Then Maruin smiled, admitting that he hadn't expected to meet the researcher who had interested the Count so much in this way. He decided that if all of this was thanks to the assistant, he would reward him with 200,000 stones. Smiling, the man said it was an honor. Leaning on his cane, Bjorn wondered what was going on. Finally, Maruin asked if Bjorn had really said that his name was exactly that. He promised that he would lift the ban or do whatever else was needed, but added that, in that case, there would be conditions. He should also do him a favor. Hikarad cried out enthusiastically. while Ron Miller quietly muttered that he knew it would turn out this way. Miss Shaw simply watched everything unfold without interrupting, her eyes fixed on the scene. Bjorn asked what kind of favor it was supposed to be, and Maruin explained that the Count would be holding a grand banquet in 2 months. He wanted Bjorn to act as his escort at the event. Bjorn asked if that was really all, and Maruin tilted his head, wondering aloud if the protagonist had any talent he could show off to the crowd. He casually suggested bending a metal bar with his bare hands. Bjorn clenched his jaw, irritation flashing across his face, and asked what Maruin thought barbarians were. Maruin calmly added that he would pay 1,000,000 stones for it, and asked if Bjorn thought he could do it. Bjorn let out a sigh, and Maruin looked at him in confusion. Then Bjorn finally smiled, pointing a finger at himself. He said that he would be there the moment Maruin blew his whistle. He promised that he would do anything for his comrades, while mentally noting that there was no way he could refuse such a sum. Besides, even barbarians could not be accused of insulting the dignity of the nobility, even if they behaved roughly or violated etiquette. That privilege had been granted to them because of the great achievements their ancestors had made long ago. The next morning, Hikerod and Mishar ran to the administrative gate, where Dwaki stood with his head hanging low. Calling out to him, they excitedly asked how everything had gone. Dwaki smiled as he answered, explaining that he had finally been allowed to enter the labyrinth again. Bjorn listened in silence, certain that it had all gone far too smoothly. Crossing his arms, he asked himself whether it was really right that power felt so good. In the end, he decided that he, too, needed to start making plans to rise to a higher status. For now, he was satisfied with his current level of fame and influence. While he was lost in thought, Misha looked at Vaki with concern and asked why he seemed so downcast. Vaki laughed it off, saying she was just imagining things, but he turned away so she wouldn't see the emotion on his face. After that, Hikerod began handing out the promised reward, pulling out 3 small bags, each filled with 300,000 stones. Smiling broadly, he told everyone to divide it among themselves. However, the others refused to take the money, and Bjorn himself felt too embarrassed to accept the reward alone, so he declined as well. Bursting into tears, Hikerod thanked them repeatedly, convinced that Bjorn was struggling to humble his warrior's pride. Bjorn frowned in confusion, wondering why he was refusing 1,000,000 stones in the first place. He couldn't understand how barbarians had lived like this before and decided that he didn't need such pride at all. Suddenly, Hikerod slammed his fist against his chest and swore that he would never forget this and would repay Bjorn somehow in the future. Bjorn tried to refuse again, but Vaki turned to Hakuro and asked seriously why it was him who now owed a debt. His gaze fixed firmly on the protagonist. He promised that he would repay the effort tenfold, but Hikerod refused to hear any of it. As the team leader, he insisted that the debt was his to repay, not anyone else's. In the end, Bjorn cut through their argument, saying that he didn't care who repaid it. Misha smiled awkwardly and exclaimed that this was embarrassing, while Bjorn silently wondered how things had even turned out this way. Time passed quickly, and soon the day of the labyrinth's opening arrived. When the portal appeared, a barbarian, standing beside it, began shouting excitedly, declaring that it was a labyrinth and calling it the perfect battle dimension. Standing nearby, Bjorn felt slightly annoyed by how loud they were. The barbarians suddenly began shouting his name instead, praising him for having found the labyrinth. Bjorn realized that he had once again run into confused young warriors. He gathered them and gave a few simple rules: protect the heart, be wary of people, and don't act recklessly. He asked if they understood everything, then told them to simply do as he said, because his words contained the true path of a warrior. The barbarians listened with rapt attention. One of them hesitantly asked if they could become famous warriors like Bjorn if they followed his advice. Bjorn replied that it was possible, adding that each of them could earn their own fame. The barbarian rejoiced, shouting that he understood and promising to remember every word. Another thanked Bjorn, calling him Little Valkan, and they all began showing him open respect. Bjorn turned away, saying they would meet again and wishing them luck. The barbarians watched him leave, noting that he had led them to the labyrinth and even given them advice, and they shouted their good wishes back at him. Bjorn then approached Takuro, who asked whether he truly cared about the newcomers. Bjorn replied that he was just helping where he could, because learning only through one's own mistakes was far too harsh. Hikerod agreed quietly, admitting that it was true. Bjorn suddenly frowned, recalling what had happened a few days earlier. He ran into Karak, who was sitting on a bench, and mentioned that he was now working as a protector on the 2nd floor. He said most of the others were already dead. Noticing that Bjorn was doing well, Karak remarked that it would have been better if someone had trained them properly instead of clinging to outdated traditions. Bjorn replied calmly that if things had really been like that, the other barbarians wouldn't have died. They had entered the labyrinth 3 times already and still suffered heavy losses. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Misha ask Roth Miller why he wasn't carrying a weapon. Roth Miller explained that it was kept in the treasure vault, saying he had grown used to leaving it there and only taking it out when necessary. Misha cried out in surprise, commenting that it sounded incredibly convenient. Just then, Vaki noticed Bjorn and asked if he had finished his business. Bjorn nodded in confirmation and suggested that they move on. Entering the labyrinth, Bjorn couldn't help but think that his last 3 trips had been nothing short of disastrous. This was already his 4th time, and he wondered what would be waiting for them today. He was certain that some kind of nonsense would happen again, so he decided that he couldn't afford even a moment of carelessness. He needed to be ready for anything. Soon, he stepped into the crystal cave, and because his essence capacity had already reached its limit, the system immediately notified him that he needed to hunt new monsters to level up. Not long after, they arrived at the rocky desert on the 2nd floor. Thanks to a lucky spawn point, they managed to reach it in just 9 hours. There, they began fighting unfamiliar types of monsters. Bjorn frowned in concentration as they hunted everything they encountered, steadily collecting rewards. Even so, it still took them 4 full days to reach the portal to the next floor. During that time, the system screen repeatedly flashed notifications. Bjorn had killed a mutant dwarf, a cobalt shield bearer, a stone golem, a megalith soldier, and a sandman. For each of them, he received either 1 or 2 experience points. Sometime later, they entered the Pilgrim's Path on the 3rd floor. By the 8th day, they crossed the Witch's Forest and finally reached the portal to the 4th floor. Passing through it, they entered the Tower of Heaven. Monsters appeared almost immediately. Bjorn quickly realized that all the monsters from the 3rd floor appeared here as well, including 6th-rank creatures and monsters unique to this location. In other words, it was an excellent place to gain experience in large quantities. Bjorn rushed forward without hesitation, swinging his mace and crushing one of the first monsters he encountered. He thought that this place was called the Tower of Training for a reason. At a rapid pace, notifications filled the screen, showing the monsters he had killed and the experience he gained from each one. After an intense period of hunting, they earned a total of 3.9 million stones, meaning each of them received 780,000. After calculating everything, Roth Miller remarked that it wasn't a small sum, but admitted that he felt a little disappointed and asked if he was the only one. Misha said she felt the same way, Vaki agreed, and Hikarad jokingly suggested that Bjorn's terrifying luck had finally run out. Bjorn thought that they had earned so much largely thanks to the Mimic's passive skill called Greed, which increased the chance of magic crystals dropping by 30%. Even so, it was still less than what he had earned on his first trip. He was beginning to understand why there were so many looters in this place, since most people usually received around this level of reward. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it. Calming himself down, he chose to continue using his time productively. He spent hours in the library studying books and also visited Raven, helping her with her experiments in exchange for knowledge. The date of the awakening of consciousness tied to the creation of the complete Book of Rifts stood out clearly. It had happened 150 years ago. As Bjorn stared at it, he realized that this same date marked the beginning of the game's events, the death of the first king of the dynasty, and the creation of the book itself. All of it had happened at the exact same time. Bjorn wanted to know what had truly occurred back then, but for now, there was no way to uncover the truth. Still, he was certain it couldn't be a coincidence. Suddenly, Misha pulled him out of his thoughts and asked if he was listening to her at all. Bjorn answered that he was listening carefully, though he understood there was no choice but to keep going into the labyrinth. Time passed, and before he realized it, the day of their 5th trip arrived. By the end of it, they received 790,000 stones per person. Misha desperately asked if they had calculated everything correctly, but everyone looked dissatisfied with the reward. Bjorn thought nothing special had happened. They had only raised their level a little. Later, lying alone in his room, he told himself not to be nervous. Things are going fairly well. He closed his eyes, intending to keep thinking, but suddenly snapped them open. His brow furrowed as he cursed quietly, wondering what kind of thoughts were creeping into his head. Were things really going well? Sitting up, he pressed a hand to his face. He knew what this feeling meant. The situation was only becoming more dangerous. Every time he relaxed, something terrible happened. He couldn't afford to forget that. He told himself that he couldn't stop now. He had to keep improving, because only that way would he survive. Swinging his arms, he slapped himself hard across the cheeks. The blow was strong enough that dark marks immediately appeared. Bjorn thought that if anyone saw him like this, they would probably think he was insane. But he didn't care. Preparing for the worst was better than dying unprepared. With a deep frown, he looked straight ahead, deciding that even if he seemed crazy, at least he would stay alive. Meanwhile, the system quietly calculated the new points he had earned. The next day, as he was pouring food onto his plate, Misha caught his attention and asked if something had happened to him. Bjorn replied that everything was fine and asked why she thought otherwise. She said he looked cruel somehow, a little detached. He turned away, thinking that his inability to sit still was his own problem. He was determined to keep improving and not trouble others with his issues. Just then, Misha awkwardly drew his attention back to her. Stepping closer, she hesitated for a moment before asking if he wanted to touch her ears. She moved her ears slightly, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Bjorn coughed and looked at Ms. Shaw in confusion. She explained that her brother had once said he felt better whenever he touched her ears, adding that they were very small. Then she quickly clarified that she meant her older brother, the one who still treated her kindly. Bjorn felt an immediate wave of displeasure and wondered what kind of pervert that brother was. He couldn't help thinking that this was exactly why the environment a person grew up in mattered so much. Forcing himself to calm down, he looked straight into Misha's eyes and realized that she was only trying to help. Studying her face more closely, he saw that she was simply smiling at him, completely innocent. Bjorn assumed she probably didn't even understand what could be wrong with the situation. Leaning forward, he told her not to say things like that to strangers, because they might misunderstand her intentions. Misha tilted her head in confusion, clearly not understanding what he meant by misunderstand. Bjorn thought that if he didn't already know she liked skinny guys, he himself might have taken it the wrong way and thought she was trying to seduce him. Misha hesitated slightly and said that he wasn't a stranger. Bjorn cut her off, telling her not to argue and to just say that she understood. After a moment, she nodded in agreement. She then hesitantly tried to offer something else if he didn't want to touch her ears, but suddenly went quiet. Bjorn urged her to continue, and in the end, she shyly asked if he would like some meat. Bjorn mentally noted that it was an excellent offer. Sometime later, he arrived at the library, where Ragna looked at him in surprise before remarking that he seemed to be doing well. Bjorn replied that she could see it for herself, and asked if she was doing fine too. She said that she was, and with that, Bjorn decided to ask her something. Before he could, he told her to speak first if she had something to say. Ragna looked puzzled and asked how he knew. Bjorn explained that he could see it in her eyes. After letting out a sigh, she finally admitted that she wasn't completely sure, but she felt she needed to warn him, especially since he was a researcher. Bjorn didn't understand what she meant by a warning and asked her to be direct instead of speaking in circles. Ragna finally said that a dimensional collapse might soon occur in the labyrinth. Bjorn immediately remembered what that meant. A dimensional collapse was a true disaster for the labyrinth, something even floor bosses couldn't compare to. From his past experience, he knew that such collapses happen maybe once every 100 playthroughs. He had been wondering why everything had felt so calm lately, and a dry chuckle rose in his mind as he asked himself if this was really the reason. Noticing that Bjorn had gone silent, Ragna said that he clearly didn't believe her and suggested that it was better not to think about things like that. Bjorn paid no attention to her words, letting her accusations pass without a response. He didn't argue with her. He simply asked how she knew about the collapse. Ragna replied that she had heard it from a mage named Chernoff Fergang of the School of Tan, explaining that they had been researching the phenomenon of dimensional collapse for many years. Bjorn said that he understood, thanked her for the warning, and told her that he would try to look into it himself. Ragna asked if he was really leaving already. Turning his back to her, Bjorn waved his hand and said that he was indeed leaving. Realizing that this had become a new task, he decided to prioritize it. However, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find anything. After a while, he even began to doubt whether that mage truly existed. 10 days passed, and rumors suddenly started spreading. Misha ran up to him with a worried expression and asked if he had heard what people were saying, that a dimensional collapse would happen soon. Not long after, Bjorn sat in a tavern, quietly listening to the conversations around him. People spoke about a dimensional collapse, most of them admitting they didn't even know where they had heard it from. Some claimed that such collapses happened regularly, and that a similar incident was expected this very month. Bjorn found it strange. For rumors to spread this fast, there had to be some kind of trace or source, yet there was nothing. Taking a slow sip from his mug, he concluded that someone was deliberately spreading gossip. That realization irritated him. He wanted to know what people were saying behind closed doors, in places where real information circulated, but a barbarian had no way of accessing that kind of network. In the end, he understood that he had only one option left. Returning home, he looked down at the pill resting in his palm. He had originally planned to wait 3 months before taking it. Then he wondered if 2 months would be enough. After a brief hesitation, he tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. His gaze shifted to the clock. Now, all he could do was wait. When the hands reached a certain point, the system activated. A notification appeared, stating that he had taken GB 27, causing his soul to resonate and begin drifting toward a specific world. Bjorn woke up abruptly, accepting a body from his past life. He found himself standing beside a chair and a table, a computer resting on top of it. Looking around in shock, he couldn't immediately understand where he was. In the real world, inside a police station, one of the officers mentioned Bjorn's real name and noted that he was 29 years old. He added that a missing person report had been filed after Bjorn stopped showing up to work for over a month. The officer asked about his family. A client replied that Bjorn had a mother, but when she had been contacted, she said it was none of her business. The officer frowned, questioning why they had even been given the missing person case. In response, his assistant silently showed him a CV recording. The footage showed Bjorn entering his apartment and never coming out. The windows were closed the entire time. The man frowned, remarking that it all smelled suspicious. Picking up a thick folder, he began flipping through the documents and quickly realized just how abnormal the case was. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing was missing. Bjorn hadn't used his credit card in over a month. The clothes he had been wearing were found neatly in the room, laid out in a way that made it look as though he hadn't taken them off at all. It was as if the body had vanished, leaving only the clothes behind. He didn't know who was responsible, but he was convinced it had to be some kind of psychopath. Turning to his assistant, he asked if it was true that nothing at the scene had been touched. Then he ordered him to send a request to the federal medical examiner. The assistant hesitated, saying that there was something else he needed to show him. The man asked what it was. The assistant answered that it was the monitor from the missing man's room. When a monitor was brought in and placed on the table, the man asked in confusion why it had been taken. Before he could finish the question, he suddenly shouted for his colleague to wait. His eyes widened as he asked how the monitor even worked. The computer hadn't been connected to any network. The assistant admitted that he didn't understand it either, explaining that this was exactly how it had been when he found it. The monitor had been displaying messages on its own. The man stared at the screen in disbelief. One of them asked again, voice shaking, what exactly they were looking at. The assistant explained that he had done some research and discovered that similar cases had already occurred overseas. Meanwhile, Bjorn reflected on the fact that 5 months had passed since he had opened his eyes in this world. During that time, he had acted in ways that were completely barbaric. He couldn't help but wonder whether he had retained any of the humanity of a modern person at all. Sitting down in front of the computer, he began typing automatically, only to freeze when he realized it required a password. After a moment of thought, he understood what it must be. He remembered the signature at the end of the letter. Entering it carefully into the password field, he confirmed it. The moment he did, he shuddered. Staring at his hands, he asked himself whether this was really his body. Suddenly, the space around him began to shift. What had once been nothing but white started reshaping itself into a room. Bjorn stood there in stunned silence. Was this really his room? Everything looked exactly as he remembered it. Almost too realistic. Then another thought struck him. If that was true, then maybe... Moving slightly to the side, he reached out and opened the refrigerator door. He shouted in amazement when he saw that the refrigerator was really standing right where it should be. He didn't quite understand why it was filled with cans of cola, but he couldn't resist. Pulling one out, he cracked it open and took a long drink, closing his eyes in anticipation, only to immediately feel disappointed. With a choked cry, he complained that it had no taste at all. It wasn't even carbonated. It felt like he was drinking plain water. Just then, he heard a sound from the side and turned toward the door in surprise, hearing someone ask if they could come in. After a moment, Bjorn put a hand to his chin and wondered aloud whether everything around him was simply a personification of the place where he felt most comfortable. But because of his high defensive attributes, everything here probably looked like drifting smoke to his visitor. Trying not to sound like a barbarian, he calmly stated that the password he had entered at the beginning was a fake, and that the person who had come here was likely checking that. The Queen of Souls exclaimed that he was exactly right. She explained that a character from the game could not manifest clothes in space originating from planet Earth. Looking at her, Bjorn recalled that she was called the Queen of Souls and assumed she was some kind of guide for ghost hunters. Bewildered, he asked why she had needed to ring the bell in that case, pointing out that she herself had said she couldn't see anything. The Queen of Souls replied that Bjorn must have simply heard everything, explaining that she had merely called out to him. Bjorn paused, noticing that he was wearing a suit, a gift from an ex-girlfriend, and briefly assumed that the Queen of Souls was judging him by his clothes. But then he remembered that she had said she couldn't even see the outline of the room, so that couldn't be it. The Queen of Souls told him not to worry, explaining that he was now an official member of their group. Bjorn assumed there had to be other methods of verification and silently hoped she would explain them. She closed her eyes, smiled, and said that they no longer used the old method of separating the soul from the body, something they had previously done with NPCs. Hearing that, Bjorn assumed she was talking about other people. Soon after, the Queen of Souls explained how to use the general forum, and Bjorn found that everything worked the same as anywhere else. When she finished, she said that all he needed to do now was come up with a nickname. Bjorn tried one of the names that came to mind, but the system immediately notified him that it was already taken. The name, Stone Ivan, had been registered in the player communication forum. The Queen of Souls calmly noted that someone else must have already used it. The protagonist asked in confusion why anyone would even need a nickname. After a moment of thought, he simply decided to add another letter to it. Noticing what he was doing, the Soul Queen tilted her head and asked, genuinely puzzled, whether he was a fan of that person. Bjorn didn't understand what she meant, but before he could ask, she gave no explanation at all. Her figure began to fade as she announced that she had to leave, warning him casually that if he ever ran into trouble, he could just send a request for a personal assistant. He agreed without much thought, believing that the training was finally over. Finding people wasn't difficult. He scanned the list of active channels and, without overthinking it, entered a random one just to see how everything worked. The moment he did, his surroundings shifted, and he was transported into another space. The people already there reacted immediately, surprised by the sudden arrival of someone new. They greeted him, and one man stepped forward with a friendly smile, introducing himself as the main figure of the channel. He asked where Bjorn was from. Bjorn answered that he was from Korea. The man shook his hand warmly, saying it was nice to meet him, then joked that the place still felt a little inhospitable. He explained that they didn't have enough points yet to set up proper decorations. Then he asked Bjorn to introduce himself and make his nickname visible. Bjorn blinked, confused, and asked again, only then realizing the man was talking about the space above their heads. Sure enough, there were signs floating over everyone else. The man quickly understood that Bjorn had just entered the channel for the first time and told him not to worry. Just think about it, and it would happen. Bjorn assumed it worked like activating a skill. When he followed the instructions, a sign immediately appeared above his head. He greeted them again, introducing himself as Elfen. The entire space went silent for a heartbeat before everyone stared at him in shock. Some asked if that was really his name. Others wondered aloud if he was the Bjorn who had written that detailed breakdown explaining how all the stats worked. One person even suggested it must have been something the developer posted. Bjorn froze, completely bewildered, having no idea what they were talking about. Meanwhile, the others burst into excited chatter. One of them suddenly shouted that he knew it, reminding everyone that he had told his comrades before that the guy was Korean. All eyes turned back to Bjorn as they asked him again if it was really him. Eventually, the channel's leader raised his voice and told everyone to calm down and stop bombarding him with questions. Bjorn realized he desperately needed some context. After a moment of thought, he remembered that Elfen was just a nickname he used a long time ago. He had been playing for about 3 years when he uploaded that stat analysis online. Resting his hand on his chin, he frowned slightly, because as far as he remembered, that post hadn't even crossed 100 views. He couldn't understand why anyone here would recognize him at all. Everyone was talking about him, as if he were some kind of celebrity. At that moment, Bjorn suddenly remembered the Queen of Souls asking whether he was a fan, and a strange thought crossed his mind. Had he really become famous without even realizing it? The idea lingered for only a second before he dismissed it. He had far more urgent problems to deal with right now. Running a hand awkwardly through his hair, he told them they had misunderstood everything and explained that he was just a fan of that person, nothing more. He quickly decided that drawing this much attention without knowing where it came from was a terrible idea. Pointing at the nickname floating above his head, he asked them to take a closer look at the extra letter. Only then did people finally notice it. Some asked again, uncertain whether it really wasn't him. A few of them looked genuinely disappointed, admitting they had been excited just to meet him. The main figure among them nodded, saying he understood, and Bjorn felt the result almost immediately. Stepping slightly to the side, he muttered quietly that it was cruel. Just a moment ago, he had been someone special, and now he was nobody to them. He figured that was how it was supposed to be, and briefly wondered if he should simply leave. Before he could decide, one of the guys noticed him lingering and walked over, casually asking how many years Bjorn had already been here. Bjorn hesitated. Telling the truth would only make him sound strange, so he said he had been here for about a year. The man looked surprised and remarked that Bjorn must have received his letter quite late. When Bjorn asked what he meant, the man explained that most people received invitations much earlier, once it became clear they were evil spirits. It was rare for someone to receive an invitation only after becoming famous. Bjorn immediately realized lying had been a mistake. The man, however, seemed to misunderstand entirely, assuming Bjorn was some kind of cool actor who also knew how to navigate the real world. When Bjorn mentioned that around 70 days had passed, the man explained calmly that time flowed differently here. 1 month on Earth was roughly equal to 5 months in this place, a ratio of about 1 to 5. Bjorn's expression stiffened as worry crept in. That meant an entire month had already passed back on Earth. He couldn't help but wonder if anyone there was even concerned about his sudden disappearance. As they continued talking, Bjorn took the opportunity to gather information. He asked how one could return home. The man answered honestly that he didn't know. There were many theories, but no one was certain. Bjorn silently noted that this matched what he had expected. Then he asked about the very first player. The man said that person had been here for about 20 years, and that the community itself had formed around that time. Bjorn nodded, saying he understood. The man then added, almost admiringly, that the person had completed the game in just 5 years. Bjorn agreed, letting the words sink in as his thoughts grew heavier. But inwardly, he admitted that it annoyed him, and there was nothing he could do about it. For some reason, this nerd reminded him a little too much of himself. Even so, it was a fact that all these people had reached the gates of the abyss before him. At first glance, they seemed foolish, yet each of them stood out in their own way. His thoughts were interrupted when a guy suddenly asked what difficulty Bjorn had completed the game on. Bjorn looked at him blankly, not understanding the question at all, and asked him to repeat it. The guy chuckled and said it was obvious Bjorn hadn't played the original version. He explained that he was talking about the remake, and asked again what difficulty Bjorn had chosen. Bjorn still didn't understand, and the guy laughed, saying that back in Korea they would probably call it cheating. He spoke confidently, assuming Bjorn definitely knew about that file uploaded to Stone Ivan about 5 years ago, a file that increased the chances of getting helpful items, along with better rewards. He quickly added that he wasn't bragging, but casually mentioned that he had completed the game on the 50th acceleration. Bjorn froze on the spot. In that instant, everything clicked. Now he understood how these people had mastered the game so thoroughly. Was it really possible to increase experience gain and improve the drop rate for monsters? He had always believed level 11 was the absolute ceiling. Yet it turned out the maximum level was 30. A chilling thought followed immediately. If that was true, then didn't it mean you could consume 30 essences and open rifts whenever you wanted? Bjorn's mind raced, realizing how absurd the amount of equipment alone would be. When he failed to respond, the guy looked at him oddly and asked again what difficulty he had beaten the game on. Bjorn's body trembled with anger as he answered that he had cleared it on difficulty 50. The guy cried out in amazement, asking if that was really true and remarking that even difficulty 50 was brutally hard. Bjorn only frowned harder. The guy continued talking, recalling how some people claimed that the founder of this community had beaten the game on difficulty 15, while most successful players cleared it somewhere between 60 and 80. He asked enthusiastically if it wasn't amazing. Bjorn let out a quiet, ironic laugh to himself. Yes, it was very amazing. Around the same time, in a completely different place, a man leaned forward, resting his palm against his glasses as he lay sprawled over a table. He asked his interlocutor whether the computer had been taken. The girl standing across from him confirmed it calmly, adding that they had erased the memories of those people as well, along with every trace, so nothing would surface in the news. The man adjusted his glasses and asked about that one person. The girl replied that she had investigated everything. In every possible way, he was completely ordinary. And the man remarked that he was ordinary in every way except for this game. He turned on his laptop as he spoke, while the girl added that the man was quite capable here, but that was all. She hesitated, as if there was more she wanted to say. The man glanced at her and asked whether he had really beaten the Jay's legacy. The girl answered that the setting of the game had been excellent, but the project had been shut down years ago because no one had ever managed to clear it. Yet this guy had done exactly that. The man leaned back slightly and suggested that perhaps the game itself hadn't been a failure after all. Something sparked his curiosity. Resting his chin on his palms, he quietly said Bjorn's real name and noted that he was the only one who had beaten a game once considered impossible. The question that followed was simple, yet heavy. Just how far would he go? Meanwhile, the conversation with the pink-haired guy turned out to be useful for Bjorn in more ways than one. After leaving the chat, he sat down at the computer and wondered how he could express himself more naturally next time. He remembered how, during their talk, he had moved closer to the fire, and how the guy had casually admitted that he would now eat the whole pizza by himself, saying he didn't need more than that. Then he had asked Bjorn if he wanted anything. Bjorn had answered without hesitation, saying that of course he did, explaining that he wanted a cola and hot soup with rice. The guy had stared at him in disbelief, and Bjorn had seriously explained that it was the most effective food in the world. His interlocutor had looked at him with his mouth slightly open, clearly stunned. Only then did Bjorn realize that even such an ordinary exchange had helped ease the tension piling up inside him. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Was it true that this space would close on its own once time ran out? He looked at the countdown displayed on the computer and noticed that it had started at 12 hours, with only 7 remaining now. At last, he decided it was time to seriously learn about dimensional collapse. He clicked into a chat labeled Information under the Market section, a forum dedicated to buying and selling goods or knowledge. The currency here is ghost points. Bjorn began scrolling through the listings. There were requests for advice on how to easily reach the second floor for 20 ghost points, a harsh method for training the very bottom for 100 or 500 ghost points, information about special events in the Tower of Heaven on the 4th floor for 7,000 ghost points, and even the exact conditions for obtaining the passive skill Dragon Lord for 2,800 ghost points. After a while, Bjorn grew tired of skimming through everything and decided to sort the listings by price. New ads appeared before him. 70,000 ghost points for instructions on how to defeat the Lord of the 1st floor, and 69,000 ghost points for detailed information about Skull Island on the 6th floor. He stared at the numbers, quietly realizing just how deep this world really went. This, in Bjorn's opinion, was far more effective. His gaze suddenly lingered on the ad about the Lord of the 1st floor. Without hesitation, he requested a one-on-one chat with the seller. The deal was completed smoothly, and his ghost points dropped to 70,000. Not long after, he shifted his focus to the secret location of the 6th floor, Skull Island. He sent another private request, and once that transaction was finalized, Bjorn was left with a total of 139,000 ghost points. A satisfied smile spread across his face. There was nothing about this game that he didn't already know. A little later, a new notification caught his eye. Someone had requested a chat with him. Of all the nicknames he'd seen so far, this one was the closest to what he used himself. Almost immediately after he posted an offer using the points he'd earned, the seller appeared. The space around him shifted, and Bjorn found himself seated across from a man who smiled politely and asked whether he wanted to know about the Tudun school and the mage Shifrang associated with it. Bjorn paused. In his request, he hadn't explicitly asked about the rumors of dimensional collapse. He knew that blindly trusting such information would be foolish, especially when it was hard to tell whether the other person was lying. Sitting back in his chair, he clarified that what he really wanted to know was what that person had been doing lately. He figured that if he approached the topic indirectly, starting with chiffring, he could gauge whether this man actually had reliable information. The man seemed to assume this was because of the rumors about dimensional collapse and asked directly if that was what Bjorn was worried about. Bjorn didn't dodge the question and asked if the rumors were true. The answer came calmly. What the mage had said about dimensional collapse was true, but the collapse itself would not actually happen. Bjorn frowned slightly, wondering what reason this man had to speak with such confidence. The explanation followed quickly. High-ranking officials and various political forces were involved, and surely Bjorn understood what that implied. Bjorn cut him off mid-sentence and said that he would transfer an additional 20,000 ghost points on top of the original price. The man's eyes sharpened, and he replied that if Bjorn truly wanted to know that much, then he would explain. He said that the Tuden school was researching dimensional magic, focusing specifically on the labyrinth. Bjorn asked whether the rumors were nonsense. The man answered that the school's master had decided to conduct an experiment. Bjorn pressed again. This time, the man admitted that explaining everything in detail would be difficult. Still, he emphasized that it was dangerous. In simple terms, fewer people needed to enter the labyrinth. That was why the Tuden school had spread rumors everywhere, loudly proclaiming that a dimensional collapse was imminent. Thanks to that fear, the influx of researchers into the labyrinth had sharply decreased. Bjorn listened carefully, then asked whether there would be any consequences for the man telling him all of this so plainly. The man met his gaze and calmly replied. He replied that he hadn't simply told the information. He had sold it for phantom points. Besides, it had nothing to do with him personally. On top of that, the royal family was expected to step in soon and calm the rumors anyway. Bjorn asked again, still confused, and the man explained that when only a small number of researchers worked in the labyrinth, the sources of magic stones would eventually dry up. He asked if Bjorn really thought the royal family would sit back and allow that to happen. Bjorn agreed with his reasoning and said that, in that case, he would complete the deal and transfer the promised 20,000 stones separately. The man waved it off, saying he didn't need anything. Bjorn asked again, puzzled, and the man admitted that he felt he'd been too rude to a fellow player. Bjorn couldn't help but wonder if the man had really just given up 400,000 stones so easily. That realization made one thing clear. This man had settled into this world so deeply that such an amount was nothing more than spare change to him. Before ending the chat, the man smiled and casually asked whether it was true that Bjorn was also a fan of Aelin. Bjorn didn't answer right away. He lowered his head slightly, thinking, and suddenly everything clicked. That explained how the man knew so many details about what was happening. Bjorn himself hadn't been able to uncover even a fragment of that information, despite days of effort. It reminded him of how he had once started out, fumbling blindly. And in that moment, he understood that it didn't matter what difficulty level anyone else had cleared the game on. This world wasn't a game anymore. It was a brutal reality governed by a single barbaric law. The strong survived. As Bjorn's figure gradually faded, he watched the man wave goodbye. He briefly wondered whether others called him Little Valkan, but he couldn't see what difference it made. He was still just a newbie here. Returning to the past space, Bjorn realized just how long the road ahead of him truly was. He asked himself why he was having so much fun, and before he knew it, a smile spread across his face. He thought about the man who had bought the walkthrough for the first floor boss from him, the girl who had eagerly asked about Skull Island, and the guy who had just met Bjorn himself. Things that others had spent years chasing. Bjorn didn't even doubt that he could achieve them on his own. All the while, Bjorn's achievements continued to be displayed on the computer. Watching the system announcements scroll by, the man monitoring them frowned in shock, sweat forming on his brow from sheer excitement. He muttered that the protagonist was completely and irrevocably insane. Turning to his assistant, he asked how many people had ever reached the second floor on their first attempt. As far as she knew, there were only 117. The man asked whether anyone among those people had ever been in such a terrible state. The girl answered that there hadn't been. Staring at Bjorn's parameters, the man admitted that he wouldn't believe it if someone told him this was the status window of a player who had been here for several years. He asked himself if it was really possible that the protagonist had achieved all of this in just 2 months. The girl suddenly remarked that even some loser, given a bit of luck, could pull off something like this. But the man cut her off immediately. If luck alone were enough, they would have seen cases like this long ago. The girl had no answer to that. The man continued, saying that this was an atypical case with no comparable examples, which meant he couldn't determine the exact reason behind such explosive growth. One thing was clear. Bjorn existed completely outside the statistics. In fact, the larger the sample size, the less influence luck usually had. And yet, every now and then, exceptions appeared. He recalled how, at the very beginning of Bjorn's journey, the adventurers had realized that the distance from the portal to the second floor to the place where they encountered him was roughly 15 kilometers. Bjorn had crawled that entire distance in complete darkness. They had called him a monster for it. That alone had been unprecedented. Again and again, the protagonist had done the impossible. The man thought back to the fight with the vampire, when Bjorn's health had dropped to 0 and the countdown to his death had started, only for the impossible to happen. Simply put, 0 had become 1. Switching to another tab on his computer, the man noticed that Bjorn's growth rate was clearly abnormal. Because of that, the administrator had begun to observe him closely. The man suddenly remembered the time when everyone had mocked this game, calling it a failure. Back then, someone had delivered the final verdict, calmly explaining that the approach was rational. It should be just one person. If they could properly prepare that one individual and send him forward, the chances would increase. At that moment, Bjorn opened his eyes and looked around, wondering if he had really returned. Glancing at his watch, he confirmed what others had told him. 1 hour in another dimension was only a single second here. In the real world, just 13 seconds had passed. But that realization brought a chill. It also meant he had been completely defenseless for 12 of those seconds. Even so, the ghost hunters had exceeded his expectations. Standing up, he stretched and admitted to himself that visiting them early had been the right decision. They had turned out to be an excellent source of information. Fatigue finally caught up with him. 12 hours had passed on the other side. He closed his eyes and yawned so hard that tears welled up. Deciding he could push no further, Bjorn resolved that it was time to sleep. Tomorrow morning would come soon enough. He still had to visit Baron Maruin at noon the next day, in the first quarter of the imperial capital known as Karnan. Dressed in clothes that were covered in skull-like decorations, Bjorn couldn't help but wonder what was really going on if this wasn't a dimensional collapse. Either way, he decided he needed to understand the situation quickly and then head to the heavenly auction house. Escorted by guards, he walked ahead of the carriage, drawing countless stares from the people they passed. Bjorn suddenly noticed that his legs were already starting to ache, and he genuinely didn't understand what Marin had been thinking by forcing him into this ridiculous carnival costume. Before his thoughts could go any further, a loud shout rang out behind him, ordering everyone to stop. Bjorn turned around in surprise. The Count's butler was glaring at him indignantly, demanding to know what Bjorn thought he was doing. He reminded him sharply that he should look straight ahead and keep his back straight, because he was leading the procession and the Baron's honor rested on his shoulders. Bjorn sighed lazily, scratched his ear with a finger, and asked if this was really the same man who had insisted the Barbarian walk in front. The butler continued lecturing him, completely unaware that Bjorn wasn't listening at all, warning him not to do anything that might disgrace Maruin. Ignoring him, Bjorn estimated the distance to the Count's residence. About 6 kilometers. That was how far they still had to go before reaching the banquet. Noticing the lack of reaction, the butler asked sharply whether Bjorn was even listening. Bjorn answered casually that the man was so small that nothing he said could possibly reach him, then added to himself that at least it was still summer. They soon arrived at their destination. Maruin greeted Bjorn with a smile, clearly surprised by how much attention Bjorn was attracting despite having just arrived. He remarked that this was a first for him and promised that a generous reward would be waiting when they returned. Bjorn felt a small sense of relief, glad that at least Maruin seemed pleased. Marin announced that he would go greet the Count and told Bjorn to enjoy the banquet. Hearing this, Bjorn realized he had been left completely alone. Almost immediately, murmurs spread through the crowd. Some wondered aloud whether it was safe to leave him unattended. Children tugged at their parents' sleeves, begging them to buy a barbarian just like him. Others recoiled in shock at the sight of the horns on his helmet, with someone whispering that he looked like a devil parser. Bjorn frowned deeply. He couldn't believe he was being treated like some kind of attraction in a zoo. He knew that if this kept up, he could end up with real trauma. Just as his irritation peaked, Karl Moore approached him with a friendly grin. He praised Bjorn for walking such a long distance without rest while wearing that outfit. Pointing slightly to the side, he suggested they sit down and take a break, and rest until Marin returned. Bjorn agreed, briefly wondering if this strange calm was the light of his soul, or just exhaustion finally catching up to him. They sat down on a bench off to the side, and Aramore stretched with an easy smile. Bjorn asked whether it was really fine for him not to mingle with the others. Aramore replied that even if he did, most of those people wouldn't like him anyway. He explained that he used to be an explorer, just like Bjorn. Bjorn nodded, thinking that it wasn't surprising at all. Aramore clearly had talent, but more importantly, he didn't carry the arrogance so common among knights. Bjorn gave his name and asked for his in return. After hearing it, Bjorn decided that Aramore felt like a decent guy from the very beginning. Maybe it was because he was a former explorer, or maybe it was simply because he didn't look down on others. Aramore then asked how Bjorn liked the imperial capital. Bjorn replied dryly that the butler alone was enough to leave a strong impression. As he spoke, he removed his helmet, and almost immediately an indignant voice snapped at him, asking what he thought he was doing. It was the butler, glaring as if personally offended, demanding to know who had given him permission to fix his hair. Aramore leaned forward slightly, peeking out from behind Bjorn, and calmly told the man to stop. He explained that the protagonist was resting with him because he had said so. The butler froze when he noticed Aramore, then reluctantly nodded in agreement. Lowering his voice, he leaned toward Bjorn and told him to get up if he was done resting. He muttered that people might misunderstand if they saw a barbarian lounging around so casually. Bjorn asked honestly what else anyone could possibly think in such a situation. In his mind, it was obvious. He was just resting. The butler pointed a sharp finger at him and declared that people would think he was weak. He ordered Bjorn to stand, saying that no matter what, today he had to be a warrior with iron blood. Bjorn stuffed his fingers into his ears, trying to block out the lecture, and thought bitterly that if it weren't for the 1,000,000 stones, he never would have agreed to this nonsense. Then he remembered the 1,000,000 stones again and decided that enduring one miserable day was worth it. He stood up abruptly, frowning. The butler's eyes widened in horror at the sudden movement. Bjorn thought to himself that since he was already stuck in this farce, he might as well play the role exactly as expected. He slammed his helmet back on, straightened his posture, and declared inwardly that he was a warrior with iron blood, a barbarian who had rejected civilization, a complete savage. Raising his head, he let out a thunderous roar. The butler recoiled in pure terror, nearly collapsing where he stood. Everyone around them turned to look. Some stared at Bjorn in fear, while others, mostly children, watched him with sparkling eyes full of admiration. The butler snapped irritably, demanding to know what the protagonist thought he was doing. Bjorn grinned and replied that he simply felt like it. He walked over to one of the tables, grabbed a roasted chunk of meat by the bone, and began devouring it without hesitation. The butler stared at him, completely dumbfounded, asking what else could be expected from a barbarian. People began watching Bjorn more closely, whispering that of course he couldn't restrain himself even for a minute. The butler nearly screamed in disbelief, and many noticed that Bjorn was even crushing the bones between his teeth, completely unable, or unwilling, to control his strength. That reaction was exactly what Bjorn wanted. Suddenly, he placed a heavy hand on the butler's shoulder, forcing the man's attention onto him. With a bone still clenched between his teeth, Bjorn said calmly that he had spotted a shiny skull and felt like breaking it. Sweat poured down the butler's face as he stared at Bjorn in horror and asked whether the protagonist had gone too far with his jokes. Bjorn tilted his head, looked at him threateningly, gnawed down on the bone again, and asked if he really thought this was a joke. The man trembled, his mind replaying Bjorn's behavior back at the guild. He realized he had already forgotten all the insults he had thrown around earlier. Stuttering, he muttered that he suddenly had something to take care of, stepped back, and hastily declared that Bjorn was free to rest there. Then he fled. Aramor, watching this with wide eyes, burst into a smile and admitted that he had never imagined the butler could make such an expression. He asked jokingly whether Bjorn's teeth were still intact. Bjorn replied that everything was fine, adding that he was quite sturdy. Aramor closed his eyes, said he understood everything now, and laughed so hard that tears gathered in the corners of his eyes. Bjorn smiled with satisfaction. For the first time, the banquet finally felt alive. For a while, he simply enjoyed himself like a true barbarian. Curious nobles soon began approaching him. 2 young girls shyly asked if they could touch his hand. Bjorn extended it without hesitation, and the girls gasped in admiration at how massive it was. Afterward, they ran off chatting excitedly, marveling that they had actually touched Bjorn and whispering that his skin had been much softer than they expected. Older nobles came next. One man asked whether Bjorn could shout like he had before. Bjorn agreed, cleared his throat, spread his palms, switched into what he called barbarian opera mode, and let out a thunderous roar. The man and woman watching him were moved to tears. The woman asked softly if it reminded him of their youth, and the man replied dreamily that it felt fresh, already imagining a beautiful green spring. As they stood there in awe, more nobles gathered around. Some shouted that they also had requests. A few asked him to simply glare at them. Others begged him to sing again. Bjorn couldn't help but think that he felt like one of those mascots, trapped inside an animal costume. Off to the side, several knights watched the scene unfold, muttering to each other with clear dissatisfaction. One of them sneered that this wasn't some small balan at all, but a small clown. Sylvania laughed and added that he had heard the word small, and Bjorn's title came from the fact that there wasn't much between his legs. Others chimed in, mocking him for sucking up to the nobles, saying he had completely lost a warrior's honor. Hearing the whispers, the protagonist turned around, wondering why these knight cadets were talking behind his back. He was certain they were cadets. The special insignia sewn onto their clothes gave them away. Before his irritation could grow, Maroon approached, clearly realizing where Bjorn was, and apologized for interrupting the atmosphere. With a regretful smile, he said Bjorn needed to come with him, as he had to introduce him. Disappointed murmurs rippled through the crowd, and soon after, the protagonist followed Maroon into the banquet hall, where the other nobles were gathered. One of the men hesitated, then asked in confusion who he was supposed to be addressing. Maroon explained that this was the Small Balan, a name that had recently become famous among explorers. The Viscount nodded, saying he had heard that name before, and asked what had brought Bjorn here. Bjorn answered plainly that Maroon had helped him with a difficult matter, and that he had decided to protect him to repay that debt. The Viscount looked astonished, surprised that Maroon had such a powerful barbarian acting as his guardian. Smiling sincerely, Maruin waved it off, saying it was nothing. He had said many times that Bjorn didn't know him anything, and that this was already too much. Bjorn decided it was time to play his part properly, and spoke clearly, saying that a warrior never forgets kindness shown to him. The Viscount was taken aback by such a noble way of thinking, and when Bjorn gave his name, he said he would remember it. 13 more conversations like this followed, and with each one, Bjorn's fame continued to rise. In truth, among all these people, fewer than 15 were truly worthy of being called aristocrats. Bjorn recalled that even in the game, such people were rare. In the end, he was introduced to all the nobles, something that, in a normal playthrough, would have required a far higher fame level. After greeting everyone, he began mingling more freely, even bending steel pipes with his bare hands to the delight of the watching nobles. Someone exclaimed that he was truly worthy of his nickname. At that moment, Kvik approached, remarking that he was glad to meet Maruin and wishing that the blessing of the Twilight Star be upon him. Maruin smiled, noticing Kvik's presence, and confirmed the greeting, though he admitted he hadn't expected to meet Bjorn here. Bjorn thought for a moment, recalling what Kvik was called. Hearing their exchange, Maruin looked at him in amazement and asked if Bjorn really knew him. Bjorn simply addressed him as Captain. The protagonist asked again in bewilderment, and Kravik, captain of the 3rd Division of the Paladins of the Order of Ladas, the god of exploration and goddess of the stars, answered calmly that he did not dare claim he was fully worthy of the position, but that he had still taken on the duties of captain. Someone nearby shouted that everyone said Kravik was more capable than an 8th-rank explorer, and told him not to pretend otherwise. Bjorn couldn't understand why someone like Kvik would be making a living by collecting corpses. His thoughts were interrupted when Kvik suddenly caught his attention and told him that if Bjorn ever needed help, he should come to the order. As he said that, Kvik added that they would never forget what Bjorn had done for them. Maruin asked in amazement what he meant, and only then did Kvik realize he hadn't told him yet. After a short while, he finished explaining everything that had happened, noting openly that the order cherished and valued their relationship with Bjorn. The people around listened with admiration. Bjorn frowned slightly, while Maruin looked at him, grinned, and asked whether it was true that Bjorn was even better than he had expected. That straightforward, manly gaze carried warmth, and Bjorn's fame rose yet again. Half an hour later, Count Farrell approached. The nobles smiled with admiration the moment they noticed him. Maruin's expression turned serious as he told the protagonist to follow him, explaining that Farrell truly wanted to meet Bjorn. A bad feeling stirred in Bjorn's chest. Farrell greeted him with a pleasant smile, saying that he had long dreamed of meeting him. Bjorn was taken aback. He replied politely that it was nice to meet him, though he found it strange. He had only become relatively famous recently, certainly not enough for a count to seek him out personally. Even in the game, such an event wouldn't trigger until much later. After looking him over, Farrell admitted that Bjorn was taller than he had expected, and joked that perhaps he should be called Big Balin instead of Little. Bjorn immediately realized that if Farrell was bothering with him like this, it meant the Count was trying to appease him. He cursed under his breath, feeling uneasy about it. Farrell suddenly seemed to remember something, saying that after a single look at Bjorn, an interesting idea had come to mind. Bjorn watched him warily. Maruin was also surprised, and the protagonist asked himself what was really going on. Farrell then explained that a duel competition between knight cadets would take place a little later, and asked Bjorn what he thought about it. Specifically, whether he wanted to participate. Bjorn hesitated. It felt like a sudden quest had appeared out of nowhere. Despite the bad feeling lingering in his chest, he still agreed. Sometime later, people waiting for the battle openly admitted they were looking forward to the Barbarian's performance. Someone wondered aloud whether he was really just an ordinary explorer from the lower floors, adding that they had heard he had less than a year of experience. Bjorn himself calculated that simply participating would earn him 2 million stones, while the reward for winning was the Gera's necklace, number 7777. If a magic crystal was placed inside it, the crystal would melt and transform into a completely new random substance. Such a relic could only be found in the rifts on the 5th floor, making it extremely difficult to obtain. In many ways, the necklace was similar to the Frost Spirit Ring. It was a low-numbered item with exceptionally unique properties, yet it wasn't particularly valuable. Because of that, it was considered useless despite its rarity. What made it more interesting was the secret hidden within it. Bjorn smirked as he thought about that. Seeing his expression, the butler shuddered in fear, while Maruin simply stared at him in confusion. Suddenly, Bjorn felt something strange stir in his chest. He wondered if this really was the right moment for something bad to happen. Perhaps it was just his instincts trying to keep him safe in case trouble appeared. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it. If he started avoiding problems out of fear of an uncertain future, the only outcome waiting for him would be total annihilation. He admitted to himself that saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Even so, he knew he had to accept that fear and move forward. Just then, someone asked how strong he really was. It was Marwyn, who rested his hand on his chin and openly admitted that he didn't even want Bjorn to win. Still, he warned that if Bjorn lost too quickly, his reputation would suffer. Cutting him off, Bjorn said calmly that it would be over in 10 seconds. Marwyn looked at him in confusion, and Bjorn explained that he could smash most of those guys' skulls in 10 seconds. The butler turned pale. Sweat broke out across his face, tears welled up in his eyes, and he began trembling as he clutched his head. Marwyn hurriedly promised that he would give Bjorn an extra 1,000,000 stones if he won, and advised him to at least try. Bjorn asked himself if Marwyn was some kind of ray of light. He didn't understand where the sudden financial generosity was coming from, but motivation surged through him all the same. He clenched his fists and promised that he would do his best. Some time later, several knights approached him. One of them sneered that he had heard Bjorn's insolent words. As soon as the Baron walked away, a pack of rats, as Bjorn mentally labeled them, gathered around. One knight pointed straight at him and repeated his words about 10 seconds, asking if Bjorn had forgotten his place after all that clowning around. Bjorn remembered him then. This was the one who had called him a little clown earlier. Corin told him to pray that they wouldn't face each other, promising that he would slit Bjorn's throat in 10 seconds. Bjorn recalled how this man liked to talk about warrior pride. Just then, Sylvania stepped into the conversation. Sylvania was just about to describe what would happen if the protagonist fell into his hands, but Bjorn cut him off and asked bluntly whether they all had serious problems with their heads. The knights stared at him in confusion. Bjorn frowned heavily and asked if they had really just attacked him like a pack of cowardly rats. He said that even a baby warrior wouldn't behave like that. The knights bristled with indignation, unable to understand how he could dare say such a thing. Bjorn tilted his head and asked what was wrong with it. Had these cowards suddenly become brave the moment the Baron left? He openly marveled at their so-called honor and dignity. Corin shouted in outrage, but Bjorn raised his voice even louder, demanding to know whether knights truly thought it was acceptable to gang up on another participant just to intimidate him with numbers. He declared that there was clearly something wrong with their heads. His voice boomed so loudly that the knights instinctively closed their eyes and covered their ears, begging him to stop and shut his mouth. Other nobles, drawn by the shouting, began to turn their attention toward them. Under those gazes, the knights no longer looked threatening at all. Bjorn noticed it clearly. They were ashamed. The nobles began murmuring among themselves, saying this was strange behavior, and that if Bjorn was telling the truth, knights should never act like this. The cadets trembled, then retreated while promising that Bjorn would pay for this. Smiling, Bjorn calmly agreed, saying that next time he would solve all their problems with his head. He hoped they understood exactly what he meant. Sometime later, the host's voice rang out, announcing the winners. Sir Arian from the House of Viscount Pennsylvania, Sir Sylvania from the House of Baron Hessen, and from the Nest of Bear Maruin, the winner, Bjorn. The protagonist shuddered in surprise, realizing that those knights had understood everything after all. The leader ordered the combatants to take their positions. Standing across from him, Sylvania grinned and remarked that Bjorn looked surprised. Bjorn thought that one of the three little musketeers was going to be his first opponent. Of course, it had to be Sylvania, the most annoying of the lot. Bjorn grinned back, remembering that this was the one who had insulted his dignity as a barbarian, despite having less pride than a mouse. Sylvania raised his sword, announced his name, and swore on his honor and dignity that he would use only fair methods to slay the foolish Bjorn. Before he could finish speaking, Bjorn suddenly shouted, lifting his head high. The crowd reacted instantly, raising their hands and cheering. Sylvania clenched his jaw, snapping that this was extremely rude. Bjorn sighed inwardly. Had he really expected a barbarian to act like a gentleman? At last, the host waved his hand, announcing the start of the duel. Sylvania charged forward, ordering Bjorn to die as he activated his skill. 2 additional swords appeared alongside his own, forming perfect illusions. Bjorn frowned, unable to immediately tell which blade was real. In that case, Bjorn decided to simply fight it head-on. He swung his axe, deflecting the attack, and Sylvania screamed. At that moment, Bjorn realized it. He truly was a barbarian now. A smirk tugged at his lips, though he didn't let his guard down. Sylvania was definitely not an opponent to underestimate. Sylvania leapt into the air and struck again, but Bjorn dodged cleanly. He thought that if they were in the same condition, the outcome might have been different. Sylvania suddenly frowned, and Bjorn activated Wild Splash. His threat level surged, tripling in an instant, and his physical abilities rose proportionally. Bjorn remembered his promise to finish the fight in 10 seconds. He beckoned Sylvania forward, saying there was still plenty of time left before those 10 seconds ran out. Sylvania stared at him in fear. Bjorn knew that Wild Splash increased threat, but not in a way that directly affected people. Still, those who already feared him began trembling in horror. He recalled how Dwaki had begged him not to come closer, and how Ms. Shah had urged him to attack. The brave, he thought, were filled with fighting spirit. He wondered what would become of Sylvania. Bjorn lowered himself into a fighting stance, realizing that in this situation, there was only one possible outcome. Sylvania was clearly part of the elite. Snarling, Sylvania charged again and shouted for him to die. Only then did Bjorn realize he didn't have a shield. The next moment, Sylvania's sword came down, cutting into him. Blood sprayed into the air. Calmly, Bjorn thought that without a shield, he felt as if he had no arms at all. Sylvania froze in shock, unable to understand how Bjorn had endured the blow. After all, when Bjorn had blocked it with his hand, nothing had happened except for a small wound that was already healing. Bjorn asked mockingly whether Sylvania had realized yet who the real weakling was. He waved his hand, knocking the sword aside, ignoring the fresh wound opening across his palm. Blood splashed onto Sylvania's face, and he recoiled, hissing in pain as he leaned forward and demanded to know what kind of dirty trick this was. Bjorn asked what he was even talking about. He had done nothing but stand there. He declared flatly that Sylvania clearly had problems with his head. Grabbing him, Bjorn made him scream. Putting his axe away, he asked if Sylvania remembered what Bjorn had promised earlier. He reminded him that the next time they met, he would deal with his problems, starting with his head. Bjorn lifted him off the ground, thinking that if someone had issues with their head, the simplest solution was to remove the cause. He clenched his free hand into a fist, fully confident that any barbarian would agree with that logic. Sylvania's eyes widened in pure horror as he looked at him. Bjorn thought that even if the barbarians themselves didn't agree with him, it didn't really matter. Sometime later, as he entered the tent that served as a temporary infirmary, one of the followers asked bluntly whether Sylvania was dead. The priestess replied that he would live, though she added that Bjorn really needed to be gentler. She continued tending to Sylvania's wounds, healing him, while Bjorn frowned and said he hadn't expected his opponent to be such a weakling. He reminded her that Sylvania was a knight and that he had struck him with his fist, not even with an axe. How was he supposed to know the man would be knocked out from that impact? The priestess asked again, clearly displeased, pointing out that Bjorn had hit him so hard that Sylvania's brains had nearly spilled out. Bjorn decided to count it as a knockout, as long as Sylvania stayed alive. The healer stared at him in disbelief, and Bjorn thought that she had just experienced a small taste of the stupidity that came from 3 barbarians being gathered in one place. At last, she sighed and closed her eyes in irritation. At the same time, Sylvania slowly opened his eyes and asked where he was. As he struggled to sit up, he muttered that he had definitely been on his way to a competition. The priestess suggested that he might have lost his memory due to the injury he'd received in the duel and explained that she had just healed him, so his memory should return soon. Sylvania seemed to understand and thanked her for her help. Then he suddenly flinched and asked whether he really couldn't remember anything. Bjorn leaned closer, and Sylvania began to sweat under the pressure, saying that he didn't remember a thing and asking Bjorn not to hover so close because it made him uncomfortable. Bjorn studied him for a moment. It didn't seem like he was lying. He asked Sylvania to do something for him, promising that afterward he would leave immediately. Sylvania asked what it was. Bjorn said it was nothing serious. He reminded him of the words Sylvania himself had spoken earlier and told him to repeat them, word for word. Sylvania hesitated and asked if that was really all he needed to do. Bjorn confirmed it and ordered him to repeat them. Sylvania started to speak, but before he could finish, he froze. His memories rushed back all at once. He trembled, clutching his head. Bjorn assumed his memory had fully returned and leaned in even closer, grinning, telling him to continue. Fear filled Sylvania's eyes. He dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness, admitting that he was wrong. Bjorn noted calmly that his problems with his head seemed to have been cured. Sylvania scrambled under the bed, screaming that he didn't want to die and begging someone to save him. Seeing this, the priestess finally snapped and ordered Bjorn to leave at once. Bjorn turned and walked out, thinking that today he had healed an injury that even the trap couldn't cure. As he left the tent and approached Maruin exclaimed when he saw him, saying he had been looking for Bjorn everywhere and asking where he had been. Bjorn calmly explained that. He explained that he had gone to check on how Sylvania was doing. Maruin looked at him in surprise, saying it was unexpected, considering Bjorn had beaten him without mercy. Bjorn asked again, calmly noting that if this had been inside the labyrinth, Sylvania would have already tasted his axe. To be honest, he hadn't expected Sylvania to be so weak. He thought that if the man wasn't fast, then at the very least he should have been more resilient. Maruin shrugged and said it wasn't Bjorn's fault. The cadets themselves were to blame for not training properly. Bjorn asked if everything was really fine. Maruin replied that while those cadets trained to become knights, they were still nobles at heart. Then he told Bjorn not to worry and asked him why he thought these competitions were held in the first place. Even if someone died, there wouldn't be any serious problems. And if something did go wrong, Maruin would deal with it himself. He told Bjorn to just focus on winning. The more of a barbarian he showed himself to be, the happier the count would be. Bjorn nodded, agreeing. If that was the case, then he would crack the skulls of every remaining opponent. Soon, the announcer's voice rang out again, declaring that Corin of Baron Ceres's house was next, facing Bjorn of Baron Maruin's house. Bjorn wondered if he was really this lucky today. Another of the so-called 3 musketeers stood across from him. The announcer signaled the start of the fight. Corin took a fighting stance and sneered, asking if Bjorn was really going to enter the ring after what he had done to the previous man. He mocked him, saying he had no shame left, and warned him not to think this fight would be as easy as the last. He didn't want to admit it, but he added that Sylvania had been the weakest among them. Then Corin froze, Horror filled his eyes as Bjorn moved. The axe swung sharply, landing a devastating blow. Blood sprayed into the air. The host immediately announced Bjorn's victory. Bjorn smiled broadly. It was over in 3 seconds. Straightening his back, he raised his voice, and the nobles erupted in cheers, calling him the Crusher of Knights. Bjorn wondered if these people truly enjoyed watching someone's head get broken that much. His reputation rose even higher, and he couldn't help but think about who among them was supposed to be the savage. Throwing aside yet another knight, he demonstrated to everyone in the semi-finals exactly how spines were broken. He noted inwardly that it was barbaric. He remembered how he had shattered one knight's back as the announcer declared his victory. In the end, Bjorn felt a trace of disappointment. He hadn't faced the last of the 3 musketeers, which meant he hadn't been able to complete his physical therapy. Still, he told himself that one day he would. At that same moment, inside the tent, the priestess asked in shock whether the cadet sitting across from her truly wanted to join the faith. He confirmed it immediately, asking if it could be done right now. He was almost in tears, looking at her with pleading eyes. The priestess muttered that this made the 3rd one today. A little later, Maruin approached Bjorn and exclaimed that he was truly amazing. He admitted that he had gotten goosebumps watching the last match and asked where Bjorn had learned such an unusual technique. Bjorn thought that it all came from cartoons, but out loud he only said that he wanted to rest a little before the next fight. Maruin readily agreed, saying he would allow it, and decided to leave him alone. Bjorn closed his eyes, remembering that only one opponent remained. If that was the case, then his final opponent would be Albatross from the house of Count Farrell. When the host called out Bjorn's name along with his opponents and ordered them to take their positions, Bjorn recalled the cadet who had sworn allegiance to Farrell. He looked at Albatross, who greeted him politely, saying he was pleased to meet him. Bjorn returned the greeting, thinking that he had already observed Albatross's previous fights. He remembered clearly that Albatross possessed the essence of an orc warrior, a giant golem, and a cyclops. It was a classic combination focused on increasing raw strength. From that alone, Bjorn already had a rough idea of what kind of person Farrell was. Someone who liked to show off. He smiled faintly as Albatross suddenly asked where Bjorn's equipment was. Bjorn replied that he felt a bit uncomfortable wearing it. Albatross nodded and said it must be difficult to fight properly with all that weight. He added that he was worried the match might be too easy, then admitted he was glad Bjorn was taking their fight seriously. Soon, the match began. Albatross pointed his weapon forward and told Bjorn to come to him. His intentions were obvious. Seeing how Albatross relaxed his guard, Bjorn understood that it hadn't been for nothing that he had kept his cards hidden until the very end. He activated his skills. At first, Albatross merely watched. Then his expression changed completely. Bjorn used gigantic eyes and wild surge. And the moment Albatross realized what was happening, sweat broke out across his face. His eyes widened in fear as Bjorn's threat level and physical attributes rose in proportion to his growing size. Bjorn became far more imposing than before. Then he activated Wild Splash Mirror. His threat level temporarily tripled, and his physical characteristics surged accordingly. Bjorn frowned slightly, a smirk forming on his lips. Albatross trembled, unable to find words. Bjorn thought calmly that this combination of skills drastically amplified his threat. When he placed his foot down, the ground beneath it cracked, and Bjorn noted that these skills pushed his physical stats even higher. In the end, Albatross couldn't bear it anymore. He dropped his sword, turned around, and started running, screaming for someone to save him. He pushed through the crowd of nobles in sheer panic, crying in terror, while Bjorn calmly noted that this was probably the easier outcome for him. He canceled Gigantic, and the host immediately announced that Albatross had left the battlefield. Albatross flinched, stammering that he hadn't meant to do it, and begging for just one more chance. Before he could say anything else, a sharp voice ordered him to stop. Count Farrell frowned deeply, asking how much longer Albatross intended to disgrace his name. Bjorn cursed inwardly, wondering if perhaps using Gigantic had been a mistake after all. That night, there was no light in Erwin's room, unlike the other windows in the house. In the heavy silence, quiet whispers could be heard. Erwin muttered to herself about how she needed to become stronger. The thought filled the room, swirling in the air, gnawing at her mind as if it were alive. She sat on the floor, hugging her knees tightly to her chest, her head lowered. Currents of elemental power twisted around her, lifting strands of her hair as if moved by an unseen wind. Erwin was obsessed with becoming stronger. Her tired eyes were wide open, so strained it looked as if the capillaries might burst. Like a madwoman, she whispered that only this way could she keep the people close to her. Only this way could she have everything she wanted. The heartbreaking monologue was interrupted when the door slowly opened. Erwin's sister, Trisha, peeked into the room and softly called her name. She glanced around uneasily, then focused on her sister. Erwin raised her head, her voice suddenly brighter, almost joyful, asking if Trisha was really there. Trisha's face showed undisguised anxiety as she carefully asked if Erwin was all right. Erwin tilted her head with faint confusion and asked what she meant. Trisha hesitated, then said she had heard her muttering something under her breath. Erwin smiled, confidence radiating from her expression, and told her sister that she had been speaking with the spirits. She added casually that she was busy training and asked if Trisha could come back later. Trisha nodded, agreed quietly, and left the room, closing the door behind her. Leaning against the wooden surface, Trisha remained there for a moment, her expression uncertain. She wondered if it would be better to tell her sister now. In the end, she pushed herself away from the door and walked down the corridor, thinking that everyone was talking about Lil Balin lately. It felt strange, almost wrong, not to tell Erwin about it. Her thoughts drifted, and she asked herself when her sister would ever again have the chance to grow so much as a researcher. The image of Erwin pushing herself to the limit, her face pale with exhaustion, surfaced in her memories. At some point, Rowan had become a contractor with all 4 spirits, and she had even managed to grant 3 of them free will. Tersa couldn't help but feel unsettled by how quickly her sister had achieved all of this. And that wasn't the end of her doubts. Erwin possessed extraordinary combat talent, both with a bow and with daggers. She could now face rank 7 monsters alone and survive. Tersa admitted it to herself in silence. She shouldn't tell her sister the whole truth yet. If she did, Erwin might grow even stronger. Tua pushed open the door to the library, thinking that her sister's condition had worsened lately. Still, if this suffering helped her grow, then perhaps it was worth it. But the moment she stepped inside, her eyes widened, and she asked aloud whether all of this had really happened so recently. Her thoughts immediately turned to the essence Erwin had acquired. Could it all be because of that? She picked up a book lying on the shelf, one that mentioned Cabarrot. It was the book of basic essences, detailing essences from the 9th to the 7th rank. Relief flickered through her as she realized she had finally found it. The room was dark, lit only by a faint magical flame. Cabarrot, rank 7. Average agility. Weak resistance. Weak concentration. Average accuracy. Weak sixth sense. Average hearing. But possession was strong. Cabarrot enhanced agility and alertness while moving and granted skills such as Mana Trap, Red Hound, Blue and Green Pursuit Arrow. When Tia read the line about possession, she froze in surprise. She flipped pages, comparing it to the 8th rank Steel Valley Defender and the 9th rank Goblin Archer. The Steel Valley Defender had average possession. The Goblin Archer had strong possession. Tersa frowned, biting the tip of her finger. Was this line present in those columns as well? In that moment, she understood. This was why her sister had become obsessed with strength. Because of this trait, Tersa knew very well how dangerous it was, and she hated it. But she couldn't simply take the essence away from her sister either. She closed the book with a heavy sigh, deciding that once they found a suitable replacement essence, she would ask her sister to delete this one as well. At least now she believed she had uncovered the cause. That meant things should be easier going forward. She extinguished the fire magic and left the library. Later, lying in bed, she shuddered and cursed silently. If she discovered that he was still alive before they managed to remove those essences, she didn't know which direction her sister's obsession would turn. Meanwhile, in the 7th district, the coachman guiding a carriage brought it to a halt, announcing that they had arrived. From inside, the protagonist's voice thanked him before the door opened. It was 2 a.m, and Bjorn had finally returned home. He asked himself whether this was really where it all began. Bags of gold coins were piled in front of him, stacked so casually that it almost felt unreal. Bjorn wondered if the client truly was a wealthy aristocrat after all. Barbarian's request had come with an absurd price tag. 1 million stones as a promise fee, 2 million for participating in the tournament, another 1 million for winning it, and an additional 300,000 stones just for handing over the champion's trophy. In total, the Baron was prepared to pay nearly 4.5 million stones. Bjorn let out a slow breath, realizing he had earned a massive fortune in a single day. He remembered Barbarian's cheerful laughter, the way he confidently declared that high society will be talking about both of them for months to come. The Baron had even told him to visit if any trouble arose. Thinking back on everything he had done, Bjorn concluded that the Baron had every reason to be satisfied. But his thoughts drifted to someone else. Count Farrell. The memory of the Count's expression still lingered, sharp and unsettling. Bjorn recalled how Farrell had congratulated him on his victory, only to calmly state that he would challenge him someday. Once Bjorn was more prepared. They had shaken hands, and Bjorn had asked what he meant by that. The Count had brushed it off, telling him he didn't need to know the details, and instructing him to ignore requests from other nobles until the time came. Then the Count had asked whether that would be acceptable. Bjorn remembered the strange pressure he felt in that moment, as if something terrible would happen if he refused. So he nodded. He wasn't stupid. That gaze had been far too disturbing to oppose. In the end, Bjorn told himself he didn't care anymore. He hadn't expected it to fall into his hand so soon. Resting on the table was the necklace of Harris. Item number 7777. A treasure said to be impossible to obtain through effort alone, something only luck could grant. Bjorn stared at it and asked himself just how high his luck truly was. He placed his hand beside the necklace and looked up at the ceiling, thinking that from now on, even breathing carelessly might be dangerous. The next morning, his table was buried beneath piles of letters. Envelopes covered every inch of space. Only then did Bjorn fully understand what the Count had been warning him about. He opened a few letters and scanned their contents. Invitations, requests, even a banquet invitation that promised a small reward. Bjorn scoffed inwardly. For nobles, that might be pocket change, but it was still enough to live comfortably on. Yet the image of the Count's eyes wouldn't leave his mind. It felt like a silent warning. Bjorn sat down and began replying to the invitations. He knew that if he accepted them all, the Count would definitely lose his mind, but ignoring them entirely wasn't an option either. Because of that, Bjorn knew he couldn't afford to stay silent. If he ignored them outright, the nobles might start taking revenge. So he wrote a formal refusal to each and every one of them, carefully choosing his words. As he got dressed, his thoughts kept circling back to the Count. People like him were the most frightening, the kind who appeared calm and composed, yet would go completely mad the moment you crossed an invisible line. The situation already felt dangerously tense. Bjorn couldn't read the Count's intentions at all, and that uncertainty bothered him more than open hostility ever could. Why would someone like that take such an interest in a barbarian researcher? The question repeated in his mind again and again. In the end, Bjorn decided that he needed to learn more about the man. The next time the community opened, he would investigate him properly. He left his room and walked down the corridor, thinking at the same time that this might be the final month he would spend helping Raven with her research. He knocked on the door, and almost immediately, Raven herself stepped out. She avoided his gaze, forcing a nervous smile as she said that he had arrived early. Bjorn asked her who he was supposed to help today. Raven shuddered. For a moment, she didn't even know how to answer. Then Timian appeared in front of him. The old man raised his hand and greeted Bjorn loudly, smiling as if they were close friends, saying it had been a long time since they'd last seen each other. Warmth filled his expression, something that couldn't be said for Bjorn. Bjorn shot Raven an irritated look and snapped that she had told him he would be helping her elders, not literally an old man. Raven immediately apologized, bowing her head and begging for forgiveness, explaining that her teacher had insisted. Under Bjorn's displeased stare, she turned toward Timian. The old man chuckled and told her not to be so nervous, saying there was nothing special about it. Bjorn frowned. To him, it sounded like Timian had pressured Raven into this. Timian calmly explained that he simply wanted to test whether his magical device could detect the soul of a golden spirit or not. He crossed his arms over his chest, smiling as he spoke. Bjorn looked at him with clear distrust and asked what kind of magical device he was talking about. Inside, he reminded himself to stay calm and prepare for the worst. He knew very well that this old man viewed him as an evil spirit. That meant he shouldn't react to the words evil spirit at all, only to the mention of the device itself. Bjorn leaned closer, studying Timian's face, and asked whether it was truly safe. Timian laughed. Bjorn thought that, considering everything Raven had already put him through, this reaction made sense. But then Timian's expression hardened. He asked Bjorn whether he truly didn't trust him. Him, the master of the alien school. Gritting his teeth, he demanded to know who Bjorn thought he was dealing with. Finally, Timian assured him that there was no need to worry. Aru would prove the safety of the device. With that, he called out to his student, Raven. So Raven immediately pointed at herself in surprise, asking if he truly meant her. Timian smiled and replied that there was nothing difficult about it. After a moment, Raven agreed, saying that if her only task was to check the formulas, then she could do it. Bjorn continued to think things through. Most likely, Raven would side with her master. He understood how difficult it was for both sides to trust each other, but the very fact that Timian was acting this way meant he wasn't confident in the outcome himself. From Bjorn's perspective, that meant only one thing. Such a device didn't actually exist, and perhaps it had never existed in the first place. Of course, Bjorn admitted that it could have appeared recently, but if that were the case, Timian would have tried to trick him into the test in a completely different way. The whole situation felt like a familiar setup, as if they were about to strap him into some kind of lie detector. If he tried to make excuses and escape now, he would only confirm their suspicions. Realizing there was nowhere to retreat, Bjorn decided that the only option left was to go forward. Timian, still smiling, asked what Bjorn intended to do. Once again, he assured him that the experiment was safe and wouldn't take much time. Bjorn asked how long it would really last. Timian replied that it would take about 5 minutes. Bjorn nodded and said that in that case, he agreed. Timian flinched. After an awkward pause, he asked if Bjorn was truly sure. Bjorn raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. Timian spread his arms slightly and explained, somewhat clumsily, that Bjorn had seemed worried earlier, as if he thought the experiment might be dangerous. Bjorn calmly reminded him that Timian himself had said Raven would check everything beforehand. Timian hesitated, then admitted that this was true. He tried to add something else, but Bjorn cut him off. Placing a hand on his neck, clearly irritated, Bjorn told him to hurry up. He wanted to finish this and go to bed. In his mind, Bjorn mocked him, wondering if this ancient old man really thought he would fall for such bait. And so, the strange experiment began. Some time later, Bjorn left the room. Raven stared after him in shock and immediately turned to her teacher, asking what that had been. She planted her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with confusion. Timian let out an awkward laugh and looked at his student. Raven pointed at the chair used in the experiment, remarking that it looked strange, but was actually just an ordinary chair. She said she had played along exactly as he wanted, and then asked if he was serious about not telling her anything. Timian didn't answer. Raven leaned forward, her expression turning serious. She asked if this was really what she thought it was. Did it mean that Timian believed the protagonist was an evil spirit? He had been questioning him about what happened in the labyrinth. Amian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, asking her to calm down. Raven pressed him again, asking whether that meant his suspicions were finally gone. Timian let out a heavy sigh and admitted that he had been wrong. Raven nodded slowly, saying she understood where his doubts had come from. Bjorn really was a unique person, but she wasn't finished. Folding her arms across her chest, her expression clearly displeased, she asked him for a proper answer. Timian asked what else she wanted to know. Raven didn't hesitate. She demanded to know why all of this had been necessary. If he truly believed the protagonist was suspicious, then why hadn't he simply handed him over to the secret police? Timian's face darkened. He told her that if he had done that, Bjorn would have died. His expression grew grim as memories surfaced. Too many people losing their heads because of that choice. Confused, Raven asked what he was talking about. Timian turned away, telling her not to worry about it. He clasped his hands behind his back and started walking off, saying he was tired and wanted to leave. Raven hurriedly called after him, asking him to wait. Will Bjorn really have died? The realization hit her all at once. She covered her mouth in horror. If that was true, then it meant the so-called evil spirit had wanted her teacher alive. Her thoughts spiraled as she wondered what Bjorn had been trying to accomplish in the first place. When the protagonist returned to his room, he immediately collapsed onto the bed. With a long sigh, he muttered that he was exhausted. Bjorn lay there like a starfish, staring up at the ceiling, replaying everything that had happened. It had been a shock, no doubt about it. Lately, he felt overly sensitive, and the lingering anxiety refused to fade. Still, he told himself that he hadn't failed. On the contrary, he thought he had handled it extremely well. He placed a hand on his forehead and began reviewing every detail of what had happened in that room. One thought stood out. Why had old Timian looked so disappointed? After a moment, Bjorn dismissed it. He didn't care. Just then, a loud voice called his name, snapping him out of his thoughts. Someone was asking if he was asleep. Bjorn blinked in surprise. Ms. Shah was hovering over him, almost as if she were floating. For a second, he wondered how that was even possible, then remembered he had given her the keys to his room. He sat up and called her name. She hummed softly in response, smiling as if she were ready to listen. Bjorn reached out and took her hand, telling her directly that he needed her. Ms. Shah froze, her face instantly turning red. She looked at him in shock and asked if he really needed her at this hour. She pointed out that it was still quite early, then asked him to wait, because she hadn't even prepared herself. Ms. Shah hesitated. Her tail swayed from side to side in excitement. But contrary to what she expected, Bjorn didn't pull her closer or say anything strange. Instead, he calmly sat her down at the table and told her to start writing. He needed to reply to all the nobles. Mish's mood immediately sank. She muttered in disappointment that she had only been called over to write letters. Still, the two of them sat together, carefully drafting responses to the nobles. As they worked, Miss Shah hesitated and asked if he was really sure it was wise to express things so bluntly. She warned that dealing with nobles that way could end badly. Looking at what she had written, she raised an eyebrow in confusion. Bjorn told her not to worry. He said it was fine. More than fine, actually. He thought the letters turned out quite well. He put so much effort into writing them that at some point he fell asleep at the table, his tongue sticking out slightly. On one sheet of paper, written in large letters, was his final message. It was far from polite, just a few blunt lines saying he was too busy and that the noble should find another barbarian. At the bottom, he had signed his full name. Seeing that, Ms. Shah finally gave up arguing. She then asked him what had happened the day before, continuing to write the replies alongside him. Some time later, they were sitting at a table with food and drinks when one of their comrades asked Bjorn why he was being so quiet. Bjorn rested his hand against his chin and asked them to wait. He was thinking. It was a regular meeting of the outcast team. Hikarad nodded in agreement, glancing at Bjorn. There were 10 days left until the labyrinth opened. The dwarf spoke first, saying he wouldn't go. With his eyes closed, he declared that if the dimensional collapse really happened, then they were all finished anyway. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Dwaki covered his mouth with his palm, worried, muttering that there was no smoke without fire. Roth Miller, however, spoke with confidence, saying that resting this time was the correct decision. Ms. Shah then turned to Bjorn and asked what he was planning. Bjorn considered convincing them otherwise using the information he'd gathered from the community, but he ended up chuckling to himself. It seemed unnecessary. After thinking it through, he decided that this outcome was actually better. Recently, he had realized it had been 3 months since he last visited the bloody citadel. Anyone who played the game knew that in the early stages, You had to clear the rift on the first floor as soon as it reset. But Bjorn also knew he couldn't simply explain how to open it. So he made a decision. He would take only Miss Sha with him. Bjorn turned his gaze toward his companion and said that in that case, they should go together. Miss Sha immediately began to fidget, asking if she really had to go too. Bjorn folded his arms across his chest, raised an eyebrow, and asked her if she was afraid. She quickly denied it, saying she wasn't trying to ditch him at all. But Bjorn could tell immediately. It was obvious she didn't want to go. He told her that if she was so worried, he could go alone. Before he could finish, Miss Sha cut him off with an irritated snort. She called him a real savage and demanded to know if it had ever crossed his mind that he should have asked her first. Folding her arms across her chest, she looked at him with a mix of embarrassment and offense. She said he could have at least tried to speak more politely than usual. Bjorn shuddered inwardly, wondering what politely even meant. He frowned, hummed for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice and asked her, very loudly, to go with him more politely. Miss Sha turned away with a playful smile. She said that, of course, she wouldn't let him climb into the labyrinth alone. Bjorn blinked, asking himself if that had really worked. He nodded and said that in that case, everything was settled. Dwaki looked surprised and straightened up, while Hikarad watched them with clear anxiety in his eyes. Bjorn thought to himself that this time, they would visit the rift together. The next day began with commotion in the marketplace. A newsman was shouting at the top of his lungs, waving a special edition newspaper in his hand. These were the same papers being distributed everywhere. He loudly announced that the royal family had officially declared the rumors of dimensional collapse to be false. He continued shouting, scolding everyone, and accusing the Tudun school of the Tower of Magicians of spreading false gossip. Roth Miller and Hikarad each grabbed a copy, reading it in surprise, while passers-by around them also stopped to read. Not long after, the dwarf burst into the protagonist's room, cheerful as ever, asking if Bjorn had heard the news. He suggested they go to the labyrinth together. Bjorn cut him off immediately, saying he couldn't. He explained that he had already accepted a task. Without waiting for a response, he slammed the door right in front of the dwarf's nose. Outside, the dwarf stood there with his hands on his hips, laughing awkwardly. Miss Sha looked up at Bjorn and asked when he had managed to get a job as a bodyguard. Bjorn told her not to think too deeply about it. It was just an excuse. Miss Sha stared at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Then Bjorn admitted the truth. This time, he was going to climb into the rift. Miss Sha's eyes widened as she asked how he planned to do that. She wondered if he had found some method in the library. She pushed her chair back and sat at the table across from him. Bjorn looked away awkwardly, deciding that this explanation would serve as a convenient excuse for how he knew what he knew. So he nodded in agreement. Miss Sha then asked why he hadn't told Hakuro about it, wondering if it wouldn't be better for all of them to go together. Bjorn began cleaning his sword instead of answering directly, and asked her whether she had told anyone that she used the Frost Spirit Ring to form a contract with the spirit beast. Miss Sha replied that she hadn't. Bjorn stopped and looked at her intently, asking if that was really true. She nodded and said that he had asked her to keep it secret, so she did. Bjorn immediately told her that this was exactly the reason. He asked what she thought would happen if Hikarad were in her place. Would he really keep his mouth shut? Miss Sha shook her head firmly, saying that he would spill everything after just one glass of good alcohol. Bjorn continued, asking about Vaki and Roth Miller. Miss Sha placed a finger against her chin, thinking carefully. Vaki would definitely let it slip by accident, she said, but she wasn't sure about Roth Miller. Bjorn considered her answer. It matched his own thoughts almost perfectly, except for Roth Miller. Among them all, Roth Miller was the easiest to read. He would keep the secret, but he would also start asking dangerous questions. Questions like how Bjorn could possibly know such things. Miss Sha nodded, saying she understood now why Bjorn hadn't told anyone. Then she pointed at herself, asking what about her. Why had he told her everything? She stood up from the table, her tail lifting slightly with curiosity. Bjorn hesitated, unsure how to explain it. There were several reasons. Miss Sha was surprisingly good at keeping secrets, and more importantly, she was completely incapable of lying. If she ever leaked anything, he would know immediately. Bjorn looked at her for a moment, then realized all of it could be summed up in a single sentence. He said out loud. He told her that he simply trusted her. Miss Sha froze. Her face flushed bright red, and she let out an embarrassed cry before turning away and laughing awkwardly, fanning her face with her palm. She muttered that the room had suddenly become very hot and asked Bjorn if he felt it too. Bjorn told her to just drink some water. Miss Sha laughed again, agreeing sheepishly. There were only 8 days left until the labyrinth opened. Bjorn smiled faintly, thinking that preparation would take time. As he and Miss Sha walked down the street, she asked whether he planned to upgrade his equipment again. Bjorn replied that he wanted to enchant it. Lightning energy would be imbued into his gear, granting it the lightning element for a certain period of time. Miss Sha said, her voice trembling. Miss Sha said in a trembling voice that this was the most expensive potion of all and asked if he was really going to use it. On the table in front of them lay a lightning scroll, thundergrass, and an advanced potion. Bjorn only replied calmly that he had wanted to try this for a long time, so it wasn't money wasted. He added, almost casually, that the 2 million stones spent on it had come from the joint account he and Ms. Shaw had recently opened. Time continued to move forward relentlessly. There were 7 days left until the opening. When the protagonist visited the shaman, the old man smiled and remarked that Bjorn seemed to be doing quite well. He asked if Bjorn had really brought in 4 million stones in just 2 months. The moment he said it, the house suddenly swayed from side to side, as if an earthquake had struck. Bjorn activated the 4th stage of the immortality imprint, and his willpower and spirit surged by 40 points. Another day passed without notice. Now there were only 6 days left. Ms. Shaw rushed in, telling Bjorn to wash up and eat quickly. She held a basket in her hands, offering it up as if to a giant. Thanks to his increased spirit, Bjorn could remain in his giant form 1.5 times longer than before. When Ms. Shaw learned that he was heading to the library, she asked if she could come with him. Bjorn eyed her suspiciously and asked if she really wanted to. He even questioned whether she read it all. Ms. Shaw glared at him, hissing like an offended cat, demanding to know what that look was supposed to mean. She insisted that she did read books, sometimes. At that moment, Ragna suddenly spoke the Parison spell aloud. Bjorn and Ms. Shaw both looked at her in surprise. Bjorn asked why she was using such a spell today. Ragna explained, somewhat awkwardly, that she only used it specifically for them, so she wouldn't have to cast it in front of others. She looked away in embarrassment. Bjorn asked if she should have told him that earlier. Ragna closed her eyes and asked whether Ms. Shaw had said her last name was Karlstein. Then she told him to forget everything she had just said. Bjorn wondered what that meant, but decided not to think too deeply about it. He chose to forget. Another day slipped by. 5 days remained. Raven sat at her desk and told Bjorn that they were finished. She thanked him for enduring everything. Bjorn pulled his clothes back on, commenting that it had been a tough job. Raven snapped irritably that he could have kept quiet, then added that he shouldn't die wherever he was headed. Bjorn asked if she wasn't going to take the pass to the tower. He held out the token, but Raven refused, telling him to keep it and to stop by again. If he needed anything, she said he could ask. She was honestly curious about how things were going for him, because no matter where he went, trouble seemed to follow. The protagonist replied that in that case, that was exactly what he would do. And so, Day X arrived, the day Bjorn would finally go to that very place. The people who had been with him thanked him for the advice he had given and reminded him to be careful of others and to protect his heart. They said they would never forget him. Everyone wished him luck. Bjorn, standing a little to the side, sheepishly raised a finger to his nose, thinking that they had even said thank you. These people were really kind. Ms. Shaw watched his expression, clearly not sharing his thoughts, but she said nothing until the end. One of his comrades laughed and said it must have been incredible to have such a reliable mentor. Bjorn answered seriously that all he had done was give them a direction. Hikarad immediately told him not to talk about himself like that. Bjorn turned to him and calmly warned them to be careful too, and not to take friendly relationships at face value. Hakuro chuckled and asked whether Bjorn really thought he was just another young barbarian. Honestly, Bjorn thought that he was. He glanced at Roth Miller, silently entrusting everything to him. Roth Miller then spoke up, saying that they would be heading out now, and asked whether Bjorn and Ms. Shaw were coming as well. Ms. Shaw awkwardly replied that they were still waiting for the client. Roth Miller nodded and said that in that case, they would go ahead. Dwaki smiled as he stepped toward the portal, saying they would see each other tomorrow. Then correcting himself, saying it would be later, before disappearing into the portal with the others. About half an hour passed, yet Bjorn and Ms. Shaw still hadn't moved. Hesitantly, Ms. Shaw asked whether they were going in or not. Bjorn folded his arms across his chest and told her to wait. Ms. Shaw stared at him in surprise and asked how much longer they were going to stand there. Bjorn replied that this was exactly why everyone disliked newbies. If he said wait, then they should just wait. Bjorn understood that doing it this way would double their experience. Then, with a faint smile, he told her that they could go in now. A system notification appeared, announcing that they had entered the crystal cave on the first floor. As they went deeper inside, Bjorn placed his hand on one of the altars. The system window immediately declared that they were the first to open a portal, granting them a bonus of 2 experience points. Ms. Shaw stared at him in shock and asked what that was. Was it really a portal to the second floor? And how did he even know about it? Bjorn turned toward her, a torch in his hand, and began explaining. Information poured out of him one piece after another, until Ms. Shaw felt like her head was about to smoke. She finally asked whether it was truly possible to use a phenomenon like dimensional instability. Bjorn shook his head slightly and admitted that, to be honest, he couldn't really explain it properly himself. So he only uses it once he figures it out. Hearing that, Ms. Shaw said she actually felt sorry for Roth Miller. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. Ms. Shaw lowered her gaze and said that if Roth Miller ever found out about a loophole like this, he would probably feel that all his hard work had been meaningless. She added that it reminded her of how she once relied on the ring. Bjorn thought about it and realized she wasn't wrong. If Roth Miller knew about this bug, he really might start thinking that he was completely useless. Bjorn recalled how, over drinks, Roth Miller had once said with absolute confidence that if he kept working hard, he would eventually be able to open a portal with his own hands. It was his dream as a scout. Bjorn couldn't help but think that Roth Miller truly took his class seriously. As soon as they stepped through the new portal, a notification appeared above them, announcing that they had entered the rocky desert on the second floor. Bjorn raised a torch to light their way and commented that they weren't very lucky to end up here. He knew that to reach the Slayer, they needed to go through the eastern portal, and that was also where the magic crystals he needed were located. After a moment of consideration, he figured they would have to turn back. They went back through the portal, returning to the crystal cave on the first floor. Bjorn checked his compass and said they would need to travel east for 2 days. But after just 3 hours, they were already fighting the creatures waiting for them in this world. They encountered monsters known as gnomes, 9th-rank creatures that looked like clay dolls. All of them possessed integration skills, meaning they could only be seen from a distance of 3 liers. Ms. Shah let out a heavy sigh, saying that killing them wasn't difficult, but carrying all those magic crystals was exhausting. She bent down and picked one up again. Bjorn thought that if Tok were with them, they wouldn't have to do this themselves. Suddenly, Ms. Shah turned her head to the side, listening carefully. She said she could hear people running and asked Bjorn what they should do. The protagonist replied that he wasn't sure. If others had arrived here in just 3 hours, then they must have cleared the levels extremely fast. A large crowd soon appeared in front of them. It was one of the teams that had entered through the portal. They were all running loudly, moving as fast as possible under the leader's orders. Bjorn thought about how these guys were still the fastest ones around. Yet the portal had already been opened. Ms. Shah observed their gear and remarked that their equipment looked really good. She asked whether they also needed to be that heavily equipped to open portals. Bjorn stepped forward, closed his eyes briefly, and asked why she seemed so surprised. After all, the two of them would become like that one day as well. He told her that they should aim for it. Ms. Shah looked at him with clear interest and asked him what he meant. If it was true, Bjorn thought, then it seemed she had already grown used to everyone treating them like outcasts. With a cheerful voice, she stepped slightly ahead of him and asked whether he knew just how ambitious he was. Then Ms. Shah tilted her head and asked if that was because he was a barbarian. For a moment, Bjorn wondered if she was trying to insult him. Ms. Shah nudged him with her elbow and called him an idiot. Then, with a sweet smile on her face, she said that she actually meant he was cool. She moved forward again, glancing back over her shoulder at the protagonist. Bjorn coughed awkwardly, covering his mouth in embarrassment. Sometimes, he thought, she was far too straightforward. He slowed his pace, watching the girl run happily beside him. Bjorn found himself wondering whether she also thought of herself as a barbarian now. At that moment, the protagonist level was 4. His strength had reached 386.3, agility 342.4. His item level stood at 967, and his total combat power had climbed to 1,285. The essences he had absorbed so far included a rank 7 corpse golem, a rank 5 vampire defender, and a rank 5 oro. Time passed quickly. 19 hours had already gone by since the opening of the labyrinth when they encountered other people exploring the area. Noise erupted immediately. Voices overlapped as they questioned one another, asking if anyone had seen those two who had just arrived. One person even stared in disbelief at the size of the protagonist's mace, muttering that it looked like even the backpack on his back had some kind of expansion effect. Others grumbled indignantly, wondering why people like this were still wandering around here. Bjorn glanced around and realized he hadn't considered this reaction. From the outside, it must have looked strange. Other explorers were standing nearby, but their equipment and physical traits were far inferior compared to him and his companion. Bjorn thought that they looked like people who should already be on the upper floors. Yet here they were, roaming around the starting area of the first floor. He smiled faintly, letting out a quiet chuckle. That made Ms. Shah look at him in surprise and ask what was so funny. Bjorn replied that he was just remembering the past. He remembered very clearly the fear and hardship he had gone through before meeting her. His thoughts drifted, and he wondered how she was doing now. Everything should be fine. Her sister was wealthy, after all, but he was still curious. She had been his first comrade. For a brief moment, he even considered seeking her out one day. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Bjorn turned his gaze toward one of the researchers standing nearby. Confusion flashed through his mind. Why was this man looking at him like that? Bjorn met his stare with an indignant look, but remained silent. He understood immediately what he was seeing. Envy and greed mixed together in that gaze. Bjorn asked himself a simple question. Did this man even understand that killing him would be easier than killing a goblin? He couldn't understand why the feeling only got worse the longer he looked at him. Bjorn stopped abruptly and stared straight at the guy, calling out to him without warning. The man flinched in shock. With a cold, serious voice, the protagonist asked whether he had something to say. The man stammered that he didn't. Bjorn didn't look away. He folded his arms across his chest and demanded to know why the man had been staring at him so intently. Fear washed over the guy's face. He flinched again, sensing danger, and immediately began apologizing. At that moment, Ms. Shah tugged on Bjorn's hand, calling his name and asking why he was doing this. She reminded him that the man hadn't done anything to him. Bjorn instantly realized how this must look from the outside. like one of those street scenes where a guy, walking beside a girl, suddenly starts acting tough, using some random person as an excuse. But Bjorn convinced himself just as quickly that this wasn't nothing. The man really had been staring at him for a long time. There was something he needed to check. With a menacing expression, Bjorn asked the man his name. The terrified guy replied that his name was Ivan. His voice trembled so badly it almost cracked. Bjorn frowned and, surprised, asked whether his name was really Head and not Hans. He told him to stop lying and repeated the question, asking if his name was really Head. Even more frightened now, the man insisted that it truly was. Bjorn felt a flash of embarrassment, thinking he might have made a mistake after all. Still, he decided that this experience would be good for the guy anyway. But then the man lowered his head and quietly admitted that his name used to be Hans. He said he had changed it because the name was too common. Bjorn's eyes widened in shock. He clenched his fist at chest level, and everything suddenly clicked. Now he understood why he had felt so uncomfortable the moment he looked at him. Folding his arms across his chest again, Bjorn warned the man not to ever dare change it back. He told him to keep living with that name, and asked sharply whether he understood. The poor guy nodded frantically, agreeing again and again, even though he clearly had no idea why the protagonist was acting like this. Before anything else could be said, a sudden deafening roar echoed through the area, followed by the ground shaking beneath their feet. Misha turned toward Bjorn and shouted for him to look in that direction. Bjorn cursed under his breath, grabbed Misha by the hand, and yelled that they needed to run. They took off immediately, leaving the man behind, still frozen in fear. Bjorn knew there was only one explanation for something like this in the labyrinth. A rift was about to open. As he ran faster and faster, Bjorn couldn't help thinking that changing his name hadn't helped that guy at all. Even if no one else knew it yet, this place never let things like that slide. Naturally, rifts were only supposed to open once every 3 days. And the fact that this was happening while they were still on the first floor meant only one thing. Someone had used the same method he did to force it open. Bjorn ran through the possibilities in his head as he moved. He had invested a huge amount of money preparing for this. So who else could it be? A former player like him? Or just someone smart enough to figure out? He and Misha kept running. From behind him, she shouted that there was an obstacle ahead. Bjorn replied that he saw it too, his thoughts already racing ahead. They would find out the truth once they were inside the rift. Without warning, Bjorn grabbed Misha by the shoulder. In one smooth motion, he scooped up her legs with his other arm and lifted her like a princess. He shouted for her to hold on tight, then leapt straight into the rift. Misha stared at him in shock, indignation written all over her face. A system window appeared, announcing that the character had entered a rift on the first floor. The moment they arrived, the cold hit them. Snow covered everything. The trees were completely white, and the ground beneath their feet was frozen. Not far ahead stood several explorers who had entered the portal before them. One of them, upon seeing Bjorn and Misha, exclaimed that the Barbarian and the Beast Woman inspired hope. A man from the group smiled broadly and greeted them, saying it was nice to meet them before introducing himself as San. Behind him, a large man with barriers folded his arms across his chest and spoke in a deep, menacing voice, saying that these two didn't look like they would be a burden. He introduced himself as Admin Uckfried. After that, the final member of their team stepped forward, a girl who introduced herself as John Efren. She added quietly that she would do her best to stay out of the way. Bjorn then introduced himself, saying his name was JN and that he was Thor's son. He pointed at his companion and added that her name was Michelle and that they had come together. Misha froze, staring at him in disbelief, letting out a confused sound. Bjorn felt a surge of irritation. Was she really going to react like that now? He tried desperately to signal her with his eyes, urging her to think faster. A moment later, Misha nodded and said that Bjorn had explained everything correctly. She tried to put on a calm expression, but failed miserably. Watching her stiff face, Bjorn could only think in disbelief whether this was really her version of a poker face. Closing his eyes, Bjorn said that the role of defender suited him best. Then he opened them and asked the others what they specialized in. Jinsa immediately smiled and replied that she had been trained as a scout since childhood and had absorbed the essence of a goblin archer. Carlson followed up by saying that he mainly fought using a sword and shield, that he usually fought on the vanguard during team battles. Bjorn immediately began analyzing the situation. The girl should have been on the first floor, while this guy was more suited to the second. He pressed a finger to his lips, thinking it through. There were two obvious newbies standing in front of him, and unlike the bloody citadel, the situation here was completely different. Rifts appeared in only every 5th or 6th labyrinth, roughly once every 5 to 6 months depending on the season, for if they were opened intentionally. In other words, since 5 months hadn't passed yet, there shouldn't be any explorers from the middle or upper floors on the first level. That meant that if someone planned to enter the beast's lair and open a rift just 3 days after the labyrinth opened, then logically, everyone present had to be newbies who hadn't even properly seen the second floor yet. Bjorn felt like he was standing in front of a flock of chickens who had no idea what horrors the labyrinth truly held. Still, he reassured himself. At least a full day had already passed since the opening. That meant there wasn't much time left. Then his gaze shifted to the third member of the team, the one he would now have to survive with. Out of all of them, only this one felt suspicious. Bjorn turned to Abman and asked about him. Abman looked up, surprised, and asked if Bjorn was talking to him. Then he gestured behind himself, pointing at his weapon, saying Bjorn could see what he was working with. Bjorn stared, startled. Was that really a massive crossbow? He couldn't even tell if something like that actually worked. Bjorn said that he wanted to know more about it, but Abman abruptly cut in and asked whether Bjorn wanted to introduce himself first. Bjorn replied that he was a rank 6 explorer, and that Nelly was rank 7. He added that they were usually active on the 4th floor. Abman nodded and said he understood, then stated that he himself was rank 5. Bjorn immediately asked what Abman was doing here. Beside him, Ms. Shaw stood with a blank, almost stupid expression, while Bjorn continued speaking to the exploration team with a serious face. Abman answered Bjorn's question with another question, asking why Bjorn himself was here. Bjorn noticed the pattern. This guy always responded to questions with more questions. He explained that they usually worked with a full team, but there had been a problem this time. Because their scout was missing, they entered together and got stuck on the 1st floor. Then they noticed the rift opening. After hearing that, Abman said they were in the same situation and called it a coincidence. With a serious expression, he added that he had left his own team a long time ago. Bjorn cursed inwardly, his thoughts sharpening as he silently questioned the man in front of him. If Abman was serious, Bjorn wasn't sure whether a marksman build powerful enough to go solo even existed. But judging by his presence, it was starting to look like the truth. The man's appearance was extremely stern, and that alone carried weight. Bjorn reasoned that small, inexperienced researchers wouldn't be able to farm rank 8 magic crystals from the 2nd floor in such a short amount of time just to open a rift. His attention shifted to the other 2 members of the squad. These people might also be hiding their true identities. With clear interest, Bjorn asked who had arrived first. It was important for him to know who had actually opened the rift. Ms. Shaw stayed silent. Carlson answered after a moment of thought, saying that they all seemed to have arrived here at almost the same time. Jinsa added that she didn't know either, noting that they had entered together. Abman, however, looked at Bjorn with distrust and asked why that even mattered. Bjorn didn't understand. Were they really about to play some kind of mafia game here? In the end, he said that in that case, everything was decided. He stated that Michelle, Abman, and he would each take a full share of the loot, while the remaining 2 would split 1 share between them. He added that they wouldn't lose much from this arrangement anyway, since he would make sure they received all the necessary essences. Bjorn reasoned further that Ms. Shaw would absorb the essence of the keeper, and as for who would receive the rift stone or any numbered item, they would decide by rolling a die, though he knew perfectly well that luck had never been on his side. After this, Abman turned away and said it was time to move out and form up for battle. The protagonist took the lead. Behind him walked Carlson and Jinsa, followed by Abman, with Ms. Shaw bringing up the rear. As they continued forward, Bjorn found it strange to be in a place like this. He had grown accustomed to the dark, oppressive locations of the labyrinth. Here, a peculiar sun shone from behind snow-white mountains, its light almost blinding and giving the area an eerie sense of mystery. Everyone moved somewhat uncoordinated in the direction they needed to go. From time to time, Bjorn glanced back to check on the entire squad, thinking that the rift someone else had opened had led him exactly where he had planned to go anyway. From the back of the formation, Ms. Shaw waved cheerfully at him, trying to catch his attention. Bjorn didn't respond. His thoughts were still busy, reasoning that no matter what, it was good that they would finally be able to use the items he had purchased. Half an hour later, they reached their destination. Waiting for them was a terrifying Yeti, a 7th-rank monster, an elite gatekeeper that lived only in glacial caves. The beast rose onto its hind legs and let out a deafening roar, baring its fangs. The moment Jinsa saw the Yeti, fear flashed across her face. She clenched her fists and asked whether they really had to deal with a beast like that. She clearly hadn't expected to face such a powerful opponent. Abman replied calmly that paths leading to rifts were almost always guarded by monsters. Bjorn thought it was a very gamer answer, and that only made Abman feel even more suspicious to him. Bjorn told Carlson that they shouldn't hesitate and should engage. Carlson looked uncertain and asked whether they could really handle it. Bjorn replied that they could. Right after that, Abman stepped forward, saying he would go first. He reached behind his back and pulled out his massive crossbow, smoothly loading an arrow and adjusting the mechanism to ensure a precise shot. The moment the mechanism locked into place, he aimed and fired. The arrow tore through the air so fast, it looked like a meteor streaking across the sky. The Yeti hadn't expected such a powerful opening strike, but it still managed to raise its massive paws and shield its face. Abman lowered his crossbow with a click of annoyance and muttered that the monster had blocked the attack. Still, the arrow had done its job. The Yeti thrashed violently from side to side, but its arms were pinned by the arrow as if bound by shackles. It couldn't free itself no matter how hard it struggled. Bjorn stared in surprise. Could the Yeti really not pull it out? Then he realized It had to be the hook arrow skill. Admin calmly stated that the rest was up to the main character and Ms. Shah. Bjorn noted how cleanly this man divided responsibilities. And honestly, that worked in their favor. The moment Admin finished speaking, Bjorn moved. With swift, sweeping steps, he charged toward the Yeti. The monster snarled and roared, still trapped by the arrow, unable to break free as it sensed danger closing in. Bjorn thought that Admin's timing couldn't have been better. He raised a shield in front of him to minimize damage and pushed in as close as possible, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Carlson shouted in shock, asking whether Bjorn was really aiming for the forehead. Jinsa covered her mouth with both hands, horrified. Even with its front paws shackled, the Yeti fought fiercely. It dodged, blocked, and countered with brutal efficiency. Despite Bjorn's strength, the monster's massive fists still landed heavy blows that shook his body. After taking another hit, Bjorn roared and shouted Mish's name. The moment she heard the command, Misha reacted instantly. She surged forward, her body seeming to lift from the ground as she leapt into the air. In a blink, she appeared directly above the monster, twin blades clenched in her hands. She dropped like a falling star. Both blades plunged straight into the Yeti's eyes. Blood erupted as the monster let out a final, agonized scream before collapsing lifelessly onto the snow. A system window appeared, announcing that the Yeti had been defeated and that they had gained 3 experience points. Misha landed lightly on her feet, blades still dripping. As the battlefield fell silent once more, Bjorn turned toward the research team and silently asked them a single question. Did they see that? This was the level of strength they were dealing with. At his side, Misha smiled sweetly, one fang showing, and looked at the researchers as if nothing had happened. If they could understand what they had just witnessed, then they should pray they would never end up on the opposite side of these two. The stunned expressions on the researchers' faces said everything. They clearly hadn't expected to run into companions this strong. The Mafia game had officially begun. After seeing this, Admin smirked and casually asked whether they really worked together that well. The battles in this area continued. Sometime later, the protagonist brought down a frost wolf and received 1 additional experience point. Bjorn reasoned that this was exactly how it should be. They had entered the ice cave, and here they were, cutting down endless packs of frost wolves. Only this kind of monster appeared in this region. Bjorn and the teammates he had only just met slaughtered the beasts without mercy as they shamelessly lunged at them. Misha didn't lag behind even once. She carved through the monsters with her blades, as if they were nothing more than ordinary snow instead of frost wolves. Her weapons were truly impressive. Bjorn and Misha did most of the work. Mr. Bear, that was Admin, also took down several wolves using his massive crossbow, though not always in the way the weapon was meant to be used. Bjorn glanced back at him and thought that Admin's crossbow was excellent when it came to dealing with a single target, but it clearly lacked any area-clearing capability. Because of that, no one volunteered to lead the group. Bjorn already knew the route. At the first pillar, turn left. At the next, left, right, right, left. Then go straight 7 times, and left once more. With that knowledge, you could clear the rift in just an hour. It wasn't difficult to remember. Before long, they found themselves standing before what looked like an altar, and beyond it, an ice palace. Watching the newly formed team, Bjorn narrowed his options down to 2 possibilities. Either Mafia wasn't a former player, or he was pretending to be a complete nobody. They reached the steps leading down into darkness. Jinsa pressed a hand to her face and said the descent felt extremely creepy. Bjorn replied flatly that they needed to go down and that she shouldn't get in the way. They carefully began descending the steps, moving slowly so no one would slip. As they did, Bjorn continued thinking, trying to read the Mafia. He wondered, would a former player really miss the cache hidden in the column? The formation shifted. Jinsa and Carlson walked to the front. Bjorn stayed in the middle, while Misha and Admin brought up the rear. Still, Bjorn decided it would be too obvious to expose himself now. He convinced himself that he could always come back for that cache later. Just then, Carlson spoke up in surprise, his voice echoing softly through the icy passage. They kept moving deeper and deeper underground, yet strangely, the surroundings only grew brighter with every step. Soft light shimmered along the walls, reflecting like scattered stars, and Jinsa couldn't help but slow down, her eyes widening as she looked around in pure admiration. When they finally reached their destination, she spoke without hiding her awe, saying the place was beautiful. Misha immediately agreed, her voice filled with excitement, adding that Jinsa had said exactly what she was thinking. Everywhere they looked, something sparkled, as if the cave itself had been carved from frozen light. Then, a massive altar emerged before them, towering like a pillar that pierced the ceiling. Jinsa stared at it in shock and asked what this huge, pillar-like object was supposed to be. Curious, she gently placed her hand against the crystal surface. The moment she touched it, the pillar began to glow. Admin smiled calmly at her reaction and asked what there was to be so surprised about. Casually, he said it was most likely a key. Jinsa quickly pulled her hand away from the large crystal and asked in confusion if it really was a key. Admin replied that it was obvious, adding that they should expect monsters to appear next. And after that, the passage would open. Bjorn glanced at Admin again, distrust flickering in his eyes. He thought that this was an extremely gamer-like way of thinking, but as much as he disliked it, Admin's words made sense. He frowned and carefully watched Admin's movements, already preparing himself. Even if Admin was right, Bjorn knew it wouldn't be just a few monsters. It would be a whole swarm, and a boss on top of that. A system window suddenly appeared above their heads, announcing that the long-sealed tyrant was awakening. The ground trembled violently. The walls shook as stones rained down from every direction, crashing to the floor and shattering beneath their feet. Bjorn felt a flash of disappointment, already understanding how this would go. Of course, they would have to deal with the boss's henchmen first. Frost wolves, the same ones they had fought not long ago, began appearing everywhere, their cold eyes glowing in the chaos. Another system window followed, stating that ancient monsters had sensed the tyrant's awakening and risen from their long slumber. Jinsa stepped back in shock, gripping her sword tightly as she asked what they were supposed to do. Abman also retreated a step, admitting that he hadn't expected this at all. Bjorn, however, remained calm. With a confident expression, he told them they needed to fall back to the stairs, where it would be easier to form a defensive line. He already knew what was coming. The first wave would be around 20 frost wolves. Just as he predicted, the wolves began to move, advancing rapidly and relentlessly. As they closed in, Bjorn and the others hurriedly tried to organize a plan. The second wave came soon after. Several 8th-rank monsters appeared, massive saber-toothed tigers with enormous fangs and deadly claws. Normally, they would have been terrifying opponents, but against Bjorn and Misha, they didn't pose much of a threat. The two of them dealt with the beasts without much difficulty. However, this wave held more than just tigers. Amid the chaos, an ice golem emerged. The moment Bjorn's attention shifted to finishing off a saber-toothed tiger, the golem charged straight at him, its massive body crashing forward with lethal intent. Misha shouted anxiously, her voice sharp with warning, telling him to dodge in time. Ice golems were dangerous not just because of their strength, but because they released a slowing debuff that stacked with every hit. If they were allowed to remain on the battlefield, the situation would spiral out of control. They had to be destroyed the moment they appeared. Bjorn gathered strength into his arm, veins bulging as he raised his blood-stained mace. Letting out a fierce roar, he brought the weapon down with all his force. The blow landed squarely on the ice golem, and the monster shattered instantly, collapsing into countless fragments of ice that scattered across the ground. A system window popped up in front of him, informing him that the ice golem had been defeated and that he had gained +2 experience. Once Bjorn and his team finished off most of the lesser pawns, the enemy they truly needed to face finally revealed itself. A massive, shaggy creature stepped forward, its body covered in thick fur and its mouth filled with rows of sharp fangs. It stood there silently, staring straight at Bjorn, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This was the Lord of the Snowfield, Katumba, a named intermediate boss. A high-ranking Yeti mutant capable of wielding multiple skills. The instant Katumba appeared, another system window flashed into existence, announcing that the Lord of the Snowfield had activated suppression. The monster opened its massive jaws and let out a furious roar, screaming so violently that saliva sprayed in all directions. Bjorn remembered this skill well. Thanks to the Marauders, he had personally experienced its effects before. Anyone caught under suppression would find their movements severely restricted. Jinsa staggered as the pressure hit her and asked in shock what was happening. Fighting beside her, Carlson coughed, his eyes squeezed shut as he admitted that he couldn't move. Bjorn knew that breaking free from this skill wasn't difficult, as long as you knew how. Taking damage was enough. You could freeze yourself or bite your lip hard enough to draw blood, just like Miss Shaw did. She acted immediately, wincing and crying out from the sharp pain as blood seeped from her wounded lip. There was another method as well, raising magic resistance. Bjorn tightened his grip on his mace, and new system windows appeared beside him, stating that his magic resistance stat had exceeded the required level. The suppression effect failed to take hold. The moment he confirmed this, Bjorn didn't waste a second. With a loud battle cry, he charged forward, raising his shield in front of him to protect his body as he advanced straight toward the monster. He called out to B and activated Wild Splash, the skill flashing clearly in the system window beside him. Ms. Shah immediately rushed after him, clearly annoyed as she shouted that she had told him not to charge alone into the thick of battle. Still, her grip tightened around the blades in her hands, her eyes burning with renewed vigor as she joined him. Around them, the saber-toothed tigers continued to press in from all sides, their presence threatening to overwhelm them at any moment. Frost wolves continued to swarm in as well, but the moment Katumba, the Lord of the Snowfield, realized that its previous attack had failed to affect its opponents, the monster reacted instantly. A system window flashed, indicating the activation of Cold Burst. The creature opened its mouth wide, and a massive torrent of frozen energy erupted forth, a raging stream of snow and cold surging straight toward Bjorn as he closed the distance. Bjorn frowned as the icy wave washed over him. His body tingled sharply, as if needles were pricking his skin, but aside from that sensation, he felt nothing else. Without slowing down, he pushed forward until he was right in front of the monster, then snapped his head forward and slammed it hard into Katumba's skull. The impact injured the beast, but it did nothing to stop it. Katumba immediately clenched its massive fist, swinging it toward Bjorn while screaming with its mouth wide open. Bjorn reacted on instinct, dodging the powerful blow by shifting to the side, sometimes raising his shield to absorb the impact, other times counterattacking in the gaps. Still, the fight was far from easy. Being this close to such a massive opponent put him under constant pressure. One of the monster's attacks nearly connected, forcing Bjorn to twist his body backward at the very last moment, his teeth grinding together as the strike barely missed him. Then he heard a clear shout. It was Abman. He yelled for Bjorn to get out of the way if he didn't want to die. Bjorn turned his head and instantly understood why. Abman stood with his enormous crossbow raised, the weapon fully loaded and aimed directly at Katumba. A system notification appeared, stating that Admin Fried had activated enhancement, meaning the effects of all active skills would be strengthened in proportion to the power of the soul. Almost immediately, another system window followed, announcing that Admin Fried had used dangerous materials. Admin narrowed his eyes, adjusting his aim with care as he prepared to fire. The arrow loaded into the crossbow began to emit a terrifying dark energy, so dense it distorted the air around it. The moment Bjorn stepped aside, the arrow was released. It shot forward like a comet, tearing through the air at incredible speed as it flew straight toward Katumba. Misha tracked its path with wide eyes, her mouth falling open in pure astonishment. Even the monster itself seemed shocked. Katumba's eyes widened, but it didn't have time to react or even understand what was happening. In the next instant, the monster was obliterated. A violent blast wave erupted, throwing Katumba's body apart and hurling all the remaining minions in every direction. They were flung back several meters as the explosion swallowed the entire chamber. When the dust began to settle, a system window appeared, stating that a bonus had been received for defeating a high-ranking mutant. The reward was experience, evaluated at +1. Bjorn looked around in disbelief. Monsters that had been standing near the battlefield were badly injured as well, dark energy having pierced through their bodies. All of them were suffering heavily. Bjorn couldn't help but think in shock, wondering if all nearby monsters had taken damage from that single attack. Misha turned toward Admin and asked what kind of arrow that had been. Watching the aftermath, Bjorn reasoned that Admin had clearly pumped everything into dealing massive damage to a single target. Still, he couldn't hide his surprise at how the monsters had died, including those that hadn't even been directly targeted. He hadn't realized that Sasha possessed such a terrifying wide-area destruction ability all this time. After finishing his work, Admin lowered his crossbow and covered one of his eyes. The battle was finally over. One by one, the monsters in the area began to dissolve, their bodies fading away until the battlefield was empty once more. Bjorn honestly wasn't sure whether what he had just witnessed could truly be called an area attack, but with the help of Mr. Bear, as he mentally nicknamed Admin, they had cleared the ninth wave far faster than expected. Bjorn stood among the fallen remains, towering over where the monsters had been, trying to figure out what they should do next. In the end, there was no reason to delay. To obtain what they had come for, they immediately began extracting essence from the defeated monsters. The division of loot started sooner than Bjorn had anticipated. Abman closed his eyes and said calmly that they had managed to obtain 2 essences at once, calling it a pleasant surprise. He added that he didn't care about them, so Jinsa and Carlson could split them between themselves. Both Jinsa and Carlson lit up with excitement, but Bjorn interrupted them and told them to stop. He pointed at one of the essences and said they could take that one. He knew perfectly well that it was the essence of a frost wolf or something similar, and he didn't care about it in the slightest. Then he pointed at the second essence and squatted down, saying that they would take this one. Carlson stared at him in shock and asked if that was really the Yeti's essence. Bjorn replied that it was, then asked calmly if Carlson had any objections. Carlson immediately raised his hands, hesitating as he said he had none. Jinsa bit her tongue and looked toward Bjorn after hearing Carlson's answer. Bjorn nodded with a confident expression and said that everything was settled. In his mind, he thought that even if someone didn't like the outcome, they would have to grow stronger first before complaining. Ms. Shaw walked up beside him and congratulated him, saying that he would become even stronger now. Bjorn looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. He then said that it was for her. Ms. Shaw flinched, staring at him in disbelief, and asked if he was really going to give it to her. Bjorn confirmed it and asked what the problem was. Ms. Shaw hesitated, fiddling with her fingers and smiling awkwardly. She admitted that it wasn't that she didn't want it. In fact, she really did. She had only wanted to ask, just in case, and told him not to misunderstand her. Then she asked if he was willing to listen to her. Bjorn agreed, and Ms. Shaw began to speak. She then asked how much she would owe him if she absorbed it. Bjorn was so taken aback by her question that, for a moment, he didn't even know how to respond. He stared at her and asked what she meant by that. Ms. Shaw started explaining that he should know how valuable essences were, how expensive they could be, but by then it was already too late. Bjorn had completely sunk into his own thoughts, his expression turning blank, a mix of confusion and quiet disappointment. Seeing no reaction, Misha hesitated and asked if he was even listening to her. Bjorn felt a wave of irritation rise in his chest. Who did she think he was? The Yeti had been a rank 7 monster. An essence from something like that wasn't just decent, it was excellent. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, bone strength plus 15, cold resistance plus 25, and cold sensitivity plus 15. It boosted bone strength and cold resistance, both extremely solid stats, and on top of that, cold sensitivity. That alone made it valuable for years to come. Bjorn reasoned calmly that sensitivity was a key stat for elemental damage dealers. It directly increased damage from that element. In that sense, Misha was incredibly lucky. On top of everything else, the essence was blue. Lost in thought, Bjorn felt as if he were sitting on a stone, weighing everything carefully, while Misha hovered beside him like a small kitten, quietly asking again how much she owed him. He continued analyzing the essence. Color aside, what really mattered was skills. The passive skill was chill, meaning all attacks would deal additional cold damage, while reducing the target's cold resistance. As for the active skill, cold condensation, it temporarily and significantly increased cold sensitivity. Bjorn immediately recognized its value. This was exactly the kind of skill that only became stronger the further one progressed. In the long run, its potential was among the best. In the end, he concluded that the essence was excellent, though it could have been even better if the stat bonuses were higher. Bjorn let out a quiet sigh, a trace of dissatisfaction crossing his mind as he thought that it would have been perfect if the Yeti had been rank 5 instead. Meanwhile, Misha kept asking, her voice small, how much she needed to pay him back. Bjorn, however, was still thinking about something else entirely. How strangely balanced their group was becoming in this place. Finally, Misha reached out with trembling hands, barely touching the armored surface of his hand. Bjorn snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her in surprise, asking what she wanted. Misha met his gaze with pitiful eyes, her entire body trembling as her cat ears drooped. In a weak voice, she asked again how much he needed, since he had been thinking for so long. Bjorn was so deep in thought that he barely registered her pitiful tone beside him. For a fleeting moment, he even wondered if she was really still worrying about such things. Then he spoke at last, telling her to forget about it. It was nothing worth worrying over, especially between temporary comrades. There was no need to fuss over something so trivial. Misha froze for a heartbeat. Then her tail shot up, her ears perked sharply, and her eyes lit up as realization finally sank in. At the very least, Bjorn thought, he was the one who had to invest in his own safety. After that thought settled, Misha let out a heavy sigh and carefully asked if she could really absorb the essence. Bjorn rose to his feet at once and looked at her, asking why she was still hesitating. He said it was enough for him that she continued to stay by his side. Misha pressed a finger to her cheek, clearly embarrassed, and said that she was happy to hear that, but she didn't understand why Bjorn always said things like that. After a brief pause, she added that she didn't care anymore and stretched out her hands to absorb the essence. She watched in surprise as the essence flowed into her body. Almost immediately, a system notification appeared, stating that the Yeti essence had entered Misha Carlin's soul. Misha slowly straightened up, resting her hands on her knees, and said that the sensation felt very strange. She asked if it was because it had been 2 years since her last absorption. Bjorn replied calmly that she would get used to it. Then he turned his gaze to Carlson and Jinsa and asked why they weren't doing anything. Both of them flinched. After hesitating for a moment, they awkwardly replied that neither of them needed this essence. Their smiles looked forced, as if they didn't quite know how to explain themselves. Bjorn frowned. Did they really intend to waste a precious essence when they were supposed to be complete noobs? Carlson hurried to justify himself, explaining that Jinsa had seen the essence fall from a frost wolf, and because of that, he decided it didn't suit him. Bjorn asked with interest if Carlson knew anything about frost wolves. Carlson admitted that they weren't particularly famous creatures. When Bjorn pressed further, Carlson said that he didn't know anything specific, but since the essence was only 9th rank, he thought something better might drop later. Bjorn nodded and said he understood. Still, he found the explanation a little suspicious, though it was impossible to say for sure. In a rift like this, the chances of essence drops were unusually high. He then turned to Jinsa and asked if she had a similar excuse. Jinsa replied sheepishly that removing an essence was very expensive, so she didn't want to repeat her past mistakes. Bjorn remembered that she used a sword and had previously absorbed the essence of a goblin archer. He briefly wondered how he would have removed someone who had already swallowed an essence from the mafia suspect list. In the end, none of them had taken it, and the reasons they gave were almost perfect. Bjorn sighed heavily. Misha looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting that reaction. Bjorn cursed silently in his mind, wondering if the two of them were working together. Just then, Jinsa turned to Carlson and asked if it was finally over. Before Carlson could answer, the walls and ceiling of the cave began to shake violently once again. Ice stones rained down from above, crashing all around them. Ms. Shah quickly steadied her footing, looked up, and shouted a warning. She shouted that the attack was coming from above. Almost immediately, cracks spread across the ceiling, spider webbing outward before a massive hole tore open. From it, a huge white paw thrust down, followed by the rest of the creature as a gigantic wolf dropped straight onto them, gripping an ice weapon in its paws. The sight was completely unexpected. Mish's eyes widened as she blurted out, asking if that thing was really a lycanthrope. Admin calmly replied that it wasn't. This monster was far too large, and even wielded a weapon. Bjorn thought that it made sense. This had to be the final boss, though not the one they would face right now. This was the tyrant Bus, awakened by the presence of uninvited guests, and clearly furious about it. The moment the monster landed, it immediately began using its skills. One of them was Ice Crush. The tyrant swung its ice mace and smashed it into the floor, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. Cracks ripped across the ground beneath their feet, spreading faster and faster. Everyone stared down in shock. Ms. Shah was the first to react. Seeing the floor starting to give way, she screamed Bjorn's name at the top of her lungs. The very next second, the ground collapsed completely, and they began to fall, plunging deeper and deeper into the darkness where solid ground had existed just moments before. Bjorn thought bitterly that this must be the moment where the third chapter began. System windows appeared one after another, announcing that the character had entered a special zone. The field effect of the glacial cave was applied. The abnormal state of hypothermia activated. Agility was sharply reduced, and damage taken from cold was doubled. They crashed into icy water below, fighting against the freezing current. They struggled desperately to get out. Bjorn finally surfaced, gasping as he forced himself toward the shore. To make it easier, he threw away his weapon and dragged himself forward. Inside his head, he cursed the realistic patch that ruined everything. In the game, you were supposed to just wait for the loading screen to finish and start the next chapter already on land with reduced health. Reality was far crueler. The current slammed him around mercilessly, throwing him left and right before finally spitting him out of a waterfall. These were some of the hardest moments of his life. For a brief, terrifying instant, he even thought he might die. With clear displeasure, Bjorn muttered that now he finally understood why this chapter started with lower health points. He collapsed onto a rock, holding the back of his head as he looked at his discarded weapon. His entire body was soaked, cold biting into his bones, and bruises covered him for being tossed around like a sack of potatoes by the waterfall. He wondered if he should take a short break. Before he could think further, he heard Ms. Shah screaming his name. She ran toward him in a panic, asking if he was okay. Her clothes were completely soaked, her hair clinging to her face as she rushed closer, fear written clearly across her expression. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Bjorn immediately realized that he still didn't have time to deal with this properly. He told her that he was fine and asked how she was feeling. Ms. Shah replied that she was fine as well and added that the other members of their group were also slowly recovering from the unpleasant swim. At that moment, Admin spoke up, calling them over and saying that since they had already made it this far, they should come to him. He had even managed to light a fire. Ms. Shah looked at him in excitement and surprise and asked if he always carried firewood with him. Admin replied calmly that he did, explaining that he often had to travel alone. Bjorn walked over, thinking that it made sense. Admin really did seem like a solo player. One by one, everyone took off their wet clothes and began drying them by the fire. Even so, the cold refused to fade. Carlson and Gino sat wrapped tightly in their blankets, shivering with pale expressions. Jensen muttered that it was freezing. Carlson agreed, adding that even though he was sitting right next to the fire, he wasn't getting any warmer. Admin frowned slightly and concluded that this must be a special region. Ms. Shah asked with interest what that meant, wondering if it was like the witch's forest. Admin nodded and said it was similar. It made sense that it was cold here, but why their limbs felt so heavy was harder to explain. Ms. Shah tilted her head and asked if it was really that cold. She said she barely felt anything. Bjorn glanced at her and immediately understood why. She already had around 40 points of cold resistance, so she wouldn't even feel the chill until true cold set in. Ms. Shah then looked at Bjorn and asked if he was cold too. Bjorn replied that he was, but that it was bearable. He said he felt a little chilled, but nothing painful. Ms. Shah stared at him in confusion, saying she didn't understand what he meant. Bjorn explained that his body was shaking, but it didn't actually hurt. Ms. Shah sighed heavily and called him a stupid barbarian. Then she told him to come over, saying he would feel better right away. She slightly opened her blanket, inviting Bjorn to sit next to her. Bjorn wrapped himself tighter in his own blanket, cursing internally while his face showed nothing but confusion. This time, there was no way the situation could be misunderstood. Even Mr. Bear, Admin, let out a whistle when he heard it. After some discussion, they decided that the area was safe enough. They would set up camp for the night. Bjorn said they would sleep here, gripping the strap of his shield tightly. He didn't intend to let his guard down until he figured out who among them might be Mafia. Admin asked with concern whether they would freeze. Ms. Shah smiled and replied that they had their own firewood, even if it wasn't much. After that, They made another fire, letting the flames fight back against the cold of the glacial cave as night settled in around them. Miss Shaw said that Bjorn should get some sleep first. Bjorn shook his head and told her that before that, they needed to talk. Miss Shaw looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Bjorn asked her quietly whether she thought any of the three were acting suspiciously. Miss Shaw pressed a finger to her lips, then to his face, thinking for a moment. She said that if you really thought about it, there was something. She began listing the details she had noticed, raising a finger as she spoke, carefully laying out her observations. Bjorn listened without interrupting, then smiled and told her that he understood. He said she had done a good job. After that, Bjorn turned his gaze toward the rest of the team. Inside his mind, the question surfaced clearly. Is it really him? 6 hours later, the expedition continued. Bjorn was already on his feet, moving forward with the others. Abman commented that it was good, there was clearly only one path. Bjorn agreed internally. Even though the road twisted and curved endlessly, in a place like this, all they had to do was follow the main route. Their task was simple: kill whatever crawled out of the walls. And they handled it easily. Bjorn, Miss Shaw, and the rest of the group moved efficiently, cutting down monsters as they appeared. Bjorn also noticed that most of the creatures here were 8th rank. By difficulty alone, this place was considered harsher than the Bloody Citadel, where even 7th rank knights appeared. At one point, Miss Shaw and Carlson were fending off bird-like monsters that attacked them relentlessly. Soon after, a system window appeared, announcing the abnormal state of hypothermia. The agility of characters without cold resistance was reduced by 30%, and damage from ice element attacks was doubled. Carlson shouted at Jinsa, telling her to be careful. He explained that because of the debuff, the shock from enemy attacks was much stronger. Jinsa yelled back that she finally understood now. This was what a special region meant. They stood back to back, continuing to fight with everything they had. Bjorn glanced over his shoulder, irritation rising as he cursed internally, wondering why they complained so much. To him, it made no difference whether they were here or not. Still, he continued smashing everything in his path with his mace. For hours later, they reached a new location. Abman stared ahead and said that these must have been ice orcs, judging by their white skin. Before them stood massive orc figures frozen solid in ice, each one locked in a combat stance, weapons still clutched in their hands. Carlson asked in shock if those were really orcs. Abman told him not to worry, explaining calmly that they were all only rank 7. Jinsa asked in horror whether they really had to fight those two. Abman smiled faintly and said that he believed everything here had been placed for a reason. The moment he finished speaking, one of the ice-encased orcs slowly opened its eyes. The eyes began to glow red, and with a deafening crack, all 3 creatures that had been trapped inside for so long were finally freed. They stepped forward at once, weapons rising as one, their bloodshot eyes locking onto Bjorn and his team. The cavern filled with savage screams and hoarse war cries that echoed off the frozen walls. Admin let out a tired sigh, muttering that they wouldn't even give him a moment to properly look at them. Bjorn didn't bother replying. He raised his voice instead, sharp and commanding, ordering everyone not to panic and to hold the line. He understood that keeping formation was the only way Ms. Shaw could watch their backs properly. Jinsa and Carlson answered immediately, shouting back that they understood. Bjorn braced himself, pulling his shield tight against his body as the monsters charged. He shouted again, warning that they were advancing and that they should prepare to receive the impact. He didn't know what the Mafia's real goal was here. Maybe they simply wanted to clear the rift without thinking too deeply about the consequences. Either way, it didn't change what was coming. The orcs thundered forward, and Bjorn rushed to meet them, mind racing through every possible outcome. He roared, a raw, furious sound, and in the next instant his shield slammed head-on into the hammer of a massive orc. The impact shook his arms to the bone. Bjorn realized this clash was the perfect chance to test things, but even now he refused to reveal all his cards. Another orc, gripping a heavy axe, suddenly turned its attention to Carson and Jinsa. The axe came down like a falling cliff, splitting the ground between them and forcing the two apart. Admin shouted at Ms. Shaw, asking why she was still standing there instead of running to her lover. Ms. Shaw shot back without hesitation that no one knew what might leap out at them from behind, and added coldly that Bjorn was not her lover at all. Admin snorted and began readying his crossbow, saying it was still too early to relax. At that moment, Carson was thrown onto his back by the shockwave of the axe strike. That was the hidden reason Bjorn had told Ms. Shaw not to join the front line. From the battlefield, it was painfully clear that Jinsa and Carlson couldn't properly stand up to these massive orcs. Admin clicked his tongue and said confidently that these guys seemed useless, so it looked like he'd have to handle things himself. A system window flared into existence, announcing that Admin Yufford had summoned the Iron Hero, Ariden. Under the dome of the cave, a gigantic bear materialized. Its massive head was adorned with a strange headdress resembling a helmet. Without hesitation, the bear charged straight toward the enemies, threatening its master. Bjorn's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't known Admin was a summoner. The bear reared up on its hind legs and struck, targeting the orc that had just attacked Jinsa and Carlson. The orc barely had time to let out a shocked cry before the bear's enormous paw slammed into its face. Fangs flew from the creature's mouth as it was sent reeling, the sound of bone and flesh colliding echoing through the cave. Now Bjorn finally understood how Admin had been able to explore alone despite being a rifleman. The orc and the bear were locked together, grappling fiercely, claws and muscles straining as each tried to overpower the other. Bjorn watched the scene with a mix of surprise and shock, having assumed that Admin would simply clean everything up before the Mafia even had a chance to reveal itself. But plans changed quickly. Bjorn realized it was time to move to Plan B. Another orc charged straight at him, and because his attention had slipped for just a moment, Bjorn missed the timing. A heavy blow slammed into his shield, the force driving him backward and sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Mishar rushed toward him without hesitation. Then, to Bjorn's own surprise, a second strike landed, this time a brutal hammer blow to the face. Blood burst from his mouth as pain exploded through his skull. His vision swam, his eyes rolling back as tiny capillaries burst under the pressure. Mishar screamed Bjorn's name, but Bjorn was already airborne, thrown back by the impact, teetering on the edge of consciousness. And yet, this was exactly as planned. As Bjorn hit the ground, Mishar forced herself to focus, searching for what she had been instructed to do. They needed to reach the critical point. The combination of his helmet, the thickness of his skull, and his natural regeneration had done their job. The blow left him dizzy, nothing more. Bjorn lay there, fighting through pain and despair, letting the moment stretch just long enough. Then he opened one eye, forcing himself to think clearly. This was where he had to trust Mishar, just as they had planned. Carlson rushed forward, panic clear on his face as he shouted, asking if Bjorn was okay. The orc looming over Bjorn, hammer still raised, slowly turned its gaze toward Carlson, who screamed and tried to stop the monster from advancing toward him. Before the orc could move, something sharp flashed through the air. Admin's arrow. It flew with terrifying speed, piercing straight through the orc's head and killing it instantly. Carlson froze, mouth hanging open in shock. A system window appeared above the corpse, announcing that the Ice Orc warrior had been slain and that 3 points of experience had been awarded. Before anyone could react, another orc stepped forward. This one carried a staff wrapped in dark energy and screamed as it joined the fight. It pointed the staff toward Mishar and Admin, releasing a wave of ominous power. Mishar immediately darted to the side, shouting for Admin to be careful. Admin rolled cleanly beneath the attack, flipped back to his feet, and smoothly returned to combat stance, already adjusting his crossbow. A system notification flashed, stating that Admin had used dangerous materials. In the next instant, another arrow was released. The orc sorcerer tried to conjure an ice wall, but the shot was too powerful. The arrow shattered the defense and continued forward, smashing straight into the monster's head. The sorcerer fell lifelessly to the ground, and another system window confirmed the kill, granting Admin 3 more experience points. Carlson stared at the scene in stunned silence, completely shaken by what he had just witnessed. While Admin sat on the ground, lowering his crossbow to rest, Bjorn continued lying still, staring upward as thoughts raced through his mind. Could Admin really wipe out all these monsters with just a single crossbow? He couldn't understand it. Was Admin truly only a 5th-rank shooter? The idea Bjorn had carefully built, of creating a tense, dangerous situation, was starting to lose its meaning. Then a voice rang out, announcing that the essence had finally fallen. That single statement changed everything. Bjorn's eyes widened slightly as he processed it. If the essence had fallen, then it meant one thing: the plan could finally move forward. But what exactly did that mean? Before he could think it through, Jinsa acted. A sly smile spread across her face as she activated weapon change, followed immediately by beast tread. Her body blurred as the advanced invisibility status took hold, her movement speed exploding for a brief 3 seconds. In an instant, she was gone. Jinsa reappeared right beside Admin, who was still calmly adjusting his crossbow. A system window flashed, announcing that revenge had been activated. The first strike would carry massively increased penetration and cutting power, along with an abnormal bleeding effect. Jinsa didn't hesitate. Her blade pierced straight through Admin's chest, passing cleanly through his body. She smiled sweetly, almost tenderly, thanking him as she whispered that she would be receiving 30 million stones for his life. Admin coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth as his trembling hand tried to grip the sword lodged in his chest. His eyes squeezed shut in agony. Bjorn watched it all unfold, cold clarity settling over him. So this was it. The Mafia had finally revealed its hand. The orc that had been fighting Admin's summoned bear suddenly froze as the Iron Hero, Ari Den, vanished into thin air, recalled in an instant. For a brief moment, Jinsa seemed victorious. That moment didn't last. A flask filled with dark liquid flew through the air and smashed directly into her head. Jinsa screamed in shock, stumbling back and shouting furiously, demanding to know what had just hit her. Mishra stood there, eyes burning, and screamed at Bjorn to move. Right now. A system notification appeared, stating that Wild Splash had been activated. Bjorn was already behind Jinsa. He swung his massive mace back with everything he had, muscles coiling for a devastating blow. At the last possible second, Jinsa sensed the danger. Her eyes widened, and she barely managed to leap aside, the mace crashing into the ground where she had been standing a heartbeat earlier. As she moved, she yanked her sword free from Admin's body. Her thoughts spun wildly. Had Bjorn already known her intentions? She needed to disappear again. Another system window appeared, Beast Walk activated. But as Jinsa dropped to one knee and tried to melt away, her body refused to obey. The skill wouldn't trigger. Panic flashed across her face as she stared at her hand. A system message appeared above it, cold and merciless. The invisibility state had been cancelled by the witch's lamp potion. Bjorn smiled. He called her a fool, thinking that if she truly wanted to hide her identity, she should have kept her mouth shut. And deep down, Bjorn admitted to himself that everything had unfolded exactly as planned. He would never have suspected her of possessing a stealth skill if she hadn't spoken about the essence she absorbed from the goblin archer. As Bjorn pieced everything together, more and more signs surfaced. There had been too many hints pointing toward Jinsa being part of the mafia. She moved as if she already knew the route, as if this place wasn't unfamiliar to her at all. Fragments of memory flashed through Bjorn's mind. Moments when Jinsa casually let slip phrases that sounded as though she knew the plot in advance. It was especially suspicious how she mentioned key steps needed to proceed, yet acted as if she didn't fully grasp their meaning. The final confirmation came from Miss Shah. She had told Bjorn that when they emerged from the water, Jinsa's scent suddenly changed. At first, she smelled like a beast slayer. Bjorn realized what that meant. Jinsa must have passed through the beast slayer area before coming here, likely tracking dirt on her boots. And to open the ice cave, one had to go through the beast slayer first. That was enough. Bjorn now knew for certain that Jinsa Neferin was mafia. Miss Shah cursed loudly and lunged at Jinsa, swinging her blades in a furious flurry. Despite being caught off guard, Jinsa twisted and dodged with practice skill. Mish's next strike was sharp and precise. Her blade aimed straight for Jinsa's eyes before she could recover. Jinsa barely managed to kick off the ground, retreating several meters away. Bjorn smirked. Jinsa sensed him behind her and tried to scream for him to stop, but he didn't hesitate. With a heavy, unmistakable crack, Bjorn's mace smashed in her back. Jinsa screamed as her face twisted in agony, blood spilling from her mouth. Even then, she refused to fall. Using her hands, she shoved herself off the ground and narrowly escaped his range again, landing on her feet several meters behind him. Bjorn stared in surprise. She had actually endured that. It became clear she had invested heavily in defensive stats. Jinsa spat blood and cursed them all, calling them stupid NPCs. Bjorn clenched his teeth. So she was a player. That realization changed nothing. His expression remained cold and unwavering as he raised his shield, ready to continue the fight. Whether player or not didn't matter anymore. She had chosen to try and kill him. Suddenly, Miss Shah screamed a warning, shouting for Bjorn to be careful because there was danger behind him. Bjorn turned just in time to see an orc charging from the rear, its axe already swinging down toward his head. He didn't even flinch. Thanks to Wild Splash, these attacks wouldn't leave so much as a scratch. The axe slammed into his helmet, and it did nothing at all. He remained standing calmly, as if the blow had come from a child. Bjorn felt only a faint chill, nothing more. He knew that once this orc was killed, the final boss would appear, so there was no reason to rush. When Jinsa saw how easily Bjorn endured the strike, her blood ran cold. She cursed under her breath and stared at him in disbelief, asking how something like this was even possible. In that instant, she realized she had made a serious mistake. Running was her only option. She turned and bolted while the orc continued to hammer uselessly at Bjorn's helmet. Bjorn shouted after her that it was pointless, already knowing there was no exit in that direction. When Jinsa reached the dead end, she screamed in horror, staring at the pile of stones sealing the crevice. There was no way out. Bjorn frowned slightly. Didn't she know? When the ice orcs awakened, the ceiling collapsed and blocked the passage. Still, a cornered rat would bite a cat. With that thought, Bjorn reminded himself to be cautious. Almost immediately, another ice orc appeared right behind him, grinning as it began smashing its weapon against Bjorn's head again. Bjorn cursed silently, irritation flaring as the pointless blows kept coming. Miss Shah shuddered at the sight and shouted that she would deal with it. Bjorn told her not to kill the orc. Miss Shah paused in surprise, asking why, but then nodded and moved in to engage it anyway. With that handled, Bjorn turned his full attention back to Jinsa. He stared at her in silence, and she frowned, meeting his gaze. He began to walk toward her, slow and deliberate. Panic crept in her voice as she told him to stop, suggesting they should talk, insisting there had been some kind of misunderstanding. She reached out toward him, trying desperately to halt his advance. Bjorn didn't slow down. Instead, he watched her closely, wondering if she was simply stalling for time. He remembered clearly how she had used that skill when she pierced Admin straight through the chest. Bjorn knew the cooldown, about 3 minutes. That meant she wouldn't be able to break through his shield for at least 2 more. Jinsa suddenly lunged, slashing at his shield, still trying to force a breakthrough, no matter the cost. Bjorn swung his mace. The impact was brutal. His weapon smashed into Jinsa's hand, slamming it against the wall behind her and pinning it in place. She screamed in agony, teeth clenched as tears streamed from her eyes. Her sword flew from her grip, clattering across the cave floor. When Jinsa finally collapsed to her knees before him, Bjorn looked down and asked calmly what she meant by saying they had misunderstood her. Jinsa stared up at him in shock, wondering if he truly believed there was still a chance. Bjorn answered evenly that if she had a reasonable explanation, he was willing to listen. Then he would believe her. Jinsa began to tremble violently, tears streaming down her face as it twisted into a terrified grimace. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she said she didn't know if he would really believe her. Bjorn didn't reply. He simply swung his mace again, smashing it straight into her face and knocking her unconscious. Bjorn stared at her in surprise. Had she really fallen for that? He let out a heavy sigh, unable to understand whether she was truly this foolish or just desperate beyond reason. A few seconds later, he stripped all her combat gear away and calmly examined the items laid out before him. Most of Jinsa's equipment was clearly optimized for PvP. Bjorn briefly wondered if some of it might be worth giving to Ms. Shah. Once the looting was done, he sat down beside Jinsa. The fighting was over. Now it's time to talk. Bjorn raised his mace again and crushed her limbs one by one, forcing her to activate weapon change and remove even her beginner equipment. Jinsa lay on the ground, shaking uncontrollably, tears flooding her eyes as she begged him to stop, swearing she would do anything. Bjorn agreed. Calmly, he asked why she had attacked them. With a trembling voice, Jinsa explained that rumors about her actions had begun spreading through the Explorers Guild. She decided to make sure no one would be able to talk by killing everyone involved. Bjorn asked her if that meant she planned to kill anyone who entered the rift, and why she had opened it in the first place. Jinsa swallowed hard and said she had heard that the Snowfield heart could only be obtained there. Bjorn admitted to himself that the reasoning was logical. Jinsa continued, stuttering through her fear, saying she never expected anyone else to enter. At most, she thought they would only encounter rank 8 explorers. But then she froze, her eyes widening as she suddenly asked Bjorn to wait. Her voice shook as she hesitantly asked how he knew she was the one who opened the rift. Bjorn realized too late that he had miscalculated. He began to rise to his feet. Jinsa stared at him in confusion, asking what he was talking about. Then, in shock, she asked if he was also a player. Bjorn asked her what she meant by that, wondering if she was some kind of evil spirit. That was when Jinsa completely broke. She burst into loud sobs, crying uncontrollably as she begged him to spare her. Her body lifted slightly off the ground, drawing Bjorn's attention as she spoke through her fear, saying she just wanted to go home. She had endured too much horror just to survive in this stupid world. She apologized again and again, admitting that she thought Bjorn was an NPC. If she had known he was a player, she would have apologized immediately. Jinsa rambled desperately, insisting that they were real people, asking how it could be right to kill living humans. Bjorn listened in silence. He didn't answer. Then Jinsa suddenly cursed loudly, screaming at him to say something. Anything, hurling insults and calling him names without restraint. Bjorn looked at her calmly, without the slightest trace of doubt. What surprised him most was how calm he felt. There was no sadness, no hesitation, not even a hint of pity. Bjorn said quietly that she was an evil spirit. Then he raised his mace. The strike came down mercilessly, crushing Jinsa's body. At the very last moment, she managed to cry out for her mother before her life ended, and she was sent to the other world. A system window appeared above her lifeless form, announcing that Bjorn had obtained a new achievement. The condition was the killing of his first player, and the reward was an increase of 1 point to spirit. Bjorn stared at the notification, realizing that this was the first time he had killed another player. He began walking toward Ms. Shah, briefly wondering whether it had been easy or difficult, whether he felt excitement or fear after spilling blood. In the end, none of it mattered. He approached Ms. Shah, who turned toward him with a bright smile and called out his name happily, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Bjorn thought to himself that this killing was simply something that had to be done. He stepped out of the shadows of the cave, and Ms. Shah followed, asking where he had gone. There was excitement in her voice, as she said she had already begun to worry that something had happened to him. That moment didn't last. A loud scream echoed through the cave. Carlson was still fighting in sheer terror against the orc, which swung its massive axe around as if it were a toy. Another powerful blow sent Carlson flying back, making him lose his balance and crash to the ground. The orc lifted its foot, ready to crush Carlson where he lay. Bjorn calmly told Ms. Shah that she could handle it now. Ms. Shah turned in surprise, looking from the terrified Carlson to the towering orc, and asked Bjorn if he was serious. Bjorn confirmed it, adding that this was also a perfect chance for her to try out a new skill. The orc wouldn't be getting an easy death. Ms. Shah nodded, accepting the task. A system window appeared, announcing that she had activated an enhancement skill. She crossed her blades and immediately followed with condensation of cold. Another system notification appeared, stating that sensitivity to cold had increased significantly. The orc raised its huge axe high above its head, the blade glittering as it prepared to finish Carlson. Carlson shook uncontrollably, crying out that he couldn't hold on any longer. Then, at the exact moment when the axe was about to fall and Carlson nearly lost consciousness from fear, Ms. Shaw released her energy. A freezing flow shot from her blade straight toward the orc's hands gripping the axe. The icy ray instantly froze them solid. The orc let out a deafening scream, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Bjorn watched with a serious expression, already understanding how this fight was about to end. It looked like frostbite damage. Sensitivity to cold stopped bleeding, but it also halted regeneration, which made it extremely useful depending on what kind of monster you were fighting. The real advantage, however, was the restriction of mobility. Ice orcs had increased resistance to cold, so the frostbite only spread around the wrists. Bjorn watched from a distance as the orc screamed shrilly, clutching his frozen hands. Under normal circumstances, the frost should have crawled all the way up to the elbow. He turned to Ms. Shah with a serious expression and told her that this time she needed to strike the neck. Ms. Shah accepted the order without hesitation. She moved behind the orc, leapt upward, and swung both blades, already overflowing with skill power. In a single, precise motion, she slashed straight across the monster's neck with both weapons. As she landed, she asked calmly whether that strike was enough. Bjorn replied, just as calmly, that it was perfect, thinking that the frost must have reached the orc's brain, judging by how it froze in place. Now that everything he wanted had been confirmed, Bjorn felt it was time to move on to the next part of the scenario. Ms. Shah jumped away from the corpse, and Bjorn walked toward her, asking if she was ready. She answered immediately that she was, of course, and turned aside, taking up a fighting stance. Bjorn swung his mace slightly and said that in that case, it was time to kick the boss. He brought the mace down onto the ice orc's head, ending it. All three monsters were now defeated. The cave began to tremble again. Cracks spread across the walls, just like what had happened on the previous level, and the ceiling groaned ominously. A deafening roar echoed through the cavern, the heart-rending cry of the ruler of this place. The tyrant Tumuz had awakened from its long slumber. The system window immediately updated as the enormous wolf emerged before Bjorn and Ms. Shah, its full strength restored. Bjorn remembered this monster well. It possessed several dangerous traits. Without hesitation, Bjorn and Ms. Shah faced the enemy head-on, while Carlson scrambled away in sheer terror, putting as much distance between himself and the battlefield as possible. He knew that in a moment, this place would turn into hell. The monster was 1.5 times larger than an ordinary lycanthrope, and its stats were twice as high. It wielded an ice club capable of massive damage and inflicted hypothermia with every hit. The huge wolf tightened its grip on the club, its massive fingers closing around the weapon. It looked almost like it was grinning, radiating pressure, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Bjorn knew he could still handle it in 10 seconds. He frowned, let out a fierce shout, and braced himself to receive the attack. The first to move was Tumuz. The tyrant swung its enormous club, smashing it into Bjorn's shield. The impact was so powerful that Bjorn had to drive his feet deep into the cave floor just to endure the impact. The force alone made it clear this was no ordinary opponent. So how did he plan to defeat something like this in just 10 seconds? Instead of answering, Bjorn suddenly released his mace. He reached into his backpack and pulled out exactly what he needed. At that moment, frost wolves that served the tyrant rushed in from the sides, charging straight toward him. Bjorn didn't even spare them a glance. A system notification flashed above him, announcing that thundergrass had been consumed. For the next 10 seconds, lightning damage would be massively increased. Bjorn chewed the strange grass without hesitation, the bundle still wrapped in a special scroll. He tore the lightning scroll apart with brute force and swallowed it along with the grass. Inside his mind, he cursed the boss of the cave, knowing all too well that it was extremely vulnerable to lightning. The effect was immediate. Bjorn's body began to glow as arcs of electricity crawled over his skin, violent currents spreading through the battlefield. A system window appeared above the main monster, stating that Tyrant Tumuz had entered a state of paralysis. The enormous wolf threw its head back and opened its jaws wide, fangs bared. Bjorn didn't let his guard down for even a second. He knew this monster possessed a skill that could remove mobility-restricting debuffs. As if to prove him right, the next moment the tyrant activated indomitability. A red aura surged over the wolf's massive body, burning fiercely as the paralysis was forcibly broken. But it wasn't over. Bjorn wasn't alone. Ms. Shah stepped forward, gripping the gift they had prepared specifically for this monster. Since the tyrant had only removed the debuff instead of boosting its resistance, it meant one thing. It could be paralyzed again. Ms. Shah hurled the lightning bombs one after another. The cave exploded with blinding flashes as storm explosions detonated in rapid succession, every throw landing true. Lightning flooded the battlefield, drowning out the tyrant's roar. A system window appeared. Tyrant Tumus had fallen unconscious. The massive wolf collapsed onto the cave floor, its huge body slamming down as its tongue lolled out between its teeth. Bjorn couldn't help but think mockingly. Had it really only been 3 seconds since the fight began? From that point on, it was simple. They beat the monster down with weapons enchanted with lightning, methodically and without mercy. It reminded Bjorn of the old days, when he and Anner used to tear apart death fiends without hesitation. Not long after, another system notification appeared, announcing that Tyrant Tumus, the boss of the cave, had been defeated. The reward was 3 experience points. Carlson stared in horror, completely unable to understand how something like this was even possible. And that wasn't all. An additional bonus appeared as well, granted for killing the keeper. They also received 3 more experience points. When the essence finally formed, Ms. Shah turned toward Bjorn and asked in surprise if he really wanted her to absorb it as well. Bjorn calmly slung his mace behind his back and told her that they had already decided it was hers. He couldn't help but feel baffled. Did she truly think he would take the essence for himself? He didn't even understand who she thought he was. Without waiting any longer, Bjorn pushed Ms. Shah closer to the essence and told her in a stern voice to eat it before it disappeared. A system notification immediately appeared, announcing that the essence of the lycanthrope keeper had penetrated Ms. Shah Carlin's soul. Bjorn nodded and said they were finished with that. Then his attention shifted to Admin. He turned and looked at him lying there, wounded and pale. Ms. Shah stared in shock and asked if he was really still alive, saying it was wonderful. Admin's body trembled as he weakly told them to get the potion from the bag. Ms. Shah blurted out that he hadn't even been breathing a moment ago. They quickly began rummaging through the bag, kneeling beside Admin as blood continued to seep out beneath him. Carlson muttered that this had to be the best potion they had. Les agreed, saying she'd use it, but Admin better not complain later about them wasting it. Admin's face twisted in pain as he whispered for them to stop talking nonsense and just pour it already. Ms. Shah didn't hesitate. She began pouring the potion directly onto the wound, but almost immediately frowned and asked why it wasn't healing at all. She had already used the potion, yet nothing was happening. Admin weakly told her to keep pouring. Bjorn watched closely and realized that Jince's blade must have been coated with something. Ms. Shah kept trying desperately to help, while Bjorn reasoned that the coating was likely a poison that suppressed healing and regeneration. When it became clear that the potion wasn't working, Admin told them to get the antidote. Carlson and Ms. Shah reacted instantly, giving it to Admin to drink. Bjorn, however, understood the problem immediately. The antidote would neutralize ordinary poison, but it wouldn't counter a wound-aggravating toxin. Bjorn stood beside the spreading pool of blood, his thoughts beginning to blur as Ms. Shah and Carlson shouted that nothing was improving and the bleeding wouldn't stop. By then, Admin had already lost consciousness. Ms. Shah tried to shake him awake, but when she realized it was useless, she turned to Bjorn in panic and begged him to give her the advanced potion. They had to use it now. Bjorn froze for a moment. Then, after a few seconds that felt far too long, he handed over the potion to save Admin. After 5 high-ranking potions, and even an advanced one, the bear's wound had only healed a little. Admin lay on a blanket spread across the cave floor, another blanket thrown over him, while Ms. Shah, Carlson, and Admin himself stood nearby. Bjorn looked at the scene and thought it really must have been a terrifying poison. An advanced potion should have been able to restore even severed limbs, yet all it had done was provide rough first aid. Carlson hesitantly turned to the protagonist and said that they had done well. Bjorn didn't reply right away. He opened his backpack and began rummaging through it, then calmly said that they still hadn't divided the spoils. He pulled out a small bag and handed it to Carlson, telling him to take it. Carlson stared at it in shock and asked if this was really his share. It felt like too much. Bjorn simply told him to accept it, reminding him that he hadn't even received the essence. After that, the protagonist slung his backpack back on, thinking that he had already noticed how intrusive Carlson could be. There was no need to be polite. Since Bjorn was giving more than necessary, Carlson should just take it and keep his mouth shut about what had happened today. Bjorn said as much out loud. If Carlson felt he didn't deserve all this, then all he had to do was not tell anyone about today's incident. Without a shadow of hesitation, Carlson agreed and said that, in that case, he would be leaving. As Carlson walked away, the protagonist suddenly felt a gaze burning into the back of his head. Ms. Shah was staring at him. Bjorn shuddered slightly and asked why she was looking at him like that. Before she could answer, Mr. Bear finally woke up. He was even able to sit up on the blankets, staring at his palm as he muttered that he had been very lucky. Bjorn thought that at least their ally understood the situation. He also knew that if Admin had died, there would have been a lot to gain from it. Admin then spoke up, saying he would pay for the advanced potion and asking how much it cost. Bjorn answered calmly that it was 5 million stones and that this amount would do just fine. Admin froze and asked in surprise if advanced potions didn't usually sell for 1 million. Bjorn replied, just as calmly, asking if that was really so, and added that it seemed he had been tricked. Admin grinned instead of getting angry, saying that the price of items could change depending on the circumstances. He slowly got to his feet gripping his crossbow. Since he didn't have the money on him, he said he would pay later and left one of his numbered items as a deposit, placing it into the protagonist's hand. It was item number 7611, called the Gravedigger's Deception. The system window described it as an item that, after receiving fatal damage, allowed the wearer to fall into a conditional dead state and gain immunity to damage for a certain period of time. However, the item would lose its properties after 3 uses. 2 uses remained. Only then did the protagonist finally understand how Admin had managed to survive. Bjorn looked at the item with clear interest, thinking to himself that this might be useful. He should take this item instead of money. Misha was clearly interested as well, but Admin immediately cut off those thoughts, telling Bjorn not to even think about it. This time, however, he addressed the protagonist by his real name. Misha screamed in shock, asking how he knew. Bjorn looked at her in confusion, thinking bitterly about how something like this had even happened. Admin didn't explain. He simply turned and stepped toward the rift portal, saying at the end that he wouldn't forget everything Bjorn had done for him. Watching him leave, the protagonist thought that Admin was actually pretty impressive. Once Admin disappeared, Bjorn told Misha that they needed to go the other way. She pointed at the portal in surprise, asking if they weren't supposed to go there. Bjorn told her to follow him, explaining that they still needed to get something. Misha looked at him strangely, but followed obediently, telling him to wait for her. As soon as the protagonist finished what he wanted, he handed over the item Misha had managed to obtain. She stared at it in shock and asked if he really pulled it out of that block of ice. Bjorn said it was a very good thing and casually added that he had taken something else for himself as well. A system notification immediately appeared. Misha absorbed an ice crystal, gaining an additional 3 points to cold sensitivity. The next system window followed right after, stating that the character absorbed an enchanted ice shard and gained 3 points to cold resistance. Seeing what Bjorn was doing next, Misha asked in surprise why he was spreading a blanket. Bjorn told her they hadn't slept properly because of their duties and that they should rest a bit before moving on. The protagonist knew there was no place safer than a cleared rift, so Misha agreed. Soon, silence settled between the two of them. Bjorn's thoughts began to wander. He wondered what would have happened if he had been alone, how everything might have turned out. After killing that player, all kinds of thoughts had crept into his mind. A part of him had even hoped she would open her eyes again, but the girl's bloody, disfigured body clearly had no chance of life left in it. He also thought about the scene she had dreamed of and whether it could have been real. Bjorn gritted his teeth. He felt disappointed in himself. Even so, when he had taken out that potion for Sasha, despite everything she had done, greed had still overtaken him. He had immediately believed he could raise the spiritual seal to the 6th level if he just waited patiently. Still, he poured the potion onto his wound. He decided that letting himself die like that in front of Misha, someone he would be working with in the near future, would be wrong. No matter how corrupted his morals had become, if it weren't for Misha, everything would have turned out very differently. When the protagonist finally turned toward the fire, he was met by Misha's charming face, quietly watching him. She was smiling, a faint blush coloring her face as she looked at the protagonist. She asked what he was thinking about. Bjorn told her to come closer because it was cold in the cave. Misha looked at him in surprise and asked if he was serious. A frosty wind tickled the protagonist's nose, while the heat of the fire wrapped around them. The warmth spread as they lay close together, huddled so they wouldn't freeze. Misha raised her gaze to Bjorn's face and asked if he was sleeping well. When there was no answer, she quietly said that he really was asleep. Their things were scattered everywhere, blades, backpack, armor, but they were finally able to rest for a while. The third day on the first floor, in the crystal cave, everything went smoothly. With a single swing of the sword they had taken from Jinsa, Misha cut her opponent cleanly in half. Seeing the result, she cried out in shock, asking what kind of sword it was and saying that it was incredibly cool. Bjorn told her she would need to give it up for evaluation, since it was most likely a numbered item. Hearing that, Misha's ears shot up as she asked if that was really true. She immediately realized it must also be very expensive. Without hesitation, Misha knelt in front of the protagonist and handed him the sword. The sudden action caught Bjorn off guard. He fell silent for a moment before saying that he hadn't even thought about selling it yet. Misha simply told him to use it then. Bjorn understood perfectly well that he wasn't going to take it away from her. He couldn't understand what kind of strange prejudices Misha had about barbarians. The next monster attacked with a furious growl, but in an instant it was stabbed in the stomach by that same sword. Les asked with interest if this meant they would soon move on to the second floor. Misha held the wolf impaled on her blade like a kebab, her expression completely calm. Bjorn glanced at the compass and replied that it was so, explaining that Misha needed time to get used to her new sword in essence. Misha agreed. A few hours later, as she picked up another crystal that had fallen from a monster, she turned to the protagonist and said she thought she had already gotten used to it pretty well. Around her lay the corpses of many monsters, their bodies slowly dissolving. Zer crossed his arms over his chest and asked if she was sure. Misha mumbled uncertainly and then told Bjorn to forget about it, saying she wanted to keep fighting. After a short pause, she still decided to ask, just in case. She looked intently at Bjorn and asked if he was really going to make her fight everyone herself, just because he was lazy. Bjorn's serious voice immediately came from behind her as he asked her if she thought he was lying to her. Ms. Shaw flinched the moment she heard that and immediately replied that it was absolutely not true. Of course she didn't think that. Bjorn watched her and felt a quiet sense of pride. Along with her reasonable arguments, her growth was obvious. Ms. Shaw had truly become much stronger. Now she looked like a beautiful warrior, wielding a powerful weapon with confidence. Bjorn hadn't expected them to obtain the Guardian's essence. The lycanthrope's essence was just as valuable as Yeti's. Its characteristics were impressive. Agility increased by 10 points, cutting power by 12, cold sensitivity by 15, cold resistance by 10, physical resistance by 7, and fighting spirit by 10. Bjorn understood perfectly well that cutting power was indispensable for a swordswoman, and the passive skill attached to it was frankly ridiculous. The passive ability, Snow Blood, increased cold sensitivity by 1.5 times. The longer one lived, the more valuable it would become. On top of that, it had excellent synergy with the Yeti's cold condensation. Another ability it granted was Ice Crush, which slightly increased damage dealt to enemies suffering from frostbite and significantly increased damage against enemies in a frozen state. This was especially deadly for someone who attacked repeatedly. There was also Indomitability, a skill that removed all enemy effects affecting mobility. Although it consumed a large amount of energy, it perfectly covered the weaknesses of damage dealers, who were usually easy to control. The protagonist turned to Ms. Shaw and told her to try using Ice Crush immediately after cold condensation. Ms. Shaw replied that doing so would instantly kill everything. Bjorn told her to punch anyway. She was about to agree casually, but when she actually tried it, she froze and asked in surprise what that was supposed to mean. Her opponent still fell in a single blow, and another frozen wolf was already standing in front of her. Bjorn bit his tongue in frustration, realizing that there was apparently nothing that could be done about it. He turned and headed in another direction, saying they could try the skill properly on the second floor. Ms. Shaw stood up and asked if she would really have to do it there too. Bjorn closed his eyes for a moment, asking himself if she truly thought he would give her a break. He was about to respond with something sarcastic, his expression dark, but Ms. Shaw spoke first. She said she already knew what he wanted to say. Tilting her head slightly, she asked if he meant that the easy road was the longest road. She raised a finger while holding her blade and winked at him. Bjorn hesitated, not expecting her to understand him so well, then finally admitted that she was right. Ms. Shaw walked past him with her nose held high, telling him that they should go. Bjorn followed after her. Bjorn followed her with his eyes, wondering why she had lifted her nose like that. Was she really that happy about stealing his words right off his tongue? She kept walking ahead, swinging her tail from side to side in a steady rhythm, quietly humming some tune to herself. Watching her, Bjorn thought that if he somehow made a mistake, she would most likely calm down on her own. All he needed to do was pretend that he had lost the argument. After all, this was Mish's guide item, number 13. Bjorn and Ms. Shaw continued deeper into the cave, surrounded by faintly glowing crystals. Bjorn was just thinking that the dark zone should begin soon when, before he could finish the thought, all the blue glowing crystals suddenly turned red, as if warning them of danger. Bjorn stopped at once. Ms. Shaw flinched and shouted that something was wrong with the crystals. The protagonist answered calmly that it seemed someone had summoned the floor lord. He told Ms. Shaw it wasn't anything serious and that they simply needed to move on. Ms. Shaw smiled and nodded in agreement, but a moment later, when the meaning of his words finally sank in, she screamed in shock, asking if it was really the floor lord. Bjorn gritted his teeth and looked at her with displeasure. Her scream was so loud it nearly damaged his ears. In his mind, he wondered if she was having some kind of PTSD episode after the rift. He placed a hand on Mish's shoulder and told her to calm down. Once again, he began throwing out complicated explanations, mostly to occupy her restless thoughts. Bjorn shook her lightly from side to side, explaining that unlike the lord of the third floor, the lord of the first floor was quite balanced. This monster could only be summoned after 3 days, and only if more than 5 people gathered in one place. And even then it was just a possibility. He continued, explaining that the portals didn't close after the summoning and the monsters on the floor didn't change either. There was also an advantage. When a Rift Lord appeared, it cut off the entire floor, but this monster would simply leave quietly if the raid failed. Ms. Shaw asked in an uncertain voice if that meant everything would be fine. Bjorn nodded, confirming it, and said it was time for them to move. They continued walking through the cave. As they went, Ms. Shaw began asking who it could have been. After all, gathering in groups larger than 5 on this floor went against common sense. The red-lit crystals reflected off the cave walls as they moved forward. Bjorn answered that no one could know for sure, suggesting that perhaps those people had done it on purpose. Ms. Shaw looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by that. Bjorn began explaining that some clans might deliberately want to challenge and kill the floor lord. As he spoke, the protagonist couldn't help but recall events from his past life. Bjorn remembered sitting in front of a monitor, staring at the quests posted by other players. Among them was the memory of the man who had bought the guide to the first floor lord. That person had only 2 weeks to prepare, which meant he was clearly impatient. Bjorn thought that maybe he should look at him later. They continued forward, and after a while a system notification appeared above them, announcing that they had entered the land of the dead on the 2nd floor. They passed through the portal, and the dead forest spread out before them. Bare earth, scattered stones, and a lifeless atmosphere that pressed down on the senses. Bjorn hadn't expected the journey to take almost an entire day. The absence of Roth Miller was impossible to ignore. The protagonist smiled faintly and said that it had been a long time since he had been here. So much had happened since then. Ms. Shaw looked at him with confusion as Bjorn sank into memories of breaking bones with a skeleton alongside Anna, of beating the death monster into a miserable state, of running wildly through the entire dungeon, filled with reckless joy. He also remembered the madwoman they had encountered here, the one who had nearly killed them. Bjorn cursed under his breath as her image surfaced, feeling an unexpected wave of discomfort. Ms. Shaw asked in surprise if he really disliked this place. Bjorn admitted it, and Ms. Shaw said she didn't like it either. Their feet sank into the mud as they moved forward. Ms. Shaw commented that the rocky desert had been better, even if it was confusing in its own way. Bjorn knew exactly why he had chosen this route. From here, it was much easier to reach the 3rd floor. They kept walking through the dark forest, heading north. Since there were only 2 of them, Bjorn thought they could even open a raid on the Death King. Ms. Shaw walked beside him with a smile, unaware of what he was planning. In his mind, Bjorn reasoned that the monster they were about to hunt was rank 6. It would be perfect for accurately gauging how much stronger Ms. Shaw had become, and, at the same time, they could farm experience. Before long, they encountered familiar monsters. With their mouths wide open, the creatures charged toward Bjorn and Ms. Shaw. They were large, grotesque things. Bjorn calmly said that she would stop them and told Ms. Shaw to focus on consecutive attacks. Ms. Shaw asked if he meant that technique he had wanted to try on the 1st floor, then nodded, saying she would do it. Their expressions hardened, filled with the desire to fight. With a loud battle cry, they rushed forward. Their movements were swift and precise, and they quickly closed the distance. Bjorn collided with one of the monsters head-on, taking its blow on his shield. The second monster rushed toward Ms. Shaw, but she slipped neatly between the 2 giants and unleashed her new power. The creature clearly hadn't expected it. It stared in shock as its body began to freeze. Ms. Shaw activated cold condensation and ice crush at the same time, swinging her sword with confidence and pouring even more energy into the strike. Still, the monster refused to fall so easily. A system window suddenly appeared above it, announcing that the Death Fiend had used the skill call of the dead. In the next instant, figures that looked like zombies rose all around them. Fallen soldiers pulled back in motion. Without hesitation, they swarmed toward the protagonist and Ms. Shaw. Ms. Shaw shouted Bjorn's name, warning him to be careful. By then, Bjorn was already trapped between his main opponent and the newly summoned undead. One of the dead sank its teeth into his leg, while another bit into his shoulder. The bite was powerful, blood bursting from the wound, but then something strange happened. The injury began to recover almost immediately, and reddish energy spread over Bjorn's arm. The zombie stared in disbelief as Bjorn effortlessly shoved it away, without taking any further damage. It wasn't just the zombies who were shocked. Their summoner screamed in confusion, unable to understand what he was seeing. Ms. Shaw called out to Bjorn again, swinging her blades and cutting down the approaching undead. She asked if he was all right and tried to rush to him, but then she froze. The wound on his shoulder was already almost gone, with only faint teeth marks left behind. Ms. Shaw asked in confusion if he had already healed. Then she looked at him seriously and asked if he was a monster. Bjorn took it as a compliment and even blushed slightly. Closing his eyes in embarrassment, he told her to stop staring at him and get back to fighting. In his mind, he thought that at this rate, she might really stop seeing him as human once he finished powering up. After some time, they continued north, their characteristics rising together. The monsters left behind were slaughtered mercilessly, frostbites spreading through them as one fell after another. Les gradually began to understand how much cold damage was needed to trigger frostbite, though it still wasn't enough to cause full freezing. They even encountered a chimera wolf with a control skill, giving Ms. Shaw the chance to properly use indomitability. Bjorn warned her seriously that the skill consumed a huge amount of energy and should only be used when absolutely necessary. Ms. Shaw smiled with confidence and asked if she really looked like a helpless kitten. Not long after, however, Ms. Shaw was completely exhausted. Bjorn grabbed her by the collar and carried her along, thinking to himself that he had known this would happen. Ms. Shaw complained weakly that it felt strange, like she was completely empty, and told him to put her down because she could still walk. Bjorn simply told her not to worry about it, and kept moving. And just rest, he told her, making sure she understood that next time she needed to spend her strength more wisely. He continued carrying her like a guilty kitten while Ms. Shaw kept making excuses, insisting that everything had been fine and that she really thought she could handle it. Sometime later, Bjorn and Ms. Shaw made a stop and lit a fire. Ms. Shaw fell asleep on a blanket inside the ruins, her breathing steady, while the protagonist stayed awake to guard the fire. Suddenly, Bjorn heard unfamiliar voices slowly drawing closer. He focused and listened more carefully, catching fragments of conversation about a recent battle. Peering out from behind the ruins, Bjorn realized these people had set up camp nearby, completely unaware of their presence. He started to rise to his feet, thinking it might already be time to wake Miss Shaw. There would be no need to chase these people away if they simply moved on. Then he froze. One of the explorers said that the little barbarian was asleep and had no idea they were there. Another replied lazily that the man was sleeping deeply and probably wouldn't even notice if someone cut out his heart. The first smirked and told him to let the boy sleep a little longer, asking if he agreed that Magi preferred their ingredients fresh. That sentence worked like a trigger. Bjorn's eyes instantly went cold, hatred flooding them. He stepped fully out from behind the rubble, staring in the direction the voices were coming from. It was obvious now. There was a little barbarian here, sleeping among people who watched him like scavenging hyenas. Bjorn clenched his teeth and crushed a piece of the wall in his fingers, cracks spreading through the stone. Memories surged forward. Of all the barbarians who had gone through the initiation ceremony with him, fewer than a third were still alive. When he had once asked what happened to the rest, his former comrades answered simply that most of them had died. Was it really all the monster's fault? Bjorn was filled with anger because he knew the answer. Of course it wasn't. The conversation continued. One of the researchers said he was going to sleep and was leaving the rest to his colleague. The other asked if it was really his turn, and when he got confirmation, they switched guard duties. Hearing this, Bjorn realized they weren't planning to act tonight. He tried to think calmly. One idea surfaced immediately. Just kill them all. His blood-stained shield, which had seen countless battles, seemed to echo that thought. It would be simple, convenient, but Bjorn immediately dismissed it. Easy didn't mean right. If he considered the future of the little barbarian, there was a better option, a more fitting one. Bjorn quietly called Miss Shaw by name, and she woke up at the same second, blinking sleepily at Bjorn. He told her to get up quietly because they needed to equip themselves. At the nearby camp, the one whose conversation Bjorn had overheard, everything was still calm. That same little barbarian was sleeping peacefully, sprawled on the ground, while the researchers lay on blankets near the fire. Only one man remained awake, sitting on a stone and guarding the camp. Bjorn took a deep breath, then suddenly screamed. It was so loud it sounded like the roar of a monster. Everyone in the camp jolted awake except for the barbarian, voices overlapping as they shouted and demanded to know what was happening. Ms. Shaw, walking beside Bjorn, asked in confusion why he had suddenly started screaming. Bjorn answered without the slightest hesitation that he just felt like it. As they approached the camp, Bjorn shouted again, loudly announcing that he saw people. The researchers immediately tensed, weapons half raised, not understanding what was going on. Bjorn, wearing a bright and almost cheerful expression, shouted once more that there were people here. One of the researchers finally raised a hand and told him sharply not to come any closer. A woman among the investigators turned to another man named Roy and told him to wake up the fool, meaning the barbarian. Roy walked over and nudged the sleeping man with his foot. The barbarian immediately woke, eyes wide, and asked in surprise what they wanted from him and whether monsters had appeared. Sitting up on the ground, he listened as Roy, bow in hand, told him that they weren't monsters but researchers. The barbarian blinked and asked in disbelief if they really were researchers, wondering why they had woken him up when he had been sleeping so well. Roy looked irritated and snapped that he had already said many times that explorers were no less dangerous than monsters. The barbarian nodded, saying that now he remembered, then smiled brightly and asked if the newcomer wasn't his relative. Bjorn smiled back the moment he noticed him. Roy looked at Bjorn in surprise, clearly confused by the exchange. Suddenly, the barbarian leapt to his feet and ran toward Bjorn with an excited shout of greeting. Bjorn responded in the exact same way, running toward him with equal enthusiasm. They met halfway, laughing loudly. The barbarian introduced himself proudly, saying his name was Sharon, son of Terran. He grabbed Bjorn's hand in a firm grip, bumped shoulders with him, and laughed. Bjorn shouted that it was nice to meet him, calling out his false name once more, Barbarian, son of Thor. Between the two of them, a strange atmosphere of joy and childish delight formed, completely out of place in the dark forest. No one else shared that feeling. The surrounding explorers stared in confusion, and Miss Shaw frowned, asking what these two barbarians were even doing. She knew Bjorn was pretending, but watching this strange scene still made her want to step away. Sharon turned around with a wide, joyful smile and shouted to his fellow explorers, asking if they were seeing this. He told them to lower their weapons because Bjorn, Thor's son, was not a bad explorer. Bjorn, wearing the same carefree smile, agreed at once, saying that was true. He wasn't a bad explorer at all. One of the squad members, Sharon, let out a heavy sigh and addressed Bjorn as a barbarian. At that, the protagonist's eyes shone even brighter, and with a joyful grin he corrected him, proudly declaring that he was Thor's son. Bjorn's little companion nodded seriously, adding that a name was indeed important. One of the explorers tried to compromise and addressed him as Thor, but Bjorn immediately shouted back, full of delight, that Thor was his father. The explorer coughed awkwardly and tried to call him by his actual name, only to be interrupted again. Bjorn cheerfully explained that they didn't know each other well enough yet, so it would be better to say his full name properly. He radiated the same childish energy, innocent and excessive, and it only made the explorers more irritated. One of them bit his lip and stared Bjorn straight in the eyes with clear displeasure. Bjorn tilted his head and asked if something was wrong. The explorer's body trembled with anger and barely restrained hatred as he said that, in that case, he would indeed call him by his full name, and suggested, as coldly as possible, that it would be best if Bjorn simply went on his way. He added that, as Bjorn could clearly see, this was their rest stop. Bjorn looked at the fire in surprise and exclaimed loudly, just as the explorer was about to send him away from the camp. Then Bjorn's face lit up, and he happily declared that this was even better. He said they were also looking for a place to stop. Spreading his arms wide, he smiled openly at the group of explorers, leaving the man in front of him completely confused, unsure how to respond. Bjorn cheerfully suggested that they could stay together as friends for the night, even calling out Roy's name. The second explorer stared at them in disbelief, not understanding how things had reached this point. At that moment, Bjorn could already see it written all over their faces. They were being bored to death. But this was only the beginning of his plan. One of the explorers tightened his grip on his weapon and demanded to know what Bjorn was talking about. He snapped that people didn't look for friends for the night on the second floor, and added that it was wiser to go up only with people you trusted. Bjorn calmly folded his arms over his chest and asked if that meant they shouldn't be friends for the night. The explorer reluctantly agreed and began to say that, since Bjorn understood, they should leave. Before he could finish, Bjorn suddenly shouted loudly, calling them all completely stupid. He clenched his fist and yelled furiously, asking if their heads were just for decoration. The explorers recoiled in shock and demanded to know what he meant. Bjorn answered without hesitation, shouting that there were 4 of them, while he and Misha were only 2, his voice echoing as the frightened explorers listened in stunned silence. That if they split the night watch among 7 people, it would be much better, since everyone would get more time to sleep. Sharon shuddered, his eyes going wide as he suddenly turned to the gods and shouted that he didn't even know such a brilliant solution existed. He loudly wondered why the explorers hadn't thought of it themselves. By now, the researcher was visibly trembling with hatred and anger, and all 3 of them understood there was no point arguing anymore. The researcher tried to interrupt again, insisting that they could handle things on their own, but it was already too late. Bjorn and Sharon had become friends. Sharon was enthusiastically praising Bjorn, saying his idea was clever and that he was a great warrior. The protagonist laughed openly and thanked him for the compliment. Then the researcher's gaze shifted to Miss Shah. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked her over from head to toe. She casually twirled a strand of her hair around her finger and smiled toward Bjorn, and the researcher couldn't help but think she was truly beautiful. His eyes lingered on her lips and the curves of her figure, and soon after he forced a stiff smile, swallowing nervously. Turning to her, he asked what she thought about all this. Miss Shah looked away and said she didn't know what to say, then added that if they were traveling with a barbarian, they couldn't be bad people. In truth, she was boiling with anger inside, clenching her fists behind her back so as not to reveal her feelings. She pointed at Bjorn and said that he had lost his weapon, so she couldn't trust him to be on duty. She let out a heavy sigh, sounding like a tired mother scolding a naughty child. The researcher smiled, pretending to be sad, and asked if he had really lost his weapon. Bjorn immediately shouted that he had stabbed it into a monster and that the monster had escaped with it. Sharon hurried to cheer him up, saying that it was fine and that he still had his fists. Hearing this, Ms. Shah sighed again and placed her hands on her hips. The researcher smiled nervously and said that such things happened. Bjorn thought that he had come up with that excuse completely by accident, yet it somehow worked. He reflected that sometimes it was very convenient to be a barbarian. He then asked once more if they would be friends for the night, adding that he was already sleepy and they needed to decide quickly. The researchers exchanged sly looks, and the one in charge finally said that, although it was strange, they could spend the night there if they wanted. They told Bjorn and Miss Shah to rest, saying the last watch would be theirs. Soon after, both Bjorn and Miss Shah lay down on the ground and appeared to fall asleep. In reality, they were only pretending. Miss Shah quietly called Bjorn by name, and he immediately told her to be quieter. She quietly asked him if she really had to do this. He told her to hold on just a little longer, promising that once it was over, he would fulfill any wish she asked for. Miss Shah whispered back, asking if that was truly a promise, reminding him that he had said it himself. After some time passed, and, according to the researchers, Bjorn and Miss Shah seemed to be sleeping even more soundly. They finally moved to carry out their real plan. The moment they stirred, the protagonist realized they had begun to act. He pulled Miss Shah closer to him, tightening his grip as the shadows of the explorers slowly crept toward them. Quickly assessing the situation, he saw that 2 of them were approaching him and Miss Shah, while one headed toward Sharon. They intended to finish everything at once. Just as they were about to strike the killing blow, the protagonist suddenly sat up and let out a loud yawn, completely ruining their timing. He began to rise to his feet, casually asking if they had also woken up because of hunger. The two explorers instantly hid their weapons behind their backs and nodded, saying they had, then added that they still had some jerky left. Misha also got up from the ground, while Bjorn looked at them in surprise and asked if they really had jerky. At that moment, as he turned his back on one of the explorers, the man cursed him silently and swung his hammer with all his strength, aiming straight for Bjorn's head, intending to kill him in a single blow. The strike landed, but nothing happened. The lack of any effect left the attacker staring at Bjorn's head in disbelief, unable to understand how this was possible. Bjorn slowly turned around and asked what was going on. He cursed inwardly, thinking the man could have at least tried to keep attacking. Looking over his shoulder, Bjorn calmly asked if that was supposed to be an accident. He added that it was impossible to miss that badly, even if you were starving. The researcher, his voice trembling and a forced smile plastered on his face, stammered that it really was an accident and hurriedly apologized. But it was already too late. Bjorn's fist smashed straight into his face without mercy, sending teeth flying in all directions. Bjorn coldly asked if he truly thought anyone would believe that excuse. The second researcher froze in horror, finally realizing just how deep the trouble they were in. The protagonist spoke in a chillingly calm voice, saying that he also believed it was an accident. At the same time, Bjorn wondered to himself if they honestly thought all barbarians were that stupid. The noise finally woke Sharon. He pushed himself up from the ground and asked what was happening. Behind him, Roy had already drawn an arrow. The researcher standing near Bjorn shouted desperately at Roy to shoot Sharon. Sharon instinctively lowered his gaze and saw the reflection of his ally's arrow in the blade of his axe. His body jolted in terror, but at the very last moment he managed to react, raising his hand and catching the arrow to shield his head. The arrow pierced straight through his hand, but even so, it was far better than losing his life. Sharon clenched his teeth, staring at the arrowhead that had stopped just a few centimeters from his eye. Fighting through the pain, he began to rise and demanded to know what Roy thought he was doing. The second man staggered back, staring in horror. He tried to answer, but no clear words came out. Sharon's face twisted with fury. Grinding his teeth, he lunged forward and grabbed Roy by the neck, his hands tightening as he began to strangle him. Sharon shouted at him to start talking, demanding to know why he had tried to shoot him. Foam gathered at the corners of Roy's mouth, a sight that filled the last remaining explorer with dread. Roy struggled to speak, desperately trying to force out words so Sharon would release him, but Sharon showed no sign of letting go until he got an answer. Before the situation could drag on any longer, Miss Shaw moved. She struck the final explorer, knocking the breath from him. He coughed once and collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Standing over his body, Miss Shaw said that at first she had hesitated, but Bjorn had been right. These people really were marauders. She looked down at them with clear disappointment. One of the researchers' voices echoed next, asking why they had let this barbarian stay in the first place, and whether they truly wanted to be killed as well. It was a recording of the researchers' recent conversation. Roy, his hands trembling in fear, held the device and began to read the disgusting dialogue, stumbling over the words. One voice said that this barbarian was practically begging to be killed, so there was no reason to leave him alive. Another responded that it felt suspicious, adding that even if he was a barbarian, he couldn't be that stupid. Sharon stared at his former teammate in horror, while Bjorn stood beside him with his arms crossed. Roy kept reading. One of the researchers went on to say that there was nothing suspicious at all and asked if the others still didn't get it. They had killed so many barbarians already. After all, he sneered that barbarians were basically walking fools. Roy finished reading, shaking even more violently. Bjorn, Misha, and Sharon stood over him in silence. Roy slowly looked up at the three of them, his face pale with fear. The protagonist calmly asked him why he had stopped. Bjorn remarked that it seemed Roy thought he was joking. The protagonist then grabbed Roy's hand, tightening his grip around his fingers. Roy tried to resist, but the grip only grew stronger. A piercing scream tore from his throat as one of his fingers snapped, bending in a way it was never meant to. Roy trembled violently now, tears streaming down his face. The protagonist coldly told him to keep reading. With his finger twisted unnaturally in the opposite direction, Roy stammered through the next lines, saying that those fools were basically walking monsters. Sweat and tears covered his face as he read that barbarians were about as smart as their battle instincts, especially considering their reckless attitude toward fighting. Sharon stood there, depressed and furious at the same time. His hand shook as he gripped his axe, and with anger heavy in his voice, he demanded to know who exactly had said those words. Because he had once trusted these people, Sharon felt something twist painfully inside him. Not far from where Roy was reading those disgusting words, Victor and Brial lay beaten on the ground. When Sharon demanded to know who had said it, Roy answered hesitantly that it was Victor. Sharon nodded slowly, saying that it was clear to him now. The protagonist then coldly told Roy to continue reading. Roy swallowed and resumed. The next line spoke of how, even without the barbarian, there would still be something to profit from this procession. The recording went on until Roy reached the part where they mentioned the beast woman. They said she was just as stupid as the barbarian, but at the same time had a pretty face. Those words immediately caught Mish's attention. Roy kept reading, his voice shaking, and the next line asked whether he was really planning to sleep with a girl who was already sleeping with a barbarian. Misha suddenly screamed, her whole body trembling with anger and embarrassment, her face flushing red. She immediately snatched the notebook from Roy's hands and began flipping through it herself, carefully reading every filthy line. With every word, her face burned hotter. Unable to take it anymore, she shouted furiously, demanding to know who had said that. She let out a sharp huff, barely containing herself, while the protagonist calmly stood up. Misha turned to him with a deep frown and called him by name, saying she could deal with this fool on her own. Seeing the resolve in her eyes, Bjorn simply told her to do whatever she wanted. They continued flipping through the vile words until the text shifted to who was going to kill whom. Roy's voice trembled as he read that Sharon would deal with him personally, since he had angered him with his condescending attitude toward archers. Roy was shaking uncontrollably now, staring at Sharon's acts in terror, as he read that Sharon had no idea what awaited him. After hearing it all, Sharon spoke in disbelief, asking if he had really done something wrong. He lowered his gaze to his hand, still pierced by the arrow, then hesitantly addressed the protagonist by his full fictitious name, asking what he should do. The answer came from Sharon himself. He swung his axe, pulling the arrow free from his wounded hand in the same motion. Roy's head flew from his shoulders. As for the leader, Misha dealt with him next. She crushed his testicles without hesitation and then stabbed him. The last man begged tearfully, swearing that he would change and become a good person from now on. But his fate was no different. The protagonist squatted down in front of him and calmly asked if that meant he would now be a good marauder. The man sank down as much as he could, saying he didn't understand what Bjorn was talking about. The moment Bjorn's large hands closed around his head, the man began babbling promises, saying he would do anything Bjorn told him to do. But the protagonist already had other plans. Bjorn thought quietly that the man himself had no idea what he was saying anymore. How can you be a good marauder? There was no answer. A death scream echoed through the cavern, and the last member of the group of explorers collapsed lifelessly at the protagonist's feet. Bjorn remained seated beside the body, his expression serious and unmoving. In the end, there truly was only one answer. After that, it was finally time to rest. Sharon treated his wounded hand, pouring a potion over the fresh injury. Bjorn noticed that he had deliberately used only a small amount. He thought that Sharon had left the scar on purpose. Sharon raised his hand and examined the place where blood had been flowing just moments ago. Among barbarians, scars were medals. They were kept as reminders of mistakes, proof of survival, and fuel to grow stronger. Bjorn pointed toward the armor they had taken from the dead marauders and told Sharon to take whatever he needed. Sharon answered briefly that he didn't deserve it. Bjorn objected immediately, saying that he had killed one of them. After a short pause, Sharon agreed. He thanked Bjorn and said that if he couldn't kill with an axe, he would use whatever he could find. From everything scattered on the ground, Sharon chose the weapon that had belonged to the young leader of the group, gripping it tightly in his hand. Bjorn thought that having a weapon in each hand really suited a barbarian. Bjorn asked if that was all. Misha pulled out another piece of armor from her backpack and told Sharon to choose something else. Sharon shook his head and said the rest was too small for him. Bjorn replied that he could simply sell it then. The protagonist smiled and told Sharon to follow them, since they were heading to the first floor anyway. Misha smiled at him as well. Not long after, they arrived at the south portal of the Crystal Cave floor. Sharon addressed the protagonist by his fake name, and Bjorn stopped him. He said he wanted to introduce himself properly and asked for forgiveness for lying before. Then he spoke his real name. Hearing it, Sharon froze and said that Bjorn was very famous. Misha proudly placed her hands on her hips and added that he was known as Little Valkan. Sharon straightened his back and shouted with a sense of duty that it was an honor to meet him, calling him by his famous nickname. Smiling brightly, Sharon said that in that case, he wouldn't refuse the spoils. He would sell everything and use the money to buy proper equipment. He held the bag in his hand, eyes filled with hope and motivation. Bjorn nodded approvingly and told him that was the right decision. He reminded him not to forget that the stronger he became, the easier life would be for young warriors like him. Sharon shouted loudly that he understood, then raised his voice even more, praising their people. At that moment, barbarians were considered the weakest species. Many of them wasted their days doing nothing, lazing around endlessly. And yet, there was tremendous potential hidden within them, considering how much raw muscle and strength their bodies held. And yet, despite their height and strength, barbarians were often targeted by people with ill intentions. Lacking proper training and support, many of them died young, slain by wicked men or torn apart by monsters. But what if that began to change? What if the number of capable barbarians slowly increased? More young warriors would live longer, grow stronger, and eventually become advanced explorers themselves. Then the cycle would repeat. Bjorn understood that if that happened, the influence of barbarians would inevitably rise. Whether he liked it or not, he was a barbarian now. And if his people rose, he would rise with them. The mage community was living proof of that. Without their tower, would they really be able to act with such shameless confidence? Bjorn even thought that this path could one day lead to a barbarian uprising. Though he considered his own contribution insignificant, the idea that he could increase the odds by helping people like Sharon was strangely satisfying. He turned to Sharon and told him to listen. Sharon straightened at once, giving him his full attention. Bjorn advised him that when choosing a team, he should always make sure there was at least one non-human member. He went on to give him several more pieces of advice that would surely help him in the future. Sharon listened carefully, then thanked Bjorn and said that hiding an axe behind a friendly smirk was truly a brilliant tactic. Both Bjorn and Misha shuddered at the sinister aura that seeped out of Sharon as he said those words. Sharon went on, smiling darkly, that from now on he would only take humans as friends for the night. If anyone showed their true nature, he would crack their skulls open without hesitation. He tightened his grip on the bag in his hand, his eyes fixed on Bjorn with a disturbing madness. At that moment, Bjorn realized something as their gazes met. Sharon continued, saying that when he met young warriors in the future, he would tell them about what had happened to him and give them good advice, just as Bjorn had done, for the sake of their people. Misha's tail stiffened, her body tensing at the sense of danger, but Bjorn nodded in agreement. He thought calmly that anyone who crossed this man would be in serious trouble. Sharon laughed loudly, baring his white teeth in a way that bordered on insanity. Soon after, he left. 2 days later, still within the lands of the dead, Bjorn and Misha continued their journey. Bjorn found himself thinking that perhaps they should abandon the search for the Death Knight altogether. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find the monster. Misha turned to him with a gentle smile and told him not to be sad. She asked what kind of story this even was, the one about a massive tombstone in the lands of the dead, for which a Death Knight crawled out on the 7th day. She said she had never heard anything like that before. Then, half-jokingly, Misha added that books didn't always tell the truth. Do they? She asked playfully. She said that Bjorn had already spent enough time sitting in the library, so she suggested that they at least go for a walk together once in a while. The protagonist turned to her with doubt and asked why there was suddenly such an alternative. Misha froze on the spot, embarrassed and at a loss for words. Bjorn sighed heavily and told her they should just move on. Suddenly, the protagonist shuddered as goosebumps spread across his skin. Misha called his name at the same time, her voice tense, clearly feeling something strange as well. Bjorn asked if she felt it too. Misha nodded, saying that she did, and that a cold chill had run down her spine. A system window appeared, stating that the character was affected by the skill grudge, reducing healing and regeneration effects. Bjorn bit his lip until blood welled up, watching closely to see what would happen. He began counting the seconds in his head, but when he reached 6, he realized something was wrong. The wound that should have healed within moments remained open, and blood continued to drip down his chin. Misha quietly said that it seemed Bjorn had been right after all. The protagonist understood immediately. The Death Knight was very close. He and Misha broke into a run, heading straight toward the source of the pressure. Bjorn thought that the active skill offense was already in effect, which meant the monster was an elite. And if that was the case, then someone else must already be waiting for it. As soon as the Death Knight appeared, it was attacked. Bjorn pulled out his watch, his mind racing. Was that really a player? He knew he had to be more careful now. Forcing himself to calm down, he reminded himself that all they needed was experience. They still had options, even if someone else was already fighting the monster. Misha called his name, asking what they were going to do. Bjorn ran ahead of her without answering. As they drew closer, they saw an entire squad of explorers battling the Death Knight. Bjorn charged straight in, swinging his mace. With a loud barbarian cry echoing through the area, he decided there was no point hesitating. He struck the monster's head with a single sharp motion. A system notification appeared instantly, stating that the Death Knight had been defeated and that he had received 4 experience points. Everyone around froze in horror, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Bjorn shouted loudly, telling them not to be afraid and declaring that he would save everyone. His stupid barbarian mode was fully activated. The researchers who had been fighting the monster stared at Bjorn in confusion, asking what was going on and where he had come from. Misha, however, looked at the protagonist with shining eyes, openly admiring his strength. Instead of gratitude, the researchers began to complain. Bjorn asked bluntly why they were angry when he had helped them. Misha hurriedly tried to apologize, bowing toward the explorers who had lost their prey. At that moment, a girl among them shouted angrily, demanding to know if they really wanted to die. One of the men quickly grabbed her, holding her back as the tension thickened in the air, that she wouldn't cause any trouble. With that, the incident finally came to an end. The man holding the girl let out a heavy sigh and said that now he remembered. This barbarian in front of him was little Valken, the one who had helped them on the 3rd floor. Bjorn finally remembered him as well, along with the words the man had spoken back then. This was the one who had led the explorers out during the battle with the Rise. Bjorn thought that he really did seem like a player too. The man's teammates immediately gathered around, asking in disbelief if he was truly little Valkan. Another placed a hand on his thigh and said it looked like a misunderstanding, that Bjorn had simply wanted to help. The man holding the girl added that there was no way a hero like him would steal the final blow on purpose. Bjorn couldn't help but think how good it felt to be famous. Ms. Shah, however, looked genuinely confused and quietly wondered if it really worked. The man smiled and said it seemed fate had brought them together. He suggested they get to know each other better. Bjorn smiled back and extended his hand, introducing himself properly with his real name, then asked for the man's name. The man answered with a smile, saying his name was Hans. Bjorn's hand froze in midair before it could reach him. Then Hans added his full name, calmly introducing himself as Hans Krisen. Bjorn instantly pulled his hand back as if burned, stepping away in shock and confusion. He held his hand out in front of him and shouted for Hans to stop. Hans apologized in surprise, asking what was wrong. Bjorn raised his voice and said it was time for him to leave, explaining that he had other things to do. Without waiting, Bjorn grabbed Mish's hand and started pulling her away, cursing inwardly. He couldn't believe this was happening. He had never imagined that a player could take over Hans's body. The thought alone made his head spin. He broke into a run, dragging Miss Shah with him, knowing they needed to get out of there as fast as possible. Miss Shah asked in shock what he was doing. His voice was sharp and unhappy as he answered that he would explain later, but for now they just had to run. Behind them, the others stood there in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. Bjorn's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest at the mere thought of what could have happened. He even wondered if he should start carrying salt with him, just in case. At noon that day, far away, Sharon emerged from the portal leading out of the dungeon. The people who came out with him immediately embraced their loved ones, savoring a brief moment of peace. Sharon lifted his head, looked up at the sky, and then laughed loudly, like a man reborn. The man instantly drew the attention of everyone around him, including barbarians who recognized his face. One of them widened his eyes and asked in disbelief whether this was really the son of Tar's-son Sharon. Others stared at him with open curiosity, quickly noticing that his body was practically buried under countless bags hanging from every side. Sharon laughed loudly and said that they were all alive, though his voice trembled slightly from the sheer weight of the equipment he was carrying. One barbarian who knew him stepped forward and asked what in the world this mountain of bags was. A girl among the barbarians blinked and asked if all of that was really equipment. Another barbarian frowned and asked bluntly whether Sharon had started looting. Sharon let out a heavy sigh and asked if they truly believed he would do something like that. He denied it firmly, then raised his voice and told everyone to gather around because he was going to explain everything. Drawn by the noise, more barbarians moved closer, firing questions at once. What had happened, where the bags came from, and what exactly went down inside the labyrinth? Some angry voices rose in confusion, shouting that they weren't monsters to be treated with suspicion. They were warriors, and that attitude angered them deeply. As expected, the barbarians grew furious, and what anyone could have predicted from the start finally happened. Their voices suddenly changed, enthusiastically shouting the protagonist's name along with his nickname, Little Balin. They praised him for predicting the moves of the evil marauders, calling him a great and wise guide. In that moment, the protagonist gained even more admirers, and the glory surrounding him thickened, his presence growing heavier and more imposing. Haram lifted one of the bags high and shouted that everything had happened exactly as he said it would. Sharon quickly added that all of this was possible only because he followed the protagonist's advice. The air around them shifted, filled with something close to majesty and burning patriotism. The barbarians once again began praising the protagonist, glorifying his nickname and shouting his name with pride. Yet not everyone shared their excitement. People from the dark times whispered behind their backs, muttering that barbarians were nothing more than noisy brutes who only relied on their hearts. Every time Sharon heard those whispers, his body shuddered involuntarily. Until now, barbarians had always been at the very bottom of the labyrinth's hierarchy. Sharon suddenly roared, his voice filled with fury, declaring that from now on he would teach them everything the protagonist had taught him. Veins bulged on his neck as he delivered his fiery speech. Once, Sharon had refused to accept the bitter truth, but it was undeniable. The barbarians raised their hands and listened closely as he spoke. He told them that Bjorn, the son of Yandel, had said this was only the first step on the path to their people's greatness. From this moment onward, everything would change. The protagonist seemed to float above the crowd, lifting a finger in approval as joyful cries erupted around him. As the second half of the 9th day arrived and they reached the mouth of the Black River, a system notification suddenly appeared. The moment the character stepped onto the 3rd floor, known as the Pilgrim's Path, the protagonist couldn't help but think that next time he would definitely bring a scout with him. They exited the portal while he reflected on how lucky they had been this time, managing to find a group of researchers nearby and follow them straight to the portal. Luck like that wouldn't always be waiting for them. Ms. Shah scanned their surroundings carefully, her ears twitching as she listened to every sound. She asked quietly whether meeting Hans was really such a bad sign, and wondered if it wouldn't be better to turn back and leave the first floor altogether. She admitted that she had a bad feeling about all this. Bjorn replied calmly that nothing had been proven yet, reasoning out loud that if Hans's curse was real, then returning to the city wouldn't protect them either. In the end, he said it was better to continue doing what they had planned. Bjorn and Ms. Shaw headed toward the forest, but Ms. Shaw nervously told him that she would have preferred it if he hadn't told her anything at all, because now she felt even worse. The protagonist smiled faintly and said that while he wasn't exactly happy about it, he definitely felt lighter after sharing the burden with someone. Ms. Shaw didn't return the smile. Instead, she asked in irritation mixed with embarrassment whether he was actually laughing at her, calling him a crazy barbarian. Bjorn answered simply that he was. She punched his shoulder lightly and told him not to lie, pointing out that his face showed he meant it sincerely. Bjorn admitted that he seemed to have started relying on her without even realizing when it happened. Hearing that, Ms. Shaw froze, shuddering as she stopped in her tracks and asked, flustered, what that was supposed to mean. She pressed him again, asking if he was serious, then praised him and told him that he should keep relying on her and not suffer alone. Feeling her importance swell, Ms. Shaw quickly grew arrogant again. At that moment, the protagonist said in an ironic tone that he was just joking, and then vanished from the spot where he had been standing only a second earlier. Ms. Shaw burst out in anger, cursing him with every insult she could think of. Finally snapping back to her senses, she shouted for him to stop, threatening him and telling him not to run away. She rushed after him, and before she knew it, they found themselves by the river. The protagonist stepped into the water, ankle deep, moving toward the other side. This was the mouth of the Black River, a place meant for rest. He lifted Ms. Shaw into his arms so she wouldn't get wet, and when he reached the shore, he told her to get down since they had arrived. Bjorn thought to himself that they had barely made it in time, and that it was a good thing they reached the place before the water rose, though the best resting spots were already taken. Ms. Shaw crossed her arms arrogantly and said that. She said she forgave him because she had a kind heart, and it was absolutely not because she didn't want to get wet. Bjorn let out a heavy sigh as he listened to her words, gently lowering her to the ground before replying that even stone would eventually be worn away by water. Ms. Shaw immediately tried to argue back, but their exchange was cut short by an irritated voice nearby. Someone who had already settled down to rest complained loudly, asking if they could keep it down since people were trying to sleep. Ms. Shaw quickly apologized, promising they would be quieter, and then suddenly froze. That voice felt strangely familiar. Her eyes lit up as she called out Hakuro's name, instantly drawing his attention. Hakuro looked over in surprise and asked what they were doing there. All three members of his team were sitting on a blanket spread carelessly on the ground. Ms. Shaw hurried over, declaring with excitement that their entire team was clearly bound by fate, and just like that, they reunited with the others. Hakuro asked with interest how their task had gone. The protagonist shuddered slightly before answering that their mission was on the first floor, so the client had already returned to the city. Turning to Hakuro, Bjorn added that he thought they were planning to stop at the second floor. Hakuro smiled and explained that they had finished everything on the second floor far earlier than expected, so they took on a backup task just in case. That backup task was completed on the third floor. Hakuro explained that the mission was to bring back the eyes of a frog sorcerer, a job worth 2 million stones. Not even 3 days had passed since they accepted it. Ms. Shaw asked curiously if that was really all, wondering if they were truly finished. Vaki answered cheerfully that his favorite distortion skill had worked perfectly. Turning to Ms. Shaw, he said she was basically their lucky charm. Hakuro laughed softly and told Vaki that he was clearly seeing Ms. Shaw through rose-colored glasses. He added that in his opinion, all of this was thanks to Bjorn, since luck seemed to cling to him wherever he went. Couldn't they all see it? The protagonist twitched at those words, thinking ironically that it wasn't like that at all. Still, he suggested that since they were done, they might as well head up to the fourth floor. Hakuro hesitated, saying he would normally stop there, but if they set out now, the time would be tight. Even so, they should barely make it. Hearing that, the protagonist said calmly that they should cut up the corpse and get moving. Dwaki froze at those words, shuddering as he asked what Bjorn meant by cutting up the corpse. In the end, they all agreed to head for the fourth floor. After 3 days of travel, a system notification appeared above them, announcing that the character had entered a special zone and that the field effect of the witch's forest had been imposed. 3 hours before the third floor closed, they finally reached the portal. Standing before its entrance, they tied themselves together with ropes, preparing to move on. The protagonist praised Rothmiller, telling him that he had done a great job. After that, they untied themselves from the rope, and, under Bjorn's command, the group moved toward the portal and stepped inside. At the exact moment Bjorn entered, he heard a voice calling out to him. He froze for a split second, but it was already too late. The portal swallowed him whole, dragging him inside and cutting him off from everything else, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Soon after, when he arrived at the correct location, a system notification appeared, announcing that the character had entered the fourth floor of the Sky Tower. Bjorn turned back toward the portal, his mind lingering on the voice he had heard. It felt painfully familiar. For a moment, he wondered if it could really be a win. The zone was massive, so he quickly dismissed the thought, certain it couldn't be her. He didn't have time to dwell on it anyway. Voices rang out around him as his companion shouted, asking why he was slowing down. Being hurried along, the protagonist cursed under his breath and forced himself to focus. This was the Sky Tower, and monsters were already attacking. Bjorn quickly apologized to his teammates, took up a fighting stance, and prepared for battle as multiple enemies rushed toward them. He scanned the battlefield with a sharp gaze, immediately identifying the threats. An orc sorcerer, a stone golem, living armor, and a Dullahan. It was a dangerous combination, but also an interesting one. Bjorn pressed his shield forward, tightening their formation together with Hakuro as they waited for the enemies to close the distance. When the Dullahan swung its weapon, the blade flashed past Hakuro in a blur, forcing him to dodge. The strike was sharp and fast, and it didn't take long before the creature attacked again. Hakuro noticed too late. The Dullahan's blow landed squarely on him, making him grit his teeth as his body tensed from the impact. Hakuro shouted for the protagonist to stay alert, warning that even though these monsters were low-ranked, their teamwork made them dangerous. To his shock, the protagonist answered with a single decisive strike, completely destroying the enemy. Hakuro stared in disbelief, asking what that was supposed to mean. Before he could process it, another monster fell, this time thanks to Dwaki, who turned toward Ms. Shaw with a grin and asked how she liked his new spell. Ms. Shaw finished off the third monster as well, calmly commenting that his spell was quite strong. Hakuro looked around in stunned silence, wondering if it was really supposed to be this easy. A system notification appeared, announcing that the character had completed the test. Multiple portals opened in front of them, filling the room with glowing gateways. The group stood there, unsure which one to choose, the question weighing heavily on everyone's mind. Dwaki broke the silence, saying they didn't have time to hesitate and needed to climb the tower as fast as possible. Ms. Shaw agreed, adding that the lower floors were too easy and didn't offer any special rewards anyway. At that, the protagonist turned to them and said that in that case, they were heading for the Portal of Wisdom, and Wisdom was the name of that path, a route where a scout was essential because the road twisted endlessly, filled with traps that could claim lives in seconds. Monsters appeared at intervals, but if one survived, it was possible to climb straight to the 5th floor. Rothmiller turned back and warned them not to fall behind. As they moved, the protagonist couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if they had chosen a different path. Suddenly, right in front of Bjorn, a massive silhouette emerged. It was a terrifying monster, vaguely resembling a boar, its body seemingly formed from pure darkness. Bjorn struggled up onto one elbow, staring into that abyss. He tried to rise on his hands, coughing up blood as his entire body trembled. Horror flooded his mind as he realized that everything happening to his comrades had already happened here. Team members lay scattered across the ground in twisted, unnatural positions, defeated before he alone now stood facing this dreadful creature. With overwhelming force, the monster slammed its enormous leg down, and the floor beneath them cracked apart as if it were fragile concrete. They had chosen the door of wisdom on the 1st floor, then the door of courage, and once again the door of wisdom, climbing steadily until they reached the 12th floor. The monster before them drooled as it stared at its prey. That was when they encountered a troll, a 5th-rank creature known as an absolute nightmare. The troll roared, pouring all its rage toward them. Bjorn raised his shield, covering his body, while everyone stared in terror at a foe dozens of times larger than themselves. Hakuro, standing behind the others, asked in disbelief whether this was really a troll. Ms. Shaw was just as shocked, shouting in confusion about why such a monster was even here. The protagonist cursed through clenched teeth, unable to understand why this creature had appeared. 5th-rank monsters did exist in the Heavenly Tower, but they were incredibly rare. In 10 years of experience, he had encountered such monsters only about 7 times, and even then, it had been on the 100th floor. For a boss to appear on the 12th floor was completely abnormal. Once again, the rule of being wary of people named Hans proved true. Bjorn remembered meeting Hans not long ago and cursed inwardly, bitterly naming this misfortune the Hans effect. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted for everyone to get ready. Instantly, his team snapped back to their senses, focusing entirely on his voice. No matter how low the odds were, since they were already in this situation, they had no choice but to strike first. A system notification flashed above Bjorn, announcing that the character had activated the Wild Splash skill. With a furious roar, Bjorn charged forward, swinging his mace straight at the troll. However, the troll was not something Bjorn could defeat with a single blow. After swinging, the giant redirected the full force of its counterattack straight into the protagonist's shield. Bjorn had to dig his feet into the ground with all his strength just to avoid being blown away. The floor beneath him cracked and collapsed under the pressure, spiderwebbing outward as his body shook violently. He clenched his teeth, cursing in his thoughts as the shield nearly slipped from his hands. The troll didn't stop. It swung again, aiming to crush Bjorn a second time. At that moment, Hakuro rushed in from behind, shouting that he would cover him. Hakuro leapt forward and placed himself in front of the protagonist, raising his shield as he activated the weight balance skill, a technique that combined resistance to knockback with the absorption of inertia. But the troll's strike was far too powerful. Hakuro watched in shock as his shield shattered right before his eyes. He coughed hard, and when the troll pulled back, he immediately activated emergency recovery while retreating, struggling to repair the remains of his shield. Bjorn roared in frustration, shouting that he had told Hakuro long ago to finally replace that worthless shield. Without waiting, Bjorn lunged forward and smashed his mace into the troll. The blow landed cleanly, but the monster barely reacted. It was as if it hadn't even felt the impact. Bjorn realized with a sinking feeling that his attacks weren't dealing any real damage. In the next instant, the protagonist repositioned himself, shouting to his comrades and asking if they were ready. On the opposite side, Roth Miller and Vaki stood prepared. Vaki shouted back that he was ready, activating his enhancement skill and casting Ice Spear. Using his magic, he formed a massive shard of ice and hurled it forward, while Roth Miller crouched nearby and fired magic-infused bolts from his crossbow. The troll immediately shifted its attention to the new threats and, with a single swing of its massive arm, shattered the towering ice block in an instant. Dwaki gasped in fear, saying he couldn't believe what he was seeing. At that moment, Ms. Shah shouted that it wasn't over yet. She darted forward and began striking the troll's body with incredible precision, using every skill she had gained on the previous floors. Her attacks were so fast and accurate that the troll struggled to track her movements. Even so, it wasn't enough. Ms. Shah cried out in frustration that the monster's skin was too thick. Bjorn's mind raced. He quickly realized that freezing this enemy with Mish's abilities was impossible. At the very least, he had hoped to slow its regeneration, but his thoughts were cut short by Dwaki's shrill scream. Dwaki shouted that they needed to retreat, warning that at this rate, the monster would never be defeated. Hearing this, the protagonist shouted back just as loudly, calling him by name, and told him in a cold, serious tone to shut up and focus on the fight. At that moment, Bjorn once again found himself locked in a direct clash with a monster towering in front of him. His thoughts raced, asking the same question over and over. Where were they supposed to run? Every path felt sealed. This was the greatest danger they had faced in a long time, and now it stood inside a dungeon with no clear escape. For a brief second, the entire battlefield went silent. Neither the monster nor the team moved. Even if it was obvious that they had to retreat, how they were supposed to do it remained a complete mystery. Bjorn's mind drifted back to the last time he had fought a 5th-rank monster. Back then, he had a 6th-rank water mage with him, and since a magician's actual combat value was considered 1.5 times higher than their stated rank, that meant he effectively had a 5th-rank damage dealer at his side. On top of that, she had continuously poured light element attacks onto an enemy that was especially vulnerable to them. Before that battle, Bjorn had also used the Tear of the Goddess, and only because of that boost had he barely managed to knock down the Death Knight with a single decisive blow. Even then, the fight had been painfully difficult, and that was against vampires, creatures with high regeneration but low defense. So what about the monster standing in front of them now? This troll possessed the highest regeneration and defense among all 5th-rank monsters. If their builds weren't perfectly tuned to counter it, then even landing a lucky hit was practically impossible. Still, Bjorn felt there might be a narrow chance to slip through. He shouted for everyone to listen carefully, warning them that from this point on, the battle would drag on. Their odds were terrible, but they had no choice except to try. 15 minutes passed, yet it felt like an entire hour to everyone involved. System windows kept appearing one after another. Dwaki activated an 8th-rank curse, Exacerbation, followed by a 9th-rank curse, Slowdown. Not long after, Vaki added a 7th-rank curse, Weaken. The plan was simple and brutal. Dwaki would spend all his mana maintaining curses, while Bjorn and Hakuro held the front line. Hakuro was forced to use emergency recovery again and again just to stay standing. While the curses piled up, the two tanks gritted their teeth and refused to give ground. At the same time, Roth Miller focused on distracting the troll, firing as many arrows as he could to keep its attention divided. Ms. Shah, fearless as ever, swung her swords relentlessly, concentrating all her attacks on the exact spots Bjorn called out. Blows rained down from every direction, one after another, leaving the monster unable to adapt. For the first time, it hesitated. Then it finally snapped, letting out a deafening scream. The troll suddenly turned and charged straight toward Vaki, choosing him as its next target. In that instant, Roth Miller grabbed Vaki by the collar and yanked him back toward himself. Calling his name at the very last moment, Roth Miller managed to grab Vaki in his arms and drag him out of the attack, barely removing him from certain death. Bjorn cursed inwardly, realizing that this must be what it felt like to walk along the very edge of an abyss. Almost immediately, another system notification appeared above his head, announcing that the character had activated the wild splash skill once again. Bjorn and Hakuro had no intention of giving up their positions. They didn't retreat even a single step, only adjusting their defensive line to better counter the enemy's movements. The troll, however, only grew more frenzied. With a roar, it smashed its weapon into Bjorn again. His shield, already battered and covered in cracks, shuddered violently. One more hit like that, and it would shatter completely. Dwaki was breathing heavily now, dark bruises forming under his eyes as mana exhaustion caught up to him. Bjorn shouted his name, demanding to know how much mana he had left. With trembling hands, Dwaki replied that there wasn't much, enough for maybe 2 or 3 more minutes at best. Even the staff in his hand shook as he spoke. Bjorn then turned and shouted to Vaki, asking how long he could last if he stopped using slowdown. Vaki yelled back that without it, he could keep going for about 7 minutes. 7 minutes. That was all they had. The battlefield grew heavier with every passing second. Their strength was fading, while the enemy showed no signs of slowing down, taking no real damage as it continued its relentless assault. Bjorn decided immediately and ordered Vaki to stop using slowdown. He slammed his foot into the concrete floor, cracking it beneath him. Now, they had a clear time limit. Bjorn shouted Misha's name. She continued striking the spot he had indicated, snapping back irritably for him to stop yelling at her. Dropping into a firm fighting stance, she shouted that the monster's skin was too strong anyway. Bjorn already knew that. It wasn't the skin he was targeting, it was the bones beneath. He yelled for Hakuro to cover him. Hakuro accepted without hesitation, asking where he was going. Bjorn didn't answer. He moved, circling the battlefield as one thought echoed in his mind. It was time for Plan B. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the monster. He swung his massive mace while bracing himself with his shield, slamming the troll's leg and forcing it down toward the floor. If something needed to be broken, then a mace was the perfect weapon. Bjorn struck the exact spot Misha had been attacking all this time. But even that blow failed to leave a mark. A system window flashed above the monster's head, announcing that the troll had activated Frenzy. With that skill, pain temporarily vanished, and its constitution surged dramatically. In the next instant, the troll smashed Bjorn's shield out of his hands, ripping away his ability to defend himself. The shield flew several meters away, clattering uselessly across the ground. But Bjorn had no intention of giving up because of that. With a furious roar, the protagonist charged straight at the monster, raising his weapon and smashing his mace into the troll's weak point again and again. Blow after blow rained down as he poured everything they had left into this single chance at survival. Those desperate, almost frenzied strikes finally paid off. The dense bone of the monster cracked, and chunks of flesh and bone exploded across the room. At that moment, Bjorn shouted Misha's name, urging her to finish it. In the very next second, Misha darted forward and sliced clean through the monster's arm, using her frost skills at full force. The severed limb crashed to the ground and immediately began to freeze over. But before anyone could breathe in relief, the troll activated super regeneration. The arm Misha had just cut off started to regrow before their eyes. Super regeneration was an active skill that had to be applied to a specific part of the body, allowing it to restore any damage done there. Bjorn cursed inwardly, realizing the skill truly lived up to its name. Watching the arm reform, he calculated quickly. At this rate, the troll would fully recover it in 2 minutes. That meant they had exactly 2 minutes to end this. Bjorn immediately began stripping off his armor, tearing away anything that would hinder his movement. Since super regeneration was focused on the arm, it couldn't be used elsewhere. Their approach had to change. A system window appeared above him, announcing that the character had activated Giganti. His body rapidly expanded, muscles swelling as his size increased dramatically. The plan was simple. If they destroyed the troll's head or heart within those 2 minutes, it wouldn't be able to regenerate. Hakuro froze in shock, staring from the troll to Bjorn and back again. Now the monster was facing an opponent that nearly matched it in size and mass. This was their chance to finish it. The troll coughed violently as Bjorn's massive hand clamped around its neck, the crushing grip stealing its breath. Bjorn shouted Misha's name, his voice tense, ordering her to strike the monster's eyes. He told her to cut it open and drown it in its own blood. Misha moved instantly, carrying out his command without hesitation. She began stabbing at the troll's eyes over and over, plunging her blades deeper with each strike. The monster screamed in agony, thrashing wildly as it tried to break free. But Bjorn held it firmly by the neck and arm, refusing to let go. The fight devolved into pure chaos. Nothing like a proper battle anymore. Bjorn roared at Misha to keep going, and she obeyed, striking again and again, just as he ordered. From the side, Dwaki and Roth Miller watched in horror, barely able to process what they were seeing. Misha was already drenched in the monster's blood, yet she continued to stab relentlessly, her movements growing more savage with every strike. And then suddenly, when she finally reached her limit and drove the blades in, she realized something was wrong. They didn't go through. Her swords bit into flesh and stopped cold. She shouted to the protagonist immediately, panic slipping into her voice. He told her to grip her swords with everything she had. Again and again she tried to force them deeper, but every attempt ended the same way. The blade stuck fast, refusing to advance. Bjorn cursed inwardly. If even her swords couldn't break through the skull, then this was truly the strength of a 5th-rank monster. He shouted at Ms. Shah to keep going, to hold on no matter what, that she had to reach the brain. Gritting her teeth, she did exactly that, clinging to the monster with all her strength while it thrashed and twisted in every direction, desperately trying to shake her off. The monster let out a deafening scream, then suddenly moved in a way that made no sense, as if guided by some unseen instinct. Its path was unnatural. Its target was clear. Dwaki, the only one who could cast spells. The moment Roth Miller realized this, he grabbed Dwaki by the collar again. Bjorn shouted a warning, his voice sharp with urgency, yelling that the monster was going for him. Dwaki stared at the charging giant in disbelief, blurting out that this was impossible, that trolls weren't supposed to see anything. Roth Miller lifted Dwaki off the ground, frozen for a split second, while Bjorn shouted for everyone to get out of the way. Then Roth reacted, lightning fast, carrying Dwaki to safety just as the monster's massive foot slammed into the concrete where he had been standing moments earlier. The impact shook the ground. Bjorn spat a curse at the troll. Above them, Ms. Shah struggled to keep her grip, fighting not to be thrown off as she continued striking, desperate to finish it. Bjorn's thoughts raced. The troll couldn't see, and yet it knew exactly where to go. Was it sensing mana? Whatever the answer, the situation turned on its head. Just as victory seemed within reach, the troll kept chasing Dwaki, who was still being carried away by Roth Miller, both of them running at full speed. Then Hakuro stepped forward, shouting at the monster, hurling curses at it, trying to draw its attention. The response was brutal. In the next instant, the monster kicked Hakuro square in the face. His body flew backward, crashing to the ground as he coughed up blood. The situation spiraled further out of control. Bjorn's mind screamed questions. Didn't Hakuro have enough strength left to use his weight balance skill? Why now of all times? Ms. Shah called out Bjorn's name, her eyes darting to Hakuro lying motionless on the ground. She tried to say something, but Bjorn snapped her back to reality, shouting at her to focus on the troll. He was shaken too, but this wasn't the time to worry about everyone else. Right now, he had to survive. At least his own life had to be saved. Roaring, Bjorn launched himself forward, delivering wild, desperate blows at the monster's eyes, again and again, trying to reach the brain as quickly as possible. Blood sprayed everywhere, and despite everything, the troll kept moving. It was closing in on Dwaki. The blow sent Dwaki crashing to the ground. He coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth, and at that exact moment a system notification appeared, announcing that all curses cast on the troll had been removed. Misha saw it all. Another comrade down. Her eyes filled with fear, raw, overwhelming despair, as she stared at the body lying motionless on the floor. Her fingers tightened around her sword. Too tight. She froze in place. The protagonist snapped her out of it, shouting her name with everything he had, ordering her to move, to keep going. Ms. Shah clenched the hilt harder still, her grip tightening until her bones cracked. A newly acquired skill surged through her body. She screamed, loud, furious, overflowing with hatred, and began raining blows down on the monster. A system window flared into existence above her. Ice Crush activated. She screamed for the monster to die, striking again and again, her blades finally breaking through the beast's skull. Curses spilled from her lips as she repeated the skill over and over, screaming for its death. Tears streamed down her face as she fought desperately to end it faster, to make the nightmare stop. Blood coated everything. Cold, terror, and violence mixed into a single moment as they edged closer to victory. Then another system notification appeared. The stabilization skill had been cancelled. Bjorn collapsed to the ground alongside Ms. Shah, coughing in agony. The monster staggered forward one last time. Bjorn forced himself up on trembling hands, lifting his head to see the aftermath. The troll leaned forward, drool dripping from its mouth. Its eyes were gone, completely destroyed, as if they had never existed. Its entire body was torn apart. The massive figure swayed, then crashed to the ground. A notification appeared. The troll had been slain. 5 experience points were awarded. When it was over, all that remained was a single, lonely magic crystal lying where the monster had fallen. No essence. No dramatic reward. Nothing more. The emptiness of it all hit Bjorn hard, grounding him in the harsh reality of what this place truly was. He pushed himself upright, standing at his full height. Ms. Shah, her face pale with worry, rushed toward their wounded comrades, reaching out and calling Roth Miller and Vaki by name. Only then did Bjorn fully understand. This wasn't a dream. The decision he had made earlier had led to this. Vaki had suffered because of it. This was the past catching up with him. Ms. Shah reached Roth Miller and shook him by the shoulders, begging him to wake up. He groaned in irritation, telling her to stop shaking him as pain shot through his wounded body. Hakuro lay nearby, still unconscious, unable to rise. Bjorn walked toward them, a quiet thought passing through his mind that perhaps the heavens had heard them after all. Roth Miller's leg was injured, but not fatal. Hakuro had simply lost consciousness. Roth Miller spoke through clenched teeth, saying they needed to check Vaki properly. Bjorn already knew. The real problem was him. Dwaki lay there, his body twisted into an unnatural position. Horror was frozen across his face. Ms. Shah called his name as she rushed closer, then turned to the protagonist, her voice shaking as she asked what they were supposed to do. She said Vaki wasn't breathing. Trembling, she dropped to her knees beside him, fear crushing her chest as she burst into tears. Bjorn told her to step aside, his voice unnaturally calm. He pulled a test tube from his backpack and leaned over Dwaki, pouring the potion straight into his mouth. Bjorn knew better than anyone that this was only a temporary measure. Vaki was just an ordinary man, a mage known for his frailty. During the battle, his spine had nearly folded in half, one of his legs clearly broken. The internal damage had to be severe. Blood was still seeping from his mouth and nose. Bjorn cursed under his breath, slamming his fist into the concrete. He thought bitterly that he shouldn't have wasted the advanced potion back in the ice cave. Petty thoughts crept in the moment the danger passed, and that realization irritated him even more. Then Roth Miller spoke, his words cutting through the chaos like salvation. He extended a container toward Bjorn, telling him to use it. With a strained smile, Roth said he had bought it just in case, and insisted that Bjorn give to Vaki. Bjorn stared at him in disbelief. Was this really an advanced potion? They didn't hesitate. They made Vaki drink it, carefully working together, piece by piece, restoring his body, straightening his spine, adjusting his limbs, forcing everything back into place as best they could. When they finished, Bjorn said quietly that he should start to feel better now. Vaki's face remained deathly pale. What he had just endured was not something everyone was meant to experience. Ms. Shah leaned closer, watching him anxiously. She wanted to ask if he would survive, but Bjorn answered her unspoken question with a silent nod. Ms. Shah covered her eyes with her hands, wiping away her tears. Then she looked at Bjorn and cried out that they had all survived, that no one had died. Her voice broke as she laughed and cried at the same time, unable to hold back her happiness. Bjorn, however, felt nothing like relief. Too much had happened. His nerves were stretched thin. They hadn't made it through because of his efforts, or because he had planned every step in advance, or because he had reacted perfectly when things went wrong. He knew the truth. They were alive because they were lucky. Bjorn frowned and lifted his gaze upward, his expression heavy with disappointment. Accepting that fact made him truly understand what it meant to live as an explorer in this cursed world. Memories of past battles surfaced in his mind, moments where a single mistake could have ended everything. Countless dangers still lay ahead, and any one of them could end the same way today almost had, with death. And the protagonist understood something else just as clearly. Luck like this would not last forever. Death always followed those who took risks, breathing down their necks, never falling behind. Today, it had merely hesitated. After some time, Hakuro finally came to his senses. He sat down heavily on the floor and muttered that they had all survived in the end. He looked utterly exhausted. His shoulders sagged, and he closed his eyes, lowering his head, as if even sitting upright was too much. Roth Miller broke the silence, saying that since they had survived the troll, they would need to leave an offering at the temple once they returned. His tone hinted that only the gods could have helped them through something like this. There was an awkward smile on his face as he said it. Hakuro nodded and repeated that he was truly glad everything had turned out this way. Bjorn stepped in then, lowering his head in apology. He said he had never expected the troll to behave like that at the end of the battle. Hakuro stared at him in surprise and asked why he thought any of this was his fault. Hakuro immediately added that they owed Bjorn their lives, that no one would have survived if it hadn't been for him. Roth Miller smiled and agreed, saying the protagonist had made the right decisions and shouldn't blame himself. Bjorn thought that Roth Miller couldn't possibly understand the choice he had made in that moment, or the weight it had placed on his shoulders. The responsibility still pressed down on him like a corpse he couldn't put down. Just then, Dwaki finally showed signs of life. His brow twitched, and a faint, hoarse sound escaped his throat. Mishar rushed to his side instantly, asking if he was okay. In a weak, exhausted voice, Dwaki asked the others if they were all right. Ms. Shah leaned over him, answering quickly that everyone was fine and telling him not to move. Dwaki looked at her and said her name, telling her he was glad she was safe. Ms. Shah scolded him, calling him an idiot and saying they wanted to tell him the same thing. Tears still clung to her eyes. Dwaki tried to say more, but suddenly coughed up blood. Even so, he forced out the rest of his words, confirming that it really was true. His face looked worn and drained, but the faint smile he gave them carried hope that he would recover. Hakuro smiled weakly and said that this wasn't the kind of fight anyone would brag about. No one would believe they had defeated a troll on their own. Ms. Shah frowned, clearly disappointed, and said it felt unfair that they hadn't even obtained an essence or anything useful from such a brutal battle. The others silently agreed as they stood near Dwaki. Rothmiller broke the quiet again, saying that regardless of everything, they had survived. Bjorn didn't respond. He simply looked at him. Ms. Shaw then laughed softly through her exhaustion and said there wasn't a single greedy bone in Rothmiller's body. He smiled and agreed, then asked him teasingly if he had really used an advanced potion. Rothmiller sighed and said they could all chip in later to repay him. He smiled again and asked if they really thought he was that greedy. He said he was glad to hear it. Ms. Shaw turned to Bjorn and asked what they were going to do next. At that moment, Hakuro and Rothmiller were laughing together, their voices light, as if the nightmare they had just survived was already fading. Bjorn looked at Ms. Shaw and asked what she meant. She hesitated, then asked whether they were going to keep climbing higher. Bjorn snapped at her, asking who she thought he was. He said it was obvious they were stopping there and waiting until the labyrinth closed. As he spoke, he reminded her, that he was the leader of this team. Ms. Shaw froze, then flushed red, muttering that she remembered that now. Bjorn clicked his tongue in annoyance and cursed the troll again, saying there had been absolutely no point in that battle. After some time, a system notification appeared, announcing that the labyrinth had closed. With that, they were transferred back to Rapidonia. A week passed just like that, and their 6th expedition came to an end. Later that evening, Owen arrived at the designated place. She smiled shyly and asked if it was really there. She couldn't hide her excitement. She had been waiting for this moment because it meant she would finally see him again. After returning to the city, they went straight to the temple, carrying Dwaki with them. They arrived at the Temple of Lees, and after some time passed, Dwaki recovered enough to stand on his own. He said he felt much better, and Hakuro, walking beside him, laughed cheerfully. When Ms. Shaw saw Dwaki standing, she called out his name with a bright, relieved voice. Bjorn thought this was exactly what one would expect from divine power. No amount of medicine or medicinal herbs could compare to this. Still, he decided he should check on Dwaki again later. Rothmiller said it had taken longer than expected and asked Dwaki with concern if there would be any side effects. Dwaki smiled, scratching the back of his head, and told them not to worry. He said he could enter the labyrinth again right now if he wanted to. Hearing that, Rothmiller finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ms. Shaw nodded enthusiastically and said that was really good to hear. Bjorn then suggested that, in that case, they should meet again in 2 days. For now, everyone should rest. They all agreed, and one by one, they went their separate ways, heading home. As Bjorn walked, his thoughts drifted to the rewards. They hadn't managed to gather a mountain of magic crystals like he had hoped. Even after splitting the reward money from the completed task, it would only come out to about 400,000 stones per person. Thinking about it left a bitter taste in his mouth. His thoughts returned to the troll, and his irritation flared again. He couldn't help but feel cheated. That monster hadn't even left behind an essence. His expression darkened with dissatisfaction. Then Ms. Shaw called his name from behind, smiling softly as she asked what he was going to do now. Bjorn looked at her and began to answer. He said they shouldn't split up and should go for a swim right away. Ms. Shaw flinched, her face turning red as she stammered, asking if he really meant going for a swim. Bjorn didn't react to her embarrassment at all. Calmly, he added that they could unpack their things later. Only then did Ms. Shaw lower her ears, finally realizing what he meant. Bjorn said they had rested enough inside the labyrinth and warned her not to even think about running away. Ms. Shaw looked away, wincing slightly, and muttered that she hadn't thought about that at all. After a moment, she said that in that case, she would wash at his place, explaining that she didn't want to go back to her own house and then return again. She asked if he was fine with that. Bjorn agreed without stopping, continuing to walk forward, while Mish's tail swayed happily from side to side behind him. Bjorn thought there was no reason to waste time going to her place anyway. When they reached his room, Ms. Shaw stared at him in surprise and asked if he had already washed. It had been far too fast. Bjorn told her she could take her time, since he needed a while to sort things out anyway. Ms. Shaw smiled brightly and asked if that was really true. He nodded, already turning to the table to begin organizing his belongings. Satisfied, Ms. Shaw headed toward the bathroom, purring softly as she went. While she was inside, Bjorn began separating the items they would sell from the ones they would keep. He spread everything out across the table, deciding what could still be useful and what should be sold. As he worked, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Bjorn frowned. A man outside asked if Bjorn Yandel was inside. Wondering who it could be, Bjorn walked over and opened the door, asking what he wanted. The man visibly flinched when he saw him, clearly overwhelmed by the difference in their height. He introduced himself nervously, saying he was from the Explorers Guild, but Bjorn cut him off, telling him to get straight to the point. The man wiped his face with a handkerchief, swallowed hard, and after hesitating, said that a barbarian named Sharon Tarsun had asked Bjorn to act as his witness. Bjorn froze the moment he heard the familiar name. The man continued, saying that Tarsun claimed Bjorn could confirm he was not a marauder. The man even forced an awkward smile as he said it. In that instant, Bjorn understood the problem. The little barbarian was in trouble. Bjorn turned sharply and headed back into the room, shouting to Ms. Shaw that their plans for the day were canceled. He tossed a towel onto the chair, threw on his outerwear, and rushed outside without another word. Behind him, Mish's dissatisfied cries echoed from the bathroom. She followed him out, asking why this had suddenly happened. Bjorn answered without slowing down that he needed to stop by the guild because of Sharon. Misha frowned in confusion and asked what that meant, pressing him to explain. Bjorn cut her off sharply, telling her to either go home or finish her shower and do whatever she wanted. That was all. The conversation ended there. The door slammed shut. For a moment, Misha stood frozen under the stream of water. Foam covered her body, droplets sliding down her skin. A washcloth clenched in her hand. She didn't understand anything, and the fact that Bjorn had refused to explain only made her anger boil over. Her body trembled as rage surged up from her chest, and then she screamed, loudly, furiously, her voice echoing through the entire corridor. She shouted his name, demanding to know if it was really so hard to just stop and explain things to her. Her scream was so fierce it felt like it could shatter the door through sheer force. Bjorn didn't turn back. He walked away from his room and told the guild messenger they were leaving. The man hesitated, then nodded awkwardly and followed. At the same time, the 9th district was anything but quiet. An excited Erwin ran between the houses, hurrying somewhere, her breath coming in short gasps. Her heart pounded as she thought about it. She knew he had survived. Just hearing that news had made her smile so brightly. The protagonist, the one who had crossed her path days ago in the labyrinth, back in the witch's forest, without either of them realizing it. Her sister, Tersa, put her hands on her hips and asked if Erwin understood what she was doing. She reminded her that even without being a professional scout, Erwin should still be able to find the way to the 4th floor. Erwin asked if Tersa wanted her to listen to the flow of mana. Tersa nodded and told her to listen to the sound of the portal instead. The moment Erwin closed her eyes, she felt it, a faint, glowing magical current. She focused on it, followed the sound, then pointed decisively in one direction, saying they should go that way. Tersa smiled, pleased, and asked if they should keep moving. With confidence, both sisters headed toward the portal. As Erwin drew closer, the sound of mana grew louder. She lifted her gaze toward Tersa, about to say something. Then she heard a voice. His voice. Erwin's eyes widened. The sound hit her like lightning. Without another word, she broke away and started running. Tersa shouted her name in shock, trying to stop her, asking where she was going, but Erwin didn't listen. In just 3 leaps, she pulled away, escaping her sister's reach. All she could think about was that voice. Rough, yet warm. Tersa called out again, but it was useless. Erwin ran on, pushing through the dead forest, her heart racing as a single thought filled her mind. She was certain that the voice belonged to him. Erwin ran straight toward the portal and caught sight of the protagonist just as he was stepping inside. His equipment looked different, his face hidden behind a helmet, but none of that mattered. She knew. She was sure it was him. She hurried forward, and when she was only a few steps away, she shouted his name with all her strength. Bjorn froze for a split second and began to turn around, but the portal swallowed him before he could see who had called out. Erwin cried out again, desperation tearing from her chest, but he was already gone. Even then, she didn't give up. She rushed forward, asking if she could go with him too. Just as she was about to enter, her sister suddenly lunged from behind and intercepted her at the very last moment, landing right in front of her. Erwin gasped in shock as her sister shouted for her to stop, calling her name. Panicking, Erwin shoved her sister aside and screamed, asking what she was doing. Her sister fell to the ground and shouted back, reminding her that she could be mistaken for a marauder if she went to the 4th floor. Tua grabbed her wrist tightly, tears filling her eyes as she cried out that it was him. Tua shouted back, saying Erwin hadn't even had time to properly see his face. But Erwin kept shaking her head, repeating over and over that she just knew. She begged her sister to let her go, her voice breaking with every word. Erwin squeezed her eyes shut, asking why her sister had stopped her, crying again and again as she demanded to know why. Tua stared at her in horror, calling her name, but it was useless. Erwin's body shook uncontrollably as she cried from frustration and resentment. Later, Erwin wandered the streets of the city in a daze. She never imagined Bjorn would become so famous. Everywhere she went, the moment she asked about Bjorn Yandel, people immediately recognized the name. They spoke excitedly about his nickname, Little Valken. Conversations sparked up all around her. Someone mentioned seeing him on the 1st floor. Another said a barbarian from his team had even told them where he lived. Erwin clenched her fists. She realized she knew nothing. She had spent all her time shut away in her room like an idiot. As she hurried through the streets, a thought surfaced. Why hadn't her sister told her any of this? Then she dismissed it. Tua probably didn't know either. She had been busy lately. When Erwin finally reached the right place, she stopped. It didn't matter anymore what had caused all this. She stood right in front of the door to the protagonist's room, breathing heavily. Her heart pounded as she thought that the first thing she would do when she saw him was apologize. She was sure he had been looking for her too, and the only reason he hadn't found her first was because he had forgotten where she lived. Erwin pressed a hand to her chest, trying to steady her breathing. Her cheeks burned with color as she stood there, gathering her courage. She raised her hand and knocked on the door, convinced that this was it. Footsteps sounded from inside, and Erwin's face lit up instantly. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out her chest. She pressed her lips together, steadying herself, and then the lock clicked. The door opened. A girl stood there. Her hair was wet, droplets still clinging to the strands. She looked at Erwin calmly and asked who she was. Erwin froze. She had never imagined that a woman would be the one to open the door. Her thoughts spun wildly. Who was this girl? Had she come to the wrong place? For a brief moment, her mind went completely blank. Flustered, she muttered that she must have mixed up the rooms. Then, trying to recover, she asked if the girl knew which room Bjorn Yandel lived in. Mish's ears perked up immediately. Interest flashed across her face as she asked if Erwin was one of his guests. Erwin blinked in confusion, asking what she meant. Ms. Shaw explained casually that Bjorn had just finished washing and had already left, then asked if Erwin wanted to wait for him there. Erwin flinched and took a step back. What did that mean? Her thoughts raced. Replaying Mish's words, washed himself, and left. It finally sank in. This really was his room. Her mind grew hazy, struggling to process everything at once. Ms. Shaw tilted her head and said that if Erwin didn't want to wait, she should at least say who she was, and Ms. Shaw would let Bjorn know when he returned. That only shocked Erwin further. The way Ms. Shaw spoke, it sounded as if they lived together. Erwin asked again, her voice tight, whether Ms. Shaw had really said that Bjorn had washed and left. Ms. Shaw smiled and confirmed it, then asked lightly if Erwin was going to leave. Erwin forced a stiff smile and said she didn't want to leave. After a brief pause, she asked if she could wait inside. Ms. Shaw agreed and stepped aside, letting her in, adding that the room was a bit messy and that it wasn't usually like this. Erwin nodded absently. She said she understood what was going on. As she glanced around the room, she turned slightly away from Ms. Shaw and added that she had done the same thing with Bjorn before. Ms. Shaw stared at her in surprise and asked if she was a researcher too. Then Ms. Shaw suddenly winced, realizing the implication of her own words, and quickly said she hadn't meant it like that. Erwin shook her head and told her not to worry, that she understood perfectly. She clenched her fists, her voice steady as she said she knew Bjorn would never do something like that. Inside her, it felt as if all four elements were colliding, emotions churning violently together. She went on, saying that it would only be fair to be punished for taking something that didn't belong to you, wouldn't it? Her face darkened slightly as she smiled while saying this. Ms. Shaw looked at her, puzzled, completely unable to understand what Erwin meant. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.